The man was charging his phone and playing with it when it suddenly exploded. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on an unfamiliar street. The news on the street was broadcasting the disaster scenes of Typhoon Red, and the host was talking about the unfamiliar term Forbidden Land trial. The man then realized that he had traveled to another world. The blue star here is invaded by a mysterious force. Every few years, the lords of each country choose a civilization template from their own history to participate in the Forbidden Trial. The victorious country will gain resources, the defeated country will suffer a world-destroying natural disaster, and the dragon country has failed twice in a row. The reason for all this is that the historical data of the Dragon Kingdom in this world is incomplete due to a world war, and the first two trials actually chose the late Qing dynasty and the Western Jin dynasty as civilization templates. Just when the man was in despair, a mechanical voice sounded in his ears, "You have been chosen as the Lord." What was even more surprising was that as a time traveler, he remembered the complete history of China. While other lords were still struggling over which dynasty to choose, Su Yang had already chosen the option to Qin, without hesitation, which shocked everyone. Seeing the man's choice, the whole Long Kingdom was in an uproar. Qin dynasty? That was the Bronze Age. No one knew what kind of amazing secrets were hidden behind this seemingly backward choice. Template selection successful. Chinese civilization. Qin dynasty. A compiled character of Qin appeared on the big screen. The historians of Longwu quickly looked up the materials and struggled to find some fragments about the Qin dynasty. According to the remaining data, the Qin dynasty should have a history of several thousand years, and its technological level was probably shockingly low. As soon as the historian finished speaking, the faces of many dragon people suddenly turned grim. It was unreasonable not to follow the instructions and make a random choice, and they even chose an ancient dynasty. The initial type of troops in the forbidden area is determined by the technological level of the chosen civilization. Although technology will gradually catch up with development, if the initial technology is too weak, it will not survive the early stage. Most countries will balance their technological level and development potential and choose the most suitable template. For example, England will choose the Victorian era, and France will choose the Napoleonic era. Although the technology in these two eras was slightly inferior in the early stage, they had great potential for development. However, the Qin dynasty that Su Yang chose belonged to the Cold Weapon era thousands of years ago, and its combat power was too weak in the early stage. In addition, the place of birth is the heart of the hive, and they are facing the strongest Zerg in the early stage. Seeing Su Yang's choice, the officers couldn't bear to think about it anymore. Dragon Country is probably in danger of death. Official live room. Historians have pointed out through analysis of existing data that the military industry level of the Qin dynasty only remained at the Bronze Age, and even iron tools were not widely popularized. Its early combat power was even worse than that of the Western Jin dynasty selected last time. As soon as the analysis results came out, the live broadcast room exploded. What did he choose? Su Yang is an eternal sinner. He wants to drag us to be buried with him. Bronze Age, did I hear it right? How do we play this game? This is the strongest Zerg in the early stage. The bronze sword can't even break their armor. It's over. It's over. I should have gone abroad with my cousin, who wants to be a dragon countryman. How could this happen? Won't the death be faster this time than the Western Jin dynasty? That level of disaster will definitely destroy the dragon country. Su Yang's choice seemed to have dropped a bomb on the crowd. The people complained and despair quickly spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom. However, in stark contrast to everyone's reactions in reality, Su Yang, who was in the forbidden area, was extremely calm at this moment, and his heart was full of confidence. There is no other reason. It is because he chose the Great Qin as a template. The reason for choosing the Great Qin as a template, in addition to the yearning for the Emperor of the Ages and the beginning of all dynasties, is more due to Su Yang's own thinking and consideration. In his opinion, the model of developing a civilization from scratch in the Forbidden Land trial is actually no different from a real-time strategy game. As a top war criminal in Paradox, Su Yang has nearly 20,000 hours of real-time strategy game time. He certainly understood the importance of the initial troops, and also considered the possible weakness of the ancient troops in the early stages. But when choosing the template, he carefully analyzed the passive characteristics of each dynasty. Among them, the characteristic effects of the Qin dynasty impressed him the most. Civilization template. Qin dynasty. Initial civilization characteristics. Qin heavy industry. This civilization has excellent craftsmanship, and all its products will reach the top level of current technology. The artifacts here include not only weapons and equipment, but also infrastructure. Anything made by humans will be of the highest level. This means that once a sword is unlocked, the sword you make will be the sharpest, and once a gun is unlocked, its range and power will be the longest and strongest. Even mines, processing machine tools, and other items will have higher efficiency. As long as they are available, they are the best. This is undoubtedly an extremely powerful feature for a civilization that pursues technological development. Historically, the Qin dynasty implemented the policy of marking the name of the craftsman on the object, which indeed had extremely high manufacturing technology. In addition, with the massive construction, its infrastructure capacity is also extremely terrifying. The great Qin craftsman is well-deserved. With this talent, even if it is only at the bronze level in the early stage, Su Yang believes that its combat power will not be too weak. As long as the early period was past, the potential of the later Qin dynasty would surely be invincible. The first emperor, with the remaining strength of the 6 generations, forged the first unified dynasty in China in 15 years. Su Yang vowed that during this year's reincarnation in the Forbidden Land, he would let the world rediscover the greatest dynasty of Chinese civilization. Territory panel. Territory. Qin. Lord. Su Yang. Affiliation. Dragon Kingdom. Main base level. Level 1 Lord's Mansion. Territory buildings. 0. Combat units. 0. Resources. 0. Command value. 1000. Everything starts from scratch. Su Yang opened the building column and found only one building that could be built. The origin of all things, similar to the main base. Main base. Lord's Mansion. The core building of the territory. If the Lord dies or the main base is destroyed, the forbidden area will be considered a failure. Please be sure to protect your main base. Su Yang had an idea and took out the blueprint of the mansion. He found an open space in the complex forest environment and put down the blueprint. The moment the blueprint was put down, a light blue light effect emerged, accompanied by the clicking sound of mechanical parts turning. Su Yang had a puzzled look on his face. Logically, the buildings of the Qin dynasty should have been wooden structures, so how could there be the sound of mechanical gears during construction? After a series of clicking sounds, the Lord's Mansion appeared in front of Su Yang. When he saw the finished product, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. The Lord's Mansion was completely different from the ancient wooden house he remembered. The entire building is located on a blue-gray metal base. Going up the smoothly polished stone steps, there is a huge yellow metal door with various precision gears on it. The walls were also made of green-yellow metal and looked extremely solid. On the base, 8 huge and smooth pillars supported the metal roof. The tiles, eaves and brackets on the roof are all made of some special metal. Although it is not large in scale, it gives people an extremely grand and solemn feeling at first glance. This is not a mansion, it's simply a fortress. Su Yang was extremely shocked. The technological level of the Qin dynasty at the beginning seemed to be far beyond his expectations. Based on the appearance, he guessed that the main body of the building should be made of bronze alloys with different proportions. Thinking of the Qin dynasty's territorial talent, Su Yang realized that this was the embodiment of the Qin dynasty's top bronze craftsmanship. The ratio of copper and other metals is changed according to the different needs of each part of the building, which not only ensures the solidity of the structure, but also meets the construction requirements. In addition to the bronze craftsmanship, another thing that surprised Su Yang was the exquisite mechanism on the door. These mechanisms were composed of bronze gears of different sizes, and the structure was exquisite. Su Yang stepped onto the stone steps, and there was a crackling sound under his feet. Chi, accompanied by the spray of water vapor, the bronze gears on the door began to turn. With a rhythmic sound, the heavy metal door slowly opened. What is this? He widened his eyes slightly. A mechanical structure controlled by steam technology. Qin Chao actually mastered steam technology? Without caring about being shocked, Su Yang quickly opened the panel. After building the Lord's Mansion, he unlocked a new building, the barracks. He couldn't wait to know what kind of soldiers the Qin dynasty, which had cutting-edge bronze skills and even mastered steam technology, would produce. He had a hunch that the Qin dynasty might not be weak at all in the early stage. This is the initial base. A burst of surprised voices rang out in the high-level conference room. The metal structure and sophisticated mechanical buildings on the screen made the officers unbelievable. The last time I chose the Western Qin dynasty, the initial base was an old wooden building. But the initial base in front of me is like a fortress that can only be unlocked in the midterm. The officers who were angry because Su Yang chose Qin Chao just now all widened their eyes in shock. How could they build houses out of metal? This was thousands of years ago. The mechanical lock on the gate is probably comparable to our modern technology. The lock is powered by steam. Isn't this a technology that England unlocked in the steam age? What's going on? Isn't the Qin dynasty's technological level the same as the Bronze Age? The expert group nearby quickly began to analyze Su Yang's building. Their eyes gradually brightened. The initial base is composed of bronze structures with different contents. The Qin dynasty was indeed in the Bronze Age, but their understanding and use of bronze materials had reached their peak. As for steam technology, ancient peoples have been using water for a long time, and steam-driven technology means they have reached the pinnacle in this regard. How could a dynasty thousands of years ago be so advanced? All the officers were shocked. Although they knew that there was a high probability that there was a bonus from territory talent was also based on the characteristics of the dynasty. This means that the Qin dynasty in history also had world-leading technological capabilities. So, we're off to a good start, the general of the military department asked. The experts shook their heads slowly and said, although the craftsmanship of the Qin dynasty is amazing, it is still at the level of the Bronze Age. The craftsman's skills do not represent combat capability. The key lies in the initial type of soldiers. However, the initial type of soldiers is likely limited by the era. The combat power of cold weapons in the Bronze Age will not be too strong. Although there are surprises, our situation is still very difficult, and the escape strategy is still the best choice. The conclusion of the expert group calmed the officers down. Unfortunately, the era is still too long, and the early stage is too weak. Official live broadcast room. Oh my god, what is this? Is it the Fortress of Doom? So cool am I seeing things. It's much better than the cabin in the second round. In the live broadcast room, the experts held a heated discussion around the big screen. Although the skills are superb, the technology level is still at the Bronze Age. Just as water, no matter how much it is heated, cannot exceed its boiling point. No matter how sophisticated the craftsmanship of the Bronze Age was, it could not break free from the shackles of technology. The only type of soldiers are still soldiers holding bronze swords, and their combat effectiveness is destined to be not very high. The expert group unanimously agreed that Su Yang still faces great danger in the early stage. Although the experts' conclusions are not optimistic, the public's mood is much better than before. It's already good, at least it's not a log cabin. It's much better than we thought. The construction level is so strong, the military level must be good too. I believe in Su Yang. Yes, don't give up, everyone. There is still hope, the people said. Su Yang opened the arms panel, and a prompt sounded in his mind. Barracks building detected. Daqin Heavy Industries characteristics triggered. Barracks, Imperial Armor Camp. Soldiers, Daqin Imperial Armor. The Imperial Armor Battalion, the Imperial Armor Army of the Qin Dynasty, triggered the characteristics of the Qin Dynasty heavy industry and obtained an upgrade. Su Yang's eyes flickered. These two names sounded not simple. Could the initial soldiers really bring him a surprise? He took out the blueprint and built the Imperial Armor Camp next to the mansion. Click, click, the pleasant sound of parts coming together ended, and the military building, the Imperial Armor Battalion, stood facing the wind. Like the Lord's Mansion, the Royal Armor Camp is made almost entirely of bronze metal. It is slightly smaller in size, but still has a strong aura. Because this is a military barracks building, some of the mansion's decorations have been removed, and the Imperial Armor Camp as a whole exudes a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Su Yang nodded and looked forward to it. Enter the Imperial Armor Camp panel. Imperial Armor Camp. Leadership value, 1000. List of arms. Arms. Qin Imperial Armored Warriors. Arms type. Melee infantry. Leadership value required for summoning, 100. Summoning time, 5 seconds. Soldiers are the most important source of combat power for lords. Whether it is early stage development or mid to late stage combat, soldiers are the core. One of the important reasons why Su Yang chose the Qin dynasty was the soldiers. Almost everyone knows the reputation of Qin Ruishi, the strongest special forces soldier in the Warring States period. With the bonus of the military merit system, Qin Ruishi at that time could almost be called the strongest infantry in the cold weapon era. Now with the technological bonus of Qin heavy industry, the Qin Ruishi's combat effectiveness will only be taken to a higher level. Summoning a soldier consumes 100 command points, and the current command value is 1000, which means that at most 10 armored warriors can be summoned in the early stage. Domination is a special resource in the Forbidden Land that is separate from natural resources. Similar to points in a game, domination can only be obtained by killing enemies, expanding territory, and completing special tasks or achievements. In addition to summoning soldiers, unlocking talents, technologies, and upgrading the main base all require leadership points. Therefore, the command value is an absolute core resource, and how to allocate it reasonably is a compulsory course for every lord. Su Yang decided to summon a soldier first to check the combat effectiveness of the early troops. His thoughts flashed. Command value minus 100 chi. Steam gushed out from above the Imperial Armor Camp, followed by the sound of mechanical operation. Dang! A crisp collision sound was heard, and the mechanical operation gradually stopped. Everything was still. Click, click, click. The mechanical parts on the gate of the Imperial Armor Camp turned rapidly, and the metal gate slowly opened. As the door opened, Steam escaped from the crack of the door, and heavy footsteps sounded. Su Yang stared at the thick white mist, holding his breath. Bang! The first thing to step out of the steam was a foot, wearing a pair of square-toed, round-toed shoes from the Qin dynasty. Looking closely, there is a square metal plate under the shoe with connecting components on both sides of the metal plate, which is connected to the metal knee pads through a blue-gray bronze power shaft. Su Yang opened his mouth slightly. Could the royal armor middle armor mean bronze armor? Bang bang, the royal armor warrior stepped out of the thick white steam and finally appeared in front of Su Yang. The soldiers were seen wearing simple Qin dynasty costumes and equipped with a complete set of bronze exoskeleton armor. Heavy blue-gray metal plates are mounted on the soldiers' vital parts, and the armor is connected by metal shafts, gears, and various connecting devices. Behind the soldier, there is a cylindrical mechanical disc. With every step, the mechanical parts inside the disc rotate, and steam is ejected from the top. This is not only an exoskeleton armor, but also a steam-powered armor. Qin Imperial Armored Warrior. From the outside, this exoskeleton armor is already very mature. The heavy metal ensures the armor's protection, while the mechanical device maintains the armor's flexibility. Su Yang was a little stunned. He thought there would be a surprise, but he didn't expect it to be such a big surprise. Even modern technology has not fully mastered exoskeleton technology, but the Qin dynasty soldiers in front of us have already put it into practical use. This is the power of Daqin heavy industry. Qi, the royal armored warrior, stood in front of Su Yang, took off his helmet with both hands, and bowed in salute accompanied by bursts of steam. Your Majesty. Chapter 5. The Unpredictable Lord. When Su Yang heard the heavy title of Your Majesty, he was silent for a moment before he slowly nodded in response. Although he is not qualified to take on this responsibility now, as a leader, ambition and ambition are essential. If he did not have the ambition to become the first emperor, or even surpass him, how could he have led such a vast empire? After calming down, Su Yang's gaze fell on the bronze sword carried by the armored warrior again. This bluish-white bronze sword was completely different from any bronze sword he had seen before. The blade was wide, almost twice the size of an ordinary bronze sword. The edge of the sword blade reflected a faint silver light, and it looked extremely sharp. The sword was engraved with intricate marks, which was exquisite and majestic. The most peculiar thing was that there was a square mechanical device connected to one side of the hilt. Judging from the appearance, this should be a small steam device. Su Yang was looking forward to it, imagining the shocking scene when the sword was put into battle, but he quickly calmed down. After all, Lord War is not a reckless game, and every step requires careful planning. At this time, he needs to sort out his situation as soon as possible and determine the next first goal. He spent 100 points of command and summoned another armored warrior. He gave the order. Check the situation in the safe zone. The two warriors responded quickly and turned away. At the same time, Su Yang opened the panel and checked the currently unlocked buildings. Resource buildings include steam-powered mining machines, steam high-pressure pumps, and liquid compressors. Storage buildings include solid resource warehouses and liquid resource warehouses. These buildings are mainly used to obtain natural resources. In addition, there is a military camp that matches the Royal Armor Camp, which is dedicated to providing treatment, repairs, and rest for the Royal Armor Warriors. For each Royal Armor Warrior summoned, Su Yang can obtain a barracks with a volume of 1 unit. The barracks themselves do not require resources, but they do consume resources when used. For example, repairing armor damage consumes 1 unit of copper ore, and replenishing power requires concentrated water and fuel. If the Royal Armor Warrior does not engage in combat but keeps moving, its power can last for about 6 hours, but once a combat is triggered or high-speed movement is performed, the duration will drop rapidly. Once the power is exhausted, the Royal Armor Warrior's combat effectiveness and mobility will be greatly affected. Now, the problem Su Yang faces is that the resources in stock are zero. Not only do the Royal Armor Warriors need power, but other devices that obtain natural resources also need energy. Daqin's technology has brought about a powerful improvement, but it is also accompanied by huge energy consumption. If Su Yang cannot solve the energy problem in the short term, he will definitely be in trouble. Compared with the start of other civilizations, Su Yang's early stage was more urgent, and energy issues became the #1 enemy. In order to find a solution quickly, Su Yang opened the information about the heart of the insect nest sent by the official and quickly analyzed the required energy. Official data and the surrounding environment show that the water resources in the insect nest forest are extremely abundant, most of which exist in the form of underground rivers. Therefore, Su Yang only needs to find an area with high humidity to build a water pump to obtain water resources, which is not difficult. As for fuel resources, the problem is much more complicated. Unlike ordinary forests, the insect nest forest does not have sufficient wood that can be used as fuel. The surrounding plants are mostly crystalline mushrooms, which obviously cannot be used as fuel. Therefore, Su Yang must look for mineral resources, especially coal mines. Fortunately, according to the information, there are indeed coal resources in the insect nest forest. If there are coal mines in the safe zone, the fuel problem can be solved. If not, then we have to find another way. In terms of food resources, the Zerg nest forest has a rich variety of animals, but because the Zerg are carnivorous creatures, it is easy to encounter them when hunting. However, food is not a big problem in the short term, and mineral resources are the top priority. If minerals cannot be found, the energy problem will become difficult to solve. The two patrolling Royal Armored Warriors quickly returned to Su Yang and reported the reconnaissance results. The good news was that the safe zone was rich in water resources and had biological activity. But the bad news was that there were no mineral resources at all, especially fuel. Just when Su Yang was worried about the energy problem, the military experts in the conference room were excited, staring at the Royal Armor exoskeleton armor on the big screen. Experts were amazed at the design of this suit of armor, which not only ensures defensiveness but also flexibility and is driven by steam power, so it can perfectly follow the soldiers' movements. This exoskeleton technology is at least several generations ahead of modern technology. Several experts calculated that the armor of the Royal Guards could improve the physical functions of soldiers by at least 80%. As long as they had enough numbers, they would have a great chance of winning against the initial Zerg attack. But the problem is that the armor of the Royal Armor Warrior relies on fuel, and there are obviously not enough fuel resources in the safe zone of the heart of the hive. If Su Yang fails to realize this and conserve energy, the armor's service life will not last until the end of the 7-day novice protection period. The images on the screen continued to play, with two armored warriors patrolling in the safe zone, and each burst of steam represented the consumption of energy. The experts were getting more and more nervous. It was obvious that Su Yang had not saved energy as they had hoped. The officers in the hall also began to worry. If they continued to consume energy like this, it would be a big problem whether the Royal Armored Warriors, who had lost their power, could cope with the insect swarm. Despite the experts' concerns, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was extremely enthusiastic. The host Xiao Xue excitedly announced, Su Yang has installed a steam water pump. This is the first resource acquisition device we have built. The audience in the live broadcast room expressed their excitement. So cool. Steam power is always the god. However, as the discussion deepened, the silence of the experts made the atmosphere in the live broadcast room solemn. Since there were no fuel resources in the safe zone, Su Yang's approach was actually a waste of energy. The best option is to stop consuming soldiers, smoothly pass the 7-day novice protection period, and then summon enough armored warriors at one time to deal with the insect tide. However, Su Yang obviously did not realize this, and still let the soldiers consume a lot of energy. The audience in the live broadcast room began to notice something was wrong. It seems that Su Yang's operation is not reasonable. He shouldn't keep consuming energy. Just as everyone was discussing, Su Yang's Royal Armor camp suddenly started to operate, summoning more Royal Armor warriors and leading the troops out of the safe zone. The audience and experts in the live broadcast room were all stunned. There is a novice protection period in the early stage. Why waste resources to summon soldiers? This move caused great shock. The system's warning sounded. Warning! The Dragon Country player has left the safe zone, and the novice protection period has ended. Chapter 6, Zerg Attack. Warning! 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 The Dragon Country player has left the safe zone. The 7-day novice protection period has ended. The Dragon Country player has left the safe zone. The 7-day novice protection period has ended. When the flashing warning text on the screen ended, the live broadcast was immediately interrupted. The 1-hour live broadcast every night had ended, and the people in the live broadcast room were completely furious when they saw the darkness on the big screen. Crazy, crazy, crazy. We left the safe zone on the first day. Does he want us to die? Why must he do this? All of us will be buried with him. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The despair among the people broke out completely, and their original hope was shattered with Su Yang's decision. The host Xiao Xue was still trying hard to find an explanation, trying to calm the out-of-control audience, but the experts' faces were already pale, and they couldn't find any words to comfort the people. Giving up the novice protection period is simply a stupid and suicidal act. In this game, everyone usually makes the most of the novice protection period to build fortifications to deal with the insect tide. Even if certain resources are lacking, we will wait for 5 or 6 days before considering a breakthrough. Usually this 7-day safety period is crucial. It was almost unheard of for Su Yang to risk leaving the protected area at the beginning. At this time, Su Yang had entered a high-risk area. If he failed, it would mean complete destruction. In the military meeting room, some officers were furious, while more people fell silent, not knowing what to do. Some experts who were mentally unstable had already begun to pray silently. The military commander sat calmly in his seat with a heavy look in his eyes. He shouted loudly, "Calm down." The people in the conference room finally quieted down, and the atmosphere was heavy. After a few seconds of silence, the general slowly spoke. "Pass my order. The whole country enters the second-level disaster emergency response state. You are moving away from the safe zone. You will lose the protection of novices if you leave. You are moving away from the safe zone. You will lose the protection of novices if you leave." Su Yang completely ignored the warning boxes that kept popping up on the panel and walked straight out of the safe zone. After he built the steam pump, he immediately chose to explore the outside world. This was a high-risk decision, but high risk often means high rewards. If he stayed in the safe zone, not only would his life not be in danger, but mineral resources would continue to be scarce, which meant that he could only survive in the safe zone for 7 days, wasting important early development time. Leaving the safe zone, although there is a threat of insect swarms, there is also a possibility of finding mineral resources. Once the energy problem is solved, subsequent construction can proceed smoothly. Su Yang could understand the cautious strategy advocated by the authorities, but he trusted his own judgment more and bravely embarked on this risky path. Chi-Chi behind him, the armored warriors released bursts of high-temperature steam. The surrounding insect nest forest is composed of towering exotic plants. The vegetation is extremely dense, 3 stories high, and is filled with complex colors and special smells, creating an extremely strange atmosphere. If it weren't for the protection of the 2 armored warriors behind him, Su Yang would not dare to go deeper. He had been exploring for nearly an hour since he left the safe zone. During this time, he did not move forward in a straight line, but instead coordinated with the Royal Armor Warriors in other directions to conduct a ranged search. In addition to the 2 elite warriors who followed him, Su Yang also summoned 5 elite warriors to search in different directions, especially the areas around the safe zone. In the early stage, resource buildings cannot be too far away from the main base, which is more conducive to defense. In addition to the 7 warriors who go out to explore, there are 3 defensive armor warriors at home. In other words, Su Yang has used up all his command points to summon the Royal Armor Warriors. If he cannot find a mine before the energy is exhausted, the game will be over. 76%. Su Yang checked the energy of the armored warrior he summoned first, and the remaining steam power was only 76%. The energy consumption was much faster than expected. Su Yang closed the panel and looked forward again. The dense vegetation limits the field of vision to within 5 meters. If there are mineral veins, they must get closer to find them, which undoubtedly greatly reduces the speed and efficiency of resource search. There was no good news in other directions either. Some roads were blocked by cliffs, and the rest were empty. Time was running out, and Su Yang felt a little anxious. Behind him is not only the entire Dragon Country, but also the hopes of hundreds of millions of people. Failure is absolutely not allowed. Swish, swish. The sound of rapid movement in the dense forest was getting closer and closer, and the fat and strange plants kept shaking, making a rustling sound. Swish, the direction of the sound changed from single to multiple, and Su Yang's alertness increased instantly. He knew that something was approaching and surrounding them. Chi. Amid the sound of steam erupting, 2 armored warriors drew out their bronze swords and quickly stood in front and behind Su Yang, guarding him on his left and right. The cylindrical device on the back kept twitching, as if accumulating strength, and the gears next to the hilt rotated slightly, as if ready to attack at any time. This was the first time Su Yang saw the Royal Armor Warriors in combat. It must be said that seeing them so mighty gave him a great sense of security. Even though there were only 2 elite warriors, the majesty of the army gave him a sense of comfort. Swish, swish. Suddenly, the vegetation on the flank was quickly cut open, and 3 huge zergs rushed out at high speed. They are about the same height as humans, with 6 sharp legs equipped with long blades like those of a mantis, an inverted triangle head with 3 pairs of bulging eyes, a body covered with black and brown stripes, and they move extremely fast. These are Tyranids. Almost in the blink of an eye, 3 zergs rushed in front of Su Yang. Chi. A burst of high-temperature steam spurted out, and the long-awaited armored warriors launched an attack instantly. The jet holes on the legs and torso released high-pressure steam, and the speed of the armored warriors immediately increased by nearly 3 times. While charging at high speed, the bronze sword was also swung out violently. The moment the blade touched the zerg's limbs, a strong stream of steam spurted out from the hilt. With a flash of silver light, the Tyranid stinger fell to the ground, spurting out yellow-green blood. Kill a level 1 Tyranid. Leadership plus 20. Get the first kill in the whole game. Unlock the achievement, First Blood. Leadership plus 1000. Chapter 7. The first kill in the whole game. Whoosh. Without waiting for the enemy to react, the second sword quickly cut through the thick fog and pointed directly at the target's torso. In the blink of an eye, the second Tyranid stinger lost its combat capability. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of Su Yang's face, and the double knives of the third stinging insect were already placed above his head. Not good. These bugs have obviously realized who is the commander. Su Yang's pupils suddenly contracted, and he quickly jumped back with all his strength. Although he had retreated, his speed was too slow. The sharp insect blades struck him like lightning, and there was no way to avoid them. Dang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and the armored warrior who had dealt with the two stinging insects quickly flashed over, opened his arms wide, protected Su Yang, and used the bronze plate armor on his chest to catch the attack. The insect blade collided with the armor, sparks flew everywhere. Sparks fell, and the armored warrior raised the tip of his sword again to attack. The high-pressure steam accelerated, and the armored warrior lifted the stinging insect from bottom to top. Chi! The stinging insect made a buzzing sound, blood splattered, and its limbs scattered on the ground. Killing a level 1 Tyranid stinging insect. Command value plus 20. Su Yang stared at the fallen stinging insect, his chest rising and falling violently. At that moment just now, his life was really hanging by a thread. Without the timely support of the armored warriors, he would probably have been stabbed by the deadly insect blade, and if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. While panting, Su Yang suddenly realized that there should be 5 enemies. He turned back suddenly and saw that the other 2 stinging insects had fallen to the ground and turned into debris. Kill level 1 Tyranid Thornworm. Command value plus 20. Kill level 1 Tyranid Thornworm. Command value plus 20. Fortunately, we brought 2 armored warriors. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would be difficult to predict. Just when Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief and thought the battle was over, a noise was heard again in the dense forest. This sound was not approaching, but moving away quickly. Chase! Su Yang gave the order without hesitation. The armored warriors behind him started up immediately, and the steam device behind them was fully driven, and thick steam was ejected. In normal mode, the armored warrior can double the warrior's physical functions, and in combat mode, it can be tripled. Once it enters sprint mode, the speed of the Royal Armor Warrior will reach 5 times. The Royal Armor Warrior shot out like an arrow, breaking through layers of plants, and quickly found the fleeing Zerg. Unlike other offensive stinging insects, this one is smaller and does not have dual blades, but instead has dense tentacles on its back. Sensing the impact of the armored warrior, the Zerg's tentacles quickly straightened and vibrated rapidly and at a high frequency, as if conveying some kind of message. But the Royal Armor Warrior did not give it any chance and threw the bronze sword forward. After the speed of the sword was accelerated by steam, its power was amazing. When the bronze sword penetrated the dense forest, pierced the body of the Zerg, and nailed it to a huge rock. Killed a level 2 Tyranid Brainworm. Command value plus 100. After the Brainworm died, a piece of tissue fragment with white light shone out from its body. The Royal Armored Warrior quickly brought the tissue fragment back and handed it to Su Yang. Su Yang reached out and touched it, and the fragment that was flashing white light entered his backpack. Obtained ordinary E-level drops, biological signal fragments, special materials for synthesizing biological radar. Trigger event. Reward for the brave, ordinary E-level drops are upgraded to rare E-level drops. After synthesizing biological radar, the detection range will be expanded. Su Yang didn't expect that an incentive event would be triggered. Incentive events usually occur in forbidden areas and are accidental. Behaviors such as escaping death and defeating the majority with a small force may trigger different rewards. This time it was obviously good luck, and the incentive event brought benefits. Looking around, 5 Tyranid stingers and 1 Tyranid brainworm were all dead. The battle did not seem as difficult as he had imagined. Su Yang fell into deep thought. After quickly analyzing the battle process, he concluded that the Zerg was not as powerful as he had imagined, but the strength of the armored warriors was beyond his expectations. As a native species, the Zerg are extremely mobile. They can rely on the cover of dense forests to quickly approach the enemy with almost no warning, but when facing the heavily armored warriors, the Zerg's advantage is negligible. The highly mobile and highly defensive equipment of the armored warrior can easily deal with the Zerg's attacks. If it is the troops of other countries, even though the firepower is strong, the soldiers themselves are just mortals. Once the Zerg get close to them, the high-intensity firepower will become ineffective and they will be passive. Obviously, as a product of Daqin heavy industry, the Royal Armor Warriors have a combat effectiveness far superior to that of other countries. After this analysis, Su Yang began to check the harvest from the battle. The rewards from this battle far exceeded expectations and can be described as abundant. The first is the high leadership value reward after killing the Tyranids. As the native species of the Hiveheart, the Tyranids have very strong combat capabilities. They have 6 sharp feet that allow them to move quickly in the forest. Their colorful shells help them hide in the forest. Moreover, the Zerg can quickly form teams to fight in coordination. Few native species in other regions have such powerful characteristics, which is why the heart of the Hive is known as the most difficult place to start and the graveyard for new players. However, difficulties also bring rich rewards. Generally speaking, the average leadership value of level 1 creatures is about 5 points, while the Tyranid Thornworm's drop value is 20 points or even higher. The Tyranid Brainworm that leads the entire team has a leadership value drop of up to 100 points. After the battle, Su Yang's command value directly reached 1,200 points, which was fully twice as much as other lords. This meant that he could unlock technology faster and develop more rapidly, which was of great strategic significance. In addition, there is a rare biological signal fragment, which is crucial for the future synthesis of detection equipment. In the complex jungle, the detection equipment can help avoid the sneak attack of the Zerg, and because of the triggering event, the grade of this drop is upgraded to rare, which is a rare fortune for Su Yang. When reviewing the gains from the battle, Su Yang realized that although the Zerg lost to the Royal Armor Warriors, it did not mean that the Zerg's combat power was weak. The attack that the Royal Armor Warrior blocked for Su Yang directly consumed 32% of his armor value. This means that the Zerg's combat power is still quite terrifying. If the number of insect swarms increases, the outcome of the battle may be reversed. Moreover, the location of this battle is not far from Su Yang's base. Considering the pattern of Zerg activities during the day, Su Yang had reason to believe that the hive that produced this Zerg squad was nearby. Chapter 8. The Mother Nest of the Insect Nest. The Lord's information is released. Su Yang cannot tolerate the existence of an insect nest around the base. Especially at night, when the insect swarm activity intensifies, the base may face a greater threat. The current main base and the previously built steam water pumps require metal copper for maintenance. Once these facilities are damaged, Su Yang will not be able to cope with it with his current resources. Therefore, finding carbon mine resources and insect nests became his current top priorities. In order to speed up the search, Su Yang decided to keep 500 points of command value as a reserve and put the remaining 700 points of command value into the Royal Armor Camp to summon more soldiers. Command value minus 700. This is exactly the benefit of obtaining extra command points in the early stage, which allows for more efficient mission execution. Under Su Yang's order, except for the 3 armored warriors guarding the base, all other soldiers were dispatched to conduct a carpet search, focusing on the periphery of the base and the area around the encounter, with the goal of carbon resources and insect nests. Not long after Su Yang started, the Forbidden Area panel suddenly popped up, and the information of the lords of 68 countries was displayed on the screen. This was a common practice in the Forbidden Area. Whenever all the lords completed the establishment of the main base, the Forbidden Area would make the basic information of the lords of each country public. This information is vital to all lords because, apart from alien species, the biggest source of threat is the lords of other countries. In theory, the Forbidden Land does not restrict the behavior of lords, and they can freely choose to form an alliance or confront each other. However, due to certain mechanisms in the Forbidden Land, killing other lords often gives more rewards. Killing lords or destroying their territories will not only allow you to obtain their resources, but also gain command value rewards issued by the Forbidden Area. In addition, the Forbidden Land will also issue bounties to lords who obtain high-level items or achieve high-level achievements. In addition to obtaining resources, killing these bounty targets can also obtain high bounty rewards. The Forbidden Land will also regularly rank each country based on its performance and release related items. The higher the ranking, the more powerful the items will be. Driven by these mechanisms, the lords of various countries are almost naturally in a state of hostility. If you want to survive, you must understand your opponent. As the Royal Armor Warriors continued their exploration, Su Yang began to carefully check the information of the lords of various countries. These lords might be the powerful enemies he would face in the future. Country: United States, Lord: MacArthur, selected civilization: United States during the Cold War. When Su Yang saw the information about the First Lord, his eyes lit up. Lord MacArthur of the United States would undoubtedly be one of the most powerful opponents in the future. Although the United States has fewer eras to choose from in history, its strength is always very strong. With its excellent development potential, the United States has successfully passed 2 rounds of Forbidden Land trials. The lord selected for this trial is MacArthur, a well-known hawkish general in the United States. Although Su Yang is not familiar with this person, he knows that this lord must be a leader among the radical factions and is extremely threatening. Su Yang lists the United States as one of the strongest opponents he has faced. After flipping through a large number of countries, Su Yang's eye stopped at another name, Japan. Country, Japan, Lord, Tojo Incan, Selected Civilization, World War II Militarism Japan. Seeing this name, Su Yang's eyes became sharp. Japan, Tojo Incan, World War II Militarism. These three words made Su Yang's heart rise with anger. Japan's militarism during World War II once took the most aggressive path. During the second round of the Forbidden Land trial, Dong Ying killed 19 lords, ranking first and becoming the most feared existence in the Forbidden Land trial. Moreover, the Lord of Japan this time is none other than former Prime Minister Tojo Incan, a man who implements extreme militarism and is a war maniac. The combination of the two is simply synonymous with killing. Su Yang's heart was filled with anger and anticipation. The anger was because he saw this sinful civilization again, and the anticipation was his desire to take revenge with his own hands. There is no doubt that Su Yang put Dong Ying in the first tier and made him the enemy he would personally eliminate in the future. He ranked Tojo Incan and Dong Ying at the top of his killing list. After reading the information of all the lords, Su Yang felt that the intensity of this forbidden trial was the highest in history. To win against those who actually hold power in reality is much more difficult than imagined. But facing these powerful enemies, Su Yang's confidence has not diminished in the slightest. Because behind him is the Great Qin, the most powerful era of Chinese civilization. However, if he wants to reproduce the glory of the Great Qin, he himself cannot make any mistakes. Now that he had unlocked the achievement first, he had twice as much leadership value as other lords at the beginning. He had to take advantage of this start to quickly widen the gap with other lords. After closing the panel, Su Yang continued to command the Royal Armor Warriors to move forward. His goal was to solve the energy problem as soon as possible and then build a defense system for the base. Only when the base was stable could it develop rapidly and give full play to the advantages of Daqin technology. At the same time, the information of the lords of various countries outside the Forbidden Area also caused an uproar. The live broadcast of the Forbidden Area was not shared, and each country could not directly broadcast the information of other lords in any form. The public can only learn about the dynamics of other lords through the Forbidden Land notices or secondary reports from the media. While the data of each lord is made public throughout the Forbidden Land, the media quickly compiles the information and predicts the probability of passing the level. In the ranking, the United States ranks first with a clearance probability of 86.31%, followed by Japan with a high clearance probability of 73.12%. The top 6 countries in the ranking have a clearance probability of over 60%, followed by a middle range with a clearance probability between 40% and 50%. The middle section of this round of Forbidden Land trials is very large, almost becoming the largest group, because the Forbidden Land trials have reached the third round, and each country has accumulated enough experience. However, the Qin represented by Su Yang was rated as the country with the lowest clearance rate in this Forbidden Land. Chapter 9. The Shock of the First Kill, the Fuel Crisis. Media from various countries gave Dragon Country a 4.33% clearance rate for this round of trials. Excluding the support from the domestic media, it can be said that no one on the entire Blue Star believed that Dragon Country could pass the test. The comments given by the media of various countries to Longwo were mediocre lords, backward times, and stupid decisions. These 3 points made Longwo unsurprisingly the last on the list. Some media even boldly predicted that Su Yang would die on the first day and Longwo would suffer the most horrific natural disaster in history. Arrogant or ignorant, breaking the novice protection on the first day. Hilarious. The mainland lord is suspected to be mentally abnormal, breaking the novice protection and seeking death. Countdown to destruction. Dragon Country may become the first major country to be completely destroyed. Under the news reports about the Dragon Kingdom, netizens from all over the world left mocking comments. The Dragon Kingdom has run out of luck. It's time for my Goryeo Kingdom to take over. I declare that the Great East Japan Empire will become the owner of this land from now on. The Tianju Kingdom will take in women from the Dragon Kingdom for free, young and old. Faced with overwhelming ridicule, the Dragon people, who originally believed in losing the battle rather than the victory, had no way to fight back. Because even they themselves felt that Su Yang's behavior was too radical, and the entire Dragon Country was in panic. At this time, no matter how they fought back, it would not hurt, but would make the mockers more excited. The people of Long are shrouded in panic that a disaster may happen at any time, and are also furious about the comments from other countries. Just when the people of Dragon Country were filled with anger and fear, with nowhere to vent their rage, a global notification sounded. Dragon Lord Su Yang completed the first kill in the whole game, unlocked the achievement. First Blood. Dragon Lord Su Yang completed the first kill in the whole game, unlocked the achievement. First Blood. The announcement of Su Yang's first kill achievement rang out throughout Blue Star, and everyone, regardless of their current status, would receive a notification. When the whole territory notification appeared, all the foreigners who mocked Dragon Country were dumbfounded. Everyone was waiting for Dragon Country to fall and laugh at Dragon Country. But who would have thought that the first kill notification would be released? The first 2 rounds of the Forbidden Area's first kill achievement was achieved on the 4th day at the earliest, but Dragon Country Lord Su Yang actually broke the record on the first day. Fake news. How can a Bronze Age civilization complete the first kill the fastest? The first kills in the first 2 rounds were at least in the medieval artillery period. How could a civilization thousands of years ago do that? Bagayalu. My Great Japan's 1,000 points of command value. While Su Yang's first kill shocked all countries, it also gave the panicked dragon people a reassurance. No matter what, this is a global first kill achievement. Taking advantage of the foreigners' surprise, the dragon people finally had a voice on the internet. You little idiots who are laughing at me, my Dragon Country will never perish. I believe Su Yang has his own considerations, and his behavior does not need your judgment. Although the Qin dynasty is old, its technology is not bad at all. Our soldiers all have exoskeleton armor. People from all countries were not convinced by the Dragon Kingdom's response. They believed that Dragon Kingdom was lucky to get the first kill. Bronze Age exoskeleton technology, do you believe that? The spawn point is better, their enemies must be rubbish. It's just a lucky chance. The real thing will be revealed soon. It's a pity that the 1,000 points of command value should be given to Japan. Although Su Yang's first kill allowed the people of Longhua to vent their emotions, they knew in their hearts that the crisis had not been resolved. This was only the first encounter with the Zerg. Without protection, Su Yang would encounter countless waves of attacks. If they failed to resist, they would still suffer from natural disasters. Japanese military. Bagayadi. Damn dragon countryman, he's almost dead and wants to steal the first kill achievement. The general of the Japanese military slammed the table and roared. Their plan this time was to surpass the United States and take the first place in the trial. Even though Japan is now the second largest country in the world, they are not satisfied. The Japanese cannot tolerate any power being superior to them. If they want to surpass the United States, they must be perfect at every step, especially the 1,000 points of command at the beginning. They had originally planned to break the protection on the 3rd day and strive for the first kill achievement. Unexpectedly, the dragon people broke the protection on the 1st day. Do you have any information about their initial military formations? What is the origin of the Qin dynasty? The Japanese general asked. The technician quickly flipped through the information and reported tremblingly. The Qin dynasty is indeed an ancient country thousands of years ago, and it seems to have some connection with our ancestors, but the specific information needs to be investigated. The information about the initial army of the Dragon Nation is very mixed, and some of it mentions technologies such as exoskeleton armor. An antique that's thousands of years old makes exoskeleton armor, and it's made of bronze. The Japanese general laughed. I would rather believe that the boy was born with supernatural powers and killed a Zerg by himself. Don't fool me with false information next time. The Japanese general pulled out a military map, and his emotions gradually stabilized. Although Japan did not get the command value, the United States did not get it either, which was a blessing in disguise. Don't bother with those dying people. Order the entire army to stand by. After the Dragon Kingdom is destroyed, we must land and seize the territory as soon as possible. Taking over the Dragon Kingdom's territory is the first step in our domination. Forbidden Land. The sun sets, the sky gradually darkens, and the search in the dense forest is not over yet. Su Yang tirelessly leads the soldiers through the dense forest. Fortunately, the night did not make the search more difficult. The strange-shaped plants in the dense forest would emit various fluorescent lights at night, and the brilliant light illuminated every area in the dense forest, and some places were even clearer than during the day. Su Yang struggled to push aside a patch of dogtail grass that was emitting an orange-yellow glow. There was no surprise waiting for him. Behind the dogtail grass was more dogtail grass. A trace of fatigue came over him. He followed the soldiers in searching for several hours. Opening the panel, the fuel of the first batch of armored warriors is running out. The remaining fuel is between 30% and 40% on average. The remaining fuel of the 2 armored warriors protecting Su Yang has fallen below 20%. This is the result of Su Yang's deliberate saving. In a few hours, the first batch of armored warriors will completely lose power. Su Yang observed that the bronze swords used by the warriors combined with steam power were just enough to break the shells of the stinging insects. Soldiers without armor power would have a hard time fighting the Zerg. If the first batch of armor warriors lost power, they would have to summon a new batch of warriors. Although there is a reserve force, Su Yang still feels pressured. He didn't expect that searching for carbon resources manually would be so difficult. He must unlock the prospecting technology later. Otherwise, he will waste a lot of time in searching for resources. As he was thinking, a strange wave appeared in Su Yang's mind. It was like Morse code or some kind of encrypted signal with regular patterns. Su Yang opened his backpack and quickly found the source of the anomaly. It was the biological information fragment dropped by the brainworm. Taking it out from the backpack, the fragment released a blue light in Su Yang's hand, and it kept fluctuating with the signal fluctuations. This was receiving the swarm signal. Chapter 10, Discovery of Carbon Mine, First Battle. Su Yang looked at the biological fragments surging in his hand, and his brain quickly searched the information sent by the military. Like many insect races, the Tyranids have a highly differentiated social structure. Each Tyranid swarm is led by a Tyranid queen. Queens usually stay in their nests and don't move easily. They have lost all offensive capabilities, and their only functions are reproduction and signaling. The mother worm will continuously produce various daughter worms, and then differentiate into daughter worms with different functions according to the corresponding needs. For example, the stinging worms we have encountered are killers responsible for plundering. They have no brain, and all their actions are directed by the mother worm or the brainworm. The brainworms lost their offensiveness and were responsible for commanding and transmitting signals. The biological signal fragment in Su Yang's hand should be the organ that the brainworm used to receive and send signals. The surge of organs meant that they were receiving signals. Apparently, they had entered the coverage area of the mother insect's signal. Su Yang's eyes lit up, and his thoughts flashed rapidly. Theoretically, as long as he followed the signal fluctuations, he could find the insect nest near the base. He took the fragment and walked around quickly. By observing the fluctuations of the fragments and the intensity of their light, he quickly determined a direction. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the direction of the mother nest of the insects. The Tyranids have a sense of territory, and there can only be one group in an area. As long as their nests are removed, the danger around the base can be eliminated for a long time, which will greatly help the stable development of the base in the future. In addition to being beneficial to the development of the base, Su Yang was also worried that the insect swarms at night would affect the search mission. During the search, the armored warriors were all scattered, and scattered troops would be very dangerous when facing the insect swarms, and they could easily be defeated one by one. Only after eradicating the insect nest could Su Yang dare to let the warriors continue to search for carbon mines. It is necessary to gather troops and take the initiative to attack. Su Yang's thoughts flashed, and he gave orders to the entire army. After the order was issued, the scattered armored warriors quickly gathered at the location where Su Yang was. While waiting for the team to gather, Su Yang sent 2 armored warriors to the direction where the signal came from as a reconnaissance force. About 10 minutes later, the soldiers returned. In addition to bringing back the location of the insect nest, they also brought back an unexpected surprise: a carbon mine. The insect nest they found was located under a carbon mine. Su Yang was overjoyed when he heard the news. His eyes lit up. After searching everywhere, he looked back and saw her smiling in the bushes. After several hours of searching, when the first batch of soldiers were about to run out of energy, carbon resources finally appeared, and they appeared together with the mother nest of insects. As long as the insect nest is removed, the base security crisis and energy reserve crisis can be solved at the same time. The dawn of a breakthrough was just around the corner. Su Yang was alert and carefully analyzed the intelligence brought back by the sharp warriors. There was only one entrance to the hive, and there was a 5-unit Zerg squad outside. The focus of this battle was on the entrance to the hive. Because the number of enemies inside the hive was still unknown, encircling and killing them at the entrance was the best option. If we let them spread out on the ground, we will probably be outnumbered. The first step is to capture the 5 Zerg squads as stealthily as possible, and then quickly surround the entrance to the hive and occupy the advantageous terrain. The strategy has been decided. After waiting for the whole army to gather, Su Yang looked towards the direction of the hive. Let's go. In the dense forest where light and shadow intertwined, the armored warriors adjusted the steam device to the minimum power and marched slowly. Although this would slow down the speed, it would ensure the greatest degree of concealment. As they advanced, the soft humus layer on the ground began to disappear, and it was obvious that some changes had occurred underground. They have entered the mining area. Su Yang ordered the team to stop and sent 2 sharp soldiers to conduct reconnaissance. The reconnaissance results showed that there was still only 1 Zerg team on the ground. Fortunately, the number of Zerg on the ground did not increase. Otherwise, the danger level would increase. The remaining teams were divided into 8-man and 6-man teams. After the battle began, the 6-man team took the lead in dealing with the ground Zerg, while the 8-man team would go straight to the entrance of the Zerg nest. After pushing aside the last few layers of fluorescent vegetation, a large area of exposed carbon ore appeared in front of Su Yang. Energy, a lot of energy. Su Yang's eyes trembled. The ore vein was right in front of him. However, if he wanted this large amount of resources, he still had to overcome the last difficulty. Chi, above the carbon mine, a brain worm commanded 4 stinging worms, which kept buzzing. The entrance of the insect nest a little further away was about 3 meters deep underground. Success or failure depended on this one move. Go! Su Yang shouted in a low voice. Bang! The steam device was fully turned on, exploding into clouds of white mist. 14 armored warriors shot out of the dense forest like arrows from a bow. Hearing the sound, the Zerg quickly became alert. The low-frequency hum of the brainworm turned into a sharp, piercing sound. It was transmitting information and calling for reinforcements, and the 4 stinging worms surrounded it for protection. But it was all in vain. The armored warriors came, and the protection collapsed instantly. In front of the steam-powered bronze sword, the insect shell was as fragile as paper. Kill level 1 Tyranid Thornworm, command value +20. Kill level 1 Tyranid Thornworm, command value +20. The defense collapsed, and the brainworm hiding in the back showed its body. The front row armored warriors who completed the killing mission slightly turned sideways. The main attacker at the back of the team accelerated with steam and stabbed forward with a bronze sword. Chi! In the high-temperature steam, the bronze sword pierced the entire body of the brainworm. The piercing sound stopped instantly. On the other side, 8 armored warriors immediately deployed their formations after arriving at the entrance of the insect nest and surrounded the cave entrance. Su Yang held his breath and concentrated, keeping himself and the armored warriors at a proper distance. While the brainworms over there made sharp, piercing sounds, the cave entrance also fell into commotion. A thin rustling sound continued to come out of the cave entrance. The insect chirping mixed with the sound of movement became louder and louder. The insect swarm is approaching quickly. The armored warriors held their swords in both hands, gathering their strength and waiting. Buzz! Suddenly, 2 insect blades pierced through the darkness of the cave. Before Su Yang could see the whole body of the insect, the armored warrior on standby swung his sword. The first stinging insect was cut in half, and blood plasma spurted out. Chapter 11. Gaze of the Abyss. Immediately after the first stinger, the second and third stingers continued to pour out. The armored warriors at the entrance of the cave took turns to draw their swords, steam billowing, and each sword was deadly. The kill prompt almost flooded Su Yang's panel. Killing a level 1 Tyranid Stinger, command value +20. Killing a level 1 Tyranid Stinger, command value +20. Killing a level 1 Tyranid Stinger, command value +20. The strategy worked. Due to the narrow cave entrance, the Zerg can only attack with 2 at most at a time, so their numerical advantage cannot be fully utilized. After a period of siege, the 6-man team also arrived at the cave entrance. Su Yang began to rotate according to their power reserves, ensuring that each sharp soldier had a certain amount of energy reserves to deal with emergencies. The siege at the cave entrance continued, and the Zerg kept charging like dead soldiers, trying to break through the cave entrance. But no matter how loud they shouted, they could not break through. The kill prompts kept ringing, and the kill count had reached an astonishing 19. If people hadn't said it, they would never have thought that the party being slaughtered was actually the strongest group in the early stage, the Tyranids. The kill count stopped when it reached 22, and the swarm stopped attacking. The sound of corpses sliding down the cave entrance came. Is it over? Su Yang raised his hand to signal the armored warriors to wait in place. They couldn't attack rashly before the situation was determined. Just as he was thinking about sending soldiers to investigate further, 2 half-meter-long insect stingers suddenly shot out from the dark cave entrance. Whoosh! The speed was so fast that ordinary people couldn't react at all. The sharp warrior guarding the front of the cave quickly swung his sword to block one, and the other hit his chest armor directly. The powerful impact pushed him back nearly half a meter, and he lost nearly 43% of his armor value. Long-range attack. Su Yang's eyes flashed, and he immediately ordered the armored sharp warriors to evacuate the cave. Although the cave entrance is of great strategic significance, he didn't want the sharp warriors to be injured. At this stage, there are no copper alloy resources, and it is impossible to repair the armor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of insect stings shot out one after another, covering the entire cave entrance. Fortunately, they evacuated in advance, otherwise another sharp warrior would lose armor. Su Yang's mind flashed quickly, and soon he gave the order to split the sharp soldiers into two teams again. One team was far away from the cave entrance and deployed to fight the insect swarm, while the other team was guarding the back of the cave entrance, targeting the newly appeared insects that could launch long-range attacks. Not long after the evacuation, the sound of rapid movement was heard from the cave entrance again. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Dozens of stinging insects poured out of the cave entrance, forming a swarm of insects. They raised their double swords and made a harsh insect sound, as if expressing anger. Immediately, they received the order and rushed to the sharp soldier team in front of the cave entrance. At the same time, two brainworms followed by 4 new species of Zerg appeared behind them. They were between the size of sting worms and brainworms, with dark brown markings all over their bodies, short double blades, and 2 scorpion-like stingers behind their bodies. This is the unit that launches long-range attacks. The moment he saw them, Su Yang ordered a full-scale attack. This time, we must defeat them in one fell swoop. Bang bang, the sound of more than a dozen steam jets rang out. The frontal armored warriors and the armored warriors ambushing in the back charge at the same time. The Zerg is no match for the armored warriors in the front, and the ranged units in the back are just fish on the chopping board without the distance advantage. Kill level 1 Tyranid Thorns, leadership plus 20, kill level 2 Tyranid Brainworms, leadership plus 100, kill level 2 Tyranid Jet Nematodes, leadership plus 50, kill level 1 Tyranid Thorns, leadership plus 20. As the sound of swords swung continued, the last wave of Zerg's offensive was completely disintegrated. After waiting for a while to make sure there was no movement in the cave, Su Yang followed the royal armored warriors into the insect nest. Before entering, they pulled a few rod-shaped luminous plant lights. In the light, the internal structure of the insect nest appeared in front of Su Yang. The insect nest is not large, about 5 meters deep and the size of a basketball court. Its structure is not complicated. After entering the cave, there is a whole large space. The main purpose should be to avoid the high-temperature environment during the day. On one side of the large space, there is a road connecting to another space. Su Yang led the royal armored warriors into the cave and found that this was the space where the queen lived. It was a dark and huge cave, and the air was filled with a damp and smelly smell. Countless luminous mosses were embedded on the walls, providing a faint light to the cave. The royal armored warriors held up the luminous plants to illuminate the front. A huge 5-meter-high tumor was seen hanging upside down above the cave. The flesh wall was almost transparent, and the inside was filled with a dark solution. Below the tumor is a worm brain covered with tentacles. Tyranid queens, the creators of the swarm. They do not have the ability to attack, but are reproductive machines that can only reproduce. Sensing someone approaching, the tentacles on the queen's brain trembled wildly. Looking for help? Unfortunately, nothing can respond to you. Su Yang looked at the queen coldly and waved his hand to give an order. 4 armored warriors stepped forward and slowly passed the bronze sword into the brain. As the tip of the sword penetrated deeper, the queen screamed, and the tumor on her back kept surging. After a while, the screams gradually subsided. The kill prompt on the panel sounded. Killed a level 3 Tyranid queen, command value plus 200. At this point, the hive-clearing battle was declared over. Under Su Yang's command, the armored warriors only paid the price of partial armor damage. Killed 36 stinging worms, 3 brainworms, 4 jet nematodes, and 1 queen. Although there were unexpected situations in the battle, Su Yang quickly found a way to deal with them. However, the most important reason for achieving a kill without injury was the extremely powerful combat power of the armored warriors. Their high mobility and combat power give them a great advantage in one-on-many situations. The only drawback is the problem of excessive energy consumption. After a day of searching and 2 battles, the original 7 armored warriors were almost exhausted. The energy reserves fell below single digits, and they could only maintain basic movement modes. It can be seen that the weakness of the armored warriors is the protracted war. If the number of Zerg was larger, the outcome would probably be reversed. Of course, the energy shortage problem has been alleviated with the acquisition of carbon resources. The top problem has been solved, and the next step is to develop the base with all our strength. After closing the panel, Su Yang found a dark yellow drop from the queen's body. He reached out to touch it and put it into his backpack. Get the common E-level drop. The heart of the hive can be used to speed up the research and development of science and technology. Unlocked achievements: Pest Control Expert, command value plus 500, trigger event, Gaze of the Abyss. You have been targeted by the Tyranids, and the frequency of Zerg attacks on your territory has increased. Chapter 12. Solving the Energy Crisis and Heading to the New Base. Speed up the pace of scientific and technological research and development. This is always a good thing. Scientific and technological research and development are closely related to territory development and military strengthening. A higher level of technology often means better development and stronger combat capability. Therefore, scientific and technological research and development is very important in every stage of territory development. In addition to command value, research and development also requires a certain amount of time. Speeding up research and development means shortening time, which means increasing the rate of territory development. Su Yang took the heart of the swarm and turned to look at the event that was triggered. Unlike the last triggering event, this one is clearly a negative event. Gaze from the abyss. Zerg will increase the frequency of their attacks on their territories. But it's not necessarily a bad thing. If the defense is not in place, the territory will suffer a devastating blow. But if the defense is in place, then no matter how frequent the Zerg attacks are, they will just be giving away the command value. From now on, the base's defense facilities must be put on the agenda. In addition to the heart of the swarm, the most abundant drops from this battle are the domination points. The swarm drops a total of 1,420 points of leadership, and achieving the pest control expert achievement rewards 500 points. A total of 1920 points, nearly 2,000 points of command value. With this amount of command value, you can speed up the development of the base. A normal start would only be 1,000 points of command value, but Su Yang has already obtained more than 4,000 points of command value. We must seize this opportunity to widen the gap with other lords. After checking the results of the battle, Su Yang returned to the ground. There lies the most important gain of this battle, carbon mines. Looking at the pitch-black exposed carbon mines on the ground, Su Yang did not show any resentment at all. Instead, his eyes lit up as if he had seen a treasure. In his previous life, he might not even look at these things, but now they are life-saving resources. Su Yang walked on the ore vein, stepping on it from time to feel the compactness of the carbon layer. Now he only has 2 mining machines, so the site selection must be perfect. After a period of exploration, Su Yang locked onto an area far away from the insect nest. He then took out the blueprint and placed the first mining machine. Mining facilities were detected and the Daqin heavy industry feature was triggered. Mining machine, steam-powered mining machine. The heavy industry characteristics were triggered again, and Su Yang was shocked. What effect will this steam-powered mining machine have? The sound of mechanical gears colliding was heard, and the garage-sized power mining machine was completed. Like other upgraded buildings in the territory, the power miner is constructed with a bronze frame and powered by steam. Bang! Driven by steam, the robotic arms smashed into the vein and started working. Successfully built a steam-powered mining machine. Basic output value of mining machine: 30 units of coal resources / day. Environmental bonus: the surrounding carbon resources are rich, and the output increases by 5 units per day. Civilization characteristic bonus: Daqin technology makes the mining machine run efficiently. Increase the output by 15 units per day. Output value after mining machine bonus: 50 units of coal resources / day. Su Yang looked at the mining machine panel with great joy. As expected of the Qin dynasty, the technology alone increased the output value by 15 units, which is equivalent to half of the basic output value. Moreover, the mining machine also benefits from the environmental bonus, bringing the total daily output value to 50 units. The most important thing is that the power mining machine is a fully automatic mining machine and does not require workers to operate. Almost all other early civilization mines require units to operate. The effect of the power mining machine will save Su Yang a lot of labor in the early stage. Refilling the fuel of the Royal Armor Warrior requires 1 unit of fuel resources and 1 unit of concentrated water. A high-pressure water pump has been built, producing 100 units of water per day. 2 units of water can be compressed into 1 unit of concentrated water in a liquid compressor. The converted concentrated water is also 50 units per day. If the armored warrior keeps moving, the energy can last for 6 hours. Combat and high-speed movement will exacerbate this process. Currently, Su Yang's team has 17 armored warriors. 50 units of reserves can support the entire army to replenish 3 rounds of energy. If the Zerg launch a full-day siege, at least there is no need to worry about energy. Of course, if there are no special circumstances and the soldiers operate in a normal state, the energy reserves are more than enough. Looking at the mining machine running rumblingly, Su Yang was satisfied. Next, he placed a second steam-powered mining machine on exposed ground not far from the carbon mine. This mining machine is mainly suitable for mining stone resources, which are an important resource for building city walls and various defense facilities in the early stage. After various bonuses, the production capacity of the stone mining machine is 100 units of stone resources / day. According to the information Su Yang knows, the speed of stone excavation is definitely not slow, and it can even be comparable to some modern civilizations. The biggest contributor to this was the civilizational characteristics of the Qin dynasty. The bonus of excellent craftsmanship allows all facilities to have efficiency beyond normal levels. Suyang also established solid resource warehouses around the carbon mines and stone mines. Thus, a mine with production facilities and storage facilities was built. The most troublesome energy problem in the early stage was perfectly solved. The next step is to get the base development on the right track. For a base, the most important things must be production capacity and technological level. However, considering Su Yang's current situation, base defense must be put first. First of all, he broke the novice protection in advance and could not develop carefree for a week like other lords. In addition, he is marked, and the Zerg attack may come faster and harder than expected. Therefore, before truly starting development, he must first make a series of defense plans for the base. When it comes to defense, the distance between the main base and the mine is the first problem. The distance between the two takes about 10 minutes for the Royal Armor warriors and can be shortened to 4 minutes at full speed. This time is not long, but if we are attacked, we will definitely not be able to arrive in time. Moreover, it will consume a lot of energy if you defend in two places in the early stage. So Su Yang's choice was to move. Facilities such as the main base and the Royal Armor Camp can be put back into the backpack and released again. He planned to move the Lord's Mansion and a series of previously built buildings to the mining area and replan them. The location of the base is very important. Many lords will relocate after the novice protection period is over to choose a territory that is more suitable for their civilization. Because Su Yang had broken through the novice protection in advance, he was able to select a territory site in advance. This would undoubtedly put him one step ahead of other lords. Once the relocation is completed, the next step is to build defense facilities for the new base. Currently, the only defensive facilities Su Yang can build are city walls and watchtowers. The city wall is made of stone. Each section is 3 meters high and 1 meter long. It costs 1 unit of stone resource to build. The watchtower is a building that provides a reconnaissance range for the defenders. It requires 5 units of stone resources to build. According to the current stone production capacity, a 100-meter city wall can be built in 1 day, forming a 25 by 25 square area. After estimating the total floor space of the current buildings, Su Yang decided to enclose a square area of 50 by 50 meters. 4 watchtowers were built at the 4 corners of the city wall for reconnaissance and defense. In this way, the stone resources from the mine's operation for a little more than 2 days would be enough to complete the city wall. After waiting for a while at the mine, Su Yang left behind 4 elite soldiers and led the other soldiers back to the mansion to carry out the relocation work. The next morning, the sunlight dispelled the fluorescence in the dense forest. Su Yang completed the relocation to the new base. Chapter 13. Mozi Qinji Tower New Base Established. When planning the new base, Su Yang divided it into 2 areas, the Lord area and the production area. A Lord's Mansion was built in the Lord's District, and the Royal Armory and military camps were placed around it as usual, with a large open space left for subsequent development. It was planned to use additional walls to separate the Lord's area from the production area. This can effectively isolate the noise from the mining machines and the dust generated by mining. The production facilities in the production area include 2 steam-powered mining machines and relocated high-pressure water pumps. There are also solid and liquid resource warehouses and liquid compressors. In short, all the devices placed there are related to production and storage. At this point, the prototype of the preliminary base has been planned. Once the city wall is completed, Daqin's first base will be established. After completing the tedious planning and relocation matters, Su Yang opened the panel and went to the technology column. Lying quietly inside is the core building for scientific and technological production, the research station. Lords of each country will have a technology building, which is the only building that can be upgraded to unlock technology. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. The level of science and technology largely determines the strength of a civilization. The faster you climb the technology tree, the more advantages you will have over others. This is also why Su Yang decided to establish a technological core immediately after planning the base. The establishment of a scientific research center was detected, and Daqin Heavy Industry was triggered. Research Station, Mozi 1000 Machine Tower. The heavy industry feature before construction is triggered again, upgrading the research station to Mozi 1000 Machine Tower. Su Yang quickly opened the scientific research panel to check the details. Technology Building, Mozi 1000 Machine Tower. Construction cost, none. Maintenance consumption, 5 units of fuel resources/day, 5 units of concentrated water resources/day. Mozi 1000 Machines Tower. This name really fits the cultural characteristics of the Qin dynasty. Mozi was a famous thinker, scientist, and military strategist in the Preqin period. The founder of the Mahis school created a complete set of scientific theories with universal love as the core. He has outstanding achievements in geometry, physics, and optics. It is absolutely appropriate to name the technology core after the Mahist mystic technique. Su Yang took out the blueprint and built Mozi 1000 Machine Tower in the vacant land previously planned in the Lord's area. The blueprint was put down, and sections of metal rods and metal gears were connected to each other, gradually forming the first technological building in the territory. This is a tower-shaped building about 5 meters high. The base of the tower is broad and thick, and there is a metal device similar to a globe on the top of the tower that rotates continuously. The tower, made of paulownia wood, has a bluish-gray luster. Like the Royal Armor Warrior, the 1000 Machine Tower is also powered by steam, which requires a large amount of fuel resources. Therefore, Su Yang was not in a hurry to build it in the early stage. Without fuel, the 1000 Machine Tower would not be able to function. Now the carbon mine resource has been unlocked and is a high-yield resource of 50 units per day. It is more than enough to supply the 1000 Machine Tower with 5 units of resources per day. After the construction was completed, Su Yang opened the panel of the 1000 Machine Tower. Except for the basic buildings and technologies provided free of charge in the early stage, all future technologies and buildings will need to be unlocked in the 1000 Machine Tower before they can be obtained and used. The center of the panel, which is also the main axis of the technology tree, is the main base level. All building levels are limited by the main base level. Currently, the level of his main base, the Lord's Mansion, is 1, and everything that can be built has been completed. If you want to upgrade existing buildings or unlock new buildings, you must first upgrade the level of the main base. 5 subaxes extend from the central axis. They are resources, defense, arms, technology, and heroes. The first 4 options correspond to relevant buildings or facilities. Resources correspond to all resource production facilities such as mining machine warehouses. Defense corresponds to base defense facilities such as city walls and watchtowers. As the name suggests, arms are about the construction and upgrading of arms buildings and soldiers. Technology corresponds to a series of scientific and technological aspects, such as radar detection technology, electricity, etc. The last hero branch is currently grayed out and can only be unlocked after the main base reaches level 3. After unlocking the hero option, you can summon famous hero units of your civilization. They will play a big role in the later stages of the game, and Su Yang is very much looking forward to it. Chinese civilization is full of talented people. With the assistance of these talented people, the road to hegemony will definitely be smoother. Currently, there are very few upgrades that can be performed on the level 1 main base. The technology tree is gray, with only the arms and technology showing some highlights. Click on the military type, and you will find that the level 1 armored battalion can be used to upgrade the soldiers. However, a prerequisite technology needs to be unlocked, a high-efficiency converter. Technology, high-efficiency converter. It can improve the energy conversion efficiency of steam devices and reduce energy losses. Command value, 500 points. Time, 5h. Arms are the only source of combat power in the early stages, so upgrading them is very necessary. Su Yang directly invested 500 points of command value to start researching high-efficiency converters. However, in addition to the 500 points of command value, the research will take another 5 hours. Time is precious in the early stages, and Su Yang has neither the mood nor the time to wait. With a flash of thought, he directly used the heart of the insect nest he had obtained before. Use the item Heart of the Hive to shorten the time required for research and development by 5 hours. Once the props are used, the research on the high-efficiency converter is completed. He opened the arms panel again and was able to upgrade the soldiers. Arms, Great Qin Imperial Armored Warriors. Level 1, Level 2. Effect, increase steam conversion efficiency by 50, increase armor mobility by 50. Command value, 300 points. Improving steam conversion efficiency by 50 means reducing energy consumption by 50. This means that the battery life of the Ruishi in motion can be increased from 6 hours to 9 hours. The armor's mobility improves the warrior's athletic ability and combatability. Although the improvement is huge, it also consumes a lot of command value. Therefore, the objects for promotion must be selected from the best. Su Yang chose the 2 armored warriors he summoned first. Because of their contributions in protecting their master, Su Yang gave them names respectively, Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang. With a flash of thought, the 2 armored warriors were upgraded respectively. After the upgrade was completed, Su Yang turned his attention back to the main axis. If the territory wants to go further, It is necessary to upgrade the Lord's Mansion. Main base, Lord's Mansion. Level 1, Level 2. Unlock the second-level resource device, second-level defense facilities, second-level armored camp, and more technology branches. Required for upgrade. Command value, 1,000 points. Time, 1D. All Level 1 base options are complete, and only by upgrading the base can you move on to the next stage of development. Su Yang chose to upgrade without hesitation, consuming another 1,000 points of command value. The upgrade of the base and arms consumed a total of 2,100 points of command, leaving 320 points. You should know that the Lord's initial command value is only 1,000 points. Normally, the base upgrade will be completed after 1 week of the novice protection period. The next day, Su Yang completed the Level 1 technology tree and started upgrading the base. This is something that other lords would never dare to imagine. Not long after the base was upgraded, an electronic sound rang out. The Lord's Hall has been opened. During the specified time, lords can communicate with each other in the hall. Chapter 14, The Terrifying Heart of the Hive. The Lord's Hall was opened on the second day of the trial, which was also the tradition of the Forbidden Land. The Lord's Hall is basically equivalent to a public chat room. Lords can freely exchange information in the hall. Su Yang quickly entered the Lord's Hall to see if he could get some information. The panel of the Lord's Hall is very simple, with a large chat box on the top and a message sending bar below. It is worth mentioning that you can choose to be anonymous or use your real name when sending information. If you feel that posting certain messages will expose your information, you can post them anonymously. There are no restrictions on this in the Forbidden Area. The chat box shows 68 people online in real time above, but no one has sent a message since entering. Su Yang nodded slightly. It seemed that everyone was the same and had already understood the truth that talking too much would lead to mistakes. During the first 2 rounds of the Forbidden Trials, people would often talk loudly in the Lord's Hall. If you are targeted by someone with ulterior motives, it is easy to become a target. The Lord's Hall is by no means a harmonious chat room as it seems on the surface. Everyone here is a hunter. When exchanging resources, be careful not to reveal information about yourself and your territory. Unless you give up this round of the game. Lord Zapanya, I declare that I will give up this trial, give up all resources, and withdraw from all struggles. I hope that some country can provide me with humanitarian assistance. The first news is to withdraw from the competition with real name? Su Yang looked at the news about Lord Zapanya and couldn't help but guess why he gave up. Generally, no one would give up the forbidden trial, let alone obtaining resources. Even if you quit the competition, there is no guarantee that someone will take you in until the end of the forbidden area. Keeping a lord from another country is always a hidden danger. Lord Zapanya, as long as you take me out of the area safely, I can give you all the command points. Anonymous, what area are you in? Someone was moved. The Spanish lord paused for a moment and typed out the message. Theater Lord, Heart of the Hive. Heart of the Hive? Su Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy was born in the same area as him. Lord of the United States. What a hell of a place. No wonder you want to quit. Anonymous. Is 1,000 points of command worth the risk of going to the Heart of the Hive? As soon as the location of the heart of the Zapanya insect nest was reported, the lords lost interest in it. Only Su Yang was slightly surprised. He recalled the lord panel he had seen before. The period chosen by the Opera Spain is the Renaissance, which should be the era of muskets. Why would a civilization equipped with thermal weapons be so afraid of the Zerg? Lord of England, may I ask what your initial type of troops were? Opera Lord, Line Infantry, weapon is flintlock rifle. Each soldier has 25 points of leadership. Lord of England, forget other considerations for now, and use all your leadership points to summon soldiers. As long as the wall is built within the protection period, 40 soldiers should be able to survive the first wave of insects. Remember to bring the insect swarm within 50 meters before shooting, and be sure to cut down all the vegetation outside the city wall to prevent it from blocking the bullets. Opera Lord, are you serious? Our country really cannot fail again. Lord of England, in the name of the Queen, every word I say is true. But the most difficult part is not defending against the first wave of insects, but escaping from the dense forest of insect nests. It is recommended that you decide the direction of escape during the protection period and start relocating the base immediately after blocking the insect tide. In the history of the Forbidden Area, no one has ever truly walked out of the dense insect nest forest. I sincerely hope that you are the first. Lord Zapanya, your behavior is commendable, thank you. After watching the conversation between the two, Su Yang turned around and looked at the entrance of the insect nest in the distance. If nothing unexpected happens, the body of the queen insect inside has begun to dissolve. Were the Zerg I encountered just minions? Su Yang was a little confused. Although he knew that the heart of the hive was a graveyard for newcomers, after 2 encounters, he did not feel too much pressure. So much so that he thought that the heart of the hive had become a graveyard for newcomers. It is because the first 2 batches of lords born here were too weak that the Zerg was given a name. A truly powerful country should not be too afraid of the Zerg. However, after the communication between the Spanish and English lords just now, he discovered that even once great civilizations like England and Spain treated the Zerg with awe. Even if you can defend it, you must choose to escape from the heart of the hive immediately. Why is there such a big difference between my understanding and theirs? After thinking for a while, Su Yang got the answer. This is probably due to the fact that the Qin dynasty's primary troops were too strong. In the first encounter, they easily defeated 5 Zerg squads with 2 of them. In the second battle, they even destroyed the other party's lair. If it weren't for the terrifying combat power of the armored warriors. If it were any other type of soldier, they would have died countless times if they had implemented such a radical strategy. After thinking back, Su Yang realized how bold his previous decision was. It was not an exaggeration to say that it cost him his life. I hope the people watching the live broadcast won't be scared by me. Su Yang pondered in his heart and decided to be more cautious next time facing the Zerg. We should despise the enemy strategically and take him seriously tactically. In addition to the warning, Su Yang also obtained some information. That is, according to conservative estimates, the combat effectiveness of the Qin warriors should be ranked in the first tier. This is undoubtedly good news for Su Yang. I originally thought that the advantages of the Qin dynasty would only gradually become apparent after the development of science and technology. It is now discovered that the early period of the Qin dynasty was not weak at all, not to mention its subsequent development. After the opera, the lords in the hall talked about some irrelevant topics. The lords of the United States and other countries listed as the first tier by Su Yang rarely spoke. Only the English lords responded to every request and answered all the questions of other lords in detail. Su Yang looked through the lord's information and found that the English lord was actually a legitimate royal princess of England. Elizabeth VI, only 16 years old. No wonder, Su Yang immediately understood what she did after seeing her identity and age. Being born into a royal family means she has received a good education and has a wealth of knowledge, so she can give good advice. At the same time, 16 years old is not mature enough and has overly beautiful fantasies about human nature and the world. The Forbidden Land will teach her a lesson soon. Just when Su Yang felt that there was no valuable information and was about to leave the Lord's Hall, a message was directed directly to him. Anonymous, didn't the Dragon Kingdom Lord get the first kill achievement? Why didn't the boss say a word? Anonymous, I want to know where the Dragon Kingdom was born. Isn't it a bit too bold to break the novice protection on the first day? Anonymous, Brother Su Yang must be a very charming man. Would it be convenient for us to have a private chat and have a deeper discussion? Chapter 15. The strong are not afraid of being targeted. The topic of discussion in the Lord's Hall shifted to Su Yang. Su Yang did not respond to this. He would not make any speech unless it was necessary. Anonymous, his birthplace should be quite safe, as cold weapon soldiers dare to break through the novice protection. Anonymous, of course, are they going to kill the stone men and Zerg with a group of knives? Anonymous, that guy is lucky, but I don't know how long his luck will last. Looking at the speculation and contempt of the lords in the hall, Su Yang expressed his satisfaction. The more these people look down on him, the more opportunities and time they will give him to develop. If you are too dazzling at the beginning and are targeted by everyone, it will be very difficult. U.S. Lord. Although breaking the novice protection is dangerous, it can also gain more resources and faster development speed. Since the Dragon Nation has not perished, then with the leadership bonus, their development at this moment is likely to be ahead of everyone else. Lord of Dongying, Su Yangjun is a smart man. Please don't underestimate him. As soon as the words of the lords of the United States and Japan came out, the situation of unanimous ridicule in the hall was reversed. The lords put aside the Dragon Kingdom's previous battle record and analyzed it carefully. Su Yang's eyes flickered as he looked coldly at the speeches of the lords of the United States and Japan. They are not giving praise out of kindness to promote Longhua, but they were afraid that the Dragon Kingdom would threaten their ruling position. Su Yang achieved the first kill and is undoubtedly the leader among all the current lords. In order to nip the problem in the bud, the lords of the United States and Japan changed the direction of the hall with just 2 sentences. Let the lords who originally looked down on the Dragon Kingdom pay attention to the Dragon Kingdom again. If Su Yang shows any outstanding performance in the future, he will easily be regarded as a threat by the lords. These 2 old bitches, Su Yang said secretly in his heart and closed the Lord's Hall. He is definitely no match for these old foxes when it comes to playing tricks in the Lord's Hall. But development is the bottom line. Dignity is only on the edge of the sword, and truth is only within the range of the cannon. As long as you develop at a speed that exceeds your times, you will possess combat power that exceeds your times. So what if all these lords united together? The Six Kingdoms had united to resist Qin many times, but they were still unable to withstand the iron hoof of Qin. A truly strong person is not afraid of being targeted. Qi. Under Su Yang's control, the steam-powered doors of the barracks slowly opened. 20 armored warriors who had refueled stepped out of the barracks. He also used the remaining 300 points of command to summon soldiers. There are now 20 armored warriors in the territory. Among them, Su Yang's personal bodyguards Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang are upgraded level 2 armored warriors. Su Yang decided to send 3 armored warriors to guard the house, and the rest of the armored warriors would go out to search in groups of 3. The resources searched today are food and copper ore. Food is an essential resource for development. Before unlocking farming facilities, hunting is the only way. Copper ore is an essential resource after the Lord's Mansion is upgraded to level 2. Almost all level 2 building upgrades require copper ore. The ideal situation would be to find copper resources before the mansion is upgraded tomorrow. Set off. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Su Yang led Chen Zhang and Zhao Wu out of the territory. In order to deal with all future threats, he must keep moving forward. Somewhere in the dense forest of the insect nest. This damn dense forest, hurry up. The Spanish Lord Tang Ji commanded many soldiers to work in the dense forest. After receiving advice from the English Lord, he regained the courage to fight against the Zerg. His starting soldiers are troop floss infantry worth 25 leadership. You should know that the most powerful American soldier in World War II only had a command value of 40 points. His line infantry can already be ranked among the strongest troops in the early stage. However, although the troops were strong enough, the defensive facilities gave him a headache. According to the advice, he needed to build city walls and cut down the surrounding dense forests. To build the city wall, you need to dig stone or, in the early stage, when there is no automatic mining machine, you have to mine manually. 20 soldiers can mine about 30 units of or every day, and the city wall can be built in about 5 days. On the other side, 20 soldiers were responsible for cutting down the dense forest to expand the shooting range. This task is much more difficult. The vegetation in the dense forest full of insects is not ordinary at all. They have thick stems and contain some kind of sticky liquid inside. When the sword strikes, a large part of the impact will be offset by the liquid. This results in extremely slow logging progress. So he originally sent 5 people to cut down trees, but later increased the number to 20. However, the current speed is still unsatisfactory. Puff. Tangji angrily chopped at a mushroom-like plant. The knife got stuck and sticky liquid splashed out. Come on his big face. Oh God, this is a damn dense forest. Why can others get the first kill on the first day of leaving the territory, but I have to chop these damn mushrooms? God, please give me a birthplace as simple as Dragon Country. Chi. The bronze sword slashed across, cutting the mushroom-shaped plant in half. The fluorescent shell suddenly lost its color, and the mucus inside flowed out. Chen Wu led the way in front, and Zhao Zhang protected behind. Su Yang followed the 2 people forward. Plants in the dense forest have a glue-like liquid inside, making them difficult to cut. Each of Chen Wu's swords needs the assistance of steam power to cut directly. In the past, when encountering such extremely dense areas, Su Yang would choose to take a detour to save energy. But now that the carbon mine has been unlocked and we have backup energy, we can spend energy appropriately to save time. After several hours of exploration, some teams had replenished their prey, and one team even encountered 3 stinging insects. Because the energy supply was almost half full, Su Yang ordered the other teams to go home for supplies. He took Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang with him and continued to go deeper. After they were upgraded, their armor mobility and steam conversion efficiency were improved. This makes their endurance and mobility a level higher than other level 1 armored warriors. At the same time, Chen Wu, Zhao Zhang, and Su Yang all walked the farthest distance. And the energy consumed is much lower than other teams. This made Su Yang feel that although the upgrade cost 300 command points, it was well worth it. Endurance is also an integral part of combat capability, and combat time will definitely become longer and longer in the future. It is impossible for a soldier to run back to refuel in the middle of a battle. Therefore, upgrading is necessary. Once the command value is sufficient, he will slowly improve the troops. His Majesty. While thinking, Chen Wu in front suddenly stopped. He pushed aside the vegetation in front of him and moved sideways to give Su Yang a clear view. All I saw before me was a 2-meter-wide road trampled out by some creature. Chapter 16. Vision, Discovering the Insect Ranch. Looking at the dents, marching like footprints in front of him, Su Yang's eyes became stern. What is this? Zerg? The legs of all the spiny worms and brainworms seen so far are sharp and triangular in shape. It's impossible to leave such footprints. Wild animal. The animals in the insect nest forest are basically scattered. Such a regular route forward is impossible. What is that? Are there other species in the hive? Su Yang signaled to Chun Wu with his eyes, and the three of them returned to the dense forest. After changing direction, the three of them continued along the path through the dense forest. Su Yang felt it necessary to figure out this sudden, unknown thing. The three of them moved forward secretly and walked a long distance. The surrounding vegetation gradually became sparse, and faint roaring sounds could be heard in the distance. Approaching the source of the sound, Su Yang discovered that the sound was very dense, coming one after another. This means that there are a lot of creatures making sounds. Still want to move forward? Su Yang was a little hesitant. If this number of people were hostile forces, Chun Wu and Zhao Zhang, the two armored warriors, would definitely not be able to deal with them alone. While thinking, Su Yang suddenly noticed sharp, triangular footprints appearing under his feet. Zerg footprints. The Zerg's footprints were right next to the path, and the two were moving parallel to each other. At first, the dense vegetation obscured the footprints, which became apparent only after the vegetation was reduced. Why are Zerg footprints located right next to other creatures' footprints? Don't Zerg feed on all living things? Su Yang's thoughts flashed as he quickly analyzed the scene in front of him. His eyes lit up, as if he had found the answer. It's a lot like a sheepdog herding. In the middle are the footprints of the sheep, and on the sides are the footprints of the sheepdogs that guided them. Could it be that the Zerg also graze? Su Yang was shocked by his own thoughts. Is the intelligence of this swarm too high? With doubts, he ordered Chun Wu and Zhao Zhang to move forward. As the roars of the unknown creatures grew louder and louder, they were gradually approaching that unknown area. Finally, they stopped before the vegetation disappeared. Pushing aside the last layer of vegetation, the end of the path appeared before them. There was a huge pit there, and all the surrounding vegetation had been cut down. The pit is about 2 meters deep and has a gentle slope down. It was filled with some kind of sheep with 4 eyes and 4 horns. There is a Zerg squad outside. Several stinging insects patrolled around the pit under the sun, while brainworms hid under the rock wall to cool off. There was another hole not far from the pit, which was the same shape as the one last night, but larger. It turned out to be a Zerg ranch. Su Yang's expression was shocked, and he slowly shrank back. The vegetation around here is short, and there is a risk of being discovered if observing for a long time. Su Yang found it a little unbelievable that the Zerg's intelligence level was beyond imagination. While he was still commanding soldiers to hunt, the Zerg had already learned to raise animals in captivity to pursue sustainable development. No wonder I didn't encounter any wild animals along the way. It turns out that all the animals in this area were killed by insects. While I was shocked, an idea came to my mind. This ranch must be taken down. After hunting for most of the day today, the soldiers didn't actually gain much. 6 teams were sent out, including his, and only 2 encountered wild animals. The harvest of these 2 teams was barely enough for all the soldiers' food for one day. The gains from hunting are uncertain, and as hunting increases, the number of wild animals around the base will surely decrease. If this continues, there will definitely be a food crisis in the future. The Royal Armor Warrior can survive without eating for a day or 2, but if they go without food for a long time, their physical abilities will decline. If they eat well and are in better spirits, their bodies will also have more energy. Food will ultimately affect the combat effectiveness of soldiers. In the early stages without farming skills, a stable source of food is necessary. The insect swarm's pasture gave Su Yang an idea to solve the problem. Keep animals in captivity instead of killing them outright. In this way, you can obtain various animal resources while also storing food. But it is definitely too late to capture the animals now, tame them, and wait for them to reproduce. Those who plant trees will enjoy the shade. As long as you capture this insect nest and bring all the animals back to the base, you can have your own ranch. Your sheep are very fat, but they will soon be mine. That was a great help. Su Yang sincerely thanked these kind neighbors in his heart. But it is definitely impossible to take down the insect nest now. He only brought 2 elite soldiers, Chun Wu and Zhao Zhang. There is a whole swarm of insects in the cave entrance, so we can't act rashly. Just when he was about to call for help, Su Yang suddenly realized an important problem. This place is too far from the base. After Chun Wu and Zhao Zhang's upgrade, they now have 40 of their energy reserves left. If other soldiers walked here, they would probably have less than 20 of their energy left. This energy is not enough to capture a hive. In order to take over this Zerg ranch, he would need at least a 10-man level 2 armored warrior team. Upgrade 8 armored warriors to 2,400 command points. It seems that I need to accumulate some more first. Although he was a little itchy, Su Yang knew that now was not the time to take action. The ranch is here and won't run away. We'll come back and take it over in 2 days. Su Yang made a gesture to Chun Wu and Zhao Zhang and prepared to go home. It is very dangerous for the 3 people to go deep into the enemy camp, and they must evacuate as soon as possible. Swish, swish. Before the few people took 2 steps, an eye suddenly popped out from the vegetation on the left. After seeing the 3 people, the eye slowly rose higher, and more eyes appeared. The densely packed eyes are connected by sticky tentacles. A brainworm taking a rest in the vegetation. They didn't even notice it when they came. The corners of Su Yang's mouth twitched and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Hello. Hiss. All the tentacles of the brain worm straightened in an instant. Shaking like crazy, a sharp explosion sounded. Run! Su Yang yelled. Chun Wu's bronze sword was unsheathed, and steam billowed. One sword pierces the brain worm. Then he turned and moved forward, cutting through layers of vegetation to make a path. Zhao Zhang grabbed Su Yang from behind, turned on the steam power, and charged forward. The 3 of them fled through the dense forest as quickly as possible. Behind them, the swarm of insects that received the signal were equally crazy. The brainworm's tentacles vibrated wildly, emitting waves of sound like a charge. One by one, brown-striped stinging insects rushed out of the cave and quickly chased after the uninvited guests. The frightened flock of sheep buzzed and kept crowding into the corner. Mud, sand, and fallen leaves splashed, and the vegetation danced along with the chase. The silent forest came alive. Chapter 17, Main Base Upgrade, Rich Harvest. Chi. A stinging insect rushed out of the dense forest. Zhao Zhang turned around and swung his sword. Taking advantage of the momentum of its charge, he pierced it with one sword. After passing a river, the number of stinging insects chasing behind was significantly reduced. Due to evolutionary needs, many of the senses of stinging insects have become extremely degraded. They mainly rely on pheromones transmitted by brain worms to track their prey. Rivers can effectively block this pheromone. After killing the last stinging insect that was chasing them, the team finally stopped to rest. Su Yang didn't care about the mucus of the crystalline plant and leaned on it, breathing heavily. The intense exercise caused his brain to be deprived of oxygen, and it felt like a piece of rusty iron was stuffed in his mouth. Although he had the assistance of Zhao Zhang, this long-distance raid still cost him half his life. He was just an ordinary college student, and was no match for the desperate Zerg and the Qin warriors. Chun Wu and Zhao Zhang held their swords in front to defend against any stinging insects that had not been dealt with. From time to time, they cast worried glances at Su Yang behind them. I was afraid that he might not be able to catch his breath. Damn, I have to get a set of armor later. Although he was on the verge of collapse, Su Yang's mind was still active. As a lord, he shouldn't be so radical. However, there is no reconnaissance unit yet. The fastest way to get a detailed understanding of the surrounding conditions is to go out and explore with the troops. Because of his desire to save time and his trust in the warriors' fighting power, he made a risky choice. But the adventure was not without rewards. If I hadn't come here myself, I might not have discovered this insect ranch. After a chase, Chun Wu and Zhao Zhang killed quite a few bugs, which replenished some of their command value. But one thing is that the level of this group of Zerg is obviously a level higher than the one at the doorstep. Su Yang opened the panel while panting and looked at the kill prompts. Kill level 4 Tyrannid Brainworm, command value plus 150. Kill level 2 Tyrannid Stinger, leadership value plus 30. Kill level 2 Tyrannid Stinger, leadership value plus 30. The improvement of levels 1 and 2 is not obvious in combat capability. But for a hive, a higher level also means a greater number. Upgrading takes time, and the longer the time, the more offspring the queen can produce. Therefore, Su Yang estimated that the number and level of insect nests in this ranch would be higher than the previous ones. If we want to take this place without risk, the previously estimated 10 level 2 armored warriors may not be enough. Leadership is a big problem. This thing is something that will always be too little no matter how you use it. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Su Yang felt the existence of his limbs again. The 3 of them set out again and returned to the main base a few hours later. There are only 3 armored warriors responsible for defense in the main base. After resupplying, the other warriors have started their second round of exploration today. After nearly a day of mining, the stone resources in the territory have reached 93 units. The construction of the city wall needs to be completed in one go, so Su Yang decided to wait until there are 200 units before starting to process it. The Lord's mansion is being upgraded, and it will take time to build the city walls. The swarm ranch cannot be handled in a short period of time. Now all he could do was wait. Su Yang decided to sleep while waiting. He was really too tired. He only took a 2-hour nap yesterday, and today he experienced a life-and-death chase. The fatigue came over me like a tide. After letting Chun Wu and Zhao Zhang replenish their energy so they could continue their exploration, Su Yang entered the Lord's mansion and fell asleep. Welcome to the official live broadcast room of the Forbidden Land Trial Dragon Country. In the live broadcast room, the host Xiao Xue read the opening remarks with full energy. I guess everyone is like Xiao Xue, wondering how Su Yang won the first kill reward yesterday. I want to know the true combat power of the Qin Dynasty's initial troops and the current development of the base. Don't worry, everyone. All these questions will be answered as the live broadcast begins today. Dragon Country netizens are also very excited. After Su Yang took the first kill reward ahead of all the lords, they regained their confidence. With the first kill command value reward, our territory will definitely develop faster than other territories. Maybe we can really soar to the sky this time and take first place in the trial. No matter what, I want to see the Qin soldiers fight. Those armors are so cool. The screen flashes, and the live broadcast is about to begin. Everyone's expectations were at their highest point, hoping that Su Yang could surprise them again. Live broadcast starts. Welcome our great hero, Su Yang. The scene flashed, and the camera showed Su Yang lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. Xiao Xue's face twitched. Is this meditation? Several experts rushed to the screen and carefully analyzed Su Yang's condition. After a period of analysis, they all looked shocked. Live broadcasts of restricted areas are usually conducted during the day. The safest time in the forbidden area is also during the day. Lords usually make good use of the daytime to carry out construction and development. This was the first time they saw someone sleeping in broad daylight in the forbidden area. Incredible. According to our analysis, Su Yang seems to have entered a deep, deep sleep. The experts here made a careful analysis before they dared to draw a conclusion, but the live broadcast room was already in an uproar. What are you still analyzing? I can hear him snoring. Why is he sleeping in broad daylight? He's on vacation. Hurry up and wake him up. Central Military Headquarters. All high-ranking military officers, experts and scholars in various fields, and senior engineers and analysts of Longhua are on high alert. After Su Yang won the first kill reward, the Dragon Kingdom officials had new expectations for the combat effectiveness of the Qin Dynasty's initial troops. Today, we have called together all the experts we can to analyze Daqin's opening move. They hope to analyze the characteristics of Daqin's civilization as much as possible, and perhaps be able to help Su Yang at a critical moment. The screen began to flicker, and everyone held their breath. The screen changes. Call. All the high-level officials of Dragon Kingdom were grim in expression. The scene fell into dead silence, with only the sound of snoring echoing. Su Yang slept until the evening and woke up. It was a very sweet sleep. All the armored warriors in the main base have returned. The current reserves of carbon resources cannot support their further exploration. It seems that the current output of mining machines still needs to be strengthened. Su Yang inspected the territory. If you want to increase the number of exploration batches or the number of troops, you must first increase the output of mining machines. Only one mining machine can be placed in one mineral vein. Before new mineral veins are discovered, improving the efficiency of mining machines is the only way to increase production. The main base will be upgraded tomorrow. Let's see if there is any solution. Walking to the front of the military camp, the soldiers were processing the prey they had harvested today. Chun Wu had already sorted out today's gains in advance and walked forward to report to Su Yang. Listening to the report, Su Yang's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that today's harvest was so great. Chapter 18 Night Raid, Crazy Swarm of Insects. After a day of exploring, I gained a lot. First of all, there are food resources. The meat obtained from 2 rounds of exploration is enough for 3 meals. If you eat enough, it can last for 2 days. If you eat sparingly, it can last for 3 days. Although the Zerg Ranch cannot be conquered in a short period of time, the food can still sustain it for a while. Excluding food, the gain is leadership value. There were 5 encounters with the Zerg in one day. Including the battle involving Su Yang, he won all the battles without any injuries. This is also the reason why Su Yang organized a 3-person team. A typical Zerg squad consists of 5 to 6 Zergs. When 2 armored warriors confront each other, they may be hurt, causing armor damage. The 3 armored warriors were just able to resolve the battle without getting hurt. Although sending a team of 4 armored warriors can increase the ability to resist risks, it will also reduce the number of teams and shorten the exploration range. Therefore, Su Yang decided to form a 3-person team after careful consideration, and it is the most efficient team grouping. After today's observation, this grouping effect is indeed good. After several waves of battles with the Zerg, Su Yang gained a total of 1,120 points of command. Adding the remaining 20 points, there are now a total of 1,150 points of command value. As expected, without achievement rewards and large-scale battles, relying on encounters to gain command value is still a drop in the bucket. Although the command value gained was not much, Su Yang analyzed the intelligence of the insect nest after these battles. Zerg squads do not appear out of thin air, they are all produced by the hive. The presence of a Zerg squad means there is a Zerg nest nearby. Based on the number of encounters among the warriors, Su Yang estimated that there were 2 more insect nests around the base. Based on the location of the encounter, he roughly determined the direction of the 2 insect nests. It is not possible to quickly accumulate leadership value through encounters. If you want to create a level 2 warrior unit as quickly as possible, you must destroy the insect nest. With the information, Su Yang decided to lead his troops to attack the insect nest early tomorrow morning. Chen Wu's report is not over yet. In addition to food and command value, there is another gain. A team discovered a cave that was not a Zerg nest, with many murals carved inside. As soon as Su Yang heard it, he knew that they had encountered ruins. There are some strange places in the forbidden area, and ruins are one of these places. There is no clear distribution pattern for these places. They are all encountered by chance. When the Lord enters the ruins in person, the ruins mission will be triggered, and the relics will be obtained by completing the mission. Various things can be found in relics, including weapons, supplies, high-level blueprints, etc. However, Su Yang was not too enthusiastic about this relic for 2 reasons. There are different types of ruins missions, and the difficulty is generally high. And the drop of relics is completely unrelated to the difficulty of the mission. Some lords work very hard to complete a task, but the relic reward is very green. Although the temptation to open boxes is great, the rewards are too unclear. At least before the early base is stabilized, Su Yang does not intend to touch this relic. After listening to Chen Wu's report, Su Yang was still very satisfied with today's gains. Food and leadership resources, 2 special locations, pastures, and ruins. Although it was not much, it was something that the lords who were still in the protected area could not even imagine. The only regret is that no relevant clues about copper resources were obtained. The subsequent series of upgrades will be related to copper mines. Failure to find copper resources will slow down development progress. The current exploration range is still too small, and the energy reserves of the armored warriors limit the maximum distance of their exploration. Moreover, the armored warriors are combat soldiers and are not very suitable for exploring maps. If we can unlock reconnaissance-type soldiers, this problem should be solved to a large extent. Exploration of resources will also be faster. I don't know whether there were reconnaissance troops in the early Qin dynasty. If not, we can only use armored soldiers to conduct reconnaissance. As Su Yang's thoughts gradually drifted away, the smell of barbecue brought him back. The soldiers quickly dealt with the livestock and started making a fire to roast the meat. Looking at the piece of meat on the charcoal fire, Su Yang's eyes flashed. He hadn't eaten for almost 2 days and his stomach had already begun to protest. His Majesty. Su Yang turned around and saw Chen Wu offering a piece of thigh meat from some unknown creature with both hands. The thigh meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sizzling with oil and sprinkled with chopped leaves of some kind of plant, which gave off a fragrant aroma. How could they find fragrant leaves in this strange and dense forest? Su Yang was secretly shocked. It turns out that in the eyes of us, the descendants of Yin and Huang, there is nothing that cannot be eaten. If so, it must be because you are eating it in the wrong way. Su Yang took the thigh, ignored the exaggerated appearance of the animal's 4 eyes, and started to eat it in big mouthfuls. The Zerg are truly thankful that there are wild animals to eat in this dense forest. Otherwise, the combat effectiveness of the Qin warriors against the Zerg would definitely rise to a higher level. Late at night, the fluorescence emitted by the dense forest vegetation illuminates the area around the territory. Su Yang arranged 6 armored warriors to be on duty at night, while the others went into the barracks to recover their strength. The dense forest was eerily quiet at night, with only the sound of the never-stopping steam mining machines hammering at the ground. In the Lord's mansion, Su Yang was drawing a simple map on the table. Because he had taken a nap during the day, he was not too sleepy at the moment. The map shows the approximate locations of various resources around the base, as well as some areas that have not yet been explored. We should go in this direction tomorrow morning. Su-yang carved a route on the table. The second point. Buzz. Suddenly, a harsh voice sounded in his mind. It's the alarm signal from the soldiers. What's happening? Su-yang suddenly jumped up from the chair and rushed out of the mansion. The moment the metal door opened, a sharp scream rushed into his ears. Bugs, countless bugs. The stinging insects shuttled around the base like crazy, besieging the armored warriors on duty. The distant jet nematodes stand in a row and release long-range attacks. The armored warriors engaged in a melee with their swords raised. The siege of the insect swarm. Everyone on alert. Everyone on alert. Su-yang's mind flashed, and he opened all the barracks. The army of armored warriors gradually awakened. Prioritize the protection of the mines. Prioritize the protection of the mines. Su Qin gave orders to all the armored warriors. Slasla. In the chaos, two stinging insects locked onto Su-yang, who was giving orders, and rushed towards the Lord's mansion. Coded. Su-yang scolded and quickly retreated back into the yard. Close, close, close. He pulled the lever with all his strength, and the metal door slowly closed. Click. Unfortunately, a stinging insect rushed right in and blocked the door. Su-yang retreated quickly, away from the door. At this time, the second stinging insect crawled in through the gap. It raised its double blades and screamed at Su-yang, with mucus constantly dripping from its sharp mouthparts. In the moonlight, the insect blade glowed with a cold silver light. Chapter 19, Life and Death. Grass. Looking at the stinging insect holding up its double blades, it could cut off its two heads with one blow. Su-yang's heart was pounding and cold sweat was pouring down his face. The crazy secretion of adrenaline made his brain work at high speed. The experience of 2 lifetimes told him that when facing a vicious beast, he must never turn around and run away. If you can outrun, that's one thing, but if you can't, it will provoke the opponent to launch an attack directly. The best choice at this time is not to escape, but to deter. Let the other party misjudge your strength and dare not attack. Su-yang's face darkened. He bent his knees and concentrated his energy into his dantian. He struck the standard posture used in his previous life to scare dogs. Why? I dare to come and kill you. Hiss. The stinging insect roared, moved instantly, and charged forward. Su-yang kicked and ran. Although he failed to predict the effect of the threat, he was right about the other option. That means you can't escape by turning around and running away. A distance of just a few meters is just a breath for the stinging insect. But for Su-yang, it is a huge gap between life and death. He could already smell the distinctive damp, rotten smell of the stinging insects. It's over? Bang! There was a huge sound of steam gushing out in my ears. After a swish, the screams of the stinging insects stopped abruptly. Su-yang turned around. Chen Wu, wearing bronze armor, jumped down from the courtyard wall. It fell between Su-yang and the body of the stinging insect. He bent down and slowly took out the broad-bladed bronze sword that had penetrated the torso of the stinging insect. He climbed over the wall and shot the stinging insect from a distance. The bronze sword was sheathed with a clang, and Chen Wu turned around and knelt down to salute. I'm sorry for being late in coming to your rescue. Su-yang swallowed and wiped the sweat from his palms. It's okay. It's just a small insect. Why should I worry about it? Chi. Across the yard, Zhao Zhang dealt with the stinging insect stuck in the crack of the door and reopened the metal gate. After calming down a little, Su-yang clapped his hands and shouted at the two of them. Mining machines. Protect the mining machines first. Understood. Chen Wu and Zhao Zhangfeng also rushed out of the mansion and headed straight for the mine. All facilities in this territory can be shut down, except the mining machines. Mineral resources are related to the fuel of the soldiers. Once the mining machines stop working, it means that the soldiers lose their combat effectiveness. In addition, repairing mining machines requires copper resources, which is impossible under the current circumstances. If we cannot protect the mining machines, the development of the territory will fall into great difficulties. Whoosh! Whoosh! The long-range attack of the jet nematode stings is fired like a dense rain. This caused great trouble to the defending armored warriors. In the offensive stance, a level 1 armored warrior can kill 2 stinging insects without taking any damage. If you are surrounded by more stinging insects, you can only choose a defensive posture if you want to avoid getting hurt. And the defensive posture can only resist the siege of 4 stinging insects at most. The 6 armored warriors on duty were being besieged by at least 5 stinging insects, and at most 6. There are countless jet nematodes in the dense forest outside the field, shooting arrows in between attacks. This caused all the armored warriors on duty to suffer varying degrees of armor damage. Some are on the verge of collapse. Chi. Chi. As the steam-powered doors opened one by one. After refueling, the Royal Armor Warriors rushed into the battlefield. As before, they are still divided into teams of 3, with a total of 4 teams. 2 teams quickly supported the 6 teammates on duty, while the other 2 teams went straight to the mine to focus on defense. The team that broke into the battlefield eliminated a small number of Zerg from the periphery, but was immediately surrounded by the Zerg swarm. Faced with the Zerg's massive night attack force, the current combat power within the territory was unable to defeat them head-on. After a brief fight, a delicate balance was reached on the battlefield. Neither side could break through the other's defense, although the addition of new fighters has reduced the pressure on defense. However, the Zerg still has the upper hand in numbers, and there are jet nematodes in the dense forest that can shoot at any time. If Su Yang asked the warriors to enter a combat stance to find a breakthrough, it would definitely cause extensive damage to the armor. Until copper resources are found, the damage to the armor cannot be repaired. It is absolutely unacceptable to exchange injuries for injuries. The sound of metal clashing echoed over the territory. The warriors wielded bronze swords and tried their best to defend against attacks from all directions. The jet nematodes hid in the dense forest, seizing every loophole of the sharp warriors to release their stings. Lacking ranged attacks, the team has no means of counterattacking. How to break the deadlock? Su Yang's eyes flashed. The answer lies in the sword. Hiss! The screams of the spraying nematodes in the dense forest broke the balance of the battle. The steam exploded, and the ejected nematodes fell down along with the crystal plants. Kill level 2 Tyrannid jet nematodes. Command value plus 50. Kill level 2 Tyrannid jet nematodes. Command value plus 50. Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang are here. Look at the kill prompt on the panel. Su Yang knew that his tactics were successful. In the dense forest, Chen Wu and Zhao Gang were running at full speed. Like a vicious wolf, it pounced on the jet nematodes hiding everywhere again and again. Not long after the new batch of soldiers entered the battlefield, Su Yang predicted that the front battlefield would be in a stalemate. The enemy's long-range forces must be eliminated before a breakthrough can be found. So he did not let Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang, the only 2 level 2 fighters, join the front battlefield. Instead, they were asked to take a detour into the dense forest and intercept the enemy's rear line. The dense forest not only provided a hiding place for the jet nematodes, but also became an excellent cover for Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang. Relying on the dense forest, they can ignore the long-range attacks of the line-of-sight insects and get close to them to kill them without any pressure. Swish! The sound of swords breaking through the air and screams rang out in the dense forest. The brainworm let out a sharp cry and ordered some sting worms to return to defend the rear troops. If these stinging insects on the front line withdraw, the delicate balance will be broken. Su Yang took advantage of the chaos in the opponent's formation and issued a comprehensive attack order. In an instant, all power devices roared and exploded. A thick white fog suddenly exploded over the territory. The counterattack begins. With the power of steam, the sharp swords of the armored warriors pierced into the Zerg's torso one by one. The Zerg army was defeated and chopped into pieces and piles. This is the terrifying finishing ability of the Royal Armor Warrior. I have countless opportunities to make mistakes, but you have none. Chapter 20. Transaction in the Lord's Hall. Kill level 1 Tyrannid Stinger, leadership value plus 20. Kill level 2 Tyrannid Brainworm, command value plus 100. Kill level 2 Tyrannid Jet Nematodes, command value plus 50. Kill level 1 Tyrannid Stinger, leadership value plus 20. Work started on both fronts at the same time. A series of kill prompts flashed on Su Yang's panel, and his command value increased wildly. In less than 10 minutes, the Royal Armor Warriors completely turned the originally unfavorable situation around. As the battle entered its final stage, a clear prompt sound rang in Su Yang's mind. Successfully resisted the Zerg attack. Unlocked achievement. Solid as a rock. Command value plus 500. The achievement was unlocked. After the fighting in the territory stopped, Su Yang did not let down his guard. He sent soldiers to search the dense forests surrounding the base thoroughly, and only stepped out of the Lord's mansion after ensuring that there was no possibility of Zerg ambush. Looking at the piles of Zerg debris, Su Yang couldn't help but feel shocked. This is truly an entire army approaching the border, if it were other Lord's initial troops. I'm afraid they will fall completely in the first wave of attacks. With the help of the kill prompt, Su Yang determined the scale of this Zerg attack. The total kill count was 76 Zergs. Among them, there were 57 level 1 stinging worms, 15 level 2 jet nematodes, and 4 level 2 brainworms. The total leadership value gained from killing Zerg is 2,290 points. including the rewards for unlocking the achievement. A total of 2,790 points of command value were obtained this time. The nearly 3,000 points of command value dropped are more than the total command value obtained in previous battles. Although this Zerg raid brought a great crisis, it also resulted in a large amount of leadership value loss. With this batch of command value, the strength of the troops and the development of the territory will undoubtedly be further improved. However, while reaping the rewards, Su Yang also discovered the current loopholes in the territory. The first issue is base defense, and the construction of city walls is essential. Tonight, because there were no city walls, there was no line of defense to stop the Zerg's first wave. The territory fell into crisis at the first moment and was put under siege. If there are city walls, even if the Zerg launch a sneak attack, it can delay the time and allow subsequent support to arrive. The stone reserves in the quarry will be enough to meet the needs of building the city wall by noon tomorrow. At that time, Su Yang would choose to build the city wall as soon as possible to prevent such surprise attacks from happening again. Apart from base defense, another big problem is that the troops currently lack long-range offensive means. Not every battle allows Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang to circumvent the enemy. If long-range attacks cannot be unlocked quickly, unsolvable problems will definitely arise in the future. This depends on what type of soldiers will be unlocked in the second-level barracks after the base is upgraded. Su Yang was not too worried about this, because the Qin army would definitely satisfy him. After checking the harvest, Su Yang went to the mine to check the damage. The mining area was the area that suffered the most damage because it was some distance away from the barracks. Although the mining machines were not completely shut down, their output was affected due to damage. Among them, the efficiency of carbon mining machines was reduced by 40, and the output dropped to 30 units/day. Stone miner efficiency is reduced by 50, and production is reduced to 50 units/day. The maintenance of both requires 4 and 5 units of copper resources respectively. The copper or resources required are not high, but there is no way for Su Yang now. And the demand for copper mines is not limited to this one. The armor of the 6 guards was seriously damaged. Each requires 1 unit of copper resource to repair. If the armor is not repaired, it will most likely be scrapped if attacked again. Copper resources must be obtained in a short period of time. After Su Yang's thoughts turned into a turmoil, he came up with a feasible solution. Trade through the Lord's Hall. In addition to being a place for lords to communicate, the Lord's Hall also has a trading bounty function. After both parties have determined the content of the transaction, they can exchange resources on their own. Because the demand is not huge and time is of the essence, trading is the best option. Domination value is the hard currency in transactions. Su Yang currently has a total of 3,440 command points. He believed that this was enough to buy anything he wanted at this stage. The Lord's Mansion will also be upgraded to level 2 tomorrow. In addition to being used for trading, these command points can also be used to upgrade buildings. So Su Yang did not immediately spend the command value to upgrade the soldiers, but chose to wait until tomorrow to decide how to use it. After the sneak attack, Su Yang was no longer sleepy at all. I had no choice but to spend the long night with the soldiers dealing with the debris in the territory. The Lord's Hall has been opened. During the specified time, lords can communicate with each other in the hall. Early in the morning, Su Yang arrived at the Lord's Hall on time at the opening time. In order not to appear to be in a hurry, he waited until the other lords had chatted for a while before announcing the transaction. Trade. Required items. Copper or resources, trading items, domination value. Transaction initiator, Dragon Kingdom Lord. As soon as the transaction information came out, it immediately attracted the attention of other lords. They were very interested in this mysterious lord who got the first kill achievement, but kept silent. Anonymous. Oh, the Dragon Lord finally showed up. I thought he wasn't in the hall. Anonymous. Isn't it a bit cold to initiate a trade right after a disagreement? Anonymous. Copper mine resources. What's the use of taking this thing? Anonymous. Do you think everyone can use iron? He is still in the Bronze Age. Su Yang ignored all the teasing and waited quietly for those who were interested to come. But obviously these people's focus is not on the transaction itself, but on him as a person. On the one hand, copper resources are rarely mined. Most of the Lord's civilizations are after the Industrial Revolution. High-yield, high-strength steel has long replaced copper alloys. Even if they were looking for minerals, they wouldn't look for copper mines, so no one would trade. On the other hand, compared to the transaction, they wanted to find out more about Su Yang's current development. They want to determine whether Su Yang will threaten their position in the future. Lord of the United States. I feel that Brother Su Yang announced this deal in a hurry. Is it because of the bottleneck of technology? Lord of Japan. Now the lords with copper resources can make a fortune. Su Yangjun is the lord with the highest command value. Lord Tianju, there is a copper mine in my territory. Wouldn't it be possible to make a fortune if I dig it now? Su Yang looked at the chat panel coldly, his eyes full of contempt. It seems that trading in the Lord's Hall is not feasible, and we must find another way out. Just as he was about to close the Lord's Hall, a message lit up on the lobby panel. England Lord, I can trade copper resources with you. Chapter 21. No, are you so rich? Queen Elizabeth VI of England. Su Yang had previously questioned her behavior of responding to every request in the hall, but he did not expect that he would become the one being helped now. English Lord, there are copper mines in my territory, but they are not being mined yet. If you can wait, I will run the mine at full capacity and make the transaction in a few hours according to your needs. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, private chat. Su Yang agreed. His needs were not great, and a few hours should be enough for England to mine the copper. This is much more realistic than sending the team out to try their luck in finding copper mines. When the lords in the hall saw that the two countries had reached a deal, they immediately started to make a fuss. The most precious resource for a lord in the early stages is minerals, and the most lacking thing is time. In a short period of time, a base must be built that is strong enough to defend against the attack wave that will come in 7 days. It is necessary to invest the necessary resources into the mining machines and build defenses against the clock. And now the English lords are willing to invest all the mining machines into useless copper resources. We sacrificed precious development opportunities just to trade with Dragon Country. A territory that is still in the Bronze Age and still needs copper resources is seen by other lords as having no need to establish diplomatic relations. Anonymous, the English lord is so confused. This is just a waste of time. Anonymous, although the command value is not much in the early stage, it is enough to use. The construction of the base cannot be left behind. Anonymous, Lords of England, please think twice. Dragon Country is only in the Bronze Age now. There is really no investment value. Elizabeth had a high reputation because she always responded to requests in the hall. Now many lords who had been helped have come out to advise her to be cautious, believing that it was not worth wasting time on the Dragon Kingdom. Transferring the production resources of the mine will greatly affect the progress of the base. Su Yang ignored everyone. He opened the private chat panel and sent a message to the English lord. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, will the transaction continue? Lord of England, continue. How many units of copper or do you need? Dragon Lord, 100 units. Su Yang inputs 100 units of copper resources. 50 of them are used to repair the armored warriors in various facilities, and the remaining 50 are used to see if some necessary new buildings can be built after the mansion is upgraded. Lord of England, I am now adjusting the position of the mining machine, which will take about half a day. If you are in a hurry, you can trade in 2 batches, once at noon and once in the evening. Dragon Lord, yes, price. Lord of England, 500 command points. If your command points are not enough, I can accept the debt. Still accepting debts? Su Yang raised his eyebrows. This person is really too heartless. As a temporary ally, Su Yang intends to say something. Being so innocent is not a good thing in the Forbidden Trial. Dragon Lord, aren't you afraid that I will default on my debt? The Forbidden Land system allows all fraudulent behavior. Lord of England, I believe in the kindness of human nature, and I also believe in the character of the dragon people. TSK. After seeing the words sent by the other side, Su Yang was speechless. How else can I say this? With a flash of thought, he entered 600 points of command value in the transaction box. 500 dominance points in exchange for 100 units of copper ore. The price given by England is absolutely fair. The 500 points he gave were for buying copper mines, and the additional 100 points were to express his intention to establish diplomatic relations. England's help this time solved the urgent problem. The extra 100 points of leadership value are neither too much nor too little, and are considered an expression of goodwill without reaching the level of fawning. A forbidden territory. A massive industrial-era mine rumbles into action. Elizabeth, wearing a beige dress and blonde hair, is directing the workers to change the excavated minerals. England's biggest advantage in the early days was the huge production capacity of its mines during the industrial period. It only takes her half a day to mine 100 units of copper resources. She thought it was worth spending half a day to build a good relationship with Longhua. Although the Dragon Kingdom is still in the Bronze Age, its development is far behind. But she believed that since she could get the first kill achievement, this new civilization called Qin Dynasty must have some strengths. Lord of England, I believe in the kindness of human nature, and I believe even more in the character of the dragon people. Elizabeth typed this on the screen. Although the second half of the sentence was just nice words, The image of the dragon people in her mind was indeed decent. Another important reason why she was willing to let Su Yang owe her money was that 500 command points was indeed not a small amount in the early stage. Each lord has only 1,000 points of command value at the beginning, and even if Su Yang gets the first kill achievement, it will only be 2,000 points. If he cleared out some alien species in the past few days, he might gain some extra command points. But these added together are certainly not a lot. 500 already accounts for a large proportion of them. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom is still in the Bronze Age and needs development more than any other country. So Elizabeth suggested that she could owe the money, as she did not want her request to affect the development of Dragon Country. What she needs are living allies and long-term benefits. Bite. The transaction information sounded. Elizabeth opened the panel, and her eyes suddenly widened when she saw the message. The Dragon Lord has completed the delivery. 600 command value. 600 command value. Is this a typo? Her thoughts flashed, and she immediately sent a private message. Lord of England, you must have made a mistake. It shows that 600 points of leadership were delivered. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, this is what you deserve. Remember to deliver the copper or on time. The private chat channel is closed, and the system shows that the Dragon Kingdom Lord has exited the Lord's Hall. What? Elizabeth was a little surprised that 600 points of leadership value were given in the early stage when development was most needed. Doesn't his territory need to be developed? Why? From the news, it seems that 600 command points are just a small amount for him. This is half of the leadership value of an ordinary lord at the beginning. Lord's Hall. The transaction between Longhua and England is completed. When the lords saw that the two had reached a deal, they raised their voices of contempt one after another. Most people said that Elizabeth made a wrong decision and chose the wrong investment target. A Bronze Age territory that still needs copper mines is not worth investing in. But some are sad and some are happy. Most of the lords of the countries who had received help from Elizabeth felt that she was not worth it. Some countries, however, were secretly delighted. U.S. Lord, the first deal has been reached. This is a good thing. Everyone should be happy. Lord of Japan, I don't know how much leadership points Su Yangjun spent. I hope he won't be too stingy and lose the courtesy of our Greater East Asia. After the panel, the lords of the United States and Japan were all smiling. If nothing unexpected happens, Long Country and England will already be able to kick out their competitors. In order to trade, England changed the direction of its early mineral resources, which will undoubtedly greatly affect its development. And given Lord Elizabeth's character, she will not pose much of a threat to them in the future. Needless to say, the Dragon Nation's advantage lies in the extra command value gained by breaking through the novice protection. Buying minerals meant that they did not find the copper mines needed for early development. The necessary resources were insufficient, and the only command value advantage in the early stage was used up. Add to that the problem of alien attacks caused by breaking through the novice protection. The development of Longhua is definitely the slowest at the moment, and it is possible that it will stagnate in the future. Bite. A global alert was sounded. Dragon Kingdom Lord Su Yang is the first to unlock the level 2 base and unlock the achievement. Civilization emerges. Dragon Kingdom Lord Su Yang is the first to unlock the level 2 base and unlock the achievement. Civilization emerges. Chapter 22 Level 2 Main Base. The beginning of civilization. Dragon Kingdom Lord Su Yang is the first to unlock the level 2 base and unlock the achievement. Civilization emerges. Dragon Kingdom Lord Su Yang is the first to unlock the level 2 base and unlock the achievement. Civilization emerges. WTF. The American lord's eyes widened as he stared at the report in disbelief. A country that he had just sentenced to death was the first to unlock the level 2 base. How is this possible? If the first kill achievement can be attributed to luck, then being the first to unlock the base is a complete symbol of strength. For example, Lord Panya was born in the heart of the hive. In the early stage, just building walls and summoning soldiers would consume all the command value. Not to mention upgrading the base. Even upgrading some other technological buildings is impossible. Even if other lords' birthplaces are not as bad as the heart of the hive, it is impossible for them to select a level 2 base in the early stage. Unlocking the base means that the territory has additional command value and can resist the attack of alien waves. But how is this possible? It's just a damn bronze civilization. Even the strongest country in his early days, the United States, was honestly building its city walls. How dare he be the first to upgrade the level 2 base? Aren't all the Qin dynasty's starting soldiers damn kung fu masters? Bagayat dear. The Japanese lord knelt on the ground and cut the screen beside him in half with one sword. Veins popped up on his face, his muscles were twitching, and there was murderous intent in his breath. Not only did he snatch away the first kill achievement, but he also snatched away the achievement for unlocking the base. The Dragon Kingdom snatched away the two most important achievements in the early stage. These were the achievements they originally planned to achieve in Japan. We can't wait any longer. Tojo Inkan slowly stood up and swung his sword forward. For His Majesty the Emperor, break through the novice protection. Elizabeth stared at the global bulletin. Before she could recover from Su Yang's shocking behavior, she was once again shocked by the global news. Dragon Kingdom, first, level 2 building. A territory that was just trading the most basic copper resources with her was the first to unlock the level 2 base. She was worried that the 500 command value would affect the development progress of Dragon Country. Now it seems that their development progress is ahead of all territories. This time she made the right bet and chose a potential ally. However, while being happy for Su Yang, Elizabeth also keenly sensed the hidden dangers in Longwa's development. The level 2 base has been unlocked, but even the most basic copper or resources have not been found. This proves that Su Yang's birthplace is an area with extremely scarce resources. Lack of resources means that later development will gradually become weak. The future depends on how Su Yang solves this problem. There are not many areas in the Forbidden Area that are short of resources, and the most famous one is the Heart of the Hive. However, Longwa would definitely not be born in the heart of the insect nest like Spain. Not only are resources scarce, but the Zerg are also extremely dangerous. The Bronze Age troops of the Dragon Kingdom are definitely not able to deal with those Zergs. Where will the Dragon Kingdom be born? The moment the announcement was made, the Lord's Hall was in an uproar. Anonymous, how is this possible? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Anonymous, Sabeo, how come all the good things are bumped into by Longwa? I don't accept it. Anonymous, are there no alien species at their birthplace? They can be defended against with cold weapons. Lord Tianju, Suyang Bra, you know our friendship. The copper mine in my territory is prepared for you. Lord Zabanya, oh my god, I also want to go to the birthplace of Dragon Country. These damn bugs and plants are driving me crazy. Everyone in the Lord's Hall was shouting. Suyang had no time to deal with them. He was immersed in the joy of upgrading the new base. The Lord's mansion was upgraded and directly raised by one floor. Now it looks even more magnificent than before. However, appearance is secondary. What matters is the rewards that come with upgrading. The first thing is definitely the achievement for unlocking the level 2 base. The initial achievement of civilization is even more exaggerated than the first kill achievement, and it directly gives 2,000 points of dominance. This was a gain that was far beyond Su Yang's expectations. When he upgraded the base, he had no idea that there was an achievement to unlock. The 2,000 points of command value directly offset the cost of buying copper mines, and there were 1,400 points left. After the command value reward comes the various new buildings and facilities brought by the base upgrade. The first upgrade brings 2 additional steam miners and a steam water pump. This will further increase the speed of resource acquisition in the territory. The second is the new defensive building, the crossbow tower. The crossbow turret is equipped with a heavy crossbow, which can not only conduct reconnaissance, but also long-range shooting. A level 2 base can build up to 4 ballista towers. Then there's technology, with upgrades coming a host of new technologies to unlock. Mining machine upgrade, wall upgrade, metal detection. Finally, the troops are of level 2 type. The level 2 base can upgrade the armored battalion to level 2. The level 2 Imperial Armor Battalion unlocks the long-range troops that the territory currently lacks the most, the Great Qin Imperial Armor Crossbowmen. This is the part that makes Su Yang most excited. The unlocking of the crossbowmen directly makes up for the team's current biggest flaw. This is a huge improvement for both base defense and out-of-town combat. It's worthy of being a main base upgrade. It can bring so many new improvements at once. Su Yang suppressed his excitement and carefully analyzed the current situation. There are too many options to choose from for upgrading, and resources are limited in a short period of time. Therefore, it is necessary to selectively improve it according to the current needs. First, the external environment. There are 2 known Zerg nests that need to be dealt with today, and there is also a Zerg ranch and a relic further away. The 2 insect nests can only be conquered after the copper mines in England are in place and the armor is repaired. Because they had already launched a large force to attack the territory last night, today's resistance should not be too strong. Therefore, Su Yang would choose to divide his troops into 2 groups and destroy the 2 insect nests together. In addition, the Zerg ranch requires at least 10 level 2 armored warriors, but there is no rush now. Su Yang has no plans to touch the ruins in the near future. Then there are copper mines. Basically all upgrades require copper resources. England can only solve the immediate problem and will definitely have to invest a lot of energy in searching for copper mines next. In this regard, Su Yang discovered that there was a new technology related to it, the metal detector. This will be the technology that Su Yang unlocks as a top priority. Finally, there is base defense. The stone quarry resources will reach the standard in the afternoon, and the city wall can be built soon. As for upgrading the city walls and defense towers, there is no rush for now. With the combat effectiveness of the Qin warriors, the primary city wall should be able to be used for a while. After analyzing it systematically, Su Yang unfolded the Lord panel. View the various properties after the territory is upgraded. Chapter 23, Daqin 1000-Mile Scouts, Metal Detection Technology. Territory panel. Territory, Qin. Lord, Su Yang. Belongs to Dragon Kingdom. Main base level, Level 2 Lord's Mansion. Territory buildings, resources Level 1 steam-powered mining machines 2, Level 1 steam high-pressure water pump 1, solid resource warehouse 1, liquid resource warehouse 1. Territory buildings, combat Level 1 armored camp, Level 1 barracks 20. Combat unit, Level 1 Great Qin Armored Warriors 18, Level 2 Great Qin Armored Warriors 2. Resources, water resources, 332 units, stone resources, 176 units, coal resources, 26 units. Command value, 4,440. Su Yang looked at the panel. The data on it was no longer empty like when he first entered the forbidden area. The Level 2 territory mansion has been unlocked, and the territory will usher in a huge development. Although the improvement is huge, you can't choose randomly. Each upgrade consumes existing resources. If you want to maintain your current leading edge, you must be accurate in every step. Upgrading to Level 2000 Machine Tower requires 30 units of copper resources, and after the upgrade, the daily consumption increases to 10 units of coal resources. Unlocking metal detection technology requires 1,000 points of leadership and takes 6 hours. After that, the production facilities will be upgraded. Both the high-pressure water pump and the steam mining machine will require 10 units of copper resources. After upgrading, the resource production rate will directly increase by 50. Upgrading the Level 2 Imperial Armor Battalion requires 50 units of copper ore, and after the upgrade, you can unlock the Qin Imperial Armor Crossbowmen. Summoning Armored Crossbowmen consumes 200 leadership points, and crossbowmen require 1 unit of fuel resources per day. If there is a battle, 1 unit of copper or resources will be consumed to replenish crossbow arrows. After reviewing the upgrades required for important buildings, combine them with the external factors analyzed previously. Su Yang's brain was working rapidly as he thought about the current development route. First of all, the most needed and scarce resource in the territory is copper ore. The first step is to upgrade Mosey's 1000 Machine Tower and enable the metal detection technology on the technological end. Relying on the armored warriors to search like looking for a needle in a haystack is too slow, and the copper ore must be obtained as soon as possible. Although it is not clear how this technology works, it is currently the only way to search for mineral veins. The second point is the most important part of territory upgrade, the upgrade of the armored camp and arms. The Level 2 Imperial Armor Battalion will bring a new type of soldier, the crossbowman, to the troops, unlocking long-range attacks. After the 1000 Machine Tower technology is completed, the Imperial Armor Battalion must be upgraded immediately to equip the team with crossbowmen. In addition to unlocking crossbowmen, you also need to upgrade Level 1 Armored Warriors to Level 2. The initial goal is to upgrade all Armored Warriors to Level 2 and unlock 20 new crossbowmen. This part of the upgrade will consume a lot of leadership value and will last for a long time. Then there is the production speed. As the number of soldiers increases, the consumption of maintenance resources will also increase. It is necessary to upgrade mining machines and increase production speed in order to maintain the territory's growing resource needs. Lastly, priority comes to the various components of base defense. There is no rush for this part. It can be completed gradually as the base develops. The development plan was clear, and all that was needed was the copper resources in England to get it started. At noon, Su Yang received 50 units of copper or resources in his backpack on time. It's finally here. Su Yang suppressed his excitement and prepared to start upgrading. Although the copper mines traded with England were not large, they were important starting resources. Without these 100 units of copper ore, you will not be able to move forward even if you upgrade your main base to Level 2. Therefore, the value of these 100 units of copper ore is far more than 600 command points. Before starting the upgrade, Su Yang first spent 6 units of copper ore to restore the armor of 6 severely damaged armored warriors. Then he asked Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang to lead a team of 6 people each to the location of the insect nest predicted last night. The Zerg must pay for the mistakes they made last night. After the team set off, Su Yang began to repair the damaged mining machines. In the end, a total of 18 units of copper were spent to repair all facilities for the soldiers in the territory. All production units in the territory have resumed full-speed operation. Afterwards, Su Yang opened the panel and used 30 units of copper resources to upgrade the 1,000 machine tower. The blueprint was put down, and the sounds of gears engaging and rods turning were heard. The 1,000 machine tower has become taller on the original basis. The metal surface was glowing with a bluish-white light. After the upgrade was completed, Su Yang opened the technology panel and selected the newly unlocked metal detection column. Technology, metal detection. Unlock the Daqin exploration technology and use geomancy and geological knowledge to analyze and find shallow mineral veins. Command value, 1,000 points. Time, 6H. It turned out to be an ancient exploration technology. Su Yang's eyes flickered. Mountain trends, geological anomalies, and special plants around mineral veins. Before the emergence of modern exploration technology, ancient people used a series of natural languages to summarize the distribution patterns of mineral veins and conduct their search. You can always trust the wisdom of our ancestors. Without hesitation, Su Yang directly spent 1,000 points of command value. Leadership value minus 1,000. Technology, metal detection research. Preliminary technology research detected, unlocking special troops, Daqin 1,000-mile scout. Scout, ancient scout. Unlock special troops. Su Yang quickly opened the panel of the Imperial Armor Camp. Next to the Armored Warrior, a new soldier option appears. Arms, Daqin 1,000-mile scout. Arms type, reconnaissance infantry. Production requirements, level 2 Royal Armor Camp. Description, a reconnaissance unit equipped with light armor, capable of conducting a series of long-range and large-scale reconnaissance activities. Unlocking metal detection technology can increase the exploration knowledge of scouts and conduct a series of exploration activities for known minerals. Command value required for summoning, 300 points. Basic consumption, 2 units of fuel/day, 2 units of concentrated water/day. Maintenance cost, 1 unit of copper/time. Reloading cost, 1 unit of copper/time. The scout was really unlocked, and Su Yang looked at the panel excitedly. Now all the basic arms needed by the troops in the early stage are here. He had previously thought that he had to carry an instrument with him to look for minerals. Now there is Scout's wide-area reconnaissance coupled with professional exploration knowledge. Finding copper resources is just around the corner. To obtain Scouts, you need to unlock the Level 2 Armored Battalion. Upgrading the Royal Armor Camp requires 50 units of copper resources. The upgrade can be carried out after the second batch of copper resources from England is delivered this afternoon. 100 units of copper resources are just the right amount to upgrade the most needed buildings. Just after noon, the stone or resources needed to build the city wall were collected. Su Yang's eyes flashed, and he opened the defense panel. After 2 days of waiting, we can finally start building the city wall. With the city wall, it will no longer be possible for the Zerg to attack directly. Chapter 24 Characteristics of Civilization, the Great Wall. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he quickly placed the city wall blueprint around the base. Sections of 3-meter-high stone wall rise from the ground. Fortunately, when we were cleaning up the Zerg corpses yesterday, we also cleared out the plants around the base. This allowed Su Yang to build the city wall without any hindrance. After installing the city wall for a while, Su Yang looked at the completed part and fell into deep thought. The city was indeed surrounded by a wall, but its height was a little beyond his expectations. The height of the early stone city wall was only 3 meters, 1 floor high. It looks very simple, and its defensive capabilities are worrying. The average height of stinging insects is 2 meters, so this 3-meter wall may not be able to stop them. City walls are the only defensive structure that is common to all civilizations. Regardless of the era, the initial city wall is a 3-meter stone wall. A height of 3 meters may be enough for lords born in other areas. But for Su Yang, who was born in the heart of the hive and had to face the fully mobile Zerg, 3 meters was not enough. With the technological capabilities of the Qin dynasty, how could it only build a city wall of this level? Su Yang shook his head and continued to place the blueprint when the last section of the city wall was placed. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my mind. Detection of completion of city wall construction, triggering civilization characteristics. Civilization characteristics, the Great Wall. This civilization has superb city-building technology, and the height and defense attributes of the city walls built are increased by 100. Really, the moment he saw the message, Su Yang was extremely excited. The Great Wall is a miracle of Chinese civilization. The moment the feature was triggered, a thunderous roar sounded in the territory. The completed city wall rose suddenly, and the original height of 3 meters directly climbed to 6 meters. The stones used to build the city walls also became larger and were arranged in a more orderly manner. The originally rough and simple walls suddenly became thick and solid. As the city wall rose, Su Yang's sense of security also quickly increased. No matter what you doubt, you must not doubt our ancestors' infrastructure technology. A 6-meter city wall and a 3-meter city wall are completely different concepts. Originally, you could still see the plants outside the 3-meter-high city wall, but now it can be described as airtight. Moreover, the upgrades brought by civilization characteristics are more than just height. Su Yang climbed up the city wall along the steps, and the top of the wall was the perfect embodiment of the Qin dynasty's craftsmanship. Originally, the top of the city wall was narrow and extremely simple, with only some stone retaining walls on the edge. Now, the width of the top has increased to 2 meters, and there are man-sized walls on both sides for protection. The parapet walls are equipped with battlements and shooting holes for counterattack. Even the watchtowers at the corners of the city walls were upgraded to lookouts specifically for reconnaissance. Although the panel only doubles the height and defensiveness of the city wall. But considering the overall situation, the defense of the enhanced city wall is definitely more than twice that of an ordinary city wall. Looking at the city wall, Su Yang felt a strong sense of pride in his heart. Magnificent and majestic, as towering as a mountain. This is the city wall of my great Qin. The first emperor wanted to be branded as a tyrant and insisted on building the Great Wall. So what if you call him ridiculous? So what if you call him tyrannical? The crime is committed in the present, but the merit will last for generations. Bear the infamy of this life and build achievements that will last for generations to come. The first emperor is worthy of his ancestors and worthy of China. After calming down, Su Yang turned inside and took in the scene in the territory. According to his plan, the total length of the city wall is 200 meters and the total area of the territory is 2,500 square meters. The towering city walls divide the territory into 2 major areas, the Lord area and the production area. The 2 areas are separated by a city wall and connected by a city gate. In the center of the Lord's district, the level 2 Lord's mansion stands proudly. It faces south and the palace reaches the sky. On both sides of the Lord's mansion stand Mosey's 1,000 Machines Tower and the Imperial Armor Camp. 20 barracks are evenly distributed in various corners of the territory to facilitate the armored warriors to provide support to various locations as quickly as possible. The production area is located on the west side of the Lord's area and occupies a quarter of the total territory. At the carbon mine, various production facilities are running at full speed, providing a steady supply of energy for the development of the territory. There is still a lot of vacant land in the current territory, and it is expected that there will be no need to expand the city wall after the main base is upgraded to level 3. The completion of the construction of the city walls and watchtowers means that the infrastructure construction of the initial territory is completed. From today on, Daqin will embark on a formal development path. After finishing the construction of the city wall, Su Yang reopened the panel. The new production building, which has not yet been completed, houses 2 mining machines and a high-pressure water pump. Building these production facilities does not consume resources, but requires finding corresponding mineral veins. Currently, there is only 1 coal mine in the base, and only 1 mining machine can be built in one ore vein. Only after finding new mineral veins can we build new mining machines. Regarding the mineral veins outside the territory, there is a new technology that must be mentioned. Technology: Shallow Mineral Vein Migration. Unlock Shallow Mineral Vein Migration technology, which can migrate discovered mineral veins to any location in the territory. Command value: 1,500 points. Time: 2H. This is also the technology given by the system when the main base is at level 2. The purpose is to reduce the Lord's early defensive pressure. Once this technology is unlocked, anytime you discover a mineral vein outside your territory, you can move it back to the main base without having to build a mine outside. Don't upgrade this now. Wait until you find a copper mine. Next, we have to wait for the other 50 units of copper or from England. As soon as the copper mine arrived, we started upgrading the Imperial Armor Camp. Unlocks crossbowmen and scout units. While Su Yang was thinking, a series of kill prompts popped up on the panel. Kill level 1 Tyranid Stinger, leadership value plus 20. Kill level 1 Tyranid Stinger, leadership value plus 20. Kill level 2 Tyranid Brainworm, command value plus 100. Kill level 2 Tyranid Jet Nematodes, command value plus 50. The team sent out encountered the enemy. Judging from the number of kills, they must have entered the hive. Su Yang calmly looked through the kill records and had no worries about the warriors entering the insect nest. Last night's battle consumed most of their troops, and it is estimated that only the queen and some alien insects guarding the house are left in the hive. With Chun Wu and Zhao Zhang leading the team, there is no need to worry about any problems. Even if something goes wrong, I should be able to lead the team to evacuate smoothly. After all, they could have run away with me once. Level 3 Tyrannid Queen detected. Do you want to kill it? A piece of news entered Su Yang's mind. With the experience from last time, Su Yang knew that killing the queen would gain the Abyss Gaze debuff. However, if you don't kill it, there is no point in keeping it. The city wall has been built, and new types of soldiers will be unlocked soon. In the face of this kind of city defense, just kill as many bugs as they come. Negative buffs can be turned into positive buffs for you. Kill. Under Su Yang's command, the queen insects in both insect nests were destroyed. Kill 2 level 3 Tyrannid queens. Command value plus 400. Obtain common level drops. Hive Heart 2. Can be used to speed up scientific and technological research and development. Unlocked achievement. Master of Insect Extermination, level 2. Command value plus 1000. Trigger event. Gaze into the Abyss, level 2. Your actions have angered the Zerg, and a larger and more diverse group of Tyrannids will attack you. Chapter 25. The Protection of the Ancestors. The incident escalated. Gaze of the Abyss has been upgraded from level 1 to level 2. The territory will be exposed to the view of more Zerg swarms. Why are you so angry after destroying 2 lairs? It is normal that the attacks of alien races increase as the territory increases. Su Yang was not too surprised by this, but one item in the enhancements caught his attention. A wider range of Zerg species will join the crusade. As a highly intelligent race with a social structure, the Zerg must have evolved into many different types. So far, only 2 types of nematodes have been encountered on the offensive end: stinging nematodes and jetting nematodes. When the jet worms first appeared, they caused some trouble. As the enemy's strength grows in the future, various types of alien insects will surely appear. If you want to survive the Zerg attack, you must continue to develop and expand your own arms. But these are all later stories, and development must be done step by step. After upgrading the level 2 armored battalion in the afternoon, you will be able to unlock crossbowmen and scouts. With crossbowmen and upgraded city walls, any Zerg that comes at this stage will be courting death. If possible, Su Yang even hoped that there would be more Zerg troops. This will allow him to quickly accumulate command points and start his expedition. Longwa Military Headquarters, Conference Hall. Seeing that Long Country was the first country to reach level 2 ahead of all other countries, the officers could hardly conceal their excitement on their faces. I didn't expect it. This kid could actually achieve 2 stages of achievement in a row. It's incredible. If Su Yang had chosen the late Qin dynasty as we said, he would still be digging stones now. The Qin dynasty was so powerful. It's hard to imagine what a powerful civilization it must have been 2,000 years ago. As the officers were expressing their feelings, an expert group member stood up and spoke. Generals, in my opinion, it is not a good idea to be the first to upgrade. Combined with our observations over the past few days, Su Yang has chosen to explore outwards so far. He doesn't seem to care much about the territory or the defense of his base. The initial construction of the city wall is the most massive project, and it takes an average of 3 to 4 days to complete. With the productivity of an ancient dynasty like the Qin dynasty, it is almost impossible to build the city wall today. Upgrading to a level 2 main base will increase the territory's influence, and the possibility of being attacked by Zerg will increase. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Yang will most likely face the Zerg attack tonight without the city walls blocking him. As soon as the expert finished speaking, the rare relaxed atmosphere in the conference room disappeared. The officers looked at each other and thought about what the expert said. Although this statement may affect the atmosphere, this is the meaning of the existence of experts. Their duty is to identify any potential hidden dangers within the territory. After a moment's hesitation, the military chief spoke slowly. I think you're being too pessimistic. Although Daqin is an ancient civilization, the strength it has demonstrated has brought us too many surprises. I think the level of technology and military strength of the Qin dynasty can at least be compared to the civilization of the Middle Ages. Given their productivity, the city wall is likely to have been built. Su Yang may seem reckless, but he actually has a clear mind. He must have considered how to defend against Zerg attacks before upgrading the base. The general's words were well-reasoned, and everyone nodded after listening. At this point, their trust in Su Yang and Daqin is greater than their doubts. Even if the wall is completed, according to my research, there are still problems. Another expert in urban construction spoke to the expert group. The city wall facilities are unified across all civilizations. all built of stone and very simple. The 3-meter height is enough to deal with the Zerg, not to mention that the Zerg's offensive will be even more fierce now. Level 1 city walls may be vulnerable to a large-scale insect swarm. The conference room fell silent. The strength of the level 1 city wall was indeed too weak. Su Yang just upgraded the main base today, so it is impossible for him to build a level 2 city wall at night. If there is no level 2 wall. Sizzle. As the officers fell silent, the big screen began to flicker. The live broadcast is about to begin, and everyone's attention is drawn to it. Everything said in the conference room is speculation. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you know the true development of the territory. What is the actual development situation in the territory? Has Su Yang considered the problem of insect swarm attack? Level 1 wall. Buzz. The screen flashed, and then lit up. Seeing the scene on the screen, everyone's eyes lit up. There is a city wall. Su Yang built the city wall. He is indeed not a reckless person. That's not right. This is a level 1 city wall. Why is it so luxurious? Look at the height and shape. This can't be an ordinary city wall. The level 2 wall is made of metal. This can only be a level 1 wall, but it must be a level 1 wall that has been upgraded in some way. The urban construction expert adjusted his glasses, his eyes shining. Civilization characteristics. Su Yang triggered the civilization characteristics of Daqin. If the selected civilization has made outstanding contributions in a certain aspect, the civilization characteristics will be triggered when the territory develops to the corresponding stage, and various bonuses will be obtained. The shape of the city wall in the territory is exactly the ancient Great Wall that collapsed completely during the war. When everyone heard this, they were filled with emotion. If our ancestors had not spent their blood and sweat to build the city wall, such a powerful civilization characteristic would not be triggered today. We are incompetent and failed to protect our ancestors' wealth. Today, Su Yang has restored our ancestors' hard work for us. With a wall this strong, the Zerg won't be able to enter our territory. Official live broadcast room. After listening to the expert's analysis of the origins of the high-level city walls in the territory, the people's emotions were all ignited. The Dragon Nation is mighty. China is mighty. It's so spectacular. It's hard to imagine how much blood and sweat the ancients must have spent. The city wall our ancestors built thousands of years ago is still protecting us today. The benefits will be felt in the present and in the future. Thank you for the efforts of our ancestors. Daqin is not an ancient and backward dynasty from thousands of years ago. It is the great dynasty in which our ancestors lived. As long as our ancestors are here, our dragon country will not perish. Chapter 26. New Arms, Full Forces. The sound of mechanical intercourse sounded like music, and the level 2 armored battalion was being upgraded. In the evening, 50 units of copper ore arrived from England on time. Su Yang started upgrading the level 2 armored battalion without saying a word. During the upgrade period, 2 teams of armored warriors returned to the territory. The battle in the afternoon earned a total of 850 points of command, plus the 1,000 points for unlocking the achievement, a total of 1,850 points. Added to the current command value, the total command value is 5,290 points. There is no other place in the current territory that urgently needs leadership value. So theoretically speaking, these 5,290 points of command value are all military expenditures. As long as you are willing, all of it can be invested in military construction. Crack. The sound of steam gushing out was heard, and the construction of the level 2 armored camp was completed. The original mechanical structure became more complex and sophisticated. Many vertical grooves and notches are added to the outside, like arrows. Level 2 Imperial Armor Battalion, a building that will bring transformation to the army. Su Yang calmed down his joy and clicked on the troop panel with his thoughts flashing. Level 1 only has the panel of the Great Qin Armored Warriors, and there are 3 types of soldiers to choose from. The Great Qin Armored Warriors, the Great Qin Armored Crossbowmen, and the Great Qin Thousand-Mile Scouts. Su Yang clicked on the Qin Armored Crossbowmen first. As a long-range unit, crossbowmen can not only make up for the current shortcomings of the troops, but also bring about a qualitative improvement in the defense of the base. Its allocation should be given priority. Army, Great Qin Armored Crossbowmen. Army type, ranged unit. Production requirements, Level 2 Royal Armor Camp. Description, a ranged attack unit equipped with a heavy crossbow, capable of long-range attacks. Unlocking crossbow craft technology can upgrade crossbow guns for crossbowmen and increase long-range attack strength. Command value required for summoning, 200 points. Consumption, 1 unit of fuel/day, 1 unit of concentrated water/day. Reloading consumption, 1 unit of copper or resource/time. 200 points of leadership value, fuel, and concentrated water consumption are the same as the armored warrior. The only difference is that crossbowmen are currently the only type of troops that require copper resources. Su Yang guessed that this was because the crossbows they used were made of metal, so copper resources were needed to replenish the crossbows. Although there is currently no copper resource for crossbowmen to restock their ammunition. But the summoned soldiers had full ammunition, so they should have no problem getting through the night. We'll talk about the ammunition supply after we find the copper mine. Let's win the defensive battle tonight. Without saying anything, Su Yang directly invested 4,000 points of command value into the Imperial Armor Camp. Leadership value minus 4,000. Summoning 20 Qin armored crossbowmen. The Imperial Armor Camp rumbled and operated, and countless steam gushed out. As the metal gate opened, one armored crossbowman after another walked out. Like the Royal Armor Warriors, they are also covered with bronze exoskeleton armor. The difference is that their disc-shaped steam power device is not on the back, but on both sides of the hips. Replacing the power device at the back is a half-man-high heavy crossbow. The crossbow arm and crossbow mechanism are made of bronze metal, and each part is extremely delicately constructed. The crossbow is made of a special material and is shaped like a crescent moon. The firing part has 3 special crossbow strings and an optical sight. There is a small steam power device connected to the rear of the crossbow. Like the bronze sword of the Aegis, the crossbowman's lance also has a steam power bonus. Below the heavy crossbow, a cylindrical metal quiver is placed horizontally at the back waist. In the quiver, bronze crossbow arrows with special feathers were quietly placed, emitting a cold white light. There is no need to think about it. The power of this crossbow is absolutely destructive. Boom boom. The sound of the Imperial armor marching stopped, and 20 Qin Imperial armor crossbowmen stood in front of Su Yang in formation. A murderous aura is coming towards you. This is the spirit of the Qin soldiers. Looking at the Hawkeye killers lined up neatly in front of him, Su Yang felt so safe that he almost overflowed. With such powerful soldiers around, let alone the Zerg, even the Lord can be defeated by you. Su Yang clicked on the crossbowman's soldier panel and checked the detailed data. The crossbowman's steam energy reserves are exactly the same as those of the armored warriors. But their armor coverage is lower than that of the armor warriors. Because of the need for shooting, the armor on their chest and other parts of their body that had defensive functions was basically cancelled. Only the powered exoskeleton that assists movement remains. In other words, the armor value of the crossbowman is much lower than that of the sharp warrior. However, because the armor coverage rate is reduced, the time it takes for crossbowmen to use their armor is increased. At level 1, they have the march range of a level 2 armored warrior. Then comes the combat time. The crossbowman's combat time is closely related to the amount of ammunition. If the crossbow arrows are used up, it will be useless even if there is more energy left. Secondly, although the crossbowmen are equipped with short bronze swords, Su Yang will not let them engage in close combat with the enemy unless it is absolutely necessary. The last part is the most exciting part. The effective killing distance of the crossbowman is as high as 800 to 1,000 meters. The shooting range has reached the level of modern sniper rifles. Is this the power of the Qin craftsman? Use ancient skills to catch up with modern technology. After checking the crossbowman's panel, Su Yang couldn't stop admiring. Although it has limitations in terms of armor and ammunition capacity, its advantages outweigh its disadvantages. Armored crossbowmen are very strong among all the early ranged units. Su Yang divided the 20 armored crossbowmen into 4 groups of 5. There is a group of crossbowmen defending each of the 4 walls in the territory. After that, Su Yang spent another 600 points of command to upgrade the 2 armored warriors to level 2. This ensures that each city wall has a level 2 armored warrior guarding it. Finally, Su Yang used up his remaining 600 points of command to summon 2 Qin 1,000-mile scouts. Scouts are different from crossbowmen and warriors. Their combat attributes are weakened and their reconnaissance attributes are enhanced. All the defensive armor on the scout's body was discarded, and even the power armor on the upper body was cancelled. All steam power is provided to the waist and legs only. Such a sacrifice in armor is exchanged for the scout's extremely powerful mobility and endurance. A level 1 scout has a travel speed and distance far exceeding that of a level 2 armored warrior. In addition to the leg power unit, the scout is also equipped with a bronze dagger and a bronze rod for testing the soil quality. Metal detecting technology has been unlocked, and now scouts have a full set of paleoprospecting techniques. By observing the mountain terrain, water patterns, vegetation distribution, etc., combined with soil testing, they can then predict the distribution of minerals over an area of several kilometers. With professional reconnaissance troops, The efficiency of outward exploration will definitely be countless times faster than before. As soon as the two scouts walked out of the Yujia camp, Suyang immediately ordered them to go out and search for copper mines. With their speed, they are not afraid of the Zerg attack even at night. After finishing the troop summons, Suyang only had 90 points of command left. The depletion of command value is exchanged for a qualitative leap in the strength of the troops. He slowly climbed up the city wall and arranged all the soldiers in place. 16 level 1 Great Qin Armored Warriors, for level 2 Great Qin Armored Warriors, and 20 Great Qin Armored Crossbowmen. With such a force present, the Zerg will never return tonight. Chapter 27 Crush the Insect Swarm. The forest is more lively at night than during the day. The strange plants emit brilliant fluorescent lights, which seem like a dream. However, beauty is only superficial. Hidden deep in the forest is an unpredictable abyss. Daqing territory. Suyang stood on the city gate with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. The colorful forest spreads all along the land and meets the night at the end of the site. There, the darkness seemed like an abyss that swallowed up all light. The cold evening wind blew from the depths of the dense forest. In addition to the sound of the wind, Suyang could also hear the occasional sound of machinery running. Under his arrangement, 40 armored soldiers were evenly distributed on the top of the city wall, ready for battle. The territory has walls on all four sides, of equal length, with watchtowers 10 meters high at the four corners. Because the Zerg's attack direction and attack waves cannot be determined. Therefore, Suyang arranged soldier garrisons on all four sides of the city walls. Each wall is manned by 4 soldiers, 2 armored warriors, and 2 armored crossbowmen. They are fixed defenses on each city wall and will not change with the battle situation. What remains are 4 lookout pavilions, each of which is manned by 6 soldiers, 3 armored crossbowmen, and 3 armored warriors. They are a mobile defense that will quickly support areas where the fighting is most intense. This arrangement can greatly reduce the time required for support and ensure that every wall is defended. Call. A strong wind blew, and the fluorescent plants in the dense forest swayed in the wind, like a galaxy. Under this beautiful night, Suyang's brain suddenly tensed up. Here we come. The armored crossbowman on the lookout pavilion in the southeast corner was the first to discover the traces of the Zerg. As expected of a crossbowman, he was able to spot the traces from 1,000 meters away in a background that was so polluted. Suyang's mind flashed, and he quickly organized his troops. The mobile troops located at the lookout pavilions in the southwest and northeast corners set out immediately and formed up defense array on the south and east walls. Rustle, rustle. The sound of the Zerg's march became louder and louder. All the crossbowmen had their crossbows strung, waiting for Suyang's order. Considering the impact of the plants on crossbow arrows, Suyang did not order an attack from the farthest distance. He was waiting for the moment to strike the fatal blow. Rustle, rustle. The Zerg's footsteps were getting faster and faster, and they were getting closer and closer. Amid the noisy march, there was also the shrill chirping of the brainworms. Shoot! Buzz! At Suyang's command, the crossbowmen fired in unison. The sound of the crossbow being fired exploded in my ears, making a buzzing sound. The 2-finger-wide crossbow arrow left a trail in the air like a revengeful ghost. The arrow's speed is so fast that it cannot be detected by the naked eye. Suyang only heard a buzzing sound, and then the plants in the distance broke into pieces and fell down in a row. Almost at the moment the crossbow was fired, 10 kill prompts appeared on the panel at the same time. Kill level 1 Tyranid Stinger, leadership value plus 20. Kill level 2 Tyranid Stinger, leadership value plus 30. Kill level 1 Tyranid Stinger, leadership value plus 20. Kill level 2 Tyranid Stinger, leadership value plus 30. Instant kill. This is the power of the heavy power crossbow. Hiss. The volley of crossbow fire completely shattered the silence of the night. The swarm of insects in the dense forest went into a frenzy and attacked the city walls even faster. The gears on the crossbow rotate slowly, and the 3 special crossbow strings are rewound under the powerful mechanical pulling force. The armored crossbowman took out the crossbow from his waist, reloaded the arrow, aimed, and fired again. Buzz. Another salvo. This time, Suyang saw with his own eyes the moment when the alien insect was smashed by the crossbow arrow. The bronze crossbow arrow spun and shot towards the torso of the stinging insect. Go in and smash everything it touches. Penetrate and sink into the soil behind it. The stinging insects that were hit fell to the ground in an instant like puppets with their strings cut. The first batch of stinging insects that rushed out of the dense forest were reduced to debris in an instant. Another row of kill prompts appeared neatly. Kill level 2 Tyranid Stinger, leadership value plus 30. Kill level 2 Tyrannid Stinger, leadership value plus 30. Kill level 2 Tyrannid Stinger, leadership value plus 30. The crossbowmen reloaded their crossbows, and more swarms of insects rushed out of the forest. They came in densely packed numbers like a tide. Hiss! In an instant, the swarm of insects attacked the foot of the city wall. Unlike the last time when they were able to break into the base directly, this time the towering Qin city walls isolated them. They roared and leaped upwards, attacking the city walls with their insect blades. No matter how many methods you use, it is useless. The best you can do is leave marks on the stone wall. Buzz! The crossbowman reloaded and fired another volley. The stinging insects at the foot of the wall were torn into pieces by the crossbow arrows and fell to the ground in large numbers. As the next batch of stinging insects arrived, the brain worms in the dense forest let out sharp chirps. They realized something. The stinging insects at the foot of the city wall stopped attacking the wall in vain and started trampling each other. They leap upwards on top of the bodies of other Zerg, stacking on top of each other. The brainworms found the only way to break through the city wall, which was to cross the wall. But this city wall is not so easy to cross. As the crossbowmen were reloading, the armored warriors stepped forward and stood at the edge of the city wall. They held the swords in both hands, and the steam power devices on their backs began to accumulate energy. As the stinging insects were about to climb up the city wall, stepping on their own kind, the armored warriors swung their bronze swords fiercely, shattering their delusions. With the city walls in place, the armored warriors only had to wait for the stinging insects to rush up and die. There are more and more stinging insects at the foot of the wall, and at the same time, more and more stinging insects are climbing up the wall. As the defensive pressure gradually increased, the crossbowmen finished reloading and fired another volley downwards. This time the stinging insects were stacked on top of each other and were extremely dense. Each crossbow arrow can penetrate several Zerg. With a humming sound, the swarm's newly formed offensive was instantly destroyed. The body, blood, and limbs were splattered everywhere, covering the entire ground. Countless kill prompts emerged, covering Su Yang's entire panel. Chapter 28 Crazy Harvest. Everyone upgraded. Kill level 1 Tyrannid Stinger, leadership value plus 20. Kill level 2 Tyrannid Stinger, leadership value plus 30. Kill level 1 Tyrannid Stinger, leadership value plus 20. Kill level 2 Tyrannid Brainworm, command value plus 100. The kill notification flashed on Su Yang's panel. Every kill prompt demonstrates the crossbowman's terrifying lethality. After one round of salvos, most of the insects at the foot of the city wall were killed. With just one more round, the Zerg's attack will be completely crushed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of insects piercing the air was heard. The Zerg's ranged attack units have been deployed. A team of jet nematodes were hiding in the dense forest and attacking the top of the city wall. Hidden. Su Yang, who was well prepared, immediately gave the order. All the Imperial soldiers crouched down and hid behind the battlements. The insect stings are extremely powerful, but when they hit a solid and thick wall, they can only be slightly embedded or directly bounced off. Su Yang leaned over and hid behind the parapet, as insect stings whizzed past him. Fortunately, the civilization characteristics were triggered to upgrade the city walls. There is no cover above the ordinary level 1 city walls. If they encounter this situation, they will definitely be passive. Whoosh whoosh. The insect sting attacks covered the entire section of the city wall like a rainstorm, without stopping for a moment. The jet nematodes seemed to be divided into 3 teams. After one team finished shooting and entered the reloading stage, another team would follow up to replenish firepower. This distribution can ensure that the attack continues without giving the enemy a chance to show up and counterattack. This tactic is very effective, and the Zerg who can implement this tactic are indeed smart. Unfortunately, Su Yang was trying to figure out the attack frequency of the jet nematodes while thinking. Their enemies are the Qin forces with crossbow units. Before tonight, the Imperial armored forces could only passively take the beating. But now with the addition of crossbowmen, the team will no longer be afraid of ranged units. Shooting. Taking advantage of the extremely short interval between the enemy's attacks, Su Yang ordered a counterattack. The crossbowmen did not stand up to shoot, but instead fired back through the slits in the city wall. Buzz. A rain of arrows poured out, and the dense forest facing the city wall was cut off by more than half in an instant. Kill level 2 Tyrannid jet nematodes, command value plus 50. Kill level 3 Tyrannid jet nematodes, command value plus 70. Kill level 2 Tyrannid brainworm, command value plus 100. Kill level 2 Tyrannid jet nematodes, command value plus 50. Kill level 1 Tyrannid stinger, leadership value plus 20. Along with the screams of the jet nematodes, the second round of insect sting attacks came. At this moment, the crossbowmen had turned around and reloaded their crossbows. All the Zerg attacks failed. The muzzle not only blocks most firepower during an attack, but also allows the crossbowman to shoot more quickly. It was precisely because of the existence of the shooting hole that Su Yang was able to allow the crossbowman to counterattack without injury. It can be said that every brick and tile on this city wall represents the wisdom of our ancestors. After this round of counterattack, the Zerg's long-range firepower was directly halved. Several waves of attacks launched by the stinging insects on the front line were also broken up by the armored warriors. From then on, the Zerg could no longer organize an effective attack. The battle entered its final stages. Su Yang ordered the gate to be opened and asked Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang to lead a team each out of the city to clean up and kill the remaining alien insects. The battle ended when the last brain worm was killed. This is the largest insect swarm we have ever encountered since we descended into the Forbidden Area. Su Yang couldn't wait to open the panel and check tonight's harvest. There are at least 150 alien insects. How much command value can be obtained? When he saw the final number, Su Yang's eyes brightened instantly. Command value, 6,780. One defense actually gained nearly 6,000 points of command value. You should know that most lords currently only have 1,000 points of command value. My harvest in one night was 6 times more than theirs. The effect of a level 2 main base plus a level 2 Abyss Gaze is surprisingly good. As expected, as long as the defense level can keep up, Abyss Gaze is a completely positive buff. The stronger the effect of the Abyss Gaze, the larger the swarm will be and the more leadership you will gain. After obtaining a new batch of command values, Su Yang directly opened the panel to upgrade. First is the technology column, shallow mineral vein migration technology. Able to move mineral veins discovered outside the territory back to the base. This technique is particularly suitable for the early stages when you need to focus on defense. It just so happens that we have finished the research tonight. If the scouts discover a mineral vein tomorrow, we can migrate back directly. Leadership value minus 1,500. Research on shallow vein migration technology. After technology is completed, the next step is the military type. Because of the addition of new crossbow troops, food consumption in the territory increased further. If the Zerg ranch is not taken tomorrow, the soldiers will starve. It is not possible to reach the Zerg ranch with the marching capability of a level 1 armored warrior, and all of them must be upgraded to level 2. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he directly upgraded all the remaining level 1 armored warriors. Leadership value minus 4,800. Level 1 armored warrior is upgrading. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A series of mechanical collision sounds were heard, and all the armored warriors in the territory were upgraded to level 2. Carefree. Compared with the previous upgrades 1 or 2 at a time, this large-scale upgrade gives people a feeling of spending a lot of money. The 2 upgrades cost 6,300 points of command, and the command points just obtained were all consumed. But in return, a more powerful force was obtained. All 20 armored warriors are level 2, plus 20 armored crossbowmen and 2,000 mile scouts outside. Until a stronger type of Zerg appears, this force can almost run rampant in the Zerg jungle. However, as the troops grew stronger, another problem was exposed. Insufficient backup supplies. There is currently only one coal mining machine in the territory. The maximum production is 50 units of fuel resources per day. The current consumption of the troops has exceeded the production rate. The armored warriors need 2 units of fuel resources per day, and the crossbowmen need 1 unit of fuel per day. Not counting scouts, the troops need at least 60 units of fuel resources every day. This is the minimum case scenario. If a battle occurs, the consumption will increase exponentially. After the battle, just now, 2/3 of the armored warriors and crossbowmen had run out of fuel, and the crossbowmen participating in the defense on the east and south sides had run out of crossbow arrows. There are no copper resources in the current territory, and it is impossible to replenish them. Resources are the most important factor in base development. Now it all depends on the scouts' ability. Hopefully they can find a new vein of minerals before attacking the Swarm Ranch tomorrow. Chapter 29 Lord Ranking. Competition intensifies. The Lord's Hall has been opened. During the specified time, lords can communicate with each other in the hall. The next morning, Su Yang entered the Lord's Hall on time. Although he didn't like to argue with others, useful information would occasionally appear in the hall, and it was worth spending some time. After some daily nonsense, a piece of news detonated the Lord's Hall. Lord Afghan, I have good news for you all. We have discovered an oil field and are preparing for mining operations. Anonymous. Oh my God. What kind of luck is this? Anonymous. Is it true that an oil field can be discovered so quickly? U.S. Lord. Friend, please send me your location. Anonymous. Things are going to change now. All non-modern civilizations are doomed. Lord Tianju. Lord, you know that we have always had a good relationship. I have decided to form an alliance with you. When Su Yang saw the news, his eyebrows raised and his eyes became serious. Petroleum, one of the most complex organic compounds in the world, is the blood of modern industry. For many countries that choose to start with modern civilization, oil resources are of paramount importance. If you choose modern civilization, there will generally be no problems with your combat power in the early stages. The biggest problem is the acquisition of resources for subsequent development. This is different from the resources such as coal and copper that you need in the early stage. If they want to develop, they must have higher-level resources such as steel and oil. Therefore, in the early stage, the exploration range is small and resources are insufficient. Most of these countries will be constrained by resource shortages, which will lead to slow development. This can also be considered a balance mechanism within the forbidden area. If they are allowed to obtain advanced resources too easily, their development speed will be unlimited and terrifying. Lord Afghan's speech in the hall was like dropping a bombshell. Afghanistan is actually an oil-rich country, and the forbidden area has its own civilized characteristics, oil tycoons, able to build oil drilling rigs at a very early stage and have high oil production capacity. Because of this characteristic, Afghan was the most sought-after alliance candidate in the first two trials. This time, it actually found an oil field within the novice protection period, which will undoubtedly drive all players crazy. Being able to unlock oil resources at such an early stage is almost equivalent to having no restrictions and taking off directly. This matter is absolutely disadvantageous to themselves, as there was no use of oil in the early Qin dynasty. Other countries obtaining oil will greatly increase their own development pressure. As expected, as soon as the news came out, all modern civilized countries rushed to it. Anonymous. Lord Afghan, I was born in a goblin mine. If it's the same, please contact me in private chat. Anonymous. If we can form an alliance, I am willing to give half of my future dominance value. Lord of England. I can provide the iron or resources needed for early development. If you are interested, please chat privately. Bear Country Lord. I hope you choose carefully. I don't want to see unnecessary bloodshed. Lords from various countries extended olive branches to Lord Afghan, and a few even put direct pressure and threats on him. In short, the purpose of each country is that if they cannot get it, then other countries cannot get it. Lord Afghan. This time, the 6 Middle Eastern countries will form an alliance among themselves and will not form an alliance with any other country. Oil resources will only be exchanged through trade. As soon as Lord Afghan spoke, all the lords of other countries stopped talking. Not forming an alliance with any country also means not becoming enemies with any country. All countries must have fair access to oil resources through trade. If anyone tries to break this fairness, it will affect the interests of other countries. Su Yang looked at the silent hall, his eyes flashing. If oil will flow out as a trade resource, this means that all modern countries can quickly break through limitations. The overall development speed of this Forbidden Land trial will be countless times faster than before. The strength of these countries, starting with modern civilization, will also increase rapidly. We must develop without stopping, otherwise we will soon be surpassed or even left behind by other countries. A sense of urgency quietly rose in Su Yang's heart. No one in the hall said another word. However, the quieter it is on the surface, the more intense it is in private. All countries should be chatting privately with Afghan now. Although they said on the surface that they would not ally with any country, no one knew about it in private. The 6 Middle Eastern countries, led by Afghanistan, were not very powerful in the later stages of their war. They will definitely rely on countries with strong military capabilities. After waiting for a while and making sure there would be no more news, Su Yang prepared to close the hall panel. This was a rare occasion that it did not become a subject of discussion among other lords. After all, Afghanistan discovered that the resources in the oil fields were too heavy. And once these countries get oil in the early stages, remove the restrictions, then a Bronze Age civilization like ours would no longer be a match in their eyes. Before closing the Lord's Hall, a notification message popped up. There are 3 days left until Advent night. On the night of Advent, the protection of novices disappears, and the alien species will attack all territories. Lords who successfully survive the attack will have the opportunity to participate in the second week of territory rankings. This ranking is divided into 2 parts. One is the territory development ranking. The system will analyze a series of conditions including the location, resources, arms, defense, technology, and alliance relations of the territory. After comprehensive analysis, we get the Territory Development Index. The higher the development index, the stronger the current development capability of the territory. The system will rank the top 3 lords in this week's development ranking according to the Development Index. The top 3 lords will receive leadership value rewards, and the first place will receive 2 additional resource mining machines and resource materialization rights. The second part of the ranking is the newly added exploration ranking for this trial. The system will analyze a series of conditions such as the command value obtained by killing enemies in the territory, the exploration range, etc. After analysis, the system will rank the top 3 lords in exploration this week according to the Development Index. The top 3 lords will receive leadership value rewards, and the first place will receive an additional special system item, Decryption Card. Lord rankings appeared. Rankings are conducted every week, and those who rank high will receive generous rewards. This is an important mechanism in the Forbidden Land trial, and the main factor that causes the lords to enter and fall into competition. Suyang quickly checked the notification information and had already locked on the target in his mind. We must go all out and strive to take first place in both rankings. The first place in development not only allows you to obtain a limited number of precious mining machines in the early stages. You can also choose to directly materialize the current territory resources without having to wait until the trial is over. The Dragon Kingdom experienced 2 natural disasters, and most of the country was in dire straits. Being able to materialize resources in advance can save some people from danger. This is exactly the purpose of his participating in the Forbidden Trial. The second exploration ranking is a newly added ranking in this trial, and its rewards are even more crucial. Decryption cards unlock quests and rewards in the ruins and a range of other special locations. Obtaining the decryption card will allow you to crack the secret ruins mission in the early stages. The resources within the ruins are extremely rich and may bring about a qualitative leap in the development of the territory. Development must be ahead of everyone else. A message sounded in his ears, and Suyang closed the Lord's Hall. Scouting unit has discovered a mineral vein. Japanese territory. After reading the system notification, Tojo Inken picked up the panel again and entered the private chat channel. Lord of Japan. This trial has added a new exploration ranking. You should know the combat power of my Japanese fighters in the early stage. I cannot guarantee the development ranking, but the top of the exploration ranking will definitely be our great Japanese empire. If you can become my ally, I am willing to offer you the system items for free. Lord Afghan. We can consider it. But our Middle East Federation will not only ally with Japan. Lord of Japan, have you formed an alliance with the United States? Afghan Lord, no comment. Lord of Japan, I don't care about the United States. We only have one request. You must not form an alliance with the Dragon Kingdom, and you must not sell oil resources to them in any form. Chapter 30 Copper Mine Discovered? Countries eyeing it. Tojo Inken turned off the hall panel, thoughts swirling in his mind. It is basically impossible to get Afghanistan to give up its alliance with the United States. But it is very easy to stop them from selling oil to Longwa by relying on their own pressure. If the Dragon Kingdom experiences one more natural disaster, it will completely collapse. By then, Japan will be able to obtain a large amount of its territory. Therefore, hindering the Dragon Kingdom, killing the Dragon Kingdom's lord, and causing the Dragon Kingdom to suffer natural disasters is the #1 goal of this trial in Japan. What was originally thought to be an easy task now has some variables. This guy named Suyang first chose the Qin dynasty and then broke the novice protection. Then he achieved 2 key achievements. Although these cannot change the outcome, Tojo Inken does not want to see more variables. Restricting oil would slow down how quickly they could unlock modern industry. No matter how fast he develops in the early stage, he will end up dead in the end. Tojo Inken's eyes flickered and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I was upset because of Suyang a few days ago, but today I successfully formed an alliance with Afghan, and the mood has eased a little. Keep fighting. He waved and gave orders to the soldier who had just finished reporting. Hi. Japanese World War II infantrymen carrying Type 99 rifles turned and rushed out of the tent. Under his command, a team that had just finished a battle regrouped and headed out of the territory. Their expressions were shocked, and each of them was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The spirit of Bushido is a characteristic of Japanese civilization. The soldiers in the Forbidden Trial are not machines, they need to rest and eat. Therefore, factors such as combat, marching, food, etc. will affect the soldiers' condition. In order to ensure the combat effectiveness of soldiers, they must be given good rest and better living conditions. This is true for most countries, but it is completely different for Japan. All the Japanese soldiers during World War II were soldiers who implemented the spirit of Bushido and Yakizoku. They have extremely low demands on living conditions and can maintain the highest level of combat effectiveness even in the most difficult conditions. For them, fast marching is just walking, and slow marching is just resting. From yesterday when they were stimulated to break through the novices' defense until now, Tojo Inkan's troops have not stopped for a moment. It is precisely because of the existence of the characteristics of Bushido that Japan became one of the strongest countries in the early stage. This is also the reason why Tojo Inkan has absolute confidence in taking the first place in exploration. So what if we broke through the defense on the first day? When it comes to killing enemies and exploring, no one can compare to our great Japanese iron-blooded army. U.S. territory. MacArthur took a big puff on the cigar in his mouth. He brought a box of cigars to celebrate before entering the forbidden area. Today is the first cigarette he smoked, and he will smoke the second one in 3 days. When Afghanistan discovered oil, the biggest beneficiary was naturally the United States. Everyone knows that the United States is Afghanistan's absolute big brother. Just wait until Afghanistan extracts the oil. Their military factories can start production immediately. The characteristics of the American civilization allow them to unlock military factories very early on. The production efficiency and quality of military factories are far superior to those of other countries. This will enable the U.S. military's equipment to be far ahead of other countries. This was the key to their victory in the first 2 forbidden trials. However, military factories require oil resources to operate. Before discovering oil and starting up the arsenal, the U.S. military was not particularly strong. But this round is different. Afghanistan actually discovered oil in the early stages. Once they get the oil, the military factory will be put into operation. MacArthur is confident that he can take both first-place rankings in 7 days. The arsenal is activated, and our game has truly begun. MacArthur bit his cigar and laughed, kicking Longwa off the list of threats in his mind. The unlocking of oil resources eliminated the only limitation on their development in the early stages of modern civilization. In this round of trials, all countries that chose non-modern civilization have been eliminated. After leaving the Lord's Hall, Su Yang quickly calmed down. In the forbidden trial, many things are random and accidental. There are too many uncontrollable factors to predict. The only thing you can control is your own pace of development. Even if there is an emergency, you must not disrupt your rhythm. Besides, he chose Daqin, whose development potential is no weaker than any other country. What if we let them run first? The trial would be meaningless if the opponent was too weak. After calming down, Su Yang opened the panel with anticipation. The reconnaissance unit has discovered a mineral vein. Have copper mines been discovered? This speed is too fast. Mineral, coal. Reserves, good. The reconnaissance unit has discovered a mineral vein. Mineral, coal. Reserves, rich. 2 coal mines and no copper mines. Su Yang's eyes dimmed a little. It's good to be able to discover the coal mine in such a short time. At least it proves that the exploration speed is indeed faster than before with the help of scouts. You know, they only found 1 mineral vein in the first 3 days. After discovering the mineral vein, Su Yang did not hesitate. Directly start the mineral vein migration technology that has been researched. The carbon mine with rich reserves was transferred to the territory production area. In the early stage, the reserves of shallow mineral veins are divided into 3 grades: ordinary, good, and rich. All that was left in the territory was a vein of mineral with good reserves. Now this is a level higher than before. In addition to indicating the amount of minerals, the mineral reserves also add to the efficiency of the mining machine. The higher the reserve of the ore vein, the higher the production efficiency of the mining machine. After moving the ore vein into the production area, Su Yang placed a mining machine on it. The current territory's fuel resources are insufficient, and this mining machine can just fill the gap. Successfully built a steam-powered mining machine. Basic output value of mining machine: 30 units of coal resources / day. Environmental bonus: the surrounding carbon resources are abundant, increasing the output by 15 units per day. Civilization characteristic bonus: Daqin technology makes the mining machine run efficiently. Increase the output by 15 units per day. Output value after mining machine bonus: 60 units of coal resources / day. Not bad. The production capacity is 10 units / day higher than the previous mining machine. Su Yang looked at the mining machine panel, and his mood improved slightly. The territory's current production capacity is fully capable of sustaining the consumption. As long as combat is not triggered too frequently, there will even be a surplus of fuel production capacity. While placing the mining machine, Su Yang also placed a second steam water pump. Fuel and concentrated water are both necessary resources for steam power operation. After placing the mining machine, Su Yang checked the location of the two scouts. They had already probed far in both directions. The distance covered in one night was exactly twice the longest distance Su Yang had ever explored before. Haven't any copper mines been discovered at such a long distance? Chapter 31. Dragon Country in Dire Straits. No copper mines have been found at such a long distance. Su Yang felt a little worried. The heart of the insect tide is already short of resources, and copper ore is a mineral with low reserves. The combination of these two factors makes it difficult to find copper mines. If you are unlucky, there may be no copper mines in the entire insect nest forest. If the relocation is not carried out, the development of the base will come to a standstill. Don't want to think about it anymore. Su Yang cleared his mind. Don't speculate about things that haven't happened yet. The right choice is to do well in the present. He switched to the barracks panel. The most important thing at the moment is to take over the Zerg ranch and solve the food problem. As a new batch of troops joined, the food reserves were quickly consumed. If we don't take down the Zerg ranch today, the territory will face a food crisis. As long as we take over the Zerg ranch, we won't have to worry about food for a long time. All armored warriors were upgraded to level 2, and a group of crossbowmen were added. The army to attack the Zerg ranch has been fully equipped. The only problem left is energy, as last night's battle had consumed all the fuel resources. Now half of the soldiers still need to be replenished. In the past, it might have taken a long time to wait, but now there are 2 mining machines working at the same time. It is expected that power will be restored to all soldiers by noon. Another point is the issue of ammunition for the armored crossbowmen. Half of the crossbowmen had run out of ammunition, and only a small number of the other half had enough crossbow arrows. This problem could not be solved until copper mines were found. Su Yang could only choose to evenly distribute the crossbow arrow reserves among the soldiers before setting off. Let 10 crossbowmen follow the team and equip them with sufficient crossbow arrows. The remaining crossbowmen guarding the house will be allocated fewer crossbow arrows. This should ensure the capture of the Swarm Ranch. However, the ammunition problem after taking over the Zerg Ranch became a bit troublesome. If the crossbowmen had no crossbow arrows, the difficulty of defending at night would increase exponentially. Do we have to ask England to buy copper mines again? But now that the oil resources have been unlocked, she will definitely do her best to form an alliance with Afghanistan. It is unrealistic to expect it to put its factory into copper production. Look for other countries? Other countries also have. Bite. As Su Yang's thoughts were surging, the message alert sounded. Scouting unit has discovered a mineral vein. Another coal mine discovered? There is quite a lot of coal in the heart of the insect tide. Su Yang clicked on the message casually. The reconnaissance unit has discovered a mineral vein. Mineral, copper ore. Reserves, rich. Copper mine. The official headquarters of Dragon Country. A large area of Jiangdong province has experienced mudslides, several newly built roads have collapsed, and rescue convoys have been blocked. Due to resource transportation problems, many power stations in Donghai province were shut down, causing large-scale power outages. Food reserves are running low, and the typhoon has affected crop production across the country. Supplies have been delivered to the 4 southeastern provinces by air transport. Emergency messages from all over the country are gathered here. Personnel from all departments went all out and tried their best to mobilize resources across the country to deal with the disaster. Even though it has been a year since the last Typhoon Red. However, the impact of these 2 devastating natural disasters on Dragon Country is lasting and irreversible. The natural disaster destroyed nearly 40 of the country's farmland and affected more than half of the population. The central and western plateaus completely disappeared, and rescue efforts in the 4 southeastern provinces had little effect after a whole year. A series of disasters including landslides, mudslides, heavy rains, etc. have made rescue operations in the 4 provinces on the east coast very difficult. After experiencing 2 tragic failures, the people of Dragon Country have completely despaired of the Forbidden Trial. This time they don't want to obtain any resources from it. They just want to hold on to the end and not suffer from natural disasters again. However, the appearance of Su Yang changed everyone's minds and gave everyone hope. The resource, which could be called divine power, was far more effective than human rescue efforts. If Su Yang wins the Forbidden Trial, perhaps he can help Long Kingdom escape from this dire straits. How long will the Forbidden live broadcast last? The military commander closed his eyes and pinched his temples hard twice. All the bad news in front of him made him exhausted both physically and mentally. It's about to begin, General. The general sighed heavily and took out a red-headed document from the side. The Japanese naval fleet has assembled on our southeast coast. This document was sent over a month ago. The Japanese people's intentions are obvious. They are waiting for the Dragon Kingdom to suffer a natural disaster. As long as a natural disaster strikes, the Dragon Kingdom will completely collapse. They can land without any pressure and take over large tracts of territory. In the past, Longwo would never tolerate such arrogant behavior. But given the current situation of Dragon Kingdom, it is simply unable to start a war. The military could only swallow their anger and pretend not to see Japan's actions. Well, the general sighed and put the file back in its place. Everyone, gather in the conference room. Please wait until the live broadcast is over to handle the matter. As the live broadcast approached, the conference room quickly filled with people. For everyone, the only way to relax a little now is to watch live broadcasts. The live broadcast came on, and a panoramic view of the territory appeared before everyone. The most eye-catching one is the newly unlocked soldier type, the Qin armored crossbowman. As soon as the steam-assisted heavy crossbow appeared, the experts' eyes lit up and bursts of admiration were heard in the conference room. Resource production experts noticed that there were already 4 mining machines in the territory. This means that the territory development is on the right track. It seems we withstood the Zerg attack last night. With the unlocked ranged units and our ancestors' city walls, we will definitely be able to hold out. In 3 days, the largest insect swarm will arrive at night. I hope we can survive it. Not only do we need to defend it, we also need to participate in the subsequent territory rankings and take a few places back from him. The Lord ranking announcement was a global announcement, and people all over the world received the news. Although the people of Long Country do not dare to ask for too much, they still have some expectations in their hearts. Su Yang is on a roll now. Maybe he can really win a place? I don't need to aim for first place. As long as I get a ranking, it will be of great help in the future. Come on, kid. The military chief was watching the live broadcast. Dragon Kingdom territory. Su Yang's reaction when he saw the copper mine could only be described as ecstatic. If the soldiers hadn't been there, he would have done something crazy. With the long-awaited copper mine resources appearing, all the problems that plague the development of the territory will be solved. Chapter 32 Expedition to the Insect Ranch. Successfully built a steam-powered mining machine. Basic output value of mining machine. 30 units of copper resources /day. Environmental bonus. The surrounding copper resources are rich, and the output increases by 5 units per day. Civilization characteristic bonus. Daqin technology makes the mining machine run efficiently. Increase the output by 15 units per day. Output value after mining machine bonus. 50 units of metal copper resources /day. After various bonuses, a rich copper vein produces 50 units of copper per day. Although the output is not as much as coal mines of the same grade, the output value of 50 units /day is enough. The most important thing is that this is a major breakthrough from 0 to 1, from nothing to something. After being able to produce copper by ourselves, we can have a solution for the ammunition of crossbowmen and the upgrading and construction of various facilities. When the first piece of metal copper was dug out and entered Su Yang's backpack, the system prompt sounded. Metal copper output detected. New technology tree branch obtained. Sound wave detector. A reconnaissance and defense device composed of a radio receiver and biological signal fragments. Refined mechanism structure. Improved crossbow firing structure, allowing crossbowmen to load 2 crossbow arrows at a time for continuous firing. Topographic mapping. Unlocking topographic mapping knowledge allows scouts to draw detailed maps of areas and building structures. Gaining the ability to self-generate copper also unlocks 3 new technologies that can be researched. Just like the last time you unlocked the metal detection technology, you got the scout class. The technologies shown on the technology tree are not all. As the Lord explores and encounters various situations, it is possible to trigger the unlocking of new technologies. This time, 3 technologies were directly unlocked in the 1000 Machine Tower. 1 is for defense, and 2 are for troop upgrades. Once the sonic detector is unlocked, the rare E-level tissue fragments obtained at the beginning can come in handy. Acoustic detectors can listen to acoustic signals within range to detect surveillance activities. With the sonic detector, we can detect Zerg from farther away and make defensive preparations in advance. The other 2 items are upgrade technologies for crossbowmen and scouts. Among them, Su Yang was very excited about the upgrade of the crossbowman. After last night's battle, we found that the crossbow is extremely powerful and has a long range. The only thing that can limit its output capacity is the reload time. The crossbow needs to be reloaded after each shooting, resulting in a period of output vacuum. After unlocking the new technology, crossbowmen will be able to load 2 crossbow arrows at a time and fire them continuously. This will be a qualitative improvement in the output capabilities of the crossbow troops. The final technology unlocks the ability for scouts to draw maps. Now Su Yang only has a general impression of the surrounding area of the territory. Maps can give you a macro perspective so that you can better understand the status of your territory and plan its development. Secondly, if a scout encounters a hive, drawing a map will allow him to obtain general information about the hive. All three new technologies will bring significant improvements. There is no command value yet, so I can't decide which one to research. Su Yang decided to take it one step at a time and choose the technology to research when the demand arises. As time went by and copper mines were produced bit by bit, the ammunition for all the crossbowmen who were going out on the expedition was finally filled up in the afternoon. Su Yang did not hesitate and led an army consisting of 15 armored warriors and 15 armored crossbowmen. The Zerg Ranch is different from ordinary Zerg nests. It is an important strategic point for the Zerg. And after the last reconnaissance was discovered, the situation on the ranch will become more complicated. Su Yang can only feel at ease if he personally arranges the tactics. With the assistance of Chun Wu and Zhao Zhang, Su Yang and his troops quickly rushed towards the insect ranch. The departure time was already in the afternoon, and they had to rush back to the base to defend it before nightfall. Sending out almost all the troops on an expedition to fight the Zerg in the afternoon was an extremely dangerous move. If anything goes wrong, the remaining 10 soldiers in the base will definitely not be able to defend against the insect swarm. If it was before the ranking notice came out, Su Yang might have chosen to play it safe and set off the next day. But now the exploration ranking has been added to the weekly stage ranking. Rank up by killing enemies and exploring the map. Although I have broken the novice protection in advance, I theoretically have an advantage. However, once other countries know the territorial rankings, they will certainly break the protection and compete. Countries that have strong combat capabilities in the early stages are likely to catch up later. If you want to ensure that you get first place in exploration, you must explore and fight without stopping. The Lord ranked first will receive a special system item, a decryption card. This reward is very important. Decryption cards unlock quests and rewards in the ruins and a range of other special locations. Soldiers had previously discovered and marked a relic. The reason why I didn't go was because I didn't know what task would be triggered. The relic missions are extremely difficult and the rewards are highly uncertain. A rash attack in the early stages is likely to lead to a total collapse. But if you have a decryption card, you can know the tasks and rewards in advance, and the risk is greatly reduced. If the ruins are compared to food coupons, the decryption card is the ability to see through the coding. If you can obtain relic rewards in the early stage, you can definitely greatly increase the development speed of the territory. With the exploitation of oil resources, other territories will gradually enter a stage of rapid development. It has been maintaining steady development, and the possibility of being surpassed is very high. If you want to stay ahead, you must incorporate special methods such as relics. Forbidden Land Trial is a game that requires both strength and luck. If you want to win, you must move forward regardless of the consequences. It was almost dusk when the troops arrived at the Zerg Ranch. Dusk is the boundary between day and night, and also the separation between life and death. This sentence is well reflected in the insect nest forest. The light from the sun dissipated, and the fluorescence of the plants had not yet lit up. This makes dusk the darkest moment in the hive forest. The whole world was dim, as if it had fallen into a quagmire. The visibility is shockingly poor. The sounds of the armor operating and steam gushing out could be heard alternately. The troops slowed down and advanced cautiously through the dense forest. Approaching the ranch, Su Yang split the team into 5 teams of 6 people. A team consists of 6 members, 3 armored warriors and 3 armored crossbowmen. The 5 teams dispersed and advanced towards the ranch in an arc. Long before the team advanced, Su Yang had already sent a scout to the ranch. When the 2 scouts returned to the territory for supplies in the afternoon, Su Yang took one with him. As a professional reconnaissance unit, scouts have very strong reconnaissance capabilities. The ranch situation was collected in a very short time. After hearing the scouts' information, Su Yang frowned slightly. The situation is a bit strange after what happened last time. The ranch's defenses weren't strengthened at all. Chapter 33 Crisis, New Zerg Troops. There is no enhancement at all. Su Yang was a little surprised and felt something was wrong. He thought that the Zerg would definitely take action after their last reconnaissance was discovered. And now it seems that there is still only one defensive team around the ranch. In this way, we only need to follow the method of attacking the insect nest for the first time. First destroy the Zerg squad on the ground, then guard the cave entrance and kill the Zerg inside the nest. Despite his doubts, Su Yang still ordered his troops to continue to carry out orders. After all, after crossing such a long distance, it is impossible to return empty-handed. Moreover, with the strength of the Qin armored soldiers, they are fully capable of dealing with some emergencies. You can't get a tiger cub without risking it. Before fully launching the offensive, Su Yang asked the scouts to conduct a second reconnaissance. This time the scope has expanded to the vicinity of the insect nest. The goal is to check whether there are any ambushing Zergs around. After checking around, the scout found nothing. The insect nest ranch is like an unguarded vault that can be entered and exited freely. As it was getting dark, Su Yang stopped thinking and ordered the team to take action. He sent out a 6-man team to snipe the Zerg troops on the ground. The other 4 squads were merged into one squadron. 12 armored warriors surrounded the cave entrance, and 12 armored crossbowmen provided support in the rear. If the ranch was as peaceful as it seemed, this battle would be easily won. Kill! Su Yang gave a low order and followed the troops towards the dim pasture. The steam-powered unit was running at maximum efficiency, making a roaring sound. The armored soldiers rushed out of the dense forest like wild beasts and quickly divided into 2 teams. A team headed straight for the Zerg squad, defending on the ground. The other team headed straight for the entrance of the insect nest. Hiss! Upon detecting the enemy invasion, the brainworm instantly wakes up, rapidly shaking its tentacles and emitting high-frequency sound waves. The surrounding stinging insects also screamed and rushed towards the armor team. Although these stinging insects are no longer the lowest level of stinging insects, but they were completely powerless to fight back against the Royal Armor team. The crossbowmen in the squad fired their crossbows at high speed. 3 arrows were shot out, piercing the body of the insect with pinpoint accuracy. The remaining 7 stinging insects rushed to the front of the armored warrior. In combat, a level 1 armored warrior can fight up to 2 stinging insects without taking any damage. After being upgraded to level 2, the armored warrior can fight at least 3 stinging insects without any damage. In front of the armored warrior who has been upgraded to level 2, there is no difference between 7 stinging insects and 0 stinging insects. The broad-bladed bronze sword pierced through the darkness, emitting a silver light. In less than 10 seconds, the stinging insect team was broken into pieces and scattered all over the ground. The brainworms that followed could not escape death either. Kill level 4 Tyrannid Brainworm, command value plus 150. Kill level 2 Tyrannid Stinger, leadership value plus 30. Kill level 2 Tyrannid Stinger, leadership value plus 30. The brainworm died, and the shrill insect chirping disappeared. The forest returned to peace. However, this calmness is the greatest unrest. The brainworm has sent out a signal. Why is there no movement in the hive? Su Yang stared at the dark entrance to the insect nest with serious eyes. According to the last attack on the hive, the inside of the hive will respond immediately after the brainworm sends out a signal. This time, the inside of the insect nest was as quiet as a pool of stagnant water. What about the Zerg? Could it be that they also participated in the attack yesterday and all died outside the base? The possibility is too small. This place is too far away from the territory. Level 2 Abyss Gaze cannot attract an insect nest so far away. After waiting for a while, there was still no response from the insect nest. Su Yang immediately called in a scout and prepared to have him investigate deep into the insect nest. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. You must find out the situation clearly before entering the cave. Just as he finished thinking about the strategy, Su Yang suddenly felt his body rising and falling. It was like standing on an inflatable castle in my previous life, with my body rising and falling with the air cushion. What's going on? Low blood sugar after not eating? He looked down. I saw the soft and wet ground covered with humus surging like waves. What's this? His Majesty. Chen Wu roared and flew over to rush Su Yang out. In the process of flying out, Su Yang saw that the place where he had just stood was bulging. The originally flat ground turned into a small hill in an instant. There's something underground. Su Yang's pupils shrank suddenly, as if he was struck by lightning. Buzz, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A huge black alien insect broke out of the ground. It is nearly 5 meters long and has a 3-meter-long hammer-shaped hard object on its head. The body is bloated, and 4 strong legs support the huge body. It is more like an amphibian, such as a lizard, than an arthropod, such as a stinging insect. Below the lizard monster that broke out of the ground was a 2-meter-wide hole that had just been dug. Rustle! Rustle! Suddenly, the sound of Zerg marching was heard. Roars came out from 2 cave entrances at the same time. This lizard monster dug a hole directly in the center of the battlefield, allowing the stinging insects to pour out from the middle and avoid the soldiers' blockade of the hole entrance. Sure enough, the Zerg did not fail to respond, but set up a trap based on his tactics for attacking the Zerg nest. The entrance to the cave is just a bait. Wait until all your troops are surrounded by it. The lizard monster opened its mouth at the back of the team, forming a double team with the insect nest. Is this the Zerg? Su Yang's mind was full of thoughts, constantly predicting the Zerg's next actions. Get rid of that monster first. At Su Yang's command, 15 heavy crossbows fired at the same time. The crossbow arrow whizzed towards the huge monster. The lizard monster laid down on the ground, using the spiked head to cover its entire torso. Dang dang dang. Like hitting a rock, the crossbow arrow lost all kinetic energy the instant it hit the hammer. Taking advantage of the crossbowman's opportunity, the lizard monster howled and plunged into the ground. It also wants to dig more holes to block all directions of the team. Retreat. Su Yang gave an urgent order, asking the team to abandon the cave entrance. Even if the fight is on the ground, it is safer than being double-teamed. Especially since the crossbowmen have low armor, casualties will definitely occur if they are surrounded. However, once you step into a Zerg trap, you can't retreat just because you want to. Hiss. The stinging insects poured out from the two holes, one in front and one behind, like a tide. They roared and raged, vowing to tear the invaders to pieces. Chapter 34. Elite Unit, Tyrannid Worm. Looking at the stinging insects pouring in like a tide, Su Yang immediately realized that there was no way to retreat. Form a double array and guard the cave in trance. Su Yang gave the order, and the armored soldiers took action instantly. The soldiers at the front entrance of the cave separated into a team and quickly moved towards the rear entrance to protect the crossbow team. The troops were divided into two arc-shaped columns at the two entrances. With Su Yang as the center, the crossbowmen were on the inside, and the armored warriors were on the outside for defense. The surging swarm of insects crashed into the queue in an instant. Thanks to Su Yang's quick reaction, the crossbowmen avoided a head-on battle with the stinging insects. The armored warriors on the outside were running at full power, and the gushing steam filled the entire battlefield. The bronze sword danced wildly like the wind, repelling the insect tide again and again. Su Yang carefully observed the developments on the battlefield, quickly thinking through all possible variables in his mind. Although the Zerg's tactics were unexpected, there was still a gap in the hard power between the two sides. According to this process, as long as the crossbowmen finish reloading their crossbows, the situation on the battlefield can be reversed. But the biggest variable now is the giant lizard monster. His presence will definitely put tremendous pressure on the defense. Boom. As soon as the thought came to mind, a lizard-like monster broke out of the ground. A lot of dust was raised on the right wing of the team, and the third cave appeared. A group of stinging insects are about to attack from the right wing. Su Yang's face was solemn, his eyes fixed on the giant beast. When the third batch of Zerg arrives, our forces will be further dispersed. There are more Zergs, and if this continues, the situation will become increasingly disadvantageous. The biggest variable on the battlefield must be dealt with first. Chen Wu Zhaozhang. Su Yang gave the order, and Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang led a small team to attack. Their mission is to stop the monster. Whoosh. The crossbowmen finished loading and 15 crossbow arrows whizzed out. Half of them were shot at the lizard monster, and the other half supported the defense lines on both sides. The lizard monster sensed danger and immediately lowered its body to block the crossbow arrow with its head. The bones of its head are extremely smooth and hard. When the crossbow arrows hit the target, only a small part of them could penetrate into the target, while most of them were directly bounced off and had no effect. But this round of crossbow arrows was not intended to kill, but to delay. Su Yang knew that the crossbow could not break the lizard monster's defense. He was just using the monster's mechanism of dodging crossbow arrows to buy time for the sniper team. Chi. The moment the lizard monster stood up after dodging the crossbow arrow, Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang had already brought 4 other armored warriors to its front. The 4 armored warriors quickly leaned over and thrust their broad blades into the ground below the lizard monster's head. Combined with the mechanical power of the armor, it can prevent it from escaping underground. Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang jumped up and moved forward quickly by stepping on its broad head. Its weakness lies in the torso that is always protected by the head. The lizard monster felt death approaching and huge power burst out of its body. It jerked its head up and swung it around. Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang were thrown away directly, and the 4 armored warriors on the ground were also blown away. This monster is so powerful that even the armored warriors are helpless against it. Buzz! It let out a long roar, turned around, and dived towards the ground. It wanted to burrow into the ground again. It will be dangerous if you let it run away again. Stop him! Su Yang shouted angrily. The moment the lizard monster's huge head hit the ground, 4 armored warriors swooped over. They lay down directly where it landed and formed a barrier with their bodies. Boom! There was a huge crash and a huge cloud of steam gushed out. Under the huge impact force, Yu Jia let out a groan of collapse. The mechanical device was scrapped, and the armor was twisted and deformed. The armor values of the 4 armored warriors were directly reset to 0. They paid a heavy price to keep the lizard monsters on the ground. Steam was billowing, and Chun Wu and Zhao Zhang attacked from behind. The power unit was running at full speed, with countless sparks flying from the mechanical gears. Extremely compressed high-temperature steam gushed out from the hilt. Chi! 2 silver lights lit up. The 2 hind limbs of the lizard monster were chopped off directly. It let out a wail and fell to the side with a loud bang. The sound of steam gushing out arose again. The 2 huge swords pierced straight into the monster's body. The 1-meter-long sword was completely immersed. The attack is not over yet. Chun Wu and Zhao Zhang switched to holding the sword with both hands. He gripped the hilt tightly and spun the sword violently inside the monster. The sword blade cut through the hard skin and crushed all the blood vessels, muscle tissue, and internal organs. Blue-green blood mixed with tissue debris gushed out from the incision. The huge lizard monster completely lost all its strength and collapsed to the ground. The huge wailing sound gradually subsided. Kill a level 5 Tyranid Cryptworm. Command value plus 300. Kill elite units. Unlock achievement. Kill the elite. Command value plus 500. The giant cryptworm fell to the ground, and the stinging insects from the 3rd hole swarmed in. Chun Wu and Zhao Zhang were still checking on their teammates' injuries. There was a shortage of people in the front row, so Su Yang simply split half of the crossbowmen and sent them forward. Although not fully covered in armor, the crossbowman's melee combat capability is not bad. After discovering the copper mine, we can repair the armor and no longer have to worry about the soldiers being damaged. Half of the armored crossbowmen drew out their short bronze swords to fight back against the insect swarm. Although the troops are divided into 3 groups, the armored troops are still in an advantageous position as long as there are no giant underground insects to disrupt the situation. As the remaining half of the crossbowmen finished reloading, they fired their crossbows. The balance of the battle has completely tilted. The Zerg offensive was quickly broken. Kill level 4 Tyranid Brainworm. Command value plus 150. Kill level 2 Tyranid Stinger. Leadership value plus 30. Kill level 3 Tyranid Stinger. Leadership value plus 40. Kill level 3 Tyranid Jet Nematodes. Command value plus 70. As a series of kill prompts appeared, the battle gradually came to an end. Because of the existence of a new Zerg species, the Cryptid. It can be said that this battle was the most brutal battle since Su Yang became the Lord. For level 2 armored warriors were directly scrapped. Fortunately, although the armor was destroyed, the soldiers were still alive. You only need to go back to the territory to repair your armor, and you can return to the battlefield. After the battle, Su Yang led a team into the insect nest below the pasture. Chapter 35 Heroic Units. Walking in the damp and cramped main cave entrance, Su Yang discovered that the width of this acupuncture point was twice as wide as the ones he had encountered before. Could it be that as the levels of these alien insects increase, the structure and range of the hive will also expand? Walking down the acupuncture path, the main cave of the insect nest appeared in front of everyone. The main cave was also twice as large as the ones we had encountered previously. Su Yang's focus was not here. He followed the wall to find the passage leading to another cave. Queen's Cave. Entering the cave is a giant tumor hanging upside down like a heart. Below the nearly 7-meter-high tumor, the queen insect's head covered with tentacles was constantly trembling. The air was filled with the smell of damp and decay. Below the tumor were piles of white worm eggs the size of a human head. They were larvae that had been laid by the mother worm not long ago. Su Yang walked around the cave holding a torch. Compared with the previous ones encountered, this female insect is not only larger in size, but also has new dark purple lines on its surface. He took a step closer and raised the fluorescent plant in his hand. The surface of the worm tumor is covered with holes of various sizes. Along with the wriggling, some white worm eggs are slowly being discharged. In the mucus of the sarcoma, Su Yang saw insect eggs of different sizes. The alien insects in the eggs are also different from other white eggs. This could be the eggs of the giant cryptworm they just killed. If I'm not mistaken, these queen insects are constantly upgrading as their levels increase. Upgrading not only allows them to lay more eggs, but also breed new species of insects. The scope and scale of the hive will also expand around the queen. Why does this pattern feel so familiar? Su Yang said in his heart. If the Zerg are regarded as humans, they also seem to be constantly developing and expanding their territory. Are humans the only participants in the Forbidden Land trial? Kill him. Su Chen gave the order and turned around to exit the cave amid the sharp cry of the queen insect. Kill level 6 Tyranid Queen, command value plus 500. Obtain rare E-level drop, Heart of the Hive. Can be used to speed up technology research and development and construction. Unlocked achievement, Master of Insect Extermination, Level 3, command value plus 1,500. Trigger event, Gaze into the Abyss, Level 3. You have completely angered the Zerg. A larger and more diverse swarm of Tyranids will attack you. It's actually a Level 6 queen, which is 3 levels higher than the previous Level 3 queen. No wonder the levels of other Zerg killed were much higher than before. However, just one queen insect allowed him to unlock a new level of Insect Exterminator achievement in the Abyss Gazing event. When we upgraded these two events previously, we destroyed 2 insect nests. His Majesty. Walking out of the cave, the armored warriors on duty outside carried up a black object. It's the skull of the giant cryptworm. Su Yung reached out and touched it. Obtain rarity level drop, Giant Alligator Bone. Obtain the technology to be unlocked, currently no conditions for research alligator bone plate armor. A new technology has been acquired, which seems to be in the direction of defense. Considering the hardness of the giant insect skull, Su Yung felt that the defensiveness of this plate armor was definitely very high. However, there are currently no conditions for research, so maybe we have to upgrade the 1,000 machine tower later? After putting the huge alligator bone into his backpack, he ordered the soldiers to regroup. The sun had completely set, and now they had to rush back to the territory as quickly as possible. Under Su Yang's command, one team led the way while another team carried 4 soldiers whose armor was damaged. The remaining soldiers formed a circle and directed their attack toward the most important target of this battle, the sheep in the pasture. These 3-eyed uglies were frightened to death by the battle. When I first started guiding them, they all huddled in a corner and refused to move. It was only after Su Yung caught 2 of them and beat them up that he scared the sheep away. Because of the presence of wounded people and sheep, the team could not return quickly. The troops were in a state of extreme tension along the way. Now that Abyss Gaze has reached level 3, you may be attacked by the swarm of insects at any time on the way back. What's even more terrible is that the territory may also suffer a larger scale attack. He thought more than once that he should kill the queen insect next time. After all, it was too dangerous at night. Fortunately, Su Yang's worries did not come true. After several hours of marching, the team returned to the territory safely. Fortunately, the territory was not attacked by the Zerg tonight. It was not until he entered the gate of the territory that Su Yang's heart was finally at ease. The soldiers were already exhausted, and if they encountered a battle on the road, the outcome would be truly unpredictable. After returning to the territory, Su Yang's work officially began. He immediately refueled all the soldiers and loaded the crossbowmen with arrows to prepare for the swarm attack that could happen at any time. He then set aside an area on the west side of his territory to raise those ugly sheep. Since there was no hardwood to make the wooden fence, Su Yung asked the soldiers to cut down some fluorescent plants to make simple divisions. Fortunately, these sheep are timid and shy and don't dare to walk around. On the way back, Su Yung roughly estimated the number of sheep. According to the current population of the territory, these sheep can easily feed the people for a month. Food is the most important thing for people. Solving the food problem made Su Yung feel relieved. After dealing with a series of urgent matters, he opened the panel to check his gains. Although the battle was somewhat thrilling, the result was good and the harvest was quite rich. The first is the leadership value. Now, in addition to being an important resource for upgrading bases, command value is also a key factor in competing for exploration rankings. Whoever can gain more dominance value will have a greater advantage in the ranking. In this battle, the command value gained from killing enemies alone is 3,960 points, plus 2,000 points of command value as a reward for unlocking the achievement. A total of 5,960 points of command were obtained. It is slightly less than the last time to defend against the Zerg Swarm, but the Zerg Swarm attacks together with all the Zergs in the range. And this battle is just to gain a hive. From this we can also see that the insect nest where the level 6 queen is located is 1 level higher than other low-level insect nests. After that, I obtained props, and this time I obtained 2 rare props. Compared to ordinary hive hearts, rare hive hearts have the ability to speed up construction. In other words, it can not only speed up scientific research, but also speed up building upgrades and renovations. Moreover, the time that can be shortened for the ordinary level is up to 1 day, and for the rare level it can be shortened up to 2 days. If you want to upgrade the main base to level 3 later, you don't have to wait for a few more days. Another rare item is the crocodile bone dropped by the giant cryptworm. It's unclear what it's used for, but given its rarity, it's certainly good. Finally, the most important reward is food. The battle solved the food problem in the short term. However, in addition to the rich harvest from this battle, Su Yung also discovered a hidden danger. That is, the soldiers are less capable of fighting against elite monsters with extremely high individual combat power. A single Tyranid nearly turned the tide in the battle. Although the armored soldiers were powerful, they were still unable to withstand such a giant. Including the crossbowmen who were tied up, Su Yung spent almost 15 soldiers to kill the giant cryptworm. And in the end, the situation was resolved at the cost of 4 armored warriors being crippled. What if there are 2 giant insects? Or other more powerful elite Zerg may appear in the future. If we still rely solely on armored soldiers at that time, the battle will become very difficult. Perhaps the territory needs hero-level units. Chapter 36 Level 3 Main Base. The 1,000 Machines Tower, as the core building for the development of the base, is in charge of the 5 major branches: resources, defenses, arms, technology, and heroes. The hero branch can only be unlocked after the corresponding hero building is built at level 3 of the main base. Hero units have 3 categories: military war management, governance, and scientific research. They are respectively responsible for external conquest, logistical services, and scientific research management. All hero units are famous figures in the history of various civilizations. According to the experience of the first 2 rounds of Forbidden Areas, the hero units of other civilizations are generally generals with extremely strong command capabilities and do not participate in battles themselves. However, the generals of the Qin dynasty were not just ordinary commanding generals, but combat generals. In addition to their leadership capabilities, they also possess strong individual combat capabilities. This was quite normal for the Qin dynasty. After all, many generals started out as soldiers, participated in countless wars, and crawled out of piles of corpses. Or they have been generals for generations, served in the military for generations, and received strict military training since childhood. There are numerous examples in history books of various generals who were able to defeat 10 or 100 enemies at once. Although there is some exaggeration, the fighting capabilities of these famous generals are unquestionable. The already strong individual ability, coupled with the armor, will increase its combat capability exponentially. With a hero unit of this strength on the field, the troops will no longer be held back by elite monsters. In the future, as the Zerg becomes more powerful, their numbers will expand and the quality of individual soldiers will also increase. Ordinary soldier units are used to deal with large-scale and large-scale insect swarms. Hero units are used to fight against the extremely powerful individuals in the Zerg swarm. Now that Abyss Gaze has reached level 3, there will definitely be elite units such as giant worms in the subsequent Zerg offensive. And in theory, the alien attack on the last night of each week will be more intense than all previous attacks. In order to withstand the last wave of attacks, you must improve the base defense and summon hero-level units. The prerequisite for summoning heroic units is to upgrade the main base to level 3. Su Yang clicked on the Lord's Mansion panel to check the upgrade requirements. Main base, Lord's Mansion. Level 2, level 3. Unlock the 3rd level resource device, 3rd level defense facility, 3rd level armored camp, and obtain the Hero Research Branch GNU. Required for upgrade: coal resources, 100 units. Copper or resources, 100 units. Stone mine resources, 200 units. Command value, 4,000 points. Time, 2 dia. The upgrade requirements for level 3 main base are much more stringent than those for level 2. In addition to leadership, various resources are also required. Su Yang looked at the panel and quickly calculated in his mind. There are 100 units of coal resources, the current territory stock is 32 units, and the production capacity is 110 units/day. If the armored soldiers do not take any action during the day and only defend against the enemy at night, the net output value per day is 50 units of coal. Collect 100 units of coal resources before the night of the 6th day. Unless it was necessary, Su Yang decided not to send soldiers out in the next 2 days. It is not only because of the need to accumulate coal resources, but also because the current income from going out is not high. After last night's battle, the Zerg swarm within the territory had been severely damaged. You cannot gain more leadership by going out to attack a Zerg nest. On the contrary, Abyss Gaze has reached level 3, and the offensive at night has been further intensified. Just defending the territory can earn you enough command value. Then there are the stone or resources, with a current stock of 132 units and a production capacity of 100 units per day. Don't worry about the stone resources, they can be collected before noon tomorrow. Finally, there is the key copper resource. As the most tense and strategically important resource in the current territory, it is not easy to accumulate copper reserves. The current copper mine stock in the territory is 13 units, with a production capacity of 50 units per day. Assuming the best situation, the territory will not consume any copper or in the next few days. To collect 100 units, you need to wait until the 6th night. But that's almost impossible. First of all, if you want to defend against the Zerg attack under the level 3 Abyss Gaze, you must build a crossbow tower. For ballista towers require a total of 40 units of copper resources and 2 units of copper per day for ammunition and maintenance. Then comes the supply of crossbow arrows for the crossbowmen. If there are Zerg attacks in the next 2 days, at least 40 units of copper ore will be needed. Finally, it is necessary to maintain the facilities and armor damaged in the attack, which may also require the consumption of 10 units of copper ore. By this calculation, we would be lucky if we could not exceed the limit by the night of the 6th day, not to mention the accumulated stock. It is important to upgrade the copper mining machine before you can chop wood. Otherwise, it will be impossible to meet the upgrade requirements of the level 3 base. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he consumed another 10 units of the remaining 13 units of copper ore to upgrade the mining machine. Blueprint data lines surged across the mining machine. The sounds of gears meshing and steam gushing out could be heard alternately. This is the first upgraded mining machine in the territory. After a short wait, the full picture of the level 2 steam-powered mining machine appeared. The mining machine base is twice as large as level 1. The top impact hammer has also become larger, and each blow can excavate more ore. Su Yang opened the mining machine panel, and the original output value of 50 units was directly upgraded to 75 units. From now until the night of the 7th day, the mining machine can generate about 200 units of copper ore. After deducting the possible consumption in the next 2 days, the estimated balance will be exactly around 100 units. Therefore, you must be cautious in using resources during these 2 days. Save where you can, avoid where you can, and make sure you upgrade your mansion to level 3 before the night of the 7th day. As long as you can enter the upgrade, time is not a problem. Su Yang has a rare insect nest heart. Rare hive hearts can be used to upgrade buildings and can reduce the time by up to 2 days. It only takes 2 days to upgrade a level 3 mansion, so you can use the heart of the hive to kill instantly. Finally, there is a command value requirement of 4,000 points. For other lords guarding their territories, this may be the most difficult task. But for Su Yang, this is the easiest part. There are still more than 2 days left, so there is no need to worry about the 4,000 command value. Safely defend against the Zerg offensive for the past 2 days and unlock heroic units to survive the 7th night. You can then compete for a place in the subsequent Lord rankings. As long as you get rewards, your territory will be greatly improved. Not to mention taking first place and getting those special system items. If you win both first places. Chapter 37 Crossbow Tower, a powerful war beast. 3 days left until the alien invasion. The Lord's Hall has been opened. During the specified time, lords can communicate with each other in the hall. Su Yang approached the chat interface. Today's Lord's Hall was no longer as lively as usual. The emergence of 2 ranking systems has brought the competition among the lords from the dark to the surface. Basically, all lords will participate in the early ranking competition. The first point is that the lord ranking is a phased system reward, although it will continue throughout the entire trial. But in the early stages, due to the scarcity of various resources, the rewards for lord rankings will become more important. For example, if the development ranking is first, you will directly get 2 mining machines. Unless there is a civilization bonus, the number of mining machines in each territory is the same. There are 2 at the first level main base, and 2 more after upgrading to level 2, and so on. In the early stage, when the number of mining machines is insufficient, you can directly get 2 free mining machines. This will greatly increase the territory's ability to acquire resources and speed up its development. Not to mention the special prompts for exploring the rankings, decryption cards. This is an item that can only be obtained from the system and is in short supply. Another point is that all countries are in the initial stage and are not yet stable, so there are many factors that affect the ranking. As the period progresses, the development of each country becomes more stable, and it becomes more difficult for weak lords to compete for a place. So they will seize the early opportunities and try their best. These 2 points created a fierce competition for lord rankings in the early stages. Now most countries have not formed an alliance, and everyone in the Lord's Hall is a competitor. Naturally, people spoke much less than before. Opera Lord, oh my god, I saw those bugs last night. Lord of the United States, are they the Zerg from the heart of the hive? Lord Tianzhu, my good brother, may Buddha bless you. Anonymous, what do those monsters look like? Do you think we have a chance of winning? The words of the Spanish Lord slightly disturbed the tranquility of the hall. There is very little information about Heart of the Hive, only some system introductions. All the lords who were born in the Heart of the Hive in the past died, and no one survived. Therefore, most lords are extremely curious about this mysterious area. Theatrical Lord, it is truly a creature from hell. The most common of them are 2.5 meters long, covered with brown spots, like a cross between a mantis and a spider. It is extremely fast, and is said to be like a ghost in the dense forest. After listening to the Spanish Lord's story, the hall fell into silence. Su Yang smiled. These lords probably thought that the Zerg won by numbers. Now the 2.5 meter height really shocked them. Edo Lord, 2.5 meters? What an exaggerated size. Bear Country Lord, with this kind of individual soldier quality and numerical advantage, I suggest you choose a cemetery first. Lord Zabanya, Thank you, I have already chosen. Lord of England, take courage. The Zerg are at their strongest in the dense forest, so the defensive battle won't be that difficult. This English lord knows quite a lot about the insect swarm. Su Yong closed the hall panel. He would not hear any more useful news today. For the Spanish lord who had never left the novice protection area, it was not a big problem to withstand the seventh day's offensive. What he was facing should only be the lowest level of insect swarm. As long as he repaired the city wall and cleared the plants around the base as suggested by the English lord. With the not-so-bad firepower of the line infantry, we should be able to defend successfully. The only thing he needed to overcome was fear, the fear of facing the Zerg and facing death. After all, once his soldiers were approached by the Zerg, they would only end up dead. In terms of close combat capability, I am afraid that no soldier in the early stage can compare with the armored warriors. Su Yong slowly climbed up the city wall and improved the copper mining machine after a night of work. The copper resources in the territory have reached 42 units. What he has to face is not the lowest level of insect swarm. If calculated according to the level of Abyss Gaze, he would be fighting against a third-level insect swarm. If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be elite Tyranids joining the siege team tonight. At this time, just repairing the city walls and cutting down trees is definitely not enough. Su Yong called up the defense panel and consumed all the newly excavated copper resources on the crossbow tower. Chi. There was a huge sound of steam gushing out. This was followed by the roar of machinery running. The blue data line surged, transforming the original stone pavilion into a metal one. Finally, the spire of the observation pavilion was removed and a new layer was added. On this open-air floor, a giant mechanical crossbow, 2 meters wide and 3.5 meters long, is being manufactured. This most terrifying war machine in ancient times will become the protagonist of territory defense for these 2 nights. Before the heroic units come out, you must rely on crossbows to deal with Tyranids. If we send out the armored squad like we did in the last encounter, the defenses of other areas will inevitably become weak. Moreover, dealing with giant insects at close range is extremely risky, but relying on a crossbow will not cause such a problem. The mechanical roar stopped and the construction of the 4 crossbows was completed. The bow arms, made of special materials, bend under tension. The finger-thick crossbow string connects it to the huge winch at the rear. The winch is connected to a series of mechanical transmission devices. In the groove above the crossbow, there lay a giant crossbow arrow that was 2 meters long. Just seeing its green appearance is enough to make people shudder. If you were shot by an arrow, the consequences can be imagined. Su Yong gently stroked the crossbow, feeling the silent roar of this war beast. Like the ancient city walls, every part of this crossbow is the crystallization of the wisdom of our ancestors. With these 4 crossbows, Su Yong is confident that he can shoot through not only the Tyranid beast but even the tank. The crossbow tower has been built, and the next step is to deploy new soldiers. Because of the involvement of the Tyranids, the battle will not only take place outside the city walls. At that time, a wormhole will be created in the base, and alien insects will pour in. If we follow the previous configuration, we will not be able to divide our troops to defend against the Zerg in the city. So Su Yong decided to summon another group of armored warriors to defend the city. After upgrading to level 2 Imperial Armor Battalion, the initial level of the summoned Qin Imperial Armor Warriors will be level 2. And summoning only requires 300 command points, which saves 100 command points compared to summoning a level 1 soldier and then upgrading it. Leadership value minus 3,000. The Imperial Armor Camp is in operation, and 10 level 2 Qin Imperial Armor Warriors join the territory. The base defense construction has been completed and the staffing has been arranged. All that's left now is to wait for night to fall. Chapter 38 Absolute Defense. U.S. Territory. MacArthur was somewhat surprised by the information provided by the Spanish lord. Who could have imagined that there could be a race with such quantity and quality? Even for the U.S. military, fighting the Zerg in the dense forest is an extremely dangerous option. If he were born in the hive, he would have to wait until the armored vehicles were unlocked before letting the soldiers go deep into the jungle. As expected, it is the most difficult birthplace. Even if you can defend your base there, you will not be able to develop further. God bless America. MacArthur muttered to himself and then opened his backpack. 50 units of oil have been delivered from our ally Afghanistan. He broke into a broad grin. From this moment on, the United States will be far ahead of all other countries. Somewhere in a forbidden area with bare rocks. Bang, bang, bang. Soldiers in Japanese military uniforms lined up and fired forward. The firepower network of the Type 99 rifle was so dense that the creatures hiding behind the rocks didn't even have a chance to peek. The other squad quickly went around the rocks, and after a round of shooting, they charged with bayonets. Long live the Emperor. The battle was over quickly. Behind the rocks, a group of short creatures armed with stone weapons were lying dead all over the ground. The birthplace of Japan is the Goblin Mine, and the dead on the ground are the goblins. In the Japanese territory, Tojo Engine opened the panel. Just now, in a wave of encounters, I gained 460 points of command value. The Japanese warriors who possess the characteristics of Bushido will not stop fighting as long as they are not injured. However, the goblins were weak in the early stages and could not cause any effective damage. This allows the Japanese warriors to harvest command value without any hindrance. Tojo Inken's eyes flickered, and a sharp determination burst out. Discovery number 1 is a sure thing. Take the first place to get the decryption card, establish an alliance with Afghanistan, and then obtain key oil resources. No one can stop the progress of the great Japanese Empire. Night, the heart of the hive. In order to save resources, Su Yang did not let the soldiers go out to explore during the day. All soldiers took turns to stand guard on the city wall according to orders. While saving fuel, it also saves energy for night attacks. The soldiers did not go out, but the 2 scouts were still exploring outside. A steady stream of reconnaissance intelligence was returned to Su Yang. After exploring during the day, the scouts discovered 2 more mineral veins. 1 good-grade carbon mine and 1 fair-grade copper mine. The quality isn't high, but at least it was discovered. Su Yang roughly memorized these 2 directions in his mind. If you rank first in development, you will receive extra mining machines as system rewards. These newly discovered mineral veins will come in handy at that time. Unlike the exploration ranking, which only requires killing enemies and opening maps, there are many factors that affect the development ranking. Even if it is difficult, we must try our best. After all, the first place winner will have the opportunity to obtain 2 mining machines and material resources. With additional mining machines, you don't have to live so frugally. His Majesty, Qin Wu, who was patrolling the base, reported to Su Yang. There's something going on underground. Are you here? Su Yang's eyes flashed. All troops on alert. Southeast and southwest crossbows turned their direction. At Su Yang's command, all members lined up and entered a state of alert. The 2 crossbows diagonally opposite the city wall turned their direction and aimed at the interior of the territory. Rustle. A series of sharp insect chirps were heard in the dense forest in the north. The swarm did not charge all the way like in the last attack. Instead, they chose to approach secretly and then launch a sudden charge. Through the protective color of their bodies, they cleverly avoided the detection of the crossbowmen. These bugs have a strong ability to learn. Shoot. Su Yang gave the order and immediately mobilized the mobile forces in the southeast and southwest to support the northern city wall. Whoosh whoosh. The crossbow arrows covered the insect swarm like a net. The moment they landed, the alien insects in the range turned into mud in an instant. The battle begins. Screams, roars, the sound of sharp objects breaking through the air, and the sound of steam gushing out mixed together and echoed in the sky. There was a loud bang. A Tyranid giant worm rushed out of the ground and opened a large hole in the south of the territory. They seemed to realize that by sending troops to defend the north, the defense of the south would be weakened. One by one, stinging insects swarmed out from the hole below the giant insect. Hiss. The Tyranid worm howled towards the sky, as if mocking it. Little did it know that the crossbow on top of the city wall was already pointed at it. Click, click, click. The crossbowman adjusted the crosshairs of the crossbow. Duh. Aiming completed. Hum. The crossbow was fired, making a thunderous sound. The 2-meter-long bronze crossbow arrow shot towards the Tyranid giant insect like lightning. Phew. A crisp piercing sound was heard, and the giant insect's roar came to an abrupt end. The crossbow arrow penetrated directly from the left side of its skull, pierced through its entire body and stuck in the ground. The giant insect's life was instantly destroyed, and it fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. Kill a level 5 Tyranid cryptworm, command value plus 300. Its huge body pressed down on the entrance of the cave, blocking the swarm of insects that followed. Chun Wu led the newly recruited armored warriors to the south of the territory and quickly eliminated the stinging insects that entered the territory. The first wave of insect attacks was perfectly resolved by Su Yang. To the north, with the help of towering city walls and reinforcements gradually arrived. The threat posed by the Zerg swarm offensive is becoming smaller and smaller. The second Zerg Tyranid wanted to break this situation. It broke out of the ground directly at the foot of the northern city wall. The inside and outside of the city wall were connected. However, the swarm of insects pouring in from the cave entrance still could not break through the defense of the armored legion. The second giant insect also died under the repeated fire from 2 crossbows in the north. With the death of the 2 giant Zergs, the Zerg attack came to an end. Chun Wu led the armored warriors out of the city and hunted down the remaining Zerg in the dense forest. Zhao Zhang led another team to deal with the corpses of the insects and fill the holes dug by the giant insects. Thanks to the existence of the 4 newly built crossbows, The territory survived the attack, almost unscathed. After spending 20 units of ore to repair the city wall, Su Yang opened the panel. After a night of fighting, a total of 5,300 points of command were gained. Adding the remaining points from before, Su Yang's current command value has reached 8,660 points. What an exaggerated number. Even after deducting the base upgrade, there are still more than 4,000 points left. With so much command value, Su Yang decided to further strengthen the strength of his army. Chapter 39, Acoustic Detector, the Future of Dragon Country. This time, Su Yang decided to unlock several new technologies he had acquired last time. One is the Defense Branch's Sonic Detector. Technology, Sound Wave Detector. Unlock the Sonic Detector technology, and use the radio receiver and biological signal fragments to form a reconnaissance and defense device. Command value, 1,000 points. Time, 8h. Although the defense tonight was very smooth and there were no mistakes, the territory was still broken through by the giant insects. As a person with a strong sense of territory, he could not tolerate anything swimming under his base at will. By observing the tunnels dug by the giant insects, Su Yang discovered that the tunnels dug by the giant insects were not deep. Giant worms of this level cannot break through deeper rock layers, so they can only move in the soil layer 2 to 3 meters above the ground. At this depth, as long as the specific location is found, the crossbow can penetrate it. The problem is how to determine his exact location before the giant worm emerges from the ground. I have tried before, and it is not detectable with the naked eye. The giant worms can somehow hide the changes in the soil layer very well, and the bulge in the soil layer can only be observed when they break out of the ground. Since it cannot be observed with the naked eye, we can only use some high technology. After the detector integrates rare biological tissue fragments, it can monitor the activities of insect swarms over a large area. By capturing ethnically specific audio, it can be captured with pinpoint accuracy both above and below ground. This not only helps the crossbow turret snipe the giant insect in advance, but also can crack the Zerg's lurking tactics. If there was one mistake today, it was that we didn't expect the Zerg to lurk and avoid reconnaissance until they started charging around their territory. Su Yang suspected that although these insects came from different insect nests, they were somehow connected. They will exchange combat experiences with each other and continue to evolve from failure. The intelligence of the Zerg has exceeded Su Yang's imagination time and time again. But stealth tactics can only go so far. Sonic detectors will make them know where to hide. Another technology that Su Yang wants to unlock is terrain mapping of military routes. Topographic surveying. Unlock topographic surveying knowledge. Technology, topographic mapping. Unlock terrain mapping technology, allowing scouts to draw detailed maps of terrain areas, building structures, and biological forms. Command value, 1,000 points. Time, 12h. Currently, the information that scouts and soldiers convey to Su Yang is in the form of narration and writing. Many special situations, such as the size of the hive, defense configuration, detailed terrain, etc., cannot be accurately conveyed. After unlocking this technology, the scout can use the combination of painting and text to accurately transmit some special information to Su Yang. This will greatly enhance Su Yang's control over the territory and the battlefield, allowing him to better command. These two technologies need to be unlocked in the territory right now. Su Yang plans to unlock the sophisticated mechanical structure that he obtained at the same time next time. The sophisticated mechanism allows the crossbowman to fire continuously. Although it can greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of troops, upgrading troops requires a large amount of command value, and the consumption of copper resources will increase after upgrading the crossbowman. So Su Yang plans to keep this upgrade until hero-level units appear. The 1,000 Machine Tower can only perform one technology upgrade at a time. Su Yang gave priority to scout units and directly consumed a hive heart to complete the upgrade. Leadership value -1,000. Terrain exploration technology research. Use the item Heart of the Hive to shorten the time required for research and development by 12 hours. This hive heart was dropped after dealing with 2 hives in succession. There are currently 2 left, 1 common and 1 rare. Technology unlocked. Su Yang opened the panel to upgrade the scout unit. Arms, Dachin 1,000-mile scout. Level 1, Level 2. Effect, unlock detailed drawing ability, increase detection range. Command value, 600 points. Consume 1,200 leadership points to upgrade 2 scouts at the same time. The next step is to unlock the sonic detector. There's no rush for this. It can be fixed before tomorrow night. Leadership value -1,000. Study of acoustic wave detector. Time, 8h. After closing the panel, The soldiers cleaned up the battlefield and returned to their territory one after another. The battle tonight has come to an end. Only one night remained until the massive insect nest. What kind of battle will we experience then? The next morning, the research on the acoustic wave detector was completed. Su Yang spent 10 units of copper to build a sonic detector. In the center of the base, a tower with a huge radio device rises from the ground. With the advent of the sonic detector, a new column appeared on the defense panel. Acoustic detection. Clicking on it will show a topographic map composed of various data lines. This is the maximum range that the detector can currently monitor. Su Yang estimated that the detection range was about 5 kilometers. Construction was completed and the detector began operation. Sound waves in normal scene are being collected. Mechanical operation, steam conversion, swaying plants, wind, animal calls. Seeing the workflow, Su Yang immediately understood the working principle of the detector. First, it captures and records all sounds in a safe scenario. These, whether present or absent, will not trigger an alert. If any audio that is not registered as safe sound enters, the detector will report it immediately. After fusing biological fragments and tissues, the detector can more accurately capture the specific audio signals emitted by the Zerg. Make sure that the Zerg that enters the reconnaissance range has nowhere to hide. With the combination of detectors and crossbow turrets, even giant insects can no longer penetrate deeper into the territory. Dragon Country Military Headquarters, High-Level Meeting Room. The atmosphere in the meeting room today is no longer as lively as it was in the past few days. All the officers had solemn expressions on their faces. They received the latest news from the intelligence department last night. The Afghan Lord has already discovered oil and is actively seeking cooperation with various countries. Oil is the bottleneck restricting the development of modern industrial civilization. It is precisely because of this bottleneck that lords who chose technology that was slightly lacking in civilization in the early stages have a chance to catch up. Now that oil was discovered in the first week, modern industrial civilizations such as the United States have directly entered a state of unlimited development. This will further widen the gap between the two sides, making the powerful country stronger and the weak country weaker. What the hell? I finally got some progress, and now this happens. One officer could not help but explode the national treasure. He was extremely angry. Although the other officers did not show it, they were also resentful in their hearts. I had originally expected Su Yang to get a place in the Lord rankings. In this way, the weak technological shortcomings of the Qin dynasty were fully exposed. How can we compete with other countries in the future? Where does the future of Dragon Country lie? Chapter 40 New Elite Zerg Unit. Although oil has been produced in Afghanistan, the output will not be large in the short term. During this time, we can try to gain 1 or 2 exploration rankings to close the gap. The development ranking takes into account too many factors, and after obtaining the oil, the United States and a number of other countries will definitely be able to upgrade their main bases before the Zerg tide arrives. If the main base is at the same level, we certainly can't compare with other countries. After all, the Qin dynasty's technology is only at the Bronze Age. It is impossible to achieve a development ranking, but there is a chance to strive for an exploration ranking. We broke through the novice defense on the first day, and we have been actively exploring during this period. As long as we maintain an active strategy of going out to explore in the last few days, we should be able to win a place in the exploration ranking. So the key is to actively go out and explore. The General pointed out the key point succinctly. Yes, judging from Su Yang's personality, this is not a difficult task. The General nodded slightly. For someone who can break through the novice protection on the first day, this is indeed not a difficult task. The screen flashed, and the Forbidden Area live broadcast began. To everyone's surprise, Su Yang's army was resting in the territory at this moment. This. Everyone was speechless. Su Yang's actions always surprised them. They thought they needed to defend themselves, but Su Yang directly broke through the novice protection. They felt that it was time to attack, so Su Yang and his entire army stayed at home and rested. Why? What? Experts are puzzled. After observing for this period of time, they have recognized Su Yang's intelligence. He is considered to be a person with strategic awareness and the ability of a lord. With his ability, he must realize that he needs to actively go out in order to have a chance of winning. But why would he stay at home at this time? Does he want to conserve the soldiers' energy to deal with the Zerg attack at night? An expert asked. But he has already survived a few nights in the early stages, so he should be able to handle it. Has the Zerg's offensive escalated? Do we need a stronger defense now? If you want to upgrade your offensive, you have to kill the queen. How could anyone risk going deep into the swarm of insects in the early stages? The conference room fell silent again. Su Yang chose the wrong strategy. Everyone felt that something was slowly slipping away. Official live broadcast room. The news that the oil resources had been extracted had not yet spread. So unlike the low pressure in the military, the people are still excited. They observed with delight the new defensive facilities that had appeared in the territory. Oh my God, a new type of defense tower. It looks like there's a huge crossbow mounted on it. This thing looks incredibly powerful. The crossbow arrows there are as thick as my arms. It's so scary. With this defense tower, why should we be afraid of the Zerg? That one in the center of the base is so cool. It looks like a reconnaissance device. I have to say that although the Qin dynasty was in the Bronze Age, its painting style was even more high-tech than modern times. Amid the wave of people's cheers, some people noticed something was wrong. The Lord ranking is close. Why did Su Yang not choose to go out and explore, but choose to stay at home? Something's wrong. Why aren't the troops sent out? Yes, many lords have already lifted the novice protection. Now is the most critical moment to grab points. Modern civilized countries gain leadership very quickly. Su Yang must not be careless. No, at this rate, he has no hope of getting either ranking. Forbidden Area, Dragon Kingdom territory. Su Yang sat in the mansion, quietly waiting for the insect swarm to arrive. There is still one day left until the last night. It seems that the environment of the dense forest has changed due to the approach of a large-scale insect swarm. The air became hotter and thicker, as if it was deep in a quagmire. The reason for the formation of insect tides, or other types of alien tides, is large-scale gathering. Alien species within a certain range will communicate with each other and gather forces to attack the territory. This range depends on the hatred you have in their hearts. For Su Yang, the size of hatred value is the level of abyss gaze. The greater the hatred value, the larger the range of aliens you will attract, and the more fierce the offensive will be. The difference between the alien tide on the 7th day and the ordinary insect tide lies in the range. It will go beyond the range corresponding to your current hatred value and gather troops from a larger range to attack. So even if the current defense can cope with ordinary alien tides, it does not mean that you can successfully survive the stage alien tide. In previous Forbidden Trials, many territories were destroyed because they were unable to resist the tide of alien species. The night insect swarm that arrived in the first week destroyed the most territories. After unlocking the scout mapping capability yesterday, Su Yang received many reports on Zerg traces. After the scout completes the drawing and transmits it through the system, the image can be displayed on Su Yang's panel. Many of the images on the panel are traces of Zerg actions. The Zerg have begun to gather. They will assemble in advance to ensure that they launch an offensive at the same time on the 7th day. Su Yang looked at the dense footprints along the way and roughly estimated the number of insects. While flipping through the images, his eyes suddenly fixed. What's this? Among a number of pointed triangular footprints, there appeared a string of huge spike-like footprints. These footprints definitely did not belong to the Zerg that he currently knew. This is a new category. Su Yang realized it immediately. Judging from the pattern of movement, this new species has a total of 4 pairs of 8 legs. Based on the size of the footprints and the depth of the trampling, it is estimated that its weight is greater than that of a giant insect. This is the new elite unit. It looks like tomorrow night's Zerg swarm will not only be larger in number, but there will also be new elite units. The variables increase further. In order to stop this huge monster, it is necessary to summon hero-level units. At present, stone mines, carbon mines, and command values are all in place. Only copper resources are missing. Hopefully I can finish collecting before the insect swarm attacks. Hero-level units are imminent. While he was thinking, the reconnaissance panel suddenly began to flash violently. Su Yang opened it quickly, and the blue panel had turned red, indicating an alarm. And at the edge of the panel, which is the outermost edge of the reconnaissance range, a large number of white dots are slowly approaching the base. Among the large number of small dots, there are 3 larger white dots flashing. It was obvious that a larger giant insect was moving forward. The Zerg is coming. Chapter 41. On the eve of Advent, the hidden boss. To Su Yang's surprise, the battle ended extremely quickly. Compared to the day before, the scale of the insect swarm became smaller. Although there are still 2 giant insects leading the attack, the number of stinging insects, brainworms, etc. has decreased a lot. And the crossbow turret and reconnaissance probe work surprisingly well together. The moment the giant insect is detected, Su Yang will synchronize information with the crossbowman operating the crossbow turret. The crossbowman estimated the approximate location of the giant insect in reality based on the topographic map. Although there would be errors in the actual conversion of the terrain, they were all eliminated by the giant insect's huge body. For crossbowmen, it is impossible to miss the target even if there is an error. The crossbowman fired when the giant insects reached half the range of the crossbow turrets. This can ensure both the fault tolerance rate and the power of the crossbow. The giant bronze arrow was fired, killing one of the two giant insects instantly, while the other was nailed into the soil and was later killed with a finishing blow. With the death of the giant worm, the remaining Zerg troops could no longer pose any threat to the territory. Su Yang ordered to save crossbow arrows and only let the crossbowmen deal with the jet nematodes in the rear. All the charging stinging insects were placed at the foot of the city wall so that the armored warriors could deal with them with swords. The battle ended quickly, not only because the size of the swarm was reduced, but also because of the coordination of the sonic detectors and the crossbow turrets. Because he knew in advance which direction the Zerg would enter from, Su Yang could deploy troops in advance. And in the past, considering that the Zerg would attack separately, they did not dare to concentrate their forces to defend one place. Now that we have detectors, even if the Zerg launches a sneak attack from another direction, we can detect it quickly and redistribute our forces. The information brought by a reconnaissance device gave Su Yang more room for maneuver and also raised the base's defense to a higher level. After the battle, this last battle before the Night of Advent brought the territory 3,800 points of command value. The territory's current command value has reached 10,860 points. Su Yang plans to distribute this command value after summoning all the heroic units. In addition to the command value, this battle also obtained a giant alligator bone. This is a drop from a giant insect and cannot be studied yet. Su Yang didn't think much about it. He would definitely be able to unlock it later anyway. Currently, except for the copper mine, all conditions for upgrading the level 3 main base have been met. Thanks to Su Yang's saving strategy, the copper mine will also be able to meet the target by tomorrow afternoon. Now it's only a matter of time before we can summon a creep hero. 16 hours left until Advent. The novice protection of all territories will be lifted tonight. Good luck to everyone. The system notification sounded, heralding the coming of Advent night. On the last day, the Lord's Hall was a little more lively than before. Everyone wanted to relieve the tension in their hearts by chatting. For some lords who have not yet unlocked their novice protection, tonight will be their first battle. For the lords who have already unlocked the novice protection, tonight will be the most intense battle they will encounter. There is no certainty in life or death. The only thing that is certain is that there will be no level 68 people who can log into the Lord's Hall tomorrow. Anonymous, is it my psychology? Why do I feel that the surrounding environment has changed? Lord of England. The large-scale gathering of creatures in the original work will slightly change the environment. Lord of the United States. Not only will the alien species gather together, but special changes will also occur on the day of Advent. Lord of Opera. Oh my God, those bugs have gathered outside the protected area. Lord of the United States. Relax, my friend. Your biggest problem right now is fear. Lord Zabanya. This is the heart of the hive. Who wouldn't be terrified? Su Yang stared at the panel, and an idea came to his mind. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor, and this is also true in forbidden areas. If the lords want to choose allies, they will generally follow the principle of proximity. Of course, the same applies if they want to invade. However, Su Yang adheres to the principle of not offending others unless they offend me. Except for individual countries, he will not be hostile to any country. He checked the information of the Spanish lord and found out that he was a college student who was about to graduate. College students are creatures who are neither as good as the best nor as good as the worst. They have forgotten all the content of compulsory education and have not yet had the chance to suffer the beatings of society. College students who are about to graduate can be said to be the stupidest and easiest to control at this stage. Although there may not be any benefits to recruiting a stupid ally, there should be no harm. The heart of the hive is vast and has scarce resources, so having one more ally means more information. And according to the intelligence, he chose the period of the Spanish Invincible Armada, which has good development potential. Su Yang chose to remain anonymous and began entering information. Opera Lord. I don't have any information at all. I only know that they are crazy fast. Anonymous. What you will encounter should be the lowest level of Zerg swarm. There are only two types of Zerg. The first type is the stingworm, which is extremely fast and uses the double blades in front to attack. The second type is the brainworm, which has no attacking ability and is the commander of the stingworms. The Zerg are very intelligent and highly organized in combat. If conditions permit, kill the brainworm first, which will temporarily make the stingworms under its command lose their aggressiveness. That's almost it. Su Yang stopped typing. This is all the help I can give him. After that, it all depends on his luck. As soon as Su Yang's anonymous message came out, it was like a bomb exploded in the hall. Opera Lord, my God. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You are my hero. Anonymous. Who is this person? He actually knows so much about the heart of the hive. Anonymous. We were able to obtain such detailed Zerg intelligence in the early stages. What kind of troops do you have? You can actually fight against Zergs. Anonymous. Is this information true or false? Is there really someone who dares to break the novice protection in the heart of the hive? American Lord MacArthur looked at the chat box in surprise. Although he was not sure, he tended to think the news was true. If the news is true, it means that this person has broken the novice protection in the heart of the hive in advance. Moreover, its civilization already had troops capable of fighting the Zerg head-on in the early stages. Even if MacArthur was given the task, he would not be able to be so bold. Moreover, although the U.S. military is strong, fighting against the Zerg in the dense forest in the early stages will definitely result in heavy casualties. Not only does the other party possess absolute courage, but its civilization also has strong combat effectiveness. This will definitely be a very threatening opponent in the future. Who is it? Which civilization? Chapter 42 Level 3 Main Base, Heroic Level Combat Power. Japanese Territory. Tojo Inken's eyelids jumped when he saw the anonymous message. Compared with competitors in the open, these enemies hiding in the dark are the most difficult to deal with. When events develop in the direction you expect, these people are the biggest variables. If this information is true, then the publisher probably has the strongest echelon of troops in the early stage. The heart of the hive is difficult, but the amount of leadership it returns is also rich. If they mastered the correct method to exterminate the Zerg, it's hard to say where the exploration will rank first this time. Tojo Inken's eyes flickered and his thoughts surged rapidly. Which country is it? Bear Country? The United States? Or France? The intensity of the competition in the Forbidden Area this time was much higher than the previous 2 times. Keep exploring outside and don't return before sunset. Tojo further increased his exploration efforts. This exploration ranking is related to whether he can obtain oil in the early stage. There can't be any mistakes. English territory. Victorian redshirts patrol the crude city walls. In the center of the territory was an industrial plant that rumbled and belched steam. The Lord's Castle is located at the southernmost part of the territory. Elizabeth sat at the mahogany table carved with gold thread and examined the panel. An anonymous message is like a stone dropped into the water, causing ripples. The impact of this news goes far beyond what it seems. A civilization that can compete with the Zerg in the early stages has emerged, and in an anonymous form. This will bring panic and suspicion to all major countries that are not publishers of information. It may even affect future alliances or hostilities. Unlike the other lords, Elizabeth was optimistic about the news. Because the Spanish lords who are in the heart of the hive are the lords who are most closely connected to her. Since this anonymous lord wants to help Spain, they are on the same side. In the future, it will be easy to get in touch with this anonymous lord through the Spanish lord. This is the advantage she has over other lords of powerful countries. Although things were not going smoothly with Afghan, she already had her own circle of allies. Making friends and expanding influence was her early strategy. Unfortunately, with the discovery of oil, some of these allies will gradually be eliminated from the forbidden areas. The most typical choice is the Dragon Kingdom in the Bronze Age. While other countries were making the leap with oil, their workers might still be hammering away at copper, with no chance of catching up. Elizabeth's thoughts gradually drifted away. What a pity, the Qin dynasty had great potential. After posting the information, Su Yang directly exited the hall. He didn't want to know what reaction this news would cause. The things are right here, and they can judge whether they are real or fake. What we need to do now is to devote ourselves wholeheartedly to the defense of the territory. Based on the production capacity, the level 3 main base can be built in the evening. Afterwards, by summoning hero-level units, territory defense and troop strength will enter a whole new realm. Perhaps it was because of the increasingly stuffy environment that made him feel anxious, but Su Yang felt that the time waiting for evening was particularly long. A few hours seemed longer than a week. The sun gradually sets, and the cold wind roars to take back the land. Unlike previous nightfalls, this time a thick black fog came along with the cold wind. The plants that originally glowed fluorescently at night to illuminate the dense forest are now all ineffective. Darkness enveloped the entire earth, and only the thin moonlight could make one see clearly. This was the first real dark night that Su Yang had spent since he came to the forbidden area. Is this Advent? I have to say that the atmosphere is really right. Su Yang pondered in his heart. As night fell, the copper reserves in the territory finally reached 100 units. Su Yang opened the mansion upgrade panel without saying a word. Hesitating for even a second longer would be disrespectful to heroic units. Main base, Lord's Mansion. Level 2, Level 3. Unlock the third-level resource device, third-level defense facility, third-level armored camp, and obtain the hero building, new. Required for upgrade. Coal resources, 100 units. Copper or resources, 100 units. Stone mine resources, 200 units. Command value, for 1,000 points. Time, 2D. Upgrade. Su Yang's thoughts flashed, and he invested almost 2/3 of the territory's resources into the territory mansion. Coal, 100 units. Copper, or 100 units. Stone mine, 200 units. Leadership value minus 4,000. Level 3 Lord's Mansion is being upgraded. Time required, 2 days. The upgrade takes 2 days. Su Yang took out the rare insect nest heart from his backpack. This is obtained by killing the queen insect in the swarm ranch. Not only can it reduce the time by up to 2 days, but it can also be used for building upgrades. It's perfect here. Use the item Heart of the Hive to shorten the construction time by 2 days. Level 3 Lord's Mansion upgrade completed. It was done in seconds. Rare items are just useful. Boom. With the upgrade completed, a drastic transformation began. The Level 3 Lord's Mansion is no longer an increase in height, but an expansion in floor area. After Su Yang's consent, the mansion was expanded to the north, and an additional entrance was added. In addition to the Lord's Room, where Su Yang lived, a new row of rooms was added. Could it be for hero-level units to live in? Su Yang guessed. Maybe creep heroes will no longer be considered a class and require their own room. After the construction was completed, a more magnificent and grand mansion appeared in front of Su Yang. Not only has the shape changed, the exterior of the mansion is no longer entirely made of blue-gray bronze. The newly emerged materials glowed bright silver in the moonlight. Iron. Su Yang looked at the metals with some excitement. If it is really iron, it means that the territory is about to enter a new era. From bronze civilization to iron civilization. Although Daqin's research on copper can be said to have reached its peak, but even the most powerful craftsmanship cannot make up for the difference in material properties between copper and iron. On the other hand, the Qin craftsmen were even able to use copper to perfection. How many shocking technologies will be created after entering the Iron Age? After calming down his excitement, Su Yang opened the hero panel that appeared for the first time. We can talk about development later. At this stage, we must increase our combat power immediately. Chapter 43 Heroic Building, General's Mansion. Click on the hero panel, and you will see 3 newly unlocked buildings. These 3 are the heroic buildings that can summon heroic units. From left to right are the Foundry, Astrology Tower, and Command Platform. The construction of the 3 buildings does not require any resources, but currently only one of the 3 can be selected. The 3 buildings have different characteristics, and the hero professions they summon are completely different. Su Yang clicked on the 3 building options and turned to see the specific content they could summon. Heroic Building, Foundry. Summon Hero Occupation, Tiangong. The Qin dynasty created all things with its natural craftsmanship. It inherited the skills of ancient sages and created the future. All its achievements are magnificent and majestic, and their glory will shine through the ages. Building features. The Foundry is the research and development site for Tiangong units. Unlocking the Foundry will allow you to obtain exclusive weapon research and development, upgrades, exclusive armor manufacturing, modification, and other craft-related content. Development strategy, a national treasure. Establish a school, open a workshop, forge the country's most important tools, promote the majesty of the Qin dynasty, illuminate the 4 directions with the light of 1,000 machines, and prosper for eternity. Strategy effect. All research and construction time in the territory is reduced by 20. Tiangong, a creep hero summoned by the Foundry. Simply put, it is a role similar to that of an ancient scientist or inventor. And a Foundry is obviously a large factory. In addition to summoning hero-level units, heroic buildings also bring a development strategy called National Treasure to the territory. Development strategy is a country's development strategy. It is a very important factor in the Forbidden Trial and is closely related to the characteristics of the selected civilization. At the beginning, the lords would rather give up the dominance of modern technology and return to their own most glorious era, which was precisely because they took into account the development strategies related to their chosen civilization. Some focus on agricultural production or vigorously develop industry. Some pay attention to friendly exchanges or are keen on military conquest. The powerful dynasties in history often had a good national strategy. In the middle and late stages, a good development strategy will have a huge impact. Take the National Treasure as an example. The initial effect can reduce the scientific research and construction time of the entire territory by 20. This is not a one-time reduction like the heart of the hive that only affects one unit, but a continuous buff. And as the foundry is upgraded, the buff effect will become stronger and stronger. You should know that mid and late-stage research starts in days, and this effect can save a huge amount of time for the territory. Apart from the strategy, the foundry itself has a series of effects including exclusive weapon research and development and exclusive armor manufacturing. When Suyang saw the word exclusive, he wondered whether this foundry could also make a set of armor for him. However, with a powerful enemy at hand, now is not the time to consider this issue. Toggle option. Heroic building, astrology tower. Summon hero class, Chizwa. A talent of extraordinary assistance, with mountains and rivers as camp, stars and moons as formation, gathering the essence of the universe, controlling the power of heaven and earth, making plans and showing the way to the future. Building features. The astrology tower is the observation site for Kizo units. Unlocking the astrology tower will give you access to a series of adventure-related content, such as special areas, event predictions, and probability predictions. Development strategy, harmony, and prosperity. The Way of Stars is the foundation of national destiny and the principle of the universe. Astronomical officials are appointed to observe the celestial phenomena, interpret the starlight in detail, understand the weather, and know the national destiny. They hope that the weather will be favorable and the country will be stable. Strategy effect. All mineral veins, resources, and spoils in the territory are upgraded by one quality level. Like the foundry, the astronomy tower also has corresponding functions and hero units. The foundry corresponds to the scientific research effect, and the astrology tower corresponds to resource acquisition. Whether it is obtaining special resource information or upgrading the quality of existing resources, it is an extremely powerful effect. In the middle and late stages, some hidden special resources almost have the effect of reversing the situation. How terrifying it is to be able to predict their existence. Not to mention the upgraded resource quality, it is a real improvement in the panel. Speed up resource production, improve the effectiveness of equipment, and more. If there was no need for combat power, Suyang would not have known what to choose. After reluctantly exiting the astrology panel, he clicked on the last item. Heroic building, General's Mansion. Summon hero class, Town Army. The army that guards the country, the foundation of the country, the pillar of the Qin dynasty. Armed with weapons and sharp weapons, they conquer the four seas, swallowing up mountains and rivers, and shocking the universe and the stars. Building features. The General's Mansion is the place where the garrison units are summoned. Unlocking or upgrading the General's Mansion will summon a general unit, and you can train and upgrade the general's skills. Development strategy, power over the world. War is a place of life and death, a way of survival and destruction. We must issue orders to all directions, recruit elite soldiers, and train the troops in order to revitalize the country and make it feared by all. Strategy effect. All command values gained from killing are increased by 20. It is worthy of being the military strategy of the Qin dynasty, increasing the command value gained by killing enemies, simple and crude. This can greatly increase the efficiency of obtaining leadership value in the early stage. After checking out the 3 heroic buildings, Suyang was shocked. The Jun army fights on the front line, Tiangong provides sophisticated combat equipment, and Kizo increases the speed of resource acquisition and provides logistics. The combination of army, equipment, and logistics can make Daqin a tireless conquest machine. It's hard to imagine what a spectacular scene it will be when it's completed. Suppressing his excitement, Suyang stopped at the option of the General's Mansion. According to multiple intelligence reports sent back by scouts, it has been confirmed that there are new Zerg units in tonight's Zerg Tide. And it's not just an ordinary elite unit. The new unit is several times larger than the giant insects that appeared before. Tiangong and Kizo are both development and logistics-oriented units. Although the effects are powerful, choosing them does not bring immediate combat power. Only by building a general's mansion and summoning general units can we ensure that we can survive tonight's insect swarm. Without any hesitation, Suyang's thoughts flashed, and he decided to establish the general's mansion. Selection completed, the general's mansion is under construction. The blueprint was put down, and a building with an area second only to the Lord's Mansion suddenly rose up on the east side of the territory. Like the Level 3 Lord's Mansion, the exterior of the General's Mansion is made of copper and iron. The two materials of cyan and black blend and contrast with each other. Combined with the unique carvings, the entire building ensures that it is grand and majestic while retaining its warmth. Looking at its size, which is twice that of the Imperial Armor Camp, Suyang couldn't help but wonder what kind of existence would be summoned from it. Click on the General Mansion panel. Chapter 44 Heroic General, Li Xian, Marquis of Longxi. General's Mansion panel. Command value, 10,860. Xinjiang. General, Li Xian. General type, Vanguard of the Xinjiang Army. Command value required for summoning, 10,000. General, Meng Tian. General type, Shield of the Empire. Command value required for summoning, 25,000. Level 2 General Mansion can be summoned. Upgrade to view more generals. Li Xian and Meng Tian, two famous generals of the Qin state. The Level 1 General's Mansion can only view current information, and higher levels are required for subsequent use. However, the generals that have been unlocked have already made Su Yang very satisfied. Li Xian, Marquis of Longxi. One of the King of Qin's favorite and most trusted young generals. He once followed the army to defeat Zhao and Yan, and pacify Qi and Chu, and made outstanding military achievements. He also led his troops deep into the enemy's territory while pursuing the Yan army, and captured the head of Prince Dan of Yan, the mastermind behind Jingke. Whether in terms of combat capability and leadership ability, or the courage to advance alone, Li Xian deserves the title of a famous general. The addition of general-level units will definitely bring a qualitative leap to the troops. As his thoughts flashed through his mind, Su Yang moved all his belongings into the general's mansion. Leadership value minus 10,000. Summon General Li Xian. Boom. The upper part of the general's mansion suddenly sank with a loud bang. Then there was a sound of steam gushing out, and the upper part slowly rose up. The entire building began to operate like a steel behemoth. Amid the billowing steam and shaking dust, the roar of machinery gradually died down. The heavy iron gate of the general's mansion opened to both sides. Thick white steam gushed out, and a huge sound of movement composed of mechanical operation and collision was heard. Suddenly the sound of sword footsteps stopped, replaced by the sound of high-speed gears turning and sharp energy breaking through the air. Call. A silver light flashed, and the thick white fog was instantly dispersed. Li Xian, wearing silver armor, holding a mechanical spear, and nearly 2.5 meters tall, appeared in front of Su Yang. Li Xian turned the spear in his hand, and some mechanical device was triggered. The various parts of the spear moved rapidly and retracted towards the center. In a breath, the nearly 3-meter-long spear became only 2 palms wide. Li Xian hung the folded device on his waist, took off his helmet, and saluted solemnly. General Li Xian pays respect to His Majesty. Li Xian, Marquis of Longxi, iron armor. The roar was so loud that it seemed like thunder piercing the soul. Su Yang finally understood the feeling of ancient generals scaring off the enemy with just their roar. Li Xian in front of him was wearing imperial armor just like the Qin warriors. But his armor is a whole circle larger and is silver-white in color. The key parts of this set of armor have been replaced by iron. Iron is harder than copper and has many excellent properties. The breastplate, gaiters and other parts used for defense were all replaced by iron plates. Some rods that emphasize hardness have also been replaced with iron products. The appearance of iron gives the armor stronger defensive properties and higher force-bearing strength. In addition to the iron upgrade, Li Xian's armor also has a higher armor coverage rate. The armor of the Qin warriors only has armor on important parts, and some nodes are not protected for flexibility reasons. Li Xian's entire body is almost covered with armor, and his joints also have protective armor. This undoubtedly means that the Qin dynasty's armor technology has been further improved. In addition to the protective properties, the steam power device on the armor has also changed. Their composition material has not changed, and it is still copper with excellent thermal conductivity. But their numbers and distribution locations have changed. The Royal Armor Warrior only has a cylindrical steam power device on its back. Li Xian has power devices of varying sizes installed on his back, lower back, elbows, knees, feet, and other parts. With the addition of these steam-powered devices, the flexibility and combat effectiveness of the armor will be qualitatively improved. Is this a hero-level unit? After admiring Li Xian's imperial armor, Su Yang asked, "General, do you know your mission?" Li Xian did not hesitate. Expand the territory, expel the foreign races, and restore the prestige of the Qin Empire. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction and then checked Li Xian's panel. Unlike ordinary units, hero-level units have more thoughts and self-awareness. While accepting forbidden and modern content, they also retain the memories and ways of doing things from their past lives. General, Li Xian. Type of arms, Vanguard of the Town Army. Armor, iron steam-powered armor. Armor effect, none. Weapons and equipment, iron mechanical power silver gun. Weapon effect, none. General skill, Command Vanguard. Skill effect. The morale of all melee-friendly units within a certain range is greatly increased, and combat capability is improved by 20. Energy consumption. 10 units of fuel/day. 10 units of concentrated water/day. Maintenance consumption. 10 units of copper resources. 10 units of iron resources. When you click on Li Xian's panel, a series of information appears. Unlike ordinary soldiers, general-level units have more complex combat panels. According to the panel description, its combat power is composed of 3 aspects: wearing armor, holding weapons, and general skills. Combined with the characteristics of the Tiangong profession, it can upgrade and transform armor and weapons. Su Yang guessed that the armor and weapons of subsequent general-level units could be crafted and upgraded individually to obtain special bonuses. The upgrade and training of another general's skill can be completed directly in the general's mansion. The bonuses of armor and weapons tend to be more focused on single-target combat power, while the general skills are more focused on the team effects of commanding the army. After reading the panel, Su Yang's eyes flickered. As expected of a general-level unit, it not only has strong single-unit combat power, but also has team-enhancing skills. Li Xian's joining will definitely bring a qualitative leap to the army. In addition to the hero buildings, the level 3 main base also brings a lot of other upgrades. However, the insect swarm is coming, so these upgrades can only be checked later. After closing the panel, Su Yang returned to the allocation of various units. Excluding Li Xian, the territory currently has 50 soldier units. Among them are 30 level 2 armored warriors and 20 Qin armored crossbowmen. The general arrangement is the same as before, except that the mobile support unit has been replaced by Li Xian. Li Xian, who has stronger armor and combat power, is more suitable as reinforcement. The defenses are in place, and all that's left to do now is wait for the swarm to attack. As time passed, the damp and rotten smell gradually intensified. The black fog floating in the dense forest became thicker and thicker, almost blocking all vision. Chapter 45. The Black Mist Arrives, the Last Night. The night was long and dark fog filled the air. In this black fog, even the Qin crossbowmen could not penetrate the fog and find the enemy's position with the naked eye. Fortunately, Su Yang has built a sonic detection tower, so he can grasp the location of the swarm even if there is no vision. From now on, the sonic reconnaissance panel is his eyes. Just need to synchronize the position information to the crossbowman. Buzz! A sudden voice in my mind interrupted my thoughts. The swarm is coming. Opening the reconnaissance panel, we found that a large number of white spots were emerging in the north. There are so many of them that it's impossible to count them. Arm your troops in formation. Su Yang gave the order to quickly dispatch the defenders to the northern city wall. Just as the dense white dots quickly advanced to the halfway point of the territory, 6 large white dots suddenly appeared on the edge of the map and moved forward at an extremely fast speed. Following closely behind the big white dot are small white dots lined up in a queue. 6 giant insects in total. Su Yang's eyes widened. I didn't expect the offensive at nightfall to intensify so much. A few days ago, there were only 2 giant insects at most, but now there are 6 of them at once. There are only 2 crossbow towers on one city wall that can snipe giant insects. Including the reloading time, it can only stop 4 giant insects at most. This means that 2 giant insects will definitely break through the defense and enter the territory. Tonight the soldiers must face fighting on 2 or even 3 fronts. Now it depends on whether Li Xian's combat power can quickly deal with the intruding giant insect. Only by quickly killing the giant insects and blocking the cave entrance can we prevent the insects from entering the territory and disperse our own combat power. If nothing unexpected happens, the outcome of tonight's battle will depend on the performance of the elite combat forces of both sides. Night has come. Disaster is coming. Zabanya territory, novice protection has ended. Rustle. The novice protection ended, and the sound of the marching insect swarms rang out throughout the dense forest. Accompanied by black fog and cold wind, it makes people shudder. The Spanish lord swallowed his saliva and stared straight ahead. But even though I opened my eyes as wide as possible, my vision was still blurry. The thick black fog obscured everything and became the best cover for the swarm of insects. It is impossible to accurately detect their location by relying on the eyes alone. Lord Zapanya didn't expect that there would be such a troublesome black fog on the night of Advent. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead and sweat oozed from his palms. Although they had made defensive preparations and received Zerg information in advance. But only when you really face these natural predators do you know what oppression is. The damp and rotten smell seemed to be the breath of death, and the chirping of insects seemed to be the call from hell. Rustle. The sounds of insects breaking through the bushes were heard one after another, and the swarm of insects had already broken through the dense forest. Here we come. The Spanish lord's heart tightened, as if someone had grabbed it. In the black fog, countless figures flashed quickly like ghosts and gods. The Spanish lord suppressed his inner fear and carefully judged the distance of the insect swarm. The weapons of the troops' dental line infantry were flintlock rifles with an effective range of 150 to 200 meters. If the distance is exceeded, the lethality will drop to a pitiful level. Moreover, the flintlock rifle takes a long time to reload, which makes its tolerance rate very low. Whether we can get through tonight depends entirely on the timing of his orders. The chirping of the alien insects was getting closer and closer, and the Spanish lord tried his best to determine their location. But the black fog greatly affected his vision, making it impossible for him to predict with his eyes. Never mind, come on. God bless. The Spanish lord waved judgment. Put. Bang, bang, bang. On the ordinary stone city wall, soldiers in the first row of the line raised their guns and fired. White smoke rose from the firing of the flintlock rifles, and a barrage of lead bullets shot into the black fog. After the shooting was completed, the first row of soldiers quickly retreated, and the second row of soldiers fired forward. There were 40 Spanish soldiers, arranged in 4 rows, taking turns shooting. This is a classic tactic of line infantry, and the best way to ensure continuous firepower. The fourth row of soldiers finished shooting, and the black fog fell silent, leaving only the echo in the sky. Finished killing? The Spanish lord stared at the black fog with wide eyes. Hiss! A shrill cry suddenly sounded. The hidden swarm of insects emerged from the black mist and quickly gathered at the foot of the city wall. The firepower just now caused them damage, but failed to kill them. The insect shell has amazing defense, and the power of the flintlock lead bullet is not enough to kill the stinging insect directly. Keep firing. The Spanish lord gave the order to attack, and the first row of soldiers, who had loaded their ammunition, stepped forward and opened fire. However, the Zerg did not give too many chances. After a round of salvos, they directly stepped on their companions and jumped onto the city wall. An ordinary city wall 3 meters high is hardly an obstacle to the stinging insects. The 2 soldiers in the front row had no time to retreat and were directly cut in half by the insect blade. In front of the 2-meter-tall stinging insects, ordinary soldiers are as fragile as straw. This is the power of the heart of the hive. This is the graveyard for novices. Attach bayonets. Defend the city walls, ordered the Spanish lord. In the crisis, the passion drowned the fear in my heart. Buzz! The sound of sharp weapons breaking through the air was heard, and bronze crossbow arrows shot into the black fog. As the crossbow arrows fell to the ground, there was a series of kill prompts. Ordinary Zergs are like paper in front of heavy crossbows, and they can be killed instantly as long as they are shot in the vital parts. Although the black fog blocked the crossbowman's vision, Su Yang had been synchronizing the Zerg's position with them. The black fog can only block the view but cannot cover up the sound made by the swarm of insects. Therefore, with the existence of sonic detectors, the black fog has almost no effect on them. However, the focus tonight is not the stinging insects in front, but the 6 giant underground insects. The insect swarm gradually approached the northern city wall, and the giant insects also entered the shooting range of the crossbow tower. Su Yang immediately synchronized the positions of the 6 giant insects and ordered the crossbow turrets to shoot from the outside to the inside from both sides. Li Xian was arranged to defend behind the north gate, so as to ensure that the remaining giant insects would be within Li Xian's defense area. Shoot! The moment the giant insect entered the range of the crossbow tower, Su Yang gave the order. Steam gushed out, and the huge mechanism made a loud explosion. The giant bronze crossbow arrow shot into the black fog like a missile, leaving 2 thick trails. The large white dots on the left and right sides of the reconnaissance panel immediately stopped moving. One shot hit. Chapter 46 Top Heroic Combat Power. Reload. With the operation of a huge mechanical winch, 3 crossbow strings as thick as fingers returned to their original positions. The copper crossbow arrow as big as a bowl was fired again and shot into the black fog. 2 crossbow arrows pierced the ground 500 meters in front of the city wall. The powerful impact force directly blew out a huge pit, and green liquid poured out of the pit. With perfect shooting, the crossbow tower successfully eliminated 2 giant insects. The last 2 remaining giant insects were not blocked and entered the territory from underground. Following closely behind them was the swarm of insects marching underground. All the generals, listen up and line up to meet the enemy. Su Yang waved his hand and shouted into the air. Buzz! The armored crossbowmen fired a volley of arrows, and the dense crossbow arrows formed a rain of arrows in the air. The moment they landed, the surging swarm of insects turned into mud. In the black fog, the jet nematode troops took their positions and began to counterattack. The dense insect stings shot towards the city wall continuously. Relying on the battlements and their own armor, the armored warriors withstood the attack and continued to kill the stinging insects that swarmed up the city walls. The 6-meter-high fortified city wall stood like a mountain between the insect swarm and the soldiers. To climb the city wall, the swarm must stack 3 to 4 stingers. That is to say, within the restrictions of the city walls, no matter how many insect swarms there are, only 1/4 of them can participate in the battle, and the rest can only serve as stepping stones. And every time the crossbowmen finished reloading and launched a new round of volleys, these stepping stones would be shot into sieves. The kill prompts flashed across Su Yang's panel like a waterfall. Kill a level 5 Tyranid Cryptworm. Command value plus 320 bonus. Kill level 3 Tyranid Stinger. Command value plus 40/20 bonus. Kill level 3 Tyranid Jet Nematodes. Command value plus 70/20 bonus. Kill level 4 Tyranid Brainworm. Command value plus 150/20 bonus. Kill level 3 Tyranid Stinger. Command value plus 40/20 bonus. The northern city wall seemed to have turned into a giant insect grinding machine. Countless corpses of alien insects were scattered across the land. The sound of steam gushing, armor operating, shouting, and roaring. Countless voices intertwined and swirled above the battlefield. Relying on the fortified city walls, the Qin armored warriors and crossbowmen only need to have enough energy and ammunition. No matter how many troops the Zerg deploys, it is impossible for them to attack the territory from the front. But they have more than one tactic. Boom. A huge sound of breaking ground was heard. 2 giant insects inside the city wall broke through the soil at the same time and came to the ground. In the cave beneath them was the sound of countless alien insects marching. If the hole cannot be filled, the army of stinging insects will move directly inside. By then, they will be attacked from both sides and will be in trouble no matter how strong the Royal Armor Army is. Can Li Xian withstand it? Su Yang looked towards the north of the territory. In the black fog, Li Xian stood facing the wind, facing 2 giant insects. The silver spear in his hand emitted a chilling cold light. Chi. Without any warning, Li Xian started instantly. Back, waist, elbows, knees. The steam devices located in various parts of his body were triggered instantly, and high-pressure steam gushed out rapidly. Under the huge thrust, Li Xian almost flashed in front of the giant insect. A silver light flashed, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. With the huge impact force, Li Xian's silver spear actually pierced straight into the giant insect's skull. After stabbing it, he turned the silver spear in his hand. Various gears on the gun began to run rapidly. Countless tiny cutting blades popped out from the originally slender and smooth gun body. Shake the gun, and all the blades begin to rotate around the gun. The entire silver spear transformed into a drill from the tip. Chi. High-pressure steam spurted out from Li Xian's elbow and the gun body, continuously increasing the impact force. With a loud buzzing sound, the silver spear actually penetrated the giant insect's extremely hard skull. The giant insect let out a wail and fell to the ground with a bang. Li Xian drew his gun and turned around without any hesitation. The steam device started working again, directly stabbing another giant insect that wanted to burrow into the ground to escape. Phew! The blow hit him directly in the torso from the side. The tip of the gun rotated at high speed, grinding its body into minced meat from the inside. The internal organs were shattered into a pulp and flowed out of the body along with the thick green blood. The last giant insect fell to the ground without even having time to wail. Behind it, a group of stinging insects had already rushed out of the cave. Li Xian turned the spear and swung it twice in succession. He killed the 7 surrounding stinging insects in an instant, as easily as killing a chicken. Then he reached his left hand into the giant insect's body and pulled it back violently. The steam-powered device all over its body roared, pulling the huge worm directly above the wormhole and blocking the entrance. At this point, all 6 giant insects were eliminated, leaving only the Zerg attacking the city outside. Su Yang watched the whole process with his mouth open. The battle was simply breathtaking. If the armored soldiers were to handle it, at least 10 warriors would have to be dispatched to deal with one giant insect, and there was no guarantee that no one would be injured. When it was handed over to Li Xian, it only took him 10 seconds to deal with the 2 giant insects, which was easy. Is this the combat power of a hero-level unit? As expected, this unit was summoned at a cost of 10,000 points of command. It is so powerful. Su Yang quickly calmed down and returned his attention to the front battlefield. After dealing with the giant insect, the battle is almost over. Next, just use. While he was thinking, a huge white dot appeared on the reconnaissance panel and flew towards the territory at a rapid speed. What's this? Before Su Yang could think, a light purple sphere fell from the sky and landed on the city wall. Boom. The sphere with a diameter of 5 meters exploded, and the dark purple liquid inside instantly gushed out. The liquid was some kind of strong acid solution, which corroded a large hole in the city wall in an instant. Corrosion releases thick white smoke and a pungent odor. Fortunately, the armored soldiers on that section of the city wall reacted in time and were not hit directly. However, they only touched a little bit of the solution while escaping, which corroded all the corresponding parts of their armor. New Zerg type. It's the one mentioned in the scout team's intelligence. Su Yang opened the panel and saw a white dot 3 times bigger than the giant insect standing far outside the range of the crossbow turret. It can actually attack from such a long distance. Zerg siege unit. Su Yang's eyes trembled. The crossbow tower is the unit with the longest range in the territory. If even the crossbow tower cannot be hit, there is no way to hit other units. The addition of this Zerg cannon might turn the situation around. Chapter 47. Fearless of the Dead. Follow me to kill the enemies. North City Wall. The corrosive solution has dissolved the wall to a height of nearly 2 meters. Soon the Zerg will be able to enter the territory through that gap. Soldiers cannot touch the corrosive solution, but Zerg can pass through it unharmed. If the siege unit continues to attack, there will be more and more gaps in the city wall, and the pressure on defense will become greater and greater. A sniper team must be set up. Su Yang looked at Li Xian in the center of the territory, his thoughts flashing, and he began to deploy troops. Soon, a sniper team was formed. Li Xian served as the vanguard, while Chun Wu and Zhao Zhang led 6 armored warriors to provide cover. This is the most elite fighting force under Su Yang. Your Majesty, please be at ease. We will present the enemy's head to you. Li Xian saluted solemnly, then waved his hand and led the troops to rush towards the east gate. They were going to leave the territory from the east gate, then head north through the Zerg swarm and snipe the Zerg cannon. Open the gates. The east city gate opened, and Li Xian led the Imperial armor squad to rush out and disappear into the black fog. Boom. Another Zerg shell fell on the city wall like a meteorite. 3 soldiers were unable to evacuate in time, and their armor was directly reduced to 0. Under the cover of black fog, the Zerg shells are difficult to predict in advance. The previous wall that was smashed had already dissolved, and countless stinging insects swarmed in. Su Yang urgently ordered the soldiers to abandon the city wall and retreat to 2 gaps. At the same time, he concentrated the soldiers stationed on the other 3 city walls to defend the north with all their strength. The city wall was breached, and before Li Xian succeeded, the armored soldiers were the last line of defense. In the black fog, steam surged and silver light was everywhere. The sniper team advanced at full speed through the dense forest, constantly swinging their weapons to kill the attacking Zerg. Li Xian took the lead and cleared the way ahead. The silver spear danced in a circle, clearing away all obstacles ahead. The armored warriors led by Chun Wu and Zhao Zhang defended the left and right sides and the rear. Even though they were deep in the enemy camp, the team remained in no disarray and continued to advance at a rapid pace. Su Yang continuously released their real-time location and adjusted the direction through the panel. Allow the team to confirm direction even in the black fog. As they got closer to the Zerg cannon, the resistance they encountered became increasingly fierce. The alien insects attacking from all around were surging like a tide, and they were obviously there to protect the giant cannon. Just when the team's speed was slowed down by the swarm of insects, Li Xian raised his arm and called out, "Fearless of death, follow me to kill the enemy. To intimidate the enemy and enhance our country's prestige." As soon as Li Xian roared, the armored warriors surrounding him suddenly increased the speed of swinging their swords. General skill, command vanguard. Skill effect. The morale of all melee-friendly units within a certain range is greatly increased, and combat capability is improved by 20. With the help of the buff, the team regained its speed and was unstoppable. Soon, the alien insects that fired the corrosive shells appeared in front of everyone. It was a huge creature, 3 times larger than the giant insect. On its back was a huge, beetle-like black armor. Beneath the armor is a storage area for the corrosive shells it fires. There were 6 shells stored across the back, 3 of which had been fired. Now the 4th carapace is slowly opening, revealing the ever-expanding tumor inside. The 4th corrosive shell is being fired. There are countless stinging insects surrounding this giant beast, and there are jet nematodes behind it that continuously fire stings. Obviously, this is an important strategic unit for them, so they send a lot of troops to defend it. Faced with waves of enemies, the team did not retreat at all. Li Xian rushed to the front line under the cover of the soldiers. Then he jumped high up despite the attack from the insect thorns behind him and jumped over the tide of insects blocking the front. He drew out his spear and aimed it at the Zerg's head. Throw the silver spear out like a javelin. Chi. Steam gushed out, and the silver spear shot into the Zerg's head like a stream of light. The tip of the gun rotated at high speed, and the sharp blade crushed the head completely. Brain matter, blood, and insect shells flew out mixed together. The dark purple tumor on its back instantly lost its color and turned into a pitch-black stone. Life is passing by fast. With a loud bang, the Zerg cannon collapsed to the ground, raising countless dust. Kill level 6 Tyranid Slayer, command value plus 500. Countless sharp chirps were heard, and the surrounding insect swarms went crazy and surrounded them. Withdraw. Li Xian took out his gun and shouted, leading the armored team back. Su Yang has already ordered them to return to defend their territory. When Li Xian led his troops back, the soldiers in the territory were fighting a tough battle. 3 large holes were bombed in the northern wall, and swarms of insects swarmed in. Without the city walls as the first line of defense, it would be difficult for the armored warriors to quickly deal with the swarm of insects. The attack could only be slightly eased by waiting until the crossbowmen had finished reloading. The situation of gradually falling into a disadvantage ended with the return of Li Xian's troops. Eliminate the aliens and defend the territory. Li Xian shouted into the air, activating the general's skill. All armored warriors in the territory gain a morale bonus. A 20 increase in combat power may not have much effect on one person, but when used on a troop, the effect will be amazing. Encouraged by this, the armored warriors who had been struggling on the defensive immediately launched a counterattack. Li Xian also led his troops to support and went straight to the enemy's back row to spray nematodes. He charged into the enemy camp alone with a gun. Steam surged, silver spears were wielded, and the swarm of insects was forced to retreat step by step. The troops in the front successfully stopped the Zerg's attack, and the crossbowmen in the rear also completed the reloading in time. A volley of fire from 20 armored crossbowmen instantly wiped out more than half of the stinging insects in the territory. The Zerg offensive completely collapsed. It was not until this moment that Su Yang's heart completely relaxed. Fortunately, he chose to summon Li Xian before night fell. Otherwise, how to deal with the Tyranid Raider will become a big problem. The battle came to an end as Li Xian led his troops to recapture the gap in the city wall. They guarded the gap and broke up the last wave of Zerg forces. Then they rushed out of the city gate and chased after the remaining mob. After half an hour of fierce fighting, the battle finally ended at nightfall. There were corpses everywhere inside and outside the territory, and broken limbs and body parts were everywhere. The Night of Advent was indeed the battle with the highest mortality rate, and the offensive was indeed fierce. Moreover, Su Yang never expected that the Zerg's new type of troops would actually be a siege unit. As future battles become more complex, the Zerg's offensive methods will become more difficult. You must seize every opportunity to upgrade. While the soldiers were clearing the territory, Su Yang sat down quietly to sort out the problems and gains of the night. Chapter 48, Endless Command Value, Batch Upgrade. The Spanish Territory. The Spanish lord collapsed on the city wall, gasping for breath. In front of him was a sea of corpses. They have their own line infantry and also stinger corpses. He paid a heavy price for this battle. If it weren't for the anonymous guy's suggestion to kill the brainworm first, he might not survive this attack at all. Looking at the horrifying corpse of the stinging insect in front of him, the Spanish lord felt a pang of fear in his heart. I don't know what kind of army the guy who released the news about the Zerg is, but he can actually fight against such a terrifying monster. The black fog gradually dissipated, and the Lord of Opera Spain came to his senses from his panic and began to count the casualties. In the battle tonight, he lost a total of 19 soldiers. Killed 26 stingworms and 5 brainworms. Basically, for every 3 Zergs killed, 2 soldiers are paid as a price. The difficulty of the heart of the hive can be imagined. I don't know if the boss can survive the Night of Advent. There are more than 400 stinging worms and jet nematodes of all levels, plus special units such as brainworms, giant worms, and crusaders. Su Yang opened the panel and found that he had gained 19,650 points of command by killing enemies tonight. However, that was not all. Because of the existence of the strategy that has the power to rule the world, these command values also gain an additional 20. After the bonus, The command value directly reached 23,580 points. A total of 20,000 points of command value can be gained from one battle. This is the effect of an offensive strategy combined with high combat power. As our combat power grows in the future, the effects of this strategy will become even more terrifying. This is the significant improvement that heroic buildings bring to the territory. Not only does it have strategy buffs, but it also has powerful general units like Li Xian. Defend against the giant insect alone, lead the team to snipe the Tyranid Conqueror, and finally lead the team to win the counterattack. If Li Xian hadn't been there, even if we could pass the level tonight, we would have to pay a heavy price. Now, except for a few soldiers whose armor was corroded, there were no casualties in the army. If it weren't for the appearance of the Tyranid savior, we might even have been able to get through tonight unscathed. If there were statistics, the casualty ratio would be absolutely terrifyingly high. The damage ratio indicates the difference in combat power between the enemy and us. According to the current situation, even if the level of Abyss Gaze has reached level 3, the armored troops still have a huge lead over the Zerg. Especially with the addition of the general unit Li Xian, we will have greater advantages in future encounters and city defense battles. Moreover, thanks to the powerful mobility and protection of the armored soldiers have stronger survivability than the early soldiers of other countries. From entering the Forbidden Area to now, the number of casualties in Su Yang's troops has been 0. This is an extremely exaggerated number. You have to know that there will be casualties in any battle, let alone in the heart of the Hive. It was difficult for other lords to achieve 0 casualties in other safer areas. There's no achievement here? Su Yang said in his heart. As soon as the thought came to an end, a ding sound rang in my mind. No casualties for a week. Achievement: don't attack me if you are my brother, command value plus 2,000. Successfully repelled the alien tide and survived the Advent night. Achievement: rookie first flight, command value plus 2,000. Defend against 5 waves of alien species in a row. Achievement: solid as a rock, command value plus 2,000. Trigger event: peace and prosperity. Your territory is very safe. The people are content to work, and all production facilities receive a 100 increase in output, duration 2D. A series of achievement prompts popped up. Su Yang was overjoyed. What he said came true. There were actually so many achievement rewards. In addition to the command points gained from killing enemies, the achievement reward now gives another 6,000 points. A total of 29,580, nearly 30,000 points of command value. It's just a wave of fat. In addition, event incentives were received, and production facilities achieved a 100 output increase within 2 days. You must know that upgrading the main base and fighting at nightfall will almost consume all the resources in the territory. Moreover, the demand for resources for a series of upgrades after upgrading the main base is even more terrifying. At this time, gaining increased production capacity is simply the best gain. This not only quickly replenishes the resources consumed in battle, but also accumulates reserves for subsequent upgrades. After checking out the massive harvest, Su Yang started upgrading directly. First of all, the most obvious shortcoming in this battle is the long reloading time of the crossbowman. Although the heavy crossbow is powerful enough, the attack interval is too long. To solve this problem, you must upgrade your crossbowman. The second issue is the number of armored warriors. Whether defending a city or going out on a crusade, they are always the units standing on the front line to contain the enemy. As the Zerg population grows, their numbers must also increase. The firepower of crossbowmen and the number of armored warriors need to be strengthened. In the past, such a large-scale upgrade would definitely encounter the obstacle of insufficient command value. But now, what Su Yang lacks the least is the command value. First, unlock the corresponding technology to upgrade the crossbowman in the 1000 Machine Tower. Technology: fine mechanical structure. Improve the crossbow firing structure, allowing crossbowmen to load 2 crossbow arrows at a time for continuous firing. Command value: 1,500 points. Time: 12H. 1,500 points of command value. Too cheap. Su Yang directly confirmed and used the last Hive Heart. Leadership value minus 1,500. Study on fine mechanical structure. Use the item Heart of the Hive to shorten the time required for research and development by 12 hours. After the research is completed, open the Armor Camp panel. Army: Great Qin Armored Crossbowman. Level: Level 1, Level 2. Effect: improve the heavy crossbow mechanism structure, allowing for continuous firing. Command value: 400 points. 400 points of leadership. Too cheap. Without saying anything, Su Yang directly invested 8,000 points of command value to upgrade all crossbowmen to level 2. Then the size of the armored forces was increased. The soldiers summoned by the level 2 Royal Armor Battalion are directly level 2, which can save the summoning cost of level 1. Summoning a level 2 armored warrior costs 300 points, a level 2 armored crossbowman costs 400 points, and a level 2 scout costs 600 points. Too cheap. Su Yang once again bid 8,200 points of command value, summoning 10 sharp warriors and crossbowmen and 2 scouts. The combat strength of the troops now reaches 40 level 2 armored warriors, 30 level 2 armored crossbowmen, and 4 level 2,000-mile scouts. The number was further increased, and all members were upgraded to the maximum level. Upgrading them all to the maximum level at once shows the dominance value. After such a drastic upgrade, Su Yang still had 11,580 points of command value left. There are so many that you can't use them all. Su Yang kept flipping through the panel, searching for upgrades that could be performed using only command points. Unfortunately, apart from military units, most of the upgrades in the territory are lacking in resources, whether it is mining machines or defensive facilities such as city walls. In particular, all new buildings brought by the level 3 main base require iron to build. If you want to find iron or quickly, you must activate the iron or exploration technology in the 1000 machine tower. Iron or exploration technology requires a level 3000 machine tower to be researched. The annoying thing is that upgrading the level 3000 machine tower actually requires iron ore. In other words, at this stage you either have to try your luck in finding iron or find someone to buy it. Su Yang has never liked taking chances, and uncertain things make him feel out of control. The best option is to buy it directly, since the command value is overflowing at this stage. After deciding to purchase, Su Yang opened the panel and moved a copper mine back to the main base. The level 3 main base provides 2 more steam-powered miners. One is reserved for subsequent iron ore, and the other is used to increase copper production. The ore vein was moved back, and Su Yang put down the copper mining machine. The quality of this ore vein is only good, but after the bonus of Daqin technology, the copper output has reached 45 units/day. With this mining machine, there are a total of 5 mining machines in the production area. 1 stone mine, 2 carbon mines, and 2 copper mines. 5 mining machines and other production equipment are running rumblingly. Plus the 100 production increase brought about by the incentive event, Peace and Prosperity. Various resources continue to flow into the warehouse. Chapter 49, Lord Ranking opens. Japanese territory. Tojo Inken swung his katana toward the sky. Warriors who fought for the emperor, may your souls rest in peace. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier stepped forward and set the pile of corpses on fire. The flames burned fiercely, and all the soldiers bowed their heads in silence. The Japanese lost a total of 13 soldiers on the eve of the attack, which was a heavy price to pay. The main reason was that the sudden black fog obscured the view and allowed the enemy to find a breakthrough. However, even though there were many casualties, Tojo Inken did not feel sad. War means people will die. This is normal. Besides, the gains from Advent Night far outweigh the loss of a few soldiers. As the soldiers observed a moment of silence, Tojo Inken opened the panel. 6,360 points of command value. In just one Advent Night, he gained 6,000 points of command value, which was 6 times the initial command value. Apart from his great Japanese empire, who else could gain 6,000 points of command value in a single battle? Tojo Inken grinned wildly as he looked at the command value. The value of these 6,000 points of command value is not as simple as it seems on the surface. It will help Japan to secure the exploration ranking and obtain the decryption card. Then, with the help of the decryption card, he obtained Afghanistan's oil supply and soared to the sky. By then, all countries will be trampled under the feet of the Japanese Empire. U.S. territory. MacArthur looked at the upgraded Level 2 administrative building in front of him with joy. As soon as he received the oil supply from Afghanistan yesterday, he immediately began to upgrade the main base. It took 1 day to complete the construction before the Lord ranking. At the same level of the main base, the United States technology will be far ahead of other countries. With points such as technology and allies, it is currently impossible for any country to have higher development points than the United States. In tomorrow's development ranking, the United States will definitely take first place. The first place winner will receive 2 additional mining machines, which will further speed up resource production and widen the gap with other countries. War is a battle of national strength, and early battles are meaningless. Once the arsenal is completed, it will have endless resources and absolutely powerful military technology. The United States will crush any country that dares to resist. Alas, MacArthur sighed with a smile. So boring. English territory. Elizabeth is sending private messages to all her allies. She was trying to determine if these allies survived Advent night. The bad news is that among the several messages that have been sent, 3 lords have not responded. These 3 lords still owed her money and had made transactions with her. If their countries were destroyed, all those resources would be wasted. In order to implement diplomatic strategies and form alliances with other countries, Elizabeth used most of the resources produced in the early stage for trade. And except for the Dragon Kingdom, other countries are in debt to some extent. A very important factor in the development ranking is alliance relations. The higher the number and quality of allies, the more development points will be provided. Elizabeth had hoped to use this to gain a place in the development rankings, but now it seems a little bit dangerous. It seems that the allies I have formed are still too weak. Elizabeth looked at the private messages that had no response, her eyes dim. Dragon Lord, how long will it take for 200 units of iron or resources to arrive? Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Elizabeth's eyes lit up. The Dragon Kingdom successfully passed the Advent night. Although the Dragon Kingdom is not very strong and provides few development points, it is also one of the allies. Elizabeth was glad that her allies had survived Advent night. No, wasn't Long was still trading copper resources a few days ago? Why are we trading iron, or today? Are they developing so fast? Elizabeth suppressed her doubts and typed the message. England Lord, give me 1 night. I'll give it to you at noon tomorrow. Although the territory has a large iron output, it has been almost consumed after pre-war preparations and trade with other allies. Dragon Lord. Okay, command value? Elizabeth was stunned when she saw Longwa asking about the command value. At the current average market price, 100 units of iron is equivalent to approximately 700 to 800 points of leadership. 200 units means about 1,500 points of leadership. But for England, a major producer, iron ore was not scarce. The price she gives to her allies is generally 500 points of leadership per 100 units of iron ore. But now, many allies have lost contact, and most of them are in arrears and have not provided leadership value in time. This resulted in England's lack of leadership and slow development. Ask for more from Longwa? Elizabeth's thoughts were in turmoil. Lord of England, 1,000 points of leadership. Ultimately, she couldn't ask for more, as this would have damaged the alliance. Moreover, Dragon Country is in the period of catching up with other countries, and the demand for governance value and resources is very high. If I trick him, the Dragon Lord has completed the delivery, 1,500 command value. This is still the original price paid. Elizabeth smiled and shook her head. Obviously, Suyang also believes in the principle of mutual benefit like her. Elimination list announced. Cambodia, territory destroyed. Natural disaster. Flood, world-destroying level. Gongwa, territory destroyed. Natural disaster. Drought, world-destroying level. Nebo and I, Lord's death, suffered a natural disaster. Earthquake, world-destroying level. Colombia, territory destroyed. Advent night is over. Welcome to the second week. The Lord's Hall has been opened. During the specified time, Lords can communicate with each other in the hall. Lord of the United States, they destroyed 13 countries at once. This Advent night is really tragic. Anonymous. Who would have thought that there would be black fog on the first night of Advent? How disgusting. Lord of the East, there are many variables in this forbidden area, and it is extremely dangerous. Lord Goryeo, there's no Opera Spain on the list? That kid actually survived the Advent night. Lord Zabanya. Thanks to the information from the boss, if there was no information about the Zerg, I would definitely be on the list. Suyang quietly watched everyone chatting. Unlike yesterday, the number of people online in the chat box has become 55. 13 territories were destroyed last night, and their respective countries might have been destroyed along with them. A world-destroying natural disaster is not something these small countries can withstand. The Forbidden Trial was just like that, extremely cruel and merciless. What surprised Suyang was that the Lord of Opera Spain actually survived. I thought the black fog would plunge him into despair and lead to his destruction. It's good that you survived, so that you can get in touch with him slowly in the future. The insect nest forest is very large. Maybe there will be some good things around the Spanish territory. While Suyang was daydreaming, a system prompt sounded. The first week ends. The Lord ranking starts now. Chapter 50, The Furious Japanese Lord. The first week ends. The Lord ranking starts now. The announcement of the Forbidden Area sparked heated discussions in the Lord's Hall. Lord Tianju, it has finally begun. Everyone, guess how many places I can get? Bear Country Lord, did you drink too much Ganges water and have hallucinations? Lord of Goryeo, this time it is the turn of our great Goryeo warriors to appear. As per his usual practice, Suyang did not participate in any discussion. I just stared at the chat box, trying to see the status of several important competitors. Among them, the country that poses the greatest threat to itself in the exploration rankings is Japan. Because of the characteristics of Bushido, the Japanese soldiers are almost tireless. With their perpetual motion-like characteristics, they can quickly accumulate command value in the early stages. Secondly, traditional military powers such as France, the United States, and Germany all pose certain threats. But in the final analysis, these threats are not that big, and I am quite confident in my exploration ranking. The battle begins on the first day when the novice protection is broken and continues until the final night. If someone can overtake me in this situation, I will also accept my defeat. Compared with the exploration ranking, Su Yang is more worried about the development ranking. After the emergence of oil, a series of technological powers, led by the United States, were able to develop quickly. Moreover, there is already a mature network of interests among them, and they can quickly form an alliance and gain ally points. His only allies at best are England and Spain may be of no use at all. Development rankings are completely unpredictable because we don't know the current situation and alliance relations of various countries. Do your best, and leave the rest to fate. I have completed all the tasks I can do, and now I can only leave it to fate. The panel flashed, and a cold mechanical voice read out the subtitles. Exploration ranking starts. The system will rank the top 3 based on the command value, exploration range, item acquisition, and other scoring conditions obtained by killing enemies in each territory in the first week. The top 3 lords will receive command value rewards, and the first place will receive an additional special system item, decryption card. The priority is to explore the rankings. Su Yang holds his breath and concentrates. Many lords who had opportunities in the Lord's Hall also remained silent, leaving only some lords who had no chance at all discussing anonymously. Anonymous. It's hard to say what the ranking will be this time. That guy from Longwa broke the protection on the first day and messed up the situation. Anonymous. There must be many countries that followed him and broke the protection, and they were able to secretly spawn monsters without any notification. Anonymous. It is best to disrupt the situation so that small countries like us can have a chance. Exploration ranking, 3rd place. Bear Country. Get 3,000 points of command value reward. Trigger incentive event, Pioneer. Increases the command value gained from killing enemies by 10, lasts for 3 days. The 3rd place was announced, which is the Bear Country with powerful early-stage troops. Anonymous. Sure enough, there is a Bear Country. I guessed it right. Lord Tianju, my good brother, congratulations. Bear Country Lord. Congratulations, what a bullshit ranking. How could I only be ranked 3rd? The 3rd place was the Bear Country, which was within Su Yang's expectations. The Russian soldiers during the Soviet era were very brave. But the 3rd place is not important, the 2nd place is the key. As long as you are not in 2nd place, you can almost guarantee 1st place. Who will be the 2nd in the exploration ranking? Su Yang's eyes flashed as he waited quietly for the result. At this time, it was the territory of Japan. Tojo Inken smiled when he saw what the Bear Country Lord said. The Russian soldiers are indeed brave, but they still lack some brains, so it is not unfair for them to be ranked 3rd. Who will be the 2nd place? Tojo Inken's eyes showed curiosity. Being able to follow closely behind the great Japanese, he must be quite strong and will be an opponent that we need to be wary of in the future. The panel flashes and the ranking is released. Exploration ranking, 2nd place. The Japanese Empire. Get 6,000 points of command value reward. Trigger incentive event, Pioneer, level 2. Increases the command value gained from killing enemies by 15, lasting for 3 days. Nanny, how is this possible? Seeing the ranking, Tojo Inken jumped up from the ground. Veins bulged on his forehead and his eyes bulged with anger, as if he was going to eat someone in the next second. How is that possible? How could there be someone who ranked higher than him in exploration? The Japanese warriors fought nonstop for 4 days. There is absolutely no way there is an army stronger than theirs. Bagayat dear. Tojo Inken swung his sword fiercely and cut the table in front of him in half with one stroke. Without the 1st place, you can't get the decryption card, and you can't reach a trade to get oil from Afghanistan. This will have a huge impact on the development of Japan. Who is it? Who on earth stole the 1st place in Japan? Tojo Inken's eyes widened with anger, and his whole body was trembling. He couldn't accept such a huge failure. Whoever appears in the next announcement will become Japan's mortal enemy. 2nd place, Japan. The biggest competitor is out. Su Yang was secretly happy in his heart. Now we can really take 1st place. He stared at the panel, waiting for the final announcement. In the hall, everyone was having a heated discussion about who would take 1st place. Lord Tianju. Oh my god, The first place is not Japan. There are people who are better at fighting than them. Anonymous. This first place winner is really awesome. He can even beat Japan in monster hunting in the early stage. Anonymous. This trial is amazing. Unexpected things happen every time. Anonymous. Who will be the first? The United States or Germany? Anonymous. It is too difficult to predict. Any modern civilized country has the capability to fight. During the discussion, the notice sounded for the third time. Exploration ranking, first place. Dragon Country. Get 10,000 points of command value reward. Trigger incentive event, Pioneer, level 3. Increases the command value gained from killing enemies by 20, lasting for 3 days. Obtain the system's special item, Decryption card. All rewards are now issued. Please check your rewards. Next is the development ranking. The dust has settled. Suyang smiled and opened the panel. 10,000 points of dominance and pioneer buff have been received. The most important thing is the decryption card quietly placed in the backpack. This is a crucial early prop that will have an unpredictable impact on the development of the territory. The long-awaited reward was finally obtained, and Suyang's mood was beyond words. I can only say that it was worth it as he had to fight to the brink of death several times this week. After calming down his excitement, Suyang reopened the Lord's Hall. The next step is to develop the rankings, and it would be great if we can get a rank. At this moment in the Lord's Hall, all the lords who saw the notice had gone crazy. Chapter 51, Double First Place. Win them all. As soon as the notice came out, the hall was completely destroyed. Anonymous. My eyes are broken. Anonymous. Are you kidding me? It's actually Dragon Country? Anonymous. I thought they were just jumping into the story in the early stages, but I didn't expect they still have a role to play now. Lord of Tianzhu, you know our relationship. The people of Tianzhu will always stand with the Dragon Kingdom. Anonymous. This is a bronze civilization. How did they get to the top? Don't tell me they can build mechas and cannons. Anonymous. I really want to see the expressions of those lords of the great powers. Japanese territory. When I saw the words Longhua appear on the panel, Tojo's flushed face turned pale in an instant. His lips trembled and his eyes were full of disbelief. This first place can be given to any country, even the United States. But the only thing he couldn't give it to was Longhua, which was the situation he least wanted to see. In addition to surviving this forbidden trial, an important goal is to suppress the Dragon Kingdom Lord. The Dragon Kingdom was unable to obtain resources from the forbidden area and even suffered a natural disaster, leading to a total collapse. This is the only way to help the real Japanese army enter the Dragon Kingdom. The worst thing is not losing the first place, but Longwood taking the first place. Now not only has the suppression failed, but we have been suppressed instead. Wait. Tojo Inken sneered twice, with a cold look all over his face. He sheathed his knife, waved his hand to put the table back in place, and knelt on the ground again. Dragon Country, Suyang. U.S. territory. MacArthur nearly dropped the cigar in his mouth. Dragon Country again. Whenever you ignore him, he'll pop out and do something big. From breaking through the novice protection to taking the first place in exploration, they almost got all the important resources in each stage. Success once or twice can be attributed to chance and luck, but continuous success can only be achieved through strength. Apart from the factors of first providing protection for novices and the simplicity of the landing place, etc., the early strength of its troops is definitely in the first echelon. The combat power of the Bronze Age is comparable to that of modern civilization. Qin, what kind of dynasty is this? As he was shocked, the panel flickered. Development ranking starts. The system comprehensively calculates the current position, resources, arms, defense, technology, alliance relations, and other conditions of each territory and ranks the top 3. The top 3 lords will receive leadership value rewards, and the first place will receive 2 additional mining machines and resource materialization rights. MacArthur quickly pulled himself together. It is not very important for him to explore who the first place ranking is given to. Compared with the exploration ranking, the development ranking is the United States home court. Decryption cards can only be used in special places such as ruins, and these places are not easy to find in the early stages. In comparison, the rewards of 2 mining machines are much better than an illusory decryption card. In terms of military strength, if the technology is not advanced in the early stage, you can give in. But when it comes to development, no one can shake the United States first place. The screen flickers and panels pop up. Development ranking, third place. USA. Get 5,000 points of command value reward. Trigger incentive event. Aspirant, level 1. Resource output in the territory increases by 10, lasts for 3 days. What the fuck? MacArthur cursed and threw the cigar in his hand to the ground. The Lord's Hall was in turmoil again. Anonymous. It's a mess. It's all a mess. The United States is only ranked third? Anonymous. Who will be the top two? Too strong. Anonymous. This is definitely the most unexpected Lord ranking. The United States is only ranked third? Suyang looked at the panel and fell into thought. Theoretically, with the support of oil resources, the United States should develop rapidly. Coupled with its core position in major alliances, the power of its allies should also be strong. Even so, it can only rank third? What about the top two? Suyang's eyes flashed. Is there really a chance? After all, it is very likely that I am the only one who has reached the level 3 main base. Moreover, after entering the Iron Age, the Qin dynasty's technological score will also increase. It seems that it can really compete with modern civilization. Not to mention first place. Even second place would be a huge profit. Development ranking, second place. England Empire. Get 10,000 points of command value reward. Trigger incentive event. Achiever, level 2. Resource output in the territory increases by 15, lasting for 3 days. Get an extra resource mining machine. England is second? This was somewhat beyond Suyang's expectations, but it made sense when he thought about it carefully. Victorian England was the country that started the Industrial Revolution. The early industrial level was extremely high, which can be seen from the speed of resource production. In addition, Elizabeth has been actively implementing diplomatic strategies. With technology and ally scores, it is not an exaggeration to take second place. It is a good thing for allies to get a ranking, which can further consolidate the strength of the alliance. Now there is only one country left. Who will it be? If I can take first place again, then the first week of the trial can be said to have ended perfectly. Suyang took a deep breath and stared at the panel. The Lord of Opera. Congratulations to the Queen of England. You deserve the title. Lord of the United States. Miss Elizabeth played very well, not inferior to anyone at all. Anonymous. England and the United States can only rank second or third, so the first place is too strong. Anonymous. It won't be Longwo again. It always pops up when I least expect it. Anonymous. Longwo took the first place in exploration because it broke through the protection early. The development ranking depends on its hard power. Korea. How could it be the Dragon Nation? They are good at some tricks, but they are useless if they play for real. Anonymous. Indeed, there is no room for error in the development rankings. If Dragon Country wants to be first, I will take it directly. Development ranking, first place. Dragon Country. Get 15,000 points of command value reward. Trigger incentive event. Aspirant, level 3. Resource output in the territory increases by 20, lasting for 3 days. Obtain 2 additional resource mining machines and obtain the power to materialize current resources. All rewards are now issued. Please check your rewards. The first week of Lord rankings has ended. Please continue to work hard to survive. The moment the panel information came out, Suyang's eyes lit up instantly. First, he actually won 2 first places. Although he had been looking forward to it, he never thought that he could win 2 first places so easily. The 2 rewards totaled 25,000 command points, 1 pioneer buff, 1 enterprising buff, 2 mining machines, and a relic decryption card. If we take over these resources, the development of the territory will definitely reach a new level. More importantly, there are resources to materialize power, which can immediately alleviate the current predicament of Dragon Country and save the people from dire straits. Chapter 52 Resource Manifestation, the function of decryption card. The Lord's Hall completely exploded. Anonymous, what? It's Dragon Country again. Anonymous, the guy just now can start eating. U.S. Lord. How to develop the territory while going out to explore. Is this possible? Lord Zabanya. 2 lists, 6 rankings. No other country has repeated any, and Longwa actually took 2 first places. Lord Tianju. Master Su. You know our relationship well. Don't forget your brother when there is benefit. Lord of Japan. Dragon Nation can take 2 first places. Its strength is definitely unquestionable. Everyone should pay attention. Lord of England. Elizabeth looked at the 10,000 points of command and the extra mining machine in her backpack and fell into deep thought. Because of the failed negotiations with Afghanistan, she did not gain the upper hand in oil. So she didn't think she could get a rank in the Lord rankings at all. And now it has taken the second place by stepping on the United States. At first she found it unbelievable and even thought that the system had made a mistake. It wasn't until I saw that the first place was Longwa that I cleared up my doubts. It was the Dragon Kingdom that took first place with its powerful capabilities, and as its ally, he received a high ally score bonus. Thanks to this extra bonus, I was able to get the second place in the development ranking. Old doubts are solved and new doubts arise. How did Su Yang do it? And he actually used the Bronze Age civilization to take the first place in development. Why were they able to achieve miraculous achievements time and time again? Was the Qin dynasty really just an ancient civilization from the Bronze Age? Countless doubts surged in Elizabeth's mind. Along with the joy comes many mysteries. What is the true strength of Dragon Country? She was increasingly unable to see through Su Yang and the civilization he supported. They seem a little unusual. Taking first place in both rounds. Not only the Lord's Hall was in an uproar. Even Su Yang's private chat channel was bombarded. Samba Empire, my birthplace is the Wild Forest. I hope we can cooperate if there is a chance in the future. Goryeo and Longhua are originally from the same civilization. Your achievements today are also due to the efforts of our Goryeo ancestors. Please give me some face and form an alliance. Lord Tianju, Suyang Bra, don't forget our agreement on the banks of the Ganges. A promise on the banks of the Ganges? It's a bit heavy. Su Yang threw all the private chats into the recycle bin. Basically, they are all just nonsense, either asking for an alliance or trying to improve their favorability. Su Yang's philosophy is that quality of allies is more important than quantity. A group of people without strength gathered together can only become a mob. Moreover, the world is bustling with people, all seeking profit. Any allies made under this momentum are bound to lack sincerity. They will flock to you because you are strong, but will stab you in the back because of your weakness. While quickly deleting private chats, one message caught Su Yang's attention. Lord of Dongying, to Su Yangjun, the ruins are difficult to find in the early stage, and the risk is very high. If you have no plan to explore the ruins at present, I am willing to exchange 8,000 points of command value for a decryption card. I pray that you will reply soon. Your friend, Tojo Inkin. Japan wants to change the decryption card? Were the relics discovered as well, or was it used for another purpose? Su Yang's thoughts were surging. Don't be fooled by this Japanese guy's friendly appearance. There is no telling how many schemes he is behind the scenes. Moreover, Tojo Inkin was one of the most fanatical and shrewd people in Japan, and he was extremely shrewd. His original plan was definitely to take the first place in exploration and get the decryption card. But I didn't expect that I would show up halfway and disrupt the plan. So he could only take the last resort and exchange it with his command value. All these indicate that decryption cards are of great use to Japan. Thinking of this, Su Yang's lips curled up slightly. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Sure, the decryption card is useless to me. I will ship it as soon as the command value is transferred. Lord of Dongying. Thank you, Mr. Su Yang. Please send the decryption card first. I will transfer the command value immediately. Su Yang snorted coldly and raised his hand. Tojo Inkin and his hypocritical private messages were packed up and thrown into the recycling bin. It's a pity that I can't trick this old fox. After dealing with the private message, Su Yang directly closed the Lord's Hall. He has too many things to deal with right now and has no time to pay attention to those gossips. The first and most important thing is to allocate production facilities. Now with the addition of the 2 newly acquired mining machines, there are a total of 3 mining machines on standby in the territory. It is necessary to analyze the resource needs of the territory and then allocate production facilities as quickly as possible. With the dual buffs of peace and prosperity and enterprising, resource production is accelerated. Every second that these 2 mining machines are on standby is a huge loss. Next is the use of new buildings and leadership values brought by the new Level 3 base. After unlocking the Level 3 Lord's Mansion, Su Yang has currently only built 1 hero building and 1 mining machine. There are also many new buildings, new technologies, and new upgrades that have not had time to analyze. Once England's iron ore resources are in place, it will be necessary to gradually upgrade and unlock these new areas in accordance with the territory's development direction. What technologies can be unlocked at the Level 3 main base? What powerful new soldiers will be available in the Iron Age? All this made Su Yang extremely excited. The 25,000 points of command value for the Lord ranking have been received, and the command value in the territory has reached 34,580 points. Su Yang believed that with so much command value in hand, he should not have to worry about the subsequent upgrades. The last step is to use the decryption card to obtain detailed information about the ruins. If you are lucky, the rewards after completing the ruins will be very rich. However, Su Yang is not in a hurry about this. The territory has just experienced a great war, and both the resources and the condition of the soldiers are not very good. He planned to wait until all resources were in place and the soldiers had been upgraded and rested before going to the ruins to use the decryption card. In addition to the above tasks to be completed, Su Yang also has something he needs to decide immediately. Let the system count the resources produced and obtained in the territory within a week, and then materialize them into reality. According to statistics, the resources in the territory within this week can roughly meet the needs of a prefecture-level city in 1 year after being materialized 100 times. All Su Yang needs to do is select an area on the Dragon Country map that needs to materialize resources. He opened the map of Longhua and selected a prefecture-level city in the disaster-stricken province in the southeast. My impression is that it is an industrial city with a series of factories, including thermal power plants. Restoring the city will benefit the surrounding areas. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Su Yang made his choice. The next step is to consider upgrading the territory. In addition to hero buildings, the Level 3 main base also brings a series of military and technological upgrades. After completing these upgrades, the territory will enter a new stage. Chapter 53, People's Gratitude, Territory Upgrade. Longhua High-Level Conference Room. Emergency interruption. Following the flood in Cambodia, an unpredictable, annihilating earthquake of magnitude 10 or above occurred in Nepal. More than 100 kilometers of the Himalayas collapsed, and it is estimated that 1 trillion tons of rocks will flow into Nepal. We have not received any official response from Nepal yet, so we are tentatively planning to destroy the country. As many as 13 countries were affected during this Advent night disaster, and no news of any survivors has been received so far. Shocking disaster scenes flashed across the screen. Last night, almost every few dozen minutes, a country was destroyed by natural disasters. The people of Longhua stayed awake all night. Having experienced it twice, they knew how terrible natural disasters were. If there is any mistake in the Forbidden Area, the Dragon Kingdom will be in dire straits. Fortunately, Su Yang did not disappoint the people's expectations, and Longhua successfully passed the first Advent night. However, although there have been no more natural disasters, the aftermath of previous disasters has not yet passed. The 4 southeastern provinces are still in disaster. There was a large-scale power outage, the road network collapsed, and the ground rescue teams had a hard time. The top leaders of Longhua have to deal with mountains of disaster incidents every day and make every effort to mobilize resources for rescue. Amid the busyness, an intelligence agent rushed into the meeting room. He waved the documents in his hand, his face filled with surprise and joy. A large area of road network in Jiangnan province has been cleared. Many thermal power plants have resumed operation, and a large amount of supplies have appeared out of thin air. The officers in the conference room were stunned and felt like they were dreaming. The military chief reacted the fastest. Resources materialized. Su Yang took the first place in development ranking and obtained the power to materialize resources. As soon as these words were spoken, the officers suddenly realized what was happening and their eyes widened. Is this true? Hasn't the United States always been ranked first in development? Su Yang snatched the first place from the Americans. Is this really possible? But apart from taking first place, there is no other possibility of materializing resources at this stage. With thoughts swirling in his mind, he was also trying to digest this information. Although it is unbelievable, this is indeed the only possibility now. As everyone was surprised, the live broadcast of the Forbidden Area began. What followed was the announcement of the Lord Ranking results. First week Lord Ranking Report. Territory Development Ranking. First place, Dragon Kingdom. Second place, England Empire. Third place, United States. Territory Exploration Ranking. First place, Dragon Kingdom. Second place, Japanese Empire. Third place, Bear Country. The moment the notice came on, the eyes of everyone present almost popped out of their sockets. First on both lists. In the first 2 rounds, the Forbidden Land Dragon Kingdom never made it to the list. And today, Su Yang actually appeared on 2 lists in a row and took first place in both. Not only the ordinary staff in the conference room, but even the officers exclaimed in surprise. Oh my God, smoke is coming out of my ancestral graves. Number 1 on both charts? And he took the first place on both charts by stepping on the heads of the United States and Japan. Good job, Su Yang. Damn his little life. I am super. The military chief could no longer sit still and stood up from his chair. First on both lists. This is usually a situation that occurs when a country becomes extremely powerful in the later stages. In the early stage, each country had different periods of strength and development focuses. Not to mention being number 1 on both lists, it's very rare to be on both lists at the same time. Now Su Yang has defeated his powerful enemy and won both first places. How can this not be exciting? The screen flashed, and the territory of Dragon Kingdom appeared before everyone. The most eye-catching thing is the Lord's Mansion, which has been doubled in size. When the experts saw the new territory, their eyes lit up. Su Yang actually built the level 3 main base before nightfall. What's that next to the Lord's mansion? It looks so shocking. It's a hero building, a level 3 building that can only be unlocked by a level 3 main base. Look at that new soldier in the army. He looks like he's wearing iron armor. A military-type hero unit. His armor has been fully upgraded. Iron. All the newly appeared buildings are made of metal iron. The Qin dynasty has entered the Iron Age. The shock brought by the new territory is no less than that of the first place on both lists. Experts excitedly analyze every new thing that appears in the territory. The military chief stared at the screen with trembling eyes. Not only did he take the Lord ranking and save the people, but he also successfully entered a new era. The gift Su Yang brought this time was really amazing. Official live broadcast room. The news about the ranking of the Dragon Kingdom's lords made the people completely excited. The appearance of new bases and heroic generals brought the atmosphere to a climax. Su Yang is awesome. Qin Chao is awesome. Military generals in other countries are commanders, but in the Qin dynasty, they are military commanders. This is so cool. This general's armor is so cool. No, could the Qin dynasty be some lost alien civilization? Its technology seems to be more advanced than modern civilization. Everyone is already fully armored in the early stages. I can't even imagine what kind of monsters will appear later. As the people cheered, the host Xiaoxue interrupted with an important piece of news. With the help of Su Yang, all important roads in Jiangnan province have been opened and electricity is gradually being restored. A large number of disaster-stricken people have benefited from this. Let us thank Su Yang for his efforts in the forbidden area. I'm from the rescue team. Without Su Yang's help, we can't get into the disaster area. Thank you, Brother Su Yang. My grandma and I hadn't eaten for 3 days. He saved us. Su Yang is working hard. The country is working hard. Brothers and sisters, don't give up. The future will be good. Forbidden Area, Dragon Kingdom territory. Thank you for everything you have done. On behalf of all the soldiers and civilians of Dragon Country, I would like to express my gratitude to you. After checking the information sent by the military, Su Yang closed the panel. Rescuing people from their predicament has always been his goal, and it is also his responsibility as a citizen of Dragon Country. There is no need to thank for this. Any Dragon countryman would do the same. In order to better shoulder this responsibility, all he can do is try his best to expand his power and let the iron hoof of the Qin dynasty step over the entire forbidden area. 200 units of iron ore have been deposited into England. Now it's time to start upgrading. Su Yang couldn't wait to know what kind of improvement the level 3 main base would bring to the territory. Chapter 54 Magnetic Field Exploration, Iron Age. Su Yang opened the territory panel. Before the upgrade begins, you also need to count the resource stock and resource production speed in the current territory. Upgrading requires a lot of resources. What Su Yang needs to do is to use limited resources to achieve the optimal upgrade route. This operation can only be completed by counting the specific values of the resources. Excluding 3 new mining machines that have not yet been put into use, there are a total of 5 mining machines in operation in the territory. The output of a level 1 stone mining machine is 100 units/day. With the double buff bonus of peace and prosperity and enterprising, the efficiency is increased by 220, and the output reaches an astonishing 220 units/day. The combined output of 2 level 1 carbon mining machines is 110 units/day, and the added output is 242 units/day. The combined output of a level 2 copper miner and a level 1 copper miner is 120 units/day, which is 264 units/day after bonuses. It has been nearly 12 hours since the main base was upgraded last night. The stock of stone mines in the territory has reached 363 units. A total of 168 units of carbon were produced, which were directly consumed after being used to supply the armored soldiers. While Su Yang was frantically upgrading his army, his consumption of resources was also increasing exponentially. The energy consumption of level 2 armored warriors and armored crossbowmen is 2 units/day. 40 armored warriors and 30 armored crossbowmen require a total of 140 units of carbon or resources per day. The consumption of a level 2 scout is 4 units per day, and 4 scouts require a total of 16 units of carbon or resources per day. Finally, there is Li Xian, who needs to consume 10 units of fuel resources every day. This huge armored force requires 166 units of carbon or resources every day. This number will increase if there is a large-scale and prolonged battle. Although the Royal Armor Battalion does not limit the number of troops summoned, it does not mean that you can summon an unlimited number of troops. If you want to maintain a strong army, you must have strong logistics. Otherwise, the logistical supply cannot keep up and the army will not be able to function no matter how large its number is. Even after the buff bonus, the territory can produce 242 units of carbon ore every day. However, the buff bonus is time-limited, and the production capacity will return to 110 units after the bonus disappears. This number is definitely not enough to sustain the army's consumption in the long term. It is imperative to prioritize increasing the basic production capacity of territory fuel. Currently, there are only two ways to increase basic production capacity: upgrading mining machines and building new mining machines. Su Yang directly used the mineral migration technology to migrate back to a carbon mine that had been marked by a scout. The quality of carbon ore is rich, and the basic production capacity after building a mining machine is 60 units/day. Su Yang then started the upgrade. Upgrading the mining machine from level 1 to level 2 requires 10 units of copper resources. From last night to today, the mining machine produced a total of 186 units of copper ore, and 64 units were consumed for repairing armor and replenishing ammunition. There are still 122 units of copper mines in the territory, which is considered wealthy. Su Yang waved his hand and directly upgraded all the level 1 mining machines. Upgrading the mining machine to level 2 can increase the production capacity by 50. After the upgrade, the basic total production capacity of the 3 level 2 carbon ore mining machines soared directly to 255 units/day. After the buff bonus, it reaches 561 units/day. It directly doubled from the original basis. Now the territory's energy problem has come to an end, and there is no need to worry even if new military units are added. The basic output value of 2 level 2 copper mining machines reaches 180 units/day. After the bonus, it becomes 396 units/day, which is also a significant improvement. Now Su Yang no longer has to be as frugal as before when it comes to mecha maintenance and crossbow supply. In a nutshell, life is now more prosperous. With such strong logistical support, Su Yang will feel more confident about his subsequent upgrades. The core of the series of upgrades is the upgrade of the 1000 Machine Tower and the Royal Armor Battalion. The 1000 Machine Tower controls many key technologies, including iron ore exploration. The Royal Armor Battalion can unlock more powerful troops. Upgrading the 1000 Machine Tower to level 3 requires 30 units of copper ore and 50 units of iron ore. Upgrading the Imperial Armor Battalion requires 50 units of copper ore and 100 units of iron ore. Fortunately, the territory's current production capacity and inventory are very large, otherwise it would be difficult to unlock these two things alone. Without hesitation, Su Yang directly invested the resources. The rumbling sound of machinery was heard, and the 1000 Machine Tower and the Imperial Armor Battalion began to upgrade at the same time. Thick white steam gushed out over the territory, and the two buildings deformed rapidly. After a series of changes, the 1000 Machine Tower and the Imperial Armor Camp appeared in front of Su Yang with a brand new look. The addition of iron materials has greatly changed the appearance of the building compared to before. The building is no longer the blue-gray color of the bronze surface, but has turned into silver-white, becoming brighter and colder overall. Structurally, their facades have become more complex, with a dazzling array of sophisticated instruments. Among them, the 1000 Machines Tower has changed from its original single tower body to a double tower body. There are now 2 spires on top of the heavy base. What does this mean? Is it possible to research 2 technologies at a time now? Su Yang guessed in his mind, and then opened the level 3000 Machine Tower panel. Appearance is just the surface. The most important thing is the improvement brought by the upgrade. After opening it, the panel is indeed different from before. 2 screens appeared on the 1000 Machine Tower panel, apparently allowing 2 studies to be conducted at the same time. This made Su Yang feel very surprised. According to the experience of the first 2 rounds of trials, all countries' research laboratories can only carry out 1 research at a time no matter how they are upgraded. In the later stages, there are many technologies and they take a long time. The dual threat effect of the 1000 Machine Tower will greatly improve the scientific research efficiency of the territory. With joy in his heart, Su Yang quickly flipped to the resources column. It is foreseeable that iron will become an important resource in the next stage. Therefore, iron ore exploration technology is the technology that needs to be unlocked first. Technology, magnetic field research, in-depth understanding of the various properties of metallic iron, and use of metal detection devices to accurately capture the location of mineral veins. Command value, 3,000 points. Time, 12H. Without hesitation, Su Yang directly paid in 3,000 points of command value. Command value, 3,000 points. Technology, magnetic field research underway. The metal spire on the left side of the 1,000 machine tower began to operate. Countless high-temperature steam gushed out accompanied by the roar of machinery. This is the first step for the Qin dynasty to enter the Iron Age, and a new chapter is about to begin. Chapter 55 New Military Unit, Daqin Skyfire Guard. Unfortunately, the heart of the hive has been used up and cannot be used to speed up research. Now I think it was too extravagant to use the heart of the hive before. An ordinary hive heart can shorten the time by up to 1 day. Most of them are used in technologies with a time of 6 hours or even lower. I hope that in the future technology will be able to break down the hive heart, dividing a whole day into several time periods. This is the only way to avoid wasting the acceleration time of heart of the insect. However, although there is no heart of the hive, the level 3000 machine tower can support the simultaneous development of 2 technologies. This way, there is no need to wait for the magnetic field research to be completed before selecting the next one, which greatly improves efficiency. After clicking on the magnetic field exploration technology, Su Yang continued to flip through the panel. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the level 3 main base not only unlocked iron ore exploration, but also a new mineral vein. Technology, saltpeter detection. Art is explosion. In-depth understanding of saltpeter properties, obtain the distribution pattern of saltpeter veins, and unlock saltpeter mining technology. Command value, 3,000 points. Time, 12h. Saltpeter, the raw material of gunpowder, an important substance that opened the era of thermal weapons. I didn't expect that the Iron Age and the age of hot weapons of the Qin dynasty would come at the same time. With the support of Daqin Heavy Industry, Su Yang could hardly imagine what kind of black technology would appear next. The new resources are the basis for the next series of upgrades, so you can never go wrong by giving priority to upgrading them. Su Yang activated the panel, invested 3,000 command points, and activated another spire of the 1,000 machine tower. Command value, 3,000 points. Technology, saltpeter detection research. Preliminary technology research detected, unlocking special soldiers, Daqin Tianwei. As expected, new units were triggered, and unlocking resources first was indeed the best option. But what kind of military unit is this Tianwei? Just by looking at the name, Su Yang had no idea what type of soldiers this was. However, since it is a type of soldier that is obtained by unlocking saltpeter, and its name contains the word fire, it must be a type of soldier related to explosions. Su Yang couldn't wait to open the level 3 armor camp panel and slid to the last column. Arms, Daqin Skyfire Guards. Arms type, heavy artillery unit. Production requirements, level 3 Royal Armor Camp. Required prerequisite technology, saltpeter detection. Description, an artillery unit equipped with heavy armor, capable of long-range artillery support. The Skyfire Guard's artillery has 2 modes. The first mode can throw a large number of small explosive stones to cover the designated area. The second type can throw giant stones or giant explosive rocks, causing massive damage to defensive facilities or single units. Command value required for summoning, 2,000 points. Basic consumption, 5 units of fuel/day, 5 units of concentrated water/day. Maintenance cost, 5 units of copper/time, 5 units of iron/time. Reloading consumption, 3 units of coal/shot, 2 units of ore or 2 units of saltpeter/shot. Heavy artillery unit. Qin Tianwei Heavy Artillery Unit. After checking the Tianwei panel, Su Yang smiled happily. It has both covering strike and single-point strike. Not only can it cover a large area with firepower, but it can also attack a city at a single point. This undoubtedly brings a great improvement in combat effectiveness, both in outdoor combat and base defense. It will not be so dangerous to attack Zerg nests or Zerg strongholds in the future. Just send up the Skyfire Guard first to provide fire coverage or destroy the city with heavy artillery. Afterwards, the Royal Armor Legion will be sent to reap the remaining pieces, which is not only efficient, but also extremely low risk. Not to mention the base defense. The Skyfire Guard's large-scale heavy artillery is devastating to the Zerg swarm. Summoning the Skyfire Guard requires 2,000 points of command, which is not much for Su Yang. The key point is energy consumption. Basic maintenance requires 5 units of fuel per day. What's exaggerated is that the ammunition consumption of Tianwei is calculated by the round. Each shot of cannon or heavy stone consumes 3 units of fuel and 2 units of saltpeter or ore. This energy consumption is a bit crazy. It is indeed cool to summon an army of Skyfire Guards to provide firepower coverage, but the logistical supply will definitely be precarious after that. The horrific energy consumption means that the Skyfire Guards are destined to not become the main force of the team. Rather than mass manufacturing, a better strategy would be to produce in small batches and use them as strategic units. Although energy limitations make it impossible to have a grand scene of artillery bombardment at this stage. But Su Yang still felt excited about the addition of such a powerful force. This is an important node in the opening of the Qin dynasty's era of thermal weapons. In addition to the Skyfire guards, the unlocking of iron ore and saltpeter technology also brings new upgrades to the Royal Armor Corps. Arms: Great Qin Imperial Armored Warriors. Level 2, Level 3. Effect: the armor is fully upgraded and equipped with an iron shield to improve the overall defense attribute. Command value: 600 points. Required prerequisite technology: iron-making process. Army: Great Qin Armored Crossbowmen. Level 2, Level 3. Effect: the armor is fully upgraded, and 2 new types of arrows are obtained that target different units. Command value: 800 points. Required prerequisite technologies: iron-making, gunpowder research. Arms: Daqin 1000-mile Scout. Level 2, Level 3. Effect: the power device is fully upgraded, the exploration range is increased, and the exploration capabilities of iron ore and saltpeter ore are unlocked. Command value: 1000 points. Required prerequisite technology: magnetic field research, saltpeter exploration. As long as the corresponding technology is unlocked, all 3 types of armored soldiers can be upgraded. It goes without saying that scouts are the most important type of troops at present. Once the research of these 2 technologies is completed, he will be upgraded immediately. In addition, the 2 upgrades for the Armored Warrior and the Armored Crossbowman also look very useful. The first is the Armored Warrior, who not only has his armor comprehensively upgraded, but also gains a shield. When facing a swarm of insects, the Armored Warriors mostly play a defensive role. They are mainly responsible for holding back the swarm of insects and waiting for the crossbowmen in the rear to shoot. In previous battles, they could only rely on bronze swords or armor to withstand the battle. And if they are upgraded, they can directly use shields to block, which will greatly improve the fault tolerance of the warriors on the front line. Upgrading the Armored Crossbowman means obtaining 2 new types of arrows for targeting different units. This will definitely be helpful when encountering new Zerg species later. However, there is no rush for these upgrades. After Li Xian joins, the territory will not lack combat power for the time being. The highest priority is still to summon new units and upgrade important technologies and buildings. After closing the Imperial Armor Camp, Su Yang continued to check other panels. The next upgrade surprised him even more. Chapter 56: New Area Salt Alkali Land. After the upgrade of 1000 Machine Tower and Royal Armor Camp, other buildings will come. The most common one is the upgrade of production facilities. All production buildings can be upgraded to level 3, consuming 20 units of copper ore and 40 units of iron ore, and increasing production capacity by 50. This is because the consumption of iron is too high and the current resource production speed in the territory has reached the standard. So Su Yang lowered the priority of this upgrade. Next are the defensive facilities. Level 3 territory brings iron walls and a new defensive facility, the Skyfire Tower. Currently, the city wall of the territory is only level 1, and Su Yang plans to upgrade it to level 2 as a priority. The level 2 copper wall will be higher than the level 1 wall and will be divided into 2 layers. More shooting holes can be set on the wall to facilitate the output of long-range units. The upgrade of each section of copper wall requires 1 unit of copper resources and 1 unit of stone or resources. Each section of the iron wall requires 1 unit of iron and 1 unit of ore, which is an astonishing consumption. So at the current stage, Su Yang will only upgrade the city wall to level 2, and will consider level 3 city wall later. As for the Skyfire Tower, Su Yang will choose the time to build it based on the Zerg's offensive. If the Zerg offensive is not enough to pose a threat in the short term, then using Skyfire guards for defense is sufficient. The last item that can be upgraded is in the Hero Building General's Mansion panel. In addition to being able to summon general-level units, the General's Mansion can also upgrade and learn general skills. Li Xian's Command Vanguard can be upgraded in the General's Mansion. After the upgrade, it can obtain stronger effects. In addition to upgrading skills, new skills can also be learned. However, General Li Xian is currently at level 1 and cannot be upgraded or learned. Judging from the effect of Command Vanguard, the general skill should be a range-type skill that affects the entire team. Compared with single-unit upgrades, upgrading general skills can bring great instantaneous improvement effects to the team. Sometimes, triggering a general skill can turn the situation around. After the General's Mansion is upgraded in the future, Su Yang will definitely pay close attention to it. At this point, All known improvements brought by the Level 3 main base have been reviewed. While waiting for the research time, Su-Yang took out the system's special prop, the decryption card, from his backpack. It's time to see what effect that relic has. Do you want to use the decryption card to obtain the ruins information? Yes. With a flash of thought, the decryption Kaka's body began to become transparent. The use of decryption card is detected, and the ruins information is being decrypted. The third round of Forbidden Land trials on Blue Star, Forbidden Land number N0.517314C. Relic name, Relics of the Abyss. Relic number, Secret of the Swarm 009. Relic mission, Sleeping Killer. You have entered the holy land of the Tyranids. Your ignorant behavior has triggered the mechanism and awakened the guardian buried under this land. Mission objective, kill the awakened insect swarm and destroy the insect nest below. Mission difficulty, highest level 3 generation swarm. Trigger condition, the Lord can trigger this ruins mission by entering the ruins in person. Note, once the ruins mission is started, it will not be terminated and cannot be exited. Mission reward, Alien Experiment Station. Special scientific research building capable of conducting research on alien creatures. Currently unlockable alien technologies, biomass fuel, alligator bone armor, network vision sharing. Alien Experimental Station, a special scientific research building. Su-Yang's eyes lit up when he saw the mission reward. There is no fixed reward for the ruins missions. It is possible to complete an extremely difficult mission but get a worthless reward. So opening the ruins rewards is just like opening a box, and Su-Yang obviously got gold. The Alien Experimental Station, as the name suggests, is an experimental station dedicated to conducting research on alien races. Able to study alien creatures and create things that do not belong to the human technology tree. For example, the first biomass fuel technology sounds very useful just by the name. If I'm not mistaken, this technology should be able to turn the Zerg corpses into fuel. By then, after killing the Zerg, there will be no need to worry about running out of fuel. We can just burn their corpses to generate fuel. Consume fuel to kill insects to gain fuel. Repeat the cycle over and over again, fighting to support fighting. There are also the alligator bones that Su-Yang had obtained before and had never used, which are probably also going to be developed in the Alien Experiment Station. All in all, this reward is very useful and totally worth the risk. However, the mission difficulty is the highest level 3 generation of Zerg, and it would be dangerous to go there rashly. The strength of the swarm varies from nest to nest, depending on the level of the queen in the nest. The swarm can be divided into evolutionary generations according to the level of the queen. A swarm of queen levels 1 to 2 is called a first-generation swarm. Queen insects at levels 3 to 6 are called the second generation, levels 7 to 10 are called the third generation, and so on. Normally, the level of individual units in the swarm will not be higher or lower than the generation range. For example, the levels of all units in the second generation of Zerg are between level 3 and level 6, while those in the third generation are between level 7 and level 10. The Tyranid Slayer that attacked the base on Nightfall was level 6, meaning it was produced by the highest level second generation queen. The highest level third generation queen in the Relic mission is the level 10 queen. The swarm led by a queen of this level must be very powerful. It is best to capture a third-generation insect nest before triggering the mission so that you can know its true strength. After closing the panel, Su-Yang sorted out the to-do items in order in his mind. After the research in the 1000 Machine Tower is completed, the first thing to do is to upgrade the scouts and let them search for resources. Iron ore and saltpeter are the two most critical resources at present, and the sooner they are discovered, the better. The next step is to summon new soldiers, the Skyfire Guards, to test their combat methods and combat intensity. Then focus on iron smelting technology and gunpowder research to prepare for the upgrade of the armored troops. Once the resources are in place, gradually upgrade the level 2 city wall, mining machines, and build the Skyfire Tower. After conquering the third-generation Zerg hive at least once to determine its strength, adjust your troops and trigger the ruins mission. Su-Yang really enjoys the step-by-step planning process. He likes the sense of control. As long as we move forward step by step according to the plan, the development of the territory will never lag behind. Night falls, and there are still 2 hours left before the two technologies of 1000 Machine Tower are unlocked. Because the upgrade must be achieved in the territory, Su-Yang recalled all 4,000-mile scouts. When the scouts returned to the territory, they also brought back a large amount of information. This includes the specific locations of 2 second-generation insect nests and the locations of numerous mineral veins. One of the most crucial pieces of information was that a scout discovered an area that looked like saline alkali land. Since he had reached the maximum boundary and would have no fuel to return if he went any deeper, he could only simply mark it. Hearing the word saline alkali land, Suyang immediately became alert. Saline alkali land is the area where saltpeter is easily produced. Obtaining saltpeter will bring the territory into the era of hot weapons. Chapter 57 Head-on Confrontation, the highest level second-generation Zerg. Along with the location information of the salt alkali area came new intelligence on the Zerg. Scouts discovered a new Zerg squad near the salt marshes. Suyang took the image drawn by the scout and looked at it. The picture shows a creature similar to a stinging insect, but its body structure is larger and more complex than that of a stinging insect. Their feet are thicker, and the blades in front of them for attack are larger and have increased from 2 to 4. Its appearance is no longer the yellow-brown pattern of the stinging insect, but large areas of gray-brown lines. However, even though it had changed its disguise, Suyang was able to quickly confirm that this was a thorny insect. But this is no longer the original stinging insect, but an evolved stinging insect unit. The forbidden alien species, including the Zerg, are in the process of evolution just like humans. The evolution of the Zerg is the continuous transformation of individuals, combining with the environment to produce increasingly powerful units. The level of the Zerg in the front is actually increasing, but it is not very obvious. This upgrade is a qualitative leap. Even the body shape has undergone a huge change. The spiny insects that appeared in the saline alkali area were obviously no longer second-generation species. Suyang's thoughts flashed. The saltpeter production in the saline alkali land area was abundant. As long as we take over the saline alkali land, the problem of gunpowder supply can be solved directly. This is a strategically important area, and more relevant intelligence must be obtained. Once the scouts are upgraded, they will be sent to the saline alkali land to conduct a comprehensive reconnaissance of the enemy situation and explore for saltpeter reserves. Before that, I have to take care of some things at my doorstep. In addition to the saline alkali land, the scouts also circled the specific locations of 2 second-generation insect nests. Within the current range of the Abyss's gaze, these should be the last 2 remaining insect nests. As a good neighbor, how can I not say hello? Suyang immediately summoned Li Xian and asked him to gather troops. Soon, 30 armored warriors and 20 armored crossbowmen gathered. Led by Li Xian, the team set out towards the insect nest in the northeast direction under the cover of night. Even though it's night, you don't have to worry too much about the Zerg siege before you upgrade your Abyss Gaze. The current Zerg swarms within the range of the Abyss Gaze were basically consumed in the siege battles of the past few days. In just these few days, even if the Queen tried her best, she would not be able to form a decent team. Suyang climbed up the north city wall and watched Li Xian and the Imperial armored troops leave the city. As the troops moved, billows of steam shot into the sky. A fully armored corps of level 2 soldiers with a hero-level unit commander. This currently fully equipped force can give people a full sense of security just by marching. Looking at the troops gradually disappearing into the dense forest, Suyang couldn't help but sigh that he now felt a bit like a lord. With the appearance of a commander-level unit like General Li Xian, he finally no longer had to go to the battlefield in person. You only need to give Li Xian the general goal and leave the specific implementation to Li Xian himself. Unless it is necessary, he will never take any risks again before getting himself a set of armor. It can be said that the only possibility of territory's failure now is that he is stabbed by Jing Ku. Not long after Li Xian led his troops to war, 2 technological research projects of the 1000 Machine Tower were completed. After the 2 prerequisite technologies were unlocked, Suyang opened the Imperial Armor Camp and upgraded the scouts without saying a word. Command value for 1,000 points. After a short wait, 4 scouts walked out of the Imperial Armor Camp. The power rods in their legs were all replaced with iron instead of copper. 2 new rectangular fuel tanks were installed on both sides of the backsteam device. This allows scouts to carry more fuel at a time and cover a larger search range. In addition to the armor upgrade, Suyang also discovered that there was an armor-like device on his left arm. When you open the lid, you will find a precision instrument with a constantly shaking pointer in the middle. This should be a device for detecting abnormal magnetic fields. Suyang clicked on the Scout's panel to take a closer look. Arms, Daqin 1000-mile Scout. Arms type, Reconnaissance Infantry. Production requirements, Level 3 Royal Armor Camp. Description, the armor is fully upgraded, the exploration range is greatly increased, and the iron, ore, and saltpeter or exploration skills are obtained. Unlocking metal detection technology can increase the exploration knowledge of scouts and conduct a series of exploration activities for known minerals. Command value required for summoning, 1,000 points. Consumption, 8 units of fuel/day, 8 units of concentrated water/day. The fuel consumption has reached 8 units/day, almost catching up with Li Xian. But considering the distance the scouts traveled in a day, this is completely reasonable. Without wasting any more time, Su Yang sent the upgraded scout units to the Saline Alkali land area. He wanted to get as much information about the area as possible. How big is the range, the size of the swarm, the possible marching routes, the specific distance, etc. Of course, in addition to Saline Alkali land, there is also the search for iron ore. However, the tools for exploring iron ore have been unlocked, and Su Yang believes that the scouts will soon find the iron ore. Technology changes life. This is no longer the era when we had to rely on manpower and the naked eye to search. After sending out the scouts, Su Yang opened the 1,000 machine tower again and pointed out the iron smelting process and gunpowder research. These two processes are prerequisite technologies for upgrading armored soldiers and summoning Skyfire guards. If you want to upgrade your troops, you must click on them first. Technology, iron making. Let's do something hard. Obtain the technology for processing raw iron ore, and obtain a series of technologies for upgrading and modifying iron equipment. Command value, for 1,000 points. Time, 16H. Technology, gunpowder research. Dancing with fire. Unlock gunpowder knowledge and gain a range of combustion and explosion techniques. Command value, for 1,000 points. Time, 16H. There are a total of 8,000 command points, and each requires 16 hours. Leadership value minus 8,000. Technology, gunpowder research is in progress. Technology, iron-making process research. After completing all this, Su Yang returned to the Lord's mansion. The subordinates were exploring, fighting, and standing guard. As a leader, it is quite reasonable for him to catch up on some sleep. Chi. 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 In the dense forest shining with fluorescent light, Li Xian led the armored troops forward. According to the location of the insect nest given by the scouts and the specific marching route planned, they soon arrived at the target location. Unlike the insect nests encountered before, this one was not located underground, but inside a mountain. The hideous cave entrance was lurking at the foot of the mountain, and the swarm of insects were busy going in and out. They held large pieces of bleeding meat in their mouths, as if they were going to feed something. Li Xian led his troops out of the dense forest and advanced directly to the entrance of the insect nest. There was no need for any tactics or sneak attacks. This is a fair and direct confrontation. The brainworm outside the cave detected the enemy and immediately let out a sharp cry. The swarm of insects began to surge. Chapter 58 Crazy Firepower, Irresistible Swarm of Insects. The sharp chirping of brainworms echoed over the dense forest. The sounds of dense swarms of insects moving could be heard from the cave entrance. The swarms were rapidly deploying their combat power. Li Xian stood at the rear of the troops, while the armored warriors and crossbowmen in front were already in formation. There was nothing special about the formation. They were just roughly lined up in a row and then staggered front and back to make it easier to shoot. There was no flank containment or surprise attack on the enemy. Li Xian ordered his troops to line up in place and wait quietly for the enemy's deployment. This was not because Li Xian underestimated the enemy, but because he knew that this enemy need not be taken seriously at all. Before setting off, Su Yang had already told him about all the types of troops that the second-generation Zerg nest possessed and the tactics that could be implemented. The scout's detailed reconnaissance provided him with a rough idea of the swarm size and surrounding terrain. In other words, he was fully aware of the Zerg's combat capabilities and the tactics they might implement. The combat power of the two sides was too different, so he only needed to set up a formation and wait for the swarm of insects to die. This is a battle with a certain outcome. Rustle. As expected, a swarm of insects swarmed out of the cave. At the same time, two barely noticeable raised routes appeared on the ground. Li Xian waved his hand, and the armored crossbowman fired the first round of crossbow arrows. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of a mechanism was heard, and the crossbow arrow shot out like a phantom. The trajectory of the crossbow arrow shot from the air could not be seen with the naked eye. All one could see was the swarm of insects that had just emerged from the cave falling to the ground. The powerful impact caused the crossbow arrow itself to be deformed, not to mention the stinging insects that were attacked. The crossbow arrows shot at high speed spun into the bodies of the stinging insects, leaving wrist-sized holes in their torsos. Green blood gushed out from the hole, and the stinging insect collapsed to the ground in an instant. The first batch of stinging insects were wiped out, and soon the second batch rushed up. Swish, swish. Without any interval, the crossbowman's second round of shooting began. After upgrading to level 2, the mechanism is improved and crossbowman can now load 2 crossbow arrows at a time. That is to say, with the same reloading time, the firepower of level 2 armored crossbowmen has doubled. The crossbowmen were divided into 2 columns. One column would reload after shooting, while the other would start shooting. Now, as long as the allocation is reasonable, it is unlikely that the loading vacuum period like before will occur again. Under the continuous and powerful firepower, wave after wave of insect swarms rushed out of the cave and then fell down as waves of wreckage. The armored warriors in the front row had no chance of encountering the stinging insects at all. As the crossbowmen were shooting frantically, Li Xian, who was at the back of the team, also moved. He removed the cylindrical device from his lower back and pressed it with his hand. Squeak, squeak, squeak. With the operation of mechanical parts, various gear rods continued to extend outward and soon turned into a spear. Li Xian pressed again, and the front end of the spear began to rotate at high speed. He raised his spear high, and the power devices in his joints began to accumulate energy. Aim at the ground, determine the direction, and throw it downward suddenly. Bang! The spear pierced directly through the ground and stabbed the giant burrow worm swimming in the soil. The spear kept spinning in the giant insect's body, and a terrible cry was heard. Li Xian grasped the spear and thrust it downwards, lulling the giant insect to sleep. He then pulled out his spear and turned around quickly. Behind him, a giant insect emerged from the ground and came face to face with the spear. Chi! The body was ripped open, and the screams soon stopped. Li Xian took out the spear and shook off the blood on the spear shaft. By the time he had dealt with the 2 giant insects, the battle outside the cave entrance had also ended. The corpses of the stinging insects piled up in front of the cave entrance, looking extremely tragic. Under the crazy firepower of the level 2 crossbowmen, they didn't even have a chance to fight the enemy. This is a crushing battle power. When the gap in combat power between the 2 sides reaches a certain level, it will be futile to use any strategic techniques. Pushing aside the corpses in front of the cave entrance, Li Xian led a small team directly into the insect nest. There are alien insects hiding in the dark within the insect swarm, trying to start a street fight. But unfortunately, with the combat capability of Li Xian's level leading the way, all ambushes seem ridiculous. When they entered the queen insect room, they saw a newly born crusader lying on the ground. The punitive agent is nearly half a meter in size in the larval stage and looks very scary. Li Xian followed Su Yang's instructions and destroyed all living things in the insect hole. The second-generation insect nest that had caused trouble to Su Yang was now completely unable to fight back against the armored troops. After destroying the mother nest, Li Xian did not continue to attack the second insect nest. One is that the second insect nest is located in the southeast of the territory, which is far away and fuel is in short supply. The second is that Su Yang specifically instructed that the second insect nest should be used as a testing ground for new soldiers. After taking down the heart of the insect nest, Li Xian returned to the capital. When Su Yang woke up the next day, a fresh insect nest heart was already in his backpack. He opened the panel and looked through the battle records from last night. The entire battle went smoothly, and the armored corps led by Li Xian directly crushed the insect swarm. Very good. After testing the combat effectiveness of Tianwei today, the next step will be to launch an attack on the saline alkali land. The heart of the insect nest has arrived, and it's time to see the power of the Qin Skyfire Guard. After washing up, Su Yang came to the front of the Royal Armor Camp and clicked on the panel. There are 10 hours left for gunpowder research. If you don't unlock it, you won't be able to summon the Skyfire Guard. But if you wait for 10 hours, it would be a waste of time. Nothing can be wasted, but the early development time can be wasted. Su Yang no longer hesitated and put the heart of the insect nest that could shorten the time by 24 hours into the 1000 machine tower. Use the item Heart of the Hive to shorten the time required for research and development by 20 hours. Save 20 hours. Su Yang's eyes widened, and he quickly opened the panel. It was discovered that both gunpowder research and iron smelting technology have been researched. The Heart of the Hive speeds up the research of the entire 1000 machine tower, so by investing in the Heart of the Hive, all technologies in the 1000 machine tower will have their research time reduced. The 1000 machine tower actually has this effect after being upgraded. This is a surprise that Su Yang never expected. I had originally been prepared to waste half of the Hive Heart, but unexpectedly, due to the mechanism of the level 3000 machine tower, almost no amount of it would be wasted. This is really comfortable for the Chinese people who have the excellent quality of thrift. With joy in his heart, Su Yang opened the panel of the Royal Armor Camp. Daqin Tianhui, the first thermal weapons unit in the territory. What kind of power will it have? Leadership value -4,000. Daqin Tianhui is summoning. Chapter 59. The Might of Daqin Heavy Industry, the powerful Skyfire Guardian Mecha. Daqin Tianhui is summoning. Empty, empty, empty. The command value was entered, and the Imperial Armor Camp started to operate rumblingly. Maybe it was because he was too excited or something, but Su Yang felt that the noise made by the Royal Armor Camp this time was louder than before. The steam coming out from the top of the building was no longer pure white, but mixed with a lot of black smoke. Gunpowder technology? Su Yang guessed in his mind. Soon, the Imperial Armor Camp ceased operations, and the entire territory fell into silence. Chi! The heavy metal door slowly opened to both sides, and bursts of black smoke filled out. After the Imperial Armor Battalion was upgraded to level 3, its form also underwent major changes. The most important thing is that the building has been widened, and the front gate is almost twice as wide as level 2. Boom! Boom! Heavy footsteps were heard. If it weren't for the sound of the machine touching the ground, Su Yang would have thought it was a giant elephant walking. Along with the sound of footsteps, the Skyfire Guard slowly stepped out of the black smoke. The moment he saw the Skyfire Guards, Su Yang finally understood why the level 3 Imperial Armor Battalion had deliberately widened the gate. This guy's body shape is not at all a normal military unit. The height of Tianhui is close to 3 meters, which is taller than Li Xian, who is wearing a mecha. More importantly, the width of its armor is close to 2.5 meters. There is also a soldier controlling the Tianhui Guard inside. However, this is no longer an exoskeleton mecha like the Royal Armor Warrior that is attached to the human body and relies mainly on body movements. This is a pure war mecha, in which the soldiers only act as operators. The armor of the Skyfire Guard is made entirely of iron materials, and each joint has strict armor protection. The entire body of the mecha is grayish-white and looks extremely heavy. However, in all major protective areas, flame-like patterns are outlined in eye-catching orange-red. This adds a sense of warm and passionate beauty to the cold and majestic Tianhui. The most anticipated part is hidden behind the huge mecha. Skyfire Cannon. This is a heavy cannon that is 2 meters long and has a muzzle diameter of ½ meter. The tail part is connected to the back of the mecha by a sophisticated mechanical structure. On the spherical right shoulder of the mecha, there is a sliding rail. When the giant cannon is on standby, the muzzle points vertically upwards, like a huge chimney. When entering combat mode, Tianhui will pull the handle under the cannon and turn it forward on the right shoulder rail. The rail allows the cannon's line of sight to rotate nearly 90 degrees, from perpendicular to the ground to parallel to the ground when mounted on the right shoulder. The huge cannon sliding on the rail can be locked at any angle, so soldiers can choose the best shooting elevation angle accordingly. The tail of the cannon is a complete firing device, which is different from the previous crossbow and crossbow cannon in that it converts elastic potential energy into kinetic energy. The artillery shells are fired by explosion, and at the tail is a complete set of ignition and firing devices. The barrel of a cannon is not just a simple barrel. There are coils of copper wire inside the barrel for heating. After seeing the craftsmanship of the artillery, Su Yang could only use the word astonishing to describe his feelings. The simple artillery in ancient times has become so sci-fi after being transformed by Qin technology. The technical complexity of this weapon is probably no less than that of modern weapons such as rocket launchers. It's hard to imagine that this is a unit type that can be summoned as soon as gunpowder research and development is unlocked. Isn't it a bit too exaggerated? After calming down, Su Yang continued to check. On the left back of the mecha is an ammunition compartment with a caliber comparable to that of the cannon, but slightly shorter in length. The ammunition bay is divided into 3 layers, each containing a giant shell. According to Tianhui's introduction, the name of these shells is called explosive stones. This is an ammunition made from ordinary stones, saltpeter, and a variety of other substances. A loading tube connected to the gun through the ammunition compartment allows direct access to the rear of the gun. At the tail of the cannon, different doses of gunpowder will be poured into different parts of the blasting stone according to the firing requirements. If it is a range attack, the explosive stone will disintegrate into small explosive stones before reaching the target and then explode. If it is a single attack, the explosive stone will explode after touching the target, or it will hit directly without exploding. Different attack methods require different raw materials. So crazy. Su Yang was ready to go and immediately summoned Li Xian. He asked Li Xian to assemble a team of the same size as yesterday and head towards the second insect nest. This time, he would go there in person to see the power of the Skyfire Guard. With the current level of Abyss Gaze, Leaving the base is not dangerous, not to mention that there is Li Xian guarding. And when the ruins are triggered, the Lord must go there in person. Just treat this as a simulation exercise. It doesn't go against what I said yesterday. But saying all these are actually excuses. Su Yang just simply wanted to see the power of the Skyfire Guard. Caliber is justice, turret is truth. He really didn't want to miss Tian Wei's debut. Moreover, this insect nest was the one he left behind specifically to inspect the artillery. Because this insect nest is located at a low altitude, you can have a clear bird's eye view by standing on the commanding heights. You can imagine how exciting it is to watch the entire process of the Zerg swarm collapsing under the rain of fire. Li Xian's execution ability was extremely fast. He gathered the troops at the east gate in less than a minute. Set off. Su Yang waved his hand, and the east gate opened. At the front of the team, armored warriors lined up in formation to lead the way. Following them were Su Yang, General Li Xian, and the crossbowmen. At the end of the team were two giant Skyfire Guard mechas that continuously spewed out black smoke. The Royal Armored Forces set out again, marching towards the dense forest in a mighty force. Dragon Country official live broadcast room. The host Xiao Xue gave a passionate opening speech on the stage. Yesterday, Su Yang won the first place on both charts for the first time in history. I wonder what surprise he will bring us today. Everyone in the live broadcast room was also full of passion and extremely excited. Su Yang's double first place made the entire Dragon Country excited. Being able to take first place on both charts is definitely a test of my ability. This is really a slap in the face to those black fans. Indeed, don't you see those armored armies? Apart from the Qin dynasty, which other country can build mechas? Stop talking, stop talking. It's been almost a week and I haven't seen a single battle. I'm so anxious. We can't help it. Zerg activities usually occur at night. Our live broadcast is during the day, and we can only lock on Su Yang's perspective, so it's difficult to see the battle. I really want to see how the mecha army fights. What kind of combat power can overwhelm those post-industrial countries? Just a quick note, Li Xian is so handsome. I really want to see more of his pictures. I'll risk it all. I, Li Daqiang, am willing to be without a girlfriend for the battle scene of the Royal Armored Forces. Chapter 60. Artillery fire, countless lives lost. Sizzle. The screen flashes, and the live broadcast begins. This time, what appeared on the screen was no longer the territory of the Great Qin, but a dense forest of insect nests filled with all kinds of strange plants. In the dense forest, an armored corps was marching quickly, with a mixture of white steam and black smoke billowing into the sky. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast room exploded. Oh my god, is this going to start a war? I'm not expecting to see a real battle scene. It should be. There's no running away. Su Yang is leading the troops personally. There must be a big move. Oh my god, Taishang Laojun, Queen Mother. We have finally run into each other. Thank you, Li Daqiang. Thank you for warming the Four Seasons. Wow, this is so cool. Just seeing this team marching makes my eyes wet. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I hope the battle can start before the live broadcast ends. Su Yang rises, Dragon Nation rises. Thank you for your efforts, Brother Chong. You are our hero. Hey, I actually like men. The high-level meeting room of the military headquarters. Seeing the marching team appear on the big screen, the group of experts stood up immediately. There are new soldiers. The experts from the technical department keenly discovered the new Skyfire Guard in the team. A group of experts sprinted 100 meters to the big screen without caring about their image and began to analyze the Tianhua Wei on the screen. Fully iron armor, weapons that look like cannons, and the exhaust is no longer thick white steam. The new unit is likely to be a thermal weapons unit. Absolutely. The Qin dynasty's steam devices would not emit black smoke. The only source of smoke is the burning of substances such as gunpowder. Su Yang not only led the Qin dynasty into the Iron Age, but also unlocked gunpowder technology. A muzzle diameter of half a meter, this is too exaggerated. The famous Costa cannon and Krupp cannon in history only had a caliber of 20 to 30 centimeters. Moreover, cannons of this caliber can usually only be fixed on the ground, but this mecha can actually carry it around. The muzzle of this gun is so thick and big, I love it so much. I really want to see it in actual combat. Professor, you drooled on my shoes. While the experts were exclaiming wildly, the military generals sitting in the back were also shocked. As a soldier, of course I know what cannons mean. As the saying goes, caliber is justice. As long as there is enough firepower, everything can be settled. However, caliber does not mean everything. The barrel of this artillery is too short and its accuracy cannot be guaranteed. Moreover, the gunpowder technology has just been unlocked, so the explosive power and other aspects still need to be seen in actual combat performance. The officers stared at the big screen, and although they had concerns, the blood in their chests continued to boil. War, more than anything else, makes a soldier's blood boil. What's more, this is the first live broadcast of the war in this forbidden area. Boom. Suyang waved his hand, and the whole team stopped immediately. He took out the map drawn by the scout and confirmed that the target location was right under his feet. They were on a cliff, with a drop of nearly 100 meters below. According to the detailed map drawn by the scout, the second insect nest is hidden in the endless dense forest. Almost there, it's time to perform. Suyang ordered the soldiers to make way for the two Skyfire guards to come to the front of the team. Bang bang. Suyang knocked on the mecha, and the Tianhua's heavy visor opened upwards. Thick white steam gushed out, and Suyang handed the detailed drawings to one of the soldiers. Ballistics is an extremely professional subject, especially for projectile cannons like the Skyfire cannon. It not only requires extremely professional theoretical and technical support, but also rich experience. After giving the map, Suyang stepped aside and waited quietly. Soon, the two Skyfire guards were ready. The heavy armor shook violently, and the entire fuselage sank half a meter. Several iron rods on the legs pierced into the soil, anchoring the entire fuselage to the ground. Then Tianhui raised his mechanical arm and grasped the handle of the cannon. Click! Accompanied by the sound of heavy gears turning, the huge cannon with the muzzle pointing vertically upwards slowly rotates along the shoulder guide rail. Gee! Steam gushed out, and the muzzle of the cannon was fixed. A blast went down the loading tube into the breech, and everything was ready. Should we launch an attack? Suyang received Tianhui's question in his mind. It got better so quickly? He was a little surprised. Isn't estimating distance, measuring elevation angle, etc. a very complicated task? Oh, Suyang reacted quickly. Generally, the first shot is a test shot to see the approximate landing point. After the correction, the second shot was the real killing weapon that would hit the enemy. Then the first shot would be wasted, and Suyang felt a little painful. However, this is a necessary loss, and modern artillery would also require such operations if it were not precisely guided. After getting ready, Suyang turned towards the direction of the insect nest. Come on, let's fire one shot first to test its power. Fire. Boom. The moment Suyang waved his hand and gave the order, thunder exploded in everyone's ears. The firing mechanism was triggered, and there was a flash of fire, and the explosives flew out of the barrel. Under the huge impact force, the heavy body of the Skyfire guard was violently shaken backwards. The blast caused by the ignition spread out, raising countless dust. Suyang only felt a huge impact, and then there was only a buzzing sound in his ears. The power of the Skyfire guard was far beyond his imagination. Even the explosion was so terrifying. Ignoring the loss of his senses, Suyang stared into the distance with wide eyes, looking towards the place where the explosive rocks fell. The pitch-black explosive stone was already on fire due to the heating of the ignition device in the barrel. The flaming rocks fell to the ground in a graceful curve. At the moment of falling halfway, the large piece of rock disintegrated and split into hundreds of small rocks. Small boulders flew towards their destination like a meteor shower. Just as it fell into the dense forest, the flames of explosion appeared. Countless flashes of light appeared, and the flames of the subsequent explosion engulfed everything within a radius of 50 meters of the landing point. Boom! An explosion sounded, and a huge shock wave spread outward, rippling the entire dense forest. What power? Suyang opened his eyes wide. The power of this was definitely greater than most modern individual missiles. As the buzzing in my ears gradually subsided, the fire and dust produced by the explosion in the distance gradually dissipated. All that was seen was that the land within a 50-meter radius of the impact point was blown upside down, and the flames burned all the vegetation into puddles of black water. And in the center of the explosion area, an insect nest was exposed. The entrance to the cave was filled with the corpses of insects that had been blown into pieces and were burning. Chapter 61. One shot clears the field. Longhua High-Level Conference Room. When they saw the explosive rocks split and fall to the ground on the big screen, all the experts and officers on the scene were shocked speechless. After a brief silence, huge cheers rang out in the conference room. Such power! Such power! Is this something that can be made just after unlocking gunpowder technology? The insect nest is right in the center of the scorched earth area. It was a perfect hit with just one shot. It hit the target right away at a distance of nearly 5,000 meters. I really don't know how to achieve this level of accuracy. What's even more terrifying is the power of this shell. It has a devastating impact on an area of nearly 50 meters, completely scorching the earth, not to mention the killing range of the shock wave and fragments. Too horrifying. The explosive equivalent is definitely at the level of a ton-class aerial bomb. It's definitely more than a ton-class bomb. Our ton-class bombs can only create a crater of about 15 meters. Excluding the difference in soil, the equivalent is probably more than 10 tons. The last time I chose the Western Qin dynasty, they were still sending workers to dig coal, but the Qin dynasty has already produced ton-level artillery units. What on earth is going on with this Qin? Is it really an alien civilization? The officers and experts cheered one after another, and the scene was chaotic. Only the military chief was left sitting firmly in his chair. He stared at the big screen and sighed. This is a national treasure. If we had this kind of technology in the first 2 rounds, we wouldn't be in the current predicament. Even the officers' meeting room was in chaos, not to mention the live broadcast room. The barrage of comments on the big screen was flying so fast that it covered the host's entire body. Ah, it's so strong that I scream. So cool. They just overturned the Zerg nest. This didn't explode on the Zerg. This exploded in my heart, bro. You told me this is an ancient civilization? Why does it feel like technology has surpassed modern civilization? I really want to know what other countries are doing now. They will be stunned if they see this scene. If this shot were to be fired into Zyrizi's territory, I really don't know how great it would be. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Give me another one. Please, give me another one. Kill level 4 Tyranid Stinger. Command value plus 50, 40 bonus. Kill level 4 Tyranid Brainworm. Command value plus 150, 40 bonus. Kill level 3 Tyranid Stinger. Command value plus 40, 40 bonus. The panel was instantly filled with kill prompts, and the flames of the explosion kept flashing in Su Yang's eyes. Damn, such a terrifying power. Full level accuracy, devastating blow in 50-meter area, shockwave with a killing range of hundreds of meters. You're telling me this is something that a civilization that just discovered saltpeter could create? My dear ancestor, this cheat is too big. Wouldn't this thing blow the Zerg's brains out? Su Yang's expression was shocked, and he looked at Tianhuo with a little more respect. Continue firing? The soldier asked. You have to fight. How can a real man only fight once? Huff. The huge cannon's position shook up and down, and another explosive stone was loaded. This time Su Yang did not choose to split, but directly chose the single-point blasting mode. Happiness is delivered to his home. He wants to pour explosive rocks directly into the insect nest. The tail of the gun kept spinning, and then it stopped with a clang, and the second explosive stone was ready. Put! Boom! There was another burst of thunder, and dust flew up. This time, Su Yang learned from his last experience, covered his ears, and opened his mouth wide. It is said that this set of movements can effectively reduce the possibility of eardrum injury when a loud noise occurs. After personal testing, I found that the action is indeed effective. I no longer have tinnitus, but my mouth is full of dust. With a loud bang, the burning rocks fell to the ground like a fireball. The shot hit the target with great accuracy. After a moment of silence, huge tongues of fire were seen bursting out from the cave entrance. The area around the cave entrance seemed to be opened up by someone, and the entire ground was blown into the sky and then fell to the ground. The soil layer in an area of nearly 100 meters collapsed and sank, and countless thick smoke billowed out from the ground. This shot caused the entire insect nest to collapse, and buried deep under the soil, there was no possibility of survival. Kill a level 5 Tyranid Cryptworm. Command value plus 340 bonus. Kill level 3 Tyranid Jet Nematodes. Command value plus 70, 40 bonus. Kill level 5 Tyranid Stinger. Command value plus 50, 40 bonus. Kill level 5 Tyranid Stinger. Command value plus 50, 40 bonus. Kill level 4 Tyranid Brainworm. Command value plus 150, 40 bonus. Kill level 6 Tyranid Queen. Command value plus 500. Obtain rare E-level drop. Heart of the Hive. Can be used to speed up technology research and development and construction. Unlocked achievement. Master of Insect Extermination, level 4. Command value plus 2000. Unlocked achievement. All familiar people. Kill 100 enemies with artillery weapons. Command value plus 2000. Trigger event. Gaze into the abyss, level 4. You have become the Zerg's #1 enemy, and the crazy Tyranid swarm will hunt you down endlessly. Note, the probability of being attacked by insect swarms during the day has increased significantly. With one shot fired, the kill notification and achievement notification directly filled the screen. This single shot destroyed the entire Zerg nest, and all the Zerg were killed without even seeing them. Su Yang's eyes were shocked, and his mind was filled with thoughts that this was too horrible. Originally, he said that this one shot would wipe out most of the Zerg, and then let Li Xian lead the team to complete the final work. I didn't expect that Tianhui could clear the field with just one shot. What remnant troops? Even the queen was blown up by him. There is no need for any finishing work. This shot has even dug their graves, so they can rest in peace and return to their roots. If I have to describe Tianhui in one word, it would be strong. Unreasonably strong. How else can we describe the beyond visual range strikes in the cold weapon era except powerful? Now Su Yang's only idea is to get the saltpeter mine resources as soon as possible so that Tianhui can fire freely as soon as possible. All known insect nests have been dealt with, and the level of Abyss Gaze has been upgraded again. The power of Skyfire Guard was tested and 2 achievements were obtained. The journey ended successfully, and now it depends on the strength of the scout troops. I hope they can discover iron ore and explore saline alkali areas as soon as possible, so that the territory's development speed can enter a new stage. As soon as he finished his thoughts, a ding sound rang in Su Yang's mind. The reconnaissance unit has discovered a mineral vein. Chapter 62. Iron ore is easily obtained, and the territory is expanded. The military's high-level meeting room. The live broadcast was interrupted for a few minutes, but some experts still stared at the screen for a long time and couldn't look away. The discussions in the conference room were overwhelming, expressing the shock in everyone's hearts. If I'm not mistaken, this artillery seems to have 2 modes. One is a large-scale explosion similar to an incendiary bomb, and the other is a single explosion similar to a rocket. The shells fired by both seem to be the same type. The difference is that the first type will disintegrate during the landing. Is it controlled by the amount of burning gunpowder injected? Or something else? What an amazing idea. The characteristics of Qin Dynasty civilization are definitely related to technology and architecture. I am really curious about what kind of civilization could have retained characteristics related to technology in that era. We should change our mindset. The Qin Dynasty is not the ancient and backward civilization we imagined. Su Yang made the right choice. With this kind of technology, this trial will surely turn around the predicament of Dragon Country. Official live broadcast room. Although the live broadcast was interrupted, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room continued. Too shocking, too powerful. The Qin Empire is mighty. Although I didn't see the royal armored soldiers fighting, I was really amazed by the artillery. Clearing the field with one shot, destroying all 9 Zerg tribes. What could be more satisfying than this? Ha ha ha. Zerg, a slight sense of weightlessness. While other lords are still playing with infantry, we already have 5,000-meter artillery. We have artillery now, but I don't dare to think about what will happen in the future. I don't think there will be any Star Destroyers. I hope Su Yang can seize the opportunity and stay ahead. This time it's our turn to crush the other lords. The reconnaissance unit has discovered a mineral vein. What you say will come true. Su Yang clicked on the panel. Mineral, iron ore. Reserves, rich. Okay, we found iron ore right away, and it's the highest quality iron ore. Although iron ore is theoretically more widely distributed and easier to find than copper ore, the fact that it was found so quickly was thanks to the magnetic field research that was first pointed out. With this technology, finding iron ore is a piece of cake. We have only found 1 iron mine so far. If we find 1 more, we can use up all the mining machines. It is foreseeable that iron ore will occupy an important position for a long time. Su Yang plans to use the remaining 2 mining machines to mine iron ore. As soon as you return to the territory, you will immediately migrate the minerals and place the mining machines, allowing the iron ore machines to receive the last day's buff bonus. After the test explosion, Su Yang ordered to return. Under the command of Li Xian, the Imperial Armored Army set out immediately. Successfully built a steam-powered mining machine. Basic output value of mining machine, 70 units of iron or resources/day. Environmental bonus. The surrounding iron or resources are rich, increasing the output by 15 units per day. Civilization characteristic bonus. Daqin technology makes the mining machine run efficiently. Increase the output by 15 units per day. Output value after mining machine bonus. 100 units of iron or resources/day. The first thing Su Yang did when he returned to the territory was to build an iron ore mining machine. After the mining machine was built, Su Yang directly upgraded it to level 2. With a level 2 iron ore mining machine and double buff, the output of iron ore directly reaches 330 units/day. This is the effect of 1 mining machine. If another mining machine is added, the output will be even more amazing. After placing the mining machine, Su Yang opened the complete territory panel to check the stocks of various resources. Territory panel. Territory, Qin. Lord, Su Yang. Belongs to Dragon Kingdom. Main base level. Level 3 Lord's Mansion. Territory buildings. Resources: second level steam-powered mining machine 7, second level steam high-pressure water pump 1, solid resource warehouse 1, liquid resource warehouse 1. Territory building. Technology level 3 Mahist 1000 machine tower. Territory buildings. Combat level 3 armored camp, level 2 barracks 70, level 3 barracks 4. Territory buildings. Defense level 1 stone wall, enhanced features 200, level 1 crossbow tower 4. Combat units. Level 2 Great Cheen Armored Warriors 40, level 2 Great Cheen Armored Crossbowmen 30, level 3 Great Cheen 1000-mile Scouts 4, level 1 Great Cheen Skyfire Guards 2. Hero unit. Level 1 General Lee Xian. Resources. Water resources 1363 units, stone resources 786 units, coal resources 351 units, metal copper 253 units, metal iron 50 units. Territory increase/decrease effect. Level 1 Peace and Prosperity. Remaining time 1623. Level 3 Achiever. Remaining time 47 to 56. Level 3 Pioneer. Remaining time 47 to 53. Level 4 Gaze of the Abyss. Duration / command value 21,360. The Level 3 Lord panel is very rich in information, with a lot more things than the simple panel with only the name at the beginning. Unexpectedly, so many buildings and facilities have been built in just 1 week. Su-Yang slid the panel up and down and browsed quickly. Although there is a lot of information, the most important thing is the resource stock. After 1 day's production, the stock of metallic copper has reached 253 units. Upgrading all city walls to level 2 requires 200 units of copper and 200 units of stone ore. But now it's not just a matter of upgrading the city walls. The territory also needs to be expanded. After upgrading the main base to level 3, the upgrades of various buildings in the territory basically increased the floor area. In addition, as more and more soldiers were summoned, the newly added barracks almost filled the entire Lord's area. The production area is no less affected. The relocation of 7 mineral veins has made the already less prosperous production area extremely crowded. Taking advantage of this opportunity to upgrade the city wall, it is also a good opportunity to expand the territory. Based on the detailed topographic maps drawn by the scouts, Su-Yang now knows the environment around the territory very well. The territory is surrounded by dense Zerg nest forests on all sides, and the north and east are the main directions of the Zerg's attack. To the south is the location of the insect nest that we just dealt with. The terrain there is uneven and the height difference is large, so very few insects enter. The west is the safest direction in the entire territory. A few kilometers away is a cliff with a height difference of 100 meters. There is a waterfall on the cliff, falling into the river below. The main task of Su-Yang's expansion this time is to build a barracks area. A new city wall was added on the north and east sides respectively. The new wall and the old wall naturally separated an area, and all barracks can be moved to this area. This not only forms a double defense on the 2 sides where attacks are frequent, but also frees up space in the Lord's area. Leave the south side unchanged and push the city wall directly outward on the west side to expand the production area. After completing the planning, Su-Yang immediately started construction. The level of Abyssal Gaze has been upgraded, and there may be a swarm of insects tonight. Chapter 63, Level 2 City Wall, Powerful Upgrade of the Armored Troops. It took a total of 2 hours to expand the territory and move the buildings. The north and east walls are extended outward by 20 meters, enclosing 2 new areas of 20 by 50. The southern wall remained unchanged, while the western wall was moved 10 meters outward to expand the production area into a large area of 30 by 50. It cost a total of 200 units of ore to build a new level 1 city wall. For the subsequent upgrade, Su-Yang chose to upgrade the newly built city wall in the outermost circle. The total length of the outer city wall is 300 meters, and upgrading it requires 300 units of copper ore and 300 units of stone ore. When the copper mine stock reaches 300, Su-Yang will invest all the copper resources into upgrading the city wall. Copper ore 300 units. Stone mine 300 units. Level 2 copper wall is being upgraded. The upgrade began, and the sound of mechanical operation echoed throughout the territory. The level 2 city wall was not only expanded upward on the basis of the level 1 city wall, but also added metal shell protection on the periphery of the stone city wall. When the transformation sound disappears and the upgrade work is completed, the system prompt sound will sound. City wall upgrade detected, triggering civilization features. Civilization characteristics. The Great Wall. This civilization has superb city building technology, and the height and defense attributes of the city walls built are increased by 100. Level 2 city walls can also trigger civilization characteristics. Suyang looked at the city wall. Sure enough, with the bonus of civilization characteristics, all level 2 city walls began to be transformed again. They were raised again on the original basis, and the height of the city wall directly reached 12 meters. In addition, steam-powered elevators were installed at key points on all city walls to quickly transport ammunition and troops. After the renovation, the city wall became more majestic on the original basis. Suyang came to the foot of the city wall, where a copper elevator was connected to the wall by metal rails and chains. The elevator cabin has a large space, and it is estimated that at least 6 armored warriors can be transported in one trip. Pull down the metal rod, and the door will slide open quickly. After walking in, pull the internal rod, and the metal door will close. The steam device on the side rumbled, and the elevator cabin rushed upward rapidly under the pull of the hinges. Suyang felt a strong sense of overweight. This speed was simply incomparable to the sightseeing elevator in his previous life. In just a few breaths, the elevator reached the top floor. It takes no more than 5 seconds from startup to the top floor, which is astonishingly fast. Stepping out of the elevator, a wider view comes into view, as if the entire insect nest forest is at your feet. In the distance, the clouds of the mountains meet the endless gorgeous forests, and the breeze and birdsong can be heard interweaving. Suyang walked to the wall and looked down. The 12-meter height not only provides a higher field of vision, but will also become a natural barrier that is difficult for the swarm to cross. It seems a bit unrealistic for these stinging insects at this height to climb up by trampling on each other. Moreover, the metal wall is not entirely solid. The 12-meter wall is actually a 3-story building. There is a combat layer every 4 meters, and each combat layer is equipped with a shooting hole that can be opened and closed automatically. This allows soldiers to not only snipe enemies from high altitudes with a higher field of view, but also cause penetrating damage from low altitudes with flat shots. In other words, the level 2 city wall not only increases the defensive attributes, but also allows soldiers to counterattack more freely and powerfully. The elevators added as a feature of the Qin civilization also increased the height of the city walls while ensuring the quick movement of soldiers. Suyang expressed great satisfaction with the renovation of the city wall. The city wall upgrade has been completed and the iron or machine has been put into operation smoothly. The next step is to upgrade the army and prepare for the attack on the 3rd-generation Zerg Hive. According to intelligence, the Stinger units of the 3rd-generation Zerg Hive have received new upgrades. Judging from the appearance alone, its defensive and offensive capabilities have definitely been strengthened. Then the armored soldiers who will have a head-on confrontation with them must be fully upgraded. After various technologies are unlocked and 2 rounds of killing enemies, the command value is left at 21,360 points. The key node technologies have been completed, and all of these command values can be used to upgrade arms. The upgrade of level 3 armored soldiers is also critical and will greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the troops. Suyang opened the Royal Armor Camp panel and checked the various upgrades in detail. Arms: Great Qin Imperial Armored Warriors. Army type: Melee Infantry. Production requirements: Level 3 Royal Armor Camp. Description: a melee unit with brand new iron armor and an iron shield, possessing powerful melee attack and defense capabilities. Unlocking the front technology can improve the offensive and defensive capabilities of the sharp warriors and increase the strength of the front row. Command value required for summoning: 600 points. Consumption: 3 units of fuel/day, 3 units of concentrated water/day. Maintenance cost: 3 units of iron/time, 3 units of copper/time. Army: Great Qin Armored Crossbowmen. Arms type: Ranged Infantry. Production requirements: Level 3 Royal Armor Camp. Description: equipped with 2 new types of arrows, each with powerful lethality against different enemies. Unlocking the prerequisite technology can upgrade the crossbow gun for the crossbowman and increase the strength of long-range attack. Command value required for summoning: 800 points. Consumption: 3 units of fuel/day, 3 units of concentrated water/day. Maintenance cost: 3 units of iron/time, 3 units of copper/time. Reloading consumption: 2 units of iron/time, 1 unit of saltpeter/time. The current city wall has been upgraded and 2 new Skyfire guards have been added, so there is no lack of defensive capabilities. Therefore, the focus should be on fighting outside and further improving the ability to engage in encounter combat. In complex and diverse encounters, the armored warriors are more versatile than the crossbowmen and Skyfire guards. Upgrading them can not only enhance the team's combat effectiveness, but also improve its ability to resist risks. After some thought, Su Yang chose to upgrade 20 armored warriors and 10 armored crossbowmen according to the needs. Command value minus 20,000. Level 3 Daqin Royal Armor Warrior is being upgraded. Level 3 Daqin Armored Crossbowman is being upgraded. 20,000 points of command value are invested, and the selected soldiers enter the barracks to complete the upgrade. The upgrade was completed quickly, and when the new level 3 armored soldiers walked out of the barracks, Su Yang's eyes lit up. This upgrade is very terrifying for the armored soldiers. From armor to steam devices to weapons, almost everything has been upgraded. The full body armor of the level 3 armored warriors has been upgraded to iron armor. The new armor further improves the armor coverage of the warriors, and some areas that were originally not covered by armor have been supplemented. The silver-white armor glowed with a cold white light, as if demonstrating its powerful defensive capabilities. In addition to armor, what's more important is that the weapons of the warriors have all been upgraded. Chapter 64. Leapfrog Upgrade. That can't be an explosion. In terms of weapons, the first ones are the weapons of the armored warriors. The Broadblade Bronze Sword is fully upgraded to a Broadblade Iron Alloy Sword, and its attack power is further enhanced. The steam power device located at the tail of the Bronze Sword was moved to the hilt, and the original one-way jet device was transformed into a four-way jet device. This allows the warriors to gain powerful steam power in various sword moves such as slashing, stabbing, and chopping. After talking about the sword, the most important part of this upgrade is the shield. Unlike the heavy shields that ancient soldiers had to hold in their hands or carry on their backs at all times, the shield of the armored warrior is an iron hand shield located on the left arm. When the shield is not activated, it retracts into a diamond-shaped device and is placed on the left side of the arm. Once activated, the iron shield will immediately expand to a size slightly longer than an arm. The activation of the shield will undoubtedly allow the armored warriors to achieve a great leap in their defensive attributes. Before, the armored warriors could only defend themselves by blocking with swords or using armor to withstand attacks. Facing the dual attacks of melee and ranged units, such defense has extremely low tolerance for error. Now with a shield, you can enter a defensive stance and handle both melee and ranged combat with ease. Su Yang was very satisfied with this upgrade and walked around Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang several times to admire it. He touched here and there, making the two young players shy. After looking at the armored warriors, the upgrade of the armored crossbowmen on the other side is also a leap forward. There is no need to elaborate on the comprehensive upgrade of the iron armor. The most important thing for crossbowmen is firepower. After reaching level 3, all the original copper crossbows and crossbow arrows are upgraded to iron. The changes to the crossbow are not that big. The most important one is the upgrade of the crossbow arrows. Now crossbowmen can release 3 types of crossbow bolts according to the situation. One is an ordinary iron crossbow arrow that does not require gunpowder. The other 2 require the consumption of gunpowder, but produce different effects. One is an armor-piercing arrow with a super small explosive stone installed at the tail of the crossbow arrow. When the crossbow is fired, the explosive stone will explode, giving the arrow another energy, turning the crossbow into a high-speed armor-piercing arrow. Can be used against high armor units or when penetration is required. The other type is the explosive arrow, which is a crossbow arrow with an ultra-small explosive stone loaded on its arrowhead. When the crossbow arrow hits the enemy, the explosive stone at the arrowhead will explode, causing small-scale explosion damage. Used when facing large targets or requiring area damage. 2 types of arrows, one for single and one for multiple. In the future, we may not need to use Li Xin to deal with units like the cryptworms, and the crossbowmen can handle them directly. This upgrade is also a leap forward for crossbowmen. The level 3 main base is truly an epic-making upgrade. Whether it is heroic buildings, iron ore and saltpeter, various technologies, or military units, the effect of each upgrade is very powerful. Now all we have to do is upgrade all our members and get the saltpeter mine. Why should we fear the 3rd-generation insect nest, the highest level in the ruins? After completing all the upgrades, it was already dark. Under the command of Li Xin, the soldiers climbed up the new city wall to take up guard. The upgradable parts of the territory were almost complete, and his mission was over. The next step is to quietly wait for information about the saline alkali land and launch an attack on the insect swarm. Su Yang left the city wall and returned to the Lord's mansion, opening the Lord's Hall to check. I had too many tasks during the day and didn't open the Lord's Hall for fear of missing out on important information. After quickly flipping through the pages for a while, no important news appeared. Apart from the daily nonsense, The only important thing is that the overall situation now presents a three-way balance of power. All the surviving lords slowly formed an alliance around a few core countries. Among them, the alliance headed by the United States has the strongest panel strength. With its strong military power and the assistance of Afghanistan, the United States has won over almost two-thirds of the countries. The second largest alliance is the one headed by England and including itself. Most of these countries suffered difficulties in the early stages and received help from England, and their overall strength is not strong. The third alliance was led by Japan and Germany. This is a reunion of old teammates. Su Yang's eyes flashed. Although this alliance has few members, the national strength is very strong, and the lords are all warmongers. In the following process, they will definitely launch a crazy attack on non-alliance countries. Currently, there is only Japan on Su Yang's must-kill list, but as long as other countries can truly form an alliance with Japan, he doesn't mind adding a few more. In addition to the three major alliances, there are several powerful countries led by the Bear Country that did not choose to form an alliance and belong to the independent camp. In fact, Su Yang could not be considered to have formed an alliance, but only had trade relations with England. Allies are more important in terms of quality rather than quantity. At this stage, having England and our neighbor Spain is enough. Speaking of opera in Spain, this guy's speech sparked discussion in the hall. Su Yang clicked on that paragraph and read it carefully. Opera Lord, are you okay? My radio intercom suddenly had a lot of noise just now. Lord Tianju, radio interference is not normal? Same frequency interference, cosmic radiation, thermal noise. Even bird calls are okay. Lord Zabanya, it wasn't accidental, it happened twice with the same interference pattern. Lord Tianju, 2 consecutive interferences? If you didn't take the wrong medicine, it's probably a human factor. England Lord, infrasound? If it is a human factor, infrasound has a wide transmission range. US Lord, the distance between territories starts from 100 kilometers. The transmission of infrasound waves over such a large range can only be caused by the explosion of a high-yield missile. Lord of Goryeo, that's ridiculous. We have missiles now, what's the point? Lord Tianju, isn't there an anonymous boss in the heart of the insect nest? How do you know there isn't one? Lord of the Goryeo Kingdom, high yield, high yield. A missile with a range of at least 100 kilometers must be a ton-class missile. How come we can make such a powerful thing, but we don't get a rank in the Lord's rankings? And it was snatched away by the Dragon Kingdom? Mother Shiba. Lord Tianju, I'll fuck your dog. You little bastard, just wait for death. Lord of the Goryeo Kingdom, little Shiba, go fuck your lizard. Su Yang closed the panel and compared the time when Lord Zapanya spoke, which indeed coincided with the time when he blew up the insect nest. It was a bit of a coincidence that the explosion was detected by radio equipment. But it seems that these lords have not yet suspected him. This group of people have already assumed that the Dragon Kingdom's birthplace is simple, so they cannot connect him with the anonymous boss in the heart of the hive. After all, no one would believe that a Bronze Age country could chase after the Tyranid swarm at the beginning. This way, he would have 2 identities in the Lord's Hall. A Dragon Kingdom Lord and a hive boss. The dual identity will definitely be of great help to subsequent development. After closing the panel, Su Yang received a message sent back by a scout. The designated area has been explored, and you are applying to return. Chapter 65, Strange Insect Swarm, the battle begins. Near midnight, the scout team returned. They also brought back a lot of information about the salt marshes. First, the scout troops provided 2 feasible marching routes. One road is long but flat, the other is shorter but rough. Considering the mobility of the Tianhua Guard, Su Yang decided to choose a slightly longer route. No matter which path you choose, there is a problem ahead. That is the problem of the soldiers' fuel reserves. The salt flats were so far away that it would take the soldiers nearly half their fuel just to get there. After the battle, most of the soldiers would definitely lose their armor power on their way back. The journey from losing power to returning to the territory will become very dangerous. Unfortunately, there are no fuel supply units on the battlefield, nor are there transport vehicles to transport the soldiers to the front line. The soldiers' fuel reserves cannot grow indefinitely. As the distances of future battles become longer and longer, how to transport soldiers will become a big problem. There will surely be a solution in the future, but there is no solution now. Su Yang had no choice but to take the risk. After all, the saltpeter resources had to be obtained. Following geographical and environmental factors comes a detailed introduction to the enemy. The main vanguard force of the 3rd generation Zerg is the newly evolved 4-blade stinger. They are faster and more aggressive than lower-level stinging insects. The insect shell cannot be tested, but the visual effect is definitely enhanced. After the stinging worms come the jetting nematodes, and the swarm's only ranged unit is also upgraded. The number of stingers on their tails has increased to 3, further enhancing their attack power. They also have a red protrusion in the center of their tail, the function of which has not yet been discovered. This is all the scouts report on the Zerg. The evolutionary forms of the other Zerg species are still unclear. Apart from the types of troops, the next part surprised Su Yang the most. That is, the mother nest of this saline alkali land insect swarm is built under the saltpeter mine. Unlike the insect nest at the carbon mine before, these insects seem to feed on saltpeter ore. Scouts observed that these bugs ate nothing but saltpeter. It seems that this group of insects has evolved to feed on inorganic matter. What is this evolutionary direction? Why is it the same as bacteria? Su Yang was surprised by this. And after eating saltpeter, will there be the birth of species that can utilize saltpeter, such as exploding insects? It would be really terrifying if these fearless bugs were turned into suicide trucks. Thinking of this, Su Yang once again became wary of this third generation of insect swarms. It is necessary to use the Skyfire Guard to eliminate as many of them as possible before the swarm of insects approaches. After hearing the intelligence, Su Yang immediately made preliminary plans for tomorrow's campaign. Li Xian served as the general, leading 30 armored warriors, 20 armored crossbowmen, 2 Skyfire Guards, and all 4,000-mile scouts. Because this insect nest is located above a saltpeter mine, the Skyfire Guards cannot bomb it directly, otherwise the entire mine will be blown up. There must be units to lure the swarm out and to a location where it can be bombed. Only the fastest scout soldiers can perform this task. In addition, the scout soldiers will also be responsible for reconnaissance of the surrounding area and real-time communication with Su Yang. This expedition was extremely risky both in battle and on the return journey. So Su Yang didn't plan to go there. If an accident happened, protecting him would be a waste of combat power. Su Yang adjusted the strategic direction of the on-site battle in real time based on the reports from the scouts, while the specific details were left to Li Xian to command personally. After arranging the strategy, Su Yang asked all the soldiers who would participate in the battle tomorrow to return to the barracks to rest, leaving only the guard team. Tomorrow's battle will not only be the first confrontation with the third generation of Zerg, but also a key battle to obtain saltpeter resources. We need to give the soldiers 100 rest so that they can go all out tomorrow. The estimated distance is 10 kilometers. Should we enter a slow march? Yes. Su Yang answered the scouts' questions in his mind. Last night was uneventful. There was no insect attack, and the soldiers all slept well. As soon as day broke, Li Xian assembled his troops and headed for the saline alkali land. Along the way, the scouts kept reporting to Su Yang the location of the troops and the distance from the enemy camp. The troops just entered the 10-kilometer area of the hive. Once you enter this area, you will face the risk of being discovered by the Zerg at any time. Therefore, we must enter slow marching mode and slowly approach the insect nest. Although it was a slow march, the speed was actually not slow compared to that of ordinary people. Without waiting too long, the team stopped 5 kilometers away from the insect nest. This is the bombing range of Tianhui. All targets in this area can become bombing targets of Tianhui. Form a formation. Li Xian waved his hand and sent out 4 scouts to carry out luring and reconnaissance missions respectively, while letting the armored soldiers line up and wait. 2 Skyfire Guards set up cannons in the center of the team. The rest of the soldiers and crossbowmen were inside, and the sharp warriors were outside, forming a circle around them. This formation is mainly used to protect the Skyfire Guards and can deal with enemy attacks from any direction. While Tianhui possesses powerful beyond visual range firepower, his shortcomings are also obvious. As a strategic unit, he is protected by heavy armor but has almost no melee ability. If surrounded by a swarm of insects, there is basically no ability to resist, just like a tank being approached by an engineering squad. Therefore, Su Yang's formation is mainly aimed at protecting the Skyfire Guards. After the Skyfire Guards have unleashed all their firepower, they will change their formation and engage the enemy with all their might. Whoosh whoosh. In the dense forest, the level 3 scout soldiers advanced rapidly. The steam power device on the back of the legs continuously sprays out power to maintain the forward speed. As scouts, they have the lowest presence in the army and rarely show up. But a low presence does not mean they are unimportant. On the contrary, they are almost the prerequisite for the normal development of the entire territory, and they are also the hardest working branch of the military. Scouts are either exploring new areas and searching for mineral veins, or on their way to explore new areas and searching for mineral veins. Because of the urgency of territory development and Su Yang's exploitation, they never rested in the barracks, and all rest took place in the wild. However, They were willing to do all this for the prosperity of the Qin dynasty. These trainings also gave them strong abilities in the wild. Shining. The scout soldier took out a silver-white iron dagger and slowly approached a gray-brown stinging insect in front of him. Chi. Steam gushed out, and he leaped out of the grass and landed at the feet of the stinging insect. The dagger was thrust out, piercing the torso accurately and precisely. The gray-brown stinging insect screamed and swung its 4 insect blades wildly. The scout dodged left and right, narrowly avoiding 2 stab attacks, and quickly stood up and continued to rush forward. His task is to attract as many swarms as possible and then lead them to the target location. Then let the Skyfire guards blast them all into ashes. Chapter 66. Tactical Failure. New Zerg Unit with Consciousness. The Level 3 scout shuttled frantically across the saline alkali land, and the swarm of insects following him grew larger and larger. Although the attributes of the evolved stinging insect have been enhanced in all aspects, it is still a fantasy to compete with the scout in speed. The insect nests in the saline alkali area no longer have only one hole like before. Wormholes are spread all over the saline alkali land, and alien insects may emerge from any of them. The sharp chirping of insects echoed in the sky, and more stinging insects poured out of the cave, trying to tear the intruders to pieces. Seeing that the insect swarm was gradually forming and was about to form an encirclement, the scouts no longer delayed and returned directly to take them to the bombing point. Swarms of stinging insects roared and chased after the scouts. They buried 4 insect blades under their chests and charged forward. These are natural-born killers, and when you really face them, you will feel boundless terror. Of course, this requires the opportunity to meet. If the distance is too far, it is very likely that you will not be able to feel it. For example now, approaching the agreed bombing zone, the scout soldiers charged forward at full speed. The target unit has entered the bombing zone, requesting artillery support. Receive. 5 kilometers away, 2 Skyfire guards had been ready for a long time. The Skyfire bomb is ready. Fire. Boom. There was a loud, earth-shaking sound, and a rock blast shot into the sky, leaving behind a fiery trail. Hiss. The swarm of stinging insects continued to charge forward, with no idea what would happen next. The only thought in their minds is to tear the enemy in front of them to pieces, completely to pieces. Suddenly, an explosion sounded, and countless burning rocks scattered in the sky and fell like flaming trees. The stinging insects that kept charging seemed to have sensed something unusual, but they were unable to think and determine what it was. In an instant, burning rain of fire fell to the ground, perfectly covering the wave of stinging insects. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and everything in the bombing area was covered in flames. The powerful shock wave stirred up countless sand and rocks, and the few remaining plants at the junction of the saline alkali land and the dense forest were uprooted. Flames shot up into the sky, and the stinging insect's torn and burnt body was blown out by the shock wave. Various fragments were spread out on the ground, forming a radial network with the bombing point as the center. Kill Level 7 Tyranid Stinger, command value plus 50, 40 bonus. Kill Level 7 Tyranid Stinger, command value plus 50, 40 bonus. Kill Level 7 Tyranid Stinger, command value plus 50, 40 bonus. With one shot, the kill prompts instantly filled Su Yang's entire panel. This shot killed nearly 50 stinging insects. It seems that even the evolved stinging insect units have no way to deal with the bombing of the Skyfire guards. Keep following the plan. After the first round of bombing, another scout unit hidden near the hive entered the hive again, preparing to lure a new wave of monsters. This time, shortly after entering the Zerg nest, he discovered a new Zerg unit. It was an enlarged version of a stinging insect unit, almost 3.5 meters tall. The 4 arthropod-like feet turned into 2 sturdy legs, and the insect blades turned into claws more like arms. He has 2 crescent-shaped tentacles on his head and a giant bone blade in his right claw. As soon as the scout appeared from behind, the new Zerg turned around and looked over. It had 6 compound eyes and 2 rows on its face, staring at the scout. The scout did not dare to delay and approached cautiously, quickly recording the enemy's various characteristics. This is important information to your majesty. The new Zerg stood still, only the antennae and eyes on its head kept trembling. The scouts quickly recorded the events while moving around to attract the swarm of insects to gather. Just as the recording ended and the Zerg swarm was almost gathered, the new Zerg pointed at the scout and let out a low growl. Bang! The scout felt his feet sink, and half of his body was swallowed by a big mouth. Chi! The armor on the lower body was damaged by the pressure, and high-temperature steam gushed out. Giant insect. a giant insect with an evolved mouthpiece. The scout thought to himself that something was wrong and immediately passed the information about the new Zerg in his mind to Su Yang. The giant insect that bit him jumped out from the ground and threw him in front of the new insect race. The tall new Zerg unit looked down at him, its 6 compound eyes moving constantly as if it was sizing up a toy. Suddenly, another scout rushed out of the jungle. He flashed quickly around, trying to divert the swarm's attention. At first there were a few stinging insects around that wanted to attack him, but with a low shout from the new Zerg, all Zerg units no longer paid attention to the scouts who came to seduce them. The new Zerg unit grabbed the scout on the ground like a toy and turned to move towards the direction of the artillery fire. His tentacles kept trembling, as if issuing commands. The giant worms burrowed back into the ground. The stinging worm units dispersed and charged in all directions, and waves of jet nematodes emerged from the ground. The scouts held in the hands of the new Zerg continued to upload the intelligence they saw. A new elite unit has appeared in the Zerg, and the luring tactic is ineffective. A large swarm of insects is spreading forward, and the giant crypt insect units have evolved exporters. He actually saw through the baiting tactics so quickly. Su Yang's eyes flickered. The Tyranids are an intelligent race that can continuously learn from experience in battle and evolve. The luring tactic would definitely not work all the time, but Su Yang did not expect that the Zerg would see through it after just the second time. This newly emerged elite Zerg unit does not kill enemies directly after capturing them. Moreover, it only took it 1 round to see through the luring tactics, disperse the troops to avoid the large-scale bombardment of the Skyfire cannon, and was able to command the entire swarm. This is obviously no longer an ordinary Zerg. It has already developed initial consciousness. Su Yang's mind was full of thoughts, and he was constantly improving his tactics based on the current situation. The swarm of insects was scattered, and the Skyfire cannon was unable to cause effective damage. It is best to target the enemy's back row to minimize the swarm's ranged units. Scout units assist the Skyfire guards in bombing the enemy's rear rows. If possible, engage the enemy on the flanks to minimize frontal pressure. The other arms maintained their formations and held their positions. All troops line up, ready to meet the enemy. Su Yang gave orders to all the soldiers and also gave a separate order to Li Xian. Rescue the scout unit from the enemy general. Chapter 67. Bloody battle against the insect swarm, powerful combat power after upgrade. Although ordinary soldiers do not have a strong consciousness like Li Xian, they are also flesh and blood people. If given the chance, Su Yang would not give up any soldier. Boom, boom, boom. Under the guidance of the other 3 scout soldiers, the 2 Skyfire guards fired all the remaining shells in the form of Skyfire bombs. Flames covered the entire sky, and a sandstorm caused by the powerful shock wave rolled in. Kill level 5 Tyranid jet nematodes. Command value plus 80, 40 bonus. Kill level 6 Tyranid jet nematodes. Command value plus 85, 40 bonus. Kill level 7 Tyranid stinger. Command value plus 70, 40 bonus. Kill level 7 Tyranid stinger. Command value plus 70, 40 bonus. Although the Zerg were scattered, 3 consecutive large-scale artillery attacks still made them pay a heavy price. The Zerg swarm at the center of the bombing will be directly crushed, and the Zerg swarms located on the surrounding areas will also suffer severe damage from the shockwave. After a round of artillery fire, Su Yang killed nearly 70 alien insects. There were also a large number of Zergs whose limbs were mutilated due to the shockwave. Although they were not killed, their lives were almost the same as death. Although the Zerg's response strategy was good, the firepower of the Skyfire Guard was too fierce. As the saying goes, insufficient firepower is the only source of fear. As long as the caliber is sufficient, even a god will be hit by a shot. Rustle, rustle. After the buzzing sound caused by the explosion gradually subsided, all that remained was the chirping of the insect swarm. Although a large number of them have died, the number of this group of Zerg is still astonishing. After all the shells from the 2 Tainwei artillery pieces were fired, the rest of the battle was handed over to the armored troops. As the footsteps of the insect swarm got closer, Li Xian took out a spear from his waist and slammed it into the ground. All the generals, listen to my orders. We will exterminate the alien races until we die. The general skill Command Vanguard is activated, and the morale of all melee units is increased by 20. As soon as Li Xian finished speaking, swarms of level 7 stinging insects rushed out from the surrounding dense forest. The angry army of stinging insects screamed and roared, wishing they could tear all the enemies in front of them to pieces. Explosive arrow shoot. Li Xian waved his hand, and the prepared crossbowmen opened fire at full force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A small explosive arrow with a stone blast on the head whizzed out. The arrow will explode immediately after hitting the enemy, and units within a 3-meter diameter centered on the target will be directly shattered by the explosion. Although the swarm of insects rushed out in a scattered manner, the closer they got to the circle, the smaller the distance between them became. This allows the explosive arrows to be fully effective, and each explosion can take away at least 2 stinging insects. 10 level 3 crossbowmen, 2 rounds of shooting, and 20 explosive crossbow arrows instantly disintegrated the first wave of the Zerg's attack. While they were reloading their ammunition, 10 level 2 crossbowmen provided additional damage. Problems arose when rows of copper crossbow arrows were fired at the enemy. The copper arrows that once killed the insect with one strike were no longer able to penetrate the insect's body. The evolved insect shell can eliminate most of the copper arrow output, so that it can only penetrate the shallow layer. 10 level 2 crossbowmen, 2 rounds of volleys, caused almost no casualties, just tied down the enemy for a while. Giant shield to meet the enemy. Li Xian waved his hand, and the armored warriors guarding the outermost perimeter swung their arms violently. The iron shield suddenly unfolded and protected the right arm. Bang! The stinging insects charged at high speed and crashed head-on into the human wall formed by iron shields. The strong impact made them dizzy instantly. Then the warriors used their shields to deflect the insect blades and swung their swords forward. Steam gushed out, and with the support of the new power device, the alloy iron sword completed the slashing action in an instant. The stinging insects in front of the soldiers were split diagonally, and blood from their internal organs gushed out. The level 3 armored warriors kept repeating this operation, dealing with the incoming waves of insects in an orderly manner. Even if the upgraded stinger has 4 insect blades, it is helpless against the iron shield defense of the 3rd level sharp warrior. However, the level 2 armored warriors mixed in with the 20 level 3 armored warriors were not having such a good time. Because they had no shields, they could only block with bronze swords. Faced with the stinging insects with 4 insect blades, they were too exhausted to defend and found it difficult to find opportunities to counterattack. Faced with the evolved insect shells of level 7 stinging insects, their bronze swords were no longer sharp enough, and the power assistance when swinging the swords was not sufficient. Even if you occasionally find an opportunity to counterattack, you will not be able to cause any effective damage. Fortunately, Li Xian is in charge of the army. As long as there is a disadvantage in the defense of an area, he will provide assistance. After enduring 2 rounds of charges, the level 3 crossbowman's new round of arrows is ready. This time, because the battle line has been pulled closer to our own team, explosive arrows can no longer be used. All the crossbowmen changed to armor-piercing arrows, and following Li Xian's order, they all fired. Accelerated by the ultra-small explosive stones, the iron crossbow arrows were given more power. It can penetrate at least 3 stinging insects continuously. Although the stinging insects at the back may avoid hitting the vital parts, broken arms and legs are inevitable. Buzz. 2 rounds of silver-white armor-piercing arrows were shot out, and the swarm of insects fell down in a large area. Although it is not as effective as explosive arrows, the affected area is large enough. The first batch of insects that were directly hit by the armor-piercing arrows died instantly, and the subsequent attacking insects were also knocked to the ground in large numbers. Just as the 2 sides were fighting, a new Zerg unit slowly walked out from behind the swarm. It was over 3 meters tall, holding a huge bone blade in its right hand and a scout soldier with damaged armor in its left hand. Li Xian frowned slightly. It seemed that this was the new Zerg unit that His Majesty ordered him to deal with. The new Zerg's 2 rows of 6 compound eyes quickly locked onto Li Xian, and at the same time, the tentacles on its head began to tremble constantly. Li Xian also looked at the new Zerg, and the 2 sides looked at each other from a distance through their respective soldiers. Li Xian was at a disadvantage because the opponent had 6 eyes and he couldn't see them all. Hiss. The new Zerg unit raised the scout in its hand above its head and made a sharp cry. It looks like a provocation. Li Xian twisted his right hand suddenly, and the silver spear in his hand began to spin rapidly. As soldiers of the Qin dynasty, how can we allow such rats to run rampant? Bang! Just as Li Xian was about to attack, 2 giant insects leaped out from the ground behind him. They opened their huge mouths full of barbs and pointed directly at Li Xian. Chapter 68. The confused Tyranid warriors win their first battle. Attract the enemy in front and create opportunities for the giant insects behind to attack. The monster actually left a scout there just to attract attention. Feeling the danger coming, Li Xian did not look back. Because there are 2 big guys behind him, and his current mission is to rescue the scout soldiers. If it was a little later, there was no telling what the monster would do. Hiss. Just as the 2 giant insects opened their mouths and were about to bite Li Xian. The Skyfire guards on both sides of the team strode forward and used their breastplates to block the attack. Although lacking in close combat means, the Skyfire guard's armor is very solid. Because he knew that the Tianhua guards were behind him and he trusted them 100. So Li Xian didn't even look at it, he just half-crouched to accumulate strength, then suddenly jumped across the circle and fell into the swarm of insects. Chunwu and Zhao Zhang, lead the team and charge with me. Li Xian waved his spear and repelled a swarm of insects. Behind him, Chunwu and Zhao Zhang each selected 3 level 3 armored warriors to join the breakout team. Led by Li Xian, the breakout team rushed forward frantically, heading straight for the new Zerg unit. In the center of the team, the mouths of 2 giant insects were stuck on the chest armor of the Skyfire guard. He couldn't be bitten to death, and he couldn't escape, and finally the armored warriors took his life from his weak part. After killing the giant insect, 2 Skyfire guards also chose to join the frontline battlefield to make up for the absence of Li Xian and the Yujia team. The sharp blades of the swarm could only leave shallow marks on the heavy iron armor, but they could knock the stinging insects unconscious with one punch. Relying on its exaggerated tonnage and heavy mecha, the Skyfire guard has transformed from an important strategic unit into a frontline meat shield. The Skyfire guards were having a great time wreaking havoc in the Zerg swarm, and the armored soldiers were protected, reducing the frontal pressure. The only one injured was Su Yang, because he had to spend resources to repair the mecha for Tianwei afterwards. The addition of Tianwei made the already advantageous front battlefield even more unstoppable. As the swarm's numbers dwindled, their attacks became weaker and weaker. Just to be on the safe side, the soldiers did not split up the team and adopted a pursuit mode, otherwise the swarm would probably have collapsed. On the other hand, at the front of the battlefield, Li Xian and the Yujia squad were facing a more difficult battle. As soon as they reached the middle section, attacks by jet nematodes began to appear on both sides of the dense forest. After the bombing of the Skyfire satellite, these are the only jet nematodes left in the swarm. The new Zerg monster actually placed them at the end as an ambush. He guessed that Li Xian would come out to fight. The armored soldiers raised their shields to block the insect thorns that kept shooting out from both sides. These stingers are more numerous and faster than before evolution. The most important thing is that the nematode can drive the red crystal at the tail to create explosive insect stings similar to explosive crossbow arrows. Although it is less powerful, it produces a small-scale shock wave that makes it difficult for the team to advance. Seeing that Li Xian and the Yujia squad were having difficulty advancing under the attack, the new Zerg unit actually opened its mouth towards the sky and laughed loudly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After laughing, it suddenly threw the scout to the ground and stepped on him. The Zerg waved his hands and stopped all the nematodes hiding in the dense forest from attacking. Then it stretched out the middle one of its 3 claws and was about to swing it. Li Xian suddenly activated the steam power of his whole body and rushed forward violently. The ugly Zerg face froze visibly, and panic appeared in its 6 compound eyes. In a hurry, it tried to take a defensive posture, but it couldn't stand steadily because there was something under its feet. Chi. In an instant, Li Xian arrived in front of him. The spear thrust forward violently, knocking it back directly. Then he flashed forward and swept across like a crescent moon. Before falling to the ground, the Zerg's 6 compound eyes blinked wildly, trying to send a support signal to its subordinates. But it was too late. Li Xian's silver spear had already struck down, and the rotating spear tip completely smashed the connection between the head and the torso. An ugly and ferocious head flew out with the sweep, and green blood drew a graceful arc in the air. Kill a level 7 Tyranid warrior, Stinger variant. Leadership value plus 740 bonus. The Tyranid warriors were killed, and the surrounding stinging worms and jet nematodes were apparently in a daze. They didn't understand why the commander who had been so impressive just now died like this. Li Xian didn't give them any chance to react. The moment he chopped down the Tyranid warrior, he issued an order for a full-scale attack. While the Zerg was still in a slump, the armored soldiers had already launched a counterattack. 3 armored warriors led the charge and defeated the last swarm of insects, while the crossbowmen followed behind to continuously make up for the output. The Zerg, which was already at a disadvantage, was now completely defeated. To Li Xian's surprise, the remaining insects did not fight back after they came to their senses, but ran away. They all began to flee towards the hive, as if they had lost all desire to fight. However, under the attack of Li Xian and the armored soldiers, running away would only speed up the arrival of death. Kill level 5 Tyranid jet nematodes. Command value plus 80, 40 bonus. Kill level 7 Tyranid stinger. Command value plus 70, 40 bonus. Kill level 7 Tyranid stinger. Command value plus 70, 40 bonus. Soon the swarm's formation completely collapsed, and each one turned into the command value on Su Yang's panel in the distance. After the battle, Li Xian led a team straight to the Queen Worm in the wormhole. After completing the kill, Li Xian also reported the entire battle to Su Yang. Su Yang looked at the battle progress reported by Li Xian, and then roughly deduced the battle process based on the information on the panel. This first battle against the third generation of Zerg ended in victory. Although there were some minor setbacks during the process, they could not change the outcome. Although the third generation Zerg has become powerful after evolution, the upgraded armored soldiers are not afraid of them. The only painful point that makes this battle difficult is that the enemy built their home on a saltpeter mine. Otherwise, if the Skyfire guards used their firepower to directly bomb the insect nest, the battle would only be much simpler. What Su Yang found funniest was the Zerg unit, called Tyranid Warrior. This guy is really confused. Judging from this battle, it seems to have replaced the Brain Worm and is the only main brain of the entire swarm. So after his death, all the Zerg fell into a state similar to a computer crash. What Su Yang didn't understand was that the front line was clearly at a disadvantage, and the rear had finally suppressed the enemy. Instead of taking the opportunity to expand its advantage, it stopped firing and initiated a one-on-one fight. Where did you learn this tactic? Kill a level 8 Tyranid Queen, command value plus 840 bonus. The Queen's kill notification sounded, and the battle was completely over. During the final inventory of the spoils, the first achievement made Su Yang smile. When a Tyranid Warrior unit initiates a duel, sneak attack it. Achievement: No Martial Ethics, command value plus 2,000. Chapter 69, Sharing Vision, the Meaning of Upgrading. Achievements emerged one after another, and Su Yang continued to flip through them. Kill level 8 Tyranid Queen, command value plus 840 bonus. Obtain rare E-level drop, Heart of the Swarm. Can be used to speed up scientific and technological research and development. Obtain the expert E-level drop, the Swarm Brain. You can unlock a series of devices such as vision sharing and biometric information recognition at the Heterogeneous Experimental Station. Currently, there are no unlockable buildings. Discovered new area, Salt Alkali Land. Discovered new Zerg tribe, Limestone Tribe. Achievement: The world is so big, I want to see it. Leadership value plus 3,000. When a Tyranid Warrior unit initiates a duel, launch a sneak attack on it. Unlocked achievement: No Martial Ethics, command value plus 2,000. There aren't many achievements unlocked this time, but the amount of information is huge. The first is the expert level drop obtained for the first time, the Brain of the Swarm. It is possible to synthesize a series of devices such as vision sharing and bioinformation recognition in heterogeneous experimental stations. Needless to say, vision sharing is simply a magical skill for the Lord. The Queen's powerful vision sharing ability allows her to control her troops at such a long distance. Once you acquire this ability, you will no longer have to rely on the scouts' verbal reports. Through the vision of scouts or other units, you can get the effect of being on the battlefield. This can greatly improve Su Yang's ability to command remotely and control the situation. Another biometric device obviously has a reconnaissance role. Although its specific function is still unclear, the effect is definitely very powerful. As expected of a special building produced from the ruins, the functions of the alien experiment station are even more powerful than you can imagine. Su Yang's thoughts flashed, and the desire to attack the ruins became stronger and stronger. In addition to the Brain of the Swarm, the following achievement also attracted Su Yang's attention. That is the discovery of a new Zerg tribe, the Limestone Tribe. It turns out that the Zerg are not all of the same kind. They seem to evolve in different directions depending on the environment they are in or for some other reason, which leads to differences among their groups. It is currently impossible to determine whether the different races are in a cooperative relationship or whether they will attack each other. In short, the Zerg species is not as simple as it seems on the surface. It is a group of complex and highly intelligent creatures, except for the Tyranid Warrior just now. After closing the achievement panel, Su Yang clicked on the kill record. His first battle with the third-generation Zerg earned him a total of 19,630 points of command. After a 40 buff bonus, the dominance value gained from the kill is 27,482 points. Adding the 5,000 points for unlocking the achievement, a total of 32,482 points of command value were obtained at one time. It is more command value than that obtained by killing a large-scale insect swarm on Advent Night. Unlocking the General's Mansion first is definitely the best choice, as the strategies it brings can provide a lot of additional command value in the early stages. A large amount of leadership value means that unlocking technology to upgrade arms will become smoother. Upgrading arms and unlocking technology will increase the combat effectiveness of the troops, thereby gaining more command value. Such a positive cycle will allow the territory to continue to advance. Speaking of soldier upgrades, this battle perfectly illustrates the importance of upgrades. Su Yang also considered whether it was better to upgrade high-level units or summon more low-level units. There are two ideas. One is to consider the combat capability of individual soldiers, and the other is to adopt human wave tactics. Before, Su Yang couldn't be sure which one was better, but today's battle gave him a clear answer. That is to give priority to the quality of soldiers and then the quantity of soldiers. When the upgraded level 3 soldiers are compared with the non-upgraded level 2 soldiers today, the difference is obvious. The bronze arrows of a level 2 crossbowman can no longer effectively kill the evolved Zerg. No matter how many people there are, they cannot defeat the level 3 crossbowmen who have multiple means of attack. Not to mention the armored warriors, an iron shield is of great significance. Without the iron shield, the warriors would be at an absolute disadvantage against the stinging insects that have evolved into 4 insect blades. Not to mention dealing with those nematodes that can release explosive stings, which are impossible to resist without an iron shield. As the Zerg continues to evolve, the combat effectiveness of our individual soldiers must also be improved accordingly. When technology is advanced enough and individual soldiers are strong enough, they will no longer be afraid of the Zerg's swarm tactics. When the troops come back, upgrade all the soldiers. After resting, take over the ruins and obtain the alien experimental station. The next step is to consider various matters related to upgrading the level 4 main base. The powerful combat capability brought by Tianhui made Su Yang further realize the power of science and technology. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. Whether it is the powerful artillery of the Skyfire Guards or the powerful combat power after the upgrade of the Royal Armor Legion, they are all the products of upgrading the main base to unlock technology. So Su Yang's strategy now is that as long as the upgrade of troops and most combat technologies of each level of main base is completed, he will start considering the next level of main base. There is no need to pursue the level of production facilities and defense buildings to catch up with the main base, as long as they are sufficient. Such a rapid upgrade tactic can bring the territory powerful combat power beyond its current level. Although it may lead to uneven development, everything will be fine as long as the combat power is sufficient. When Su Yang finished his analysis, Li Xian also completed the final inventory of the battlefield. This saline alkali land is not large in area, almost the size of a small village. There are 2 saltpeter mines within the area, one of which has been eaten up by the limestone species and is only of ordinary quality. The other one is still well preserved and of good quality. Su Yang ordered Li Xian to return and at the same time moved the better quality saltpeter mines back to the newly established production area. With a flash of thought, the last mining machine was built on the saltpeter vein. Successfully built a steam-powered mining machine. Basic output value of mining machine: 30 units of saltpeter resources /day. Environmental bonus: the surrounding saltpeter reserves are good, and the output increases by 5 units per day. Civilization characteristic bonus: Daqin technology makes the mining machine run efficiently. Increase the output by 15 units per day. Output value after mining machine bonus: 50 units of saltpeter resources /day. After the mining machine fell, Su Yang directly upgraded it to level 2, and the output increased to 75 units /day. The total saltpeter production is 75 units /day. Crossbowmen consume 1 unit each time they reload, and Skyfire consumes 2 units each time they fire a shell. If no battle is triggered, there will be a surplus every day, but it is hard to say what will happen if a battle is triggered. However, as long as the Tianhui are not allowed to bomb mindlessly, there is a high probability that there will be no shortage of ammunition. Although the buff of peace and prosperity has disappeared, the effect of the Achiever is still there. It can be said that there will be no shortage of gunpowder in the short term. After solving the logistics problem, the next step is to upgrade the troops and consider attacking the ruins. Chapter 70, Terrifying War Machine, Level 4 Lord's Mansion. At night, Li Xian led the team back to the territory smoothly. Although they did not encounter any attacks along the way, the scout soldiers felt that they were being followed. And the ones doing the tracking are most likely Zerg reconnaissance units. They have such a strong sense of smell and anti-reconnaissance capabilities that scouts can only find traces but cannot track down the target. Su Yang was not too surprised that the Zerg evolved reconnaissance units, as the Zerg had always been in the process of evolution. However, the current power gap between the two sides cannot be made up by a few reconnaissance bugs. Moreover, With the existence of level 2 city walls and upgraded armored core, it is useless to rack your brains to detect these bugs. While thinking, Su Yang put the command value into the Imperial Armor Camp. Regardless of the swarm's level of evolution, the top priority is to improve its own strength. A total of 28,000 leadership points are required to upgrade the remaining 20 armored warriors and 20 armored crossbowmen. The current total command value is 33,842. After all members are upgraded, 2 additional Skyfire guards can be summoned. It's a perfect allocation. Command value minus 32,000. Level 3 Daqin Royal Armor Warrior is being upgraded. Level 3 Daqin Armored Crossbowman is being upgraded. Daqin Skyfire guards are being summoned. Invest in command value and the upgrade will be completed quickly. 40 level 3 Armored Warriors, 30 level 3 Armored Crossbowmen, and 14 Skyfire guards. The Royal Armor Corps has reached its current full configuration level. All members have reached the maximum level, and a sense of fulfillment surges in Su Yang's heart. Now that the army has been upgraded, the next step is to set out for the ruins and take down the temptation at hand. However, considering the current level of intelligence of the Zerg, it is necessary to upgrade defense measures in advance. The defensive building brought by the level 3 main base is the Skyfire Tower. Unlike the crossbow tower built on the city wall, the Skyfire Tower is an independent building. Building a Skyfire Tower requires 80 units of iron or resources and 30 units of copper or resources. Su Yang clicked on the resource panel to take a detailed look at the current stock and production speed of various resources in the territory. The peace and prosperity buff disappeared last night, and now only the 20 bonus of the achiever remains. Territory resources. Water resources, stock, 763 units, production speed, 300 units, /day, 20 bonus. Stone mine resources, stock, 456 units, production speed, 180 units, /day, 20 bonus. Coal resources, stock, 563 units, production speed, 255 units, /day, 20 bonus. Metal copper, stock, 269 units, production speed, 180 units, /day, 20 bonus. Metal iron, stock, 286 units, production speed, 150 units, /day, 20 bonus. Saltpeter resources, stock, 21 units, production speed, 75 units, /day, 20 bonus. According to the panel, the current resources in the territory are above the subsistence level in terms of both stock and output. This is the situation that the Lord likes to see the most, with strong soldiers and horses in the front and sufficient food and grass in the rear. With a flash of thought, Su Yang invested 80 units of iron ore and 30 units of copper ore to build the Skyfire Tower. Judging from the resources invested alone, the Skyfire Tower is definitely a big one. Iron ore 80. Copper ore minus 30. Skyfire Tower is under construction. Boom. The blueprint was established and the sound of machinery running rumbled. A metal turret rose from the ground. The base of the Skyfire Tower is a 5m x 5m metal platform. Going upwards, cylindrical metal barrels of varying sizes are nested within each other. The upper barrel gradually becomes smaller as a whole, but the muzzle part is slightly larger than the middle section of the barrel. The diameter of the muzzle is even larger than that on the shoulder of the Skyfire Guard, almost reaching 1.5 meters. The huge vertical gun barrel is connected to the largest cylindrical metal at the bottom by a dozen horizontal metal rods. These rods can be extended and retracted to adjust the direction of the muzzle, and on the outside of the cylindrical metal platform are 4 huge ammunition compartments. The attack method of the Skyfire Tower is no different from that of the Skyfire Guard. Both of them are projectiles. The types of shells are exactly the same, range-type Skyfire shells and single-point high-explosive shells. The only difference between them is the caliber. The explosives fired by the Skyfire Tower are 3 times larger than those fired by the Skyfire Guard. Each round has more than twice the killing range and consumes more than 4 times the fuel. This is a terrifying war monster, but also a bottomless pit of fuel. Unless necessary, it is best not to activate this Skyfire cannon. The attack range of the Tianhui cannon is 3,000 to 8,000 meters, with restrictions on both the farthest and closest ranges. The farthest limit is when the range reaches its upper limit, and the closest limit is because if it is less than 3,000 meters, the explosion of the shell will affect one's own buildings. Like the crossbow tower, a professional gunner is required to use the Skyfire Tower. In other words, if you want to activate the Skyfire Tower, there must be a Skyfire Guard present. Looking at the huge body of the Skyfire Tower, Su Yang could imagine what a spectacular scene it would be when it fired. He thought that the shock brought by the Skyfire Guard was enough, but he didn't expect that the real cruel thing was still to come. Suyang felt that this thing was not as simple as sending the Zerg to see Tainan. If necessary, it would be no problem for him to knock down Tainan from the sky to see Sun Chong. After feeling the shock of the Skyfire cannon, Suyang opened the panel again and switched to the Lord's Mansion option. All arms and combat technologies have been upgraded, and it's time to put the Level 4 main base on the agenda. Main base, Lord's Mansion. Level 3, Level 4. Unlock Level 4 resource devices, Level 4 defense facilities, Level 4 scientific research buildings, Level 4 armored camps, and obtain new hero buildings. Required for upgrade. Coal resources, 500 units. Copper or resources, 500 units. Iron or resources, 1,000 units. Stone mine resources, 1,000 units. Command value, 20,000 points. Time, for D. The biggest temptation for Suyang in the 4th level main base is the new hero building. Whether it is the foundry under Tiangong or the astrology tower under Kizo, they can bring great help to the territory. The foundry, in particular, can unlock weapon research and development, upgrades, and exclusive armor modification processes. Suyang has been coveting this effect for a long time. After unlocking it, you can modify the armor unit and customize the weapon. At that time, you can build yourself a set of armor to improve your safety and reduce your dependence on other soldiers. However, the most important thing is to transform Li Xian and other general-level units. Ordinary humans even say that Li Xian's physical abilities are limited. But as long as technology continues to develop, the ability of armor is unlimited. By continuously transforming and upgrading components, we can create absolute individual combat power with no upper limit. Chapter 71 Zerg Relics, Wake Up Call. If you want to unlock new heroic buildings, the first step is to upgrade the Lord's Mansion. There are now 4 full days left until Advent Night of the 2nd week. Although the upgrade conditions for the Level 4 Lord's Mansion are more stringent than those for Level 3, with the current resource production speed of the territory, there is no problem in upgrading the Lord's Mansion before the night falls. There may be a shortage of 1,000 units of iron ore, but if there is a shortage of iron ore, you can trade it with the English Lord. The price is not expensive, and it is even a bit cheap for Suyang. As for the command value and time, it is not a problem at all. The current Royal Armor Corps can generate tens of thousands of command points in a single attack. Time can be solved by using a high-level Hive Heart. After the planning was completed, Suyang ordered all non-duty units to return to the barracks to rest. Restore your mental and physical strength and prepare for tomorrow's Ruins conquest battle with all your strength. There are only 2 options for the Ruins mission, success and death. There must be no mistakes. In the early morning, before the mist in the dense forest had dissipated, the Imperial Armored Corps had already lined up neatly in front of the city gate. 30 armored warriors, 20 armored crossbowmen, 14 1,000-mile scouts, 3 Skyfire Guard mechas, and General Li Xian. The fully strength Imperial Armored Corps is ready. This is the strongest expeditionary force Suyang can currently mobilize. After inspecting the team, Suyang gave an order. The heavy metal-rimmed city gate slowly opened under the traction of a mechanical device. All troops attack. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the Royal Armored Corps' marching continued to echo in the dense forest, causing birds to fly away. Thick white steam, mixed with black smoke from the explosion of gunpowder, sprayed into the sky. 4 scouts conducted reconnaissance on the flanks and in front of the team. Before the emergence of new strategic materials, their primary job was to scout the enemy's situation with the team. Suyang was in the middle of the team and advanced at a constant speed with the troops. The Lord must be present in person to open the ruins, otherwise he will not choose to come out. Walking in the dense forest where a road had been cleared, Suyang couldn't help but recall the time when he first entered the forbidden area. At that time, he was accompanied by only 2 soldiers, Chun Wu and Zhao Zhang, and it was very difficult to march in the dense forest. Now he has a whole team around him, and the road ahead is a paved road. The rapid development of the territory can be seen from these small comparisons. However, walking alone is still a bit lacking. If you can unlock the means of transportation, you can save a lot of time on the road. As the destination of the expedition moves further and further away from the territory, longer and longer distances will become a big problem. Long distances not only consume a lot of time and fuel, but also take a great toll on the soldiers' energy and morale. For example, yesterday's 3rd-generation Zerg crusade took nearly 12 hours to go back and forth. Without means of transportation, future crusades would only take longer and longer. But unfortunately, Suyang has not yet found the place where he can unlock the means of transportation. At present, the most promising one is the Foundry. Can a foundry that is capable of transforming mecha weapons also build transport vehicles? While he was thinking, information from the scouts arrived. We are about to enter the ruins. Abandoning the thoughts in his mind, Su Yang began to carefully observe the changes around him. As you enter the ruins, the gorgeous plants in the dense forest gradually disappear. In their place are countless pillars covered with green moss. The ground was also covered with green moss, no longer gray-brown humus soil. This area seemed to have been affected in some way, isolated from the entire dense forest. As we go deeper, the arrangement of the surrounding green moss pillars gradually becomes more regular. From afar, Su Yang saw a circular altar in the center of the pillar. There is a hole in front of the altar, which is the remains left by the swarm of insects. Just entering will trigger the ruins quest. But Su Yang's thought suddenly flashed. If I trigger it directly like this, what is the difference between getting the decryption card and not getting the decryption card? Is it just for a mission introduction? The reason why the decryption card is special is that the benefits it brings are definitely more than this. Su Yang looked at the lush green ground and suddenly recalled the introduction of this relic on the decryption card. You have entered the holy land of the Tyranids. Your ignorant behavior has triggered the mechanism and awakened the guardian buried under this land. Mission objective: kill the awakened insect swarm and destroy the underground insect nest. The guardian sleeping underground. This group of alien insects are lurking underground for some reason. As long as the Lord enters the ruins, the mechanism will be triggered and the insect swarm will come out in full force. If I just walk in and trigger the mechanism, these bugs will break out of the ground and surround me, and I'll be doomed. If they were surrounded, the Tianhua guards would certainly become useless, and they would have to rely on the Xin and the armored soldiers to fight. The Zerg Swarm in the Ruins mission is the highest level 3rd generation Zerg Swarm. That is, the Queen level is 10, which is stronger than the level 8 Queen in the Saline Alkali land. Having lost their artillery support and being surrounded by the enemy, the soldiers had to divide their attention to protect themselves. It's really hard to say what the ending will be by then. This relic is a complete trap. Su Yang's thoughts flashed. Since I already know that the Zerg is underground, why do I still need to use the ruins mechanism to trigger the battle? The creatures in the forbidden area would not appear out of thin air. These alien insects must be located underground as described in the information on the decryption card. Stop. Su Yang waved his hand to stop the entire team. The Imperial Armored Corps slowly stopped and the scouts returned one after another. Your Majesty? Li Xian was puzzled. There's an ambush. Su Yang said 3 concise words, and Li Xian immediately summoned the team to exit the ruins area according to the instructions. When retreating to the maximum distance of the Tianhui artillery, Su Yang ordered to stop again and asked the Tianhui to set up the artillery. Why do we have to use mechanisms to awaken the insect swarm? Aren't cannons more useful than mechanisms? Fire! Bang! At Su Yang's command, the Sky Fire Guards opened fire into the sky. He has to destroy the swarm of insects before entering the ruins. There was a huge impact sound, and a burning high-explosive bomb shot into the sky. Boom. After a while, high-explosive bombs landed in the ruins area, causing the ground to shake. After the huge explosion disappeared, the dense forest returned to silence. Is he sleeping so soundly? Or is the explosion in the wrong place? Su Yang waved his hand and asked Tianhui to reload. The goal this time is still the same as last time. If you do it thoroughly. Bang. The high-explosive bomb rose into the air again and fell into the deep pit that had been blown up earlier in a perfect arc. Boom. A strong sense of shock came over me, followed by a fine buzzing sound. Su Yang's eyes flashed. This power could wake up not only the swarm of insects, but even the dead. Chapter 72 Kind Su Yang, Terrifying Relics Mission. Your Majesty, there are alien insects ambushing underground, the scout reported to Su Yang nervously. Su Yang nodded slightly. He didn't need scouts. He could hear the situation underground by himself. After the 2 shots landed, the entire underground seemed to be boiling, and noises began to be heard continuously. Just as he expected, the dormant swarm lay underground and could be awakened by other means. The creator of the ruins would probably never have imagined that the ambush he had carefully designed would soon become a one-sided massacre. Soon, a piece of attack intelligence was sent back from the scout unit. The swarm of insects emerging from the ground has surrounded the entire ruins. Su Yang smiled slightly and waved his hand. Fire the cannon. 5 kilometers away, the entrance to the ruins. The originally lush and vibrant green land of the ruins revealed its hideous appearance after being hit by 2 shells. A dozen evolved giant crypt worms rose from the ground, followed by a dense army of countless 4-bladed stinging insects. This swarm of insects was well prepared and was ready to rush towards the ruins the moment it broke out of the ground. if Su Yang had rashly led his troops into the ruins at that time. Now they are in a desperate situation of being surrounded by hundreds of stinging insects and without any artillery support. This is the Forbidden Land. This is the Insect Nest Forest. No matter how powerful you are, one wrong move may lead to a complete loss. But now Su Yang has seen through the ambush, and the originally desperate situation has directly turned into a super favorable situation. The Green Land of Ruins, which is home to countless alien insects, will become an excellent bombing area for the Skyfire Guards. Call. Without giving the Zerg much chance, 3 burning Skyfire bombs were launched. They are centered on the entrance of the ruins and evenly distributed at 3 points around it. Strive to achieve the largest range and most efficient killing, and completely paralyze the Zerg swarm with one shot. Boom. As the shell reached its highest point, the first small explosion sounded. The 3 Skyfire bombs disintegrated into countless small bombs in the air. Small flaming bombs filled the sky, covering the entire center of the ruins. The flames had overshadowed the morning light, turning the entire earth a fiery red. Boom. The deathly rain of fire fell to the ground, and the entire center of the ruins was instantly covered in flames. The simultaneous explosion of 3 bombs turned the entire green area into a sea of fire. The huge shockwave generated by the explosion swept the body of the Zerg away, knocking down all the surrounding pillars. The impact of the powerful shockwave could even be felt by Su Yang and the huge Ya army 5 kilometers away. Along with the shockwave, there was also a kill prompt that appeared on Su Yang's panel like a waterfall. Kill a level 7 Tyranid Cryptworm, command value plus 540 bonus. Kill level 8 Tyranid Stinger, command value plus 80/40 bonus. Kill level 6 Tyranid Jet Nematodes, command value plus 85/40 bonus. Kill level 8 Tyranid Cryptworm, command value plus 550/40 bonus. Kill level 8 Tyranid Stinger, command value plus 80/40 bonus. Kill prompts kept popping up like crazy, and the command value kept increasing like crazy. Looking at the ever-increasing command value, Su Yang even had the feeling of being invincible and killing monsters in the game. The 2 Skyfire Guards that still had ammunition were loaded. Following the guidance of the scouts on the front line, the Skyfire bombs took to the sky again to bomb the areas not covered by the first wave. Boom. Explosions sounded, and then there was another series of kill prompts that came like a tide. After a brief pause to give the swarm a chance to catch its breath, the 3rd round of bombing landed. It was still the Skyfire bomb, still covering a large area, giving the Zerg the final blow. Boom. Kill level 8 Tyranid Jet Nematodes, command value plus 95/40 bonus. Kill level 7 Tyranid Jet Nematodes, command value plus 90/40 bonus. Kill level 8 Tyranid Stinger, command value plus 80/40 bonus. Kill level 8 Tyranid Stinger, command value plus 80/40 bonus. The last wave of bombing ended, but the kill notification on Su Yang's panel had not yet finished rolling. If the power and range of the bombing increased again in the future, Su Yang was afraid that the Zerg would not be killed after one shot, and the panel would collapse first. After waiting for the aftermath of the explosion to dissipate, Su Yang ordered the entire army to advance. This time when I entered the ruins area, the scenery was completely different from the last time. After 3 rounds of bombing, the originally vibrant green land has turned into black scorched earth. The surface soil was all blown to pieces, as if it had been stir-fried in a pot a dozen times. Thick smoke mixed with heat continued to emerge from the ground, and the shattered remains of the alien insects flew everywhere. The alien insects that had luckily survived in the area were almost all left with only half of their bodies, crawling on the ground, gasping for breath. Su Yang couldn't bear to see such suffering in the world, so he sent soldiers to kill them, and then accepted the command value with tears in his eyes. Walking forward on the soft and loose soil, the entrance to the ruins gradually appeared. Even after 3 rounds of bombing, the general structure of the entrance was not damaged. This was the result of Su Yang's deliberate adjustment. He was afraid that if the ruins were blown up, he would no longer be able to start the ruins mission. This is also the reason why all 3 shells were Skyfire bombs. The killing range of the Skyfire bomb is mainly concentrated on the surface, with little impact on underground structures. When they arrived at the entrance of the ruins, Su Yang asked Shenwu and Zhao Zhang to lead a team of soldiers to stay there. Let Li Xin lead the remaining troops to follow him deeper. There are still some Zerg units in the ruins, which entered the ruins before the bombing. These scattered alien insects could not form any combat power at all, and Li Xin led his team to eliminate them all in no time. Following the corridor, we came to a hall, in the center of which was a stone triangular prism engraved with seals. After observing that there was no danger around, Su Yang walked forward under the escort of Li Xin. The moment he placed his hand on the ledge, some mechanism was triggered. The prism top popped open, revealing 3 holes. At the same time, a sentence appeared on the panel. You have entered the Zerg ruins. Follow the instructions to start the ruins mission immediately. Following the instructions, Su Yang inserted the 3 middle fingers into the 3 holes and slowly rotated the central triangle. Click. When it turned to a certain place, the triangle was stuck, the mechanism was triggered, and the entire ruins began to operate as if alive. A huge, heavy electronic sound rang out. Lord Su Yang, you have polluted the Zerg Holy Land and committed an unforgivable crime. The Guardian who has been sleeping for 1,000 years is about to wake up, feel the wrath of the insect swarm, and die in despair. Chapter 73. The Zerg Army that has not awakened. Fragments of civilization. Sink in despair, die in despair. A mechanical sound like the whisper of an ancient god lingered in the hall of the ruins. The mechanism on the ancient building kept moving, and soon 2 corridors at the top opened. 2 brainworms with fat brains fell down. All the tentacles on their exposed brains stood up, and then they screamed. Eeyore. The extremely shrill chirping of insects rang out, and Su Yang felt like his eardrums were about to be pierced. The sharper the sound, the more penetrating it is. Their purpose seems to be to awaken the Zerg army sleeping underground. Su Yang did not order the soldiers to take action directly, but instead watched their performance while enduring the high-pitched sound that could destroy the world. After the 2 brain worms roared for nearly half a minute, they seemed to realize that something was wrong. Where are the bugs? The brain worm stopped screaming and extended its tentacles to start sensing. Although these 2 things have no faces and cannot make any expressions, Su Yang did feel surprised from them. Eeyore. After feeling it for a few seconds, the 2 brain worms began screaming again as if they couldn't believe it. This time their cries became more rapid and sharper, completely losing their previous calmness. Bang! 2 explosive arrows shot into their big heads, blasting something that was either brain matter or blood into pieces. The screaming stopped abruptly. Why don't you shout? Su Yang looked down at the fragments at his feet and said. He asked sincerely, but the fragment did not respond. After quickly confirming that there were no more alien insects alive, Su Yang led the team into the mechanical corridor ahead. At the end of the corridor, a huge queen insect was hanging upside down in the air. This was larger than any queen insect Su Yang had ever seen before. Countless dark purple flesh tissues stretched out from the mother insect's body and connected to the surrounding stone walls. There are many murals carved on the stone walls, but the images on them are not of the Tyranids, but creatures that are more similar to humans. Why would a relic engraved with murals of other races become a holy place for the Zerg? Su Yang looked at the mural and thought for a while, but he really had no clue, so he asked Li Xian to shoot the queen insect to death. Poofball. The queen insect exploded. Kill level 10 Tyranid queen, command value plus 1040 bonus. Obtain rare E-level drop, Heart of the Swarm. Can be used to speed up scientific and technological research and development. Obtain common D-level drops, Queen Wolf Fragments. You can open a branch about the Tyranids in the Xenomorph Research Station. Completed the Ruins mission, The Sleeping Killer. Mission rewards. Scientific Research Building, Alien Experiment Station. Special item, Fragments of Lost Civilization. Set foot on a ruins and complete the Ruins mission. Achievement, Dissecting the World's Appearance, command value plus 3000. Kill 500 enemies using artillery weapons. Unlocked achievement, Rare, command value plus 3000. D-level loot. Among a long list of achievements, Su Yang accurately captured this information. This was the first time he got a D-level loot. The appearance of D-level loot means that the enemy's strength has risen to a new level. Su Yang clicked on the detailed information. Drops, Fragments of Queen's Will. Quality, Ordinary. Level, D-level. Information, drops from the highest level queen, from which you can gain the power of the Tyranids. Function, open a research branch on the Tyranids in the Alien Experiment Station. Open a research branch? Are there different research branches for Zerg? Perhaps like the 1000 Machine Tower, the Alien Experiment Station also has resources, weapons, and so on. After roughly confirming that it worked, Su Yang began to check other information. Among them, the fragments of civilization obtained by completing the Ruins mission attracted him again. Click on the Details panel. Drops, Fragments of Lost Civilization. Quality, no rating. Level, no rating. Information, a piece of lost civilization fragment. Once cracked, you can immediately obtain part of the truth about the world. Function, decrypt at the Historical Research Station to obtain background information of related races. Fragments of civilization? The truth of the world? To put it simply, it is waste that cannot be transformed into effective combat power at the moment. Su Yang immediately threw the fragments of civilization into his backpack. The top priority at the moment is development, and it is not yet the time to study these things. Besides, there are no facilities like historical research stations yet, so it's useless to make random guesses. There is no point in trying too hard for something you can't get. What is meant to come will come naturally as the game progresses. What he hated most was wasting energy by guessing without any clues. Apart from the 2 task rewards, the next achievement is to increase the command value. The command value gained from killing alone in the Zerg Nest expedition reached 22,360 points. After a 40 buff bonus, it directly reaches 31,304 points. Added that the 6,000 points of achievement command value reward, the total command value is 37,304 points. Adding in some of the remaining miscellaneous command values, the total command value reached 39,146 points. The total command value is close to 40,000 points. Looking at the full command value, Su Yung felt a sense of well-funded. If money is a person's confidence in the real world, then in the Forbidden Area this confidence comes from the command value. The Qing dynasty's powerful military units made Su Yung almost never consider the issue of command value. After unlocking the Skyfire Guard, the process of obtaining command value becomes even easier. If this trend continues, Daqing's technology will soon be unmatched. After closing the panel, Su Yung looked around. Humanoid species on the mural, fragments of civilization in the backpack. In addition to the generous rewards, this exploration of the ruins also brought a lot of secrets. Fortunately, Su Yung is not a person who likes to guess riddles. In his eyes, the best way to solve secrets is artillery. As long as the caliber is right, even the most mysterious things will speak. After successfully completing the ruins mission, the next step is to build an alien experimental station and upgrade the main base. Go home. The Lord's Hall has been opened. During the specified time, Lords can communicate with each other in the hall. The Lord's Hall opened, and before the Lords had a chance to speak, a notice appeared on the screen. Dragon Lord Su Yung successfully completed the ruins mission and unlocked the achievement, Dissecting the World's Appearance. Dragon Lord Su Yung successfully completed the ruins mission and unlocked the achievement, Dissecting the World's Appearance. Chapter 74, Strength Exposed? World Championship. Dragon Lord Su Yung successfully completed the ruins mission and unlocked the achievement, Dissecting the World's Appearance. Lord of Tianzhu, dig it out. The Dragon Kingdom either keeps silent or makes a big move. Anonymous, as expected of the Dragon Country, this should be the fastest way to complete a ruins mission in the history of the Forbidden Land. Lord of Goryo, what's so strange about this? They took the decryption card last time, so it's not that simple to take a relic this time. If you give it to me, I'll take it too. Anonymous, yes, who is as powerful as you, the first country in the universe? Lord of Goryo, you little bastard, my great Goryo army has beaten you so badly that you don't even recognize your mother. Lord of the United States, since you have obtained the relic reward, Brother Su Yung might as well come out and share it with everyone. Lord of Japan, the Dragon Kingdom is just like us in Japan. They value Yamato. I believe that Su Yung-jun will tell us. Su Yung looked at the news about the lords of the United States and Japan without saying a word. These two people were like old sows wearing bras, one set after another, trying to pry information from him. Wishful thinking. Unless it is necessary, he will never take the initiative to expose his resources and strength. As long as it is exposed, it will be studied and targeted. Hide your strength. The more cards you have in your hand, the safer you will be. This is how to survive in the Forbidden Land. Ignoring the words of other lords, Su Yung was somewhat surprised by the Forbidden Area notice. The system can issue a notification to prove that the ruins mission is also a key achievement. Perhaps the hidden parts of history that I didn't pay much attention to will hide something big in the future. Just as he was thinking about it, another system notification popped up on the panel. There are 3 days left until the end of the second week. This week's Lord ranking event is World Championship. From midnight of the 5th day to midnight of the 7th day, all surviving lords will participate in the World Championship. Each lord will lead his team to cross to a non-local landing zone to fight with alien species in other regions. Countries that successfully resist the alien tide in other regions will participate in the Lord ranking later. There is only one ranking for this Lord ranking, Hegemony ranking. After completing the World Championship, the system will analyze a series of factors such as the command value, combat loss ratio, and mission completion of each unit. After comprehensive analysis, we came up with the Territory Domination Index and ranked the top 5 lords this week according to the Domination Index. The top 5 lords will receive leadership value rewards, and the first and second place lords will receive special rewards and resource materialization rights. Note, the World Championship will be broadcast live to all lords and citizens of all countries without interruption. Lords of various countries enter the arena to challenge in random order. The level of the Lord's troops must not exceed the threat level of the monsters in the descending area. The excess will be suppressed, and high-level barracks output units will be restricted from participating. After entering the arena, you will have 20 minutes to prepare, and then the alien wave will launch an attack. All command values obtained in the hegemony zone will be doubled and included in the total command value of each lord. The scale of the alien tide is the highest scale of the current threat level in the landing zone. Death in the competition will also be considered elimination, and the country will suffer a disaster. Dark night is coming. I wish all lords good luck. The Tournament of Nations. Su Yang quickly found relevant information in the official materials provided. Like the alien tide at nightfall, the Tournament of Nations is also a forbidden area activity that often appears at the end of each week. Its content is also about resisting a wave of alien species, but the player is teleported to other areas to fight other alien species. This model will greatly make up for the unfairness among the lords in their initial landing areas. The difficulty of some countries' landing zones is low, so you can start smoothly even if your early troops are not strong. The landing zone of some countries is difficult, and even if the troops are strong in the early stage, they cannot get good resources. The Tournament of Nations will randomly shuffle their arrangements, allowing the lords to feel the strength of different areas. And the lords are ranked according to the scores, so that those lords who have a bad start will have a chance to regain the advantage in this stage. In addition to the rewards for lord rankings and the acquisition of some resources, the Tournament of Nations also has an important function. Diplomatic role. The Tournament of Nations is a live broadcast open to everyone. The military strength and technological strength of each country's civilization, the leadership ability and tactical level of each lord will all be observed and judged by everyone without exception. If a civilization has strong troops and powerful lords, then allies will definitely flock to it. But where there are opportunities, there are risks. If a country exposes its shortcomings, it is likely to be ignored by other countries. In short, the Tournament of Nations will be a major reshuffle of the still fragile alliance relations within the Forbidden Area. Su Yang's mind was full of thoughts and his brain was working fast, but he was not thinking about safety issues. The Royal Armor Legion can even defeat the Zerg, so it's natural that they can crush them in other areas. What he was worried about was that the live broadcast would expose his own strength. If we were to send troops into battle, the powered exoskeleton armor would certainly not be able to be hidden. By then, other countries will have a new understanding of the Qin dynasty's combat effectiveness, and hostile forces will adopt stronger and more direct targeted strategies. This is the negative factor that may come from exposing one's strength. However, there is a rule that prevents Su Yang from revealing too much of his strength. That is, the level of the troops cannot exceed the threat level of the landing zone. The threat level is the degree of hatred of the alien species in each area towards the Lord, which is the gaze of the abyss in the heart of the hive. If someone descends upon his area, they will have to face a swarm of level 4 abyss gaze insects. Based on past experience, the abyss level in most areas in the second week will not exceed level 2. If you land in a level 2 area, you can only lead sharp warriors and crossbowmen. Tianhui and Li Xian, who belong to the level 3 main base, will not be able to participate in the battle. Moreover, the levels of the Qin warriors and crossbowmen will be suppressed to level 2. This is because the system deliberately makes everyone start from the same level for the sake of fairness. With this rule in place, although part of one's combat power will be exposed, it will not be completely exposed. As long as the enemy doesn't know the extent of your development, you still have a trump card to hide. After careful analysis, Su Yang decided that the advantages of the World Championship outweigh the disadvantages. Exposing part of your strength in exchange for ranking rewards and the stability of the alliance is a win-win no matter how you look at it. Su Yang's eyes flashed. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to take the first place in the Lord ranking this time. As long as you advance step by step and take down every Lord ranking, you will be able to hold the advantage firmly in your hands. There is still more than a day left before the competition. After entering the competition, you will not be able to operate the territory. So you must upgrade the Lord's Mansion before the game starts. Chapter 75 The characteristics of Daqin heavy industry are triggered. Shinong Creation Institute. Lord of Japan. The World Championship is coming out so soon. Lord of the United States. It is not that Japan is developing too fast, so the Forbidden Land has taken special measures to balance it out. Lord of Japan, you are too kind. With the United States, the world's most powerful country, and dragon country around, Japan can't even rank among them. U.S. Lord, you are too modest, Prime Minister Tojo. The Overlord of Zabanya, will the Forbidden Land help to balance the situation? Will the Forbidden Land still interfere with the Overlord's development? Lord of the United States, this silly boy really knows nothing. Lord Tianju, I'm afraid you're not here to make fun of me. Lord of England, the Forbidden Land targets the strong according to the current development situation. This is a confirmed conjecture. The Forbidden Land trial seems to prefer to see balanced and fierce competition. When a certain force is too powerful, it will trigger the balance mechanism of the Forbidden Land. The World Championship, the Great Cataclysm, high bounties on powerful nations, resource blockades, and many other such events are all part of the Forbidden Land's balancing mechanism. Lord Zabanya. In other words, a certain country is too powerful and has triggered the balance mechanism of the Forbidden Land in advance. England Lord. It is highly likely, but not absolute. Nothing is 100% certain in the Forbidden Area. Is it really like this? Su Yung was a little surprised. It was the first time he heard this. In the first 2 rounds, Longwood did not last long and may not have had time to discover this pattern. But is this really targeted? Su Yung was a little confused. Because on the surface, it seems that the World Championship has no suppressive effect on him. Is there a deeper reason? Su Yang's brain worked rapidly, and he soon found the key point, the command value. The Tournament of Nations lasted for 2 full days. There was only one defensive battle in those 2 days, and the rest of the time was spent watching the live broadcast. Moreover, he will most likely be brought to the level 2 zone for this battle. Even if the command value is doubled in the battle, it is still not as good as an encounter in the Zerg Nest. The defensive battles in low-level areas are insignificant to the current level of Daqin. But this is not the case for other countries. At worst, they can enter the same level area, and if they are lucky, they can even enter the advanced area. After that, as long as they pass the level successfully, the double command value will bring them huge benefits. Moreover, the more command points you gain from defending in advanced areas, the more advantages you will have in participating in the Lord rankings later. If anyone can survive this level 4 insect swarm, although it is a bit difficult, as long as they can pass, then they will definitely be ranked first in the competition. So although the Tournament of Nations did not suppress the powerful countries, it restricted the powerful countries for 2 days and gave the currently lagging countries a chance to catch up. But it's not all bad. At least we can see the true strength of other countries and better understand our current position. The discussion in the Lord's Hall continued, and the topic turned to the Dragon Kingdom. Lord of the United States, it's good that you came early. I can't wait to see the troops of the Dragon Kingdom. Lord of Dongying, the warriors of Dragon Country are always brave. I also want to see how powerful the warriors under Brother Su Yung are. Lord Tianzhu, my good brothers, I understand them best. Their warriors are absolutely amazing. Lord of the Goryeo Kingdom, what else can you do besides flattering? A bronze civilization, no matter how powerful it is, what can it do? I shot him, and he was silent. Lord Zabanya, he is ranked first in exploration. How can he be as bad as you say? Lord of Goryeo, you were also shot in the head. Lord of the United States, Lord of Goryeo is a little excited. Lord of Goryeo, you also shoot. Lord of the United States, Lord of Goryeo, sorry, I hit too fast. I am Shiba. Anonymous, I still like the way you were just now. Lord Zabanya, don't be so arrogant. You will be in trouble when you descend into the heart of the insect tide. Lord of the Goryeo Kingdom, you have survived until now. What should I be afraid of? Heart of the insect nest? Heart of the fart nest? Anonymous, please don't let me go to the heart of the hive, no matter what level you are at. Anonymous, yes, I also want to take advantage of this competition to gain some leadership points. Lord of England, what is the current threat level of the heart of the hive? Lord Zabanya, my area is still level 1. I don't know about other areas. U.S. Lord, if the unusual noise you detected earlier was indeed a shell explosion, the level over there would probably be very exaggerated. Lord of Japan, Mr. MacArthur, do you have any idea to try it? Lord of the United States, haha, the elderly are given priority. Anonymous, they don't even dare to fight the United States and Japan? How powerful must the bosses in that area be? Lord of Goryeo, you are so awesome, I will shoot you twice. Su Yung closed the lobby panel, and what followed was just some jokes, which were not very interesting. In short, everyone's expectations for this competition are greater than their fears. Not only can you take the opportunity to increase your command value, but you can also check the true strength of other lords. Su Yung guessed that the person these lords wanted to check out most was him. They must be curious to know how an ancient civilization achieved key achievements and ranked first. Since you want to know so much, let the armored soldiers show you what they can do this time. You can't hide your strength forever, and showing it a little can have its uses. After exiting the hall, Su Yung also successfully returned to the territory with the soldiers. The first thing to do after returning to the territory is to build an alien experiment station. As a special building obtained from the ruins, some of the technologies brought by the alien experiment station can never be obtained through normal means. After finding a good location in the Lord's area, Su Yung put down the blueprint of the alien experimental station with a flash of his mind. The moment he put it down, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Special scientific research buildings detected. Daqin heavy industry characteristics triggered. Xenobiotic Experiment Station, Shenong Creation Institute. In addition to the original alien species experiment path, a new alien plant research path is unlocked. Special buildings can also trigger heavy industry features. Su Yang's eyes flashed. This was a surprise he had never expected. Shenong, also known as Emperor Yin, is an ancient deity on par with Fuxi and Yuhua. He tasted hundreds of herbs himself and used them to treat people's illnesses. He invented the slash-and-burn method of farming and taught people how to reclaim wasteland and plant crops. He was revered as Shenong the Great Emperor in later generations, also known as Shenong the Great Emperor of Grains. The Chinese people call themselves the descendants of Yin and Huang, and the word Yin is taken from Emperor Yin and Shenong. This is no longer just the characteristic of the Qin dynasty, it is the characteristic of the entire Chinese nation. Restraining the joy in his heart, Su Yang opened the Shenong Creation Institute panel. Chapter 76 Exclusive Plugin. Network Vision Sharing. Special Technology Building. Shenong Creation Center. Introduction. Obtain special technology through research and analysis of alien creatures. Note: special scientific research buildings cannot be upgraded. All upgrade routes can only be obtained through drops. Open the Genesis panel. There are currently two main branches. One is for the alien biological research that comes with the Alien Experiment Station. There are almost countless branches waiting to be unlocked under this main branch. Su Yang has only unlocked one so far, the Tyranid Swarm research. It is reasonable to speculate that the other branches to be unlocked are various types of alien species in other areas. It seems that in the future, if we go to other areas to kill aliens, we may also be able to unlock related technologies in the Alien Experiment Station. There are 3 different routes under the only branch currently: swarm intelligence, biological armor, and symbiotic weapons. According to the literal meaning, the 3 categories should be technology, defense, and weapons. Su Yang clicked on the Zerg intelligence. There are currently 2 technologies that can be unlocked. Technology, network vision sharing. Your eyes are my eyes. Analyze the swarm's vision sharing and command capabilities, learn and imitate this ability. Function. You can obtain the vision of all units under your command within a certain range and switch them at will. Prerequisite technology. None. This is a mysterious phenomenon that does not make sense. Unlock consumption. Complete Swarm Brain 1. Command value, 10,000. Time, 1D. Technology. Biometric information recognition technology. Pull your clothes off layer by layer. Study the racial information, activity patterns, and social structure of the Tyranids in detail, and summarize the regular structure of the swarm. Function. Use biowaves to scan Tyranid units to obtain their type, level, social position, special mutations, ethnic group, etc. Preconditioning technology. Radar technology. This is a very scientific technology. Unlock consumption. Complete Swarm Brain 1. Command value, 10,000. Time, 1D. It's worthy of being the reward for the Ruins quest. When Su Yang saw the first technology, he couldn't contain his excitement. Shared vision. On the battlefield, the importance of frontline information and vision to the commander is self-evident. In previous war films, scenes of people risking their lives to protect intercoms, telephones, or blowing up telephone lines were common. This is because the most important thing on the battlefield is real-time information. Only with this information can soldiers obey orders. The importance of battlefield information has a lot to do with its difficulty in obtaining. Even in modern warfare, commanders who want to obtain information from the front line can only do so through intercoms or text messages. The most we can do is to fly drones to obtain some information from the sky, but the ways to obtain information are extremely limited. And if you unlock vision sharing, it is equivalent to unlocking the most powerful commander plugin in the world. Without walkie-talkies or drones, you can get the same command effect as being on the scene in person, just by sharing vision. Everything the soldiers see, hear, and sense can be transmitted to their commanders. This allowed Su Yang to perfectly control the battlefield situation and gain unimaginable advantages. While other lords were still shouting on their pretentious radios, Su Yang was already able to issue orders without delay or error. And as long as he wanted, he could even give precise instructions to every soldier. More importantly, this is a unique feature of the Zerg. Even if lords of other regions obtain alien experimental stations, they cannot share vision. An exclusive plugin, just thinking about it makes people excited. Another technology is biological information exploration, which obtains detailed information about the Zerg through scanning. After unlocking, even if you encounter a new unit, the scout can obtain detailed attributes by scanning, rather than just painting a portrait like we do now. Su Yang thinks both technologies are very useful, but the second technology still requires radar technology. Radar technology has not yet been unlocked, so this technology can only be put on hold for the time being. And now there is only one swarm brain in the territory, and at most one can be unlocked. Without much hesitation, Su Yang directly invested 10,000 points of command value into the vision sharing research. Consume the swarm brain 1. Leadership value minus 10,000. Research on sharing biological network vision. Time required, 1 day. A full 10,000 points of command value, the same as that consumed when summoning Li Xian. This is the most expensive technology Su Yang has researched so far. However, he believed that its value was far more than 10,000 points of command value. As future wars become larger and larger and battlefield situations more and more complex, the benefits of this technology will become higher and higher. The research takes 1 day, which is just enough to be completed before entering the championship. After clicking on vision sharing, Su Yang clicked on another branch, biological armor. This branch has one technology to unlock, and another symbiotic weapon has not yet been unlocked. Click to view details. Technology, alligator bone armor. Iron Head Boy. Analyze and disassemble the head skeleton of the giant underground worm and use its excellent mechanical properties to modify the armor. Function, dismantle the toad bones to modify the soldier's armor structure, increase the armor's defense, and improve resistance to explosive impact and acid corrosion. Prerequisite technology, iron smelting process. This is a very scientific technology. Unlocking cost, 1 alligator bone / every 10 transformations. Command value, 500 command value / each transformation. Time, 5 seconds. Alligator bone armor can further enhance the soldier's defense. However, unlike the upgrade of soldiers in the Imperial Armor Battalion, this upgrade has no level restrictions. After entering the competition, the soldier level and equipment will be forcibly suppressed to the threat level of the landing zone. If you enter the level 2 area, the level 3 armored warriors and crossbowmen will be downgraded to level 2, and the iron armor, iron swords, crossbows, and spears will return to the Bronze Age. But there is no level limit for alligator bone armor, so even if we go back to the Bronze Age, alligator bone defense will still exist. The command value in the level 2 area is definitely not much, so if you want to compete for the Lord ranking, you must minimize the losses in battle and pursue high quality. The alligator bone armor can just make up for the armor value lost by the soldiers when they lose their iron armor and shields. Moreover, it has explosion-proof and acid-proof properties, and its defensive capabilities may be better than iron armor. There are 2 alligator bones in the backpack, which can be used to upgrade 20 armored warriors. With a flash of thought, Su Yang invested in the command value. Chapter 77 Farming. Chinese Gene Awakens. Consume alligator bone 2. Leadership value minus 10,000. The armor of the royal warrior is being modified. After 20 soldiers are selected to enter the barracks, the transformation begins. Soon, the barracks were opened and 20 modified armored warriors walked out of the barracks. It can be clearly seen that the iron armor is covered with a layer of alligator femoral skeleton. The dark gray frame adds a touch of warmth to the silver-white armor, making the overall look more comfortable. Of course, the effect is more than just looking good. Although bone armor is not as hard as iron armor or bronze armor, but its natural bone structure can provide good shock absorption and is more resistant to strong acids than metal. It can be said that the crocodile bone armor improves the comprehensiveness of the armored warrior's defense. After upgrading the alligator bones, Su Yang had selected all the upgrade options for the alien biological branch. Afterwards, he opened another main branch unlocked by the Daqin characteristics, the alien plant branch. It is worth mentioning that plants are also living things in theory. The main reason for distinguishing the two here is that alien organisms refer to hostile organisms with population structures. Alien plants refer to organisms that have no aggressive consciousness and no population structure, and mainly play the role of producers in alien ecology. There are also countless branches waiting to be unlocked below the main branch of the alien plants. The only thing that is lit up at the moment is the fluorescent crystal cell species. This was the first time Su Yang knew the classification and names of these plants. Someone actually gave these things names. Su Yang was a little surprised. Just like the alien creatures, there are 3 branches below the fluorescent crystal cell: plant science, production and planting, and medical research. The 3 branches correspond to science and technology, production and medicine respectively. Compared to the fighting and killing next door, this place is obviously much more elegant. And when Su Yang saw the production and planting options in the branches, his soul was shocked. A certain gene has awakened. A certain gene engraved in the bones of the Chinese nation has awakened. Who would have thought that in such an intense and time-sensitive forbidden trial, there would be such a leisurely option as farming? It is indeed the characteristic of the Chinese. You know, farming is a career engraved in the bones of the Chinese. Moreover, more than half of the strange sheep caught from the ranch last time have been consumed. The food that was previously estimated to last for a month may not last more than next week as the population increases. I don't know what it's like to farm in the forbidden area. If it is really feasible, farming can provide much more stable food than hunting. Unfortunately, the relevant technology has not been unlocked yet, and several branches are blank. This made Su Yang a little puzzled. Why did the alien species collect information, but the plants didn't have any? A prompt pops up. To unlock the alien plant branch, you need to bring back the plant sample intact. Rare plants have a greater chance of unlocking technology. It has to be brought back intact. No wonder. Su Yang knew the problem. Although he had come into contact with many plants before, he usually just cut them off directly. If it weren't for this creation center, who would have thought that those plants could be useful? However, according to the prompts, even if ordinary plants are brought back intact, it is still difficult to unlock technology. Only some rare plants can unlock technology. Rare plants. It seems that we need to have scouts pay extra attention to plants in the future. After reading the plant classification, the area that can be explored at Shinnong Creation Institute has ended, and the next area will need to be explored later. Su Yang guessed that the special building would bring a lot of things, but he didn't expect it to be such a huge technological system. The biotechnology system brought by Shinnong Creation is completely comparable to the main technology system represented by Mosey's Thousand Machine Tower. There are even some aspects that surpass the main technology tree. Only then did Su Yang realize how rich the rewards for this ruins exploration were. Shinnong Creation Institute is simply a treasure trove. Excited, Su Yang opened the Lord panel. After feeling the shock brought by biotechnology, the next step is the main task, upgrading the Lord's mansion to level 4. Territory resources. Water resources, stock, 793 units. Production speed, 300 units/day, 20 bonus. Stone mine resources, stock, 582 units. Production speed, 180 units/day, 20 bonus. Coal resources, stock, 493 units. Production speed, 255 units/day, 20 bonus. Metal copper, stock, 392 units. Production speed, 180 units/day, 20 bonus. Metal iron, stock, 372 units. Production speed, 150 units/day, 20 bonus. Saltpeter resources, stock, 36 units. Production speed, 75 units/day, 20 bonus. Command value, 19,146. Upgrading a level 4 Lord's residence requires 500 units of coal and copper, 1,000 units of stone and iron, and 20,000 points of leadership. There is still a day and a half left until the World Championship, and at the current rate, coal and copper mines can meet the demand. However, there will be a gap in iron ore and stone ore, and we should buy them from England at that time. Purchasing resources requires leadership value, and the current leadership value is not enough. Therefore, if you want to upgrade the Lord's mansion, you must fight the Zerg again. If there is no insect swarm tonight, we can only take the initiative to attack during the day tomorrow. After closing the panel, Su Yang sent all scouts out to explore, and other units were on standby at all times. As soon as you find the Zerg, go out and kill them immediately. Outside the forbidden area, the news of the World Championship spread to all countries. Compared to Advent Night, the Tournament of Nations is a more exciting event. The former only targets a single country and its people, and the incident takes place at night without real-time broadcast. The Tournament of Nations includes all countries and is broadcast live in real time. Moreover, all Lords exchanged regions, which maximize the uncertainty and viewing experience. You can watch your own Lord lead troops to kill the enemy, and you can also scout the combat capabilities of other countries. It can be said that every game of the 2-day World Championship is crucial. The top brass of the Dragon Kingdom's military have already organized 2 groups of top experts to prepare to count and record the combat power of all countries in the competition in batches. After analysis and statistics, these data can be passed to Su Yang next week for reference. The upcoming championship makes everyone anxious. Feelings of expectation and worry continue to surge in the hearts of experts and military officers. There is no need to worry about Su Yang's strength. The Qin army's visit to those low-level areas is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. What we are worried about is that exposing our strength too early will lead to joint targeting by other countries. Chapter 78, Threat Level 4 Area. Am I on the same side as the bugs? In response to the experts' concerns, the military chief expressed understanding. Exposing too much strength in advance will cause panic among powerful countries and make them feel threatened, which will likely lead to a joint blockade by multiple alliances. But the current situation is that Su Yang will not reveal too much of his strength. The general hesitated for a while and then said, as long as Su Yang descends into a level 2 area or below, his level will be restricted and his strength will not be exposed too much. In my opinion, showing some strength right now is not necessarily a bad thing. A partial display of strength will neither make other powerful countries feel overly threatened nor send a strong signal to non-hostile countries, thereby consolidating and winning over allies. After listening to the analysis, the experts nodded. As expected, everyone has their own expertise, and the perspective of military generals is different from theirs. They only see the disadvantages of exposing their strength, but fail to see the positive effects it brings. In diplomatic activities, showing strong power is also a strategy. Soon, experts presented a speculative report on the threat level of each territory. This is a rough estimate based on the intelligence we have been searching for and the previous combat capabilities of various countries. According to speculation, there are currently 55 lords and 55 regions. There are still 10 level 1 threat areas, 38 level 2 areas, 6 level 3 areas, and 1 level 4 area. Except for the level 4 areas, the specific figures for other areas may fluctuate, but the overall proportion will not change much. The probability of falling into the level 1 and level 2 areas is 87.28. The probability that we will only have to expose part of our strength is very high. Even if it falls into the level 3 area, as long as Su Yang does not bring all the troops, he can still achieve the effect of showing some of his strength. Although this competition cannot bring us many substantial rewards, it is of great help in diplomacy. Experts were quite excited when looking at the data report. The situation was indeed much better than they expected. If you don't list it out, you won't know. Once you list it out, you will find that we seem to be ahead by a huge margin. Indeed, our threat level is about to break through level 4, while the first-tier powers are still at level 3, almost a whole level ahead. If a lord lands in our area, wouldn't it be? A 4 threat level insect swarm would be a tough battle for Su Yang even without artillery units, let alone other countries. Yes, low-level areas will limit the level of soldiers, but high-level areas will not raise the level. The lord who descends here will most likely use level 2 soldiers to fight level 4 insect tides. When we come here, we are basically dead. The military chief nodded silently. This was indeed the case. The hive forest that once brought them great fear will now become the nightmare of other lords. Official live broadcast room. The emotions of the people are completely different from those of the top leaders. They are only looking forward to and excited about the Tournament of Nations, without any worries at all. Woohoo! They're here so soon, the World Championship. That's awesome. Last time after I saw the artillery fire, I was wondering what the other lords and citizens would say if they saw our fighting power. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. We will most likely be suppressed in level, but even without artillery units, we can still give them a hard time with our armored army. Ha ha ha. Let these inexperienced foreigners see what the true strength of the Dragon Nation is. The Royal Armor Army. The Royal Armor Army. Who would have thought that we have already mastered the exoskeleton technology that is not even mastered in modern times? Hurry up. I can't wait. I want to fire just thinking about it. Don't be too rebellious upstairs. While you are still excited, I have already begun to mourn for the lords who entered the Daqin area. That's right. We are a threat level 4 Zerg swarm. What the hell can we use to fight them? Su Yang is a scoundrel. He only cares about leveling up and doesn't care about the lives of other lords. Doghead. I hope that good times will come to us, so that we can destroy their country. I don't know why, but I feel like I'm on the side of the swarm. Yeah, don't embarrass us with the Tyranids. Chew their asses hard. After you've been caught in the rain, you have to tear up other people's umbrellas and throw a bucket of water on them. Come on, Su Yang. Come on, little bug. I haven't slept for the past 2 days. In the early morning of the 5th day, the night faded and the fluorescence dissipated. It was another night without an insect swarm attack. Su Yang felt that after the Abyss Gaze reached level 4, the swarm's intelligence seemed to have been significantly improved. In the second week, there was no more death charge that gave away leadership value. And according to the scouts' reconnaissance yesterday, there are enemies outside the territory, and they can always find traces of the swarm. There is an organized and disciplined swarm of insects lurking outside the territory. As for the reason for not attacking, Su Yang is not clear yet. However, based on the tracking reports sent back by the scouts, it can be determined that this is a swarm of Zerg led by Tyranid warriors. Only the Tyranid warriors, who possess consciousness and the ability to control the Zerg, can make the Zerg, which act on instinct, hide in such a disciplined manner. It doesn't matter if they don't attack, Su Yang can take the initiative. After yesterday's reconnaissance, the scouts discovered another small insect ranch. So Su Yang sent Li Xin to lead the team early in the morning. This time he reduced the strength of the expeditionary force and left more soldiers to defend the territory to prevent the swarm of insects around the territory from launching an attack. While the troops were on an expedition, Su Yang opened a private chat and initiated a deal with the English Lord. Dragon Lord, 200 units of stone, or 400 units of iron, or how much leadership value? Lord of England, iron or costs 4,000 leadership points, stone or is free, no need to pay more leadership points. Not only did he give him the stone mine, but he also refused to pay him extra leadership points. It seems that the English Lord is the strong-willed type. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he input 4,000 points of command value. Originally, he had no intention of paying more command value this time. The reason why you pay more for leadership in the early stage is that your combat power is not yet formed, and you need to use benefits to make friends. Now that the power of the Dragon Kingdom has been recognized, he can make allies by relying on this name. And those allies who make friends with him in the future will probably pay for the benefits themselves. The Dragon Lord has completed the delivery, 4,000 command value. The English Lord has completed delivery, 500 units of iron or 300 units of stone or Su Yang didn't expect that the English Lord would give him more resources in return. Lord of England, I took second place in the last Lord ranking. The ally points provided by Dragon Country played a big role. This is a token of my appreciation. I am very curious about the troops in the early Qin dynasty and look forward to your performance in the competition. Chapter 79 The Battle of Nations begins. Savage Mountains. After taking the resources provided by the English Lord, all the resources for upgrading the level 4 main base have been gathered. Next, we just need to wait for Li Xin to lead his troops to take over the Zerg Ranch so that the command value reaches the standard. It didn't take too long to wait. At noon, kill prompts began to appear on the panel. The ranch is guarded by a small team, and there is no queen leading it. After one battle, I gained 6,320 points of command value, which became 7,584 points after addition. The buffs of Pioneer and Enterprising have disappeared, and now there is only a 20 bonus of strategy. Adding these 7,584 points, the territory control value has reached the standard. All resources are in place, and Su Yang opens the upgrade panel. Main base, Lord's Mansion. Level 3, Level 4. Unlock Level 4 resource devices, Level 4 defense facilities, Level 4 scientific research buildings, Level 4 armored camps, and obtain new hero buildings. Required for upgrade. Coal resources, 500 units. Copper or resources, 500 units. Iron or resources, 1,000 units. Stone mine resources, 1,000 units. Command value, 20,000 points. Time, for D. Level 4 Lord's Mansion is a brand new stage. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he invested all his resources. Coal, 500 units. Copper ore, 500 units. Stone mine, 1,000 units. Iron ore, 1,000 units. Command value minus 20,000. Level 4 Lord's Mansion is being upgraded. Time required, 4 days. The upgrade takes a total of 4 days. No operations are allowed during the World Championship, so Su Yang plans to let time pass naturally. Wait until the competition is over, and then use a rare hive heart to kill the remaining time. As the blueprint was placed and the upgrade began, Su Yang's expectations slowly rose. What technologies and arms will the level 4 main base bring? What are the specific practical uses of foundries? Are there any other new construction facilities? Although he had many doubts, Su Yang still resisted the urge to kill the enemy instantly with 2 insect nest hearts. Men must learn to restrain themselves. In the evening, Li Xin led his troops back to the territory and brought back enough food to last another week. Although the battle was short, the journey took a long time. The round trip took almost 10 hours. Su Yang quickly asked all the soldiers to go into the barracks to rest, recover their strength, and prepare for the upcoming World Championship. As night fell, the research on vision sharing was completed, and the Tournament of Nations event started on time. The World Championship has begun, and now enters the preparation stage. Please all lords return to their territories, and make sure your troops are in their territories. After the preparation phase, a barrier will be raised around the territory, and units outside will not be able to enter. The competition started, and the lords in the Lord Hall became active. Anonymous. It started. Why do I feel more excited than Advent Night? Anonymous. Because the randomness is too great, No one can be completely sure. Lord Tianju, I don't know where it will land. Please don't let it be the heart of the hive, my bra. Lord of Goryo, TSK, bang bang, 2 shots. Lord Zabanya, God bless. Let me go to a good place this time. It doesn't have to be too good, just like Dragon Country. Su Yang was speechless when he saw Lord Panya's speech. Don't make random wishes, buddy. Fortunately, Zabanya's birthplace is also the heart of the hive, so it is impossible for him to appear in his area. Preparation phase ends. Allocation phase begins. The landing area is randomly assigned. A rotating waiting sign appears on the panel. Soon, the allocation results appeared on the big screen. Your landing area this time is Savage Mountains. Regional threat, level 2. All technologies and arms produced by level 2 main bases and above will be disabled, and the team size is not limited. A group of ferocious and brutal orcs live in this mountain range. They enjoy killing and have different bonuses in different environments. Pick up weapons, summon soldiers, and feel the call of barbarism in waves of attacks. Savage Mountains. Su Yang opened his eyes slightly. He was very familiar with this copy. This is the first round of Forbidden Land of Dragon Kingdom, chosen as the birthplace in the late Qing dynasty. That time, the late Qing dynasty seemed to have only lasted for a month before it was completely conquered by the orcs. The combat power of orc units in the early stage is at an upper middle level, mainly due to their high individual attributes. Their strength is built on the stacking of various environmental bonuses, such as the werewolf's nighttime enhancement. The strength of the orc units will continue until the midterm, but they will lose their advantage in the late stage as human technology becomes increasingly powerful. Su Yang felt no pressure at all when dealing with this kind of melee unit that has little intelligence and relies only on brute force. Because no one can be a match for the armored warrior in terms of individual close combat ability. The good news is that although it is a level 2 area, the leadership value given by the Orc Tide will not be too low. As long as the battle losses are reduced, there is still a chance to compete for the Lord ranking. After checking the landing zone information, new subtitles appeared on the panel. The distribution phase is over, and preparation for the second phase begins. Please all lords choose the participating team within the time limit. The panel of the Imperial Armor Camp opened automatically, and the levels of all soldiers were changed to level 2, while the Skyfire Guard option was directly turned black. Su Yang did not hesitate too much and directly mobilized all the Imperial Armor troops. What we are talking about today is a speed run without taking any damage. Army type selection completed. Level 2 Great Qin Armored Warrior 40. Level 2 Great Qin Armored Crossbowman 30. Level 2 Daqin Armored Scout 4. Complete selection of participating arms. Technology and building modules corresponding to the Level 2 main base have been loaded. The civilization corresponding characteristic module has been loaded. Preparation for the second stage is over, entering the arena of hegemony among nations. Territory protection barrier activated. Real-time live broadcast of the Forbidden Area is open. Global live broadcast started. Selection of the order of participation. After the selection was completed, a purple-black barrier descended from the sky, surrounding the entire territory. Then, the whole world turned into nothingness, and Su Yang felt himself becoming unreal as well. He seemed to turn into a wisp of consciousness and floated into the sky. Soon, the end appeared. Against the backdrop of the boundless universe, a three-dimensional real scene appeared in front of us. Many illusory figures emerged from all directions, gradually surrounding the real scene in a circle. The feeling of illusion disappeared, and Su Yang's vision gradually became clear. He saw another 54 lords floating in a space similar to outer space in a suspended posture like him. At their feet is the venue of the World Championship, and the lords present will enter it one by one to complete the challenge. Hello, Mr. Su. I am the Lord of England, Elizabeth. A female voice came to my ear. Chapter 80, The Turbulent Alliance Rankings. When the purple-black barrier fell, the entire territory instantly disappeared into the dense forest, leaving only a large open space. Not long after the territory disappeared, a faint rustling sound was heard in the dense forest. There was no figure in sight, only the crystal spores swaying along the way. Then, several blurry figures appeared in front of the last row of crystal spores. As they walked out of the dense forest and stepped onto the open space surrounding the territory, those blurry figures gradually appeared. The brilliant colors on their bodies, which were similar to those of crystal spores, quickly faded, revealing a dark brown shell. Walking in the front was a Tyranid warrior who was almost 3 meters and 5 meters tall. It has a hammer-shaped head, and the tentacles on top of its head used for command and communication have been replaced by something like a data cable. Those finger-thick data cables kept flashing and grew like hair behind his head. The front of the head was a row of shark-like teeth, jagged and covered in blood. Hiss! It stretched out its huge, serrated bone blade and pointed it at the empty territory, then growled and turned to look behind it. Behind it was a group of spider-like insects that were no more than half a meter tall and had heads full of data cables. They also growled in response to the leading Tyranid warrior. Hiss! In response, the Tyranid warrior slashed the ground twice and then roared into the air. 2 rows of blood-red fangs sparkle in the moonlight. A place where nations compete for supremacy. Hello, Mr. Su. I am the Lord of England, Elizabeth. Hearing the voice, Su Yang turned around and saw a girl floating beside him. She had blonde hair and was wearing a dress and was reaching out her hand to him. Is this the English Lord? He looks younger than in the photo. It is hard to imagine that all the mature and steady speeches in the Lord's Hall came from such a girl. Hello, Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, Su Yang. Su Yang stretched out his hand to shake hands with her, and their palms crossed. It seems that these bodies are not entities, but some kind of soul or consciousness projection. After briefly greeting Elizabeth, Su Yang restrained his expression and began to observe his surroundings quietly. Although he was a little curious when he first entered this space, he now represents the Dragon Kingdom. As the lord of a country, one must show that everything is in control and that one is able to make strategic plans. Especially in such a grand occasion, any slight mistake will damage the country's image. Oh my god, this is so cool. I want to take a picture and send it to my grandma. The Spanish lord floating on Su Yang's right was shouting constantly, which was out of tune with the calm scene. Thanks to him, all the lords turned their attention to this side. After they despised the Spanish lord, their eyes naturally turned to Su Yang next to them. In an instant, dozens of gazes came over. Su Yang wanted to strangle the guy next to him to death. I originally wanted to observe secretly, but now I can only watch under pressure. Su Yang raised his head slightly and looked around at a steady speed. Don't skip anyone and don't stop at anyone. This is to express that in my eyes, there is no difference between you. After looking around, he roughly understood the situation. The locations on site are arranged according to the current alliance relationships. The person smoking a cigar right opposite him was the U.S. 5-star General MacArthur. MacArthur was surrounded by the coalition team led by him. In the middle of the camp on the left stood an old man in samurai clothes and a middle-aged man in military uniform with a mustache. This is an alliance led by Japan and Germany. On the right are independent nations that have not yet joined any alliance. The burly man in the center is obviously a genuine Russian. Good evening, my lords. MacArthur, who was standing right in front of Su Yang, spoke first. Here, sound waves do not seem to be attenuated by the medium in which they propagate. Even at the farthest distance, Su Yang could clearly hear MacArthur's voice. I didn't expect Ms. Elizabeth and Mr. Su Yang to be so young. MacArthur waved to them, and Elizabeth nodded politely. Young people are the most energetic, unlike us old guys who have no motivation at all. Tojo Inkin on the left side of the team said with a smile. He was smiling as he spoke, and looked like a kind old grandfather. But Su Yang will not be fooled by his appearance. The Japanese are like a dense forest of insect nests. Hidden beneath their kind and friendly appearance are extremely twisted and dirty human hearts. Without giving the lords much chance to exchange pleasantries, the Forbidden Area reminder appeared again. Rules of the World Championship. Each round, a lord is randomly selected to enter the arena of hegemony. The lord needs to resist the alien tide in the arena and complete the task. During the lord's combat, other lords can provide military reinforcements at any time, and the reinforcement units will obey the command of the combat lord. Note, all units can only be used once. If you provide reinforcements to other lords, the reinforcement units cannot be used when you are fighting yourself. Similarly, if your unit has already participated in the battle, it can no longer be used as a reinforcement unit. When a soldier provides reinforcement, his command value belongs to his lord. If he dies while providing reinforcement, he will be considered dead. When a lord is eliminated, his camp will lose points. Lords without a camp are considered an alliance. After the competition is over, in addition to the lord rankings, the alliance rankings will also be counted. The surviving lords of the last 2 alliances will be subject to a debuff effect that lasts for 1 week. After reading the new information, Su Yang's thoughts immediately surged in his mind. It's not just an individual battle, there's also a team battle. In a team battle, everyone has the same weight, so it is difficult to influence the outcome. It would be very uncomfortable if you were to get hit by this debuff that lasts for a week. While thinking, he turned his head silently and looked at Elizabeth beside him tacitly. They both knew in their hearts that the league ranking was very unfavorable to them. First of all, they have the largest alliance, and there is no benefit in having more people in this team battle. All alliances have the same initial points, and the points deducted for each lord killed are also the same. This means that alliances with more members are more likely to make mistakes. For the same test paper with a score of 100, 10 points will be deducted for each wrong question. Others only have 10 questions, and if you get all of them wrong, you'll get 0 points. And they have a total of 20 questions, and if they get all of them wrong, they will get minus 100 points. In addition, the paper strength of their alliance lord is the weakest among the 4 alliances. Because of Elizabeth's indiscriminate diplomatic strategy in the early stage, many of the currently weaker countries are banding together with them for warmth. These 2 factors combined put our alliance at a slight disadvantage. However, Su Yong felt that these could still be overcome. The Royal Armor Legion can completely crush the orcs, and some troops can be left behind to support their allies. The only thing he feared now was insurmountable difficulties. That is the big daddy of the confrontation road that he raised, the Heart of the Hive, with a threat level of 4. If one of our team lands in a level 4 hive, then we're screwed. He now only has a level 2 armored core, so there is no way he can do anything even if he sends reinforcements. Do we have any lords here who have drawn the Heart of the Hive? Elizabeth turned to the other lords in the alliance and asked. The lords all shook their heads, and some even opened the panel to confirm again before shaking their heads. Su Yong also opened the panel and took a look, then shook his head. Elizabeth nodded slightly after receiving the reply. The only good news so far is that there is no European emperor in their alliance. Su Yong also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be really boring to go there. After Elizabeth finished her inspection, the pressure came to the other 3 alliances. Tojo Incan and the German lords made eye contact with the lords in the alliance. And there is no one communicating with the independent countries in Bear Country. Those who dare to be independent are confident in their own strength, and they will not be afraid of any landing area. MacArthur looked relaxed, smoking a cigar and talking with a smile. If I have the chance, I would actually like to go to the Heart of the Hive to play. Unfortunately, we have the fewest people, and the probability of drawing the Heart of the Hive is too low, so we have to give it to I am the Heart of the Hive. Suddenly, a sentence came from afar, and the smile on MacArthur's face froze. He turned around suddenly and saw the leader of the Goryeo kingdom holding up his hands listlessly, his face pale. Chapter 81. Desperate Goryeo, the American Lord's defense is broken. You? MacArthur looked at the Lord of Goryeo, and the half of his face holding the cigar twitched slightly. Gao Ligua nodded, with an expression as if he had lost his soul and had no desire to live. Nobody, where's your gun? Bang bang, shoot it to death. The Indian lord who had a dispute with the Goryeo kingdom directly confronted him. The other lords of the alliance were also amused when they saw the arrogant expression of the Goryeo lord. However, due to the lord's demeanor and the strength of the United States, other lords did not say it like the Indian lord. Su Yong was in a very heavy mood and tried hard to suppress the sadness on his face. He was very glad that his own camp was as steady as himself and did not mock the Goryeo lord who was in trouble. Ha 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 ha. Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Before, he was in that Zabaksaba, 1 person and 2 shots. Now he can only call Mama-san? Without waiting for Su Yong to react, the Spanish lord standing next to him started to mock the Goryeo lord mercilessly. Phew. Su Yong covered his mouth and lowered his head silently. It was a close call. I nearly lost control of my emotions. This guy just cursed at people. Why bother with rhyme? Elizabeth turned around with a puzzled look on her face. What's wrong with you? Su Yong didn't look up, just waved his hand. I'm a little sad. Elizabeth immediately understood that Longwa and Goryeo were neighboring countries and probably had a deep friendship. She immediately raised her hand to signal the Spanish lord to stop taunting him. On the opposite side, the American lord quickly regained his composure. As the world's most powerful country, the Lord of the United States who has won the Forbidden Land Championship for 2 consecutive years, he must not lose his composure. Although the Heart of the Hive is difficult, it is just an ordinary landing zone. Since some people can survive there, what do we have to be afraid of? From the looks of you, you're not from the level 1 zone in Spain. What level are you from? He waved his hand to signal the Goryeo lord to relax, with a calm face. The Heart of the Hive is the most difficult area in the early stage. This early stage is a prerequisite that cannot be ignored. Now most lords have upgraded their main bases to level 2, and some have even completed the technology. So they have already passed the early stage, and the difficulty of Heart of the Hive has dropped. There is no need to worry about level 1. Level 2 can also be handled, even if the worst-case scenario is a level 3 area. If the United States can defeat the enemy by sending in troops, How can it be that it cannot defeat a mere bug? Although the heart of the hive makes defense more difficult, it is not a big problem for their alliance. As the alliance with the fewest countries and the highest quality, their advantage in this round is absolute. Level 4, said the Lord of Goryo. There was a flash of doubt in MacArthur's eyes. I'm a little hard of hearing. Can you say it again? Level 4. After a few seconds of silence, MacArthur suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! I request that Goryo be kicked out of the alliance. Ah! The Lord of Goryo was stunned. Reject the request. The current alliance members cannot be changed. The World Championship is ready, and the global live broadcast is started. The first challenged Lord, Mayu of the Argentine Empire. Descending area, Wuthering Heights. WTF? Can you hear me? The American Lord shouted, pointing to the sky. How can we fight a level 4 hive? How can there be a level 4 hive? I request a recheck of the threat level. Rejection request. I protest. How can there be a level 4 area? Protest is invalid. U.S. Lord MacArthur has been banned. Please be prepared for the competition. In order to not give MacArthur the opportunity to continue making trouble, the Forbidden Area directly started the International Championship. Su-Yang patted his frozen face, and his expression gradually became serious. The high-level meeting room of the military headquarters. At midnight, the Forbidden Area live broadcast begins on time. What appears on the screen is the information of all the lords and the landing zone to which they are randomly assigned. The first thing the officers and experts looked for was Su-Yang's landing zone. Wild Mountains. Isn't this the birthplace of our first round of Forbidden Land? That's it. I'll never forget those damn werewolves. Great. Su-Yang must avenge us this time. The moment they saw the Wild Mountains, everyone in the conference room was filled with indignation. Just 1 month after the first round of trials, the Blood Moon event was triggered. All werewolves received extremely strong enhancements, and 1 round of attack completely destroyed the Qing dynasty's territory, causing the Dragon Kingdom to suffer its first natural disaster. When we were destroyed, the threat level was exactly 2. The 8 banner soldiers had a very difficult time. I wonder how the Qing elite soldiers were doing. Each of the 8 banners' army is like a poisonous poison. They can't hit those at a distance, and they can't hit those at close range. The Great Qing sharp soldiers are protected by armor, so they will definitely have no problem in close combat. The best thing about orcs is that they gain a boost from environmental buffs. As long as they don't get strengthened, I think the Qing warriors will be fine. The military chief agreed with the experts' analysis. Although they had only seen cannons and had never seen armored soldiers fighting, but they are confident that this army can compete with the Zerg. Oh my god, Goryo got lucky. Suddenly someone exclaimed, and everyone's attention was drawn to the information about Goryo. Lord, Park Dose of Goryo. Descent zone, Heart of the Hive. Threat level, level 4. Happiness comes so fast like a tornado. The experts looked at each other without saying anything, but their facial expressions were extremely rich. As dragon people, needless to say, they were filled with joy. But out of humanitarian spirit, we should not laugh at such a situation that could lead to a national disaster. The atmosphere in the conference room was eerily quiet, and everyone looked in the direction of the military chief. He shook his head helplessly. Laugh out loud if you want to. Humanitarianism can't control these people. As soon as the words fell, the conference room suddenly burst into cheers. Damn Koreans, they sent us a fake message of condolences when we were hit by the first disaster. The second time, they probably thought we were completely finished, so they didn't even bother pretending. They held a celebration party for 3 days and 3 nights across the country. The most important thing is that they even sent an invitation to the general. This is simply not something a human being would do. These are a group of shady cockroaches. They have been doing so many tricks behind the scenes for so many years. Even though it wasn't Japan that won the lottery, it's good enough to kill these guys. Fortunately, Su-Yang raised the Zerg threat level. Otherwise, with the intervention of the United States, it is hard to say whether we can put an end to them this time. That's awesome. Threat level 4. Unless the entire alliance joins forces, Gao Li will be doomed. Chapter 82. The first round of the tournament. The most terrifying clan. After a brief moment of excitement, everyone's emotions will always be pulled back, and they will begin to carefully analyze the current situation. Now there are not only individual competitions, but also team competitions that include the entire league. The alliance that Su-Yang belongs to is currently the weakest. This forced him to send troops to support some weaker countries. Who to support, what type of troops to support, and when to support, all of these need to be carefully considered. The order of entering the challenge is completely random, and you can decide whether to send troops for support before entering the challenge. What is the upper limit of sending troops that will not affect your challenge? The general will immediately have the expert team sort out all the information about the Savage Mountains at threat level 2. The only communication with Su Yang this week was a concrete response to Su Yang's resources, which did not consume communication opportunities. The top leaders of Longhua will have another chance to initiate a dialogue with Su Yang, and at that time he will pass all the prepared information to Su Yang. Su Yang had to use the information to determine the approximate strength of the Savage Mountains before he could calculate how many troops he had available for support. Dragon Country official live broadcast room. As the live broadcast of the World Wide Web began, the excited people filled the screen with comments. And when they saw that Goryo had drawn the level 4 insect nest heart, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was immediately ignited. It's so cool. I can finally deal with these guys. Ha ha ha. You like stealing things, and this time you even stole our birthplace. This is the happiest time I've ever been robbed. I hope the Koreans and the Tyranids can get along well. It's so cool. Not only can I watch the Qin army help us get revenge, but I can also watch the Koreans being abused. I will never close my eyes for the next 2 days. We must not take the debuff effect of the alliance ranking. Su Yang must allocate troops reasonably. Believe in them. Come on, Su Yang. Come on, Qin. The Forbidden Land is where all nations compete for supremacy. At the end of the final countdown, the Argentine Lord Mayu of the U.S. camp gradually became weak. As the figure faded, a suction force appeared and sucked him directly into the battlefield of the World Championship under everyone's feet. The scene in the arena changed rapidly, from an ordinary forest to a world of ice and snow. Mayu's virtual body soon appeared in the arena. The Argentine Lord successfully completed his descent. Descending area, Wuthering Heights. Threat level, level 2. As the first match of the championship began, Su Yang calmed down and carefully observed all possible useful information. After entering the battlefield, the Argentine Lord immediately began to build the city wall after receiving the task. While building the city wall, he also sent troops to expand the field of vision and maintain vigilance. The alien species in Wuthering Heights is the Snow Slave, a small creature that is extremely good at camouflage. They hide in the heavy snow and attack passing units. The strength of Snow Slaves is not very high. They can be seen as a race more like assassins. The biggest advantage is to ambush soldiers who go out exploring in the snow. But in the siege battles fought in the championship, they can hardly make any achievements. Things developed just as Su Yang expected. After the Argentine Lord built a 2-level, 6-meter-high copper wall, he immediately retreated inside the city wall and waited for the attack. When the countdown for the Forbidden Area ended, a wave of alien species composed of Snow Slaves launched an attack on the territory. These creatures, less than half a meter long, stood under the city wall and threw ice cones upward with all their might. For Su Yang, who had witnessed the attack of the insect swarm, this intensity of attack was simply playing house. This is too easy. Do you know what kind of attack I faced in the heart of the hive? The Opera Lord spoke to Su Yang while gesturing with his hands. Last time during the Night of Advent, the swarm of insects almost formed a sea. Each of them is 2 meters tall. My level 1 wall is just a jump away for them. If it weren't for the boss's strategy and my superb command, I wouldn't be standing here today. There was a look of fear on Lord Opera's face. It seemed that the insect swarm had indeed given him a great shock. I can understand you, Su Yang said with a smile. The Spanish Lord shook his head. People born in wealthy places will never understand the horror of the insect swarm. When we get to the heart of the hive, you'll see what the most terrifying creature in this forbidden area is. The alien species tide is over. Please kill all alien species in the current area. The forbidden area reminder brought Su Yang's attention back to the competition. Not only do you have to defend against the alien tide, but you also have to clear out all enemies in the area. Su Yang immediately recalled the rules of the competition in his mind. Each round, a lord is randomly selected to enter the arena of hegemony. The lord needs to resist the alien tide in the arena and complete the task. This time he discovered the clue in the rules, and he still needed to complete the mission after resisting the alien tide. In other words, resisting the alien tide is a fixed task for every lord, and he must complete an unknown task afterwards to pass the level. As expected, the forbidden area will not explain everything clearly, and some things can only be discovered during the course of the event. During the entire defensive process, the Argentine soldiers were hardly harmed. But now that we have left the territory, we have arrived at Snow Slave's home turf. They lurk motionless in the snow, waiting for the soldiers to approach and then leap up and kill. Due to the lack of reconnaissance equipment, the Argentine soldiers could only shoot at the snow everywhere. But the chance of hitting the target was too low, and many soldiers walked into Xuan Nu's face and were directly stabbed to death. Fortunately, there were not many snow slaves left, and the Argentine soldiers eliminated the last snow slaves at the cost of almost one life for one life. Seeing this, the Spanish lord began to shake his head and sigh again. With this strength, you know our hive heart. The stinging insects are moving through the dense forest like ghosts. Not only is it fast, but one life can kill several of your soldiers. The first round of the competition ended with the Spanish lord sighing. The Argentine lord successfully passed the level at the cost of losing half of his troops. Damn it, we actually have to go out of the city to fight. May you turned into a shadow and returned to the sky above the arena, cursing, and the lords of the surrounding American camp kept comforting him. Next, several lords came up from each camp. The levels of their landing areas are all level 1 or 2, and the difficulty is not high. No one was killed, and no reinforcements were sent. Soon a new round of challenges began, and the challenge lord information appeared on the screen. Lord, Elizabeth VI of England. Descent zone, Goblin Mine. Threat level, level 3. Chapter 83 Crisis in England. Threat level 3 Goblin Mine. Level 3 area Goblin Mine. This English lord took the level 3 landing zone and didn't say a word. The alien creatures in the Goblin Mines are very obvious. They are the goblins. This race is extremely rubbish in the early stages and can basically be bullied by anyone. Although their individual strength is weak, their intelligence is definitely among the best in the Forbidden Area. As the threat level increases, they will soon master the use of various weapons and even technological research and development. The level 3 node is the node where their strength undergoes a qualitative change from weak to strong. When the threat level reaches 3, the goblins' technology will be improved and their strength will be greatly enhanced. The lords who were born in the Goblin Mines in the first 2 rounds were destroyed at this node. England chose the Victorian era, and the firepower of the red shirts was about the same as that of the Spanish troops. Moreover, Elizabeth's early route was to produce resources in exchange for allies, so her military strength was definitely not strong. This battle was definitely a tough one for her. After seeing the information on Elizabeth's panel, many members of the Alliance sighed. They all knew what a level 3 Goblin Mine represented, which was basically second only to a level 4 Hive Heart. How come England is a level 3 Goblin Mine? What should I do now? England is going to be gone, and our alliance will have to be disbanded when we return. The Spanish lord, who couldn't hide the truth nearby, started wailing. Seeing this, Tojo Incan, who was standing on the left, looked at the mustachioed man next to him and smiled. The Goblin Mine is his birthplace, and he is very clear about the current strength of the goblins. They have invented heavy siege weapons that are extremely powerful both in sieges and field battles. The army of Elizabethan England would have been absolutely unable to resist, let alone support, from other weak countries. Those people can't even protect themselves. How can they support others? And even if the support comes, those rubbish troops can't do anything. The most crucial thing now is whether Su Yong will take action. However, even if he does, the goblins' combat power is not so easy to deal with. Defeating England would not only disintegrate this alliance of weak nations, but also disrupt the development of the Dragon Kingdom. It's a pity for Elizabeth, she's pretty. Tojo Incan had a smile on his face as he looked coldly at the people of the English alliance. As everyone lamented, the English lord spoke. This battle will be difficult, but I, a British warrior, will not back down. If there is a lord who can provide support, England will always remember it. But before sending reinforcements, please be sure to calculate your own troop strength and the strength of the landing zone to ensure that you can make it through. Finally, if I fail in this incident, please do not leave the alliance. The chairman of the alliance will be handed over to the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Facing other powerful countries, our only way out is to unite with them. Elizabeth's body began to fade and slowly floated towards the battlefield of all nations. All the lords of the alliance present at the scene were in great shock, without exception. At the moment Elizabeth gave her speech, it seemed that the person standing in front of everyone was not a 16-year-old girl, but the real queen of the British Empire. She's only 16 years old. How can she be so calm? I almost peed myself last time. What should I do? I can't provide support at all. My soldiers can only fight against themselves. Amid the nonsense of the opera lord, Su Yong calmed down and thought. The loss of an ally, especially one like England, affected him greatly. Although I don't need support in combat, I do need resources. It can be said that England has a great contribution to our current lead. Take the most recent example. If there is no trade with England, it would be impossible to upgrade the level 4 main base before entering the arena. England is currently the most valuable ally, and if the battle gets into a disadvantage, you must send troops to support it. But how many troops should be sent? Su Yang's mind was full of thoughts as he tried hard to recall the information about the orcs. Only by judging the strength of the orcs can you allocate your troops. How to allocate troops is important. If the allocation is improper, it will lead to a waste of manpower at best, and even direct death at worst. Bite. The system prompt sounded in Su Yang's mind. How could there be news at a time like this? When I opened the panel, I saw a message from the top management. When I clicked on it, a panel filled with all kinds of information appeared in front of me. The information pinned at the top is exactly the various data about the orcs at level 2 threat. It's like the worm in my stomach. You know what I want. Su Yang's eyes lit up. This information came at the perfect time. The arena of hegemony among nations began to change rapidly with the entry of Elizabeth. The entire site turned into a rugged mountain covered with strange rocks. Like all lords, Elizabeth arranged her soldiers into battle array and then began to build the city walls. All resources for city construction are readily available and do not need to be mined. In the level 3 threat area, Elizabeth directly built a 9-meter high iron wall. There are also 8 smoothbore muzzle-loading cannons installed on the city wall. This gun was the standard cannon until the mid-19th century and was capable of firing either solid cannonballs or grapeshot. The common disadvantages of this type of gun are short range, weak firepower, and poor accuracy. Apart from the cannons, there are England's iconic red shirts. Unlike the line infantry in the opera who were armed with flintlock rifles, they should have been upgraded, and their guns were upgraded to percussion rifles. This gun not only has higher accuracy and firepower, but also has a significantly faster shooting frequency. After seeing the English army appear, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. That's not too bad. At least the troops are upgraded. Soon, the city wall was built, and all the soldiers entered the territory to defend it. Elizabeth personally stood on the main city waiting for the alien tide to attack. The countdown ends, and the attack of the level 3 goblins begins. What kicked off was not a tidal attack or an artillery siege. Instead, it was a row of wooden barrels thrown from a distance. A row of about 20 wooden barrels rotated and projected towards the top of the city wall. The soldiers opened fire on Elizabeth's orders. Boom. The barrel of explosives exploded the moment it was hit by the bullet, and the ignited yellow liquid in the barrel poured out, setting the entire city wall on fire. Several soldiers risked their lives to carry Elizabeth, whose face was covered in black, out of the sea of fire, and then turned around to put out the fire. Before the flames were extinguished, another row of wooden barrels came rushing over. This time the soldiers did not shoot, but let the barrels fall on the city wall. Bang! The wooden barrel hit the city wall and shattered, and what came out of it was no longer yellow liquid, but a group of fully armed and screaming goblins. Chapter 84. The Red Shirts, who are ready to die, send out reinforcements. The barrel filled with some kind of shock-absorbing substance, and the goblins exploded. Each barrel contained 3 goblins, more than half of whom fell into coma or died directly due to the heavy damage caused by landing. The surviving goblins screamed and rushed out of the barrels, fighting with the red shirts on the city walls. Yay! These gray-green-skinned creatures wear some kind of thick leather armor that can absorb a lot of bullet damage. They hold a variety of weapons, including short knives, spikes, and hammers. They are agile in movement and fierce in attack. The red shirts' firearms were still in the single-shot era. As long as the soldiers failed to resolve the battle with one shot, they would be killed instantly by the goblins that were close to them. Moreover, the goblins are very heat-resistant and can move freely on the city walls covered with flames. On the other hand, the red shirt soldiers' greatest long-range advantage was eliminated, and they were also restricted by fire. Hundreds of soldiers were defeated under the attacks of flames and dozens of goblins. The spectator seats above the arena. The lords of various countries were deeply shocked by the goblins' powerful offensive. What kind of hardcore airdrop is this? Kill 1,000 enemies and injure 800 of your own. This tribe of goblins is really smart. They use fire attacks as cover and life-threatening attacks as attack. Is this the combat power of a level 3 threat zone? The difficulty is too high. Level 3 is the transformation node of the goblins. At this node, they will become more like humans and master a lot of technology and tactics. It's over. These dwarfs are so powerful. Do you want to join us? The Lord of the Opera Spain shouted from the side. The other lords in the alliance also looked anxious. No one expected such chaos right from the start. Originally, relying on the city walls, the defenders would have an advantage at the beginning of the battle. Only when the attacking parties continue to increase their military strength and offensive will the situation slowly turn around. It is very rare to see a battle like this where the defense is breached right from the start and the formation is disrupted. In this case, the outcome of the battle was almost certain. While everyone was anxious, Su Yong looked at the battlefield calmly. The battle had just begun, and although the situation was chaotic, England had not yet been defeated. The total number of red shirts was about 400, with 100 on each side of the city wall. Now it is only a partial loss, and we will soon make up for the disadvantage with the advantage in numbers. Currently, the biggest gap between the two sides is not in combat power, but in tactical level. If this was the first time fighting the goblins, anyone would suffer from this kind of attack. The most important thing now is how to adjust quickly and find the breakthrough point. Faced with the sudden attack, Elizabeth remained calm. She quickly ordered the soldiers on the southern wall to retreat, away from the fire and away from the goblins. The soldiers were ordered to give up fighting and quickly evacuate to both sides of the city wall. The soldiers coming to support from both sides formed a human wall and shot at the goblins chasing from behind. The soldiers quickly withdrew from the southern wall, but the goblins behind them did not continue to pursue them. Call! Call! 2 more rows of wooden barrels were projected from the sky, and the butter fuel inside the barrels gushed out, turning the entire city wall into a sea of fire. Amid the raging flames, the soldiers saw 4 cannons and burning goblins falling off the city wall. Buzz! As the cannon landed, a horn sounded. Densely packed groups of goblins appeared in the stone forest. The goblin army's general offensive has begun. In addition to the short goblins, there are other soldiers of different heights holding various weapons in the vast tide of alien species. Mixed in with the army were 2 huge ladders. The ones pushing the ladder are a group of giant goblins that are 1.5 meters tall. After seeing this scene, Elizabeth realized the goblins' true intentions. Their goal was not to break through the city wall, but to destroy the 4 cannons on the wall. That is the only weapon that can destroy the ladder. The most critical thing for both sides now is the ladder. The goblins' current weapons are useless against the level 3 iron walls, so they can only rely on ladders to climb the city walls. As long as we destroy the ladders, we can rely on the city walls to defend against this attack. Elizabeth's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and with a flash of thought, she immediately assembled 2 teams of 100 people. She ordered her soldiers to attack the 2 ladders from the east and west walls. Defending against the city walls will only delay death. Only by taking the initiative can you find a glimmer of hope for survival. For the glory of the British Empire. Hundreds of red-shirt soldiers rushed out of the city wall in formation and charged towards the alien army. Spectatorium. The lords exclaimed in surprise when they saw Elizabeth sending troops out of the city. Send the troops out of the city. We can't defeat them even if we defend the city walls. How can we do it without them? There are still a few hundred people guarding the pass. Why do we have to go out of the city and die? A large-scale defense of the city wall is very vulnerable to fire barrel attacks, and once they are breached in close quarters, they will lose the advantage of long-range shooting. Breaking the ladder is the only solution. The English lord's strategy is correct. MacArthur in the viewing stand raised the corner of his mouth and put his cigar between his teeth again. If England loses, its alliance will basically be at the bottom of the table. Next, as long as we defeat the less united alliance of independent states, we can enter the safe zone. In this way, even if one Goryeo country dies, it won't be a big deal. On the other side, Tojo Incan also had a sneer on his face. His idea was exactly the same as MacArthur's. As long as the English lord died, his alliance could enter the safe zone. And he was more certain than MacArthur that these 200 English soldiers would definitely be destroyed. The tactics of the goblins are not only aimed at sieges, their field combat capabilities are equally terrifying. This kind of combat power is not something that the red shirts with single-shot muskets can match. Tojo Incan slowly looked at Su Yong, who had no expression in the distance. What a serious expression. What's going on in that pretty little head? Are you scared? Should we send troops to support you? What kind of troops could the Bronze Age civilization produce? Today I want to let you know that the Japanese warriors are the strongest warriors, and you are just thieves who stole the first place by luck. I look at you again, 20 times a minute. Are you secretly in love with me? Su Yong pretended not to care, but in fact he was watching everyone's movements. The 2 sides on the battlefield are getting closer and closer, and the English army is about to have a head-on battle with the goblin troops. Su Yong was worried about Elizabeth from the bottom of his heart. This is a risky move with no way out. After breaking out of the city wall, the 200 soldiers will face the goblin army without the obstruction of the city wall. If they could withstand the pressure and destroy the ladders, the remaining English soldiers could hold the city walls. But if they failed to complete the mission and were wiped out, the remaining English soldiers would have to wait in the city to be slaughtered. If she doesn't succeed, She will die. She is worthy of being the heir to the bloodline of England's Iron Lady. Su Yang stared at the field closely. The situation in the first round of confrontation between the two sides would determine the outcome of the battle. It also decided whether to send reinforcements. Chapter 85: The elite soldiers of the Qin dynasty come to reinforce. Dispersion. Bang. Another row of barrels fell into the red shirts' ranks, liquid gushing out. Soldiers covered in butter were required to withdraw from the ranks immediately and were forbidden to shoot. Once they fired their guns, the sparks from the firing would ignite themselves. Although these soldiers did not die, they completely lost their fighting power. Every round of oil barrels hitting would result in the loss of a large number of red shirt soldiers. Elizabeth looked at the battlefield from afar with a serious expression. Before the battle even started, a quarter of the 200-man army had been lost. And these goblins are not the kind of creatures that charge blindly. The moment they discovered that the red shirts were leaving the city, they stopped advancing and started using oil barrels to consume their energy. They know that they are the advantage party, and there is no need to rush. Buzz. The melodious horn sounded, and the enemy was finally about to take action. Form a line to meet the enemy, Elizabeth roared. Her eyes trembled and she clenched her fists tightly. This is the final decisive battle. Deep in the stone forest, the red shirts finally saw the front line of the goblin troops. They immediately formed into lines and opened fire at the front. Hundreds of muskets fired at the same time, and the bullet net blocked the entire stone forest. The goblin team could only hide behind the stone pillars. The red shirt soldiers maintained their formation and firepower and kept moving forward. The dense firepower made it impossible for the goblins to fight back. Just as the soldiers were advancing steadily, the ground suddenly shook. The dust on the stone pillars fell down, and the broken stones on the ground kept jumping. The whole world seemed to be shaking. Iya, iya. Iya, iya. The goblins hiding behind the stone pillars began to shout wildly, as if welcoming the arrival of something. Buzz. A roar that resounded through the heavens and earth came from the depths of the stone forest, and a huge figure 5 meters tall rushed out. It has only one eye, and its body is covered in olive-green hard skin. He held a giant mace and a full-length iron-wrapped shield. The elite monster of the goblin tribe, the troll. Concentrate fire. All the red shirt soldiers concentrated their firepower and shot at the giant monster. The troll raised his giant shield as he charged. This is a solid oak shield that is nearly half a meter thick and is wrapped in iron sheets. The red shirt's bullets were either deflected by the iron sheets or blocked by the thick oak wood. Even if all firepower was concentrated, there was no way to make any difference to the troll's charge. On the city wall, the light in Elizabeth's eyes gradually faded. She forgot that threat level 3 would unlock elite units. The moment the troll appears, everything is over. Spectatorium. Oh my god, there are trolls. How can we win without machine guns? It's over. The gap is too big. The English lord has done his best. This goblin is too scary. It feels like it will be harder to defeat than the insect nest. With England destroyed, their alliance is almost over. No need to look at it. Prepare for the next lord. The moment the troll appeared, the lords in the audience directly sentenced England to death. All the lords in the alliance looked ashen, and everyone gave up the idea of providing support. There is still a chance if you send troops to fight the goblins, but fighting this kind of elite monster is simply suicide. The opera lord was so anxious that he scratched his head and said, "What should I do? What should I do? I don't want her to die. Who can save her?" On the other side, MacArthur and Tojo Incan could hardly suppress the smiles on their faces. The battle was decided and England would disappear from their list of threats forever. The biggest mistake she made was forming an alliance with a bunch of useless countries. A group of trash sticking together will not become strong. They will only become bigger trash. Waste can never survive in the forbidden area. Dragon Country request reinforcements. Suddenly, Su Yang's voice rang out in the audience seats. The voice is not loud, but firm and powerful. The entire audience was instantly silent. This was the first time the Lord came to reinforce. The application is approved, and the number and type of reinforcements will be decided. 6 Qin armored warriors and 6 Qin armored crossbowmen. When all the lords heard the number of soldiers Su Yang had chosen for reinforcement, their eyes widened with disbelief. Single-digit reinforcement units. Did I hear it right? What does this mean? Send a few soldiers down to bury her. I thought there was some big move. Is this the strength of Dragon Country? How funny. 12 soldiers are not enough to fill the troll's teeth. 12 infantrymen? Are these the allies that England has gained with its sincerity? The Dragon Country people are beasts in human form. They must have sucked the blood of England to get the double first place. All the other lords in the alliance looked at Su Yang in disbelief, their eyes full of contempt. No, buddy. The Spanish lord at the side was also a little confused about the situation. Reinforcements confirmed, soldiers being sent, landing point selected. Su Yang ignored all the looks and quickly chose the landing point according to the system instructions. The landing point has been selected. Are you sure you want to land? Sure. Su Yang's answer was firm and decisive. Buzz. The moment of confirmation, a light appeared on Su Yang's body. At the same time, dozens of light beams fell from the sky and landed in the center of the battlefield in the hegemony zone. MacArthur and Tojo Incan frowned at the same time. What's going on? They didn't believe that Su Yang would do anything meaningless. But why were there only a dozen soldiers sent as reinforcements? Do you think you can turn the tide of a battle with such a small number? This is impossible. Roar. The troll's roar echoed throughout the stone forest. No amount of bullets can stop its advance. The red shirts on the front line continued to shoot, and even though it had no effect, they did not retreat. Because they know that they are the last line of defense against the queen, they cannot retreat. On the city wall, Elizabeth's face turned pale, and her hope of a comeback was completely gone. She was no longer nervous, but stood on the city wall with her chest held high again. To die calmly and with dignity. She has betrayed the trust of the English people and must not damage the glory of the English Empire any further. Buzz. Suddenly, without any warning, 12 beams of light descended from the sky, landed in the center of the battlefield, between the trolls and the red shirts. Are these reinforcements? Elizabeth's mouth was slightly open, and she stood there in a daze. She didn't know how to understand the scene before her. Chi. The beam of light disappeared, and a thick white smoke billowed out over the battlefield. A voice sounded in my head. I am Qin Wu, following His Majesty's order, coming to reinforce. Chapter 86. You call this the Bronze Age? Where does this smoke come from, Steam? What is this? I don't remember reinforcements having special effects. Seeing the steam above the battlefield, the lords expressed confusion. But soon, the steam dissipated. 12 Qin armored soldiers wearing bronze exoskeleton armor appeared before the lords. The sound of steam gushing out was heard, and the 6 armored warriors in the front row rushed out directly, heading straight for the troll. The sprint speed is as fast as 6 lightning bolts. All the lords were dumbfounded and could not believe what they saw. Mother Sheba, something rushed over. What is this? Oh my god, there's an exoskeleton outside? Can bronze make an exoskeleton? Steam propulsion, exoskeleton mecha, you told me this is the Bronze Age. This Qin dynasty soldier is so handsome. They are simply superhuman. Reinforcements from Dragon Country? After hearing what Qin Wu said, Elizabeth finally reacted. But why are there only 12 reinforcements? Where does the steam come from? Before she could think about it, the steam dissipated and 6 armored warriors in the front row rushed out like a stream of light. What? Elizabeth's eyes widened suddenly. Chi. Steam surged, and Qin Wu led the team out. The troops were divided into 2 groups and rushed towards the trolls from both sides. When they were about to reach the troll, 6 crossbowmen at the back pulled the trigger. The crossbow string and steam provide power at the same time, and the arrow flies out of the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The copper crossbow arrow arrived first, shooting at the troll's big feet exposed under the shield. Phew! The rotating arrow broke through the hard skin and pierced through both soles of his feet. Roar! The troll roared in pain, and the shield in his hand fell out of place, revealing part of his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The crossbowman seized this critical opportunity and fired a second volley. The exposed body parts were immediately pierced by crossbow arrows. 2 arrows hit his left knee. The crossbow arrow not only tore the hard epidermis, but also shattered the entire kneecap. Roar! The troll's legs could no longer support its huge body. It let out a desperate wail and fell face first to the ground. Boom! The huge body fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Before the smoke and dust had dissipated, Qin Wu, who had been prepared, led his team to attack. Back of neck, heart, spine. 6 armored warriors and 6 powered bronze swords stabbed the troll's back in all the fatal points from both sides. Chi. Steam propulsion, precise thrust, rotating hilt. There is no pause and the movements are smooth and flowing. The screaming stopped abruptly. A 5-meter-tall elite monster from a level 3 goblin mine. A behemoth that even hundreds of soldiers could not stop. He didn't even last 10 seconds in the hands of the Royal Armor Team. Puff! The armored warrior drew out his bronze sword and charged into the depths of the stone forest. The goblins hiding behind the stone pillars nearby all stared with wide eyes. They looked at the rapidly disappearing back of the armored warrior, and then looked at the troll sleeping on the ground. Iya-iya! Iya-iya! The frantic shouts of the goblins rang out again in the stone forest. But this time it was no longer cheers of excitement, but shouts of horror. On the city wall, Elizabeth was stunned, her facial expression completely out of control. She had learned aristocratic etiquette since she was a child and had never lost her composure like this. This is really surprising and shocking. Su Yang sent only 12 soldiers to neutralize the soldiers that she was completely unable to deal with. What kind of soldiers were these? What kind of civilization was the Qin dynasty? Living in the Bronze Age, he was able to master such sophisticated exoskeleton skills. Is this a miracle? In the spectator seats, the lords who watched the entire process of the royal armor warrior killing the troll in seconds were all dumbfounded. This is not a challenge to the alien species. It is a challenge for the alien species' survival. Hey, this is too exaggerated. Isn't this soldier a bit too supermodel? No, you call this the Bronze Age? Whose bronze sword has steam propulsion? No wonder there are only 12 of them. If there were more, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to close the dungeon. Invincible in close combat, and as powerful as a sniper rifle in long-range combat. Is this the team that won the top spot in exploration? Su Yang brah, I was just playing a few jokes on you just now. Our friendship is still there. Su Yang appa, can you support Smecta while I fight later? The lord of a small country could still smile and praise the Qin soldiers, but the lord of a big country could not smile at all. The combat effectiveness of these 12 soldiers has fully demonstrated the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone can feel that the biggest threat in this round of Forbidden Land trials has appeared. After watching the battle of the Qin warriors, MacArthur loosened his collar slightly. I don't know why I felt a little hot and was sweating a lot. Tojo Incan on the side had a serious expression on his face, no longer showing the sneer he had before. As a lord born in a goblin cave, no one understands the strength of the trolls better than him. When this elite monster appeared, he used 2 machine gun squads to successfully deal with it. The machine gun squad is already his strongest fighting force at present, while the soldiers sent by Su Yang seem to be just basic units. No wonder he fought day and night for 4 consecutive days, but still lost the exploration ranking. How to win a battle against such a monster army? What kind of monsters did the damn Qin dynasty research? Nobody. The Spanish lord looked at Su Yang with an extremely complicated look in his eyes. How can the situation be reversed by just throwing a dozen soldiers? The last time he saw such a scene was when he was watching cartoons in the 3rd grade of elementary school. The Spanish lord's brain was completely overloaded and his language system completely failed. Su Yang finally got a brief moment of quiet time. In the battlefield, the red shirts, led by the crossbowmen, regrouped and were advancing steadily forward. The armored warriors bypassed the goblin army and the ladders and headed straight for the deepest part of the stone forest. The armored warriors who fight the Zerg all day long encounter these little dwarfs, which can be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack. Groups of goblin troops rushed up and tried to encircle and annihilate the armored squad. But their speed is far from keeping up with the sprint of the armored warriors. Those with 6 legs can't outrun them, let alone these 2 short legs that are less than 20 centimeters long. The speed and melee combat capabilities that the goblin troops are proud of are nothing compared to the armored warriors. It would be fine if they can't catch up with us, but if they really catch up with us, they may easily lose their lives. The 6 armored warriors rushed all the way to the rear of the goblin troops, as if they were in an empty space. That is where the goblins project different types of barrels. Chapter 87 The Unstoppable Imperial Armor Army. Su Yang appears. As long as the red shirts formed an array and kept their distance, they would be able to suppress the goblin army. The only problem was the oil barrel, throwing from the rear. The oil barrels could easily defeat the red shirt army's formation, making it impossible for them to form an effective firepower network. So when Su Yang assigned tasks to Chen Wu, the first target was the trolls, and the second was the army in the rear. 6 armored warriors charged into the goblin catapult troops, their target being the goblin soldiers who were wearing goggles and directing the hurling. Like the Skyfire guards, the operation of the catapult also requires professional soldiers. As long as they are killed, it is equivalent to destroying this position. Soon, all the goblin experts at the catapult position were killed by the armored warriors. When the front row of goblin troops returned screaming, all that was left for them were a pile of broken limbs and debris. At this point, the outcome was decided, and all the goblin troops' means of counterattack were destroyed. Elizabeth dispatched another 100 red shirt soldiers from her territory to join the battle. The joint force, with the red shirts as the main force and the Royal Armored Corps as the auxiliary, advanced steadily and wiped out the goblin army almost without any casualties. The English lord successfully completed the challenge. In the viewing platform, all the lords were amazed. They were impressed by the powerful fighting force of the Royal Armored Warriors. You're just crossing the battlefield from the front. How can you fight a war in this way? It doesn't make sense at all. This speed, this close combat ability, this is definitely special forces. Which country's special forces can do this? This is a superhuman force. This is the elite army of the Dragon Nation. It can't be a basic unit, right? The light flickered, the scenery in the arena began to change, and Elizabeth returned to the spectator seats. Seeing Elizabeth's successful return, the faces of the lords in the alliance finally regained their color. At the same time, they also had a new understanding of the strength of Dragon Country. Previously, this was due to the poor performance of Dragon Country in the first 2 rounds and the choice of ancient civilization. Even if Su Yang took first place on both lists, these people did not recognize the true strength of Longhua. After seeing the battle of the Royal Armored Warriors today, they finally realized it clearly. It was not a coincidence that Longhua took first place, but the inevitable result of its strong strength. Thank you. England will always remember this day. Elizabeth solemnly performed a noble salute to Su Yang. This is what we do as allies. Su Yang nodded in response and turned his attention to other alliances. The expressions of these lords now are truly wonderful. Although lords such as MacArthur and Tojo Incan tried their best to conceal it, one could still detect anxiety in their expressions. England's smooth passage will definitely break these people's original expectations. The battle for supremacy continues. What will these people do next? High-level meeting room. The officers and experts were extremely excited about the fighting power of the Imperial Armored Army. Brilliant. A small team turned the tide of the battle. The fighting power of the armored soldiers is simply terrifying. It almost triples the human body's functions. The effect of this exoskeleton armor is really too strong. Who would have thought that in an era dominated by firearms, melee units could exert such a powerful force? Su Yang's response was also excellent. Whether it was the number of supporting troops, the timing of support, or the choice of priority targets, it was perfect. The military chief also nodded in appreciation. Su Yang's strategy of supporting England is also very correct. If England is destroyed, the entire alliance will be greatly affected. And the combat power displayed this time was just right. Although the Royal Armor Squad easily dealt with the strategic units of the Goblin Army, the main force in the subsequent battle was still the Red Shirt Army. This will give other lords the illusion that the Qin army is elite but not numerous. This will make them feel threatened, but will not eliminate the barriers between them and unite against us. Right? They would never have thought that what we showed were just the most basic units. We have overcome the biggest challenge, and now it depends on how other alliances respond. International Forbidden Area Live Broadcast Room. WTF. The soldiers of Dragon Country are too scary. So handsome and powerful. Luckily we are allied with Dragon Nation. Isn't this Iron Man? Is Su Yang's English name Tony Stark? Thank you for the help of Lord Dragon. The people of England will always remember it. Dear neighbors, please send a message to Su Yang to support us. The people of Goryeo will always remember this. You remember your code. Official live broadcast room. The people of Dragon Country were all excited when they saw the armored soldiers take action for the first time. The strength of these armored warriors far exceeded their imagination. So cool. A real man should engage in close combat. Woo woo woo. Our goblin army is so shameless. The Blazing Goblin has requested to go to war. Please trample me hard. When will Su Yang appear? I really want to see the Royal Armor Army slaughter the orcs. What's so interesting about a crushing victory? I want to see the Lord of Goryeo get scared to death by a swarm of insects. Yeah, I want to see it too. If 3-threat goblins are so difficult to deal with, how terrifying must 4-threat insect swarms be? The competition continued, and the selected lords entered the competition field one after another. Su Yang made 2 more shots after England. The same single-digit troops, the same crushing battle. As soon as Su Yang takes action, everyone knows that the battle is over. And the most important thing is not victory, but victory without any injuries. Starting from Su Yang's first support, people from each alliance subsequently launched support. The troops they deployed could only enhance firepower and could not directly achieve strategic goals like the armored squad. And the troops they support will suffer casualties just like ordinary soldiers. However, Su Yang's armored team has never suffered any casualties since the start of the battle, and even injuries are rare. What is amazing is not having no injuries. What is amazing is having no injuries every time. Because this means that its strength is already far higher than the current level. Another lord completed the challenge and returned to the spectator seats. So far, among all the alliances, only the Japanese alliance has lost a lord, while the other 3 alliances have not suffered any losses. What is surprising is the alliance of independent countries, all of which have fought alone and never supported each other. But surprisingly, no one has died so far, and we have already cleared 2 threat level 3 areas. The screen flashes and a new round of challengers appears. Lord, Dragon Kingdom Su Yang. Descent Zone, Wild Mountains. Threat level, Level 2. Chapter 88 Wild Mountains, Speedrun Show. It's finally my turn. Suyang moved his neck. Although this body is just a projection of consciousness, one will still feel tired after floating for a day. The moment Long Guo appeared on the screen, he could feel dozens of gazes directed at him. These looks were no longer filled with suspicion or contempt, but were instead filled with anticipation mixed with hostility. "Good luck," said Elizabeth. "Brother Suyang, I'm rooting for you," the Opera Lord shouted. Ever since he saw the fighting power of the Royal Armor Warriors, he changed the way he addressed Suyang from buddy to big brother. Suyang nodded slightly, and with a flash of his mind, he selected 16 armored warriors and 12 armored crossbowmen. This was another accurate selection of personnel, which was the result of his careful analysis based on high-level information. The only two alien species in the Level 2 Wild Mountains are pigmen and werewolves, and the number of alien species is between 30 and 50. This configuration is simply not comparable to the Hive, which can reach 150 units at Level 2. With the support of the city wall, Suyang actually felt that sending out so many troops was a bit too much. But considering that it is your own fate, it is better to play it safe. The light came on, and Suyang saw his body turned into a phantom again, and then a suction force was generated. He felt like he was being sucked into the arena like a toilet. The scene in front of me changed rapidly and soon turned into grassland terrain. The endless grassland and countless tall mountains in the distance are obviously plateau terrain. Seeing the familiar grass, Suyang suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Faced with those strange crystal spores all day long, he almost forgot what normal plants look like. Without any delay after landing, he summoned soldiers and began to build the city wall. Although the enemy is not strong, you still have to take it seriously. Everything must be stable in the forbidden area. Boom. Soon, a 3-layer copper wall 12 meters high rose from the ground. There are 4 giant crossbows at the 4 corners of the city wall, and a sonic detector is in place in the center of the city. The armored troops quickly climbed onto the city wall in the steam-driven elevator and took their positions. Suyang did not climb up the city wall with the soldiers, but stood leisurely beside the Lord's mansion and turned on vision sharing. He selected a crossbowman, and at the moment of sharing, a broad and clear view immediately spread out before his eyes. The crossbowman's eyesight is as strong as a sniper scope, allowing him to see small stones on the ground hundreds of meters away. You don't need to move yourself, just switch different perspectives to get detailed information in any direction. This ability is simply amazing, Suyang exclaimed in his heart. When the lords at the competition table saw Suyang's territory, they began to doubt their lives again. If I remember correctly, the city wall should be uniform? This thing is almost twice as high as my city wall. Is no one going to take care of it? The construction technology of this city wall is so professional. It has all the configurations such as battlements, shooting holes, and observation towers. Their soldiers can even ride steam elevators. I feel like I'm from the Bronze Age. Using low-grade materials to create high-tech products. Is this the beginning of the Qin dynasty? As the Qin dynasty's technologies were displayed one by one, MacArthur and Tojo Inken's expressions became more and more solemn. They used primitive materials and primitive fighting methods, but were able to create such powerful technology and combat power? What exactly are the characteristics of the Qin dynasty's civilization? Roar. With the roar of the pigmen army, the orc attack began. Pigmen are generally about 2 meters tall and are covered with thick fat. A larger pigmen leader stood on the hillside and roared. Its roar gave all the pigmen a speed-up buff, and they rushed madly towards the base. The orcs' fighting style is to crush the enemy with their strong physique and various buff bonuses. They have almost no tactics and just brute force their way into anything they encounter. The pigmen leader roared madly, and his whole body turned red from head to toe. Although the wall looks a bit high today, it believes that as long as the roar is loud enough, the pigman can flatten everything. Pig people, never be slaves. The pigman leader roared angrily and was about to use his skills again, but he saw a dark shadow flash in the distance. Roar. Boom. A giant crossbow arrow struck, and the entire hill where the pigman leader was standing was overturned. The dirt and grass flew everywhere, and the powerful impact knocked all the surrounding pigmen away. Kill instantly with one strike. The lords in the spectator seats widened their eyes again. This is a crossbow. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought it was a missile. The pigman boss is definitely the toughest unit in the early game, but he was killed instantly. I remember this monster had a low health frenzy skill, but who knew Suyang wouldn't even give it a chance to survive. The mud and sand blown away by the crossbow arrows fell down, and the pigmen that were blown away in the surrounding area stopped rolling and stood up. They scratched their heads and looked around, not knowing what was happening. After a short pause, they started charging again. Was that pigman talking just now? Su Yang watched the moment the pigman leader was shot dead from the crossbowman's perspective. These creatures are terribly stupid, with no strategy or tactics. 20 or 30 pigmen just rushed over, making strange noises, and built the city wall with their bare hands. Their only advantage is their strong physique. On average, they need to be shot by 5 arrows from a crossbowman before they will die completely. However, physical fitness cannot make up for intelligence, and the crossbowman just attacked a few more rounds and shot all the pigmen to death. After defeating the pigmen's attack, you will go out of the city to wipe out the werewolf troops in the forest. Werewolves are slightly smarter than pigmen, know how to work in groups, and have good melee combat abilities. However, Su Yang did not enter at night, so they could not get any bonus. Its attack is indeed sharp, and its individual combat power is more difficult to deal with than that of the stinging insect. But its attack had little effect on the sharp warriors wearing crocodile bone and bronze armor. In the end, the werewolf troops were eliminated by the armored warriors at a faster speed. The challenge is over. It only took Su Yang 15 minutes from being selected to completing the challenge. Almost 3 times faster than other lords. Such a quick and efficient massacre made all the lords ashamed. When Su Yang came out of the arena, many lords of small countries looked at him with awe. Is this some kind of second-round speedrun performance? 15 minutes? Is level 2 Wild Mountains so rubbish? It's a crushing battle. If we fight those soldiers in close combat, we will definitely die. I feel like they're taking the route of developing a single soldier. I don't think they'll develop a Superman who can chop down a tank with one sword in the later stages, will they? If we talk about science, do you think it's just a myth? This level of individual soldiers has reached the top. Chapter 89, Final Battle, Threat Level 4 Hive. Su Yang returned to the spectator's seats with a relaxed expression, as if he had not put in any effort at all. And as Su Yang completed the challenge, the strength of Dragon Country, at least the strength that a level 2 main base could possess, was fully demonstrated. The mysterious veil was finally lifted, and everyone finally had an idea of the Qin dynasty's combat power. The lords of the United States, Japan, and other major powers appeared calm on the surface, but their minds were filled with turmoil. The Dragon Kingdom's troops were shocked at first sight, but upon closer inspection, they found many loopholes. First of all, the number of people. The number of troops is a very important indicator. Judging from the number of people Su Yang sent out today, it would not exceed 100 at most. This number is simply not enough in the eyes of modern countries. The second is the fighting style. After watching several battles, it is basically a direct charge. This tactic may work for the brainless aliens, but once they face human machine gun positions, they will have no way out. Modern machine guns have made even cavalry charges obsolete, let alone these infantrymen who use knives. To sum up, at this stage, the Qin dynasty is indeed lacking in individual soldier capabilities. But when countries gradually unlock modern technologies such as airplanes, tanks, and artillery, the Qin dynasty will pay the price for the wrong technology tree. After Su Yang returned, the competition continued. A new round of Lord's Challenge begins. Longhua High-Level Conference Room. This victory was too easy. Did it feel like they were showing too much strength? Yeah, I don't think we should build a ballista tower. It's a bit exaggerated. I really can't blame Su Yang. I can only say that his strength is too strong, and he just showed it off too much. The general of the military department said, "Actually, this is just right. Although the armored soldiers are strong, they have also exposed some problems. First, our numbers are far less than those of other armies. Second, our fighting style and tactics are basically the ancient infantry charge mode. Other lords will definitely see these two shortcomings and misjudge us." The experts nodded in agreement, saying that demonstrating strength while exposing some shortcomings is the best display situation. Official live broadcast room. This is too strong. The first round of the Qin Dynasty 8 Banners soldiers fighting the Pig Man was not like this. I still remember the night when the gate was breached. The leader of the Pigmen knocked on the gate with dozens of muskets on his head. That's too exaggerated. When the 8 Banners soldiers were fighting, I thought the Pigmen were simply demons. Now that I've finished fighting the Royal Armored Warriors, I think they're more like pigs. It's so cool. I love the scene where the fat flies everywhere when the crossbow arrows shoot into the Pig Man. Isn't this too heavy, bro? It was such a great fight. It was worth it that I stayed up all night. Hurry up. Next I want to watch The Adventures of Parker's Nest. This episode is going to be brutal. Miners, please exit the live stream now. It's already more than halfway through. The exciting show is coming soon. The Arena of Hegemony Among Nations. The competition was proceeding in an orderly manner. Since Su Yang, The following battles have not been too difficult. The alien species in the threat level 2 area have basically not undergone any qualitative changes, and their strength will not be too high. Normally developed modern countries can successfully complete the challenge. Even the Spanish lord skipped a level and passed a level 2 zone. He almost cried when he returned. I originally thought that the insect nest was difficult, but after playing other level 2 areas, I found that the insect nest is not a place for people to stay at all. Suyang could understand him. His soldiers were killing people in other level 2 areas, but they couldn't even get out of the fountain in the insect nest. Who can I go to for justice? However, he had a good time this time with the double command value reward, and he should be able to strengthen his army when he returns to the Zerg nest. Suyang looked at the scoreboard in the sky. It was already the 7th night, and the competition was drawing to a close. A number of powerful countries, including the United States and Japan, have already stepped up to complete the challenge. Among them, Japan and the United States had already unlocked machine guns, so they crushed the opponent in both battles. It is worth mentioning that the area that Tojo Incan obtained was exactly the heart of the Hive, which is a threat level 1 in Spain. During the challenge, his machine gun unit showed absolute suppression against the Zerg swarm and suffered almost no damage in the defensive battle. However, some soldiers were lost in the subsequent efforts to clear out the remaining insect swarms in the dense forest. In addition to the United States and Japan, the Bear Country, Germany, France, and other countries were also equally strong and won the battle without any pressure. However, although they crushed the opponent without any pressure, no one could come close to his own record of clearing the level. Even the fastest Japanese took more than 20 minutes. After a day of fighting, the situation on the field remained unchanged. Only the Japanese alliance lost its only lord, while other alliances suffered no casualties. There are only 3 lords left in the spectator seats who have not participated in the challenge, and these 3 people will decide the final result. The most critical among the 3 is Goryo, which drew a 4th threat level insect nest. If Goryo is destroyed, the US alliance will fall directly into the danger zone. If Goryo succeeds, they can still fight for it by using the battle loss ratio. The Goryo kingdom, which was originally dispensable, has now become an object that must be rescued. Suyang looked at MacArthur with some curiosity. Will they save? The panel flashed, and the third-to-last challenger appeared. Lord, Park Dose of Goryo. Descent Zone, Heart of the Hive. Threat level, level 4. It's finally here. Suyang's eyes flashed. The battle to decide the final alliance ranking is coming. Seeing the panel light up, the Goryo Lord's expression trembled, and he let out a long sigh. He and MacArthur looked at each other, then turned into light and entered the arena. MacArthur looked around, sneered, and put the cigar between his teeth again. He knew what these people were thinking. It is nothing more than waiting for the insect swarm to destroy Goryo and then drag the United States into it. At first he really thought there was no hope, but the battle between Japan and the Zerg gave him hope. The Japanese heavy machine guns perfectly suppressed the Zerg swarm, and the defensive battle was almost unscathed. This made him realize that although the Zerg's combat power was terrifying in the early stages, as long as the heavy firepower was unlocked. No matter how high the threat level is or how large the swarm is, they are just experienced babies used to gain command value. Although there is no relevant information, it is impossible for the Zerg to gain mutations at a certain level like the goblins. No matter how disgusting goblins are, they are still viviparous mammals and must have some intelligence and learning ability. Insects are just predators that hunt by instinct, and it is impossible for them to have brains. He deduced that this was the reason why the heart of the hive could be upgraded to such a high level of level 4. It is precisely because its subsequent upgrades are not obvious and its midterm performance is weak. The single means of attack means that the lord of that area does not need to consider tactics. Simply increasing firepower can easily harvest the insect swarm, thereby quickly increasing the threat level. Therefore, he deliberately left behind 2 heavy machine gun squads and a mortar team. By then, the Zerg will know what the power of technology is. Chapter 90 Special Zerg Team, Sudden Attack. Late at night, when Park Daosi arrived at the arena, what caught his eye were the gorgeous crystal spores emitting fluorescent light. He recognized that these were the strange-looking plants that appeared when the Japanese lord descended, except that they did not glow during the day. The landing site is surrounded by luminous plants on 3 sides, and the entire area is brighter than daytime. The open area on the other side without any luminous plants seemed to be a salt marsh. Dense forests on 3 sides and open area on 1 side. This birth point is better than the one in Japan during the day. Judging from the daytime battles in Japan, the insect swarms are only able to fight in dense forests. They dare not attack from open areas, as they would become sitting ducks without the cover of dense forests. Therefore, The Zerg can only choose to attack on the 3 sides with dense forests. In this way, he only needs to defend 3 sides compared to Tojo Incan. A huge advantage at the start. Park Daosi did not dare to delay and immediately began to build the city wall. At the same time, he also sent soldiers to clear the fluorescent plants around. These plants are large in size and can attract a lot of firepower to the insect swarms that move through them. Because there is unlimited ammunition in the defense competition, soldiers can get supplies by returning to the barracks, so Park ordered the soldiers to use grenades directly. The killing range of the fragmentation grenade is about 10 meters, but due to the powerful cushioning effect of the liquid inside the crystal spore, this killing range is reduced to 3 meters. Each soldier was equipped with 3 individual grenades, and about a quarter of the nearly 200 South Korean soldiers were equipped with grenades. Their strategy was to blow up the area first with fragmentation grenades, and then have soldiers without grenades use tactical daggers to do a deep cleanup. This method is good, and the cleaning efficiency is even higher than that of the Japanese army. Bang! 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 The sound of fragmentation grenades rang out everywhere in the dense forest, and the sound of explosions was particularly prominent in the silence of the dense forest in the middle of the night. As grenades exploded, large areas of crystal spore plants fell down. The soldiers have cleared nearly 10 meters of crystal spores, and Park Daos is about to complete the construction of the city wall. Looking at the magnificent 6-meter-high city wall, he felt a surge of pride. Since Japan focuses on offense and not defense, the city wall is only a 3-meter level 1 wall. However, they were able to defeat the Zerg with the help of the level 1 city wall, so shouldn't their level 2 city wall be impregnable? Park Daosi was somewhat proud, as he had urgently upgraded the city wall before entering the competition in order to improve the defense of the territory. I didn't expect that this upgrade was just right. It almost saved my life. Only the last section of the city wall remains, and once it is completed the soldiers can return. Bang! Bang! The moment Park Daosi put down the last section of the city wall, he suddenly heard a scream. What's going on? Captains of each team count the number of team members. Park Daosi shouted into the communicator while running into the territory. He was a little panicked and didn't dare to do anything weird at this time. Everyone in the 1st Squadron. Everyone from the 3rd Squadron is here. 4th Squadron. Puff, sizzle, hiss, hiss. What's that sound? Park Daosi's face was filled with fear. He was so scared that he almost threw away the communicator. There's a problem, and I can't stay outside. He yelled, grabbing the communicator. Everyone withdraw to the territory. Everyone withdraw. Bang! Bang! Before he could finish his words, chaotic gunfire rang out in the dense forest. How could that be? There's no warning about the forbidden area yet. How come the Zerg are coming? Everyone on alert. Everyone on alert. All the searchlights on the city wall were turned on, and all the guards holding submachine guns were on alert. Park Daosi rushed to the city wall and looked in the direction of the gunshot. Suddenly, he saw a soldier who had just rushed out from the edge of the dense forest being cut in half, without any warning. The spurting blood was blocked in midair by something, outlining an unrecognizable structure. Shiba, what is that? Chaotic gunshots and screams rang out in the dense forest, and no soldier escaped from the forest. Suddenly, Park felt a chill from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, like the despair and coldness of falling into an ice cave. That thing seemed to look at him. In the spectator seats, all the lords stared with their eyes wide open, not knowing what was going on. The area where we thought the city walls were safe actually got attacked, and they didn't even see the attacking creature. What launched the attack? Did anyone see it? The mission hasn't even been released yet. How come the offensive has already begun? This isn't an offensive wave. They seem to have encountered a wild alien species. What about the aliens? Before we even get to see what they look like, more than a dozen Goryo soldiers have already died. The last soldier, his blood splattered on something. What is going on? MacArthur frowned. More than a dozen people died before the fight even started, and we still don't know what launched the attack. Tojo Incan's eyes were serious. He could feel something was wrong. This insect nest with threat level 4 is totally different from the one I fought during the day. On the other side of the viewing platform, Su Yang himself frowned. This feels familiar. Although he was not as frightened as Park Das, he had also had that feeling. That feeling of being stared at by something. It's the Zerg squad at the gate of the territory. Although the forbidden area will wait until the countdown is over before opening the alien tide, the rules never say that building city walls is a safe time. It was Park who used grenades to clear the way for Stu to save trouble and attract the Zerg team. Combining the current situation, Su Yang finally understood why the scouts had not detected that team. That team must have some kind of camouflage or technology that allows them to completely hide in the dense forest. Park Daosi was really lucky. This was the first time he had seen a special Zerg team. Dragon Country official live broadcast room. The sudden attack during the live broadcast directly ignited the barrage. Oh my god, they started killing people without even seeing them. What kind of Zerg is this? Look at Park Daosi's face, it's completely pale. He must be really scared. It's so exciting. Didn't anyone tell me there would be a horror movie showing tonight? Other areas are like fun movies about killing monsters, but our level 4 hive has become a horror movie. It's really a bit scary. I can't believe that Su Yang faces such terrifying creatures every day. You see him fighting like this. How could our great Qin warriors not even be able to return the favor? Of course it would be scary if you put yourself in the shoes of the Koreans, but we are the great Qin. We have Li Xin and the Skyfire Guards, so why would we be afraid? Although, I'm really looking forward to what will happen next. They've been slaughtered before the offensive wave even starts. How spectacular will the offensive wave be? The most anticipated episode is here. Hurry up and send the Korean stick home. Chapter 91. Terrifying Insect Tide Offensive. M1917 Heavy Machine Gun. The unknown Zerg's pursuit stopped at the edge of the dense forest, and all the subsequent Goryeo soldiers returned to their territory. Park Daosi took a deep breath and gradually came out of his panic. The soldiers entering the territory made him feel safe again. No matter what kind of Zerg it is, as long as you keep your distance from them, you can use firepower to suppress them. The dozen or so people who were just killed were just low-level units carrying the Garand M1. All the senior infantrymen equipped with grenades and submachine guns returned safely. Moreover, his barracks were built at the foot of the city wall, so the soldiers could quickly obtain ammunition supplies, ensuring almost unlimited firepower. With such combat power, the Zerg of several levels have no chance of winning unless they engage in a skirmish. The countdown ends, and the insect tide attack begins. Call. At the moment the countdown ended, something was thrown out from the dense forest and landed at the gate of the city wall. When Park Daosi saw it, his face turned pale. It was half of the body of a Goryeo soldier. How dare this damn Zerg provoke him? Shiba, you are a bunch of bastards. Come here if you have the guts. Park grabbed an M3 submachine gun and fired into the dense forest. Ta-ta-ta. Siba. He was completely enraged. The sudden attack from the front allowed the whole world to see how frightened he was. At this moment, all the humiliation turned into anger and poured out with the bullets. One volley of bullets was quickly used up, and Parker, who was preparing to fire another volley, suddenly heard a series of fine sounds coming from behind. Rustle. The Zerg are coming. The footsteps sounded like the prelude to a death song. Park Daosi saw from afar that there was an endless gray-brown ocean approaching him in the dense forest. West Pakistan. Park Daosi swallowed his saliva and his anger immediately dissipated. This scale is not even on the same level as the one in Japan during the day. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Before Park Daosi could react, the other side of the city wall encountered the enemy first. Park Daosi immediately shifted his gaze. The moment he saw swarms of alien insects pouring out of the dense forest, his heart sank. It was a gray-brown alien insect that was larger than the one during the day. It had 4 sharp blades on its chest, and its shell was extremely hard. When encountering bullets, the swarm of insects did not disperse directly like it did during the day. The fire net only slowed down their speed slightly, but could not stop their advance. Unless the bullet hits a vital point, it can basically only embed into the insect shell and cause no actual damage. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The 3-sided insect tide surged out, and all the soldiers on the city wall began to shoot. The insect swarm actually connected together and launched an attack from 3 directions. Grenade. Park Daosi roared the order. Rows of grenades were thrown out and exploded among the swarm of insects. Bang bang bang. For dense insect swarms, explosive attacks with area damage are the best choice. The grenade exploded, and the advancing insect swarm was finally suppressed. But the suppression time was too short, and the surging insect tide did not give Parkers any chance to breathe. Soon, 3 rounds of grenades were thrown, and the insect swarm continued to advance. Park Daosi suddenly realized that he was wrong about one thing. That is, although you theoretically have unlimited ammunition in a defensive battle, you must have time to resupply. But at this moment, he had no way of getting his soldiers down from the city wall to resupply ammunition. Once the firepower on the city wall is reduced, the alien insects will soon break through. The 3 rounds of grenades have been used up, and the insect swarm is approaching step by step. Unless there is stronger firepower, it is only a matter of time before the territory is breached. Feeling desperate, Park Do-S looked up at the sky. Spectator seats. Is this a level 4 Zerg? It makes my scalp tingle just looking at it. What disgusting creatures. Not only are they strong individually, but their numbers are too numerous to count. Someone actually managed to get this thing to level 4. What kind of troops would be needed? Su Yang watched the progress of the game, thoughts surging in his mind. The shell of the third-generation stinging insect has indeed evolved to a great extent, and even ordinary bullets cannot penetrate it. If the Qin crossbowmen had not unlocked the armor-piercing arrows and explosive arrows, they would probably not have been able to cause effective damage. However, the biggest gap between this group of soldiers and the Imperial Armored Corps is not in long-range firepower. However, they do not have frontline warriors like the Royal Armored Warriors who can both defend and kill the enemy. They have little room for error when facing the insect swarm and must keep their distance. The Armored Legion is not afraid of the swarm of insects rushing towards them. The Legion's combat power is at its strongest when the warriors and crossbowmen launch an attack at the same time. Su Yang looked up at MacArthur. If the United States did not provide support, the battle would have ended immediately. The 6-meter city wall is just a small slope for the third-generation Zerg swarm. As long as they break through to the foot of the city wall, Goryo will no longer have any chance to resist. The United States is requesting support. MacArthur's voice rang out in the stands. The application is approved, and the number and type of reinforcements will be decided. 2 Browning M1917 heavy machine gun squads. Upon hearing about the reinforcements from the United States, the lords couldn't help but open their eyes wide. The United States itself had already used 4 light machine guns when it came to the battle. At that time, the lords already felt that it was exaggerated, because Japan, which could compete with the United States, only used 2 light machine guns. The United States actually had 4 at a time. It can only be said that it is a military and industrial power and is never short of weapons and equipment. But what everyone didn't expect was that this was not the upper limit of the United States' strength. They actually still had 2 machine guns, and they were heavy machine guns. During the day, the Japanese used light machine guns to crush the insect swarm, not to mention the heavy machine guns now. Browning M1917, Su Yang's thoughts flashed, and he recalled information from his previous life. Heavy machine guns used by the U.S. military during World War I and the Pacific War. 7.62 mm ammunition, water-cooled barrel. The theoretical rate of fire is 400 to 600 rounds per minute. The muzzle velocity is 854 meters per second, and the maximum range is 3,000 meters. Palm-length bullet, firing rate 600 rounds per minute. A super killer indeed. Su Yang didn't expect that the United States would spend so much money to send in 2 heavy machine gun squads. If we hadn't fought back, we would have lost 2 heavy machine guns. During this period, even 2 heavy machine guns were important resources for the United States. The light came on, and more than a dozen beams of light fell into the arena. 2 heavy machine gun squads of the United States were positioned on the city walls where the attack was most intense. Su Yang's eyes flashed. This battle could show the result of normal development against the Zerg. The third-generation Zerg shells cannot withstand heavy firepower, and the machine gun squad can definitely destroy the Zerg TIE defensive. However, the third generation of Zerg's attack methods are not limited to the Zerg swarm tactics. Chapter 92 Go All Out. The United States' 2 Browning M1917 heavy machine gun squads have been deployed. A standard machine gun squad has a total of 10 people. An observer who conducts reconnaissance and directs the shooting, a main shooter who is responsible for shooting, an assistant shooter who is responsible for loading ammunition and cooling the barrel, an ammunition handler who supplies ammunition, as well as 2 cover personnel and a group of reserve personnel. These men will ensure that the heavy machine guns can maintain their firepower under any circumstances. Seeing that the 2 heavy machine gun squads had been deployed, the light in Park Do-S's eyes lit up again. This is a heavy machine gun. This is the M1917 heavy machine gun that can shoot through light armored vehicles. The swarm of insects is nothing but paper toys in front of it. Shoot those bastards. Click. The chain bullet is loaded, the shooter pulls the trigger, and countless bullets spurt out. The heavy machine gun is a powerful weapon of the era and the ultimate weapon that can completely destroy the cavalry. The god of death created by humans. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The primer burned, the barrel vibrated, the shells were ejected, and the roar of the heavy machine gun resounded throughout the dense forest. The cold machine gun turned into a ruthless beast, and the bullets it spewed out formed a straight line in the air. Palm-length bullets easily shattered insect shells, and a firing rate of 100 rounds per minute turned the target into mud in an instant. Wherever the gun pointed, the swarm of insects collapsed instantly. Mother Shiba! Park Do-Si roared madly. Nothing would make him feel better than seeing this damn swarm of insects turned into mud. On the two walls where heavy machine guns were located, the insect swarm retreated instantly. Park Daosi transferred most of his troops to the third city wall for full defense. At this point, three-sided defense was established, and human firepower completely suppressed the Zerg. Come on, Shiba, keep coming. Park Daosi kept yelling. Shiba, come and kill me. Kill me. Boom. Boom. As Park was roaring, a flying object hit the city wall and exploded, blowing him away. Boom. 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 Rows of red spikes shot out from the dense forest, causing a series of explosions on the city walls. The soldiers were caught off guard, and many of them, like Park Dawes, were blown away directly. Some of them escaped by hiding behind the city walls. Park Daosi struggled to get up from the ground. His left arm was bleeding profusely, and something had pierced his shoulder blade. He saw things constantly exploding on the city walls, and the soldiers had to hide behind the walls to avoid the explosions. One heavy machine gun squad stopped firing after coming under attack, and another squad was hit by another explosion shortly after resuming firing. The Zerg also has ranged units. How can the Zerg, who are known for their worm currents, have such accurate ranged units? Is there any weakness in this group? Spectator seats. I thought we were going to win, but they actually have ranged units. Even level 3 goblins only have melee units. This swarm is too outrageous. How can we fight this? The attacks are all coming from deep in the jungle, and even machine guns can't get in. The United States is requesting reinforcements. As everyone exclaimed, MacArthur shouted angrily. His expression was slightly ferocious, as if he had made a great decision. Reinforcement unit, M2 mortar team. When the word reinforcement was spoken, the lords exclaimed again. Who would have thought that even at this point, the United States still had a backup plan? Suyang was also a little surprised. It seemed that it was no fluke that the United States could take first place in the Forbidden Area twice in a row. Their civilization is indeed very powerful. They can produce so many types of equipment in such a short time. Even if you don't get too many bonuses in the early stages, unlocking the mortar at this point in time is definitely an advanced development. The mortar is an indirect fire artillery that can perfectly shoot at covered targets, which is perfect for the current situation. The situation can actually be reversed. Application approved. M2 mortar team is being deployed. In the arena, the desperate Park Daosi saw another beam of light falling from the sky. The beam of light landed, and a mortar team carrying two 60mm M2 mortars appeared. The moment they landed in the center of the territory, they used intercoms to communicate with the heavy machine gun squad observers to obtain information about the bombing area. After obtaining the information, they immediately began to deploy and adjust the mortars. Set the firing parameters, azimuth 03-00, firing angle 06-08, fire. Puff. Puff. Seeing two shells rising into the sky, Park instantly forgot the pain in his body. MacArthur's father actually unlocked the mortar. 60mm mortar. Blast those bugs so hard that they can't even recognize the code. Siba. I am Siba, your mother. Park Daosi, who was about to cheer towards the sky, was suddenly stunned. He saw a red object that looked like a meteorite falling from the sky. A Shiba. Boom. The burning shells fell like meteorites in the center of the territory, and a huge explosion sounded. Flames shot up into the sky, and countless black oils gushed out from the center of the explosion, turning the entire territory into a sea of fire. The powerful shock wave knocked all the surrounding soldiers against the wall, interrupting their fire. The long-awaited stinging insects swarmed forward, and the 6-meter city wall was completely useless. The insect blades tore the soldiers' bodies apart without mercy, blood and internal organs splattering, and limbs and flesh flying everywhere. In a short period of time, the territory turned into a bloody slaughterhouse and a cruel hell on earth. The screams of despair and pain are endless. Spectator seats. All the lords opened their mouths wide and said nothing. They really didn't know how to describe the scene before them. MacArthur's eyes were dim as he stared blankly at the screen. If he had not been in spirit form, he would have collapsed to the ground. Elizabeth turned her head away, unable to bear to look at the hellish scene any longer. Tojo Incan and a group of other lords of the great powers frowned, and no one knew what they were thinking. The Spanish lord stopped chattering, and the entire audience fell silent. Even Suyang was a little surprised by the Zerg's final attack. That was the Crusaders' artillery shell, but it evolved from the previous acid into a shell. This is obviously the evolution that occurred after the battle with Tianwei. The swarm's learning ability is more exaggerated than he imagined. In the arena of dominance, Park Daosi, his body charred black, lay at the foot of the city wall, twitching constantly, with only his last breath left. In the sight that was almost soaked in blood, a huge Zerg slowly appeared. Chapter 93. Level 4 main base unlocked, more powerful combat power. It was a Tyranid warrior. He was 3 meters and 5 meters tall, holding a giant bone blade in his hand. Blood slowly dripped from the shark-like serrated fangs. He stood quietly in front of Park Daosi, with confusion in his eyes. After looking at Park Daosi, he slowly walked forward, picked him up from the ground, and placed him in front of his eyes. Park Daosi let out a hoarse howl and dirty blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Fear flashed across the eyes of the lords in the spectator seats. This is the fucking Zerg. This artillery is almost as good as modern missiles. Are the lords among us really fighting them? How can we possibly win? It's not without reason that the heart of the hive is called the most difficult landing zone. The Zerg's abilities in almost every aspect are maxed out. Are Park Daosi the Zerg that launched the attack at the beginning? They actually have the ability to become invisible? What is it doing? Why doesn't it just take action? Is it trying to trick the Lord of Goryo? It feels a bit scary. Just as the lords were discussing, the Terran warrior in the arena tore Park Daosi in half. Blood gushed out and a sharp scream suddenly sounded and disappeared in an instant. After tearing Parker apart, the Tyranid warrior crushed his head with one hand. It held up its shattered skull, letting the bright red cerebrospinal fluid flow into its mouthparts. At the moment of drinking the cerebrospinal fluid, the Tyranid warrior suddenly raised his head and looked straight at the audience seats through the universe. Hiss. It roared into the air. 2 rows of serrated fangs kept trembling. Hiss. The battle arena screen jumps and a forbidden area prompt appears. The Lord of Goryo died, and the challenge failed. The next round of challenges will start in 5 minutes. As the last scene disappeared, the lords were furious. Oh my god, was it just looking at us? Yes, it's a coincidence, right? Can the Zerg be so intelligent? What on earth is going on in the last scene? It feels so creepy. These Zerg are something that humans can fight. I feel like they have a higher IQ than me. Seeing the last scene, Su Yang frowned slightly, and thoughts surged in his mind. Although he didn't know what had just happened, he could feel it. The Tyranid warrior seemed to have locked onto him somehow. What he just did was a declaration of war. It seems that what is written in Level 4 Abyss Gaze that you have become the Zerg's #1 enemy is not just a casual remark. It's really outrageous that even if I turn into a consciousness and become a projection, I can still be locked by them. What happens if you are discovered? Will I be attacked by a swarm of insects as soon as I return to the territory? Su Yang guessed in his heart. Today he also has to thank Parks and MacArthur. If they hadn't persisted for so long, he wouldn't have known the swarm's attack methods so clearly. If he were to face this swarm of insects next, he should be able to prepare some countermeasures in advance. If Goryo is destroyed, the US alliance will fall into the same danger zone as the Japanese alliance. There is no suspense in the next 2 battles, and they will not affect the situation. If nothing unexpected happens, the Japan-US alliance will suffer a debuff effect that will last for a week. This is an unexpected result. The 2 alliances that appeared to be the strongest on paper both lost. All I can say is that in the Forbidden Area, nothing is certain. After 2 more games, the ranking of this week's Lords will be determined, and this competition will also come to an end. Longwa High-Level Conference Room. Even in his own landing zone, even though he had been dealing with the Zerg for so long. But the officers and experts were still a little frightened. My god, it's hard to believe that Su Yang can survive fighting these things every day. This swarm of insects is very strong today. I feel like it can fight against our troops. The evolutionary ability of the Zerg is extremely terrifying. They become stronger when facing a stronger opponent. Their current state is probably due to Su Yang's training. In other words, they learned from Su Yang's beating and then beat the Goryo Lord? Lord of Goryo. This is a blessing. You can't escape even if you want to. This time, not only Korea was hit, but the United States will also be greatly implicated. Yes, Goryo was only destroyed, but the United States invested 2 heavy machine gun squads and a mortar team, which will have a great impact on their development rhythm. Dragon Country Live Room. Woohoo! So handsome. As expected of a Tyranid. This attack method is too numerous and rich. It's impossible to defend against it. Other alien species are not even on the same level as the Zerg. This cannonball is too terrifying. If it were a little more powerful, it would be as powerful as the Skyfire Guard. For our neighbors, it should be okay to suffer a natural disaster, right? It's just a small scratch, the kind that wipes a country off the map. Brothers, you are really not human beings. I think Su Yang should go home and develop quickly after getting the Lord ranking. He can't slack off at all in the heart of the hive. Indeed, it feels like the speed at which the Zerg is evolving is a bit exaggerated. If we stop developing for even a little bit, we might be overtaken. Just keep going. Believe in Su Yang. Believe in the Qin warriors. The World Championship is over. The system ranking begins now. Alliance ranking. First place, Independent Alliance. Second place, England League. Third place, American Alliance. Fourth place, Japanese Alliance. The last two are the US Alliance and the Japanese Alliance. The country triggers a negative benefit event. The situation is turbulent. All resource output in the territory is reduced by 15 for 1 week. Ranking competition. First place, Dragon Kingdom. Second place, United States. Third place, France. Fourth place, Japan. Fifth place, Bear Country. First place reward, 20,000 points of command, incentive event, military power, level 3, resource embodiment power. Rewards for the second and third place, 15,000 points of command value, incentive event, military power, level 2, resource manifestation power. Rewards for the fourth and fifth place, 10,000 points of leadership, incentive event, military power, level 1. The ranking ended, the arena of all nations dissipated, and Su Yang's consciousness returned to the territory. The moment he returned to the territory, Su Yang asked Li Xin to gather troops, and all members went up to the city and entered a defensive state. The swarm of insects that just fought with Goryo should not be underestimated, and we must remain vigilant. While letting Li Xin lead the troops into the city, Su Yang opened the panel of the Lord's mansion, which was still being upgraded. We can't wait any longer. The Zerg's fighting power has caught up. The territory must have a more powerful fighting force. Chapter 94. Steel and Oil, the true power of Daqin Heavy Industry. Su Yang clicked on the Lord's Mansion panel. Level 4 Lord's Mansion is being upgraded. Remaining time, 1D, 23H. There are more than 1 day and almost 2 days left, just enough time to use a rare insect nest heart. With a flash of thought, he threw in a hive heart. Use the item heart of the hive to shorten the construction time by 2 days. Level 4 Lord's Mansion has been upgraded. As the news of the upgrade completion appeared, a sound of mechanical parts colliding was heard. The Level 3 Lord's Mansion began to be continuously upgraded and renovated according to the blueprint. With a loud bang, the renovation of the Level 4 Lord's Mansion was completed. The Level 4 Lord's Mansion has not changed in terms of floor space and height, but has undergone tremendous changes in appearance. The building, which was originally made up of large areas of iron, has now become a metal with a smoother appearance. Steel? Su Yang quickly guessed what metal it was. The material upgrade for the Level 4 main base is from iron to steel. Steel, the backbone of modern industry. Steel and iron are essentially the same thing, and the main material of both is iron. However, compared to iron, steel has higher strength, is lighter, and has better tensile capacity. Secondly, steel also has better corrosion resistance and high temperature resistance, and is more flexible and can adapt to the transformation of various components. Unlocking industrial steelmaking technology means that the territory's civilization process has begun to move towards modern times. Although it is not a groundbreaking material upgrade like the one from copper to iron, the leap that steel brings to the territory is definitely no less than that of iron. It's still the same old routine. Technology is the basis of all upgrades. The first thing to do after upgrading the main base is naturally to upgrade the 1000 Machine Tower. Unlike iron ore, which can be obtained even without unlocking the relevant exploration technology, steel is impossible to obtain without the relevant technology. Fortunately, this time the 1000 Machine Tower upgrade does not require steel, only 100 units of iron ore and 50 units of copper ore. Su Yang was glad that the system finally figured it out and no longer cheated him like it did before when he used iron ore to unlock iron ore exploration. With the investment of resources, the level 4000 Machine Tower was quickly upgraded. Like the Lord's Mansion, its appearance has also become a smoother and brighter stainless steel material. Su Yang opened the 1000 Machine Tower panel without hesitation and checked the new technology brought by this upgrade. The first and most important thing is of course resources, which are the basis for all upgrades. There are 2 resource technologies this time. The first one is steel, as Su Yang guessed. The second item was beyond his expectations and was a fuel resource of epic-making significance. Oil. Steel and oil, these 2 technologies are the cornerstone and lifeblood of modern industry. Unlocking them is equivalent to opening the door to modern industry. Although the previous bronze and steam were powerful, they did not show the true power of this feature of Daqin Heavy Industry. After entering the modern industrial age of steel and oil, the power of Daqin Heavy Industry will be further demonstrated. The era of the Qin dynasty has just begun. Su Yang clicked on the steel column first. Technology, steel casting. Real man, obtain modern smelting and casting technology, unlock the construction of steel mills, and unlock a series of technologies to upgrade and transform steel equipment. Command value, 8,000 points. Time, 24HO. As a newly unlocked material, steel will definitely be a prerequisite for many upgrades to the level 4 main base. So Su Yang didn't even think about it and just pointed it out. Leadership value minus 8,000. Technology, steel casting research. The 1000 Machine Tower now supports the simultaneous research of 2 technologies, so after clicking on steel, Su Yang shifted his attention to another crucial technology. Technology, petroleum industry. Have a drink, I'll treat you. Obtain oil extraction and a series of processing technologies, unlock the construction of refineries, and unlock a series of technologies that use oil as power and raw materials. Command value, 8,000. Time, 24HO. The blood of modern industry, oil. Whether it is the internal combustion engine that uses it to directly burn and generate power, or the rubber and plastic obtained after processing, they are extremely important technologies that are vital to modern industry. Su Yang also selected it into the research panel without hesitation. Leadership value minus 8,000. Science and technology, petroleum industry research. After selecting 2 core technologies, Su Yang directly used the last rare level insect nest heart. Use the item Heart of the Hive to shorten the time required for research and development by 48 hours. A rare grade hive heart can shorten the time by up to 2 days, which is just right for use here. When the research was completed, the system prompt sounded. Preliminary technology research detected, unlocking special troops, Daqin Fire Dragon Guard. The new unit is here. Su Yang's eyes flickered. Ever since he enjoyed the explosive increase in killing efficiency brought by the Skyfire Guards, Su Yang has had high expectations for subsequent new units. With anticipation, Su Yang opened the Yuzhuiying panel and slid to the last column. Army, Great Qin Fire Dragon Guard. Arms type, Heavy Infantry Unit. Production requirements, Level 4 Royal Armor Camp. Required prerequisite technologies, steel casting, petroleum industry. Description, a special infantry unit equipped with heavy armor, capable of large-scale flame attacks. The Fire Dragon Guard is equipped with a heavy flamethrower that can spit out blazing flames and deal a devastating blow to enemies within range. Command value required for summoning, 3,000 points. Basic consumption, 5 units of fuel/day, 5 units of concentrated water/day. Maintenance cost, 5 units of copper/time, 5 units of steel/time. Reloading consumption, 3 units of oil fuel/time. Heavy Flame Trooper Unit. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Ever since he first saw the insect swarm, Su Yang has always had an idea in his mind. How cool it would be if we could use a flamethrower to attack such a large and dense swarm of insects. And now the Fire Dragon Guard perfectly satisfies Su Yang's imagination. Compared to the Skyfire Guards that conduct long-range targeted bombing, the Fire Dragon Guards are able to carry out large-scale attacks at close range. Moreover, as an infantry unit, the Fire Dragon Guard has more flexible attack methods and a wider range of targets. Just thinking about using a flamethrower to fire at a dense swarm of insects makes people feel refreshed. If we can deploy Fire Dragon Guards in the army in the future, even the largest insect swarms will be burned to charcoal. The fighting power of the Fire Dragon Guards is unquestionable, but the biggest problem at present is oil resources. The currently unlocked technology is the oil industry, not oil exploration. In other words, this technology is probably not included in Daqin's technology tree. And there is another very serious problem. Oil is generally distributed in deserts, bays, and other areas. It is difficult to determine the presence of oil in tropical areas such as the hive jungle. Moreover, even if oil exists in such areas, its reserves will definitely not be abundant. The shortage of oil resources will become a major problem. Chapter 95, Triple Trigger Feature, Powerful New Building. How to solve the problem of oil shortage. Su Yang crossed his arms and thoughts constantly churning in his mind. There may not be oil resources in the heart of the hive, and even if there are, the reserves are definitely not abundant. It is unlikely to achieve self-sufficiency like coal or iron ore. In the future, the only way to obtain oil is to trade with other lords. But now the only country with which he can conduct stable trade is England. England has not yet discovered its own oil, and even if it did, its production would only be enough to meet its own needs. Except for Afghanistan and a few countries in the Middle East, the oil production of other countries can only meet their own needs at most. Everyone knows that the Middle East alliance is firmly controlled by the United States. To put it bluntly, they are the oil depot of the United States. It will definitely cost a lot to get oil resources from them. And unlike England, taking oil from this group of people would be tantamount to exposing one's own weaknesses. In the future, they will be able to intervene in their actions by controlling the price of oil. I really want to knock these people down. The rules of the Forbidden Land do not impose any restrictions on battles between lords. When you defeat a country, you will gain access to all its production facilities and resources after capturing its territory. Su Yang now has some understanding of the man with a certain mustache's thoughts. When resources and economy are controlled by others, there is really no other choice but to go to war. With our current strength, without considering the support from the United States, it is almost effortless to sweep across these countries. But the problem is that we don't know where they are, and even if we knew, we can't send troops there. According to the distribution pattern of forbidden areas, the distance between adjacent territories is at least 100 kilometers. Now he hasn't even discovered his neighbor Spain's territory, let alone other countries. Will the level 4 main base unlock transportation tools? The sudden question interrupted Su Yang's thoughts. As the scope of exploration grows, the importance of transportation becomes increasingly important. Now, let alone attacking other countries, even clearing the insect nest back and forth would take a day. If you don't unlock the means of transportation, distance will have a great impact on the development of your territory. Thinking of this, Su Yang stopped thinking about how to obtain oil. This is not a problem that can be solved just by standing here and thinking about it. The most important task at present is to complete the various upgrades of the level 4 main base. Finally, summarize the problems that have arisen, the resources needed, and decide on the next development direction. The 2 highest priority technologies have been selected, and the next ones are building upgrades and construction. The level 4 main base provided 2 new mining machines as before, and Su Yang decided to build more according to demand later. In addition to the production facilities, the next new level 4 building made Su Yang's eyes light up again. Tank Factory. The name suggests that it is a factory that unlocks armored vehicles, tanks, etc. Su Yang excitedly clicked on the factory panel, and suddenly the system prompt sounded in his mind. Tank Factory building detected, Daqin Heavy Industry characteristics triggered. Tank Factory, Public Transport Heavy Equipment Camp. All equipment produced will be transformed by mechanical technology to have more powerful performance and more comprehensive functions. It actually triggered a feature upgrade. Su Yang's eyes flickered. The modest mechanism is made of wood and stone. If bronze speaks, we should ask Gongshu. Gongshu Ban, also known as Liu Ban, and Mozi were both masters of mechanical engineering during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. This is different from Mozi, who advocated universal love and non-aggression and was good at defense. Liu Ban was best at attacking, and he created many famous siege engines. Since he dares to use the name Gongshu, one can imagine what kind of creatures are in this heavy weapon camp. Su Yang suppressed his expectations and opened the panel of the heavy equipment camp. Production building. Public transport heavy equipment camp. Introduction. Unlock and build a large factory with a series of transportation and combat machinery. Construction cost. 100 units of steel, 50 units of copper. The moment he saw the function introduction, Su Yang felt relieved. As long as we build a heavy equipment camp, the problems of transportation will be easily solved. Daqin's technology tree will never disappoint you. Building a heavy equipment battalion requires 100 units of steel and 50 units of copper. If you want steel, you have to smelt it yourself. Su Yang immediately scrolled to the last 2 columns on the building panel. These are 2 new buildings unlocked by completing the iron foundry and oil industries, steel mills, and oil refineries. The 2 plants are factories for further processing of iron, ore, and oil. The construction requirements for both are the same, 100 units of iron and 50 units of copper. Fortunately, there are abundant reserves of various resources in the territory. During the World Championship, all resources consumed were provided by the system. There was no consumption, so all the resources in the territory were accumulated rapidly in the past 2 days. Su Yang did not hesitate and directly invested resources to build a steel plant and an oil refinery at the same time. At the moment of construction, a prompt sound rang in my mind. The construction of a steel plant was detected, and the characteristics of Daqin Heavy Industry were triggered. Steel plant, Daqin Smelting Center. Unlock a series of metal casting technologies to make metal materials more powerful. The construction of an oil refinery has been detected, and the characteristics of Daqin Heavy Industry have been triggered. Refinery, Daqin Chemical Center. Unlock the underlying principles of oil refining and be able to refine any type of oil. Double trigger feature again. Trigger the feature 3 times in a row. Is there any other country whose characteristics can be triggered so frequently? Su Yang's eyes flickered and joy was written on his face. As expected, the more technological content there is, the more obvious the bonus effect of Daqin Heavy Industries' characteristics will be. Moreover, this feature is almost universal. As long as the buildings are related to technological construction, they will be upgraded. This is really horrible. When the grunting sound of parts meeting stopped, 2 huge buildings rose from the ground. Su Yang clicked on the panels of the 2 buildings to check their specific functions. Resource building, Daqin Smelting Center. Architectural features, a place for smelting various high-grade metals and forging metal castings. Currently smeltable metals, refined steel. Output. Every 2 units of iron ore consumed can produce 1 unit of refined steel. Consumption. Each unit of refined steel produced consumes 1 unit of fuel resources. Production capacity, 200 units of refined steel/day, maximum. Resource building, Daqin Chemical Center. Building features, refine various types of crude oil, produce petroleum fuels and various derivative products. Currently there is crude oil in the territory, none. Production, none. Consumption, none. Productivity, none. All kinds of crude oil. Isn't oil an essential resource? Su Yang's attention was instantly caught by the introduction of the Chemical Center. Chapter 96, A Way Out of the Oil Dilemma, Hero Construction Foundry. Various types of crude oil. Su Yang's brain started working rapidly. As the name suggests, there is more than one type of crude oil that can be used for refining and producing fuel. So what else can be refined into combustible liquid fuel? Su Yang crossed his arms and thought, memories of the past few days flashing back rapidly. Liquid fuel, combustion, xenobiotics. Suddenly a thought flashed through my mind, connecting all the pictures together to reach a conclusion. In the Forbidden Area, liquid fuel resources such as oil are not the only ones, nor are they scarce. At least it is not unique to him, who owns the Shinnong Creation Tower. The barrels used by the goblins when fighting the English lords were some kind of yellow liquid fuel. That was not some 1:1:1 blend of golden arowana oil, but some kind of excellent fuel with combustion performance comparable to that of petroleum. Another scene is the shot that ends the game when the evolved conqueror is fighting against the Lord of Goryo. Unlike the Skyfire guards, which would turn the land into scorched earth immediately after the explosion, the conqueror's shells had a relatively small explosive power. However, the explosion of the shells would splash out some kind of black liquid fuel, and it was that fuel that burned the entire territory of Goryo. Both images are strong evidence of the existence of other liquid fuels with excellent combustion performance in the Forbidden Area. So where does this fuel come from? As Su Yang was thinking, the technological examples the system used when introducing the alien experimental station flashed through his mind. One of them is biomass fuel. Take advantage of biorefinery. At this point, Su Yang's thoughts suddenly opened up. Soybeans, peanuts, and golden arowana can all be used to extract oil, so why can't Zerg? If his conjecture is correct, the seemingly unsolvable oil problem will no longer exist. Oil resources are scarce, but the Zerg have inexhaustible resources. If we can really use Zerg to refine oil, the Middle East Alliance will have to call himself the Prince of Oil. To verify this hypothesis, we must first unlock biomass fuel. The technology tree of Shinnong Creation Institute is not linear and has no rules to follow. Everything is triggered by chance. It is very likely that the key to unlocking biomass fuel lies in the Crusader that throws incendiary shells. After thinking about it, Su Yang opened the ultrasonic detector panel, expecting to see traces of Zerg on it. It's a pity that Cao Cao didn't show up. Su Yang, who had been a little worried about the insect swarm's attack before, was now looking forward to their arrival. How about throwing 2 grenades? Su Yang recalled Park Daosi's actions in his mind. Although it was a bit humorous, it did teach him a lesson. Finish the upgrade first, then use the Skyfire cannon to lure the Zerg over if they haven't arrived yet. Su Yang thought about it while looking at the troop type column. Now the only thing left was troop type upgrade. The level 4 Imperial Armor Battalion requires steel to be upgraded, so it can only be put on hold for now. The level 2 General's Mansion also requires steel, so the tasks of upgrading Li Xian and summoning Meng Tian can only be put on hold. Currently, all upgrades that do not require steel have basically been selected, and there is only one last upgrade left for the entire panel. Hero Building. After upgrading to level 4 main base, you can unlock a new hero building. Referring to the changes that Li Xian brought to the troops before, the new heroic buildings will definitely greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the territory. The remaining 2 heroic buildings are the Foundry for the Tiangong profession and the Astrology Observatory for the Kizo profession. One of the 2 buildings is related to industrial manufacturing, and the other is related to resource production. Without much thought, Su Yang chose the most needed heroic building at the moment, the Foundry. Heroic building, Foundry. Summon hero occupation, Tiangong. The Qin dynasty created all things with its natural craftsmanship. It inherited the skills of ancient sages and created the future. All its achievements are magnificent and majestic, and their glory will shine through the ages. Building features. The Foundry is the research and development site for Tiangong units. Unlocking the foundry will allow you to obtain exclusive weapon research and development, upgrades, exclusive armor manufacturing, modification, and other craft-related content. Development strategy, a national treasure. Establish a school, open a workshop, forge the country's most important tools, promote the majesty of the Qin dynasty, illuminate the four directions with the light of 1,000 machines, and prosper for eternity. Strategy effect. All research and construction time in the territory is reduced by 20. The foundry is used to modify exclusive armor and weapons. He wanted to build it as early as the level 3 main base to see the effect. Unfortunately, there was a powerful enemy ahead, so the generals had to be summoned. Choosing it now just makes up for the expectations at that time. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he chose the foundry. Selection completed, foundry under construction. Once the location is chosen and the blueprints are put down, the foundry will start construction immediately. The foundry is almost as large and tall as the general's mansion. Amid the sound of mechanical operation and metal collision, the foundry was completed. Like all Tier 4 buildings, the foundry has a silver-white exterior made of steel. The overall design is heavy and steady, and the details are a combination of various precise components, which is complex yet orderly. Compared with the architectural appearance of the copper and iron era, buildings made of steel materials are more capable and technological. With anticipation, Su Yang clicked on the foundry panel. As soon as you click it, various complex modules and options pop up. This is one of the most complicated panels Su Yang has ever seen since he arrived in the Forbidden Area. He even thought he had opened a Paradox game. However, although there are many modules and options that pop up, most of them are not yet unlocked. Su Yang shut down those modules that were not needed yet, leaving only the currently operable parts. Foundry panel. Name, Iron Power Armor. Wearer, Li Xian. Quality, ordinary. Loadable skill modules, 1. Skill modules installed, 0. Power core, steam power. Upgradable, internal combustion engine drive. Transformation effect, completely replace the power core to improve the engine propulsion effect. Conversion cost, 20 units of steel, 10 units of iron ore, 5,000 command value. Armor body, iron armor. Upgradable, iron armor. Transformation effect, comprehensively improve armor protection attributes and increase flexibility. Conversion cost, 30 units of steel, 20 units of iron ore, 20 units of copper ore, 8,000 command value. Equipped weapon, silver iron spear. Upgradable, iron spear. Transformation effect, change the power device, increase the rotation torque, and improve the damage and armor penetration attributes. Conversion cost, 20 units of steel, 10 units of iron ore, 5,000 command value. Completing the full set of upgrades will upgrade the armor to iron power armor, but the quality will not be improved. Armor evaluation, a set of assembly line armor without soul. It is recommended to replace it as soon as possible. A soulless armor, yet the reviews are so sharp. Is there any armor with soul? Su Yang quickly digested this massive amount of content and continued to scroll down. Chapter 97. Ultimate Individual Combat Power, New General Level Unit. After quickly flipping through the foundry panel, Su Yang's face showed an expression of great surprise. Because of the amount of content and the high modification limit, it has exceeded his imagination. The current Lord's Trial is mainly based on the Mosey 1000 Machine Tower technology tree. Su Yang believes that the Foundry's technology tree can fully support a new trial. If the Royal Armor Battalion, Heavy Weapon Battalion, etc. are upgraded large-scale forces that summon troops, then the Foundry is responsible for transforming the combat effectiveness of individual soldiers, and there is almost no upper limit. A set of ordinary armor can upgrade 3 parts: the power core, the armor body, and the equipped weapons. And this is only the most common part of Li Xian's armor that can be upgraded. There are also many parts that are not currently available on the Warframe that look more exaggerated than the last. Defensive force field, propulsion system, special loadout, colonization system, psychic projection. The functions of the first few could still be guessed, but later on, basically all of them were technologies beyond Su Yang's cognition. In addition to upgradable parts, Warframes can also be equipped with skill modules. The higher the quality of the Warframe, the more skill modules it can be equipped with. Skill modules can make Warframe unleash unimaginable power and can be replaced and matched. The acquisition of skill modules is completely random, and the currently known method is to kill special Tyranid warriors. The armor on Li Xian, which can only carry 1 skill module, was evaluated by the system as having no soul. Su Yang has not seen the introduction of the armor with soul and does not know how to obtain it. As for what the armor with soul means, Suyang reasonably suspects that it is most likely the literal meaning. The soul of a dead creature is melted into steel and then used to create armor. In short, the foundry system is extremely complex, and there is definitely no way to understand it in a short period of time. Fortunately, Suyang doesn't intend to understand everything. Many things are like this, and he may only have a vague understanding of them now. Only after acquiring some information over a period of time, and then looking back, can you gain insight into the truth. Currently, the only upgradable option in the foundry is Li Xion's armor. However, Suyang believes that Li Xion's current combat power is sufficient, and upgrading the armor is not cost-effective. There are many places that need to use the command value after upgrading the main base, so he decided to keep it for now and allocate it according to the situation. After looking at the foundry panel, all known upgrades brought by the level 4 main base have been reviewed. In terms of materials, there has been a comprehensive upgrade in steel, and in terms of fuel, there has been an epic-making breakthrough in oil. It also unlocks new types of soldiers, a heavy equipment battalion for building vehicles, and a foundry for upgrading and transforming armor, as well as a series of basic upgrades including the Imperial Armor Camp, General's Mansion, mining machines, city walls, etc. It can be said that the upgrade categories brought about by this main base upgrade are more complicated than the previous 2 times combined. The wide variety of upgrades is a double-edged sword for the Overlord. More upgrade options mean that the territory's combat power will be greatly improved, but it also means a huge consumption of resources, time, and command value. If the Lord does not allocate the current resources reasonably, plan the best solution. Then, due to random upgrades, resources will collapse and development will be interrupted. Distribution is always at the core of real-time strategy games. Using limited resources to plan the best and strongest development route is a compulsory course for all lords. Based on the situation, Suyang believes that the 2 most needed upgrades in the short term are the upgrades to the General's Mansion and the Imperial Armor Camp. The Zerg Swarm led by special Tyranid warriors is already quite powerful, and they will evolve again after fighting with Park. If we engage them with the team's current configuration, there may be heavy casualties. So whether taking the initiative to attack or passively facing the enemy, Suyang believes that the first goal is to enhance the team's combat effectiveness. The way to improve the team's combat effectiveness is to upgrade the Imperial Armor Battalion and the General's Mansion. Upgrading the General's Mansion can summon a second general-level unit, Meng Tian. Because he had to resist the insect tide, Suyang's top priority was to upgrade the General's Mansion and summon Meng Tian. Meng Tian was a famous general in the history of the Qin dynasty. He resisted the Huns, built the Great Wall, and was known as the Shield of the Qin dynasty. The type of alien insect that currently poses the greatest threat to the territory is actually the evolved saboteurs. With the power of that artillery, even if it was hit once while resisting the insect swarm, the consequences would be disastrous. Prioritize upgrading the General's Mansion to check Meng Tian's abilities and see if he can effectively resist Zerg artillery. After upgrading the General's Mansion, the next step is the Imperial Armor Camp. In addition to upgrading and summoning new units, Suyang also has another goal this time, to expand the army. After taking the Lord ranking this week, the buff you will receive will make you a level 3 military power. It can reduce the resource consumption of summoning, upgrading, and transforming all military units by 30. This is the buff specifically used to increase the number of troops. In order to make full use of UBFF, Suyang plans to at least double the size of the team within the 3 days that the buff lasts. At this point, the 2 short-term goals have been confirmed. To achieve these 2 short-term goals, the most important thing is various resources. Both building buildings and summoning units require a lot of resources. First of all, it's steel. Upgrading the General's Mansion and the Imperial Armor Camp requires a total of 200 units of steel. Not only these 2 buildings, but also the subsequent heavy equipment battalion and a series of upgrades will definitely require steel. The second is the command value. The most critical resource for summoning general-level units, upgrading arms, and expanding troops is the command value. Only when the command value is high enough can you summon a large number of soldiers and improve the combat power of the territory. Suyang clicked on the resource panel to take a look at all the resources in the current territory. Territory resources. Water resources, stock, 1,123 units, production speed, 300 units, /day. Stone mine resources, stock, 393 units, production speed, 180 units, /day. Coal resources, stock, 683 units, production speed, 255 units, /day. Metallic copper, stock, 313 units, production speed, 180 units/day. Metal iron. Stock, 171 units. Production speed, 150 units/day. Saltpeter resources. Stock, 231 units. Production speed, 75 units/day. Leading strategy. Level 1 power over the world. Level 1 national treasure. Territory increase/decrease effect. Level 3 military power. Remaining time, 71 to 26. Level 4 abyss gaze. Duration/. Command value, 27,232. After looking at the panel, Su Yang frowned slightly. The stocks of key resources were not optimistic. Obtaining resources is the most urgent thing at the moment. Chapter 98 Level 2 General's Mansion, Shield of the Empire. Needless to say, iron ore is the most scarce resource at present. Its stockpile has dropped to the lowest level after the construction of 2 new buildings. This stockpile is too dangerous considering that almost all subsequent upgrades will require steel. Moreover, the ratio of smelting iron ore into steel is 2 to 1, and 2 units of iron ore can produce 1 unit of refined steel. If you want to quickly upgrade the General's Mansion and the Imperial Armor Camp this time, you still have to find England to trade resources. Apart from iron ore, the stock of dominance value is not optimistic. The dominance value obtained in this round of the World Championship is not much. Even with double experience and multiple support, the command value Su Yang obtained through battle just barely broke 20,000. Together with the command value issued by the final Lord ranking, the total is 40,000. After clicking on 2 important technologies, there were less than 30,000 left. This command value is definitely not enough to support the subsequent large-scale summons and upgrades. It can be said that this was the time when Su Yang was most lacking in command value since he entered the Forbidden Area. They need to fight, a massive fight. The swarm of insects led by the special Tyranid warriors must be found. Defeating that swarm of insects will not only gain a large amount of leadership value, but also may provide key technology to unlock liquid fuel. Taking into account the current situation of territory resources, Su Yang roughly planned the direction for the next 3 days. First, you need to obtain iron ore to smelt steel, then gradually summon generals, units, new soldiers, upgrade, and expand the troops. In the meantime, we will intersperse battles with Zerg as appropriate, and try our best to explore alternative methods of liquid fuel. Other upgrades with more demanding conditions, such as the Heavy Equipment Battalion and Foundry, will be temporarily placed after these upgrades. After completing the planning, Su Yang directly opened the Lord panel and sent a private message to Elizabeth. Dragon Lord, I need to trade 500 units of iron ore. Soon, Elizabeth replied and called Iron Mine. The Lord of England has completed payment. 1,000 units of iron ore. Lord of England, this is a free gift from the people of England, thanking the Dragon Nation for its assistance during the tournament. Su Yang was a little scared. 1,000 units of iron ore free gift? Isn't that a bit too generous? Without saying a word, he clicked receive and then replied. Dragon Lord, 1,000 units of iron ore is not a small amount. Are you sure you want to give them all away? Lord of England, it is indeed not a small amount, but resources can only play their greatest role in Dragon Country. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, thank you. After a little thought, Su Yang typed 2 words on the panel. In fact, he did not support England in order to save England or anything like that. The main purpose is to avoid receiving the negative buff. Of course, he knew that the 1,000 units of iron ore from the English Lord were not all out of gratitude. Its main purpose should be to further consolidate the alliance between the 2 countries. After showing great combat power in the Tournament of Nations, many lords in the alliance bypassed England and began to send him messages. Elizabeth would surely have predicted this, so the 1,000 iron ore points were not only a thank you, but also a demonstration of the benefits that could be gained from a solid alliance with England. In fact, if she didn't give any gifts, Su Yang would not be interested in other lords. What he wants in an alliance is not to make friends with powerful people, but to make friends with resources. There are not many countries like England that have explosive production capacity, and those lords all have great ambitions. England is just the right type of team. It is neither a bad team, nor has overwhelming ambitions. It can be called a perfect ally at this stage. After reluctantly accepting 1,000 units of iron ore, Su Yang discovered that the originally scarce resources suddenly became abundant. This is a full 1,000 units of iron ore. If he were to produce it himself, it would take at least a week. It seems that the initial investment has paid off. After getting the iron ore, Su Yang did not stop and directly put 600 units into the smelting center. The current smelting efficiency of the smelting center is a maximum of 200 units of steel per day. If you start smelting now, you will produce 100 units of steel in the evening. Then you will be able to upgrade the general's mansion and check out Meng Tian's skills. Although this was the second time he summoned a general-level unit, Su Yang's expectations for Meng Tian did not diminish in the slightest. I wonder what kind of enhancement this general, known as the bravest warrior in China, will bring to the territory. Once the iron ore is put into operation, the smelting center starts operating immediately. Rumbling and buzzing sounds continued to come from it. Su Yang closed the panel and pinched his temple. 2 days of sleepless nights at the World Championships, coupled with the intense thinking just now, made his brain begin to feel dizzy. I don't know whether we can unlock artificial intelligence to handle these things in the future. Seeing that the weather was getting colder, Su Yang lifted the alert in the territory and asked Li Xian to take the soldiers back to the camp to rest. It seems that this group of insects has no intention of coming. Let the soldiers take a rest first, and then fight them to the death after summoning Meng Tian at night. Li Xian led a large army back to the camp, leaving only a small number of defenders on the city wall. Although the special Tyranid warriors can avoid detection through stealth, the Zerg army cannot. Once they launch a full-scale attack, they will definitely be detected by detectors first. After instructing the garrison on some matters, Su Yang returned to the Lord's mansion and prepared to take a rest. After sleeping for 12 hours, when Su Yang walked out of the Lord's mansion again, the sky had changed from slightly bright to slightly dark. The sky is slightly bright, and you sigh softly. After a 12-hour nap, Su Yang felt refreshed and full of energy. Now if I carry 2 knives to the front line, I might be able to kill a couple of Zergs. While singing, he took a large, sizzling leg of lamb from Chun Wu. Chun Wu has a good eye and always picks the biggest one for him. As Su Yang was gnawing on the leg of lamb, a new question popped up in his mind. That is, after expanding the troops, the food reserves in the territory must keep up. There is less than 2 weeks' worth of food left in the territory, and this number will be shortened if the troops are expanded. It's time to let the scouts look for more special plants to see if they can trigger the planting technology in Shinnong's Creation Institute. If farming has high productivity, we won't have to worry about food problems in the future. After spending a quarter of an hour eating the leg of lamb, Su Yang came to the front of the general's mansion and opened the panel. It's time to get down to business. With a flash of thought, Su Yang directly put the newly produced 100 units of steel into the general's mansion. Steel 100 units. Copper ore 50 units. Level 2 general mansion is being upgraded. What skills will Meng Tian, the shield of the empire, have? Chapter 99. Meng Tian appears, and the long-lost insect tide comes. As the fine mechanical roar stopped, the upgrade of the general's mansion was completed. The steel appearance with a silver-white glow looks extremely domineering. Su Yang did not hesitate and directly opened the general's mansion panel. General's mansion panel. General, Meng Tian. General type, Shield of the Empire. Command value required for summoning, 25,000. Level 2 general mansion can be summoned. Upgrade to view more generals. Meng Tian repelled the Huns, recovered Hunan, built the Great Wall, and guarded the border for decades. He is known as China's first warrior, the guardian of the Great Wall, and the shield of China. What skills would such a powerful general possess? Su Yang's mind flashed, and he invested 17,500 points of command value into the general's mansion. Because of the policy of a level 3 military power, the cost of summoning, upgrading, and transforming all combat units is reduced by 30. This makes the summoning that originally required 25,000 points directly become 17,500, a saving of 7,500 points of command value. This is why Su Yang decided to expand in the next few days, so that he can save a lot of command value. Leadership value minus 17,500. Summoning General Meng Tian. As the command value was put into use, the upper part of the general's mansion suddenly sank with a loud bang. Then the sound of mechanical operation was heard, and the upper part slowly rose up. The entire building began to roar like a steel behemoth. The moment the mechanical roar stopped, the heavy steel gate of the general's mansion opened to both sides. Thick white steam gushed out, and a huge sound of movement and collision made up of machinery was heard. The footsteps were extremely heavy, loud like thunder, and the movement was exactly the same as when the Sky Fire Guard appeared. Bang! With a shake of his footsteps, the thick white fog around him was instantly dispersed. Wearing a black and white steel armor, and standing nearly 3 meters tall, Meng Tian suddenly appeared in front of Su Yang. In his left hand, Meng Tian held a heavy shield that was wider than his armor, and in his right hand, he held a steel hammer as tall as a person. Because Meng Tian is set as a garrison general, In order to adapt to the image and not conflict with Li Xian's charge function, a heavier warhammer is set as a weapon. Later, I found that people were not very satisfied with the warhammer as a weapon, but because there were already plots related to warhammer weapons, it was difficult for the young author to change it. But don't worry, this is just Meng Tian's first set of armor. There will be many subsequent upgrades, and various weapons will appear. The author will definitely meet everyone's expectations. Seeing Su Yang, Meng Tian put the warhammer to the ground, and dust gushed out when the hammer hit the ground. Then he held the shield with both hands and shook it violently, and the huge, heavy shield deformed and shrunk inward. After contracting it, he hung the shield in front of his chest and pressed it. With a grunting sound, the giant shield turned into a heavy breastplate. General Meng Tian pays respect to His Majesty. Shield of the Empire. Meng Tian saluted Su Yang, his voice as powerful as the roar of a dragon or a tiger. Su Yang called Meng Tian and then opened his panel. General Meng Tian. Army type, Imperial Shield. Armored armor, Steel Hybrid Armor. Armor effect, Imperial Shield. When attacked, it can absorb shock waves and explosion damage and prevent them from expanding outwards. Weapons and equipment, Iron Hammer, Heavy Iron Shield. Weapon effect, none. General skill, Great Wall Guard, passive effect. Skill effect, the cost of building and upgrading the city wall is reduced by half, and the length of the city wall is doubled. General skill, Solid as a barrier, active effect. Skill effect, increases damage resistance of all melee-friendly forces within a certain range by 20. Energy consumption, 15 units of fuel/day, 15 units of concentrated water/day. Maintenance consumption, 10 units of steel resources, 20 units of iron or resources, 10 units of copper or resources. After checking Meng Tian's panel, Su Yang's eyes lit up. Li Xian only has one general skill when summoned. Meng Tian has 2 general skills and a passive effect of armor. Active general skills are defensive team buffs. The effect of the passive skill is very suitable for Meng Tian. With this skill, building the Great Wall in the later stage seems to be no problem. Finally, there is the Imperial Shield effect of Meng Tian's armor, which is the ability Su Yang needs most at the moment. It can absorb some of the damage from explosions and shock waves when defending against attacks. When reading the skill introduction, Su Yang wondered if Meng Tian would be able to withstand the artillery of the invaders. If it can really withstand the artillery of the invaders, then this defense is indeed quite amazing. It is useless to guess now. Actual combat is the only way to test combat effectiveness. The defensive measures have been acquired, and the next step is to fight the insect swarm. Get as much leadership as possible before upgrading the Royal Armor Battalion. After a whole day of rest, Su Yang and his soldiers are now full of energy. He has had enough of the petty fighting in the Tournament of Nations. Conquering the insect swarm is what a real man should do. Su Yang ordered all the soldiers to take their positions. The defending General Meng Tian led most of the troops to climb the city wall. 4 Skyfire guards were also pulled into position above the city wall by the steam-powered cabin. A small team led by Li Xian and Chun Wu was left by Su Yang at the foot of the city so that they could serve as a surprise force when the battle started. After everyone was ready, Su Yang waved his hand and gave orders. The 2 Skyfire guards opened fire at the same time, and 2 blazing high-explosive bombs shot into the sky. Boom! The high-explosive bomb hit the ground with a loud bang. Su Yang switched to the perspective of Tianhui and could clearly see flames lighting up in the distance and dust spreading in all directions. Although he didn't know the principle, Su Yang could feel it. Detonating a bomb in the jungle might anger the Tyranid warrior. 2 shells landed on the ground, and Su Yang stared at the distance through the perspective of Tianhui. Come on, come on. Su Yang muttered to himself that he urgently needed the command value provided by the insect tide. Nearly a minute passed after the 2 shots were fired, and there was no movement in the distance. Su Yang raised his hand and waved, preparing to give another order when the sonic detector issued a warning. He immediately opened the reconnaissance panel and saw that in the north of the territory, a large group of extremely scattered white dots were approaching at a rapid speed. The troops were dispersed as soon as they entered the reconnaissance range. Su Yang was a little surprised. If it is not a coincidence, then the Zerg has already scouted out the attack range of the detectors and the Skyfire. These bugs are pretty capable. Fire the cannon. Su Yang waved his hand and gave orders again. So what if they were scattered? Now the territory had abundant reserves of both saltpeter and coal. When there is sufficient ammunition, there is no need to worry about hit rate or killing efficiency. Su Yang directly granted the 4 Skyfire guards unlimited firing rights. Shoot continuously without saving ammunition. Blow up the damn insect swarm. Boom. 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 The 4 Skyfire guards opened fire at full power, and one Skyfire bomb after another exploded with a loud bang. Looking from the city wall, it looks like a fireworks show in the dense forest. When a Skyfire bomb lands, it turns a dense forest area into a scorched earth. The powerful force generated by the explosion uprooted the crystal spore vegetation and swept it into the sky along with the remnants of the insect swarm. In less than a minute, the dense forest area in the north was almost turned upside down. Large areas of the once colorful dense forest were turned into scorched earth. Kill prompts kept appearing on the panel. Soo-young closed his eyes and enjoyed the music composed by the exploding shells. This symphony-like sound made him feel very happy. What is artillery fire washing the ground? This is artillery fire washing the ground. Chapter 100 Hardcore Interception, Meng Tian's Fighting Style. Kill Level 8 Tyrannid Stinger, Command Value plus 80, 20 bonus. Kill Level 7 Tyrannid Stinger, Command Value plus 70, 20 bonus. Kill Level 8 Tyrannid Stinger, Command Value plus 80, 20 bonus. Kill Level 7 Tyrannid Jet Nematodes, Command Value plus 90, 20 bonus. A series of kill prompts lit up on Soo-young's panel. Although the insect tide learned its lesson and adopted a dispersed charge tactic, it could not withstand the covering firepower of the 4 Skyfire guards. The blast of air and the raging flames covered all the paths ahead of the insect swarm. If the Zerg had history, perhaps they would use the word meat grinder to describe the Dragon Kingdom territory. The only thing that can limit the firepower of the Skyfire guard now is the reloading work when each round of ammunition is exhausted. While the towering city walls provided the Skyfire guards with an excellent view, they also made it extremely difficult to supply ammunition. For this purpose, Soo-young specially arranged a team to transport ammunition up and down the city wall for the Tianhui. But even so, a large number of insects will still swarm in every time the ammunition is replaced. In addition to the parts that have entered from the uncovered areas, a considerable number of insects are already approaching the city. When they overcome difficulties and dangers and approach the city wall, what awaits them is more deadly and more accurate shooting. Whoosh whoosh. The firing holes at the bottom of the northern wall were opened, and a team of armored crossbowmen poured fire crazily at the insect swarm. Since the swarm of insects that had been bombarded by artillery fire was not dense, the crossbowmen all used armor-piercing arrows. The explosive stones at the tail of the armor-piercing arrow explode one by one as it is shot, giving the arrow even stronger kinetic energy. Even for evolved stinging insects, such an armor-piercing arrow can penetrate 3 of them in a row. Countless silver lights flashed by, and a deadly rain of armor-piercing arrows was like the god of death, accurately harvesting the surviving insect swarms. Soo-young looked at the swarm of insects that had stopped moving forward and shook his head. We are old friends now, why serve appetizers? Let's go straight to the main course. As he wished. The moment the thought came to an end, 10 large white dots appeared side by side on the reconnaissance panel. Following behind them is a larger swarm of insects. Soo-young's eyes flickered. This is exactly what he wanted. Li Xian. Soo-young raised his hand and gave the order. The evolved giant crypt worms move at an incredibly fast speed, and the crossbow can only stop 4 of them even at full speed. If you want to stop them from leaving the territory, you must let Li Xian go out of the city to snipe. All the generals, listen to my orders and follow me to kill the enemy. Li Xian took the order and led Chun Wu's team to break out of the city gate. A set of silver-white armor shone silver in the moonlight. Anyone who sees it will say in their heart that it is handsome. It's a pity that there are no war horses. Soo-young felt regretful in his heart. It would be perfect if the heavy equipment battalion or the foundry could make some kind of mechanical beast. Rustle, 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 rustle. A new round of insect swarm offensive has arrived. The unique noise of a swarm of insects moving rang out in the dense forest. The Tianhui's bombardment never stopped, and the muzzle of the gun was already burning red. The 2 crossbows also went into action and began sniping the giant crypt worms underground. Call. Just as Soo-young was commanding his troops to snipe the giant insect, a red and black meteorite-like shell rolled over from the sky. The Conqueror. Soo-young's eyes flashed. The biggest threat is coming. The shell slid down from the sky, heading straight for the 4 Skyfire guards on the city wall. The Zerg's artillery units are incredibly accurate, as they can accurately lock onto targets from such a long distance. Meng Tian. The Tianhui guards were unable to evacuate in time, and the only one who could block the artillery shells was Meng Tian. Soo-young looked up at the city wall. What would Meng Tian do? When the shells fell, Meng Tian put the warhammer behind him and rushed towards the area where the Tianhui guards were. The hybrid armor was fully powered, countless thick white steam gushed out, and flame spewed out from the exhaust holes at the back to accelerate its propulsion. If you don't see it with your own eyes, no one can believe that such a huge steel armor can have such a speed. When Meng Tian was sprinting at full speed, he put his hands on his chest, pulled hard, and took out the shield that had turned into a breastplate. The moment he took it out, the giant steel shield unfolded outward in his hand, and in an instant it turned into a giant shield that was wider than the armor. As the shells came, Meng Tian leaped with the huge shield in hand, and the propulsion device under his feet spewed out countless flames. Boom! In midair, the cannonballs collided with the giant shield, making a loud bang. The shells exploded, flames flashed, and the air waves caused by the shock waves spread in the air. The Conqueror's shells exploded in the air. The explosion did not affect anyone, but the burning liquid fuel still splashed all around. In the rain of fire, Meng Tian landed steadily with a huge burning shield in his hand. Chi! The giant steel shield shook violently, and the steam and air waves that spewed out instantly extinguished the entire flame. Really tough to withstand the shells. Su Yang couldn't believe his eyes. This was definitely the most hardcore way of intercepting a shell he had ever seen. That giant shield has the effect of absorbing explosion energy and shock waves. The power of the shell when it explodes in the air is at least half that of Park's shell. Although fuel, rain, and fire still fell, the buildings in the territory were all made of steel, and the soldiers were all wearing armor. As long as it is extinguished in time, it will have no impact on the territory. Well done. Su Yang praised Meng Tian. Your Majesty, thank you for the compliment. It's just a small favor. Meng Tian responded calmly, as if what had just happened was as ordinary as buying vegetables in the morning. As expected of a general who could guard the border for Qin for decades, he is steady and reliable. As Su Yang praised Meng Tian, a smile appeared on his face. The Zerg have already scouted out the range of the Skyfire, so they will definitely deploy the Crusaders outside the range of their artillery. Moreover, with their learning ability, a large number of troops will be deployed to defend around the attackers this time to prevent Li Xian from stealing their base again. But no matter how they scouted, they could not find out what was happening inside the city walls. Su Yang waved his hand and gave orders. Skyfire Tower, activate. After receiving the order, 2 Skyfire Guard soldiers entered the Skyfire Tower. Buzz! 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 As it started, the barrel was heated in circles, and the entire turret turned red. Although it was not within the reconnaissance range, the attacker's shot had already exposed his position. The offensive and defensive situations are different. The Skyfire Tower has been deployed, and the Skyburning Bomb has been loaded. Target calibrated, request launch. Chapter 101 The Real Sea of Insects. Target calibrated, request launch. Su Yang's eyes flashed. Whose was bigger? Put. Boom. It was as if a muffled thunder exploded in the center of the territory. The gun barrel retracted, the ground shook, and a huge air wave rolled across the territory. The burning sky bomb, with a diameter of nearly 1.5 meters, suddenly rushed into the sky, leaving a fiery trail. Fortunately, Su Yang was the first to move away from the turret this time. Otherwise, this shot would have directly knocked him away. As the shells launched into the air, Su Yang immediately switched to the perspective of the defenders on the city wall. The blazing sky-burning bomb rose to its highest point in the air and then fell rapidly. Finally, it fell into the dense forest almost at the end of the site. A raging flame shot up into the sky, and the huge shock wave shattered all the surrounding crystal spores. Boom. After a few breaths, the sound of the explosion reached the territory, accompanied by a strong ground tremor. Kill level 10 Tyranid Stinger, command value plus 120 bonus. Kill level 9 Tyranid Stinger, command value plus 90, 20 bonus. Kill level 10 Tyranid Explosion Slayer, command value plus 920 bonus. Kill level 8 Tyranid Jet Nematodes, command value plus 95, 20 bonus. Kill level 8 Tyranid Worm, command value plus 160, 20 bonus. A series of dense kill prompts like a tide poured out on the panel. The Conqueror and its defenders were reduced to ashes. Kill the Tyranid Explosion Slayer. Obtain common D-level drops, fuel conversion sack. Convert biomass into biomass fuel and unlock biomass fuel technology in the Alien Experimental Station. Along with the kill notification, there is also a loot drop notification. Su Yang's eyes flashed when he saw the prompt. It was just as he guessed. The explosive Crusader could unlock key technology. Suppressing his curiosity to check the specific information, Su Yang shifted his attention to Li Xian on the front line. Although the Crusaders died, the Zerg was no longer able to turn the tables. But the battle is not over yet, so it is not the time to be careless. When the perspective switched to the front battlefield, Li Xian had already dealt with 4 giant insects. Finally, deal with 2 more, and then add the crossbow tower to get rid of all the giant insects. As long as the giant insect is stopped, the remaining insect swarms will pose no threat. Boom, buzz, buzz. Rustle, rustle. Only by switching to Li Xian's perspective can you understand the real feeling on the front line of the battlefield. The sounds of explosions, the screams of alien insects, the surging air waves, all kinds of sounds mixed together and poured into the ears. The blast, the flying dirt, the blood, and the remains of human bodies. All kinds of scenes flashed before my eyes. Li Xian led Chun Wu's team and advanced rapidly through the dense forest. The team members were responsible for dealing with the alien insects pouring out from all directions, while Li Xian focused on sniping the giant insects underground. Following Su Yang's instructions, Li Xian quickly found and locked onto another giant underground worm. The power device started to work, and the iron spear entered the charging state. Li Xian found the right position and fired a shot at the ground. When the iron spear did not pierce into the soil as Li Xian expected, but hit something halfway and was directly bounced away. Chi! A sharp collision sounded, and a half-finger-deep mark appeared on Li Xian's breastplate out of thin air. When attacked, Li Xian's eyes flashed, and he grabbed the spear in the air and used the momentum to pull back. A Tyranid warrior who can turn invisible. Su Yang reacted immediately. The attack power was too strong, and one sword almost broke Li Xian's armor. Hiss! With a low roar, a Terran warrior with a pointed hammerhead and data cables hanging behind his head appeared in front of Li Xian. He held a giant bone blade, and 2 rows of exposed fangs trembled constantly. After appearing, it slowly raised its hand and extended a bug claw. The alien insects rushing up from behind immediately bypassed Li Xian and ran towards Chun Wu's team behind him. Another one-on-one duel? No wonder this thing is called the Tyranid warrior. Hold him. Su Yang gave orders to Li Xian and then switched to the city wall perspective. Li Xian was blocked, and the 2 giant insects behind him were missed, so troops must be sent to defend. Switching back to the view, Su Yang was about to ask Meng Tian to lead the team down the city wall to defend against the swarm of insects. Suddenly, 2 giant insects were discovered to have stopped in front of the city wall. What's the meaning? Bang! 2 giant insects broke out of the ground at the north gate. Following behind them, a series of zergs similar to brain worms emerged. Unlike ordinary brain worms, these brain worms have larger brains and are covered with dark purple cracks. It looks like a tumor like the queen worm. Aren't brain worms non-aggressive? What's the point of sending it to the front line? Swish, swish. The crossbowman would not miss the opportunity to get stuck in the doorway, and a rain of arrows fell in an instant. The dark purple brain of the brain worm exploded like a watermelon the moment it was shot. Purple brain matter splattered, and countless arm-sized alien insects poured out. The bugs rushed towards the gate like mad dogs, and started gnawing at it while screaming. They have some kind of acid in their mouths, and each bite is enough to eat right through the metal door. Dozens of brain worms that emerged from the cave entrance exploded one after another, and each of them could produce dozens or even hundreds of small worms. Soon, dense swarms of bugs filled the entire gate area. The crossbowmen on the city wall quickly switched to shooting explosive arrows. The area explosion is very lethal to densely packed enemies, but it is not very effective against these small bugs. The high temperature generated by the explosion can kill some of the insects, but the impact damage is offset by their hard shells. The Skyfire guards could not bomb the door, and Su Yang couldn't think of any way to deal with them for a moment. In less than half a minute, the half-meter-thick metal-edged stone gate was pierced by the gnawing of hundreds of small insects. As if receiving an order, the surrounding army of stinging insects began to gather towards the gate. No wonder the giant insects broke through the ground in front of the gate. They wanted to chew through the entire gate to allow the swarm of insects to swarm in. It is necessary to mobilize the armored warriors to defend. If the city gate is breached, the difficulty of defense will increase dramatically. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he gave the order immediately. Before he gave the order, Meng Tian had already set off. All the generals, listen up. Follow me and defend the city gates. After saying that, Meng Tian didn't hesitate at all. He gathered his strength and jumped down from the sky above the city gate. The back propulsion device was fully opened, and bursts of flames gushed out. The steel armor is 3 meters high, 1.5 meters wide, and weighs at least 10 tons. It accelerated and smashed into the insect swarm like a meteorite falling to the ground. Boom! Su Yang's eyes suddenly widened, and he was stunned. Chapter 102, New Zerg Unit, Biomass Fuel. Without any warning or questioning, He just jumped into the insect swarm. This way of debuting is too cruel. You are not allowed to jump. Seeing this, Su Yang quickly gave orders, fearing that the armored soldiers would really follow Meng Tian and jump off the city wall. Their armor is not as good as Meng Tian's. Boom! On the other side, Meng Tian landed with a bang, and all the insects within a 1-meter range were blown away. How dare you, a mere insect, be so presumptuous? Meng Tian roared angrily, wielding his hammer in both hands and attacking the insect swarm everywhere. The war hammer was accelerated by the rear propulsion device like a cannonball, and it could crush dozens of alien insects into pieces with one strike of the hammer. Meng Tian's landing attracted a large number of alien insects, and the swarm of insects surging like a tide directly submerged it. They opened their sharp teeth filled with acid and gnawed at Meng Tian's steel armor frantically. Fortunately, the steel armor is stronger than the copper iron door, allowing Meng Tian to hold on longer. Meng Tian used himself as bait to attract the firepower of a large number of insects. This delayed the armored troops' deployment for a long time. After the troops were in place, Su Yang directly ordered the city gates to be opened. The swarm of insects poured into the territory like a stream of water. Whoosh whoosh. The gathered crossbowmen switched to explosive arrows and fired continuously. Compared to the shooting on the city wall, this time there were more people involved and the firepower was stronger. The flames produced by the explosion continued to explode among the insect swarm. After a round of bombing, all the armored warriors also rushed into the sea of insects. Meng Tian suddenly raised his foot and stepped on several alien insects to death while activating his general skills. As solid as a wall, all armored warriors gained 20 damage reduction. After receiving the bonus, the warriors chose to trade injuries for injuries, and the attack became more fierce. Meng Tian went all out, swinging the war hammer while using every part of his body. Pedals, hand pinches, jam joints, and even burns with propellers. Kill level 1 Tyrannid Iron Devourer, command value +1, 20 bonus. Kill level 1 Tyrannid Iron Devourer, command value +1, 20 bonus. Kill a level 9 Tyrannid Cryptworm, command value +600, 20 bonus. After Meng Tian and the armored warriors fought almost for their lives, they finally managed to withstand the attack of the iron-eating insects. After clearing out most of the iron-eating insects, Meng Tian led his troops to fight against the influx of stinging insects and finally recaptured the gate. Under Su Yang's command, the tattered gate slowly closed, once again blocking the subsequent swarm of insects out. Relying on the city walls, the crossbowmen successfully repelled the subsequent insect tides and the crisis was resolved. The attack of the Zerg's iron-eating insects is simply terrifying. Su Yang looked at the metal door full of holes with lingering fear. When he saw the dense swarms of iron-eating insects biting the gate frantically, he got goosebumps all over his body. In comparison, those stinging insects are not a swarm of insects attack at all. This is a swarm of insects attack. Moreover, these are the iron-eating insects brought by 2 giant insects. If there are a few more iron-eating insect armies, we will probably fail. Fortunately, Meng Tian used his body to attract the attack of the iron-eating insects at the beginning. Otherwise, the gate would be directly scrapped. Whether it was taking on the artillery shells or jumping directly into the insect swarm, Meng Tian's seemingly reckless actions actually played a crucial role. Just after they recaptured the gate, the swarm of insects that had been pouring in seemed to give up and began to retreat. Su Yang did not expect this. It was the first time he encountered a swarm of insects retreating. After asking Meng Tian to redeploy the city wall defense, Su Yang immediately switched to Li Xian's perspective. There were dozens more scars on Li Xian's armor, and the Terran warrior opposite him was covered in blood. This duel was so intense. Su Yang was somewhat surprised. However, it seems that the Tyrannid warriors no longer intend to launch an attack. It roared softly, and the data line behind its head kept flashing. The remaining Zerg forces bypassed it and retreated rapidly. It turned out that it was this Tyrannid warrior who initiated the retreat. We must kill it, Su Yang ordered. Li Xian received the order and rushed out again. However, the Terran warrior lost his desire to fight. He grabbed something out of thin air and threw it at Li Xian. Li Xian stopped and stabbed. The silver spear pierced through something and blood splattered. A small Zerg with the ability to break the invisibility appeared on the silver spear. When I looked up again, the Tyrannid warrior had already turned invisible and escaped. There is no way. This stealth ability cannot be cracked at the moment. Su Yang cursed inwardly and immediately sent out all the scout troops to track down the escaped Zerg. The monk can escape, but the temple cannot. These guys will die at his hands sooner or later. At this point, The first defensive battle after returning from the World Championship ended. Although Su Yang was prepared to defend against the invaders, he was still caught off guard by the newly emerged army of iron-eating insects. All I can say is that the Zerg is indeed the strongest alien unit, and its evolution speed is simply outrageous. However, apart from the attack of the iron-eating worms, Su Yang was very satisfied with the other parts of the defense. Although the level of Abyss Gaze has not yet been upgraded, this swarm is likely to belong to the 4th generation of Zerg. However, the territory has just reached level 4, and many of the combat capabilities related to level 4 have not yet been unlocked. It's great to achieve such a result in a battle like this. And the most important gain brought by this insect tide is information about biomass fuel. This made Su Yang certain that there was indeed something in the dense forest that could replace oil. In addition to the biomass information, there are also massive amounts of command value rewards. Compared with these rewards, the armor losses of the armored warriors are not worth mentioning. After the battle, Su Yang asked Li Xian and Meng Tian to lead all the soldiers out of the city to clean up the battlefield. This time, the Zerg corpses were not burned, but collected together. These corpses are likely the raw materials for biomass fuel. While the soldiers were collecting the bodies, Su Yang returned to the Lord's mansion to check out the harvest. Although the Tyranid warriors escaped with the remaining troops in the end, the gain in command value this time was no less. Although there is no achievement reward, this is the largest and highest level insect swarm since entering the Forbidden Area. In one battle, 35,650 points of command were obtained purely through killing, and after a 20 bonus, the command value reached 42,780 points. 40,000 points of command value at a time is almost twice as much as in previous battles. Apart from the command value, what Su Yang is most looking forward to is the biomass fuel. Meng Tian's armor is already a hybrid power, and its propulsion and acceleration functions all rely on fuel. As you can expect, all level 4 soldiers and the soon-to-be unlocked heavy equipment battalion machinery will require fuel to drive. Solving the fuel problem is extremely important for the development of the territory. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he opened the Shinnong Creation Institute panel. A new technology column has appeared. Chapter 103 The landing site is exposed. Level 4 Imperial Armor Battalion. Although the technology bar appears, it has not yet lit up, which obviously means that some conditions have not been met. Su Yang clicked on the Tyranid Swarm Research under Alien Biology Research, and then clicked on the Swarm Intelligence sub-branch. Technology, Biomass Fuel. Beware of mold. Analyze the process of Zerg's biomass and fuel conversion, and the secret of obtaining biomass fuel. Function, obtain a biomass smelting station, unlocking the ability to convert alien corpses into biomass and then into fuel oil. Prerequisite technology, none. This is a life activity that humans cannot understand. Unlock consumption. A living and complete queen, 4th generation and above, 1. Fuel conversion bag 1. Command value, 20,000. Time, 2D. Sure enough, Zerg corpses can be converted into biomass fuel. After being refined at the Daqing refinery, we can obtain fuel with the same effect as petroleum. Su Yang's brows relaxed, and he finally let go of his worry. In this way, we can also produce fuel and perfectly overcome the bottleneck period in which almost all countries will be stuck. Moreover, there are as many Zerg corpses as needed, and as long as the fuel equipment is put into operation, there will hardly be a problem of fuel shortage. Looking at the panel, there should be 2 processes in biomass fuel conversion. One is to convert Zerg corpses into biomass, and then convert biomass into fuel. Although Su Yang did not know the specific composition of biomass, this process was enough to make the modern world boil. You know, the formation of ordinary oil requires at least millions of years of evolution, but the Zerg may not even need a day to complete this process. The Tyranids are so terrifying. Su Yang took a deep breath and opened the resource panel. After the steel reserves were upgraded to the General's Mansion, only 13 units were left. Whether you want to unlock the Royal Armor Camp or the Heavy Weapon Camp, you have to wait until tomorrow. But there is no need to rush, as the scouts are still tracking the fleeing Zerg. It will take at least until tomorrow to get the exact location of their territory. When reviewing the normal battle before, Su Yang was once troubled by how to deal with the iron-eating insects. Until I remembered that there was still the Fire Dragon Guard that had not been unlocked. The shell of the iron-eating insect is harder than that of ordinary stinging insects, but it is afraid of high temperatures. From this point of view, the Fire Dragon Guard equipped with a flamethrower and capable of a wide range of attacks is simply their real father. Just thinking about that scene, Su Yang seemed to smell the smell of burnt feathers in the air. After I unlock the Fire Dragon Guard tomorrow, I'll immediately go and kill all those bugs without leaving a single one alive. How can you escape unscathed after invading the Qin territory? But in addition to destroying the insect swarm, there is another important task. To unlock the biomass fuel technology, a living and complete queen is required. In other words, you must first unlock the heavy equipment battalion and build vehicle units before you can bring the queen back. The specific matters will be decided tomorrow depending on the situation. Su Yang closed the panel. The most important task at present is to collect all the corpses of the alien insects. Although some insects are dead, they are still alive. Now these things are extremely precious strategic resources. The World Championship has ended. Welcome to the third week. The Lord's Hall has been opened. During the specified time, Lords can communicate with each other in the hall. The next morning, the Lord's Hall opened. In fact, yesterday was just the first day, but after the intense battles in the Tournament of Nations, the system defaulted to the fact that all Lords were still sleeping on the first day and the Lord's Hall was not opened. The first thing Su Yang did when he entered the hall was to check the number of people in the hall. After the World Championship, the 55 people in the second week have become 53 people. The lovely Lord of Goryeo left this world forever. The entire Korean peninsula also left with him. An earthquake sank the Goryeo civilization, which was said to have existed for 10,000 years, into the sea. Another person to leave was Lord Icelol, who was defeated by a group of salamanders with a threat level of 3 in the competition. The territory of Israel was hit by catastrophic volcanic eruptions and geothermal warming. The people of the whole country were roasted, and grease like melted soap covered the entire country. As we all know, forbidden natural disasters are local disasters controlled by some force. The larger the territory of a country, the more natural disasters it can withstand. For example, the Dragon Kingdom has endured 2 natural disasters and still exists. Therefore, many countries have begun wars of annexation in order to increase their chances of survival. During the tournament, Israel happened to launch a brutal war against a certain country, massacring civilians at will. They were on the verge of succeeding and taking over the country. Unfortunately, a natural disaster struck and their home was directly robbed. Su Yang expressed deep condolences for the 2 lords who passed away this week. Anonymous: I didn't expect that 2 countries with good combat power would leave this week. U.S. Lord: mourn for the deceased lord. Lord of Tianju: Goryeo is arrogant and narcissistic, and its demise is only a matter of time. Anonymous: Israel is a powerful country, but the country is too small. It will collapse if it is attacked. German Lord: God has completed our unfinished business. Anonymous: although Israel is a demon, Germany is not much better. German Lord: I will find you and tear you apart. After a while of cursing at each other, the topic returned to the regular program of the Lord's Hall. Dragon Kingdom and Insect Nest. Anonymous: I just want to know if the Lord of the Hive Heart is okay. Can he still deal with the 4th threat level insect tide? Opera Lord: my communication device was buzzing all night yesterday. I thought it was broken. Anonymous: no way, they fired cannons all night long. How is this possible? U.S. Lord: it is possible that it is a Zerg artillery unit. Its power is enough to affect electromagnetic wave equipment. Lord of Japan: which country is fighting the Zerg? You are truly a warrior. Anonymous: do we need to guess? In the World Championship, Dragon Country is the strongest? Lord Tianju: you must learn to see the essence through the phenomenon, young man. The Dragon Country soldiers are obviously strong in individual combat. Fighting against the strongest individual stone men is their domain. Fighting against the insect swarm is not their advantage at all. Lord Zabanya: if my elder brother was in the insect nest, he would have come to protect me long ago. He would never have let me suffer alone. Lord Tianju: haha, Siang Bra, if I accidentally guess your territory correctly, don't blame me. Anonymous: a bunch of stupid idiots born of bitches. Just wait to be beaten by Longhua. Lord Tianju: I'll fuck you. Su Yang closed the Lord's Hall, and the following conversation was mostly just a war of words. As the opposing alliance gradually stabilized, the lords became less polite to each other. He originally thought that after the competition, many lords would doubt his arrival in the heart of the hive. But judging from the situation, there are not many people who openly suspect him, and there are even a few who are covering for him. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you expose your birthplace or not. Your main enemy has become the swarm of insects. As long as we can defeat the Zerg, we can definitely defeat other countries. Whether these lords have doubts or not, what they have to do is to continuously improve their combat effectiveness in the battle with the Zerg. While thinking, Su Yang opened the panel of the Royal Armor Camp. The steel stock has reached 132 units. It's time to upgrade the team again. Chapter 104 Great Qin Fire Dragon Guard, Level 2 General's Mansion. Steel, 100 units. Copper, or 50 units. Level 4 Royal Armor Battalion is being upgraded. The sound of mechanical transformation could be heard, and the Imperial Armor Battalion was changing rapidly under the guidance of the blueprint. The surrounding structures became more and more complex and sophisticated, and the originally dark iron-colored appearance gradually became brighter. Chi, accompanied by a noise, thick white steam and black smoke gushed out together, which is the sign of hybrid power. At the 4th level Lord's Mansion stage, almost all devices use hybrid power. That is, steam drive is responsible for daily actions, such as walking, daily operations, etc. Fuel drive is used for emergency consumption, accelerated construction, or rapid advancement. The sound of transformation stopped, and a brand new Level 4 Imperial Armor Battalion appeared in front of Su Yang. With a flash of thought, he opened the panel of the Imperial Armor Camp. Surprisingly, all armored units are not shown to be able to be upgraded yet. Based on previous experience, this is probably because we don't have the fuel resources yet. However, although other units have not yet been unlocked for upgrade, the Fire Dragon Guards that come with the Level 4 Royal Armor Battalion can be summoned directly. What the Fire Dragon Guards lacked the most in fighting against the 4th generation Zerg Swarm was their close-range, large-scale combat capability. Without hesitation, Su Yang directly used his command value to summon 4 Fire Dragon Guards. Leadership value minus 16,800. Summon the Great Qin Fire Dragon Guard. The original consumption was 24,000 points, but because of the military power buff, 7,200 points of command value were directly saved. Chi. Black and white smoke gushed out, and the gate of the Imperial Armor Camp slowly opened. 4 super heavy mechas with a similar appearance to the Skyfire Guards appeared in the smoke. Qin Fire Dragon Guard. These are also heavy mechas operated by soldiers, but the difference is that their gun barrels are not on the back, but on the arms. The mecha's sturdy forearms were modified into 2 heavy flamethrowers with a muzzle diameter the size of a basketball and circles of burning devices surrounding the barrel. There is a fuel tank on each side of the back, connected in the middle by a fuel pipe and a pressurizing device. By adjusting the pressurization device, the fuel injection distance can be adjusted, and the longest range can even reach an amazing 200 meters. No wonder they are called Fire Dragon Guards. What they spray is actually a fire dragon. Su Yang's eyes flashed, as if he had already seen the fire dragon gushing out. With the Fire Dragon Guard, there is no need to worry about the swarm of iron-eating insects attack. The Skyfire Guards are responsible for long-range bombing, while the Fire Dragon Guards are responsible for fighting the dense insect swarms in close combat. The armored troops are responsible for sending the units that survived both attacks to the west. After summoning the Fire Dragon Guard, Su Yang opened the General's Mansion panel again. The Level 2 General's Mansion allows Li Xian to upgrade. General's Mansion. General, Li Xian. Level 1, Level 2. Effect. Skill Command Vanguard. Increase morale by 20, increase morale by 30. Strategy Power. Increase the command value gained in battle by 20, 30. Command value. 15,000 points. Required General Mansion Level 2. Upgrading Li Xian not only improves his skills, but also increases his strategy bonus to 30. The sooner this effect is upgraded, the greater the benefit will be. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he started to upgrade his command value. Command value, 10,500 points. General Li Xian is upgrading. General Li Xian fought all over the world. His ability to command troops was improved, and his command vanguard was upgraded. As the entries flashed by, Li Xian quickly completed the upgrade. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction. Now all upgrades have been completed, and it is time to set off. Last night, the scout team had already discovered the location of the insect nest and made a detailed report on the specific information. Basically, it was the same as he guessed. This was a 4th-generation Zerg swarm, and the scale of the Zerg nest was extremely large, far exceeding the normal range. This information made him very excited. The bigger the hive, the more Zerg there were, and the more Zerg there were, the more fuel and dominance there were. Without further hesitation, Su Yang went straight to Li Xian and asked him to lead the troops. Although the heavy equipment camp has not been unlocked yet, it's about time for Li Xian and the others to arrive. We must seize the opportunity now and take advantage of the fact that the Zerg is still weak after being defeated to destroy their lair. Soon, Li Xian called upon 30 armored warriors and 20 armored crossbowmen, plus 2 Sky Fire Guards and 4 Fire Dragon Guards to gather at the city gate. After Su Yang's inspection, the team marched directly north. Meng Tian had run out of fuel in the battle last night, so Su Yang did not send him, However, Meng Tian can only maximize his advantages within his territory. Because of the passive effect of the Great Wall Guardian, Su Yang directly handed over all the tasks of territory expansion and planning to Meng Tian. With his command ability and defense experience from garrisoning on the frontier for many years and overseeing the construction of the Great Wall, this task was a piece of cake. After receiving the order, Meng Tian immediately led a group of soldiers to begin exploration and investigation around the city wall. After all the tasks were assigned, Su Yang returned to the Lord's mansion with peace of mind to watch the first-person perspective of Li Xian leading the team to attack. After gaining the shared vision of the Zerg, he felt like he was personally participating in every battle. Whenever Su Yang put himself in Li Xian's perspective and shuttled through the insect swarms and killed them, he would have the illusion that he was a peerless master. Or maybe it was not an illusion. When you walk out of the territory, there is no intact crystal spore forest left in the surrounding area. All of them have been turned into scorched earth by the Sky Fire Guards. On the scorched earth closest to the territory, the collected Zerg corpses had piled up into a small hill. The process of collecting corpses is extremely tedious and energy-consuming, especially for this kind of scattered attacking insect swarm. Last night, Li Xian and Meng Tian led the troops to collect supplies all night long, which consumed a lot of time and energy. Because Su Yang was worried about this matter, he tossed and turned for 30 seconds before he fell asleep. While lamenting the difficulties, Su Yang suddenly thought of a big problem. Collecting the corpses around the territory is so difficult. What should we do with the corpses from the Conquest War? It is absolutely impossible to rely on soldiers to transport them back one by one, and the transport vehicle must be unlocked. But the loading capacity of the early transport vehicles must be limited, and they cannot transport so many things at a time. The repeated transport back and forth will definitely take up a lot of time and consume a lot of fuel. Don't you want it anymore? Su Yang felt a little distressed. They had just started out, and it would be a shame to waste such a large amount of energy. However, he suddenly remembered. Of course, an ordinary transport truck cannot carry so many things, but this is a Daqin transport truck. If nothing unexpected happens, it will definitely be unexpected. Chapter 105. The U.S.-Japan Alliance encountered an ambush. MacArthur looked at the debuff of the turbulent situation on the panel with a complicated look in his eyes. He had a cigar in his mouth with the paper covering broken at the end. He brought 7 cigars with him and said he would smoke one when he gained the upper hand. By the time he finishes smoking the 7 cigarettes, the development of the United States will surely surpass that of other countries. As long as the United States takes the lead, other countries will never be able to make a comeback. The imagination is very rich, but the reality is that only one has been lit so far. Moreover, they only opened champagne at halftime, and we didn't gain any advantage afterwards. This second cigar is almost melting in my mouth every day, and there is no chance to light it yet. This time I got debuffed again, which was just adding insult to injury. The son of a bitch hasn't come yet. Lord of Japan, sorry for the long wait. Oh, here it comes. MacArthur sat up straight. This time he pulled the private chat to seek cooperation with the Japanese alliance. This time, only these 2 alliances were hit by the debuff, and this cannot continue. Lord of the United States, you haven't waited long, right? Let's get straight to the point. Lord of Japan, okay, old friends should just give up those unnecessary foreplays. MacArthur spat and asked, who the hell is your good friend? U.S. Lord. My friend, are you sure there is no Lord of the Hive Heart in your alliance? Lord of Japan, my friend, I am 100% sure. Lord of the United States. Now our opponents should be determined. They are Dragon Country and the country in the Independence Alliance that may be located in the Hive. Lord of Dongying. Could these 2 countries be one? U.S. Lord. I think it is unlikely. The technology tree of the Qin dynasty is very strange. It seems to be biased towards single target and close combat. And there is an expert in micro-expressions in our team. She said that Su Yang showed a puzzled and surprised expression when facing the insect swarm. It was obviously the first time he had seen it. Oh Lord, can the expert really be trusted? Then what did she see that I was thinking at the time? Lord of the United States. Most of the time I want to go to the toilet. She said you are constipated. Lord of Japan. It doesn't matter who is who. Let's just kill these 2 together. U.S. Lord. That's exactly what I meant. I mean to start with oil and impose a comprehensive resource blockade on them. Lord of Japan. I can't say for sure about the Independence Alliance, but this trick will definitely work on Dragon Country. They are all poor guys in the alliance. U.S. Lord. Then we will try our best to expand the scope of reconnaissance and find their territory as soon as possible to jointly attack them. Lord of the East. Blitzkrieg, my friends will like it. Longhua High-Level Conference Room. In the second week, Su Yang's concrete resources restored the basic operation of the entire Jiangdong province. In the next step, we can use Jiangdong province as a transit point to speed up the post-disaster reconstruction work in the other 3 provinces. The military chief nodded and took the relevant documents from his subordinates. Soon another document was handed over, this time from a group of experts. General, after much research, we have discovered a major problem. The current strength of the Zerg is increasing too fast. If Su Yang continues to advance at this speed, he may be overtaken by the Zerg in technology. Let's wait until this round of Forbidden Land live broadcast starts and see the Qin dynasty equipment before making a final conclusion. The general put the documents away. A helpless look flashed across his face. The statements made by this group of experts have either been slapped in the face or are on the way to being slapped in the face. This time he plans to wait and see. It's definitely true this time, General. The expert became anxious when he saw that the general didn't believe it. Su Yang's base currently has no technology to defend against Zerg cannons. If we continue to develop at such a fast pace with the Zerg, there will definitely be problems. General, be sure to send a message to Su Yang, asking him to slow down and take it easy. The enthusiastic expert was led out of the meeting room by the guards. At the same time, the big screen flashed, and the live broadcast of the Forbidden Area began. Appearing on the screen is Li Xian's marching team. Oh my god, there are 6 Skyfire guards this time. That's not the Skyfire guard, it's a new unit. There's no cannon on your back. Are the weapons those 2 things in your hands? Is it a howitzer? Or a machine gun? Or a flamethrower? A flamethrower would be so cool. I've wanted to set these bugs on fire for a long time. Hey, why doesn't this new unit have armor like normal ones? Watching the Qin soldiers marching steadily on the screen, the general will silently throw the expert document into the trash can. Dragon Country official live broadcast room. The emergence of new types of soldiers in the army immediately attracted everyone's attention. Hey, new heavy mechs. What unit is this time? There's a barrel, a muzzle, and a sight. It's a sniper. Is this a punitive war? Will we see another battle today? I believe that if I take action, there will be countless casualties. That's not right. Why isn't Su Yang in the team today? Isn't our live broadcast locked to Su Yang's perspective? Oh my god, why is the perspective changing? What is this? It looks like a first-person perspective. Wow, this is amazing. What is going on? Do we have a director? Hurry up. I want to chop the bugs. I want to enter Xin Ye's first-person perspective. I want to enter Xin Ye's perspective. I want to enter Xin Ye's perspective. Hey, why is it cut again? Is this our territory? There seem to be a lot of new buildings. Damn it, it's cut again. I haven't watched it all yet. The director should find a factory to work in right away. Forbidden Area, Insect Nest Forest. Boom. Boom. The Royal Armor Corps advanced steadily through the dense forest, and the footsteps of several heavy mechas echoed in the sky. They had come a long way, and if the return journey was taken into account, they would soon reach their limit. Suddenly, Li Xian waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. All the soldiers in the army stopped immediately, leaving only the sound of the power system operating. Your Majesty, I feel something is wrong. Su Yang frowned, quickly switched the perspectives of the 4 scouts, and asked them about the reconnaissance situation. After the 4 scouts joined the main army, they continued to scout on both wings, but found nothing unusual. Su Yang quickly switched the perspectives of the 4 scouts twice. After ensuring everything was correct, he switched back to Li Xian's perspective. Confirmed that there is no abnormality before continuing. Before Su Yang finished speaking, a series of bang-bang sounds were heard. All Li Xian saw was rows of giant underground insects rising from the ground and surrounding all of them. Countless strange insects rushed out behind it, and their sharp cries echoed throughout the dense forest. I was ambushed. Chapter 106. The Fire Dragon Guard takes action, and the land is scorched for 1,000 miles. A sudden noise arose in the dense forest. More than a dozen sounds of breaking ground were heard around. The originally silent jungle was instantly filled with the hissing sounds of Zerg. The sound of the giant insects digging the ground would be detected by scouts and Li Xian, so they had ambushed here in advance. Moreover, these giant insects chose the right distance. They would not be killed by Li Xian's gun and block the entrance of the cave, nor would they be too far away to give the crossbowmen room to attack. This was obviously a carefully planned and prepared ambush. Su Yang's thoughts flashed. It should be that the scouts' tracking yesterday was discovered by the Zerg, and then they set up an ambush in advance. These guys' tactical level is getting higher and higher. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of giant insects leaping out of the ground continued to explode, and countless alien insect troops poured out from them. The main road was filled with stinging insects, while in the dense forest there were countless nematode teams hiding for cover. Li Xian immediately ordered the troops to form a circular array, with the armored warriors defending on the outside and the crossbowmen attacking on the inside. However, the incident happened suddenly, giving the soldiers no time to react, and countless explosions rang out in the team. The armored warriors had no time to defend themselves, and many crossbowmen were damaged by the explosion. At this distance, the Sky Fire Guards were useless, and the Fire Dragon Guards were suppressed and unable to fire. If a flamethrower is fired rashly and is hit by an explosive insect sting, it can easily cause a huge explosion. Li Xian felt a surge of anger in his chest. He was ambushed again and again, which made him, as a general, very unhappy. He wanted to rush out and tear the Zerg apart, but the terrain of the dense forest was complex. If he rushed in rashly and could not kill them quickly, it would lead to more serious consequences. Southeast by south, 2,000 steps. Li Xian. A silver light flashed, and Li Xian jumped out of the formation, flying rapidly towards the southeast. Chen Wu leads the team, southwest direction, 500 steps. Zhao Zhang, due east, 700 steps. Su Yang quickly switched perspectives in the team and found out several of the enemy's most concentrated firepower points. Passive defense is definitely not a good strategy. Only by advancing under fire can we break the impasse. Li Xian and a group of soldiers who received the order immediately rushed out of the team and headed towards the dense forest. The remaining armored warriors fought hard to hold off the surging tide of stinging insects. Soon, under Su Yang's precise reporting, Li Xian and his soldiers rushed into the enemy's rear row. The nematodes either fled or were killed, and the frontal firepower weakened instantly. Once the firepower weakens, the Fire Dragon Guard will be able to release its combat power. In this narrow terrain, the Fire Dragon Guard's attack is devastating. 4 Fire Dragon Guards in front and behind the team walked out of the formation and stood at the forefront of the team. Countless stinging insects swarmed up, and among the dense pile of stinging insects, there appeared several brainworm variants carrying iron-eating insects. They exploded in the insect tide, and countless small iron-eating insects gushed out like a wave, densely covering the entire ground. Although the swarm of stinging insects was originally dense, the gaps between the individuals were large so that the ground could still be seen. The moment the iron-eating worms appeared, they filled all the places where they could land, like a raging tide, overwhelming the sky and the earth. The audience watching the live broadcast in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. They saw Li Xian leading his team to cut into the back row and defeat the Zerg ranged forces. Just when I was about to celebrate that the crisis was resolved and the encounter was won without any danger, I saw the scene in front of me. An overwhelming sea of insects is coming. In particular, Su Yang used the first-person perspective of a frontline soldier. The entire field of vision was filled with alien insects, blocking out the sky and the sun. Oh my god, what kind of bug is this? What should I do? What should I do? The insect swarm can also ambush. How can we play this game? This team is gone. The Skyfire Guard should just blow itself up. It's over. It's over. Someone come and save me. Chi chi chi. The Fire Dragon Guard at the front of the team had white steam constantly coming out of his body. The barrels of the 2 flamethrower guns gradually turned red, changing from silver-white to molten color. Preheating completed, fuel loaded, Gear 3, requesting ignition. Ignition. Boom. The moment Su Yang gave the order, 8 100-meter-long pillars of fire gushed out from front and back. The scorching flames instantly blocked all the Zerg's advance paths, and the entire dense forest was set on fire. Su Yang, who was in the first-person perspective of the Fire Dragon Guard, only saw extremely deep red and even white flames instantly filling his entire field of vision. It was like being thrown directly into the core of the sun, with fire, high temperature, explosion, everything appeared before my eyes. Su Yang only looked for a moment, and then immediately exited the Fire Dragon Guard's first-person perspective. If he continued looking, his eyes would surely suffer irreversible damage. Hiss! The tragic howling of alien insects continued to sound in the dense forest. The iron-eating insect turned into charcoal the moment it touched the flame. However, stinging insects are more heat-resistant and can hold out for quite a while. But under the impact of the fire column, they could not move and only prolonged their wailing in pain. 800-meter-long pillars of fire swept through the dense forest as the Fire Dragon Guard twisted its body. Wherever the raging fire goes, all lives are destroyed. Countless kill prompts appeared on the panel. Kill level 10 Tyranid Stinger, command value plus 130 bonus. Kill level 1 Tyranid Iron Devourer, command value plus 130 bonus. Kill level 1 Tyranid Iron Devourer. Command value +1, 30 bonus. Kill a level 10 Breeding Brainworm. Variant. Command value +500, 30 bonus. Kill level 8 Tyrannid Worm. Command value +160, 30 bonus. As the wailing sounds became weaker and weaker, all the insects within a 100-meter radius were completely wiped out. This battle, which started off with considerable danger, was over in less than a minute as the Fire Dragon Guards took action. The Fire Dragon Guards ceased firing, and countless thick white steam emerged from all parts of its mecha. This is the water cooling device using cold water to cool the body of the machine. The water vaporizes into water vapor the moment it hits the hot body. The Fire Dragon Guard is equipped with a complete water cooling device. Without water cooling, the barrel will melt due to prolonged roasting. The flames died down, and the battle came to an end. The armored warriors who had formed a circle immediately disbanded and began to hunt down the remaining troops. In the dense forest, Li Xian fought with the invisible Tyrannid warrior again. The angry Li Xian defeated the Terran warriors step by step. At the beginning, the Terran warrior could still barely hold on, but as the Fire Dragon Guard attacked from the front, his will to fight disappeared instantly. When the frontal troops were completely destroyed, it gave up resistance and allowed Li Xian to pierce its chest. Chapter 107 Gongshu Heavy Equipment Camp, Twin Mother Insect Nest. Dragon Country Official Live Broadcast Room. The moment they saw the Fire Dragon Guard breathing fire, all the people went crazy. Du Lao? This is so cool. This power and range are too wide, my goodness. It's like barbecue. I can already smell the aroma. This scene is so shocking. It's 10,000 times more shocking than anything in a movie. High-level meeting room. The moment the Fire Dragon Guard spewed fire, it almost caused many experts with cataracts to become completely blind. Even at the risk of going blind, they did not want to miss this shocking scene. It's so spectacular. The creations of the Qin dynasty are so exaggerated. The principles are the same, but why are the things made by the Qin dynasty so much better than ours? Qin dynasty craftsmanship is trustworthy. Amid the wild cheering outside the Forbidden Area, the battle inside the Forbidden Area was already coming to an end. The battle came to an end as the soldiers killed all the remaining Zerg forces. Li Xian dragged the completely cold remains of the Terran warrior in front of Su Yang. A series of achievements emerged. Kill a level 12 Tyrannid Raider, warrior variant. Leadership value +1,530 bonus. Obtain expert E-level drops, Heart of the Hive. Greatly improve technology research and development and construction speed. Obtain the expert E-level drop, the Swarm Brain. You can unlock a series of devices such as biometric information recognition at the Heterogeneous Experimental Station. Obtain rare D-level drop, Mimic Armor. You can unlock the Mimicry Armor at the Alien Experiment Station. The armor that can activate the Mimicry ability is called the Active Mimicry Armor. Kill more than 2,000 Zerg units in total. Unlocked achievement. Master of Insect Extermination, level 5. Command value +4,000. Kill 1,000 enemies using artillery weapons. Unlocked achievement. It's time to eat. Command value +3,000. Kill an elite stealth unit. Unlocked achievement. Ability that men dream of. Command value +3,000. Trigger event. Gaze into the abyss, level 5. Your atrocities resound throughout the jungle. The Tyranids are determined to take your head off. Note, the current Zerg attack is day and night, and you may be attacked at any time. A series of kills and achievement prompts lit up, making Su Yang a little confused. Isn't it just killing a Tyranid warrior? How did the heart of the hive explode? Did the queen insect commit suicide? How can it commit suicide? There was no time to clean up the battlefield, so Su Yang directly asked Li Xian to lead his troops to the insect nest. The goal this time is to bring back a living queen insect. If the queen insect dies, it would be a wasted trip. After nearly an hour of rapid march, Li Xian led his team to the insect nest. Since the third generation of Zerg nests, Zerg caves no longer have only one entrance. In a large area in front of us, dozens of holes of different sizes are scattered around. Because he wanted to capture the queen insect alive, Su Yang didn't dare let the Fire Dragon Guard spray fire directly at the cave entrance. He asked Li Xian to lead the reconnaissance unit into the insect nest and quickly find the mother nest. The moment he entered the mother's hole, Su Yang felt that his cognition was refreshed again. There are actually 2 queen insects hanging in this mother's cave. Double queen hive. According to his current understanding, the Zerg have a very strong sense of territory, and it is impossible for 2 Zerg nests to appear within a certain range. And now these 2 insect nests are not only in the same area, but even their queens live together. No wonder the scouts said this insect nest was unusually large during their reconnaissance. At that time, Suyang thought that the fourth-generation insect nest would become bigger, but now he knows that it was too connected together. Two huge, tumor-shaped queen insects were hanging upside down above the dark cave. The one on the left is slightly smaller, while the one on the right is larger and is almost 10 meters tall. The one on the left had shriveled up and was no longer moving, and it was obviously dead. The one on the right was still beating, and a dark purple light was constantly flowing on its surface. Fortunately, there is still one alive. Suyang breathed a sigh of relief. If we don't bring back a live queen this time, it's hard to say what will happen next. The next insect nest will be even farther away, and by then the warriors will have to use up most of their fuel just to travel, let alone fight. Seeing that the queen insect was still alive, Suyang immediately asked Li Xian to organize a team to protect it. Fearing that the queen insect would rather die than surrender, he called a few soldiers to stab him to death. It can be said that he is now the most loyal guardian of the queen insect. After completing the security work for the queen insect, Suyang slowly calmed down and sorted out the doubts in his mind. First is the Twin Mother Hive. It is visible to the naked eye that the combined combat power of the Twin Mother Hive is much stronger than before. From the initial reconnaissance of the territory, defeating the Korean-American Joint Forces, to the attack on the territory last night and this ambush. This swarm of insects is incredibly powerful in terms of quantity, quality, and tactical level. In previous battles with the Zerg, he could clearly feel that these Zerg were learning to imitate humans. For example, the Tyranid warrior who asked his men to stop shooting and fight in a one-on-one duel even though he was clearly at a disadvantage. It has some human-like thoughts, but not all. And when fighting this swarm of insects, he almost felt like he was playing chess with humans. Especially since this Tyranid warrior actually organized a great retreat, an ambush, and showed despair when he failed. You have to know that the Zerg are a group of creatures driven by hunting instinct. The idea they usually express is either I eat you or you eat me, and they rarely run away or show fear. And why when Li Xian stabbed the Tyranid warrior to death, the queen insect also died. If Li Xian had not developed a causal weapon, then there must be a special connection between these two things. It seems that the secret of this insect swarm is more profound than imagined. Suyang shook his head. He hated the puzzle-solving part the most because it was too brain-intensive. It would be more relaxing and more pleasant to get together with everyone and fight and kill each other. He shook off the doubts in his mind and ordered the soldiers to start clearing the battlefield. Now the corpses of alien insects are also resources and cannot be wasted at all. The living queen worm is now in hand, and the next step is to transport it home to completely solve the problem of oil supply. After adjusting his mood, Suyang opened the panel. The steel inventory has reached 143 units. It's time to look at Daqin's transportation units. Invest resources, and the blueprint of the heavy equipment camp will appear before our eyes. The heavy equipment battalion occupies a very large area, and there is no space left in the territory. Suyang placed it directly outside the territory, placed the blueprint, and began construction. Steel 100 units. Copper ore 50 units. The public transport heavy equipment camp is under construction. Chapter 108 Characteristics of Civilization, Qin Shi said. The public transport heavy equipment camp is under construction. Rough mechanical hammering sounds were heard, and a heavy equipment camp gradually took shape under the guidance of the Blue Data Line. This huge monster, measuring 30 by 20 meters square, is almost half the size of the original territory. What kind of monster can such a majestic factory produce? Boom! The last smash was heard, and countless black smoke and steam gushed out. The construction of Gongshu Heavy Equipment Camp was completed. The moment the construction was completed, a prompt sounded in Suyang's mind. Vehicle factory construction detected, unlocking new technology tree branches. Road construction, unlock the technology of paving basic roads and increase the speed of vehicle operation. Petrochemicals, gain the ability to reprocess petroleum to produce chemical products such as rubber and asphalt. And it also triggered new technology? Suyang put the two new technologies aside and gave priority to opening the heavy equipment camp panel that he had been thinking about. There are two branches as soon as the panel is opened. One is a mechanical device, and the other is a mechanical beast. Heavy equipment camp panel. Machine, black iron heavy armored vehicle. Machine type, transport vehicle. Power drive, hybrid power. Production requirements. Level 1 public transport heavy equipment camp. Required pre-technology, petrochemicals. Description, a transport vehicle with both transport and storage and collection capabilities, capable of long-distance material transportation and recycling. The space above the black iron car can accommodate 100 units of soldiers, and the compressed space below can accommodate 500 units of various resources. Command value required for summoning, 5,000 points. Maintenance cost, 10 units of steel/time, 10 units of copper/time. Basic consumption, 10 units of fuel oil/time, 5 units of fuel/time, 5 units of concentrated water/time. Note: mechanical units will suffer fuel consumption and movement speed penalties when traveling on non-road terrain. The penalty value depends on the road conditions. Mechanical beast, 1,000-mile blazing horse. Mechanical beast type, multi-terrain transport vehicle. Power drive, hybrid power. Production requirements, Level 1 public transport heavy equipment camp. Required prerequisite technology, none. Description: a mechanical beast made of steel, a multi-terrain transport unit suitable for individual soldiers. Command value required for summoning, 1,000 points. Maintenance cost, 5 units of steel/time, 5 units of copper/time. Basic consumption, 5 units of fuel oil/time, 5 units of fuel/time, 5 units of concentrated water/time. Note: the blazing horse can carry 1 general level unit or 3 soldier units. There really is a mechanical beast. Su Yang was somewhat surprised. He had long thought about whether it was possible to equip the generals with war horses. After all, as a Chinese military general, he always feels like something is missing without a war horse. Unexpectedly, the mechanical beast actually appeared, which fulfilled Su Yang's wish. However, although the mechanical beasts are cool, they are not just for increasing the general's courage. He has the same important use as the Black Iron Chariot. First of all, the Black Iron vehicle is a genuine modern transport vehicle unit that can transport a large number of soldiers and resources at one time. However, the conditions under which it drives are particularly harsh. If it does not drive on the road, it will consume more fuel and there will be speed penalties. Although the blazing horse can only carry a small number of units as a single soldier transport, it is extremely fast and can adapt to various terrains. It is extremely suitable for reconnaissance, support, and opening maps when the road conditions are bad in the early stage. After seeing these 2 units, Su Yang immediately thought of a way to quickly reach the target insect nest. Because of his passive ability, Meng Tian can build infrastructure such as city walls and roads on his own. As long as he rides on a horse and builds the road in front, and the black iron car follows behind, there will be no speed penalty. This way you can reach your destination as quickly as possible. Su Yang did it right away and opened the 1,000 machine tower panel. Li Xian and his men are still cleaning up the battlefield, so we can just take advantage of this time to rush over. Now you also need to unlock road construction and petrochemicals before you can get on the road. Technology, road construction. Mundo can go wherever he wants, obtain basic terrain surveying and investigation knowledge, and unlock level 1 road construction technology. Command value, 2,000 points. Time, 12H. Technology, petrochemical. Asphalt, tires, and gum. Gain the ability to reprocess petroleum to produce a range of important chemical products such as tires and asphalt. Command value, 10,000 points. Time, 2D. The 2 technologies have a total of 12,000 points of leadership, which is reduced to 8,400 points after the buff. Petrochemicals are an extremely important modern technology and require 2 full days. The basic road construction technology is relatively simple and only takes half a day. It took a total of 2.5 days, and Su Yang killed it in seconds with the expert-level insect nest heart he had just obtained. The expert level can shorten the scientific research and construction time by up to 3 days, and because time is urgent, Su Yang can't afford to waste it. After the technological research was completed, a system prompt popped up. Road research completed, triggering civilization characteristics. Civilization characteristics, Qinshi Road. This civilization has advanced road construction skills. The roads it builds are doubled in width and 50 faster. Civilization characteristics, Qinshi said. Su Yang's eyes flickered. In the Qin dynasty, anything could trigger the characteristics of civilization. As the name suggests, Qidao refers to a high-speed channel, which is a modern expressway. Moreover, Qinshi Road is not an ordinary highway. It even has wooden tracks on it. The distance between the sleepers on the Qinshi Road has been precisely calculated, and the spacing between the rails is in sync with the pace of the horses. When a horse runs on a track, it will self-oscillate and will not be able to stop and will gallop forward, as the name suggests, Qinshi said. The principles of the Qinshi Road are almost the same as modern railway technology. Who could have imagined that the rail technology, which many modern countries have not yet mastered, was developed by the Qin dynasty thousands of years ago? The developed road network enabled Qin to transport supplies quickly and mobilize large-scale operations involving hundreds of thousands of people, which was an important factor in unifying the Six Kingdoms. After unification, Qin Shi Huang built highways across the country and established a rail network connecting the entire country. It can be said that the foreigners learned from World War I and World War II the tactic of building roads wherever the war is fought and the modern rail transit network. These are all leftovers from Emperor Qin Shi Huang's play thousands of years ago. The roads and city walls are unified throughout the forbidden area. Su Yang directly obtained double width and 50 speed increase at the beginning. The original strategic war game that required strategizing has turned into a game of sweeping the land. How can others play this? Su Yang wanted to cry, but had no tears. He felt like his ancestors were force-feeding him food. They both rely on their ancestors, but isn't my family a little too good? Chapter 109 Black Iron Heavy Armored Vehicle. A new era begins. After the technological upgrade was completed, Su Yang summoned Meng Tian to the front of the heavy equipment camp. With a flash of thought and the input of command value, the heavy equipment camp began to be built with a loud bang. Leadership value -4,200. Summon Dark Iron Heavy Armored Vehicle. Summon 1,000-mile Blazing Horse 2. The summoning price of 1,000-mile Blazing Horse is changed to 1,000 points of command value. Chi! There was a loud explosion, and steam and black smoke gushed out at the same time. An extremely heavy knocking sound was heard from the heavy weapon camp. The sound was louder than the sound from the Imperial Armor Camp or any other building, like thunder. Thick black smoke continued to spew high into the sky from the giant chimney on top of the heavy equipment camp. Boom! Boom! After the last two explosions, the heavy weapons battalion stopped working. The huge steel gates slowly opened, and countless steam and smoke poured out. Boom! A dull engine sound came from the smoke, as if dozens of black bears were growling in unison. With the engine roaring, the black iron heavy armored vehicle slowly drove out. This is a giant fully armored truck, 25 meters long, 7.2 meters wide, and 6 meters high. The entire vehicle is covered with heavy steel armor, and each side has 6 nearly 3-meter high injected solid explosion-proof tires. The upper part of the vehicle body is a carriage for carrying soldiers, and each vehicle can carry 100 ordinary soldiers. The height of the carriage is over 3 meters, so transporting heavy mechas like the Skyfire Guard is no problem at all. 2 large fuel storage tanks and a compression collection chamber are loaded underneath the vehicle. A large steel-cast snowplow-like device is installed in front of the vehicle to collect materials on the ground into a compressed collection chamber. The maximum capacity of a compression chamber is 500 units of any substance. The entire body of the car is dark silver in color. The huge body and the calm color scheme make it look like a steel behemoth. Su Yang stood in front of a black iron car whose tires were almost twice as tall as himself, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression. This is the characteristic of Daqin heavy industry. Su Yang's eyes flickered, and he couldn't stop expressing his praise. Following closely behind the black iron car, there were bursts of steam-simulated hissing sounds. Turning around, I saw 2,000-mile blazing flame horses, nearly 3 meters tall and made entirely of steel, walking out of the heavy equipment camp. As he walked forward and breathed, thick white steam came out of his nostrils. This time, before Su Yang's eyes lit up, Meng Tian next to him seemed to have 2 searchlights in his eyes, and bright light gushed out. Good horse, good horse. Seeing that Meng Tian liked it so much, Su Yang no longer waited. Just let him ride on the fiery horse and pave the road all the way to where Li Exine is. Thank you, Your Majesty. After thanking Su Yang for the reward, Meng Tian got on his horse. The moment he jumped onto the horse, his whole demeanor became more powerful. Meng Tian, dressed in iron armor and riding a steel-made flaming horse, looks majestic and heroic. Drive. Meng Tian kicked his legs as if he was riding a motorcycle, and countless steam gushed out from the body of the fiery horse. It hissed, and the propulsion devices on its 4 legs fired at the same time, and it ejected directly with a buzz. In just a blink of an eye, all that was left on the screen was black smoke and the flaming horse's butt. The Blazing Horse is a multi-terrain vehicle that can move quickly even in dense forests with complex terrain. As the fiery horse ran, Meng Tian quickly paved the road along the way. As a general who commanded the construction of the Qin Great Wall, he was well aware of infrastructure matters. Like roads and city walls, all civilizations are unified and will only be triggered after the vehicle is built. Level 1 roads are stone roads. 1 unit of stone or can pave 100 meters. The road width is 5 meters and the durability is generally not high. At this moment, The road paved by Meng Tian had been enhanced by the characteristics of the Qin dynasty, and its width directly reached 10 meters. Moreover, although both are stone pavement, the Qinshi road is visibly more refined and practical from the foundation treatment to the pavement structure. As Meng Tian got farther and farther away, a wide and straight road extended from the north of the territory all the way into the depths of the dense forest. Having such a road will greatly shorten the time spent on the road for subsequent field operations. In the forbidden area, time is life, and time is development progress. The saved time will further speed up the development of the territory. Shortly after Meng Tian left, Su Yang immediately ordered the Black Iron Chariot to set off. After passing a section of humus ground, the Black Iron car rushed out as soon as it entered the road. The original powerful power plus the blessing of Qinshi road surface make a heavy armored vehicle drive with the momentum of a sports car. Hum-hum. The thunderous roar of the engine sounded over the dense forest, as if announcing the arrival of a new era to everyone. Deep in the dense forest, Li Xian led a team to guard the queen insect, while the remaining armored soldiers, led by Chen Wu, carried the corpses of the alien insects. This is an extremely tedious and difficult task, as the Zerg remains must first be collected from all over the jungle and then transported to one location. The whole process is energy-consuming, time-consuming, and more importantly, fuel-consuming. The location of the Twin Mother Hive is the farthest hive so far, and it took almost 7 hours just to get here. During this period, there was another encounter, and the body transportation work was carried out. The fuel reserves of all armored soldiers have fallen below the dangerous 20. Chen Wu was a little worried that the fuel reserves would not be enough to sustain them until they returned to their territory. If they encounter the Zerg when their fuel is exhausted, they will have no chance of winning. However, this was the order of His Majesty Su Yang, and General Li Xian did not question it. Then this must be a correct order, and as a soldier he only needs to execute it. Drive. Suddenly, there was a sound of steam gushing out and footsteps coming from a distance. Chen Wu looked vigilantly and saw from afar, deep in the dense forest, Meng Tian was galloping towards him on an iron warhorse. General Meng Tian, Chen Wu exclaimed. When did General Meng Tian get a horse? Oh, Meng Tian shouted whoosh, but he actually manually released the accelerator of the fiery horse. Chi! A burst of steam gushed out, and a blazing horse made of steel and decorated with ochre red stopped in front of Chen Wu. General Meng Tian. Chen Wu saluted Meng Tian. Meng Tian rolled over and fell to the ground with a bang. Take your people and retreat. The black armored vehicle is coming. Black armor car? What black armor car? Could it be your Majesty's new creation? Chen Wu was confused, but he quickly led his team members to retreat to the side. Meng Tian just waved his arms and paved the road in the distance directly into the dense forest. Boom, buzz, buzz. Chen Wu heard a sound like muffled thunder and felt that the entire dense forest was shaking. Soon, he saw a silver mechanical monster roaring towards him from the direction where General Meng Tian came from. Black armor car. This is the black armor car? The giant steel beast flew all the way to their front, slowed down, and then activated the tooth-like thousands of mechanical devices in front of it. Boom, boom, boom. It opened its mouth wide, and its sharp steel teeth cut rapidly, crushing all the Zerg corpses they had collected and sucking them into its body. After sucking up the small mountain piles they had collected, the beast drove into the dense forest and continued to crush and absorb. It is absorbing the corpses of the alien insects. Originally, they needed to spend time and energy to pick out the bodies from the land and transport them to the designated area. But the behemoth doesn't need to go through so much trouble. It sucked everything into its body in one breath, then ejected the unwanted plant dirt from its flanks. And it doesn't need to carry the corpses because all the corpses are already lying in its stomach. What a powerful mechanical monster. Chapter 1 Tendachin's Strong Period, Level 4 Armored Soldiers. This is the power of technology. Su Yang was in the first-person perspective of the black iron car driver all the way. The black iron car moved forward at full speed, and the dense vegetation on both sides quickly retreated and turned into an afterimage. Who could have thought that in the dense insect nest forest with such complex terrain, something could reach such a fast speed? With the full power of the black iron car and the Kinshideo buff bonus, it took less than half an hour to reach the double mother insect nest. It took Li Xian 7 hours to lead the armored troops to cover the same distance during the day, and it will take them longer to return due to fuel reasons, at least 15 hours round trip. The black iron car only takes less than an hour to complete. This is the power of technology, and saving time is not the most important significance of the black iron car. The explosive increase in exploration distance is the greatest wealth that the Black Iron Car brings to the territory. According to the speed of the Black Iron Car, the double mother insect nest is about 60 kilometers away from the territory. The Black Iron Cart consumed 18 of its fuel reserves to travel this distance, and fuel consumption increased after taking into account the round trip and the loading of soldiers. As long as there is a road, the current Black Iron vehicle should be able to allow soldiers to reach an area up to 150 kilometers away without any consumption. The Blazing Horse has even stronger endurance and can reach an area as far as 250 kilometers away. That is to say, the current maximum expedition distance of the territory is 200 kilometers, and the maximum reconnaissance distance is over 300 kilometers. With the emergence of heavy equipment battalions and vehicle units, the influence of the territory has increased exponentially. A larger exploration range means more resources and more opportunities. It can only be said that the previous ones were just warm-ups. The strong period of Daqin officially began after entering the modern industrial era. Su Yang was excited about the new developments in the territory, and his heart was filled with excitement. After the Black Iron vehicle arrived at its destination, he immediately ordered it to start collecting the alien insect corpses. Compared to the armored soldiers who relied on manpower to sort and collect corpses from all over, the collection process of the Black Iron Car is a perfect example of machines replacing manual labor. There is no need for sorting at all. The powerful absorption device and cutting device at the front of the vehicle will suck in the corpse along with the surrounding impurities. Then, the impurities are removed through the material recognition function in the car body, leaving the target substance. The whole process is quick and fast, many times faster than manual collection. After quickly cleaning up the battlefield, the Black Iron Car rushed to the twin mother insect nest. Li Xian received the order and led the team to peel the huge queen insect off the top of the cave. Then dozens of armored warriors came in and dragged the queen worm out of the wormhole with great effort. Originally, Li Xian was still wondering why His Majesty wanted to keep this queen insect, how to transport such a large queen insect back, until he saw an even larger steel behemoth parked not far from the cave entrance. No wonder Your Majesty has the confidence to transport the queen insect back. There is such a huge beast. Li Xian's eyes flashed, and he looked at the Black Iron chariot with admiration. Just as he was getting excited, he suddenly saw Meng Tian standing beside him, and the 1,000-mile blazing horse behind him that was as tall as a person. What a good horse! Li Xian exclaimed. However, even though he praised her, he inexplicably felt a little lonely in his heart. Huff! Suddenly, the door of the carriage at the back of the Black Iron carriage slowly opened. The huge steel door panel stretched out and tilted to the ground, forming a gentle slope. Su Yang's voice sounded in Li Xian's mind. Gather the troops and go home. After receiving the order, Li Xian led his troops to fix the queen insect on the door panel and then entered the carriage of the Black Iron carriage. The space inside the carriage is huge. Not only can it accommodate all the armored soldiers, but even 6 heavy mechas can enter. After everything was packed up, the huge engine sound of the Black Iron Car was heard. Under the powerful force, the huge queen insect was easily dragged. Meng Tian returned on the flaming horse, while Li Xian and his soldiers got on the Black Iron chariot. The carriage door was not closed, and the queen insect was still surging on the deck. While looking at the rapidly retreating scene, Li Xian recalled the back of Meng Tian riding away on his war horse. General Meng Tian only followed Your Majesty for 2 days, and he got a war horse. But I. His thoughts were swirling, and he turned his head to the side and stopped thinking about it. Never mind. A mechanical horse, just a dead thing. I, Li Xian, don't care. Good horse. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the gift. Li Xian bowed to Su Yang, then looked at the war horse beside him with great joy. After the Black Iron chariot returned to the territory safely, Su Yang gave another war horse to Li Xian. Before that, he also sent the war horse to the foundry camp for a facelift. After unlocking petrochemicals, the foundry camp has an additional paint spraying function. In order to match Li Xian's armor, Su Yang adjusted the appearance of the blazing horse to a silver-blue color scheme and renamed it the Absolute Shadow Horse. Su Yang was glad that he was equipped with 2 war horses. Otherwise, judging from the resentful look in Li Xian's eyes when he got off the car, he would probably be sulking for several days without a war horse. The large army returned to the territory. Su Yang asked Li Xian to dismiss the soldiers and let them rest, while Meng Tian led the team to continue the expansion of the city wall. He returned to the Lord's mansion and opened the Shinnong Creation Institute panel. The long-awaited queen insect is in place, and the fuel problem is about to be solved. Open the panel. Technology, biomass fuel. Beware of mold. Analyze the process of Zerg's biomass and fuel conversion and the secret of obtaining biomass fuel. Function, obtain a biomass smelting station, unlocking the ability to convert alien corpses into biomass and then into fuel oil. Prerequisite technology, none. This is a life activity that humans cannot understand. Unlock consumption. A living and complete queen, 4th generation and above, 1. Fuel conversion bag 1. Command value, 20,000. Time, 2D. Without hesitation, Su Yang invested 20,000 points of command value into Shinnong Creation Institute. Command value minus 20,000. Research on scientific and technological biomass fuel. Remaining research time, 1D, 23H. The fuel unlocking has finally begun, but it will take 2 days for the scientific research to be completed. Su Yang didn't plan to wait patiently for these 2 days. With the vehicle, the ability to explore the territory is further enhanced, and finding the insect nest is not difficult. So he planned to send scouts out to look for the hive, preferably to obtain the heart of the hive before the black iron car ran out of fuel. Sizzle. When the research on biomass fuel technology began, a system prompt sounded in Su Yang's mind. Detected fuel preparation unlock. Obtain new technology tree branch. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Level 4 armored soldier unit unlocked. Chapter 1:11 difficult technology choice. War escalates. Detected fuel preparation unlock. Obtain new technology tree branch. Su Yang clicked on the panel, and this time directly unlocked 5 branches. 1 tech branch for all units, and 4 for level 4 armored soldiers. Technology, mobile hybrid power unit. Both Lolita and Royal Sister like it. Unlock the mobile hybrid power unit and upgrade the drive system of all arms and units. Command value, 6,000 points. Time, 24H. Upgrading the power systems of all units at once is a good thing. The power system controls the overall capabilities of the armor, and the performance of the armor almost entirely depends on the power system. Oil-powered vehicles are superior to steam-powered vehicles in every aspect. Unlocking hybrid power means that the armored troops can obtain comprehensive upgrades in terms of movement speed, endurance, and combat performance. It can be said that even without the subsequent upgrade of the arms, the combat effectiveness of the armored troops after the power system upgrade will be much higher than before. After looking at the technology, Su Yang opened the Yujing panel again. Technology, fuel chainsaw sword. Tremble, heretic. Unlock the single-sided chainsaw sword, allowing the armored warrior to equip a chainsaw weapon that can tear apart armor. Command value, 6,000 points. Time, 24H. Technology, rapid-fire transmission structure. Ways to say hello to neighbors. Improve the firing structure of the crossbow. Equip it with a crossbow box, so that the crossbowman can shoot 10 times in a row. Command value, 6,000 points. Time, 24H. Technology, individual reconnaissance device. Show, there's movement. Precision sound wave detection equipment enables scout units to detect biological activities within a certain range. Command value, 6,000 points. Time, 24H. Technology, colloidal liquid fuel. Drink more hot water. Increases the damage of rock explosions, and after the explosion, it will splash a large area of colloid fuel, forming an inextinguishable sea of fire. Command value, 8,000 points. Time, 24H. After seeing all the upgrades, Su Yang sighed helplessly. I originally planned to watch and choose. After watching it, I want them all. All unit upgrades are necessary. There are no useless upgrades at all. The fuel chainsaw sword, the steel chainsaw sword plus the propulsion system. Su Yang couldn't even imagine how powerful it would be. After clicking this upgrade, the swarm of insects that hit the armored warrior's defense line will be directly crushed. Not to mention the rapid-fire crossbow, which has been improved from 2 consecutive shots to 10 consecutive shots. What man wouldn't want that upgrade? 10 consecutive explosive arrows or 10 consecutive armor-piercing arrows. Just thinking about it makes me feel sorry for the Zerg. Then there is individual reconnaissance, which allows scouts to also gain the ability to detect living things within a range, equivalent to a mobile sonic detection tower. This is of great help both in scouting the enemy and finding insect nests, and will undoubtedly greatly enhance the scout's reconnaissance capabilities. Finally, there is the gelatinous fuel of Tianwei. You can imagine what it would look like if one shell hit the ground and left 1,000 miles of barren land. A large-scale sea of fire can not only quickly kill the enemy, but also block a large area, which has great strategic significance. Although every upgrade is desirable, the decision should be made based on current needs. Before today's crusade, the command value was only around 12,000 points. Although there are more elite units in this crusade, the number is less than in the previous city defense battle. A total of 34,660 command points can be obtained by killing enemies, which is about 2,000 points less than that of defending the city. However, after Li Xion's upgrade and the 30 bonus, the command value reached 44,980 points, surpassing the city defense battle. In addition, there are 12,000 points of command value obtained by unlocking various achievements. Adding everything up, the current total command value is 69,592, close to 70,000 points. This number of points may seem exaggerated, but it is consumed for upgrading the current territory and will be lost if you are not careful. Mosey's 1,000 machine tower can choose up to 2 upgrades, and Su Yang must make a choice among many optional items. After much consideration, Su Yang gave priority to mobile hybrid power units and individual reconnaissance devices. Needless to say, hybrid power units can enhance the overall strength of the troops and must be upgraded. The individual reconnaissance equipment was selected by Su Yang based on the needs of the troops. Looking at all the battles, encounters in the wild are generally more dangerous than siege battles. Apart from the lack of city walls and various defensive facilities, the most important thing is that the troops had no equipment to scout the enemy's position in advance. For example, in this ambush, if the scout unit was equipped with a detection device, the enemy strategy would not work at all. Although the other 3 upgrades can greatly improve combat power, they cannot solve the key problem. So Su Yang finally chose the scout's individual reconnaissance device. With this device equipped, the scout can not only prevent similar ambushes, it can also expand the reconnaissance range and improve exploration efficiency, which can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Without further hesitation, Su Yang selected 2 technologies and started the 1,000 machine tower operating. Because of their relevance to the escalation of war, these 2 technologies also received exemptions from military powers. And because of the existence of the foundry strategy, the upgrade time is reduced to 19 hours. It's almost evening now, and I'll be almost done with the research by tomorrow morning. Leadership value minus 8,400. Research on scientific and technological mobile hybrid power device. Research on scientific and technological individual reconnaissance equipment. After putting all the technological buildings into operation, Su Yang placed out the 2 mining machines given by the level 4 main base. One is used for stone mining and the other for iron mining. Due to the construction of roads and the expansion of city walls, the demand for stone mines suddenly increased. In the future, due to traffic and transportation needs, more roads will be built, and the output of stone mines will be very important. Needless to say, iron ore will be the most important resource in the territory for a long time to come. After completing a series of operations, Su Yang calmed down and thought about his next goal. Biomass fuels are already under research, and the territory's most pressing problems have been solved. The next step is to complete the expansion of the troops before the military power buff ends. Tomorrow is the last day of the military power buff. We must seize the remaining time. Now that the vehicle has been unlocked, its reconnaissance range and efficiency have increased exponentially. It is not a problem to discover and conquer 2 or even 3 insect nests in a row within 1 day. After thinking about it, Su Yang directly summoned 2,000-mile flaming horses. Driving a blazing steed can greatly enhance the scout's exploration capabilities. After equipping the blazing horse, the 4 scouts left the city in the night. Watching the scout disappear quickly into the dense forest, Su Yang once again marveled at the power of the vehicle. With the addition of the black iron chariot and the blazing flame horse, the speed of finding the insect nest and launching a war will be increased exponentially. Coupled with the Abyss Gaze, which has been upgraded to level 5, the intensity of the war will probably reach a new stage. Chapter 112 Battle of Heroic Souls. Day 3. Forbidden Area, Goblin Mine. Tututu. The motorcycle diesel engine made an intermittent twitching sound. Tojo Inken was sitting in the sidecar next to the Type 95 motorcycle. This triangular sidecar motorcycle is very stable and was widely used by the Japanese Army during World War II. The driver rode his motorcycle at high speed on the uneven stone road. Tojo Inken, who was sitting in the sidecar, shook up and down with the body of the car. Although the shock absorption system of the motorcycle is not very good, sitting on it feels like sitting on a rocking car. But this did not affect Tojo Inken's mood at all. Because of its alliance with the United States, Japan successfully broke through the oil blockade. Not only did they successfully upgrade the main base, but they also built a military factory. Although there is no systematic division in the Forbidden Land trial, all lords recognize a sign of entering the middle stage of development. That is the time period when military factories are built and vehicles are summoned. Once the trial enters the middle stage, its development speed will be completely incomparable. The emergence of vehicles and roads is a true milestone in the history of the times. With roads and vehicles, a country can acquire resources several times faster than before. Not only will you have a larger exploration range, you will also have the ability to gain command value faster. In the early stages, if a country falls behind in development, it still has the possibility of catching up. But after entering the midterm, this possibility will become increasingly smaller. The earlier you enter the midterm stage, the earlier you enter the rapid development stage. The key buildings in the midterm, military factories and vehicles for transportation purposes, all require a key resource: oil. It was only because of its alliance with the United States that Japan successfully broke through the oil blockade and entered a period of rapid development. This time point is definitely not late, and it is one of the first countries to enter the midterm stage. After entering the midterm, the powerful combat power of the Japanese warriors can play a huge role. Tojo Inkan is very confident that even if he enters the midterm stage later than others, he can still overtake with the combat power of the Japanese warriors. Tututu. The motorcycle reached a new node, and Tojo Inkan raised his hand and lowered a section of level 1 stone road surface. Following behind the motorcycle was a train of Type 94 automatic trucks. The vehicle has a total length of 5.3 meters, a 6x6 drive, and can carry 10 to 12 soldiers. These were the trucks with the best performance and adaptability during World War II, capable of transporting not only people but also resources. Relying on these war behemoths that once roamed the battlefield, Japan will fulfill the mission of its predecessors for the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Journey. Tojo Inkan grinned, but in fact, what really made him happy was not the fact that Japan had entered the midterm. It's the combination of two things. Longwa has not entered the midterm while Japan has entered the midterm. As for why it is certain that Longwa has not entered the midterm, it is because the United States and the alliance headed by him are unlikely to provide oil to Longwa. The Independence Alliance has not yet found any news of an alliance with the Dragon Kingdom. The countries in their alliance are all small and weak and are not worth mentioning at all. Taking all these factors into account, the possibility of Dragon Country owning oil or having enough oil is extremely small. So what if they have some strange units in the early stages? Without sufficient oil supply, they will be stuck before the midterm forever. As I was daydreaming, the Forbidden Area panel suddenly appeared in my mind. 4 days left until the end of the third week. This week's Lord ranking event is the Battle of Heroes. Because it is related to the hero unit, we will inform you in advance. Each alliance must ensure that the alliance country has at least 3 hero units before the end of this week. Starting from the 7th day, all surviving lords will enter the Heroic Soul Simulation battlefield. Lords form teams in the form of alliances, and each alliance will have a battle of heroic spirits with all other alliances. Each battle will have at least 1 hero unit sent out by both sides to command, and the remaining countries that have not sent hero units will provide military support. After the battle, the hero ranking and alliance ranking will be determined based on the outcome of the war. The system will analyze the battle results, commandability, and strategic level of each commanding hero. After comprehensive analysis, the hero index is obtained. The system will rank the top 5 hero units this week according to the hero index. The lord corresponding to the hero unit will receive system rewards. The top 5 corresponding lords will receive leadership value rewards, and the first and second place will receive special rewards and resource materialization rights. The system will also rank alliances based on the outcome of the alliance war, and the last-placed alliance will receive a penalty. Note: the Battle of Heroes will be broadcast live in real time to all lords and citizens of all countries. Each alliance will fight randomly. If no hero unit is sent into battle, the alliance will be directly judged as losing. After entering the Hero's Soul Simulation battlefield, all units will be out of the lord's control, and the hero unit will directly gain command of all soldier units in the camp. Each lord has 100 units of summoning value at the beginning. The summoning value required for each type of soldier is related to the level. The lord allocates the number of units to be deployed in each battle by himself. No deaths will occur in the Hero Simulator battlefield. All dead units will be sent out of the battlefield and treated. The mental impact cannot be reversed. The Dark Knight is coming. I wish you all good luck. Yoshi. Tojo was so overjoyed by the gold that his eyes lit up. To put it simply, Battle of Heroes is a competition in which heroic units from various countries lead their troops to fight. As long as the number of hero units of each alliance exceeds the number of alliances, the Forbidden Area will activate this event. Japan has been a warlike country and a warlike nation since ancient times. When it comes to leading troops in battle, no one is braver than the Japanese generals. In the first 2 rounds of trials, Japan's heroic units achieved outstanding military exploits, gaining a huge advantage for Japan's development. This is an event tailor-made for Japan. By then, Japan will sweep away the gloom of last week and regain its glory. Tojo Inken sneered. This week was really his lucky week. Not only did we successfully break through the bottleneck and enter the midterm, but we also caught up with the heroic event. The situation is about to be reversed. Battle of Heroes. After reading the system prompt, Suyang was slightly surprised. He hadn't known about this incident in the Forbidden Area before. After digesting the information about the game, Suyang turned his head and looked below the city wall. Li Xian, who helped Emperor Qin Shi Huang unify the 6 kingdoms, led an army of 300,000 to defeat Meng Tian of the Huns. Do you really want to let them take charge? Chapter 113. Dragon Nation has no generals? The Iron Army strikes. The emergence of the new event, Battle of Heroes, has sparked a new wave of discussion in the Lord's Hall. Suyang opened the chat interface and browsed quickly. Anonymous, Battle of Heroes? It's coming so soon, are you kidding me? Anonymous, I just upgraded to level 2 main base. How come someone has already unlocked the hero unit? Lord of the United States, the progress of this round of Forbidden Land trials is simply amazingly fast. It is worthy of being the highest quality round. Lord Tianju, sorry everyone. We Tianju have already won the first place in the Heroes of War. You will never guess how powerful our heroes are this time. Bear Country, Sakabuli, do you want to crush us with your motorcycle army? Anonymous, I don't know if the heroes summoned by the Dragon Kingdom are as powerful as the soldiers. Anonymous, a general is judged by his ability to lead troops. Can you tell me how ancient generals lead modern troops? Anonymous, indeed, in modern wars, we still have to look at the United States, Germany, Bear Country, Japan, England, France. Oh no, don't look at the last one. After watching the discussions among the lords, Suyang couldn't help but sigh at the pity of the lost history. Now some people are beginning to doubt the level of the ancient generals of the Dragon Kingdom. You have to know that at a time when countries around the world are still mobilizing hundreds or thousands of people to fight village wars. The scale of wars in the ancient Dragon Kingdom had already reached hundreds of thousands of people, and there were even wars involving millions of people. Commanding an army of hundreds or thousands of people is not a question of dimension at all. The famous generals cultivated by the ancient Dragon Kingdom in battles of this scale can almost be said to be the top generals in human history. As for the differences between commanding modern and ancient armies, there are some, but not much. The main gap is reflected in the level of technology. For example, the emergence of heavy machine guns has indeed made cavalry charges a thing of the past, as well as various artillery and long-range firepower. However, the technological differences are easy to solve for generals like Li Xian and Meng Tian. They only need to look at them twice to understand their effects and take countermeasures. Moreover, with the current technological level of the Qin territory, the generals of other countries are the ones who need to learn and correct their cognition. Another factor, which has an even smaller impact, is tactics. In modern times, blitzkrieg, island-hopping tactics, and wolf-pack tactics are all left over from the Dragon Kingdom's generals. With famous generals like Li Xian and Meng Tian around, Suyang can be said to be very confident about this incident. And this time there seems to be no level limit for the main base, and all types of troops can be upgraded. With the current technological level of Long Kingdom, there are probably not many places where Li Xian and Meng Tian's command will be needed. While I was thinking about it, a private message came. Lord of England, Mr. Su, the Dragon Kingdom should have unlocked hero-level units. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, yes. Lord of England, now I have a question. Apart from England and Dragon Kingdom, I have not found out whether any other country in the alliance has unlocked hero units. If we don't have 3 hero units as commanders, we will lose this battle directly. Dragon Lord, if you have 1 hero, that's exactly 3 hero units. Lord of England, what? Which other country has unlocked the hero unit? Dragon Lord, no, I have 2 hero units. England Lord, huh? After Elizabeth was shocked, Suyang discussed with her some specific details about the Battle of Heroes. The discussion ended, and Suyang closed the chat panel. There are still 3 days left before the Battle of Heroes, so there is no need to rush. The most important task at present is to increase the command value and expand the team. Last night, scouts discovered 2 insect nests in succession. One is a 3rd-generation insect nest, and the other is a 4th-generation insect nest. Early in the morning, Suyang sent Meng Tian out to build the road. The current transportation network of the territory already has a cross-shaped skeleton. Starting from the territory to the north, The Double Queen Nest is connected by a road of about 60 kilometers. Then it extended northward for about 10 kilometers with the Double Mother Insect Nest as a transit point. In addition, an east-west road with a length of about 40 kilometers was built perpendicular to the north-south road. This is the limit of the territory's current stone mine reserves that can be used to build a road network. Now, within the range of this cross network, the armored teams can quickly reach the area via the Black Iron vehicle. In the future, as the road network continues to expand, the influence of the territory will also increase. Suddenly, the system prompted that the two technologies related to power and scouts had been upgraded yesterday. Technology Mobile Hybrid Power Unit research completed. All arms units can replace the power system. Technology Individual Reconnaissance Equipment research completed. Level 4 scout units can be upgraded. Su Yang immediately assembled all the troops and asked them to enter the barracks for transformation. Soon, thick white steam and black smoke gushed out of the barracks. All soldiers' steam power systems have been transformed and upgraded to hybrid power systems. In addition to the disc-shaped steam power device on the armor, fuel propulsion devices are also installed in various parts of the body. The steam system still exists as the main power, such as daily marches and actions. But once in combat, when charging at high speed or swinging with great force, the fuel power system will start, providing the armor with stronger explosive power. Upgrading the power system can be said to have raised the overall combat capability of the troops to a higher level. During the team transformation, Su Yang opened the Yujiring panel. Arms, Daqin 1000-mile Scout. Arms type, Reconnaissance Infantry. Production requirements, Level 4 Royal Armor Camp. Description, equipped with a single soldier sonic detection device, capable of gaining insight into biological activities within a certain range. Unlocking detection technology can increase exploration knowledge for scouts and conduct exploration activities for a series of known minerals. Command value required for summoning, 1,200 points. Consumption, 10 units of fuel/day, 10 units of concentrated water/day. Because the other 4 scouts are still outside and cannot come back to upgrade. So Su Yang directly summons 6 new scout units. As the territory develops, the mission of the scout units is no longer limited to searching for minerals. Their reconnaissance capabilities are also important for field encounters. For the current territory, 10 scout units is just the right number. After summoning 6 scouts, Su Yang summoned 3 flaming horses to equip them. Equipping the Blazing Horse Scout unit will allow you to discover various resources more quickly, and this is a necessary investment. Command value minus 7,140. Daqin 1000-mile Scout 6 are being summoned. 1000-mile Blazing Horse 3 summoning. After the summoning ended, Su Yang opened the Qianjing panel again. This time he chose to upgrade the fuel-chained word of the Armored Warrior and the rapid-fire transmission structure of the Crossbowman. As the main combat force of the troops, the upgrade of sharp soldiers and crossbowmen is crucial. Leadership value minus 7,000. Technology fuel-chained sword is being upgraded. Technology rapid-fire transmission structure is being upgraded. After completing all the to-do items, Su Yang asked Li Xian to assemble the troops for the expedition. The 2 insect nests are located at the southeast and northwest corners of the crossnet. The southeast corner is the 3rd-generation insect nest, 40 kilometers away from the territory, in a straight line. The 4th-generation insect nest in the northwest corner is more than 60 kilometers away from the territory, in a straight line. Su Yang planned to let Li Xian lead the team to destroy the 3rd-generation insect nest first, and then the 4th-generation insect nest. 2 consecutive battles, covering a distance of 100 kilometers, is an impossible task before unlocking the vehicle. But now, if everything goes well, it can be completed in half a day. At the northern gate of the territory, the expeditionary force has assembled. General Li Xian rode on the Zhuying horse at the front of the team, followed by the huge steel behemoth, the Xiantai heavy armored vehicle. On both sides of the Black Iron chariot were lined up armored troops and artillery troops waiting in formation. Finally, there is the newly summoned scout unit riding on flaming steeds. Su Yang stood above the north gate and looked at it, and couldn't help but feel admiration in his heart. The prototype of the Iron Army has already appeared, and in the future it will become a huge Iron Army. Su Yang waved his hand. All troops attack. Chapter 114. Efficient way to kill insects. Discover new areas. At Su Yang's command, the armored troops responded quickly. All infantry soldiers entered the Black Iron vehicles and took their positions. Under Li Xian's command, the Black Iron car roared loudly, and billowing steam and thick smoke spewed out at the same time. Set off. Li Xian took the lead. His Zhuying horse shot out like a stream of light, and the Black Iron chariot followed closely behind. Of the other 6 scout units, 2 followed Li Xion's troops, and the remaining 4 headed east and south respectively. Su Yang's exploration strategy is to gradually explore outward in a carpet-like manner, trying not to miss any resources on the map. The area from the territory to the Twin Mother Hive in the north has been roughly explored, while the east and south have not yet been explored in depth. There is a height difference of nearly 100 meters between the southern area and the territory, and except for a punitive war, the area is almost empty. This made Su Yang curious about that area. And now, in addition to killing enemies to gain leadership points, you also need to find crops that can be planted. The food reserves in the territory are already tight, and this problem will become more prominent as the troops expand. There are saline alkali lands in other areas in the north, which are not suitable for growing crops. To the south, along the gradient, is a plain with abundant water resources, where the chances of crops growing are greater. On the last day of the military power buff, Su Yang wanted to see how much command value the armored troops could get. Boom. The black iron chariot roared as it whizzed through the dense forest, stirring up countless clouds of sand and dust. The first third-generation insect nest is about 40 kilometers away from the territory, but the Qinshi Road cannot extend all the way to the target location. After the black iron car got off the Qinshi Road, it went straight into the dense forest, using the crushing device in front of the car to clear a path forward. Although the black iron vehicle will suffer a movement speed penalty in the dense forest, it still reduces the marching time by nearly 80 overall. 3 kilometers away from the target area, the armored troops got off the vehicles and carried out tactical deployment. 2,000 miles scouts accompanying the team drove the blazing horses and took the lead in investigating the situation. Through the sonic detectors, it was found that the swarm troops were basically located inside the hive. Skyfire guards, get ready. Li Xian gave the order to load one of the 2 Skyfire guards with high explosive bombs and the other with Skyfire bombs. This is the most effective artillery configuration that Su Yang has researched based on the characteristics of the insect nest. 2 shells, high explosive shells, are used to blow up the hive structure and make most of the swarm emerge from the ground. After the swarm of insects emerges from the ground, a Skyfire bomb will be fired to wash the ground. The double gun attack put most of the Zerg into a deep sleep before they had time to react. It is painless and very humane, and it is recommended that the Nobel Peace Prize be awarded. Loading complete. Target calibration complete. Request to fire. Fire Dragon Guards, get ready to go. High explosive bombs fire. Li Xian ordered. With a trembling sound, the high explosive bomb was thrown high into the air and then fell accurately into the largest hole in the insect nest. Boom. The earth shook, and countless flames and black smoke poured out from the entrance of the insect nest. The number of white Zerg dots displayed on the level 4 scout detector instantly decreased by 1/3. Hiss. Screeching sounds were heard, and alien insects emerged from more than a dozen densely packed holes at the same time. Boom. The Skyfire bomb fell to the ground, and all the holes were covered by the explosion of the Skyfire bomb. The alien insects that had just rushed out of the cave turned into ashes in an instant, and white smoke continued to emerge from the turned-over land. After the Skyfire bomb landed, the swarm of insects took advantage of the time to dig out the buried hole and organize a new offensive. Fire Dragon Guards arrived at the entrance of the insect nest. Preheating completed, fuel loaded, gear 3, requesting ignition. Ignition. Boom. The 4 Skyfire Guards ignited at the same time, and a 100-meter-long fire dragon rushed straight into the entrance of the insect nest. All Zerg swarms that escape the bombardment of the Skyfire will be roasted in the flames of hell. The raging flames entered from the hole at the bottom and came out from other holes that had not yet been buried. The remaining blocked holes will turn into an insect purgatory, and the alien insects inside will have nowhere to escape and can only turn into charcoal. The home they were so proud of has now turned into a huge furnace that melts them. Kill level 7 Tyranid Jet Nematodes, command value plus 90, 30 bonus. Kill level 7 Tyranid Stinger, command value plus 70, 30 bonus. Kill level 8 Tyranid Stinger, command value plus 80, 30 bonus. Kill a level 7 Tyranid Cryptworm, command value plus 500, 30 bonus. A series of kill prompts flashed on Su Yang's panel. Even from a different perspective, Su Yang could feel the horror in the wormhole. However, as we all know, Zerg have no sense of pain, so this does not violate humanitarianism. After the Fire Dragon Guard's fire lasted for nearly 30 seconds, almost all the alien insects in the nest were killed. Even the queen insect in the mother's lair was not spared. Kill level 10 Tyranid Queen, command value plus 1030 bonus. Obtain rare E-level drop, Heart of the Swarm. Can be used to speed up scientific and technological research and development. After the fight, I got the rare level Heart of the Insect Nest. Su Yang now attaches great importance to the Heart of the Insect Nest. I used to spend it casually, but now with more technology, one realized the benefits of Heart of the Hive. A third-generation insect nest obtains a total of 25,630 points of command value, which is increased to 33,319 points after addition. A battle takes less than 15 minutes from the beginning of deployment to the end, and 30,000 points of command value are obtained. This is the cruel method of insect extermination invented by Su Yang. However, the biggest disadvantage of this method is that it consumes too much resources and the subsequent processing is extremely troublesome. The saltpeter consumption of the Skyfire Guard and the fuel consumption of the Fire Dragon Guard are both astonishing. If we continue to fight like this, the logistics will definitely not be able to keep up. In addition, since most of the insects died deep in the nest, it was inconvenient to collect the bodies later. The recovery rate of the bodies was only about 40. Although there are many disadvantages, it is indeed fast. For Su Yang, who is in a hurry to accumulate command value, this is the best way to fight at present. After the scorched earth cooled down slightly, the black iron cart entered to collect the corpses on the surface. After completing the final cleanup, the Royal Armor team got in the car and headed directly to another insect nest in the northwest corner. At this point in the past, the Imperial Armored Army had not even traveled halfway. This is the powerful blessing that the vehicle brings to the troops. When the Royal Armor Corps was heading to the second fourth-generation Hive attack site, reconnaissance information about the Hive was transmitted back. This is the second fourth-generation insect nest the troops encountered after the twin mother insect nest. And according to the scouts, the area where this insect nest is located is somewhat unusual. Chapter 115, New Zerg, Army Expansion. This is a new type of landform in the direction of Saline Alkali Land. Su Yang discovered through the scouts' first-person perspective that there were no crystal spore plants growing in that area either. The landform is basically large areas of bare rock, with light blue veins densely covering the surface. Unlike the previous insect nest located underground, this insect nest is rooted in the mountain. There are more than a dozen small caves at the bottom of the mountain, and there are some light blue crystals around the caves. If nothing unexpected happens, these crystals should be new types of minerals. In the forbidden area, steel is far from the upper limit of materials, and many substances can enhance steel. Therefore, Su Yang was very interested in these crystals. Perhaps this was the material that could further enhance the strength of the armor. Soon, Li Xian led his team to this new area. Because it is a bare rock area, the speed of the black iron car in it is faster than in the dense forest. Also 3 kilometers away from the target area, Li Xian led his troops off the vehicle. Unlike the previous 3 generations of Zerg nests, Su Yang's humanitarian tactics could not be used this time. The Tianwei is a projectile cannon and cannot throw shells into a vertical hole. So this time Su Yang planned to lure the swarm of insects out and then kill them at the entrance of the cave. The Skyfire Guards were deployed and a high-explosive bomb was launched into the air. Boom. The shells landed at the entrance of the insect nest, and flames and smoke poured out at the same time. When the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Su Yang was somewhat surprised by the situation before him. A high-explosive bomb with full explosion and impact damage was fired, and all the insect nest entrances were safe and sound. At most, the limestone parts were broken, while those parts reinforced with light blue crystals were almost undamaged. If it were an ordinary insect nest entrance, not only would the entire thing collapse, but at least the lower half would collapse. There is only one way to describe the current situation, that is, the strength of this crystal is amazing. Rustle, rustle. The Zerg were awakened, and countless tiny footsteps could be heard from the cave entrance. A stinging insect with only a light blue shell emerged from the hole. The Greystone tribe I met last time. Su Yang's eyes flickered. This special race is able to strengthen itself by eating inorganic substances. Boom. When a large number of stinging insects poured out of the cave, a Skyfire bomb fell, and the explosion and flames covered the entire cave area. How's the effect? Su Yang stared at what was in front of him. Before the smoke and dust had dispersed, light blue stinging insects rushed out and headed straight towards the Skyfire Guard. It turned out that the Skyfire cannon, which was said to be able to destroy the world, did not cause any effective casualties. Except for the stinging insects that fell directly into the explosion range and lost their ability to move, the rest of the stinging insects were almost undamaged. In addition to the poor effect of the explosion shockwave, even the flames did not play much of a role. These light blue shells have excellent explosion and fire resistance. A large swarm of insects is coming, prepare to meet them. Su Yang ordered the armored warriors to form a line formation, and all the crossbowmen switched to armor-piercing arrows. The Skyfire Guard switched to high-explosive bombs, while the Fire Dragon Guards contained the flank. Artillery units played a minimal role in this round, and the battle returned to the mode of hand-to-hand combat with the Zerg. After deploying the team, Su Yang quickly switched perspective and used the heart of the hive he had just acquired to instantly destroy the two technologies. With the artillery units ineffective, this battle is likely to become a stalemate. Reinforcements must be sent. Use the item Heart of the Hive to shorten the time required for research and development by 2 days. Technology Fuel Chainsaw Sword research completed. Level 4 Armored Warrior units can be upgraded. The research of the rapid-fire transmission structure has been completed, and the Level 4 Armored Crossbowman unit can be upgraded. After completing the technological research, Su Yang directly opened the panel of the Imperial Armor Camp. Arms: Great Qin Imperial Armored Warriors. Army Type: Melee Infantry. Production Requirements: Level 4 Royal Armor Camp. Description: a melee unit with full-body steel armor, equipped with a fuel-driven chainsaw iron sword that can quickly crush enemy armor. Unlocking the front technology can improve the offensive and defensive capabilities of the sharp warriors and increase the strength of the front row. Command value required for summoning: 800 points. Consumption: for units of fuel/day, for units of concentrated water/day. Maintenance cost: for units of steel/time, for units of copper/time. Reloading consumption: 1 unit of fuel/time. Army: Great Qin Armored Crossbowmen. Arms Type: Ranged Infantry. Production Requirements: Level 4 Royal Armor Camp. Description: improve the firing structure of the crossbow, equip it with a continuous firing transmission device, and be able to fire up to 10 times in a row. Unlocking the prerequisite technology can upgrade the crossbow gun for the crossbowman and increase the strength of long-range attack. Command value required for summoning: 1,000 points. Consumption: for units of fuel/day, for units of concentrated water/day. Maintenance cost: for units of steel/time, for units of copper/time. Reloading consumption: 2 units of steel/time, 1 unit of saltpeter/time, 1 unit of fuel/time. Level 4 Armored Crossbowman has high armor-piercing ability and his firepower is increased several times. The troops must be expanded as soon as possible to reinforce the front line. The current command value is 80,371 points. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he invested in the control value. Directly summoned 70 Level 4 Qin Armored Warriors and 50 Level 4 Qin Armored Crossbowmen, plus a Black Iron Heavy Armored Vehicle. This is the maximum military expansion that can be achieved with the current command value. Command value minus 77,700. Summon Level 4 Qin Armored Warriors 70. Summon Level 4 Qin Armored Crossbowmen 50. Summon Dark Iron Heavy Armored Vehicle. Grunt grunt. The gate of the Imperial Armor Camp kept opening and closing, steam and black smoke gushed out, and batch after batch of Imperial armored soldiers walked out. This is a huge expansion. After the expansion, the number of armored troops will reach 3 times the previous number. The new Black Iron Heavy Armored Vehicle was deployed, and 60 Level 4 Armored Warriors and 40 Level 4 Armored Crossbowmen quickly boarded the vehicle and took their positions. Meng Tian gave an order and led the support troops to set off. The roar of engines rang out, and the support troops rushed to the front line. On the other side, the large-scale Skyfire bombs did not have enough armor-piercing damage, so the 2 Skyfire guards had to switch to high-explosive bomb mode to unleash the last of their firepower. Boom. The last 2 high-explosive bombs landed, and although the damage was sufficient, the killing range was insufficient. After 2 rounds of bombardment by the Skyfire Guard, a large number of stinging insects still survived, and behind them, there was an endless stream of alien insects pouring out. Call. After the swarm of insects entered the range, the 4 fire dragon guards on the team's flanks opened fire at full power at the highest level. A raging fire dragon roared out, forming a high-temperature purgatory in the middle. However, the Zerg army was only slightly hindered and soon broke through the fire blockade. This group of Zerg is extremely resistant to high temperatures. Chapter 116. Reinforcements arrive, the combat strength of the Level 4 Imperial Armored Army. Li Xian swung a spear. Meet the enemy. Whoosh whoosh. The moment the swarm of insects broke through the line of fire, the crossbowmen attacked with a rain of armor-piercing arrows. The armor-piercing arrows are accelerated by the blasting rocks, and their penetrating power is increased to an astonishing level. The first batch of stinging insects had experienced the impact of the explosion, and many cracks had appeared on their shells. After several rounds of volleys, the crossbowmen finally broke through their defenses. The light blue insect shell shattered, and the armor-piercing arrow penetrated deep into it, smashing the vital parts. But these were only the first batch of stinging insects, and more of them followed. While the crossbowmen were reloading, the stinger line advanced rapidly and soon reached the front of the troops. Boom. The army of stinging insects suddenly crashed into the human-shaped great wall formed by the iron shields of the level 3 armored warriors. The long-awaited head-on confrontation between the Royal Armor Army and the Zerg occurred. The armored warriors easily blocked the sharp blade attacks of the stinging insects with their iron shields, and then swung their swords to fight back. When the broad-bladed iron swords were equipped with the stinging insect shells, the warriors realized that this enemy was special. Their light blue shells are extremely hard, and even an iron sword with an upgraded fuel-propelled slash cannot directly break the shells. Unable to effectively defeat the insect swarm, the armored warriors could only defend with their shields raised and wait for the crossbowmen to attack. Whoosh whoosh. After another round of armor-piercing arrow attacks, the stinging insects at the forefront were finally defeated. This is the last batch of stinging insects after 2 rounds of bombardment. They also experienced a round of sharp sword attacks before being taken away by a volley of crossbowmen. And behind them, there are countless swarms of stinging insects with complete armor. This swarm of insects is no longer the kind that was previously controlled by the armored soldiers like chopping melons and vegetables. The broken shells are already difficult to deal with, and the stinging insects with intact shells will be even more difficult to deal with. Only level 4 armored warriors and crossbowmen can withstand this attack. There is no way to retreat now. They must fight to the end. Su Yung quickly switched between the front line and support troops. It will take some time for the reinforcements to arrive. If we don't find a way, the frontline troops will be defeated by the insect swarm before support arrives. Suddenly, Li Xian's shout rang out. All officers, listen up. Change from chopping to stabbing. Great Qin warriors, fight to the death without retreat. After shouting out 2 sentences, Li Xian rushed into the insect swarm alone with a silver spear in hand. When the general's skill is activated, all the warriors gain a 30 morale bonus. At the same time, they also follow Li Xian's command to change from slashing to stabbing. Boom. A second wave of stinging insects with intact armor crashed into the Ruishi's defense line. This time the warriors switched to stabbing, and could launch 3 consecutive stabbings in the time it took to swing twice. After the morale bonus, the armored warriors were able to pierce cracks in the insect shells during the first round of collision with the insect swarm. The crossbowmen then aimed at the cracks and fired 2 consecutive armor-piercing arrows. Such an attack process can actually perfectly shatter the shell of the stinging insect. Seeing the scene in front of them, Su Yung couldn't help but admire Li Xian's ability. Because the contact surface of a stabbing attack is smaller, the pressure generated by the attack is greater. When facing this kind of full-armored beetle shell, single-point attacks are more effective. Moreover, the stabbing attack has a smaller amplitude than the slashing attack, and can cause multiple damages in a short period of time. Although Li Xian did not understand physics, he keenly discovered the enemy's weaknesses and boost morale and organize a counterattack. This is the meaning of the general's existence. Thanks to Li Xian's command, even the entire swarm of beetles was unable to defeat the armored troops. The soldiers successfully resisted the attack of the Thorn Insect Army. As the subsequent insect swarms increased in number, the Skyfire Guards, the Fire Dragon Guards, and even the Black Iron Chariot were all killed. Use your body to resist the insect tide and delay their attack on the armored troops. Li Xian fought left and right in the swarm of insects, and his iron armor was already covered with scars. Because it has not been upgraded, Li Xian is covered in iron armor, and even his power system is still steam-driven. His iron spear, which had the ability to rotate and break armor, seemed to be less powerful than these stinging insects. The number of stinging insects surrounding him increased, and he tried his best to stop more of them to relieve the pressure on the subsequent armored troops. But he knew clearly in his heart that this was just a struggle. It is impossible to win this war without follow-up reinforcements. Step by step, step by step. Suddenly, amid the screams of countless alien insects, Li Xian heard the crisp sound of mechanical horse hooves. That's the sound of the mechanical flame horse's hooves. Finally caught up, Su Yung was relieved. From Li Xian's perspective, Meng Tian came roaring over on a fiery red horse. As they approached the battlefield, Meng Tian, wearing a suit of iron armor, slowly stood up on the galloping horse. This is the territory of the Great Qin. Foreigners, please stop being so presumptuous. He spread his arms wide, roared fiercely, activated his general skills, then jumped high from the horse's back and smashed towards the area where Li Xian was. Li Xian glared and immediately dodged. Boom! With a loud bang, Meng Tian, wearing armor and weighing more than 10 tons, smashed into the insect swarm like a cannonball. Under him, 3 stinging insects were smashed into pieces along with their shells shattered and blood plasma spilling out. After smashing it in, he immediately stood up, took off the large shield on his chest, raised his warhammer, and charged forward. The warhammer with powerful destructive power is the best armor-piercing weapon. No stinger can withstand the bombardment of Meng Tian's hammer. Because of the buff given by Meng Tian, the armored warriors on the front line became more comfortable. When Li Xian saw that Meng Tian's support had arrived, he regrouped and charged into the insect swarm again. Meng Tian's reinforcements eased the situation to a great extent, but it was still far from being reversed. We have to wait a little longer until the key troops arrive at the battlefield. Su Yang switched to the first-person perspective of the black iron car driver, and the battlefield had already appeared in the car window. The support troops have finally arrived, a fully upgraded level 4 armored unit. SKRRRRRRR. The brakes were pulled hard, and the tires screamed as they rubbed against the ground. The driver of the black iron car actually used drift at the last moment. Drive a 25-meter-long behemoth and use drift. This action almost made Su Yang drop his jaw. What kind of people are in this team? After a wonderful drift, the rear of the black iron car moved forward and the car door fell down with a bang. Among them, the armored soldiers equipped with brand new steel armor quickly got off the vehicles and formed a queue. The 60 armored warriors were arranged in 3 rows in the front, and the 40 armored crossbowmen were arranged in 2 rows in the back. After the battle array was completed, Su Yang ordered the troops to advance. Boom, boom, boom. 100-man army wearing iron armor marched forward in unison. The heavy footsteps stepped on the ground one by one, and the sound was like the heartbeat of the earth. Chapter 117, Fuel Chainsaw Sword, New Area Crystal Mine Area. The entire army retreats. Su Yang ordered the soldiers on the front line. Have them withdraw from the front line and make way for the level 4 armored army. The level 3 armored soldiers retreated quickly, and when they looked back, they saw rows of level 4 armored soldiers advancing in unison. Their silver-white steel armor was extremely dazzling in the sun. Form a battle line to meet the enemy. Su Yang ordered. Chilla. The armored warriors raised their swords high, the fuel engines roared, and black smoke billowed. The chainsaw on the side of the sword began to spin wildly, making a terrifying roar. Rustle, rustle. The frontline soldiers retreated, but the swarm of insects they were fighting had no intention of letting them go. They roared and chased forward, the light blue insect blades glowing coldly. Boom. The swarm of insects crashed into the armored warriors carrying heavy steel shields. They screamed and brandished their insect blades, attacking frantically. No matter what is ahead, they will scatter it and tear it apart. However, this time they no longer ran into level 3 armored warriors, but level 4 armored warriors that had been fully upgraded. The fuel-driven system roared and countless black smoke poured out. The armored warrior at the front line used brute force to knock away the stinging insect in front, and took advantage of its instability to attack with the chainsaw sword. The effect of the chainsaw sword hitting the insect shell is not much different from that of an ordinary iron sword, and no cracks appear on the insect shell. But the next moment, as the rough chainsaw spun rapidly, cracks instantly appeared on the insect shell that came into contact with it, and the cracks continued to expand. Then with a bang, the insect shell shattered, and the chainsaw sword cut in, slicing directly from the insect's shoulder to the leg, cutting it in half. Light blue plasma continued to spray, and the stinging insect that was still roaring instantly fell to the ground like mud. After the killing of the first row was over, the armored warriors in the back row came forward to seamlessly connect with the next wave of insects. This cycle continued, and the level 4 armored forces were like a meat grinder, turning the incoming waves of alien insects into minced meat and mud. There isn't much room for the level 4 crossbowman to play, but once he finds the angle, he can shoot a series of armor-piercing arrows. As the Royal Armor Army advanced, the alien insect swarm collapsed in an instant. The black armor vehicles, artillery units, and other units that completed the delaying mission once again returned to the rear of the defense line of the Royal Armor Warriors. The 100-man armored troop advanced unstoppably, pushing the battle line forward like a bulldozer all the way to the entrance of the insect nest. No tactics, just pushing forward. This Zerg tribe, whose main advantage is armor, can only be reduced to wreckage and minced meat in front of the chained word. The command value appeared wildly on Su Yang's panel. Kill level 12 Tyranid Titanium Crystal Stinger, variant. Command value plus 120, 30 bonus. Kill level 11 Tyranid Titanium Crystal Stinger, variant. Command value plus 110, 30 bonus. Kill level 11 Tyranid Titanium Crystal Stinger, variant. Command value plus 110, 30 bonus. After pulling the battle line to the entrance of the insect nest, the armored warriors guarded the entrance and started the massacre. Finally, after Meng Tian and Li Xian came up and added the buff, the armored warriors even put away their shields. Just hold the sword with both hands and swing it, and you can cut 2 or more stinging insects in one stroke. When the chainsaw cut into the stinging insect's body, blood plasma splattered everywhere, staining the area around the hole. The armored warriors in the front row could not even tell the original color of their armor. It was all blood plasma from the stinging insects. After blocking the entrance of the cave and killing nearly 200 stinging insects, Li Xian and Meng Tian led the team into the insect nest. The structure of the hive is no different from other hives, except that they are all reinforced with some kind of light blue crystals. Based on the name of the spiny insect variant, Su Yang guessed that these minerals should be rutile. It is a mineral form of titanium dioxide, generally appearing as light blue square crystals. As the name suggests, titanium can be extracted from this mineral. Titanium is an extremely rare metal and is generally used as aerospace material in reality. Titanium can also be fused with steel to form a harder material called alloy steel. Su Yang's eyes flashed. It seemed that there was a direction for upgrading the armor to the next level. The troops continued to go deeper and saw the mother insect with light blue patterns in the mother cave for the first time. Inside the mother cave is a large rutile vein, with hundreds of units similar to iron worms distributed above the vein. They continuously secrete acid to dissolve the titanium ore, and after the ore is dissolved, they swallow the solution into their bodies. When the iron-eating worms have absorbed enough iron, they will return to the mother worm's body and be decomposed into biomass again, and provide titanium to the mother worm. What a magical mining method, Su Yang said in his heart. In addition to the mining method, there are many other points about this insect nest that puzzle Su Yang. For example, its swarm of insects only consists of stinging insects, and the iron-eating insects that decompose minerals are no more aggressive than other insect nests and are not at all aggressive. This made Su Yang wonder whether the Zerg were like humans, with each Zerg nest having a different technological system. They will choose different types of soldiers and different fighting methods according to their race and environment. Compared with the double mother hive, this titanium crystal hive is obviously more of a troop explosion type. All the units are melee units, and other types of troops are ignored. Su Yang guessed that the queen insect must have thought that no one could defeat the titanium crystal stinger and that no other troops were needed. What a pity, Su Yang sighed. Everyone is equal in front of the chainsaw sword. Chi. Li Xian stabbed the mother insect's flesh with a gun, and countless blood plasma splashed. Kill level 13 Tyranid Queen, command value plus 1,730 bonus. Obtain the expert E-level drop, Heart of the Hive. Greatly improve technology research and development and construction speed. Get the expert D-level drop, Split Synapse. You can unlock the alien insect splitting device at the alien experiment station to split the hive heart and its use effect. Discover a new area, the crystal mining area. There are a series of high-level ores and high-level insect swarms distributed here. Achievement. The colorful world is fascinating. Command value plus 4,000. Discovery of a new mineral species, Anatase. Achievement. Above steel, command value plus 4,000. Successfully destroyed 10 insect nests. Achievement. War Maniac, command value plus 5,000. Expert D-level drop. Su Yang captured the most important information. Splitting Synapse, which can be used to split the heart of the Zerg and its effects. This means that in the future you don't have to use the entire heart of the hive directly. You can use it separately. This way you never have to worry about wasting anything again. This technology is really great for the thrifty Su Yang. In addition to the expert D-level drops, there are also a series of achievements, the most important of which is the discovery of a new area, crystal mining area. It is said that there are many high-level crystal mines and high-level Zerg in this area. It seems that there will be many opportunities to come here in the future, Su Yang thought as he opened the resource panel. This battle is the one with the highest command value since entering the forbidden area. Just by killing enemies, you can gain 38,620 points of leadership, which is increased by 30 to 50,206. Adding the command value obtained from unlocking achievements, the President's command value reaches 63,206 points. 60,000 points of command value in one battle. How exaggerated. With this batch of command value, the combat effectiveness of the troops can be further improved. After completing the statistics and about to order the troops to return, a territory-wide notification sounded. Dragon Lord Su Yang discovered a new mineral, Anatase, unlocking the achievement, Above Steel. Dragon Lord Su Yang discovered a new mineral, Anatase, unlocking the achievement, Above Steel. Chapter 118. Territory Expansion, the Birth of Industrial Blood. It triggered a notification to the entire territory. It seems that the discovery of new minerals is still a relatively important node. But it makes sense that general technological breakthroughs are inseparable from breakthroughs in materials. The discovery of new minerals may be the beginning of a new era. Su Yang's idea flashed, and he wanted to use shallow vein migration on rutile ore. Unable to migrate target, advanced mineral mining technology is not currently unlocked. As expected, this high-grade material is not easy to obtain. Su Yang didn't hesitate. He marked the location on the map and closed the panel. He ordered Li Xian to lead the troops to continue clearing the area and ordered Meng Tian to lead the support troops back. The fuel of the first black iron car is almost exhausted. It's time to upgrade the fuel technology. There are only 11 hours left for the biomass fuel technology. In the past, we would have to wait forever because it is not cost-effective to use the heart of the hive for these 11 hours. However, this time he obtained the splitting synapse, which can decompose the heart of the hive and split it to shorten the time. Su Yang opened the Shinnong Creation Institute and the Alien Creature Branch. Technology, Zerg Splitting Technology. Precise and elegant. Analyzing the Zerg's ability to divide cells and obtaining the technology to split the heart of the hive. Function, gain the ability to split the heart of the hive and can split a large piece of the heart of the hive into small pieces for use. The smallest unit is a piece of meat that can be shortened for 12 hours. Any smaller unit will lose the function of shortening time. Prerequisite technology. None. This is a substance similar to a malignant tumor. No matter how many pieces it is cut into, it can continue to survive. Unlocking cost. Split synapse 1. Command value. 8,000. Time. / Researching split synapses does not take time, so it does not take up space and can be upgraded in seconds. Leadership value -8,000. Technology Zerg Splitting Technology Research completed. After completing the research, Su Yang immediately cut the newly acquired expert-level insect swarm heart. Experts do high energy reduction in 3 days, with the minimum cutting unit being 12 hours. 12 hours was just enough for biomass fuel technology. Only a few minutes were wasted. It's much better than wasting half a day or a whole day in the past. Su Yang cut off a small piece as instructed and used it to accelerate the biomass fuel. Use the incomplete hive heart item to shorten the development time by 12 hours. Technology Biomass Fuel Research completed. Obtain new building biomass smelting station. Use a small piece of hive heart to speed up. Achievement, Pennywise, leadership value +1. Can this also unlock achievements? And what kind of achievement is this? Adding 1 point to the leadership value. Su Yang looked puzzled. Was this small system overstepping its authority? How dare you mock me? Report the names of the 9 clans, and you will be in trouble. Su Yang shook his head and closed the panel. There's nothing to worry about with this alien system. The most important task now is to get the biomass smelting plant up and running. Su Yang came to the industrial area in the territory and set up the biomass smelting station right next to the Daqin Smelting Center. Yes, after Meng Tian's planning, the territory now has a dedicated industrial zone. While Li Xian was outside killing enemies, Meng Tian was not idle either. He led his soldiers to thoroughly survey the surrounding environment and then discussed and analyzed the current main attack direction of the Zerg with Su Yang. Based on these conditions, Meng Tian planned to expand the current territory. Compared with Su Yang's previous gradual expansion, Meng Tian's expansion plan can be described as bold and radical, which is exactly in line with his bold personality. He retained Su Yang's 50 by 50 Lord District, and then moved all the city walls outward by 50 meters with this as the center. The production area on the west side is directly moved 50 meters further than the other 3 sides. This brings the total area of the territory to 200 by 150, 30,000 square meters. The largest rectangular area of 150 by 100 on the west side is divided into production area and industrial area at a ratio of 2 to 1. The production area is still the mining machinery and various production facilities. The industrial zone houses the Daqin Smelting Center, refineries, and other buildings that further process raw materials into higher-grade materials. The west and east sides are separated by a wall that spans the territory to block out noise. On this side of the city wall are the Lord area, the barracks area, and the expedition preparation area. The Lord's mansion and various scientific research buildings are still set up in the Lord's area. Other war buildings, such as the Skyfire Tower and the Sonic Detector, were moved to the northern barracks area. Barracks areas were set up on both the north and south sides to facilitate soldiers to respond quickly to orders and defend. The 50 by 50 area facing Dong Demon in the east was planned as the expedition preparation area. The huge Gongshu heavy equipment camp was set up here, and in the future, soldiers could set off directly on the black iron carriages after gathering at the East Gate. The new territory plan rebuilt a nearly 800-meter-long city wall, which was extremely horrific in terms of resource consumption. Fortunately, Meng Tian has the passive skill of Great Wall Guard, which reduces the cost of building and upgrading the wall by half and doubles the length of the wall. Compared to before, it now only takes a quarter of the resources to build a wall of the same length. Building an 800-meter wall only consumes 200 meters of resources. It is indeed a passive skill that the Chinese civilization, known as the infrastructure maniac, should have. Finally, the territory expansion was completed and all upgraded to level 2, which only cost 200 units of copper ore and 400 units of stone ore. It had cost the same amount of resources as his last small expansion. Chi! A burst of steam and black smoke gushed out, and the biomass smelting station was completed. Su Yang clicked in to view the specific details. The biomass smelting station can convert Zerg corpses into biomass and then refine it into biocrude oil. The biocrude oil is then refined into various chemical substances and fuels in refineries. The volume of 2 stinging insects can be converted into 1 unit of biomass, and 5 units of biomass can be refined into 3 units of biocrude oil. The ratio of fuel oil produced by refineries when refining petroleum crude oil is 2 units of crude oil to 1 unit of fuel oil, and the ratio of biocrude oil is still unknown. Stinging insects are the largest unit in the insect swarm, so the size of stinging insects is used as the reference value. From the first time they collected corpses to now, the soldiers have fought against the double mother hive, the crystal mine hive, and a third-generation hive. The number of insect swarms collected and compressed by the black iron car is about 1,500 stinging insects, which can be refined into about 500 units of biocrude oil. Su Yang started the biomass smelting station and sent soldiers to throw Zerg corpses from the feed inlet. The smelting station can smelt Zerg corpses very quickly, with a maximum production capacity of 500 units per day. Soon, relevant displays of biocrude oil appeared on the warehouse panel. Su Yang then invested the biocrude oil into the Daqing chemical plant. As bursts of black smoke rise, the territory's independently produced industrial blood is about to be born. Chapter 119. All members upgraded, dynamic balance. The biomass smelting plant and the chemical center operate simultaneously. Soon 1 unit of fuel appeared on Lord Su Yang's panel. The first drop of industrial blood. This means that the territory has broken through the most difficult fuel bottleneck in the early stage. The next step is to see how the output is and whether independent production can meet consumption. Su Yang approached the chemical center panel and did some calculations. 3 units of biocrude oil can produce 2 units of fuel, which is a higher output ratio than petroleum crude oil of 2 to 1. Su Yang was very excited. He originally thought that the quality of biocrude oil was not as good as that of petroleum crude oil. But who would have thought that this raw material, which was converted in just over 10 minutes, could beat the oil that took millions of years to accumulate? Su Yang's mind flashed, and he quickly calculated the oil production ratio. According to the current ratio of various substances, every 5 stinging insects can be refined into 1 unit of crude oil. A 4th-generation hive has about 400 to 600 stingers, and attacking one can obtain an average of 100 units of fuel. Currently, it takes 300 units of fuel to replenish all units in the army. One replenishment can support at least 3 battles, and these battles do not require all soldiers to be dispatched. Therefore, even if we calculate the maximum consumption based on all personnel being mobilized in every battle, the fuel production can still meet the consumption. Then, as long as the appropriate soldier units are allocated for each attack, it is entirely possible to save fuel. Moreover, as the army expands in the future, the size of the swarm will also increase. As fuel consumption increases, the amount of fuel gained from killing enemies will also increase. This means that there is always a dynamic balance between the territory's fuel consumption and production. It seems that as long as the combat power is allocated properly and saved as much as possible, the fuel in the territory can be completely self-sufficient. This will completely eliminate the possibility of being strangled by other countries. The army expansion has been completed, the fuel problem has been solved, and both short-term goals have been perfectly achieved. Now there is only one last question left. The consumption of various resources after the expansion of the army. Since ancient times, it has been easy to recruit soldiers, but difficult to maintain them. The reason why many countries are dragged down by wars is that they cannot afford the huge military expenditures. The army has tripled in size, and with it come various resource problems. The first is fuel consumption. The current team's fuel consumption is absolutely astonishing. Su Yang quickly calculated in his mind. It didn't matter if he didn't calculate it, but he was shocked when he did it. Just counting the armored warriors and crossbowmen, for units of fuel per day, that is 190 times 4, 760 units of fuel per day. Of course, if we weren't fighting all day the consumption wouldn't be so great, but it is still staggering. And these are just the armored soldiers, not including artillery and vehicle units. Overall, if the soldiers fight all day and fight defensive battles at night, they can consume 1,000 units of fuel a day. If the daytime battles are limited to 2 or less and no defensive battles are triggered at night, the fuel consumption will remain in the range of 400 to 500 units. The current carbon mine production in the territory is 255 units per day, far from meeting consumption needs. This won't work. The mining machines in the territory must undergo a comprehensive upgrade. The main base is already level 4, but the production facilities are still at level 2, which is really not right. Upgrading a level 2 mining machine to level 3 requires 20 units of iron and 10 units of copper. Thanks to the 1,000 units of iron ore that Elizabeth gave last time, the iron ore in the territory is still relatively abundant. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he upgraded all 10 mining machines in the territory at once. Iron ore 200. Copper or -100. Steam miner 10 upgrading. The upgrade was completed quickly, and all mining machines reached level 3. The basic output increased by 50 again, which was 100 higher than level 1. Next, from level 3 to level 4, the mining machine will not only be upgraded to a steel mining machine, but the drive device will also be upgraded to a hybrid power. Each mining machine consumes 20 units of steel and 20 units of copper, and consumes 1 unit of fuel per day to maintain operation. The territory steel reserves were also sufficient, and an additional 10 units of fuel consumption was not a problem at all. Although fuel must be used sparingly within the territory, this does not mean that the territory's fuel production is low. On the contrary, the fuel production in the territory is definitely in the first tier, but it is only because of excessive consumption that it needs to be used sparingly. At the current stage, except for major oil-producing countries such as Afghanistan, the maximum daily production capacity of other countries that can produce oil does not exceed 50 units. As long as Su Yang has enough biomass fuel, he can produce up to 200 units of fuel per day. In comparison, the 10 units of fuel consumption per day for a level 4 mining machine is indeed not much. With a flash of thought, Su Yang directly upgraded the 10 mining machines to level 4. This upgrade can bring a 100 increase in production capacity in one go, which is very cost-effective. Steel, 200. Copper or -200. Steam miner 10 upgrading. Soon, all 10 mining machines were replaced with steel casings. The gushing steam also changed from a single white color to a mixture of black and white. The level 3 steam-powered mining machine has been successfully upgraded to a level 4 hybrid mining machine. After 2 upgrades, the daily production capacity of the carbon mine jumped directly to 510 units. Now, as long as the frequency of attacks is controlled, the carbon reserves can at least remain unchanged, if not increase. After the upgrade was completed, Su Yang opened the Territory Resource panel. Territory Resources. Water Resources, Stock, 923 units, Production Rate, 400 units/day. Stone Mine Resources, Stock, 121 units, Production Speed, 600 units/day. Coal Resources, Stock, 653 units, Production Speed, 510 units/day. Metallic Copper, Stock, 136 units, Production Rate, 360 units/day. Metal Iron, Stock, 171 units, Production Speed, 600 units/day. Steel Resources, Stock, 113 units, Production Speed, maximum 200 units/day. Saltpeter Resources, Stock, 56 units, Production Speed, 150 units/day. Alien Insect Volume, 1436, Bio-crude Oil, 16 units, Production Speed, maximum 500 units/day. Fuel Resources, Stock, 2 units, Production Speed 200 units, maximum/day. Leading Strategy, Level 2, Powerful and Powerful, Level 1, National Treasure. Territory Increase/Decrease Effect, Level 3 Military Power, Remaining Time, 111. Level 5 Abyss Gaze, Duration/. Command Value, 63,877. After 2 consecutive rounds of upgrades, the production speed of all resources has been greatly improved. Except for coal resources which just exceed the poverty line, the production rate of other resources is far greater than the consumption rate. After the expansion of the army is completed, the command value will still be 50,000 points. The fuel and food consumption has reached the upper limit. These 50,000 points of fuel cannot be used to summon soldiers. It can be seen from the previous battle with the Crystal Mine Mother Nest that Li Xian can no longer fight as easily as before. Li Xian has led the soldiers back, just in time to take advantage of the last bit of time of the military power to upgrade all members. Chapter 120 Armor Skill Module. The Battle of Heroes begins. The foundry is finally going to be put into use. Su Yang took a deep breath. Before this, he had always wanted to use the foundry to upgrade Li Xian's armor. Unfortunately, there were too many key upgrades, so after unlocking the foundry, I only used it to paint the blazing horse. Now it finally comes in handy. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he opened the foundry panel. Countless complex options popped up, and Su Yang skillfully closed them one by one, leaving only a few that could be upgraded. Foundry panel. Name: Iron Power Armor. Wearer: Li Xian. Quality: Ordinary. Loadable Skill Modules: 1. Skill Modules installed: 0. Power Core: Steam Power. Upgradable: Internal Combustion Engine Drive. Transformation Effect: Completely replace the power core to improve the engine propulsion effect. Conversion Cost: 20 units of steel, 10 units of iron ore, 5,000 command value. Armor Body: Iron Armor. Upgradable: Iron Armor. Transformation Effect: Comprehensively improve armor protection attributes and increase flexibility. Conversion Cost: 30 units of steel, 20 units of iron ore, 20 units of copper ore, 8,000 command value. Equipped Weapon: Silver Iron Spear. Upgradable: Iron Spear. Transformation Effect: Change the power device, increase the rotation torque, and improve the damage and armor penetration attributes. Conversion Cost: 20 units of steel, 10 units of iron ore, 5,000 command value. Completing the full set of upgrades will upgrade the armor to Iron Power Armor, but the quality will not be improved. Armor Evaluation: A set of assembly line armor without soul. It is recommended to replace it as soon as possible. At present, all resources are sufficient, and Su Yang directly invested the command value into Li Xian for a full upgrade. Command value minus 12,600. Internal Combustion Engine Drive Upgrade. Iron Armor Upgrading. Iron Spear Upgrading. The foundry was running at a rumbling pace, and soon the results were evident. Iron Power Armor, Steam Power. Iron Power Armor, Hybrid Power. Warframe gains passive effect, will to break through. When launching a charge, some kinetic energy can be stored to increase the piercing damage for the next attack. Iron Power Armor has been upgraded, but the quality has not been improved. Armor Review. It's a bit decent, but still an assembly line armor. I don't recommend wearing it. After the upgrade is completed, not only are all parts of the armor upgraded, but an armor effect is also unlocked. Unlike Meng Tian's armor, which can absorb impact damage, Li Xian's armor effect is to increase damage by charging. This is indeed more suitable for Li Xian's position as the vanguard of the army. After upgrading Li Xian's armor, Su Yang suddenly found that there was an upgrade option in the corner of the panel. Buildable Skill Modules. Module: Mimic Armor. Effect: After loading, the armor can unlock the mimicry ability, consuming a large amount of energy to allow the armor to enter a short mimicry mode. In mimicry mode, the armor will simulate the surrounding environment to achieve stealth effect. The more complex the environment, the better the mimicry effect. Crafting Consumption. Mimic Armor 1. Command value 10,000. Is it removable? Yes. Mutually exclusive modules. All skill modules that will make themselves visible. Not to mention, I almost missed this mimicry armor. Su Yang's eyes flashed. The effect was quite good. As long as you kill Tyranid warriors with special abilities and obtain spoils, you can create corresponding skill modules. The stealth ability can greatly increase the combat limit and is a very good additional ability. Su Yang did not hesitate and directly invested in the command value. Leadership value minus 7,000. Skill module Mimic Armor is being upgraded. Upgrade completed. Please select the loading object. The stealth ability is more suitable for Li Xian, who is good at surprise attacks. High mobility combined with strong offensive capability makes executing a decapitation operation easy and painless. Meng Tian's battles were very aggressive and noisy, so invisibility was probably of no use. Loading target Li Xian, selection completed. After completing the selection, Su Yang upgraded all level 3 armor units, consuming a total of 43,400 points of command value. Then he gave the armored warriors a few alligator bones from his backpack as equipment. There are 3 alligator bones in total, which are used to equip 30 armored warriors. The cost is 15,000, and after the reduction, the command value is 10,500 points. Finally, he opened the technology tree and pulled the Skyfire Guard's gelatinous liquid fuel into the 1000 machine tower. Leadership value minus 5,600. Technology colloid liquid fuel is being upgraded. Remaining time, 1D. In the last 5 minutes of the military power buff, the last upgradable technology was clicked. At this point, all war-related upgrades brought by the Level 4 main base have been completed. There was only a little over 1,000 points of command value left, which was used up perfectly. In 3 days, the insect swarm gained command value, expanded the army, and upgraded technology. Su Yang felt that he had used this military power buff to the extreme. Within 3 days, this buff saved the territory at least 40,000 to 50,000 command points. After clicking on the last technology, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Several short-term goals set previously have been successfully completed, and he feels very relieved and at ease. The only problem left in the territory now is food reserves. The military buildup has further strained food reserves, and based on the current population, it is expected that food will be completely exhausted by next week. Hunting is not a long-term solution. If we want to support a large population in the future, we still have to unlock agriculture. Now all we have to do is see if the scouts can make any achievements in the dense forests of the southwest. In the last few minutes of the 3rd day, Su Yang opened the Lord panel. The Level 4 territory that needs to be upgraded has almost been upgraded, and it's time to appreciate your achievements. Territory panel. Territory, Qin. Lord, Su Yang. Belongs to Dragon Kingdom. Main base level, Level 4 Lord's Mansion. Territory buildings. Resources 10 Level 4 hybrid mining machines. 1 Level 4 hybrid high-pressure water pump. 1 solid resource warehouse. 1 liquid resource warehouse. Territory buildings, industrial. Level 1 Daqing Smelting Center, Level 1 Daqing Chemical Center, Level 1 Biomass Fuel Station. Territory buildings, Technology Level 4 Mahist 1000 Machine Tower, Level 1 Gongshu Heavy Equipment Camp, Shinong Creation Center. Territory buildings, Combat Level 4 Armored Camp, Level 4 Barracks 210. Territory buildings, Defense Level 2 Stone Wall, Enhanced Features, 1050, Level 1 Crossbow Tower 4, Level 1 Skyfire Tower 1. Combat Units. Level 4 Great Qin Armored Warriors 110, Level 4 Great Qin Armored Crossbowmen 80, Level 4 Great Qin 1000 Mile Scouts 10, Level 1 Great Qin Skyfire Guards 4, Level 1 Great Qin Fire Dragon Guards 4. Hero Units. Level 2 General Li Xian, Level 1 General Meng Tian. Resources, Water Resources, 1363 units, Stone Resources, 786 units, Coal Resources, 351 units, Metal Copper, 253 units, Metal Iron, 50 units. Territory increase/decrease effect, Level 3 Military Power, Remaining Time, 004. Level 5 Abyss Gaze, Duration/. Command Value, 1853. Looking at the Lord's panel, Su Yang felt a sense of accomplishment. Not only were all the armored core upgraded to Level 4, but all the production facilities were also upgraded to Level 4. Vehicle units, steel and fuel, foundries, and even alien technology stations. You wouldn't know it if you didn't see it, but the territory has received so many upgrades during the Level 4 main base period. Su Yang nodded slightly, then closed the Lord panel. After experiencing several major battles in the past few days, both he and his soldiers were a little tired. It just so happens that I have completed all the upgrades today, so I can have a good sleep and restore my energy. Su Yang returned to the Lord's mansion, and just as he stepped into the gate, a system message sounded. Special event trigger. Space-time turbulence. A cosmic crack is opened somewhere. Time and rules are disrupted. The Advent Night event is brought forward, and there are 46 seconds left until the start of the Battle of Heroes. Special event. Advent Night early? Su Yang's eyes were filled with doubts, and thoughts were surging in his mind. What is going on? Chapter 121 Mysterious Event. The English Alliance in an advantageous position. An emergency? Su Yang looked at the countdown on the screen and quickly calmed himself down. Although it happened suddenly, everything that needed to be upgraded has been completed, so the main base can be considered to be at the maximum level of Level 4. The Battle of Heroes is triggered when some lords summon hero units, which is the early stage of the Level 3 main base. Right now, their highest echelon is the early stage of Level 3 main base, and it is very difficult to reach the midterm, let alone the late stage or upgrade to Level 4. With such a level of technological gap, and with the command of Li Xian and Meng Tian, the pressure of this incident is not great. Thinking of this, Su Yang's mood slowly calmed down, and he waited quietly for the countdown on the screen to end. The time returns to 0, and the system prompt sounds. Hero Spirit Simulation Competition is now open and is entering the preparation stage. Please all lords return to their territories and make sure your troops are in their territories. After the preparation phase, a barrier will be raised around the territory and units outside will not be able to enter. The Lord's Hall also opened at the same time as the competition. Lord Tianju, what's going on? Why did it open so suddenly? Anonymous. Damn it. I'm still out there fighting a crusade. I hope I can get back. England Lord. What kind of event is this? We don't seem to have ever recorded it. Lord of the United States. New events are not uncommon. The main thing is that the description of this event is a bit strange. The rift in the universe has been opened, and it feels like the result of human action. Turkish Lord. The Lord heard our voice and sent the gospel. Xiongua. We have already entered the forbidden area, and you are still calling God. How many missiles can your Lord withstand? Su Yang quickly browsed the information in the Lord's Hall. It can basically be assumed that the other lords were also unprepared for this incident. This was a completely random incident. The forbidden area is indeed a forbidden area. People can't even have a good sleep. After the preparation phase is over, the system prompt sound will sound and enter the next phase. Preparation phase 1 ends. Preparation phase 2 begins. You can lead all types of soldiers into the Hero's Soul Simulation Battlefield. The Hero Soul event allows you to use any type of soldiers at any level. You are only allowed to select the soldiers to be deployed at the beginning of the war. You cannot perform any operations after the war begins. There will be a war between each alliance, and each alliance will need to fight 3 wars. Each battle requires both sides to deploy at least 1 hero unit. Otherwise, the entire alliance will be directly judged as the loser. After the battle, the hero ranking and alliance ranking will be determined based on the outcome of the war. Please note, each lord has the right to deploy 100 units of troops, and you can deploy them in any of the 3 wars. The following are the units required for the deployment of each branch of the Dragon Kingdom. Level 2 General Li Xin, deployment requirements, 20 units. Level 1 General Meng Tian, deployment requirements, 20 units. Level 4 Great Qin Armored Warriors, deployment requirements, 2 units. Level 4 Great Qin Armored Crossbowmen, deployment requirements, 2 units. Level 4 Thousand Mile Scout, deployment requirements, 4 units. Level 1 Daqin Skyfire Guard, deployment requirements, 10 units. Level 1 Great Qin Fire Dragon Guard, deployment requirements, 10 units. Level 1 Dark Iron Heavy Armored Vehicle, deployment required, 20 units. Level 1000 Mile Blazing Horse, deployment requirements, 10 units. The consumption of generals and strategic units is very high. Thoughts surged in Su Yang's mind. There are 3 games in total, and we need to win at least 2 to ensure we don't rank last. However, the deployment rights of 100 units are very limited, and it is obviously insufficient to send troops to all 3 games. Moreover, only you and England have hero units in your alliance. This means that you must deploy high-cost generals for 2 battles, and the remaining deployment value for sending troops will be even less. After some quick thinking, Su Yang formulated a preliminary strategy. I can watch the battle in England, but I must win the 2 battles I fight in. End of preparation phase 2. Entering the Hero's Soul Simulation Battlefield. Territory Protection Barrier activated. Real-time live broadcast of the Forbidden Area is open. Global live broadcast started. Lords are summoning. The preparation phase was over, and the same purple-black barrier as last time dropped from the sky, surrounding the entire territory. Su Yang once again transformed into a soul form and floated into the sky, entering the mysterious universe. As wisps of white light floated over, the lords quickly took their positions. The difference from last time is that this time, the lords Su Yang saw were all from the English alliance. It seems that the Forbidden Area intends to break up the various alliances. After all, this is a team competition based on alliances, so there will probably be a lot of tactical discussions. Hello, Mr. Su. Elizabeth greeted him. Su Yang nodded in response. Boss, boss, boss. I miss you so much. Of course, there is also the Spanish lord who doesn't look very smart. We have a large alliance, so we have a great advantage this time. Su Yang said. Fortunately, the rules this time are not based on alliances, but rather each alliance will receive 1,000 units in total. Instead, each lord is given the right to deploy 100 units. This mode is very advantageous for them, who have the most lords. The United States Alliance has 7 lords, the Japanese Alliance has 13 lords, and the Independent Alliance has 9 lords. And they have a total of 25 lords, almost as many as the other 3 alliances combined. This gives them a huge advantage in the number of arms. Although the military forces of these lords may not be very strong, at least there is strength in numbers. After Su Yang finished speaking, the other lords nodded one after another with relaxed expressions. It was obvious that everyone was quite confident. At least compared to the last World Championship, the rules this time are in their favor. While listening to the discussions among the lords, Su Yang was thinking about how to present his own strategy. Let England give up, and then put the troops into your own 2 games. This is equivalent to asking her to withdraw from the hero rankings and abandon her personal interests in pursuit of the league rankings. While he was still thinking, Elizabeth spoke. My lords, I have a strategy for this incident. There are no rewards for the top 3 in the league rankings, only penalties for the last place. We just need 2 wins to make sure we don't fall to the last place. My suggestion is that everyone give up the battle I am fighting in and fully support the 2 battles that Long Guo will fight. After Elizabeth finished speaking, Su Yang looked at her with appreciation. It's really nice to have such a worry-free ally. Dragon Nation has 2 hero units? How can they have 2 of them? This development is too fast. It's really enviable. Wouldn't that mean England would have given up the ranking for heroic performance? While the lords were discussing, the system prompt appeared again. Heroes Soul Simulation Competition Field is ready, and the Heroes Soul battle begins. First battle, England League versus America League. Please select the hero to fight and deploy the soldier unit. Chapter 122 The situation reverses, and the 3 forces unite. Dragon Country, late at night. A father had just lulled his son to sleep with a bedtime story when the forbidden live broadcast began. Why are you sleeping? He used his 2 big cunts to whip his son awake. Tomorrow, I have to go to school. Learn nothing from him. Dragon Country official live broadcast room. What's going on? Isn't the Battle of Heroes the last day? How come it's brought forward? Damn it, the party that stayed up late has won a great victory. Can we finally see our Master Exine take action? Hurry up, call everyone in the family, and get everyone to cheer for Su Yang. I just woke up my son. Now I'm going to call my wife. Longwa, rise up. Su Yang, rise up. It's another team competition. I hope the other lords won't hold us back this time. Su Yang, go. Xi and Yi, go. Longwa high-level conference room. Less than 15 minutes after receiving the news of the start of the Battle of Heroes, all the generals and experts were in place in the conference room. The generals still looked well-dressed, but the experts looked rather horrible. What about wearing pajamas, wearing clothes backwards, forgetting to bring a headgear? Everyone rushed to the conference room despite being exhausted, just for this crucial live broadcast. Time and space turbulence. What kind of event is this? I've never heard of it before. There are new events every round, and this is not the key point now. There were constant discussions in the conference room, and generals and experts were staring at the rules of the game on the screen and studying them. Each lord has 100 units, and we have a total of 2,500 units. The United States and the Independence Alliance don't even have more than 1,000. This is a huge advantage. It's not an advantage. Considering that the lords on our side are generally weaker, it should be considered a balance. But at least there is no suppression on the level of military units. All of our Great Qin's powerful technologies can be put to use. This is indeed our advantage, but the deployment value of 100 units limits the number of troops we can send out, and our advanced troops seem to consume a higher deployment value. 100 units are really limited, and we still need to send out a general. I hope Su Yang doesn't think about winning all 3 games. Yes, if we win 2 games, we can be sure of being in the top 3. With 1 game, we can send fewer troops to accumulate strength for the other 2 games. The military commander pondered for a while, and then said slowly, don't send any soldiers. Since you're giving up, give up completely and don't send any troops. This way, if the enemy sends a lot of units, we can also consume their combat power. As soon as the general said this, everyone nodded. If you really want to give up, you should give up completely and just send 1 general to avoid being judged as a loser by the entire alliance. But in this case, those who give up are equivalent to giving up the competition for the hero ranking. Indeed, we are the absolute main force and we cannot give up. We can only see if the other 2 lords have the spirit of dedication. Besides us in England, which other lord has hero units? I don't know. I can only take it 1 step at a time. As the lords discussed, the screen flickered. Heroes Soul Simulation Competition Field is ready, and the Heroes Soul battle begins. First battle, England League versus America League. Please select the hero to fight and deploy the soldier units. It started. Come on. We have a big advantage in this game. I'll send out the hero units and try this first. Elizabeth said, looking at the screen. Su Yang nodded slightly. The United States alliance was the strongest, so it would be most cost-effective to give up here. Elizabeth stepped forward and deployed the units as directed. Deploy heroic units. Duke of Wellington. Deploy military units. None. Confirm. Confirm. Elizabeth was firm. She really has the spirit of a queen. Su Yang sighed in his heart. Just give up when you say give up, and be so decisive. Heroes Seoul Simulation Battlefield Generating. Heroic Unit Deployment. Soldiers' units are located in the center. Civilization Characteristics Loading. The first simulation competition begins. The game started, and the huge simulated competition arena beneath everyone's feet began to change continuously. The dark brown land was covered with trenches, and various sandbags and barbed wire were distributed above the trenches. This was obviously a battlefield during World War I and World War II. In trench warfare, the side that first captures the enemy's position is considered successful. The battlefield is generated, and lords have a bird's-eye view but cannot command, nor can they deploy soldiers in the middle of a battle. On our gray battlefield, there was only the Duke of Wellington, a general riding a warhorse. If the United States deploys a large number of troops, it will lack combat power in the last 2 rounds. However, a cry of surprise was heard, and everyone looked towards the U.S. position. Su Yang also looked over and saw that there were no large troops on the U.S. position, only a general and a small team. The squad was rapidly advancing across trenches towards its own position. The Americans actually predicted that they would give up this round and only send a small team to fight. Su Yang's eyes flashed. The American alliance had won a round for free. This will directly change the current situation. In the high-level meeting room of Longhua, everyone was shocked by the strategy of the U.S. alliance. How could they be so precise that they could win the battle with just one team? This was really predicted, or is there a spy in our alliance? Whether it's prediction or spying, the situation has completely changed now. The United States won the battle without a single blow. In order to avoid facing the powerful United States, the next 2 alliances will most likely give up the battle with them. In this way, 3 of the 6 victories will be taken by the Rice Alliance. The remaining 3 alliances will have to fight for the remaining 3 victories. The competition will be extremely fierce. Our strategy of saving our strength for the last 2 games has completely failed. The next 2 games will be tough battles. We can be assured about Su Yang's battle, but we don't even know which country's hero unit will be in the other one. How come we were so nervous all of a sudden after having the upper hand just now? Forbidden Area, the other side, leads the chairman. Unlike the English League, which is located in a separate space, all the lords of the 3 major alliances, the United States Alliance, the Japanese Alliance, and the Independence Alliance, are actually together here. Well, my friends, just say I can guess their strategy, said MacArthur with a grin. Opposite him, the burly lord of the Bear Kingdom spoke. Who are you friends with? We are just a temporary alliance. After we kill Longhua, you will be the next one. Ha ha ha, the Bear Country is indeed hospitable. I have already won a victory over the Dragon Country. Next, everyone should work harder and let them also feel the effects of the debuff that lasts for a week. Chapter 123, Li Xian asks for a fight. The desperate English alliance. The United States, Japan, and the Independence League united to fight against the English alliance. In fact, although it is said to be against the English alliance, its main purpose is still to target the Dragon Kingdom. Originally, this force consisted of only 2 alliances led by the United States and Japan. When the whole territory was informed of the discovery of Rutiel by Dragon Country, the Independent Alliance led by Bear Country also realized the threat from Dragon Country. Although Anatase is rare, you can still find it in the early stages if you are lucky, so simply finding Anatase does not mean anything. But what they care about is not the discovery of Rutiel, but the fact that Longhua has repeatedly achieved key achievements. Since entering the Forbidden Area, all key achievements have been obtained by Longhua. This is definitely not simply good luck. Finally, coupled with the strong performance of Long Kingdom during the World Championship, the majority of the Independent Alliance agreed to cooperate with the Rice Alliance to defeat Long Kingdom first. The 3 games after the first game are the Japanese Alliance versus the Independent Alliance, the Independent Alliance versus the American Alliance, and the American Alliance versus the Japanese Alliance. Each of the 3 forces won 1 game, and they all used the same tactics, with a general leading a small team of soldiers to capture a single general of the opposing team. This will ensure the greatest possible combat effectiveness when fighting against the Dragon Kingdom. After the 3 alliances are combined, except for the general units, all other units can be deployed with each other. So their strategy is to win 2 games in each alliance, and then concentrate their forces to defeat the English alliance. This will allow England to be in last place and receive the debuff. The screen flashed, and the 5th battle appeared. Heroes Seoul Simulation Competition Field is ready, and the Heroes Seoul battle begins. 5th battle, England Alliance versus Japan Alliance. Please select the hero to fight and deploy the soldier unit. It's finally here. MacArthur looked at the screen and laughed. What do you think, everyone? Do you think it will be the Dragon Kingdom that will make an appearance this time? Tojo Inken's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and he spoke slowly. It's for sure. If they lose this game again, their entire alliance will collapse. But I think it doesn't matter which country competes. Dragon Country may not be able to maintain its strong position in this round. Why? The soldiers of Dragon Country are very strong. Are we sure we can handle them? Said the Lord of Tianju. No matter how strong the soldiers of Dragon Country are, they still cannot transcend the limitations of the times. Such a high-tech soldier unit can only use swords and crossbows. No matter how fast those melee soldiers are, they can't escape our machine gun fire. No matter how powerful the crossbow is, it can't match the power of the sniper rifle. In the final analysis, this is a civilization whose technology tree is completely off. Highly technological, but lowly capable. After Tojo Inken finished speaking, MacArthur added with a smile. Lord Dongying and I share the same opinion. Dragon Country is not actually very strong this round. Not only are his melee soldiers no threat to us, but his command is also a weakness. This is a modern war, and the heroes of Dragon Nation are just reckless men who can only give orders to charge. With a general like this in command, the situation will only get more chaotic the more we command. It will be hard for us to lose. Ha ha ha. The leaders burst into laughter. Indeed, there is an unbridgeable gap between ancient generals and modern warfare. If you have a bad general on the battlefield, you've already lost half the battle. Tojo Inken slowly stood up and walked towards the deployment panel. Let our great Japanese empire meet this ignorant brat. Deploy hero units, Matsuya Wang. Deploy soldier units. All hands on deck. After saying this, he slowly turned around and faced MacArthur and other lords. Come on, everyone. Give Japan a helping hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the lords of the three major alliances began to deploy their troops. Lord of the United States, 2 heavy machine gun squads, and an assault team. Afghan Lord, an infantry platoon, and a communications squad. Lord Samba, 2 infantry platoons, and a mortar squad. German Lord, 2 grenadier platoons, 1 howitzer squad. It can be said that this battle basically determined the direction of this incident, so each lord invested a lot of units. The Japanese alliance almost mobilized the entire alliance, and the American alliance and the Independence Alliance also invested a lot of troops. Soldier deployment completed, are you sure? Confirmed. Tojo Inken said slowly. Heroes Seoul Simulation Battlefield generating. Heroic unit deployment. Soldiers' units are located in the center. Civilization characteristics loading. The 5th simulation competition begins. As the prompt sounded, the simulated playing field began to change. The sandy terrain from the previous game disappeared and turned into a woodland terrain. As he watched his own units being deployed in batches, Tojo Inken's eyes became increasingly fierce. This time, Japan will reverse the situation and completely kill the possibility of Dragon Country climbing up. MacArthur on the side laughed even louder. With the 3 major alliances blocking us and the oil blockade, Dragon Country will not be able to escape this time. Longhua High-Level Conference Room. The officers and experts were angry. When they saw Japan win the Independent League with a small team in the second game, they thought it was a coincidence. Seeing the same method used in the third round, they began to suspect that there was something fishy going on. When the same method was used in the fourth round, they were sure that the other 3 parties had been connected. 3 consecutive games, 3 consecutive times the same operation. There must be something going on between the 3 of them. They saved their troops for each other, just to win the 2 games of the British Alliance, and let us suffer the debuff. This is a long-planned attack. The other 3 forces have already regarded us as a threat. What should we do now? Our hero unit is an ancient general. Can he organize a modern army? The logic of war in ancient times is different from that of today. It would be best for Li Xian to be a thug and not give orders. The more he gives orders, the more chaos will arise. It's over. I thought I had an advantage at the beginning, but now it's a desperate situation. What to do? What to do? When the meeting room was in chaos, the general would slam the table. You're already deflated before you even start beating yourself. Li Xian was able to become a general in the Qin dynasty. His talent and ability are beyond ordinary people. Watch quietly and trust Su Yang's arrangements. The whole audience fell silent. The general will look at the screen and slowly sit down. He just tried to calm everyone down. In fact, he himself was not very confident about the direction of the battle. Everything depends on Su Yang's handling. Dragon Country official live broadcast room. Experts in the live broadcast room analyzed Li Xian's leadership and the military structure of the Qin dynasty. The final result was that Li Xian was unable to command a modern army and the Qin army was unable to adapt to modern warfare. This analysis not only failed to gain public approval, but was met with a barrage of abuse. What a bullshit expert. My grandma can analyze it better than you. Hurry up and climb. We don't need a brick house. Master Xian doesn't need any command at all. He can take on the entire army alone. Yes. The Skyfire Guards and the Fire Dragon Guards haven't even appeared yet. Why are you singing such a bad tune? Come on, Su Yang. Give these experts a slap in the face. Forbidden Land, chairman of the English League. After seeing that the other three parties had conspired to target them, the atmosphere in the leadership had dropped to freezing point. After seeing the subtitles of the fifth-round match between England and the Japanese alliance, all the lords began to sigh. The strategy has completely failed, and we have been targeted by the coalition. We are really finished this time. How are we going to win now? Our numerical advantage has been wiped out by their alliance. It's already been a bad start. If we continue to suffer the negative effects for another week, there will be no chance of recovery. It's over. The Dragon Lord deploys military units. As everyone sighed, Su Yang silently walked to the deployment panel. Everyone's attention was drawn to the young man. Su Yang spoke slowly and with a powerful tone. 2 Great Qin Skyfire Guards and 10 Great Qin Armored Warriors. Dragon Nation deploys hero units. Level 2 General Li Xian. After saying that, Su Yang turned and looked at the lords. His eyes were firm and calm, as if the current situation was not a difficult problem at all. He spoke slowly, word by word. Everyone, follow me and fight. Chapter 124. The battle begins. Class A War Criminals. Under Su Yang's call, 25 lords deployed nearly 2/3 of the troops in this round. This is an extremely critical battle. Failure will have a serious impact on the subsequent situation and morale. After all the lords completed their deployment, Su Yang confirmed his own deployment and the system flashed. Heroes Soul Simulation Battlefield Generating. Heroic Unit Placement. Soldiers' units are located in the center. Civilization Characteristics Loading. The 5th simulation competition begins. Beams of light lit up in the huge, simulated battlefield of heroic spirits beneath their feet. The combat forces of both sides were continuously deployed on the battlefield. Judging from the number of light beams, the number of troops deployed by the opposite side is no less than theirs. Su Yang's eyes moved slightly. It was impossible for the Japanese alliance to have so many units. It seems that after the 3 alliances are combined, they can support each other's military forces. This is another bad news. After all, the only advantage we have is the numerical advantage brought by more lords. Now the opponent has offset this advantage through alliance, and can also tip the balance with the better quality of its troops. The 5th Heroes Spirit Simulation Battle begins. Commanding generals of both sides. Japan, Iwayne Matsui. He was once the commander of the Central China Army in Japan. He led his troops to capture the capital of the Republic of China, Nanjing, and launched a 2-month extermination campaign, killing at least 300,000 people. Dragon Kingdom, Li Xian. One of the youngest generals of the Qin dynasty, helped the king of Qin unify the 6 kingdoms, chased the culprit of the assassination of the king of Qin for thousands of miles, and was named Marquis of Longxi for his merits. Information about the generals of both sides flashed on the screen, and close-up shots of the generals of both sides were given from a god's perspective. Li Xian stood still wearing silver-white steel armor, with steam rolling backwards in the breeze through the forest. The opponent, Matsui Iwayne, was wearing Japanese standard uniform, his eyes full of cruelty and the joy of anticipating killing. The battle records and information of the generals of both sides were gathered together, and the lords in the rear began to discuss in a low voice. Killing 300,000 enemies. The Japanese commander is too cruel. Is this our general? Why is he no different from the Dragon Country soldiers? He feels like a general from ancient times, with high combat power but poor command ability. What's the use of individual combat power in modern warfare? Doesn't Dragon Country have any military strategists? Su Yang ignored the voice behind him. From the moment he saw the Japanese general, his heart became tense. Iwayne Matsui was a Class A war criminal of the Japanese invaders in China and the main culprit of the Nanjing massacre. The 300,000 figure in his battle record did not represent the enemies he killed, but the unarmed civilians in Nanjing City. Generally, Su Yang conveyed the message to Li Xian in his mind. Before the war officially begins, the Lord can also have a final communication with his heroic units. Across from you is the evil ghost who once massacred 300,000 innocent Chinese people. For the innocent people who died tragically, this battle must not be lost. As soon as the words fell, The picture flashed and turned into a bird's-eye view of my position. From this perspective, you can only see your own troop deployment, but not the enemy's situation. In the picture, Li Xian's thoughts were surging, and he gained command of all the units present and Su Yang's final information. He didn't know who Matsui Iwane was exactly, but he could hear the resentment in Su Yang's tone. Since your majesty has given the order, today, no matter if they are gods or ghosts, they will all become dead souls under my gun. The other side, leads the chairman. After the two generals' information came out, everyone was amazed. He annihilated 300,000 enemies. I didn't expect that Japan has such a powerful general, MacArthur said with a smile. 300,000 people. This is too terrifying. With such a command, I can win, exclaimed the Indian lord. What's going on with that guy on the other side? Why is he still wearing a piece of iron? If the fight gets intense, he won't charge forward on his own, right? He's an ancient general. I'm afraid he'll challenge me before the battle, which would be hilarious. Arrange a sniper to shoot him dead. Tojo Inkan smiled slightly. The two sides were not even on the same level in terms of combat power or command. The battle was over before it even began. The heroes of the soul will not suffer physical damage, but the mental damage suffered is irreversible. After this battle, General Matsui will once again become the nightmare of the dragon people. There was a cold flash in his eyes, and he slowly spoke to Matsui Iwane. Matsui-kun, start the massacre. The screen flashes, and the fifth heroic spirit simulation battle begins. This was also the beginning of the first real battle of this incident. The fifth heroic spirit simulation battle. Dragon Kingdom Li Xian versus Japanese Matsui Iwane. Battle type, annihilation battle. Kill or defeat all enemies to win. Hero's soul simulated battlefield. Li Xian stood in the center of the battlefield holding a silver spear, carefully observing the surrounding terrain. This is a forest terrain with thick and tall trees. These trees would provide good cover if a small group were to advance. The two Skyfire guards provided by His Majesty and a team of armored warriors were secretly deployed at the rear of the battlefield. This is a deadly weapon that can kill the enemy with one blow, and must be used when the enemy leaves a flaw. Li Xian swept his mind and found that he currently had about 1,200 soldiers under his command. Moreover, most of these soldiers are rifle units, which can be understood as single-shot unarmored crossbowmen with faster reloading speeds. Your Majesty said that the enemy's soldiers are generally more powerful than ours, and they have cannons and high-rate crossbows. Strong combat power will definitely make the opponent relax and underestimate the enemy. But while they underestimated the combat effectiveness of their own large forces, they were also wary of the armored soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. So the opponent's strategy is easy to guess. Before the Dragon Kingdom units take action, do not dispatch the main force, but rely on the advantage of weapons to consume your own combat power. Once the Dragon Kingdom units come to the rescue, they will concentrate their firepower and attack with all their might. With a flash of thought, Li Xian began to dispatch troops. The teams began to act under his command. Japanese side. Matsui Iwane sent out 3 40-man vanguard platoons to conduct a small-scale reconnaissance. He knew that in the early stages both sides would certainly be conservative in their exploration activities and that the number of people sent out would not be too large. The purpose of sending out such a large team was to completely destroy the opponent's reconnaissance team. This can prevent the enemy from transmitting any intelligence with absolute firepower and also hit their morale. As the party with the advantage, they just need to slowly grind their opponent down in this way to keep wearing down their opponent. Once the opponent becomes impatient, he will naturally reveal his flaws. Having fought for so many years, he has a wealth of experience. Tututu. Suddenly, gunshots were heard in the forest. The fish is hooked. Iwane Matsui excitedly answered the intercom. Destroy them all, don't let any of them escape. Thump, thump, thump. Sir, there are so many enemies, they are everywhere. Chapter 125. Iron Armor, the Unstoppable Armored Warrior. Calm down. Calm down. What's the situation now? Report the situation. Thump, thump. The enemy is attacking in an all-out manner. The enemy is advancing in an all-out manner. Matsui Iwane's eyes trembled. How is it possible? We are still in the period of reconnaissance. How dare we launch an all-out attack? How can you launch a full-scale attack without knowing all the factors of the terrain? What is the other general commanding? Retreat. Retreat quickly. Iwane Matsui yelled into the intercom. Tututu. The two armies came into close combat, and the chaotic sound of gunfire immediately destroyed the silence in the forest. Unlike plains or trench warfare, the forest has a wide field of vision and can block the enemy from a long distance. The vegetation in the woodlands is dense, so the two sides usually have to be very close to spot each other. At the first contact, the Japanese soldiers immediately suppressed the Longwa side with their powerful firepower. They followed the order, suppressing and advancing at the same time, trying to catch the enemy's reconnaissance team in one fell swoop. But they soon realized something was wrong, because the enemies seemed to keep pouring out and could not be killed. This is not the scale of a reconnaissance team at all. This is the scale of a full-scale offensive. Tututu. The platoon leader of the Japanese assault platoon continued to suppress the incoming Longwa soldiers with his submachine gun. Retreat. Retreat order received. All troops retreat. The moment Matsuya Wayne gave the order, he immediately ordered the entire team to retreat. If they hadn't evacuated, they would have been completely surrounded and annihilated by the enemy. But as long as they evacuate, they can launch artillery support and bomb the enemy's large forces. Bang! Bang! The Japanese soldiers threw out grenades to cover their retreat and quickly began. The three platoons began to evacuate according to the tactic of two sides acting and one side providing cover. The captain of the assault platoon hit the man on the head with a grenade and then threw it into the jungle. The opponent's tactic of launching an all-out attack right from the start really caught them off guard. But they still overestimated their firepower and pursuit capabilities. It is simply wishful thinking to expect to keep the elite Japanese soldiers with such low-level weapons. Just evacuate this area. Chi! The captain suddenly heard a strange noise coming from the jungle nearby. The trees sway, the machinery crashes, the steam gushes. What a fast speed. What is this? There is an enemy on the left side. There is... Chi! A silver light appeared. The Japanese captain only saw the woods in front of him being split open by a sword. Also split in half was a Japanese soldier standing in front. Like the plants, he was struck by a sword from shoulder to calf. The front of the hilt was full of serrations, and chopping a human body was just like chopping grass, without any obstruction. This is the super soldier of Dragon Country. When his teammates' blood sprayed on his face, his brain finally reacted. Dragon Nation soldiers. Sizzle. Before he could reveal the information, the Iron Warrior turned around and slashed him. He felt his whole body sink, and his entire upper body slid down. A mixture of blood, steam, and black smoke gushed out. Chi! The Japanese captain was cut in half by a sword, with the wound running from his shoulder to his abdomen, and his entire body collapsed like rotten meat. The location designated by Chun Wu-da. As soon as he appeared, Chun Wu killed the two men without any hesitation. The fuel under his feet gushed out, rushing straight towards the remaining Japanese soldiers. Several Qin armored warriors followed closely behind him. Thump, 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 thump. Flanking attack. Flank up. Shoot. Shoot. Silver-white sword shadows continued to light up in the dense forest. The sound of surging steam was mixed with countless roars and screams. The moment Chun Wu led his team in, the assault platoon began to lose members rapidly. The submachine guns of the Japanese soldiers are completely ineffective against the steel armor. The bullets couldn't even leave a scratch on the armor. On the other hand, the armored warrior raised his sword and swung it down, blood gushing out. In the eyes of the armored warriors who usually kill Zerg, the human body is indeed no different from weeds. If they hadn't seen their blood gushing out, the warriors would have doubted whether they had hit them. With the arrival of only 5 armored warriors, the left wing of the reconnaissance platoon completely collapsed. The same situation also occurred on the right wing, where Zhao Zhang had already led his troops to attack. The subsequent large force arrived closely behind the armored warriors. From the moment they entered the forest, the soldiers' fate was sealed. What the hell is this? Just click it. Fully covered in armor. It looks like our fighters have been upgraded again. Besides, this armor is made of steel, so small caliber firearms are useless. The weapons and driving sense have also been upgraded. This mobility is simply superhuman. Too strong, too strong. Who would have thought that swords could be used in modern warfare? The moment the armored warriors appeared in the jungle, the meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom's top brass was in an uproar. Previously, the armored warriors only had protection in key parts and were not equipped with full body armor. Therefore, generals and experts unanimously agreed that it would be difficult for them to get close in the face of modern firepower. However, unexpectedly, in just a few days, the warriors upgraded to steel armor, which covered their entire bodies. This level of protection cannot be penetrated by anything other than heavy firepower. The military commander-in-chief's eyes flickered as he watched the armored warriors killing the Japanese reconnaissance team on the screen. What impressed him was not only the powerful fighting capacity of the Imperial Guards, but also Li Xian's command as a general. He completely saw through Matsuya Wayne's psychology and predicted his actions. And they dared to launch an attack with their entire army when there was no known information. Careful thinking and decisive action. Who dares to say that ancient generals were incompetent now? Dragon Country official live broadcast room. The live broadcast room has been set off by crazy people. Great, great, so great. I'm going to kill my little life. This is so fucking satisfying. One knife for one day. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing this? It was simply a dream scene. Suyong helped us realize our wish. The armor of the warriors has been upgraded. They seem to be invincible now. Made of steel and fully covered. It's no exaggeration to call it a humanoid tank. US. No kidding, there are 10 Iron Men on the other side. Great, great, let's win this battle. Lead the chairman. What damn level of soldier is this? How come he is so much stronger than those in the World Championship? MacArthur's face was filled with shock. On the simulated battlefield, the armored warriors shuttled like ghosts, killing the Japanese soldiers at will. All the lords were stunned. The Japanese firepower had no way to deal with the Dragon Country soldiers in full steel armor. This armor cannot be made by modern technology. Chapter 126. What is real artillery? Use cannons. We must use cannons now. Tojo Inken had a ferocious expression on his face and roared at the simulated battlefield below. There must not be many soldiers like this. We can win as long as we blow them up. Use the cannon. Use the cannon on me. Tojo Inken could no longer control his emotions. The mission of this forbidden area is to defeat the Dragon Kingdom. He couldn't bear to fall into Long Gua's hands again and again. They are clearly a losing dog that is about to die. How can they come back with the help of an unknown civilization? This is impossible. He, Tojo Inken, will not allow this to happen. Tojo Inken's madness attracted the attention of lords from other countries. Once the generals entered the battlefield, they could no longer receive information, so Tojo Inken's roar was in vain. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, a series of artillery explosions rang out in the venue. The two howitzer positions on the Japanese side opened fire at full power, and the area where the encounter had just taken place was instantly submerged in explosions. The bomb really went off. The lords of various countries exclaimed. There are still some of our people inside who haven't evacuated yet. Wouldn't this round of explosion kill our own people as well? Seeing the explosion, Tojo Inken's face twitched and a smile appeared on his face. Good job. Good job. Blast these damn bugs to death. As expected of a Japanese general, you must act decisively in this situation. MacArthur also said, the soldiers on the front line of Dragon Country are indeed very strong, but they have no artillery and no heavy weapons. We won't lose anything by exchanging soldiers. As long as their frontline forces are destroyed, there will be no chance for Dragon Nation to turn the tables. Bang! Bang! Intensive explosions sounded in the woods, with smoke and dust rising up. Li Xian originally wanted to let the armored warriors finish off the enemy after the killing was almost complete and withdraw the ordinary soldiers. I didn't expect the Japanese side to be so decisive and even attack their own people. After a hail of howitzers, 3 enemy platoons were wiped out, and our side also lost nearly 200 people. Some of the grenades that exploded close to them also damaged the armor of the armored warriors, about 2. However, these losses were meaningful because they provided us with the location of the enemy's artillery positions. This is exactly the effect we want. Li Xian's eyes flashed, and he waved the gun. Skyfire Guards, get ready. Heavenly Fire Guards are coming. Heavenly Fire Guards are coming. Someone shouted in the high-level conference room. They had all seen the powerful strength of Skyfire Guard, and were looking forward to seeing him take action. This little Japanese probably thought we didn't have any artillery, so they dared to fire so continuously. I hope they can put all their artillery together, so that we can wipe out the Skyfire Guards all at once. If nothing else, with the accuracy of the Skyfire Guards, these field howitzers must be gone. Blow them up. Let them see the power of the Qin artillery. Official live broadcast room. Wow, the Skyfire Guard is here. Life will be easier now. A few 80mm field guns dare to bark like dogs. Let me show you the power of my great Qin 500mm. Ha ha ha. One shot will send them flying straight to the sky to see Tainan. Come on. Fire at little days. Skyfire bombs loaded. Target calibrated. Request to fire. Both Skyfire Guards have been loaded, and the Skyfire can be launched in an instant. After firing a few rounds, the Japanese howitzers found that their own side did not fight back, so they joined 2 more artillery positions. Now 3 artillery positions have been exposed to the bombing range of Tianhui. Originally, Li Xian wanted to keep the Tianhui Guard until the end, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. Let go, Li Xian shouted angrily. With a bang, Two burning sky fire bombs shot straight into the sky. After reaching the highest point, the explosive stones split into hundreds of small pieces, which fell to the ground like a rain of fire. Boom! The leaders of the three alliances stood on the stage, and the flames of the explosion rushed directly into everyone's eyes, and they couldn't help but cover their eyes with their hands. The raging flames directly enveloped the artillery positions at the rear of the entire camp. The huge roar caused by the explosion almost shattered the eardrums. Although the explosion occurred in a simulated battlefield, they felt like it exploded above their heads. Call! A strong shock wave spread out. Trees fell, vegetation turned to charcoal, and the earth became scorched earth. The two artillery positions were completely destroyed, and the soldiers trapped in them were so unrecognizable that even their mothers could not recognize them. MacArthur subconsciously took out his cigar and tried to light it, but found there was no fire. He then put the cigar down and wiped the sweat off his face with his collar. Tojo Inken's smile froze on his face, and the color was fading from his face bit by bit. The Bear Country and a number of independent powers also remained silent, and the atmosphere in the leadership dropped to freezing point. MacArthur smiled bitterly. Was there some special event that caused a meteorite to fall from the sky? That just now shouldn't have been a cannonball. Boom! Another Skyfire bomb landed, and the third artillery position disappeared in the flames. MacArthur suddenly smiled with relief. Although he didn't see it as clearly as the deceased, the England leader also felt the powerful explosion. Is this the power of artillery units in this period? All the lords were dumbfounded. Especially those lords who had expressed doubts. They all secretly hoped in their hearts that Su Yang was not the kind of person who cared about things. Long Guo's performance from the beginning to now has been telling everyone how stupid their suspicions are. From the command of generals, to the combat effectiveness of individual soldiers, to the powerful artillery. The Dragon Kingdom is already much stronger than them. In the future, all they need to do is shut up and follow instructions. Elizabeth stared at the screen in shock and disbelief. The shock she felt from the raging flames was even greater than that from the armored soldiers. To master artillery is to master the future. It seems that the Dragon Nation has firmly grasped the future. On the other side, the Spanish lord had a look of horror on his face, and his expression turned into awe when he looked at Su Yang. No, those explosions in the Zerg nest that were powerful enough to affect communications couldn't have been set by the boss. The Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room was ignited by the power of the Skyfire Guard. I get so excited every time I see this. The Skyfire Guard explodes in my heart. What is real artillery, man? I really want to see the expression over there. I guess he's sweating profusely. So what if the three alliances join together? A true master is not afraid of being targeted. Too strong, too strong. Simulation trial field. After firing 3 rounds of Skyfire cannon, Li Xian felt that the world was at peace. He even felt that the gun in his hand was a little weak. It would be great if he could carry the Skyfire Guard to kill the enemy. After 3 rounds of artillery fire, Li Xian reorganized the team. Although nearly 300 people had been lost, the damage caused by the Skyfire cannon to the enemy was definitely greater. Li Xian gripped the silver spear tightly, his eyes flashing. Let's end this battle while the enemy is stunned. Chapter 127, Stalemate? Li Xian goes to battle. Matsui Iwane only felt a loud bang, and then the sky became several degrees brighter. Bagayadir, what is going on? He rushed out of the command room and saw only the back of the base. Several artillery positions have turned into a sea of fire, and all you can see is scorched earth. Heaven's punishment. Is this heaven's punishment? Did God know about his evil deeds in Southview? Impossible. This is impossible. Sir, the enemy is coming, sir. The shouts of soldiers on the front line came from the communicator. Bagayadir, damn Chinaman. Matsui Iwane shouted angrily. Hold our ground. We can't lose. Tatugayu. Countless flames lit up and bullets flew through the woods. Bullets hit trees and the ground, sending wood chips and dirt flying. The Japanese position was located on a hillside. Relying on the advantages of firepower and terrain, the Japanese force easily repelled the attack of the Long Kingdom. However, the captain on the front line of defense felt that the enemy had not launched a full-scale attack. This round seems to be just a test and feint. Why did the enemy launch a full-scale attack when they had no information at all in the first wave? And this time when they had the advantage, they only launched a tentative attack? What kind of tactic is this? Sir, the enemy seems to be withdrawing. I repeat, the enemy seems to be. Before he could say anything, a soldier next to him tugged at his clothes. Captain, something is coming from the sky. The captain looked up, his expression froze, and the intercom in his hand fell to the ground. It was a rain of fire that covered the entire sky, and in the raging fire he seemed to see his grandmother waving at him. Boom, boom, cokes. With every explosion that could shake the earth, Matsui Iwane could feel a group of soldiers slipping out of his control. The enemy soldiers moved through the woods like ghosts, and as long as they fought back, they would be bombarded with incredibly accurate artillery fire the next second. How is this possible? What weapon can have such accuracy? The troops had no chance to move under this kind of artillery. Tutu. Gunshots were heard in front of the command camp. The enemy had already reached our doorstep. Matsui Iwane suddenly drew out his samurai sword, his face full of rage. The great Japanese general cannot lose. There are 200 elite soldiers and 2 heavy machine gun positions in front of the command camp. The enemy's artillery cannot bombard endlessly. If they can hold out until that moment, the Japanese Empire's counterattack will begin. Those steel soldiers, someone yelled over the intercom. Boom, 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 boom. 2 hidden heavy machine gun positions began to roar, pouring fire crazily down the hillside. Large caliber bullets can penetrate even thick tree trunks directly, and the protection of the trees is no longer effective. In an instant, the soil flew, sand and stones rose everywhere, and the Longwa soldiers at the bottom of the hill fell to the ground like grass. Even the warriors wearing iron armor could not charge under such firepower. The shooting stopped and silence returned to the woods. At the foot of the hill, a group of Longwa soldiers had their bodies shot to pieces, and 2 tall ancient trees had fallen down. The soldiers in the machine gun squad were quickly pouring cold water on the muzzles of their guns, and when the cold water hit the red-hot barrels, puffs of steam came out. Matsui Iwane stared at the sky. For a long time, the terrifying fire did not appear again. The artillery is used up? The enemy's artillery has been used up. Hold the machine gun position and pay attention to the defense on both sides. Their artillery has been exhausted. As long as we hold the machine gun positions, we can win. Iwane Matsui roared into the intercom, and the troops started operating again under his command. Even in desperate situations, the great Japanese generals can find a way out. The blood and energy reappeared on Matsui Iwane's face. When the war is won, he will severely torture the damned Chinese general on the other side. Is there still a chance? MacArthur said, looking at the stalemate on the battlefield. Tojo Inken's eyes flickered, as if he saw the light again. We haven't lost yet. We haven't lost yet. The enemy's artillery ammunition has been exhausted. As long as we hold the machine gun position, we can continue to consume the enemy. MacArthur nodded repeatedly. The 2 heavy machine guns are firing crossfire at each other, and even those steel soldiers can't rush over. The enemy has no other long-range firepower except artillery. They can't do anything to us. After the 2 finished speaking, hope was rekindled in the hearts of the lords. Indeed, it has been almost 10 minutes since the machine gun position opened fire, and their artillery has not yet landed. They must have used up all their ammunition. Without artillery, they can only rely on soldiers to charge, and the thing heavy machine guns are least afraid of is a collective charge. Hold steady, don't rush, use the heavy machine gun positions to consume them first. The other side has been exhausted. Now it's time for us to start our counterattack. Heavy machine guns versus infantry, the advantage is mine. Longwa high-level conference room. The minds of the generals and experts were working rapidly, trying to find a possible way out. It's a pity that there are only 2 Skyfire guards deployed, otherwise we could just bomb these 2 machine gun positions and end the battle. It seems like we're at a stalemate now. It's too dangerous for the warriors to charge with heavy machine guns. We can only wait for them to leave their positions. It doesn't matter if we waste time. When the time is up, we will naturally win with our numerical advantage. That's a win, but I didn't kill the Japanese general, which is a bit disappointing. The military chief stared at the screen for a long time and shook his head helplessly. There is no way. With the remaining combat power of Dragon Country, it is indeed difficult to take this position. The safest way is indeed to delay. We can't attack up, and the enemy dare not come down. If you can drag it out until the time is up, you can win by taking advantage of numbers. It's not that satisfying, but it doesn't matter as long as you win. Hey, why is General Li Exine moving? Someone suddenly exclaimed. The general looked back and indeed saw Li Xingkai, wearing steel armor, rushing quickly to the front line. What does this mean? The commander is going to do it himself? But this is a modern war, and nothing can be changed by relying on personal ability. Everyone in the meeting room was nervous. Hey, calm down. You can win if you just keep at it. Isn't Li Exine also wearing a steel armor? If the soldiers can't charge forward, he certainly can't charge forward either. Too impulsive, please don't cause any trouble. Dragon Country official live broadcast room. What's going on? Master Xian is charging. I'm so handsome. This armor looks so cool when I run. What? The head coach is warming up. Master Xian, please be careful. Don't get into any trouble. Master Xian must have his own plans. I believe him. Go General Li Xian. Don't let your life get away like this. Chapter 128. Silver Spear claims life. Japan in complete despair. In front of the Japanese command camp, 200 soldiers and 2 machine gun squads scattered around were on high alert. The enemy is a highly mobile fighter, and if you are hit in the face, there is no chance of survival. Therefore, whether you can detect the enemy in time and kill them before they rush to your face becomes the key to this battle. In the final moments of the battle, everyone was highly nervous. Any disturbance would trigger a barrage of shooting. With such a strong defense, not even a fly can fly in, let alone those obviously moving steel soldiers. After a period of stalemate, a series of steam-gushing sounds suddenly came from the forest. Chi! Chi! Thick white steam mixed with black smoke gushed out everywhere in the woods, and various gunshots rang out simultaneously. The silence of the woods was broken, replaced by the prelude to war. The enemy is about to launch a general attack. There was a flash of fanaticism in Matsuya Wayne's eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Come on, charge forward regardless of everything. Let me show you what a real heavy weapon is. Fire! Matsuya Wayne gave the order, and the 2 heavy machine guns began to roar. Merciless bullets whizzed out, shattering everything they touched. Boom, boom, boom. The machine gunner constantly adjusted the direction of the muzzle, and any place where steam was coming out would be subjected to crazy shooting. He gripped the gun handle tightly with both hands, roared and fired, his whole body shaking with the machine gun. Bagayati! Come on! Bagayaluyulu! Chi! Just as he was roaring madly, a sudden sound of steam gushing out was heard. This burst of steam was different from the others. This time it seemed to be coming from his ears. What's going on? Chi! With a whoosh, a spinning silver-white spear appeared out of thin air in front of his face. The next moment, the machine gunner's entire face turned into blood foam under the spear. There was a flash of silver light, and the heavy machine gun that was still firing was shattered into pieces. The ammunition handlers, supply handlers, observers, and other members of the machine gun squad were also cut in half. All the soldiers who saw it were dumbfounded. Li Xian, wearing iron armor, appeared out of nowhere in the machine gun position. Chi! Without waiting for these people to react, Li Xian's armor was fully powered up, and clouds of black smoke gushed out. He rushed towards the second machine gun position like a stream of light. As the silver spear in the charging hand rotated faster and faster, it turned into a phantom. Enemy attack! Enemy attack from the rear! The surrounding soldiers shouted in horror. The second machine gun squad reacted and quickly turned their guns around. Unfortunately, everything was too slow, with the armor running at full speed. The distance between the 2 machine gun squads of over 100 meters was just a matter of a breath. Boom! Before the machine gun could turn around, Li Xian fired a shot. The heavy machine gun exploded directly, turning everything around it into ashes. 2 machine gun positions were destroyed, and the general offensive officially began. Led by the armored warriors holding shields, countless Dragon Kingdom soldiers poured out from the woods. Bang! Bang! Tututu! Explosions, gunshots, roars, countless sounds mixed together and rang out over the forest. In the makeshift command camp, Matsuya Wayne's legs had already begun to tremble. Where did this person come from? This person is not a human being at all. This person is not a human being at all. In fear, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up from his cervical vertebrae to the back of his head. Li Xian looked straight at him from outside the tent. Protect me, protect me. Matsuya Wayne shouted tremblingly. The 2 guards beside him raised their submachine guns and fired at Li Xian. Li Xian did not dodge or evade, but walked straight forward with his spear slanted towards him. Ding ding dong. The bullets hit the steel armor, making a series of crisp sounds. In this way, Li Xian walked up to them, while facing 6 magazines of bullets fired by 2 guards. The 2 guards looked up at Li Xian's intact armor, then looked down at the smoking gun barrel. Puff, puff. Without waiting for the 2 men to make their exit speeches, Li Xian fired 2 shots and turned them into minced meat. Matsuya Wayne collapsed to the ground, his lips pale, and his legs flapping constantly, trying to move away from Li Xian. Li Xian stretched out his left hand and raised his middle finger high to him. He learned this from the Terran warriors. His Majesty said that this meant he wanted to fight the opponent one-on-one. But the enemy general seemed to be a little ungrateful and kept insulting him for his dead mother. Private, Marseille, Private, Ma. Ah! Li Xian stabbed Matsui Iwane with a gun, and the tip of the gun rotated. Matsui Iwane wailed and spun in the air, blood spurting everywhere. It was a full 5 minutes later that his screams finally stopped. At this moment, the enemy forces on the front battlefield were also being wiped out under the leadership of the armored warriors. Li Xian threw the inhuman Matsui Iwane into the corner. It's a bit cruel, but it's not bad enough for this kind of person. The 5th round of Heroes Spirit Simulation battle ends. Winner, Dragon Country. Current alliance points. American League, 2 wins and 1 loss. England League, 1 win, 1 loss. Independent League, 1 win, 1 loss. Eastern Alliance, 1 win, 2 losses. The 6th round of Heroes Spirit Simulation battle is about to start. English League versus Independent League. The battle was over, and Li Xian and his soldiers turned into streams of light and disappeared. Chairman of the English Football League. Li Xian's final touch made all the lords exclaim. Compared to those understandable warriors and powerful artillery, the ability Li Xian finally demonstrated was beyond the scope of science. What on earth is this? Why did it appear out of nowhere? It can actually become invisible. How can this be scientific? This is simply a myth. Invincible in close combat and with powerful artillery, the commander is not only able to fight, but also the best fighter. What kind of civilization is this Qin dynasty? It's either an alien civilization or a mythical civilization. It can't be from our blue planet. Elizabeth stared at the screen blankly, feeling numb. When she was saved by the armored soldiers in the last round, she felt that those soldiers were simply heroes. And this time, when she saw Li Xian's actions, she didn't know how to describe it. A heroic drama was staged in modern warfare that emphasizes firepower and coordination. What kind of strength is this? The Spanish lord standing behind Su Yang spoke to him in a daze. Boss, can I exchange my territory for a set of armor? Su Yang habitually ignored the madness of Lord Zapania and other lords. The victory of this battle is very important as it affects the overall morale of the next battle. In fact, the direction of the battle was basically as expected, but Li Xian's heroic rescue at the end really made him shine. Throughout the entire battle, whether it was the use of tactics, the allocation of strategic resources, and finally the use of feints to cover himself and complete the decisive kill, Li Xian's performance in every aspect was perfect. As expected of a military commander who could become a general in the Qin dynasty, this battle would not have been so smooth without Li Xian's command. With emotion, he opened the panel and checked the remaining deployment values. The battle is not over yet, and now is not the time to celebrate. Only 40 deployment points are left in the last game. This will be a great test for Meng Tian's command. Chapter 129, I will bring victory back to the Independence League. Dragon Country official live broadcast room. Too strong, too strong. Master Xian is my god. It turns out that Master Xian not only looks great in his armor, but he's even more handsome when he fights. In the end, the 2 soldiers were in despair. It was useless to fire 2 rounds of bullets. How to play with cheats. I still like the part where they treat their daily lives like a windmill. It's so satisfying. The middle finger part is also very cool. Okay. I also want to wear a set of iron armor to spend my days. 555. I'm a little worried. I hope the next general can be as good as General Li Xian. It's impossible. How can generals from other countries compare to Li Xian? I just hope I don't make any big mistakes. I hope the next general can be more powerful and keep up the good work to win the game. Longhua High-Level Conference Room. All the officers and experts were shocked by Li Xian's final operation. Invisibility ability. The general's armor actually has invisibility ability. I didn't expect our generals to be so good at commanding and even better at fighting. Too strong. He doesn't attack easily, but kills instantly when he does. Too strong. It would be great if Li Xian could lead the next game as well. Yes, what should we do next? We don't know which country the general will be from. And Su Yang has already used 2 Skyfire guards. Will the firepower be insufficient for the next round? Now is the most difficult battle. Our general's command and the combat effectiveness of our troops are still uncertain. Thinking of the next round of battle, everyone's excitement immediately subsided. If they don't win the last round, they will still fall to last place. Chairman of the Tripartite Alliance. The emotions of the lords during the last part of the battle were like a roller coaster ride. When they saw the heavy machine guns roaring, everyone cheered. Everyone was stunned when they saw Li Xian appear out of nowhere and destroy the machine gun position in seconds. When they finally saw Matsui Iwane being penetrated by Li Xian and being played with like a windmill, everyone looked away. It's so cruel and so shameful. Not only was he mocked by being given the middle finger, he was also teased to death. The funniest thing is that Matsui Owain did not raise his knife to attack the enemy at the last moment, but knelt down and begged for mercy. In the face of death, Japan's Bushido spirit is simply a joke. Tojo Inken said nothing, his face ashen, and stood there in a daze. The bodies projected by consciousness have become unstable and are flickering all the time. The scene of Li Xian appearing out of nowhere and attacking the machine gun position kept repeating in his mind. Damn those Chinese guys. It would be impossible to defeat them without using such despicable means. MacArthur broke the silence by saying, invisibility, decryption card, ruins, alien experiment station. The Dragon Nation defeated that invisible Zerg and used the Xenomorph experiment station to gain the ability to become invisible. Powerful artillery and stealth capabilities like the Zerg. The birthplace of the Dragon Nation is the heart of the hive, and the mysterious man speaking in the Lord's Hall is the Lord of the Dragon Nation. After listening to MacArthur's words, the other lords finally realized this. No wonder the Dragon Kingdom Lord was able to achieve so many achievements and Lord rankings along the way. Not only do they have powerful troops, but they have also been exchanging technology with the Zerg. Thinking of this, all the lords' faces turned grim. If this continues, no one will be able to stop the Dragon Kingdom. We must kill them first, MacArthur said. From now on, the three of us must unite closely. If we don't target them now, we will have no chance at all when their technology matures. But I feel like there's no chance now, someone said. There's still a chance, MacArthur shouted. Resource blockade and weekly Advent night events. Most of Dragon Country's technology is still steam-driven, and there are no pure fuel vehicles. As long as we lock the bottleneck of oil, we can limit their further development of technology. Plus weekly events. Whenever there is a team competition, Dragon Nation will be dragged down by the garbage nations in their alliance. This is a great opportunity for us to limit their development. We still have a chance in the next battle. MacArthur looked suddenly at the lords of the Independence Alliance. The generals from England and Dragon Country have already taken part in the battle. The next one will be led by the generals from those useless countries. As long as we seize the opportunity to get the next victory, we can beat them to the last place. Let's stop being on guard against each other. Everyone must deploy the strongest combat units in the next round. After MacArthur finished speaking, the Lord of the Bear Country and the lords of other major countries in the Independence Alliance looked at each other. It's true that they didn't deploy their strongest units last round. Because in addition to dealing with the Dragon Kingdom, they also have to hide their strength from other lords as much as possible. And now, as MacArthur said, there is no longer any room for holding back. If you don't act now, you may not have the chance to act in the future. The next round will be handed over to our country, Tianzhu. The Indian Lord Narendra Modi spoke slowly. As one of the strongest countries in the world, he is confident that he can completely defeat the English League in the next round. The Bear Country Lord shouted angrily. Sakabuli, go wherever you want. MOD smiled evilly. Tianzhu is a first-tier military power. Before, we didn't do much because we love peace. Today, I will show you the powerful fighting power of Tianzhu. The Lord of the Bear Country looked disdainful as he looked towards other countries in the Independence Alliance, such as France. Because he didn't want to expose his strength, he had already sent out heroic units into battle. The Lord of the Bear Country took a quick look and found that except for MOD from Tianzhu, the other lords had no intention of taking the field. According to the agreement, all rewards for winning the battle will be divided equally. Therefore, there is no other benefit in going on the field now except exposing one's own strength and the strength of generals. With an Indian man coming forward, the other lords couldn't be happier. Out of helplessness, the Lord of the Bear Kingdom finally chose to fight against Tianzhu. In the last round, the opposing generals will not be too strong, and they can win by just deploying powerful soldier units. With permission from the lords, MOD walked confidently towards the deployment panel. He knew that losing this round would be embarrassing, and winning would do no good. In fact, there are considerations for going to war. That is to demonstrate India's strength with a crushing victory. England and Long Kingdom have already produced generals, and the rest are all rotten fish and shrimp. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom had already deployed artillery units with huge consumption in the second round, and it was impossible for it to deploy them again in this round. Weak generals and poor military strength. Such an opponent is a joke in front of India's powerful mechanized forces. The strength of India has always been underestimated, resulting in poor resources and trade. Today he will demonstrate India's strength with a crushing victory and strive for more trade resources in the future. Heroes Soul Simulation Competition Field is ready, and the Heroes Soul battle begins. Battle 6, English League versus Independent League. Please select the hero to fight and deploy the soldier units. MOD spread his hands and smiled confidently. Gentlemen, I will bring victory back to the Independence League. Chapter 130. Meng Tian asks for a fight. The final round of the Battle of Heroes. Standing in front of the deployment panel, Tianju Lord MOD spoke confidently. Tianju Ace Motorized Special Forces, deploy. The name of this unit was not detected. Please confirm again. A motorcycle company. A trace of embarrassment flashed across MOD's face, but it quickly disappeared. This system is too unintelligent. It can't even recognize it after a little polish. Following closely behind MOD, other lords also sent in their troops. Although the total deployment value is less this round, the quality of the troops they invested has improved a lot. The rise of the Dragon Kingdom does not benefit people like them in any way. In order to suppress the momentum of the Dragon Kingdom, many countries decided to no longer hide their strength. Lord of the United States, 2M2105 mm heavy howitzers. Afghan Lord, a mortar position. Lord Samba, 2 elite infantry platoons. German Lord, 1 Luftwaffe 18 105 mm howitzer, 1 armored infantry platoon. After most of the lords had finished speaking, the Lord of the Bear Country made the final deployment. T-26 armored tank. When this support came out, the other lords were all moved. They actually developed the tank. The king of land warfare. This is a weapon that transcends the times. How can we lose this battle? Tojo Inken's face looked very ugly. If they had sent out tanks in the last round, he would not have lost at all. MacArthur's eyes flickered and thoughts surged in his mind. Although it is only an early light tank, it is invincible in this period of time. Multi-terrain tracks, parallel 45 mm twin turrets, 2 7.62 mm auxiliary machine guns, and full body armor coverage. The artillery units of the Dragon Kingdom only have a wide coverage area, but their single-point power is not strong. Even if they could deploy more artillery units, they would not be able to stop the advance of the T-26. Armored tanks are the invincible existence of this era. God bless you. Seeing the Lord of the Bear Country thrown into the tank, the Lord of India smiled happily. Although he felt that his ace mechanized troops could annihilate the enemy, it would be nice to have tanks as a backup. May your God bless you. If you lose this game, tanks will enter your territory tomorrow. Don't worry, my friend. Even if the God of War appears today, he can't stop us. England takes the chair. In the final battle, the lords used all their deployment rights and finally put together a team of nearly 900 people. Although the number and quality of soldiers were not high, Su Yong knew that this was the best they could do. Su Yong walked slowly forward and began the final deployment for the final battle. Dragon Lord deploys hero units. Level 1 General Meng Tian deploys soldier units. As he was deploying, a voice in his head interrupted him. Your Majesty, I only need 1 flaming horse. Su Yong raised his eyebrows and had a bad feeling. I guess Meng Tian is going to act recklessly again. There are only 40 units of deployment value left now, and summoning Meng Tian will consume 20 units. A blazing horse requires 10 units and has no offensive capabilities. It is impossible for Su Yong to waste 10 units of deployment value just to meet Meng Tian's request. General Meng Tian, we must not act recklessly in this war. We must put the overall situation first. I was careless. There was some disappointment in Meng Tian's tone. Su Yong sighed. The Dragon Nation deploys soldier units. A level 1,000-mile blazing flame horse and 5 Qin armored crossbowmen. Deployment completed. Confirm? Confirm. Su Yong spoke, and in the end he chose to believe Meng Tian. Meng Tian's style of doing things may seem reckless, but it is all well considered. Besides, if he doesn't trust the generals under his command, who else can he trust? Seeing Su Yang's deployment, the other lords began to discuss again. However, after being slapped in the face several times, they no longer dared to question. It seems that we consumed too much in the last round. This time we only have 5 crossbowmen left. Why is there a horse? Is this horse also an offensive weapon? I don't understand, but I know Lord Su must have his considerations. Indeed, if you doubt that the Lord is wrong, then you are wrong. Come on, win this victory. Heroes Soul Simulation Battlefield Generating. Heroic Unit Deployment. Soldiers' units are located in the center. Civilization Characteristics Loading. The 5th simulation competition begins. The moment they saw the Long Kingdom's combat units, all the officers and experts were stunned. Why did we send out 2 hero units in a row? Weren't we the ones in the last round? This confusion only lasted for a short while, and soon someone reacted. Su Yong has reached level 4 and unlocked 2 hero units. I see. I was wondering if other countries even had hero units. Too strong. Other countries are fighting one by one, but we are fighting 2 at a time. As the second general to be unlocked, Ming Tian's overall ability should be stronger than the Xian's. Then Ming Tian's command ability may be even better. I have already started this battle. Compared with the most eye-catching new general unit, some officers also noticed other units deployed by Su Yang. There are no Skyfire guards this round, only 5 armored crossbowmen. Was the consumption in the last round so huge? No, what is this horse for? We have very few soldiers this round, and it seems difficult to influence the battle situation. From the perspective of troop strength alone, this battle is at a great disadvantage. We can only make up for it through the command of the generals. I believe that Su Yang has a reason to let Ming Tian be the finale. He must be a master of military strategy in the Qin dynasty. Official live broadcast room. Oh my god, it's our hero unit again. Ming Tian, this name sounds like a fierce general. Look forward to it. Following Master Xian, another powerful general will come. I really want to see the new armor. Will Ming Tian also have special abilities like invisibility? I don't know if General Ming Tian is a commanding or combating type. What's the point of giving orders? Just charge in with the iron armor. Haha, you haven't even graduated from elementary school? Do you think you're acting in a movie? This is war. If you just rush forward, you'll just be a sitting duck and die. Do you think the other side is stupid? As strong as Li Xian is, he only managed to kill the opponent through a stealth attack. He can't win by just rushing. We have very few troops this time, so everyone must cheer up and fight seriously. Come on, General Ming, come on, Dragon Nation. Go, go, go. Chapter 131. 105 millimeters is also considered a gun? After the deployment was completed, beams of light lit up in the venue. The information of the generals of both sides appeared on the big screen again. Commanding generals of both sides. Tianzhu, the Liver Emperor. Gandhi, the founding father of India, advocated the philosophy of nonviolence and pacifism, also known as Mahatma Gandhi. Dragon Kingdom, Ming Tian. A famous general of the Qin dynasty, he once resisted the Xiongnu, recovered Hunan, presided over the construction of the Great Wall, and guarded the Qin dynasty's border for decades. He is also known as China's #1 warrior in the Shield of the Empire. The 5th Heroic Spirit Simulation Battle. Ming Tian of Dragon Kingdom versus Emperor Gan of Tianzhu. Battle type, landing battle. Attacker, England, Defender, Independence League. Victory conditions, the winning side captures the beach or the defending side annihilates the enemy. No, why is it still a dragon? A general of the Dragon Nation. MOD exclaimed, widening his eyes to confirm again and again. After making sure that he was not mistaken, he stood still as if struck by lightning. The scene in which Li Xian tortured and killed Matsu Iwayne in the previous game kept appearing in his mind, and he felt his anus was a little tight. Not only Lord Tianzhu, but all the lords present were shocked. No one could have imagined that Dragon Country could send out 2 heroic units in a row. The 3rd level main base can only summon 1 hero unit. The only explanation now is that Longhua is broken through the 4th level main base. What an upgrade speed. Is the Dragon Kingdom open? How is it possible to upgrade at such a fast speed? Isn't this going to be more brutal than the last one? The Shield of the Empire, China's #1 warrior, this title looks terrifying. Amid the chaos, MacArthur spoke out. This battle is different. With armored tanks and 105mm howitzers here, what kind of trouble can a general cause? Although we have fewer people this time, the quality of our soldiers is better than the previous round. No matter how hard they try, they can't surpass us in terms of military units. This is war, not a personal hero game. Immediately after MacArthur, Tojo Incan also spoke out. Besides, this is a landing battle. We have a huge advantage as the defenders. Their fighters can't use the trees to get to us like they did last round. Our massive firepower will be used with great force. MacArthur and Tojo Incan's successive speeches made the lords no longer panic. Consider the balance rules in the early stage of the Forbidden Land. No matter how powerful the Dragon Kingdom is, it can never be stronger than their 3-party alliance. Moreover, all countries have now mobilized their strongest forces, making it even more impossible for them to lose. The scene on the simulated battlefield changed rapidly, switching from the previous forest to a beach. Their positions were scattered in the woods on one side of the beach. The ocean side is the direction where the Long Kingdom is about to launch an attack. Their position was hidden and extremely safe with the cover of woods. On the other hand, there was not only no cover on the empty beach, but also many barbed wire fences that blocked our progress. They hold a huge advantage in this battle. Hero Soul simulated battlefield. Ming Tian and a group of soldiers were teleported to the shallow water area of the beach. The sea breeze blows, bringing salty and humid air. Waves that were higher than the soldiers' calves rushed towards the troops again and again. Some of the shorter soldiers could hardly stand. At this time, Ming Tian, who was more than 3 meters tall and wearing steel armor, stood among the soldiers like a mountain. No matter how strong the waves and hurricanes are, it remains motionless. He looked at the quiet, dense forest in the distance and the various blocking fortifications along the way, and the words Su Yang said to him before entering the battlefield kept emerging in his mind. Be more modest. Longhua High-Level Conference Room. The moment Meng Tian appeared on the screen, all the experts stared in amazement. Meng Tian, wearing armor, is not only taller than Li Xin, but also several times larger in dimensions. If you ignore Meng Tian's head, this set of armor looks like a steel fortress from a distance. What kind of technology is this? Does it really exist? This is too horrible. Isn't the role of a general to command? Is it necessary to arm them to this extent? And the horse next to him, it seems to be a purely mechanical horse, my god. Don't just focus on the armor. Our terrain is at a huge disadvantage here. The opposing position is protected by woodland, so we just have to defend. We have to attack, and there's no cover along the way. A beach landing battle is indeed a problem for us who have insufficient numbers and equipment. Don't talk yet, just watch first. We can never predict Su Yang's actions anyway. The middle-ranking officers looked at each other, and their expressions were not very good. Beach landing is a combat mode that purely tests the firepower of both sides, and the commanders of both sides have very little room for maneuver. If the enemy has heavy firepower and you have no way to deal with it, this battle will be really difficult to win. Boom. As the officers were about to fall asleep, they heard explosions in the woods. The pitch-black shells came from the air straight towards our landing area. The beach had a wide view, so the enemy started bombarding as soon as they arrived. Call. Smoke and dust rolled in, and 105mm grenades attacked like the god of death. Without cover, this shell can easily wipe out life within a 30-meter range and cause severe damage to creatures within a 100-meter range. This was a fatal blow to our soldiers on the beach. Just as the shell was about to hit the ground, a huge figure appeared in everyone's sight. Wearing steel armor weighing dozens of tons, Meng Tian jumped high, used his right shoulder armor to block the cannonball, and then used an iron stick to intercept and detonate it in the air. The explosion, much smaller than anyone had imagined, flashed and disappeared. Meng Tian fell to the ground with a bang, creating 2 deep pits on the beach. Apart from the black smoke coming out of the right shoulder, there was no other sign that a 105mm diameter grenade had just exploded. What's this? The experts and officers were all excited. Who taught him how to intercept the shells? This is a 105mm fragmentation howitzer, one of the most lethal weapons in land warfare during World War II. It didn't even leave a dent on him. What kind of armor is this? Is this really a weapon that humans can possess? Too shocking, too exaggerated. I really can't believe my eyes. I can't understand it. This is no longer scientific. Call the theologians. Call the theologians. Dragon Country official live broadcast room. Not surprisingly, the people were ignited by Meng Tian's crazy appearance. The screen was filled with more barrages than when Li Xin finally assassinated Matsui Wei. Hey. This is our armor. This is our general. So handsome, so strong, I can't find words to describe it. Have more power. What kind of gun is a 105mm? Woo-woo. Step on me, General Meng Tian. Please step on me. I was ready to cover my eyes, but who could have thought that General Meng would destroy the cannonball instantly? Daqin's technology is so shocking that you can't predict what crazy scenes will appear. Too shocking. This is our ultimate individual combat power. Counterattack. Counterattack. Win the victory. Let's defeat them in one fell swoop. Chapter 132T26 appears, Meng Tian versus the King of Land. Boom. As Meng Tian intercepted the 105mm howitzer, it fell to the ground with a bang. MacArthur and the other lords' hearts also fell to the ground with a thud. There are 3 big black question marks above everyone's head. The current scene was a little beyond their understanding. Even any material made with modern technology would not be able to block a 105mm howitzer shell so intactly. This is a howitzer that can blow off God's skull. How could it be stopped like this? Is it possible? I mean, is it possible that was a dud? MOD said. The explosion just now is too small. It's not as powerful as a howitzer should be. Boom. On the screen, Meng Tian jumped up again and slapped the howitzer to pieces with his palm, as easily as slapping a basketball. The explosion flashed and then went out, as if all the energy had been absorbed. Haha, I was just joking. MOD smiled bitterly. Don't panic. MacArthur came out again to stabilize the morale of the army. This is just a blasting bomb. It mainly relies on fragmentation to kill, and its penetrating power is not strong. We haven't deployed our armor-piercing shells yet. Once we deploy them, I'll see how he can still act so arrogantly. Yes. MOD immediately followed up. The T-26 tanks and my ace troops haven't appeared yet. Besides, the other side has no artillery units this round, so our howitzer positions can output unlimited firepower. If one shot doesn't penetrate it, Let's see if you can penetrate it after a dozen shots. After taking 2 shells, Ming Tian had already locked on to the enemy's artillery position. Simply defending is not a solution. Offense is the best strategy. Since His Majesty asked him to be more steady, he will follow His Majesty's will. One person goes in first to destroy the artillery position, and then the follow-up troops can advance steadily. In the distance, there was the sound of an engine. Tianzhu's troops appeared on motorcycles, and following closely behind them was the gray-green king of the land, the T-26 armored tank. There are 2 45mm cannon barrels mounted on the front of the tank, and a heavy machine gun on top for cover. Although the gray-green heavy armored vehicle was eye-catching, Ming Tian was most interested in the Tianzhu motorcycle troops. Although this A Special Operations Wing has more than 100 people, they only have a dozen motorcycles. That is to say, among the huge army of motorcycles coming now, each motorcycle carries 8 or 9 Indian soldiers. They lined up in an array and fired shots into the air. The scene was so grand that it made people want to laugh, or rather, terrified. Ming Tian's eyes flickered. What kind of tactic is this? How can this 2-legged horse carry so many people? Wouldn't it be more powerful than his fiery horse? Boom. There were 2 more sounds of howitzer shells being fired. Ming Tian looked up at the sky and saw that these 2 shells were different from the previous ones. If you continue to use the armor to withstand the damage, you must be steady. He put his hands in front of him and pulled away the huge shield. Then he leaped into the sky with a huge shield on his head, and the shield unfolded in the air to steadily block the 2 shells. Ming Tian landed on the ground, turned over and jumped onto the flaming horse, charging towards the front of the battlefield. The blazing horse ran at full power, spewing out high-temperature steam and billowing black smoke. The 4 sturdy mechanical legs ignored all the traps on the beach and moved forward at full speed. The heavy machine gun positions hidden in the woods appeared and fired at Ming Tian together with the Indian troops. In an instant, the beach was covered with gunfire and bullets of all types poured down like crazy. Ming Tian, wearing a suit of iron armor, holding a giant iron shield, and riding a flaming warhorse that was as red as a meteor, charged forward in the sky full of fire. The bullets hit the steel shield and flashed sparks. Boom. The T-26 tank's dual cannons fired simultaneously, and the powerful armor-piercing shells hit the shield, causing flames and smoke to gush out. But the next moment when the smoke and dust emerged, Ming Tian rode out on his flaming horse. The double cannons could only leave some marks on the shield and were completely unable to stop Ming Tian's charge. Outside the forbidden area, all the people of Dragon Country were immersed in this scene that looked like a work of art. Every time Ming Tian withstood a round of T-26 bombing, the people would cheer. Boom. In their eyes, these bombings are not just bombings, but also the suffering and humiliation that Longwa has suffered in recent years. Boom. What Ming Tian broke through and passed through were not just artillery, but layer after layer of shackles on the body of the Dragon Kingdom. Boom. At this moment, Ming Tian represents not only himself, but the dignity of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Every breakthrough of a round of bombing means breaking through a layer of shackles, breaking through a layer of suffering, and it means the re-emergence of this great eastern country. It was Li Xian, Ming Tian, and Su Yang who saved this country from dire straits. It was the Qin dynasty that allowed the Dragon Kingdom to stand before all other nations with dignity again, and to establish itself again in this world. Boom. Ming Tian stood up on his horse, took the last round of artillery fire, and leaped high into the sky. Charge! 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 Blast them! Blast them! Kill! Da Qin is the strongest. In the air, Ming Tian put away his huge shield and raised his iron hammer high. All the impact and explosion energy previously accumulated in the armor began to flow to the heavy hammer. Bang! The thrusters at the rear of the warhammer made a loud noise like the explosion of a skyfire bomb. The powerful thrust made Ming Tian, holding the warhammer, rush straight down. Boom! The warhammer smashed into the top of the T-26 tank, and flames instantly engulfed the hopes of the tripartite alliance. The entire beach seemed to tremble and suddenly sank. The shock wave of the explosion lifted up soil, sand, and various fortifications, and engulfed everything around it. A large number of the brave Indian troops were knocked down by the shock wave, and they crawled in the wire ring screaming. The aftermath of the explosion dissipated. Ming Tian rushed out of the dust with a war hammer in his hand and mounted his horse again. Behind him was the ruins of a T-26 armored vehicle, burning fiercely and with the top almost sunken like a discus. The people of Long Country were excited. Hey, this is crazy and so cool. I'm going crazy. General Ming Tian is awesome, and the Qin armor is awesome. I'll blow up a heavy tank with one hammer, and then I'll ask you who else you have. It was like a dream. I couldn't believe it. Mom. In the high-level conference room, members of the expert group hugged each other and cried excitedly. Even many generals had tears in their eyes. The military chief looked at the big screen and saw Meng Tian riding his horse towards the woods. The emotions in my heart could not calm down for a long time. From today on, Dragon Country will be subject to various restrictions and targeting, both inside and outside the forbidden area. But with Su Yang and Daqin here, none of this is a problem. With the help of its ancestors, the Dragon Kingdom stood up again. Chapter 133. Taking the top 2 spots, the era of farming begins. Chairman of the Tripartite Alliance. After seeing the T-26 heavy tank being smashed into scrap metal by Meng Tian's hammer, all the lords fell silent. The strongest weapons were destroyed, which meant that they would not have any chance to fight back. At this moment, they felt like primitive people seeing muskets for the first time, or like cavalrymen charging towards the Maxim machine guns. The shock brought by advanced technology and the despair brought by being crushed by dimensionality reduction fell for the first time upon these powerful countries that have ruled the blue planet for 100 years. They never thought that they would become a backward country one day. On the screen, Meng Tian crushed the various defense lines of the Tripartite Alliance, killed his way into the artillery position, and destroyed it. On the front of the battlefield, 5 ranged unit soldiers, also wearing armor, led the army forward. Although they were holding crossbows, their range and power far exceeded that of ordinary firearms. The powerful crossbow arrow could even penetrate reinforced concrete several tens of centimeters thick and directly kill the machine gunner in the bunker. Under their sniper-like precise shooting, no strategic unit could survive. When Meng Tian easily destroyed the artillery positions, the front line of the Tripartite Alliance was almost defeated. The rest of the battle had entered garbage time, with the English soldiers constantly chasing after the soldiers of the Tripartite Alliance. After destroying the artillery position, Meng Tian no longer even participated in the frontal battle, but returned to the front line to test drive Tianzhu's motorcycle. After destroying 5 or 6 motorcycles in a row, the battle came to an end. The settlement panel popped up, and the lords sighed as if relieved. The 6th round of Heroes Spirit Simulation battle ends. Winner, Dragon Country. Current alliance points. American League, 2 wins and 1 loss. England League, 2 wins and 1 loss. Independent League, 1 win, 2 losses. Eastern Alliance, 1 win, 2 losses. The last one is the Independent Alliance. The country triggers a negative event, trench disease. Soldiers cannot bear the long-term frontline combat, and the combat capability of all soldier units will be reduced by 15 for 1 week. The system is calculating the hero rankings and will be announced soon. Their minds were filled with the terrifying combat power of the Dragon Kingdom, and they had no time to care about the undoubted ranking. The leader was silent, and no one knew how to handle this shocking information. Tojo Inken's face turned pale, and his fists hidden under his samurai uniform were clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. The expressions of the Bear Country and a number of independent alliances became even uglier. It's not only because of the powerful combat power of the Dragon Kingdom, but also because this time the debuff fell on them. If they don't get involved in the mess between the United States and Japan, they won't suffer any debuff even if they lose to Dragon Country. Everyone, the war has begun. If we want to stop the Dragon Kingdom, we must unite. MacArthur spoke in a low voice. We have confirmed that the Dragon Kingdom is located in the heart of the hive. Next, we hope that you can develop vehicles to explore outside. As long as we determine the location of the Dragon Kingdom, we can work together to attack it. The earlier we find it, the easier it will be to attack it. The Dragon Nation is our common enemy. We must work together to defeat this beast. The Bear Country Lord snorted coldly, withdrew directly, and the projection of his consciousness dissipated. In addition to Tianzhu, other independent alliance lords also chose to withdraw. In the real world, they are not in a hostile relationship with the Dragon Kingdom, and in the Forbidden Area, they are at most in a competitive relationship. So they had room for choice in their negotiations with the Dragon Kingdom. And given the strength currently demonstrated by Dragon Country, the benefits brought by cooperation will definitely be greater. Even if Longwa does not choose to cooperate, being an outsider is better than becoming Longwa's enemy. After the Independence League withdrew, MacArthur and Tojo Inken looked grim. The United States and Japan can be said to be rivals of Dragon Country both inside and outside the Forbidden Area. Especially Japan. The Japanese fleet outside the Forbidden Area has already entered the territorial waters of Longwa, waiting for Longwa to collapse and then launch a full-scale attack. They had no power to choose, either destroy the Dragon Kingdom or be destroyed by the Dragon Kingdom. Bagayata dear. Tojo Inken roared angrily. Great, I want another round of trials. Following Longhua is simply the best decision I have ever made in my life. Since they have defeated the Tripartite Alliance, does that mean Dragon Nation has no rivals? That's definitely the case in the short term. Seeing that the English League ranked first, all the lords were delighted. Not only because of this first place, but also because of the powerful strength of Dragon Country. The performance of Longhua in this round gave them a great reassurance. All the English League lords knew that this time they were on the wrong side. Su Yang was not interested in what other lords thought. He just wanted to know what the reward for this ranking was. Soon, the screen flashed and the reward appeared on the screen. Hero ranking. First place, Long Willy Xin. Second place, Ming Tian of the Dragon Kingdom. Third place, Zhukov of Bear Country. Fourth place, German Rommel. Fifth place, Smith Barton, USA. First place reward, 30,000 command points, the right to unlock hero buildings, incentive event, Hero Triumph, Level 3, Resource Materialization Power. Rewards for the second place, 25,000 points of leadership, 2 additional production facilities, incentive event, Heroic Triumph, Level 2, Resource Manifestation Power. Third, fourth, and fifth place winners will receive rewards of 20,000 points of leadership and incentive event, Heroic Triumph, Level 1. New stage of Forbidden Land unlocked. Heroes competing for supremacy. From today on, invading and occupying other countries' territories can bring high rewards. Every time you destroy a country and occupy a territory, you can not only obtain high command value given by the system, you can also obtain all the production facilities and production-related civilization characteristics of the territory. New ruler ranking in addition to lord ranking every week. The system will rank the lords according to their invasion and occupation areas this week and issue corresponding rewards. Let the flames of war spread to the whole world. Good luck to you. The final hero rankings were announced, and Li Xian and Ming Tian undoubtedly won first and second place. Su Yang directly pocketed all the rewards for the first and second place. As the rankings appeared, the battle of heroes came to an end. The lords withdrew from ideology one after another and returned to their respective territories. After returning to the Qin territory, Su Yang was about to take a closer look at the reward when the scout's message came to his mind. They discovered edible plants in the southwest and discovered a new race of Zerg. Chapter 134 Heroic Building Astrology Tower. Edible plants. Wouldn't that mean we can start the era of farming? For the current territory, food is the most scarce resource. If the agricultural module can be turned on, it can really solve a big problem. Fortunately, before entering the Hero's Soul Simulation battle, the scouts chose to continue reconnaissance, so we could get good news as soon as we came out. Su Yang opened the panel and checked the 2 new achievements unlocked by the scout. Discover a new area, the Shadow Zone. There are some special plants and powerful Zerg that have a symbiotic relationship with them. Achievement. Baby is scared. Command value plus 4,000. Discovering edible plant fruits. Achievement. Eating some grass is good for intestinal peristalsis. Command value plus 5,000. According to the logs uploaded by the scouts, the entire road to the southwest is just ordinary dense forest. After walking about 100 kilometers, they found an area shrouded in fog. After moving another 50 kilometers in that direction, they entered the Shadow Zone and discovered this edible food fruit. According to the scouts' descriptions and image drawings, the fruit is the size of an apple and tastes similar to root crops such as sweet potatoes. It is certainly unlikely that this strange land can be expected to grow Earth's crops. However, it would be good news if the fruit was a sweet potato-like crop. Potato crops are high-quality carbohydrates and can be eaten as a staple food. The scouts are still on their way back, and we will have to wait and see whether the crops can be cultivated or not before they bring them back. Returning to the territory will give you the possibility to start farming, and coupled with the generous rewards obtained in the Battle of Heroes, it is a double blessing. Su Yang opened the panel and calculated the rewards obtained from this special event one by one. The most important and direct thing is of course the command value. Li Xian and Ming Tian lived up to expectations and took the top 2 spots in this hero ranking. The first place will get 30,000 points of command value, and the second place will get 25,000 points of honor value. One event directly provided 55,000 points of command value. This is just the most superficial reward this time. In addition to the command value, the second place will also be given 2 additional mining machines. Resource production facilities are definitely the reward that Su Yang wants to see most. With the powerful soldiers and technology of the Qin dynasty, combat power is not a problem at all. The most important thing now is to obtain the resources needed to support this huge combat force. After getting the 2 mining machines, Su Yang did not hesitate and used one for iron ore and the other for stone mine. Iron ore is the most important of all materials at present, while stone ore is a necessary resource for expanding and extending the road outward. There is nothing wrong with putting additional miners on these two resources. After the resources came the most unexpected reward for Su Yung this time, the unlocking of a hero building. Normally, hero buildings can only be built when the main base is upgraded by one level. After receiving this reward, he can build another heroic building on the spot without having to wait until the level 5 main base. If I remember correctly, the only remaining heroic building is the resource-related astrology tower. When I opened the hero building panel, the astrology tower column lit up. Heroic building, astrology tower. Summon hero class, Chizwa. A talent of extraordinary assistance, with mountains and rivers as camp, stars and moons as formation, gathering the essence of the universe, controlling the power of heaven and earth, making plans and showing the way to the future. Building features. Unlock the astrology tower to gain access to special areas, event predictions, probability predictions, and other adventure-related content. Development strategy. Harmony and prosperity. The Way of Stars is the foundation of national destiny and the principle of the universe. Astronomical officials are appointed to observe the celestial phenomena, interpret the starlight in detail, understand the weather, and know the national destiny. They hope that the weather will be favorable and the country will be stable. Strategy effect. All resource production facilities in the territory increase output by 20, and all spoils of war increase by 1 quality level. The astrology tower can obtain a series of adventure events, and the development strategy it brings is to improve the level of resources. At a time when productivity needs to be greatly improved, these two things are very consistent with the territory's development path. It's the perfect time to bring up the astrology tower. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he placed the astrology tower blueprint directly in the Lord's area. Selection completed, astrology tower under construction. When it comes to astronomy, many people think it is a high-end field and a specialty for foreigners. In fact, in China, there are records of divination based on celestial phenomena as early as the Shang dynasty. It is universally recognized that China has the earliest and most complete records of astronomical phenomena in the world. It was the civilization with the most accurate observation of astronomical phenomena before the European Renaissance. From astronomy to geography, it can be said that our ancestors have left extremely valuable wealth to future generations. The blueprint was placed, and the roar of machinery was heard. The top is hemispherical, and the bottom is a tower-like building rising from the ground. There are several copper tracks surrounding the hemisphere, connected by a precise structure and rotating slowly. The entire astrology tower retains the characteristics of the Qin dynasty while having many high-tech instruments and looks solemn and advanced. What is more important than appearance is content. Su Yung immediately clicked on the astrology tower panel. Astrology tower panel. Pre-match prediction. Use leadership value to predict the outcome of the upcoming battle and provide a short-term relief buff after the prediction. Consumption of command value, 5,000 points. If you feel this battle is unstable, then come and tell fortunes. Lucky Star from Heaven. Use command points to predict the surrounding blessing gathering places and obtain an unknown special place closest to the territory. Do you want my treasure? If you want, go to the divination. Note, each time it is used, the command value consumed increases by 5,000. Consumption of command value, 10,000 points or more. Destiny Harmony. Use the command value to modify the quality of the equipment, minerals, and loot you already have. The probability of a single item becoming of good quality increases with the number of times it is blended. Consumption of command value, 2,000 points or more. After looking at the panel, Su Yung raised his eyebrows. Apart from anything else, these options are quite interesting. The first one can predict the direction of the war, and if it is not good, it will provide a buff to relieve disasters. So next time if you want to explore a new ethnic group, you can do some divination first. The second lucky star is also a good thing. It can obtain the location of special areas such as ruins in the surrounding area. Ever since the last alien research station was opened in the ruins, Su Yung has been very enthusiastic about the ruins and especially hopes to have another adventure. The last item, Fate Harmony, is even more powerful. It resets the quality level of existing facilities or items. In simple terms, it is a reset. This will be very useful for those rare and hard-to-obtain loot in the future. In addition to these three options, the astrology tower also comes with strategies to increase production speed and loot quality. The astrology tower is simply the building that the territory needs most right now. Chapter 135, Electrical Age, New Zerg. Put down the astrology tower, and all resource production facilities in the territory will directly gain a 20 permanent output increase. And all loot obtained in the future will be upgraded in quality. The value contained in this is immeasurable, and Su Yung is very satisfied with it. As expected, anything produced by the Qin dynasty must be of high quality, and there is not a single useless building. After the heroic building, the remaining rewards for this event are a buff and resource materialization power. Heroic Triumph. Level 3 all wars led by hero units have their cost reduced by 30. War consumes not only the fuel and ammunition of the soldiers, but also the fuel for the vehicles and the roads paved for the vehicles to move forward. These consumption reductions are also very useful, as they can greatly reduce military spending, speed up exploration, and expand the scope of exploration. A level 3 UB-FAF and a level 2 buff, the two combined reduce the total war consumption by 50. It smells so good. Finally, double resources are materialized. Su Yang chose one of the materialization areas in a hub city in the southeast, and the other in a rocket force unit somewhere on the southeast coast. The recovery of hub cities will enable the entire disaster area to speed up reconstruction, while the recovery of artillery units will restore the strength of the troops along the southeast coast. This is to prevent any country from putting pressure on Longwood outside the forbidden area and influencing his choice inside the forbidden area. There were many such things in the first 2 rounds of restricted areas. A small country may obtain a special regional address or an important piece of booty. When other major powers found out about this, since they didn't know the direction and couldn't attack in the forbidden area, they exerted pressure directly in the real world. If they don't hand over their resources, we will directly attack the country they belong to. Now this method is almost useless to Su Yang. Although the Long Kingdom suffered heavy losses many times, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and its military strength is still not something that ordinary countries can contend with. And now Su Yang has restored the Southeast Rocket Force positions, which has greatly restored the military strength of Longwu. Even if the United States or Japan puts pressure on it, Long Country itself has the ability to delay time. And if they dare to exert pressure from outside, what Su Yang can do in the forbidden area will be more than just exerting pressure. After completing the materialization of resources, Su Yang had digested all the rewards he had obtained from this event. However, the impact of this incident goes far beyond this. The first is the issue of the situation. The relationship between countries or alliances will undergo tremendous changes because of this incident. After this incident, the countries in the other 3 alliances will definitely want to join our side. And will the 3 alliances continue to unite or disperse, or some countries will no longer dare to be enemies with the Dragon Kingdom? In short, the relations between these countries will change greatly. However, Su Yang didn't care much about it. The territory has now unlocked oil technology and is gradually developing agriculture. Whether other countries jointly boycott or blockade or open trade, it will not have any impact on him. Daqin can be completely self-sufficient. In addition to the changes in the situation, what is more important is that the forbidden area has unlocked a new stage, the competition among heroes. This is not a new event. It also appeared in the first 2 rounds of trials. This phase will begin whenever most countries unlock vehicles. Of course, this round will start particularly early. When entering the stage of fierce competition among heroes, the Forbidden Land will provide rich rewards for aggressive wars. It can be said that the Forbidden Area is willing to see them fighting each other. From this stage on, countries like the United States and Japan will certainly begin to annex countries at will. The benefits of finding and annexing other lords are much greater than simply spawning alien species. Not only can you get the command value reward, but you can also get all the resource output of the territory. It can be said that as long as one annexes a territory, one can directly improve one's own strength to a higher level. The advantages of aggressive civilizations such as the United States, Japan, and Germany are reflected here. These countries were born for war. However, the situation of this forbidden area is about to change. Because a civilization that has engraved unification into the bones of the Chinese nation has been reborn. In an era when Americans were not yet born and Japanese were still dancing in grass skirts. The Qin dynasty has completed the historical mission of unifying the Chinese nation. When it comes to conquest, war, and rule, who dares to compete with the Qin dynasty? Su Yang looked at the panel and chuckled. They thought that what was blown was the horn of a comeback, but in fact it was the prelude to destruction. All war-related upgrades for the Level 4 main base have been completed, and the next step is to put the Level 5 main base on the to-do list. Main base, Lord's Mansion. Level 4, Level 5. Unlock Level 5 resource devices, Level 5 defense facilities, Level 5 scientific research buildings, Level 5 armored camps, unlock farm buildings, unlock electromagnetic technology. Required for upgrade. Oil resources, 200 units. Coal resources, 1,000 units. Copper or resources, 1,000 units. Iron or resources, 2,000 units. Steel resources, 600 units. Stone mine resources, 2,000 units. Command value, 60,000 points. Time, 7 dia. Level 5 main base can unlock farm buildings. Su Yang's eyes lit up. He was worried about how to farm before, as all the units in the territory were now soldiers and had no knowledge of farming. Now that we know that the level 5 base can unlock the farm, there must be a matching peasant unit. This relieved Su Yang's worries. In addition to the farm, what also excites Su Yang is the electromagnetic technology that follows it. We are finally unlocking electricity and entering the electrical age. This will bring the territory development into a whole new stage. When the electrical age is combined with the technology of the Qin dynasty, who knows what kind of terrifying war machines will be created by then. Upgrading is good, but the various resources required for upgrading are a bit of a headache. These resources are not small in number, especially the demand for iron and steel as well as various fuels. The resources in the territory are being consumed at a very high rate now, and it is difficult to store so many resources in a short period of time. If you can't buy it from your allies, you can only accumulate it bit by bit on your own. Upgrading this level 5 main base looks like a big project. However, there is no rush to upgrade the main base. The most urgent task at present is to explore to the southwest. Determine whether the plants in the southwest can be grown into crops and determine the type of zerg in the southwest. Su Yang closed the panel and thought about the goals for the 4th week in his mind. Yes, after getting out of the incident, the forbidden area went directly into the 4th week. The Battle of Heroes lasted only 1 day, and they entered the simulated battlefield on the 3rd day of the 3rd week. So 3 days in the 3rd week disappeared out of thin air, as if some force had erased them. Although this matter is full of doubts, Su Yang has always been unwilling to work on such mysterious things. If it's gone, it's gone. It won't deduct his command value anyway. After some thought, Su Yang determined the goals for the 4th week. Identify the Zerg swarm in the dense forest in the southwest, and put the level 5 main base into construction. Insects that live in symbiosis with plants? Su Yang was very interested in the new Zerg in the dense forest of the southwest. Chapter 136, War Prediction, Approaching the Shadow Zone. Gel liquid fuel upgrade completed. Level 2 Daqin Tianwei can be unlocked. The next morning, Su Yang opened the panel to check the last troop upgrade of the level 4 main base. Arms, Daqin Skyfire Guards. Arms type, Heavy Artillery Unit. Production requirements, Level 4 Royal Armor Camp. Required pre-technology, Colloidal Liquid Fuel. Description, get a new type of artillery shell and fuel bomb. The killing effect of the fuel bomb is the same as that of the Skyfire bomb, but after the explosion, it will leave a flame that is difficult to extinguish in the bombing area. Command value required for summoning, 3,000 points. Basic consumption, 5 units of fuel/day, 5 units of concentrated water/day. Maintenance cost, 5 units of steel/time, 5 units of iron/time. Reload consumption. High explosive bomb, 2 units of ore, 3 units of coal, 1 unit of saltpeter/shot. Skyfire bomb, 3 units of ore, 3 units of coal, 2 units of saltpeter/shot. Fuel bomb, 2 units of ore, 3 units of coal, 2 units of saltpeter, 1 unit of fuel/shot. Gel fuel that can burn for a long time can have the effect of blocking an area. This effect may work wonders at times. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he upgraded all 4 Skyfire Guards. Command value -12,000. After upgrading the last batch of Skyfire Guards, all military units in the territory have been upgraded to the maximum level. This is now a truly fully equipped team. The intelligence from the scout team has been transmitted back, and the route to the target area has been planned. Early this morning, Su Yang ate the special fruit brought back by the scouts. Although it is a fruit, it does have the taste of potato crops. After being roasted over fire, it tastes somewhat similar to bread. The nutritional content is unclear, but it is definitely edible. The next task is to go to the target area and pick a large amount of fruits for emergency use. Then determine its growth cycle to see whether it can be cultivated and what kind of environment is needed for cultivation. In addition to picking fruits, another task is to determine the origin of the new Zerg in the southwestern forest. Considering that the new race might evolve some new means of attack, Su Yang decided to try out the function of the astrology tower before setting off. Open the panel and select the first item, War Prediction. Leadership value -5,000. War Prediction is open, astrology is being deduced. As the command value was invested, the hemisphere on top of the astrology tower began to rotate, and the orbit around it also began to operate in an interlaced manner. As the sounds of steam and machinery continued, the deduction progressed step by step. The war simulation is complete. The deduction for this battle is stinginess. Deduction suggestions: avoid prolonged battles, avoid in-depth plots, and be careful to cover your mouth and nose. Provides relief and strength. Provides 10 poison resistance to the entire army. It can be deduced as Lin, which is 1 degree below G, according to the Book of Changes, indicating that the process is somewhat difficult. The degree of good or bad luck in divination in the Book of Changes is divided into 6 levels, from good to bad: good luck, stinginess, severity, regret, blame, and misfortune. According to divination, this battle will have some minor twists and turns, but the outcome will be good. However, divination is not absolute. Even if it is auspicious, you still need to try your best, otherwise you may fail. In addition to the degree of good or bad luck, Su Yang was also very concerned about the following suggestions in the disaster relief buff. The advice means that you should avoid deep and prolonged combat, and pay attention to protecting your mouth and nose during combat. Based on this suggestion and the effect of the disaster relief buff, it is not difficult to guess that the enemy is likely to use some kind of poison as a means of attack this time. Su Yang's interest was piqued. If these Zerg were captured and studied, perhaps they could be used to create biochemical weapons. This is a terrifying weapon that even iron armor cannot resist. If it can be used in our daily lives, or in certain countries in the future, I will feel so happy. Thinking of this, Su Yang directly ordered the team to assemble. Soon, the troops gathered in the expedition preparation area in the east of the territory. Meng Tian was assigned to pave the road in front of the team. Li Xian led 60 armored warriors, 40 armored crossbowmen, 2 sky fire guards, and 2 fire dragon guards to set off. Considering the need to transport the fruits back, Su Yang summoned another black iron heavy armored vehicle. A total of 3 black iron heavy armored vehicles followed the troops to carry out this mission. This is also the upper limit of the black iron vehicles that can be summoned by the level 4 main base. Su Yang stood on the east city wall and waved his hand. Set off. The city gates slowly opened, and the roar of a huge engine was heard. 6 scouts riding on flaming horses rushed out first, followed closely by Meng Tian, who was paving the road. Then Li Xian led 3 roaring black iron carriages out of the gate. The sound of steam gushing and engines swirled over the territory, demonstrating the powerful combat capability of this army. The black iron chariot followed the Qinshi road laid by Meng Tian all the way to the southwest, with countless sand and stones surging behind it. This is a road to a new area and a road to a new chapter. With the addition of new mining machines and the strategy of the astrology tower, the output of stone mines in the territory has directly reached 900 units/day. Combined with the buff granted by the event, the generals' battles outside the battlefield will have their war consumption reduced by 50. As long as Su Yang wanted, it would not be a problem for Meng Tian to pave 180 kilometers of road a day. At this rate of expansion, we will soon encounter other lords. The war of conquest has begun, and it's time for history to enter a new chapter. In less than 2 hours, the large force had crossed nearly 130 kilometers and arrived at the new area. Through the perspective of the frontline scout, Su Yang saw the true scene of the shadow zone. From a distance, the difference between the shadow area and the dense forest area is extremely obvious, even more obvious than the difference between the dense forest area and the bare crystal mine area. The difference lies not only in the grayish-white, almost opaque mist, but also in the huge plants. Although the plants in the dense forest are strange in shape, they are at least normal size and do not look too bad. However, the plants in this area seem to have received too much growth hormone and grew extremely large. Each of them is at least 3 stories high, and some are so high that they have penetrated deep into the fog in the sky, making it impossible to see their exact height. Even from a distance, Su Yang could already feel the oppressive feeling coming towards him. He had a feeling that the dark and gloomy forest would definitely bring unexpected rewards. Full speed ahead. Su Yang gave the order. Chapter 137 Symbiotic Zerg, Shadow Poison Mist. This is a forest of giant plants shrouded in mist, and all areas above 10 meters are covered in dark mist. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the fog and shine on the ground with only its last breath, and the whole forest was filled with gray. However, the lack of sunlight does not affect the growth of plants in the fog at all. The trees were nearly 5 meters in diameter and pierced straight into the mist, with their tops completely invisible. The various shapes of umbrella-shaped mushrooms are as high as 3 stories, and you can feel the temperature change when you walk down. There are also various flowers that are as tall as a person, and the flower surfaces are larger than 3 human heads put together. Su Yang had no doubt that if these flowers had mouths, they could swallow people in one gulp. However, although these giant plants bring a sense of oppression, it is not difficult to walk through them. Compared to the dense forest area where all the plants are piled together, the distribution of plants here gives the soldiers more space to move around. Meng Tian rushed all the way to the designated location of the scouts. This is a special area in the forest where the soil changes from red to black. The black soil is dotted with these man-sized purple-black trees, which are hung with purple-black fruits the size of apples. The yield seems good, Su Yang observed through Meng Tian's vision. Eating 2 to 3 of these fruits can satisfy your full meal. Judging from the amount of purple blackwood in this area, it would not be a problem to transport all of it back to feed the entire army for half a month. This is the first good news. Su Yang asked Meng Tian to wait for the large force led by Li Xian and let the scout units disperse for reconnaissance. Although the topography, visibility, and other factors in the shadow zone are more complicated than those in the dense forest zone, Su Yang is not too worried. Because all the scout units have been upgraded to level 4, each person has a sonic detector, which can effectively prevent Zerg sneak attacks. The scout troops gradually walked away, and Meng Tian dismounted and came to a huge tree to rest. This giant tree is at least 3 meters in diameter and goes straight into the fog, so its height cannot be seen clearly. Unlike other trees, this tree's surface is covered with dark purple lines, and its branches that fall high above the ground are extremely thick. Meng Tian casually picked 6 fruits and ate them while walking to the foot of the ancient tree. He looked around and found a thick root and sat down hard. Before he sat down completely, there was a sudden rustling sound, and the half-meter-high roots were suddenly pulled back. This not only scared Su Yang, who was in the first-person perspective, but even Meng Tian, who had been through many battles, was a little confused. Shalala. The entire ground around the ancient tree began to tremble. The thick strips of paper as thick as pythons began to move, and needle-like spikes began to fall from the fog. This tree is alive. Su Yang's eyes widened. No, trees are alive. This tree is actually aggressive. Information about the symbiosis between Zerg and plants flashed quickly through his mind. Could it be that these plants and the Zerg hunt together? The needle-like spikes fell on Meng Tian's armor, making a series of crisp sounds. The rain of needles was extremely dense, and an ordinary soldier without steel armor would die in this attack in just a moment. Meng Tian was a little unsure of the situation, so he mounted his flaming horse and began charging towards a place far away from the ancient tree. The dancing branches didn't give him the chance. A purple-black branch covered with tiny barbs came flying towards them at a speed that was completely beyond the reach of something of its size. The branch quickly climbed up the blazing horse and retreated, wrapping around it like a python, and then pulled it. The blazing horse lost its balance and immediately fell over. Meng Tian jumped sideways and took off the huge shield on his chest. Knock, knock, knock. The 3 branches that followed closely behind hit the rigid shield with a dull sound. Meng Tian withdrew his shield and grabbed one tightly. If you play tricks on me, you'll lose your life. He pulled hard and ripped off the thickest branch, which was about half a meter long. Hiss! A burst of purple smoke immediately came out from the broken branch, accompanied by a terrifying sound like a baby crying. Meng Tian realized something was wrong and immediately jumped out of the purple mist in 2 steps. Poisonous. Meng Tian immediately reported the news to Su Yang, and then took 2 deep breaths to metabolize the toxins in his body. At this moment, the scout troops out for reconnaissance also sounded the alarm. Your Majesty, Zerg activity detected. Zerg activity detected. Su Yang connected to the scouts' detection panels and saw a dense swarm of insects pouring in from the west. Sure enough, this ancient tree and the Zerg are hunting together. This group of Zerg advanced at a very fast speed, faster than any Zerg encountered before. Meng Tian, withdraw from the attack range. Su Yang ordered Meng Tian to withdraw from the ancient tree's attack range. Meng Tian was not equipped with sharp weapons or artillery, so fighting with the ancient tree was a pure waste of time. If you get entangled by the ancient tree here, the entire battlefield will take place in the area with fruits. Because the fruit cannot be damaged, artillery weapons cannot be used in this area, which is very disadvantageous to our side. Meng Tian must withdraw from the fruit area, join the main force, and fight the enemy outside the fruit area. Meng Tian received the order to retreat quickly, leaving behind only the fiery horse which was tightly entangled by several branches. Li Xian, who was several kilometers away, received Su Yang's order and immediately stopped the troops and began to set up a defense line. 60 armored warriors holding steel shields and chainswords lined up in the front, with 40 armored crossbowmen interspersed behind them, ready to fire with full ammunition. The Skyfire Guards and Fire Dragon Guards were lined up on the flanks, ready to provide support at any time. Rustle, rustle. The sound of the swarm of insects was getting closer and closer, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Soon, everyone saw a giant battle armor rushing towards them in the distance. It was Meng Tian who lost his fiery horse. Behind him was a group of dark purple alien insects that almost merged with the ground. "Fire at me," Meng Tian shouted. "These guys are poisonous. Don't let them get close." Upon receiving the order, Li Xian immediately waved his hand and ordered the crossbowmen to switch to explosive arrows and start shooting. The last time we fought in the crystal mine area, we were fighting together with the sharp warriors, so we couldn't directly see the firepower of the crossbowmen. This was the time when Su Yang finally felt the powerful firepower of the crossbowmen after the upgrade. 40 armored crossbowmen fired continuously, and each crossbowman fired 10 crossbow arrows with small-range explosions in succession. This was not a shooting at all, it was a bombing. Moreover, the bombing is more durable and more destructive than the Skyfire cannon. Whoosh whoosh. The exploding crossbow arrows formed a dense net in the air, covering the charging Zerg like the god of death. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded, and the swarm of stinging insects in the front row was destroyed in an instant. Their bodies were blown apart, and countless dark purple smoke poured out. Chapter 138, Who Did I Offend? Kill Level 12 Tyrannid Vesicle Stinger, Variant, Leadership Value plus 120, 30 bonus. Kill Level 11 Tyrannid Vesicle Stinger, Variant, Leadership Value plus 110, 30 bonus. Kill Level 11 Tyrannid Vesicle Stinger, Variant, Leadership Value plus 110, 30 bonus. Under the crossbowman's crazy firepower, the stinging insects in the front row fell to the ground quickly, and a series of kill prompts appeared on the panel. Along with the experience came clouds of dark purple poisonous mist. Just as Meng Tian said, these stinging insects can release toxins. Therefore, they must be killed before they get close to the troops. Fortunately, the crossbowmen have sufficient firepower according to the current situation. The insect swarm was simply unable to break through the dense firepower of the crossbowmen. "Call! Heaven!" Li Xian shouted. Su Yang looked from Li Xian's perspective. Dozens of swollen brain worms were seen falling towards the troops from the sky. "Don't kill them." Su Yang's eyes flashed, and he immediately gave the order. These things are definitely self-destructive poisonous insects. Once killed, they will release poisonous fog among the troops. As Su Yang wished, none of the soldiers attacked. But these brain worms exploded the moment they landed. Bang bang bang. A series of poisonous fog exploded in the team, and the soldiers covered by the poisonous fog immediately showed abnormal reactions. "Loyal and brave men, protect our great Qin mountains and rivers." Meng Tian shouted angrily and activated his general skills, becoming as solid as a barrier. Unfortunately, this skill can only increase the soldiers' resistance to damage, but cannot alleviate the abnormal reactions that have already occurred in the body. Now in this situation, only the 10 poison fog resistance obtained through divination can resist it. "Evacuate the poisonous fog area," Su Yang ordered. Li Xian and Meng Tian immediately led the soldiers to move their positions. This transfer output could not keep up, and the frontal insect swarm immediately surged up. Su Yang's thoughts were surging. The throwing method of this brain worm was similar to the catapult of the goblins. It must be some kind of throwing tool. The Zerg cannot make tools, so what can they throw? Su Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. It was the giant tree in the fruit area. Those thick branches can even drag the flame horse, so throwing a few brain worms is a piece of cake. This group of insects had no strong armor and could not cope with the crazy firepower of the crossbowmen. Their only way to win is to rely on giant trees to throw poisonous fog to affect their own output. If you want to win this battle, you must first take down the giant tree at the back. It is impossible to use the Skyfire guards to bomb the giant tree and the fruit together, so we must send units to eradicate them at close range. Meng Tian, escort the Fire Dragon guards to the car. When all the soldiers were ordered to retreat, Su Yang ordered Meng Tian to return to resist the insect tide to give the Fire Dragon guards time to board the Black Iron Chariot. He wanted the Fire Dragon guards to kill the ancient tree directly and burn it to death. Meng Tian received the order and returned without hesitation with the shield. He is the best candidate for interception, as his strong physique and hard steel armor can protect him from harm by the swarm. Meng Tian rushed into the insect tide like a cannonball, attracting the attention of most of the swarm. In the rear, Li Xian rode on the Zhuying horse to shuttle around and intercept those insect swarms that slipped through. The 2 Fire Dragon guards successfully boarded the Black Iron carriage. The engine roared, and the Black Iron car rushed forward into the insect tide. The rear hatch was not closed, and 2 Fire Dragon guards stood behind the Black Iron vehicle, spewing fire. Boom! 4 high-temperature fire dragons gushed out, instantly engulfing a large number of stinging insects. The burning stinging insects continuously spew out poisonous mist, which evaporates into steam when it comes into contact with the flames, while also cooling the stinging insects. The flames can burn away the purple mist, but at the same time the damage to the stinging insects will be reduced. The crossbowmen who had just moved their positions in the rear reformed their formation and fought back against the insect swarm. However, not long after the shooting, a series of brainworms fell from the sky again. Unlike fierce generals like Meng Tian, soldier units would almost lose their combat capability as long as they were in the poisonous fog. This is the case when one has toxic resistance. If one does not have resistance, one will probably faint directly in the poisonous fog. In short, after the poison sac brainworm fell, the crossbowmen once again lost the opportunity to attack and could only continue to move. The black iron car in front rushed forward, pushing away countless insect swarms, and the last 180-degree turn drift allowed the two fire dragon guards on the back to directly face the ancient tree. Preheating completed, fuel loaded, request ignition. Fire dragon guard requested instructions. Su Yang's eyes flashed, and he shouted orders. Gear 5 ignition. Boom. The two fire dragon guards opened fire at full power, and thick fire dragon spewed out. In Gear 5, the fire dragon guard can spit out tongues of fire up to 200 meters away. And now the ancient tree blocked all 4 tongues of fire, and the blazing red flames went up along the thick trunk. The sounds of countless babies crying were heard all around, and the giant trees waved their thick branches in an attempt to overturn the black iron guards. Unfortunately, the black iron guard and the fiery horse are not in the same league at all, and this huge machine didn't move at all. The high-temperature flames continued to burn, and the giant tree released countless purple mists to resist the damage of the flames. However, this trick doesn't work well against the fire dragon guards who are firing at full power. Soon the flames rushed up and instantly covered the entire trunk of the giant tree. Eeyore. The forest was filled with sharp screams and the branches lashed like mad. Ashes have begun to fall from the sky. Without the threat of the poisonous sac brainworms in the rear, the armored crossbowmen reformed their formation and began to counterattack. Round after round of explosive arrow rain fell, and tides of stinging insects fell down in large numbers. Eeyore. A final shrill scream was heard, and the giant tree finally collapsed under the burning of the fire dragon guards. The branches that were directly baked by the flames were completely carbonized, and the huge body lost its support and began to slowly tilt to one side. This time Su Yang saw the true height of the giant tree. The body under the fog only accounted for half of the giant tree, and the whole tree was 20 meters high. Boom. The fall of the towering trees created a violent dust storm, crushing countless plants. At the same time, a system prompt sounded on Su Yang's panel. Kill level 13 Tyrannid Queen, Wisteria Symbiotic Variant, command value plus 1,730 bonus. Obtain Expert E-level drop, Heart of the Hive quality plus 1. Greatly improved technology research and development and construction speed. Note, the numbers shown here have not been added. For example, killing the Tyrannid Queen gives 1,700 points, but after multiplication, the actual amount is 2,210 points. Get the E-level drops from loot experts, which become legendary E-level drops after bonus. Trigger event, Call of the Shadow level 1. You have destroyed the stability of nature. Zerg activity in the current area has intensified. At the same time when Su Yang triggered the event, the Spanish Lord Tang Ji also received the same prompt. Trigger event, Call of the Shadow level 1. You have destroyed the stability of nature. Zerg activity in the current area has intensified. The Spanish Lord Tang Ji, whose soldiers were stationed obediently in the territory, was dumbfounded. There was a blank look in his eyes. Who did I recruit? Chapter 139 Colonial Strategy, Happy Spain. Kill level 13 Tyrannid Queen, Wisteria Symbiotic Variant, command value plus 1,730 bonus. Obtain Expert E-level drop, Heart of the Hive quality plus 1. Greatly improved technology research and development and construction speed. Obtain Expert D-level drop, Nature's Bite quality plus 1. You can unlock the poison enchantment at the alien experiment station, which can cause poisoning effects after damaging the enemy. You have destroyed the stability of nature. Zerg activity in the current area has intensified. Trigger event, Call of the Shadow level 1. Discover a new Zerg tribe, Natural Tribe. Achievement, everyone is responsible for destroying the environment, command value plus 2,000. The giant tree fell, and a series of achievements emerged, which surprised Su Yang. Could it be that the queen insect and this giant tree coexist in symbiosis, and the giant tree is the queen insect's body? As the giant tree fell, the remaining insect swarm suddenly fell into chaos. The crossbowmen opened fire at full capacity and spent another 10 minutes to kill the remaining poisonous insects. The poisonous fog drifted upwards and quickly dissipated in the mist above. The battle ended just as the divination had predicted, with some difficulties but victory. And even the debuff buff given was perfectly utilized. Su Yang was very satisfied with the accuracy of the astrology tower. It was much more accurate than the blind fortune tellers on the street. As for the reason why this battle was difficult, it was mainly because the armored troops had no protection against poison. Even wearing iron armor, soldiers still need to breathe. The poisonous mist contained in the air cannot be defended against by armor. To deal with the poisonous fog, Su Yang envisioned two methods. One is to use drugs to enhance the soldier's physique, or provide resistance to relevant poisons, so that they can become monsters like Ming Tian. The other is to equip the armor with protection such as gas masks, which can isolate various toxic substances. The poison this time is not too strong. After quickly leaving the range of the poisonous fog, there will only be some after effects of mental fatigue. If we continue to go deeper into the shadow zone in the future, we will definitely encounter a more toxic race. If there is no poisonous fog protection, the frontline armored warriors will not be able to fight against the Zerg at all. Although there were some twists and turns, Su Yang was very satisfied with the spoils this time. The enemy killing command value is 32,900 points, and after the bonus it reaches 42,700 points. I won a considerable reward in the first battle in the new area. What is certain is that the Shadow Zone is a high-level Zerg area, just like the Crystal Mine Zone in the north. Exploring these two areas will surely bring many unexpected rewards. Apart from the spoils of war, the most important gain from this battle is the edible fruit. Even if we don't plant any crops in this area, transporting all the crops back can solve the territory's food storage problem for half a month. If we can develop the right planting techniques in the future, the value of these fruits will be even more amazing. Su Yang ordered the soldiers to carry the fruits onto the black iron cart. Today's exploration in the Shadow Zone ends here. If we go deeper, there will be too many variables. The Lord's Hall was opened during the move, and Su Yang opened the Lord's Hall to check as usual. After the last battle, the enemy and friend relationships between the alliances were further confirmed, which led to a significant decline in the activity level of the Lord's Hall. Everyone is afraid that speaking in the hall will expose relevant information, except for some people. Opera Lord, oh my god, who knows what this is going on? All my soldiers are in the territory and have not gone out to fight, but the threat level has increased by 1 level today. Does the threat level automatically increase over time? This is unscientific. Lord of the United States, oh, it seems that Brother Su Yang is about to meet up with you. Theater Lord, huh? What does this mean? Lord of England, stop talking, let's chat privately. Su Yang's eyes flashed. It seemed that he had entered the Zerg area where Zabanya was. This is good news, as the meeting of allies can undoubtedly provide a lot of help. Although the help provided by Spain is certainly limited, this guy still hasn't figured out that the mysterious person in the heart of the hive is himself. He also told the news of his approach in the Lord's Hall. In this way, other lords can roughly calculate his current exploration range, which is a reveal of not a small amount of information. Otherwise, for the sake of being an ally, Su Yang would have planned to kill him first. The message flashed, and the English lords established an English alliance group chat independent of the Lord's Hall. After entering the stage of fierce competition, the system provides more ways of chatting than just the Lord's Hall and private chat. If necessary, each lord can select any target to start a group chat. England Lord, Mr. Tongji, you are prohibited from speaking in the Lord's Hall from now on. Theater Lord, why? Lord of England, the one who descended into the heart of the insect tied with you is Su Yang. You have exposed his current exploration range. Lord Zapanya, the one in the insect nest with me is my eldest brother. How is this possible? If it was my eldest brother, he would have come to save me long ago. Alas, Su Yang was ashamed. He might as well kill this guy. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, describe the topography of your territory and I will send troops to scout. Theatrical Lord, big brother, is it really you? Why didn't you tell me earlier? My god, the hard times are finally over. You should have said it earlier. Su Yang raised his eyebrows. But it's hard to say whether your hard times are over. Su Yang definitely didn't send his troops there to serve as babysitters for nothing. He was attracted by Spain's production resources. Although Spain could not provide military assistance, their production facilities were invaluable. At that time, we will directly adopt a colonial strategy. I will provide you with protection, and you will provide me with cheap labor and various resources. The ancestors of Spain would never have imagined that Spain, which once had colonies all over the blue planet, would one day be colonized by others. Lord Zabanya, I am in a depression, surrounded by dense forests. There is no exploration beyond this. I dare not go out at all. Su Yang smiled. He was still in the most ordinary dense forest area. It seemed that this kid really didn't dare to leave the territory at all. It's a pity that Spain does not have a policy of isolation, otherwise it would be very suitable for him to use. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, can you see the fog in the sky? Lord Zabanya, yes, there is an area in the northeast corner that has been covered in fog. If it is indeed the same shadow area, then Spain should still be in the southwest. Su Yung quickly identified the area of Spain in his mind. The territory of Daqin can finally be expanded. Chapter 140, Territory Expansion, Insect Swarm Attack. The Opera Lord, Boss Su, please come quickly. I am worried here every day. Dragon Lord, don't worry, I'll be there soon. Lord Zabanya, you are worthy of being the boss. Allies should help each other. When you come, I will treat you with the most sumptuous food. Food? Su Yang's mind flashed. Yes, since the Spanish have been staying around the territory and dare not go out, how do they solve the food problem? In the early stage, we could only snatch food from the Zerg's mouths. Dragon Lord, how do you get food? Lord Zabanya, breadfruit, thorn fruit, and a bunch of other fruits grow around my territory. There are also big birds that often come to eat the fruits. I can never finish all the food. Su Yung was silent about this luck. I crossed more than 100 kilometers and fought the Zerg for a long time before I finally got some fruits. He was actually born directly in the orchard. Now we have to take down the Spanish opera. The area where I am picking fruits now actually does not have dense fruit trees but are scattered everywhere. This shows that although this area can grow this kind of fruit tree, it is not very suitable. And according to the description of the opera singer, his place is simply a rich and fertile land. There are all kinds of plants and animals, so not only can you eat your fill, you don't even have to worry about nutritional balance. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, if you have any more specific description, I will rush over today. Lord Zabanya, Big Brother is so kind to me. I have no way to repay your kindness. Elizabeth's eyebrows twitched as she watched the conversation between the two. Was this the real-life version of letting a wolf into the house? If it was just to help Spain, there was no reason for Longwood to be so anxious. The reason why Su Yung was so interested must be that there was something good in Spanish opera. The naive Lord of Spain thought that the Dragon Kingdom came just to help him. However, as allies, Elizabeth felt that Su Yung would not do anything to directly destroy the Spanish territory. Moreover, if the two countries did not have a deep hatred, there are actually ways to gain more benefits than destroying the territory. Colonial. This is a strategy that can only be adopted by civilizations with a conquering nature, such as England, the United States, and Japan. When you defeat a country, you can choose to colonize it instead of destroying it. This way the country can continue to develop, and you can gain ownership of all of the country's resources and scientific research facilities except the military. You can send troops to garrison the territory and build various defense or scientific research buildings in the territory. All new resource facilities brought by the upgrade of the territory's main base are also under your control. Destroying a country is like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, obtaining all its resources at once. Colonizing a country is like sowing seeds. You have to spend certain resources and time in the early stage, and you can get more benefits in the future as it grows. If there is no hatred or immediate need, colonization would be a better choice. Although being colonized was somewhat humiliating, Elizabeth felt that being colonized by the Dragon Kingdom was actually not bad. At least with Su Yang's character, he would not really do anything to humiliate the colonized. And you can get powerful military protection just by providing resources. Although this will not allow us to compete for a higher ranking, it can at least ensure that the country is not affected by natural disasters. The small countries in the alliance that did not develop well in the early stages would definitely be happy to be colonized by the Dragon Kingdom. But there is another problem, that is, colonialism is not something that all civilizations can practice. Only conquering civilizations have the option of colonization, while ordinary civilizations only have the option of destruction. Could it be that the Qin dynasty also had the same conquering attributes as other civilizations such as England? Elizabeth was a little confused. Isn't Dragon Country a peace-loving civilization? After Su Yung and Tang Ji discussed some details, Elizabeth spoke. Lord of England, Dragon Country and Spain have set a good example for us. Now you can explore outward as soon as possible and release information about your own region. The era of conquest has begun. We must unite quickly on the big map, otherwise we may be attacked by other alliances in the future. Su Yung nodded. What Elizabeth said made sense. Now is not the time to hide in the early stages. Weak countries need to quickly find allies and establish connections. If we wait until other countries unite into a larger force, it will be easy to destroy. Fortunately, most lords are not as smart as Tang Ji. Everyone told more or less the news about their area. However, this information is really limited, because they have not yet developed vehicles, and the scope of exploration is really limited. Su Yung felt that many lords would probably be eliminated in this round of alliance. After the discussion, Su Yung left the Lord's Hall. After withdrawing, he told the scouts all the relevant information and asked them to set off directly to the southwest to search for the Spanish territory. The sooner you discover the Spanish territory, the sooner you can get additional resource income. Su Yang did not plan to let the remaining troops return, but to leave them there on standby. Once the scouts discover the Spanish territory, this group of troops can march directly to take over the Spanish territory. If the return trip is not taken into account, the maximum driving distance of the Black Iron car is over 300 kilometers. This distance should ensure reaching the Spanish territory. After arriving at the Zapania territory, you can directly go through the colonization procedures to transform it into a Qin stronghold. At that time, various resources will be exchanged, and the troops will be able to obtain supplies in the Spanish territory. There are simply too many benefits to be gained from colonizing a territory. Not only can it serve as a supply point, but also as a transit point for expeditions and explorations into more distant areas, thereby expanding the influence of the troops. You can also obtain ownership of all resources and the right to operate various facilities within your territory, thereby increasing territory income. With its own protection, Spain no longer needs to develop its army or research any technology. Directly upgrade the main base and resource buildings all the way to provide logistical support for the Qin expedition. Zapania gained protection and Daqin gained resources. The best of both worlds. Great fun. Su Yang's face was full of smiles. It is true that a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. If I hadn't left a good impression on the Spanish Opera House, they wouldn't have been so enthusiastic in inviting me to visit them. With abundant food resources and additional mineral resources, he can't wait to visit Spain. Looking back to the past, those Western powers relied on advanced technology and military strength to conquer and colonize everywhere and seize countless resources. Now that the times have changed and we have become the greatest power, we must not give up this opportunity and must let the foreigners experience the majesty from the East. As I was daydreaming, an alarm suddenly flashed in my mind. The two scouts who stayed in the north to explore detected a large swarm of insects advancing towards the territory. Su Yang's eyes flickered. The insect swarm attacked during the day. Chapter 141 Biological Weapons, a tough battle. The joint chat room of the Rice Alliance and the Japanese Alliance. All the lords of the two major alliances plus the Tianju Alliance of the Independent Alliance are here. Lord of Japan, it means that Dragon Country has not unlocked oil and vehicles. They have already crossed at least 100 kilometers. U.S. Lord, if the Independence Alliance did not provide oil, then they must have mined the oil themselves. Iraq, impossible. Who else but the 6 countries in the Middle East can produce such a large amount of it? U.S. Lord, this is Dragon Country. Their units have stealth capabilities, and their units can withstand tanks. We can no longer judge them by any previous standards. Daqin is not on the same technology tree as us. Lord Tianju, what should we do? It seems like we can't compete with them at all. Lord of the United States, I said we should work together to fight the enemy. In Heroes of the Storm, each of our countries only has 100 units. This is not our full strength at all. If we set up a battle line, how could we not defeat them with the firepower of our 3 major alliances? They only have 1 leader, but we have no limit on the number of tanks and artillery we can build. He can handle 1 artillery piece and 1 tank, but can he handle dozens of tanks or dozens of artillery pieces? Turkey, as long as we sacrifice our lives, God will forgive our mistakes and give us strength. The ocean is already formed, followed by a sky full of stars, and he is getting closer and closer to us. Lord of the United States, Mr. Erdem, are you mentally ill? We are talking about serious matters. Lord of Japan, there are also biological weapons. No matter how strong the steel armor is, it cannot withstand biological weapons. Anthrax, plague, cholera bacteria, smallpox virus, mustard gas, hydrogen chloride, VX nerve toxin. No matter what method is used, Japan must wash away the humiliation. The biological and chemical weapons that Tojo Incan mentioned were somewhat horrifying, and all the lords knew that Japan and some other countries did have the option of biological and chemical weapons. This cruel killing weapon is extremely terrifying even in forbidden areas. After a brief silence, the American lord spoke to break the silence. U.S. Lord, the method of dealing with them can be discussed later. Now all lords must make exploration their top priority. Only by exploring the map of this round of forbidden land as soon as possible can we carry out subsequent deployment. Now, please let each lord convey the information of your area, and I will summarize it. Rustle. Countless strange insects were flying through the dense forest, heading towards the Qin dynasty's territory. 2 scouts riding flaming horses followed closely on the side. Su Yang switched to the scout's perspective, and the scene before him gave him a great shock. Behind the tidal wave of insects, there was a giant insect at least 15 meters tall. It walks on 2 legs as thick as giant trees, and every step it takes causes mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Going upwards are 4 gigantic insect blades, each with teeth as big as a human head. The most exaggerated part is its head, a huge hammer-shaped hard object covered with a thick light blue crystal shell. Except for his head, his entire body was covered with a hard light blue crystal shell. In addition to a huge siege beast and an ordinary group of stinging insects, Su Yang also saw a new species in the rear. Compared to the stinging insects, which are more like spiders, this latter group is more like praying mantises. The important thing is that their way of moving is completely different from that of stinging insects. They all use jumping. Moreover, their jumping height is amazing, and they can reach a height of about 6 meters during normal marching. The limestone insects swarm in the crystal mining area. Su Yang's eyes flashed. This scene was really grand. At this rate, the insect swarm will reach the territory in 1 hour. Even if the team led by Meng Tian and Li Xian ran away, they would never be able to come back. He is the only one who can command this battle. Fortunately, we expanded the team last week. Otherwise, we would be doomed if there were only 20 soldiers left in the territory like before. Excluding the teams that have been sent out, there are still 50 armored warriors, 40 armored crossbowmen, and 2 Skyfire guards and Fire Dragon guards left in the territory. The defending team had almost the same size as the one sent out to battle. Although there is no general in command, the territory still has defense tower facilities. And based on the experience of fighting against the Zerg in the crystal mining area, they prefer to charge with melee units. Units such as jet nematodes, crypt giant worms, and crusaders did not appear in their teams. This means there is no need to use the individual combat power of hero units to deal with any special units. This is a head-on battle between the soldiers of both sides. Considering the appearance of springtails and siege bugs, Su Yang dared not neglect the city wall construction any longer. With a flash of his mind, he invested the iron or resources into the city wall, quickly upgrading the outer perimeter of the city wall. As resources were invested, the originally gray-red copper city wall began to change rapidly. The height is raised to 16 meters, and the appearance changes from red copper to inky black iron wall. As soon as the iron wall appeared, the temperature in the territory dropped by 3 degrees. The whole city became colder and more majestic. In addition to the city walls, there are defense towers. In fact, new crossbow towers will be added with each upgrade. However, because Su Yang's focus has always been on external expeditions, he did not have time to build subsequent crossbow towers. Now that the army is approaching, we must make every effort to the utmost. There are a total of 10 crossbow turrets, and Su Yang placed them evenly on the north, east, and south. There is 1 at each of the 3 corners, and 2 in the middle of each city wall. In this way, there are 4 crossbow towers on the north side alone that can provide damage. With 10 crossbow towers and 1 Skyfire tower, Su Yang still has great confidence in this defensive battle. Faith is faith, but divination is still indispensable. Su Yang opened the astrology tower panel. This thing has magical power. Once you unlock it, you will want to divine everything, especially something that is so uncertain. Leadership value -5,000. War prediction is open. Astrology is being deduced. The war simulation is complete. The simulation of this battle is fierce. Deduction suggestion: do not attack with force, but use wisdom to defeat it, penetrate into the bone marrow, and kill instantly. Provides relief, hidden secret. After causing damage to all soldiers, the spread of poison increases by 20. The divination result is bad. Su Yang's eyes flickered, and he became alert. It took 2 generals, Li Xian and Meng Tian, to fight together to resolve the problem of Lin, but this time it was Li who was to blame. The danger level is really high. According to the disaster relief game below, the key this time is to use poison. Chapter 142 Crossbow Gun Modification, a magical weapon to deal with high armor. Use poison. When facing units with high armor, you must use attacks that ignore armor. Su Yang reacted quickly and directly opened the Shinnong Creation Institute panel. The previous battle with the natural Zerg dropped some poison-related modifications. Click on the Symbiotic Weapons column in Xenobiotic Research. Sure enough, a piece of technology lit up. Obtain Expert D-Level Drop, Nature's Bite, Quality +1. You can unlock the Poison Enchantment at the Alien Experiment Station, which can cause poisoning effects after damaging the enemy. Technology: Toxic Crossbow. My arrows are coated with poison. Research the poison sacs of the natural race and transplant their toxin-producing function to the crossbow. Function: organically combine the natural poison sac with the crossbow to form a symbiotic weapon. After the upgrade, each crossbow arrow of the crossbow is equipped with neurotoxins, which can paralyze the enemy's senses and quickly make them lose their ability to move. Legendary quality additional features. The durability of the neurotoxin is increased, and the target's ability to move is irreversibly weakened. Prerequisite technology. Level 4 Great Qin Armored Crossbowman. Only experienced crossbowmen can control living weapons. Unlocking cost. 1 Nature's Bite / every 20 transformations. Command value. 600 command value / each transformation. Time. 5 seconds. Symbiotic crossbow with neurotoxin added. Su Yang's eyes lit up. With this modification, any shot you take at an enemy will disable it. This can greatly reduce the speed of the Zerg's advance, and may also have a strong effect on the Zerg siege beasts. And because of the strategy of the Astrology Tower, the quality of Nature's Bite was upgraded by 1 level to the Legendary level. Legendary loot can bring improved characteristics whether used or modified. After the Legendary upgrade, the durability of the crossbow neurotoxin will be enhanced. Even after the enemy recovers, they will suffer irreversible damage to their mobility. The Legendary quality undoubtedly further enhances the effect of the crossbow. What's more, this enhanced effect is free. It's like getting it for free. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he excitedly invested in the command value. He felt that this modification was tailor-made to deal with high armor units. Command value minus 12,000. Technology Toxic Crossbow is being modified. With the investment of command value, the transformation was completed quickly. Su Yang's eyes widened when the modified crossbowman walked out of the barracks. This is the symbiotic weapon. After the modification, a device was installed in the front of the heavy crossbows in the hands of the crossbowman. It was not a mechanical device, but a lavender living substance attached to the front of the barrel. After being fired, the crossbow arrow will pass through the living matter at the muzzle and be attached with neurotoxins. Although it is living matter obtained from studying the Zerg, it does not look as disgusting as the Zerg. It has a smooth, streamlined appearance, and its lavender body blends perfectly with the barrel of the heavy crossbow. It looks like I bought a skin for the crossbow. Whether in terms of appearance or performance, Su Yang is very satisfied with this transformation. All preparations have been completed, and the next step is to welcome the attack of the insect swarm. Su Yang climbed up the Iron City wall and personally supervised the battle. 50 Qin armored warriors and 40 Qin armored crossbowmen were evenly deployed on the north wall on standby. With the sound wave detection device, Su Yang no longer needs to deploy troops on the 4 sides of the city walls to prevent sneak attacks. Now you can concentrate all your forces in one place, and then send out units if the Zerg want to break through other city walls by taking a detour. Their speed in taking a detour outside the city is definitely not as fast as the soldiers moving in a straight line between the city walls. In addition to the armored warrior units, Skyfire Guards and Fire Dragon Guards were also deployed. Although the artillery units were not very effective against the Limestone tribe, Su Yang still ordered 2 Fire Dragon Guards to climb onto the city wall. 2 Skyfire Guards were located under the city wall, ready to control the Skyfire Tower. This is a city defense battle with no retreat, so we have to use it even if the effect is not strong. News came from the scouts that the swarm of insects was about to enter the range of the Skyfire Tower. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he ordered the Skyfire Guard soldiers under the city wall to operate the Skyfire Tower and start it, and switched the view to the frontline scouts. From the scouts' perspective, the limestone stinging insects with a light blue glow were moving forward rapidly. Swarms of stinging insects covered the ground like a blue ocean. The range of the Skyfire Tower is 300 to 800 meters, and the swarm is indeed approaching the range. Skyfire Tower start. Su Yang ordered. 2 Skyfire Guard soldiers quickly took their positions and activated the Skyfire Tower. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The humming sound from the Skyfire Tower became louder and louder, and the thick heating coil became redder and redder. Prepare the earth-shattering bomb. A huge meteorite-like explosive rock with a diameter of 1.5 meters rolled into the launch cabin of the Tianhua Tower. The Skyfire Tower is just an enlarged version of the Skyfire Guard. It has the same effect, but its caliber is more terrifying. The Skyfire Tower's counterpart to the Skyfire Guard's Skyfire Bomb is the Burning Heaven Bomb, and the counterpart to the high explosive bomb is the earth-splitting bomb. Because the high temperature of the flames had little effect on the Limestone clan, Su Yang chose the earth-splitting bomb, which had a smaller range but greater power. The Skyfire Tower has been deployed, and the Earth Shatter Bomb has been loaded. Target calibrated, requesting launch, the soldier responded. Su Yang stared calmly at the movement trajectory of the insect swarm, waiting for the best time to launch. Fire! Su Yang gave the order when the insect swarm reached a certain point. Boom! The Skyfire Tower was launched, and a huge roar sounded. The whole Earth sank. The ignited earth-shattering bomb rose into the sky and shot towards the target location. The scouts who received the transmission information evacuated quickly, as the power of the Skyfire Tower did not allow them to observe the situation at close range. Boom! Not long after they retreated, the earth-shattering bomb fell. The flames formed by the explosion were like a rising sun, directly engulfing the explosion area. Everything within 50 meters of the impact point was directly shattered by the explosion, followed by an extremely strong shock wave. With the landing point as the center, it expands outward rapidly. The crystal spores around the ground were exploded in circles, and some were even uprooted. Even the scouts who had retreated nearly a kilometer felt the strong impact. Kill level 13 Tyranitar Titanium Crystal Thornworm, variant, command value plus 130, 30 bonus. Kill level 13 Tyranitar Titanium Crystal Thornworm, variant, command value plus 130, 30 bonus. Kill level 12 Tyranitar Titanium Crystal Thornworm, variant, command value plus 120, 30 bonus. This bombardment hit the center of the front-end troops of the insect tide. A series of kill prompts instantly appeared on Su Yang's panel. At least 50 stinging insects died directly from the explosion, and countless more were seriously injured. High armor? Impact protection? It's just an excuse for insufficient caliber. Chapter 143 The Fifth Generation of Insect Tide, Fierce Offensive. Seeing the level 13 Titanium Crystal Stinger, Su Yang realized that this round of attack might be a fifth-generation insect swarm. Generally, the level of stinging insects is at the lowest level in the generation system, and it is impossible for them to be at the same level as the mother insect. The level of the fourth-generation queen insect is between 11 and 13, and the stinging insects it produces cannot be level 13. Therefore, the level 13 Titanium Crystal Thorn Bug is obviously produced by a higher generation of queen bug. This battle might be his first time to fight against the fifth generation of Zerg. After the bombing of the Skyfire Tower was over, the two soldiers immediately withdrew and drove the Skyfire Guard back onto the city wall. It takes a full 5 minutes for the Skyfire Tower to cool down after each shot. This time is enough for the swarm of insects to rush under the city wall. Therefore, in every siege battle, the Skyfire Tower can basically only fire once. When the Skyfire Guards climbed up the city wall, the figure of a giant creature slowly emerged in the distance. The Zerg siege beast. Su Yang switched back to his own perspective. The target was very clear, and there was no need for a scout's perspective. Prepare the Skyfire Bomb. Su Yang ordered again. The damage caused by the Skyfire Guard shells to the titanium crystal worms was limited. So Su Yang did not intend to use them to kill the enemy, but to use them to restrict the enemy. After the insect swarm entered the designated range, Su Yang ordered the Tianwei to launch. The Skyfire Bomb rose deep into the sky and then landed on the ground, making a loud explosion. Unlike in the past when the land would be turned into scorched earth directly after the explosion, now there will be a sea of fire remaining in the area after the explosion dissipates. It was a sea of fire consisting of burning gelatinous fuel covering the entire ground. These substances burn extremely well, and there is almost no way to extinguish the flame except to burn out. The explosion power of the Skyfire Bomb is not enough to kill the stinging insects directly, but the swarms of insects passing through the sea of fire will be covered with fuel, caught on fire, and baked by the continuous high temperature. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, Skyfire bombs fell to the ground, covering the path of the Zerg's advance with a sea of fire. The originally light blue swarm of insects all burned up and turned into a red tide. Soon, more kill prompts appeared on Su Yang's panel. Those Zerg whose armor was shattered by the shock wave could no longer endure the high temperature and soon died in the flames. After bombing and flames, the angry swarm finally approached the city wall. But what awaits them is not easy fat meat. Instead, it is an 18-meter-high black iron great wall, like a mountain, and a deadly rain of armor-piercing arrows. Shoot! When the insect swarm entered the crossbowmen's shooting range, Su Yang gave the order. Whoosh whoosh. The crossbowmen who were ready to fire immediately fired, and one armor-piercing arrow after another poured down from the city wall. Su Yang asked the modified crossbowmen and ordinary crossbowmen to shoot alternately. The effect is very significant. The crossbowman holding the living crossbow only needs to shoot the alien insects with cracks in the crystal shell. The neurotoxins will quickly flow into the body along the cracks, combined with the accelerated toxic diffusion rate provided by the astrology tower. The stinging insect that is shot will instantly fall to the ground within 2 seconds, and the dizziness and paralysis will last for almost 5 seconds. The toxin is even more effective than when it's released by the natural swarm on the armored soldiers. The modified crossbowmen are responsible for knocking down the front row stinger Zergs. while the ordinary crossbowmen are responsible for completely penetrating the armor and shooting the paralyzed Zergs. 5 seconds is enough time for a crossbowman to shoot these stinging insects twice. Even if some of them managed to escape the final blow, their mobility would be much worse after they got up. Not only will the speed slow down, some will even go in the opposite direction. The sharp armor-piercing arrows combined with the crossbowman's extremely accurate shooting left those stinging insects whose armor had cracks nowhere to escape. Under the alternating shooting of the two types of arrows, the insect swarm stopped outside the territory and could not move forward at all. This situation was not broken until a new type of Zerg appeared. Following closely behind the flaming titanium crystal stingers are new types of Zerg capable of jumping. After reaching the city wall, they displayed even more amazing mobility. In addition to their terrifying jumping ability of up to 10 meters, they can also spread their wings and glide briefly in the air. And unlike the reckless stinging insects, they will consciously change their trajectory to disrupt the crossbowman's aim. These springtails easily crossed the area where the stinging insects were blocked and moved rapidly towards their territory. Form a battle line and meet the enemy. Su Yang roared and gave the order. He had no doubt that these guys could climb the city wall. Chilala. 50 armored warriors lined up on the city wall took out their fuel chain swords at the same time. The engine started, and the chainsaw at the front of the blades started spinning wildly, making a terrifying roar. The warriors took a step forward and came to the edge of the city wall. The hybrid power system started to operate, and the propulsion devices of each joint began to accumulate power. They did not use shields, but instead adopted a full-force offensive posture with swords held in both hands. The army of sharp warriors in this form is a terrifying killing weapon that can quickly crush all invading enemies. Boom! The Zergling troops approached the city wall, and 2 fire dragon guards on the flanks spewed out flames. The flames crossed above the city wall, engulfing the springtails. The next second, these springtails jumped out of the flames, used the middle section of the wall to gain momentum, and directly climbed onto the wall. Kill! Su Yang shouted angrily. The Qin warriors swung their swords at the enemy. Before the springtails could land, the rapidly rotating chainsaws attacked. The interlaced blades quickly shattered their crystal armor and then cut through their bodies. The Zerglings screamed back, their blades larger and sharper than those of the stinging insects. One strike of the sword could even cut directly through the steel armor of the warriors. Under Su Yang's command, the crossbowmen gave up the difficult-to-aim springtails and set their sights on the stinging insects in the front row. The crazy Zerglings broke through the arrow defense and faced the armored warriors on top of the city wall. Steam gushing, chainsaws spinning, cutting, insects chirping, roaring, countless sounds mixed together and poured out. Thick white fog, burning black smoke, sparks from cutting steel, flying limbs and blood. Chaos and brutality were taking place at every turn on the city wall. The flames were raging, the insects were roaring, and the entire armored team was caught in a fierce battle. The Zerg siege beast roared onto the scene at this moment. It used its huge head covered with thick crystals to block the arrows from the sky. Then he leaned over and charged towards the north gate, his clumsy and huge body bursting out with astonishing speed. Boom, boom, boom. The earth is shaking. The siege bugs charged towards the city wall step by step. Su Yang felt that the entire city wall was shaking. Chapter 144. The city is broken. Titanium Crystal Crusher. Everyone change your target and shoot the siege bug's legs. Su Yang gave the order, but the sudden acceleration of the siege bug caused him to miss some time to shoot. Fortunately, the crossbowmen responded quickly enough and immediately changed their targets. A black rain of arrows fell in an instant. Whoosh whoosh. The dense sound of breaking through the air sounded, and it felt like the eardrums were about to be cut. Hundreds of high-speed armor-piercing arrows shot towards the siege worm's knee joints. In order to ensure flexibility of movement, the armor in that area cannot be too thick. The arrows hit the crystal shell with a sharp, clanging sound. Sensing the firepower of the crossbowmen, the army of Zerglings that continued to surge onto the city walls changed their attack targets. They gave up fighting against the warriors and all rushed towards the crossbowmen. Even if it costs his life, he must stop the crossbowmen shooting for a moment. They are covering the siege bugs. They want the siege bugs to break through the city gates. Defend with all your strength. Su Yang shouted with all his might. Unfortunately, his shouting could not add any buff to the soldiers. In this situation, Su Yang further realized the importance of generals. Dong! A strong shock came over him, and Su Yang almost lost his balance. At the last moment, the crossbowman failed to penetrate the armor of the siege bug, causing it to crash headfirst into the iron gate. Fortunately, the The city gate had been upgraded once, so the siege bug only knocked the upper part of the gate and deformed it, but did not actually break through. The siege bug, which was almost as tall as the city wall, stood in place and continued to hit the iron gate with its headbutt. At the same time, it swept the upper part of the city wall with its huge bug blade. In order to escape, many sharp soldiers and crossbowmen had to jump off the city wall. The height of 18 meters plus the weight of the armor almost destroyed the armor. Moreover, the attack on the city wall was further weakened, and it took longer to penetrate the armor of the siege bugs. Fortunately, without the blessing of sprint kinetic energy, the damage of the siege bug's headbutt to the city wall is very limited. Su Yang was extremely glad that he chose to upgrade the city wall, which gave him time to save the situation. Boom. Boom. The siege bugs' headbutts hit the city gate one after another. The enormous force caused the iron city gate to wail. The deformation that the metal could withstand had reached its limit. Soon this huge city gate will collapse and the swarm of insects will rush in. Under the protection of two sharp soldiers, Su Yang was quickly transferred to the ground through the elevator. At the same time, he called up the panel and quickly switched to the Imperial Armor Battalion module. Although he is not likely Xian or Meng Tian who can lead his troops into the enemy camp, but he also possesses the exclusive abilities of a lord. If you can't beat them, spend money. Command value minus 52,000. Level 4 Great Qin Armored Warriors, 40 summoned. Level 4 Great Qin Armored Crossbowmen, 20 summoning. Su Yang put himself on command with tears in his eyes, and the Imperial Armor Camp started to operate rumblingly. Due to fuel limitations, the number of troops that the territory can support has reached its limit, so Su Yang did not choose to recruit troops at the beginning. But now the city gate is about to be broken. Who cares about so many things? All the command value is all in. The newly summoned troops rushed out of the Royal Armor Camp and quickly took their positions according to Su Yang's instructions. All troops in formation. Su Yang stood on the city wall in the Lord's district and gave orders. In front of him, the 40 newly summoned armored warriors and 20 armored crossbowmen were ready. The crossbowmen on the outer city wall also evacuated to the north, as ordered by Su Yang, and regrouped in the west and east. The north is left to the sharp warriors to fight against the Zerglings. Their mission is to work together with the newly summoned soldiers to resist the alien insects that are about to pour into the city walls. Hum hum. The city gate let out a final wail before being rammed open by the siege bugs. The huge gears and mechanical parts behind the door collapsed instantly and flew out in all directions. Two pure iron city gates, nearly 15 meters high and 2 meters thick, collapsed inward with a loud bang. Boom. There was a powerful explosion, followed by huge dust and shock waves. This is the first time the gate has been breached since the construction of the city wall in the territory. Roar. The siege beast let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, sounding the Zerg's final offensive. Without the crossbowmen to block them, the stinging insects swarmed in and poured into the city like a tide. Their bodies were bathed in flames, like demons from hell. Kill! Su Yang roared. All crossbowmen fired arrows at the same time, and the first choice target was still the siege bugs. There is no way to win this battle unless this giant beast falls. Whoosh whoosh. Arrows shot from all directions, aiming directly at the siege bug's thick legs. The 40 newly summoned armored warriors stepped forward with shields and held off the attack of the thorn insect tide. The battle between humans and Zerg shifted from in front of the city wall to inside the city wall, and its intensity did not diminish in the slightest. The insect swarm became crazy amid the roar of the siege insects, and surged towards the armored warriors' line in waves. The armored soldiers also showed absolute resilience at the last moment and fought back with all their might. Amid the arrows that covered the sky, a sudden bang was heard. It was like the crisp sound of lake ice that had been frozen for thousands of years breaking. A gap appeared behind the knee of the siege worm's left leg. With that gap as the source, countless spiderweb-like cracks quickly emerged. Finally it broke. Su Yang's eyes trembled. The moment the siege insect's defenses were broken, countless poisoned arrows pierced into the gap. The toxin quickly flowed in along the cracks and acted on the huge body of the siege worm. It seemed to sense something unusual and let out a terrible howl. But the cry soon died down, as the neurotoxin had already invaded its body. Its whole body trembled, and its left leg fell to its knees without any warning. Next came the left side of the torso, and then the entire body. It took only 5 seconds from being broken to reacting, and a 15-meter-tall beast fell to the ground with a loud bang. Without any hesitation, the crossbowmen's arrows covered the bodies of the siege bugs like a dragnet. Before the crystal shell cracks, only a concentrated attack can cause effective armor-piercing damage. Once cracks appear in the crystal shell, shooting anywhere on the body can accelerate the collapse of the cracks. Countless arrows fell, and the cracks on the surface of the siege bug became more and more numerous and dense. With the last explosion, the crystal shell completely shattered. The crossbowman quickly switched to explosive arrows. In an instant, countless explosive arrows shot into the siege bug's body, causing an explosion. Bang, bang, bang. An explosion sounded, and dark blue blood mixed with gunpowder flowed out from all parts of the body. The giant siege bug that led 5 generations of insect swarms has finally met its end. Successfully killed a level 15 Tyranid Titanium Crusher, variant. Command value plus 1830 bonus. Chapter 145. The Road to Unification begins, level 5 main base. Successfully killed a level 15 Tyranid Titanium Crusher, variant. Command value plus 1830 bonus. Obtain common sea-level drops, titanium crystal fragments. You can unlock a series of technologies such as titanium mining and titanium crystal defense at the Alien Experiment Station. The prerequisite technology is not currently unlocked. Successfully killed the giant siege unit crusher. Unlocked achievement. Taishan Meteorite Drop, command value plus 4,000. The kill and achievement notification popped up, and the crusher fell to the ground with a bang. At that instant, all the crossbowmen changed their targets and fired continuous crossbow arrows directly at the army of sting insects that had entered the city. Swish swish. Without the crusher's restraint, the Imperial Armored Army was able to exert its full strength. The warriors kept swinging their swords and slashing, and the titanium crystal stinger's defense was like paper under the chainsaw swords. The crossbowmen fired with all their might, and the stinging insects in the territory fell to the ground in large numbers. Soon, the army of stinging insects in the city was completely wiped out, and the battle entered its final stage. Su Yang ordered the soldiers to disperse and clean up the remaining alien insect troops. Without the crusher's command, the remaining Zerg were in disarray. They were quickly destroyed by the pursuit of the armored soldiers. Kill level 13 Tyranid Titanium Crystal Stinger, variant. Command value plus 130, 30 bonus. Kill level 12 Tyranid Titanium Crystal Stinger, variant. Command value plus 120, 30 bonus. Kill level 13 Tyranid Titanium Brainworm, variant. Command value plus 650, 30 bonus. Kill level 13 Tyranitar Zergling, variant. Command value plus 195, 30 bonus. The final stage of the battle ended, and the thrilling siege finally came to an end. After this was over, Su Yang was not in a hurry to check the gains, but reviewed it immediately. As the territory develops, the strength of the city's defense should continue to increase. It is really inappropriate for such a dangerous city defense battle to occur at this stage of the trial. As for the emergence of this dangerous situation, the primary reason is the increased threat level, and the swarm may launch large-scale attacks during the day. However, due to the increase in exploration distance, it is impossible for the outbound troops to return quickly for defense. This would result in the same situation as this time, where the territory would forcibly meet the enemy with incomplete military forces and without a general. This is not a single problem. As the number of colonized territories increases in the future, other territories will also require defense, so the military forces will certainly not be able to be concentrated in one place like they are now. How to solve this problem? Su Yang's thoughts were surging. The easiest thing to think of is definitely to set up a standing army within the territory. This team does not engage in external combat, but only defends within its territory. And the number of personnel and combat power must match the current enemy. However, this method will consume a lot of resources and leadership, because Zerg sieges will definitely not be as frequent as going out to fight. Therefore, the standing army cannot continuously produce resources and leadership like the combat units going out. In most cases, they are simply a waste of resources. Moreover, in order to ensure that the standing army has the same combat power as the current Zerg level, a certain number must be guaranteed, which will increase the cost of maintaining the standing army. Because new units were summoned for this defense, the fuel production rate in the territory could no longer keep up with the consumption rate. If this method is used continuously, the consumption of various resources in the territory will definitely be a big problem in the future. In addition to the standing army, another method that comes to mind is to shorten the time it takes for soldiers to return as much as possible. For example, increasing vehicle speed and building vehicles with better performance. To go even further, you can even establish teleportation points directly in each territory so that soldiers can return quickly. Of course, this method can only be considered at present. It is hard to say whether even the Qin state has such black technology of transmission. Even if there is, It definitely requires a lot of prerequisites and can only be upgraded in the later stages. So now we can only use the stupid method, which is to establish a standing army with sufficient combat power. It takes a lot of resources to support so many troops. It is not enough for the territory to produce these resources on its own, and it is necessary to find a way to seize them from other enemies. Su Yang's eyes flashed. How could he live under the territory of the Great Qin without providing some supplies? After almost a month of procrastination, it's time to start the journey of unification. At that time, the countries that are obedient to the Qin dynasty will be directly conquered and then pay tribute to it regularly. Countries that were hostile to the Qin dynasty were directly defeated, enslaved, and forced to pay tribute. As for those scoundrels, we will massacre the city for 3 days and 3 nights, kill all 9 clans, and then take away all their resources. Thinking of this, Su Yang's mouth curled up slightly. This is the way of doing things in Daqin. This is Daqin. Suppressing his emotions, Su Yang returned to the analysis of this battle to defend the city. If you want to expand outward and accomplish the great cause of unification like Qin Shi Huang, you must defend your hometown. Apart from the problem of insufficient engineering combat power in the first territory to deal with the daytime, there was another problem in this breakthrough. That is, the armor-piercing damage of the troops needs to be further improved. The only ranged unit with armor-piercing capabilities right now is the crossbowman's armor-piercing arrows. Because of the emergence of the Limestone clan who can eat high-grade crystal ores to generate crystal shells for defense, this armor-piercing damage is obviously insufficient. The territory is in urgent need of better technology and armor-piercing weapons. The upper limit of the level 4 main base has been reached. Now there is only one way to improve the combat power: upgrade the main base. The level 5 main base will unlock a new technology called electricity. According to Daqin's technological characteristics, electricity will definitely be developed into a weapon of incredible power. The Limestone clan relies on swallowing metal to strengthen their outer shell protection. Metal is an excellent conductive material, so can electromagnetic weapons effectively kill them? Su Yang's mind was full of thoughts, but he quickly interrupted his train of thought. Thinking alone is useless. The most important thing is to do. If you want to know what improvements a level 5 main base will bring, just upgrade it. Su Yang opened the panel and carefully checked the resources needed for the level 5 main base. Main base, Lord's Mansion. Level 4, level 5. Unlock level 5 resource devices, level 5 defense facilities, level 5 scientific research buildings, level 5 armored camps, unlock farm buildings, unlock electromagnetic technology. Required for upgrade. Oil resources, 200 units. Coal resources, 1,000 units. Copper or resources, 1,000 units. Iron or resources, 2,000 units. Steel resources, 600 units. Stone mine resources, 2,000 units. Command value, 60,000 points. Time, 7D. Chapter 146, Sea of Dreams, Opera Territory. After checking the various resources needed for the main base, Su Yang opened the territory's current resource statistics panel. Territory resources. Water resources, stock, 1,532 units. Production rate, 400 units/day. Stone mine resources, stock, 1,516 units. Production speed, 900 units/day. Coal resources, stock, 1,261 units. Production rate, 510 units/day. Metallic copper, stock, 861 units. Production rate, 360 units/day. Metal iron, stock, 1,336 units. Production speed, 900 units/day. Steel resources, stock, 501 units. Production speed, maximum 200 units/day. Saltpeter resources, stock, 213 units. Production speed, 150 units/day. Zerg mass, 416. Bio-crude oil, 12 units. Production speed, maximum 500 units/day. Fuel resources, stock, 361 units. Production speed, 200 units. Maximum/day. Leading strategy, level 2, powerful and powerful. Level 1, national treasure. Level 1, peace and prosperity. Territory buff/debuff effects. Level 3 hero triumph. Duration, 56 to 43. Level 2 hero triumph, 56 to 43. Level 5 gaze of the abyss. Duration / command value, 71,352. Comparing the two resource panels, Su Yang quickly calculated the difference between the two in his mind. The first is oil resources, which require 200 units to upgrade. As mentioned before, The production capacity through biorefining is terrifying. If we ignore the need to refuel after the troops return, the current fuel reserves in the territory are sufficient for upgrading. No country can compete with this kind of production capacity except the 6 Middle Eastern countries. Next are coal and copper mines, which require 1,000 units. The consumption of copper ore is small, and it only takes 1 day to meet this demand. Although the coal reserves are high, it is because the troops have not returned yet to replenish fuel. It is conservatively estimated that the troops will consume 600 units of fuel if they return to replenish fuel. Therefore, at the current rate of coal production, it is impossible to store 1,000 units unless the soldiers are kept from going out to fight. Want to trade? Coal mines shouldn't be very valuable resources. Wait, Su Yang suddenly thought of something. We are about to control Spain, and the resource output of Spain will then be included in the territory. Spain must have a lot of basic resources like coal mines. Just a few coal resources, and you still want us, the Great Qin, to trade for them? Why not just ask other countries to pay tribute? Su Yang smiled, thinking that his ideas really needed to be changed. The next 2 items require 2,000 units of iron, ore, and stone, or respectively. Although the demand for these 2 resources is high, the output is also high. It can be completed just by waiting until tomorrow. The last one is the steel resource with a demand of 600. As a building with upgraded civilization characteristics, the Daqing Smelting Center has considerable production capacity. In the early and middle stages, the production capacity will be 200 units per day, a number that most countries cannot even dream of. The current stock is 500 units, and the daily output is 200 units. Excluding the cost of repairing armor and replenishing ammunition, the standard can also be reached in 1 day. Finally, there is the leadership value and construction time. The construction time was 7 days, and now Su Yang owns a legendary Hive Heart that has been upgraded through strategies. The legendary Hive Heart has legendary characteristics that can directly reduce scientific research or construction time by 5 days. It has an effect of 2 days longer than the expert-level Hive Heart, which can shorten the time by 3 days. In addition, the characteristics of the important equipment of the strategy state can reduce the construction time by 20, from 7 days to 5.6 days. Therefore, as long as you obtain another low-level Hive Heart, or wait for half a day, you can directly complete the upgrade of the level 5 main base. As for the command value, there is no need to worry about it. Although this defensive battle was extremely dangerous, it also set a record for the highest command value income. Just by killing enemies, I gained 50,350 points of command value. After the strategy increased the command value by 30, it directly reached 65,455 points. With the achievement, it directly reached 69,455 points. One battle can bring nearly 70,000 points of command value. The presidential command value obtained by many countries from killing enemies so far may not exceed this number. Because of the powerful combat capability of the Royal Armor Corps, the command value has always been the thing that Su Yang has least to worry about. After completing the statistics, Su Yang was very satisfied with the results. By tomorrow afternoon at the latest, the territory will be able to start upgrading the level 5 main base. By then, both technology and defense will be elevated to a new level. And the new technology is bound to make the Qin dynasty's path to unification faster. As the sky gradually darkened, Su Yang closed the panel and repaired all the walls of the territory. Then he asked the soldiers to simply clean up the battlefield and retreat back to the city. We experienced 2 major battles today, both against high-level Zerg, and reaped rich rewards. The next period of time is to wait, waiting for the accumulation of resources and the reconnaissance of the scouts in the southwest. As long as the scouts discovered the territory of Zapania, the Qin dynasty could take the first step on the road to conquest. By then, both the mineral food resources provided by the Spanish territory and its strategic significance as a stronghold will be of great help to the development of the territory. Su Yang wanted to stay awake to welcome the good news from the scout, but the bed in the mansion was too comfortable, and he fell asleep immediately. He had a dream in which he led the Qin army to conquer the entire Forbidden Area, then entered the underworld and penetrated the multiverse. Thanos, Belial, and the like were all killed instantly, and later when they were about to fire neutron-killing lasers at Tathagata Buddha, news came from the scouts. The Spanish territory has been discovered. Su Yang woke up with a start, spared Tathagata's life, and switched to the scout's perspective. As the perspective changed, a gorgeous world immediately flooded into Su Yang's eyes. Although he was also in the insect nest, he had never seen such a scene. The scout stood on the top of the hill, and below him was a sea of plants covered with various colors. The fruits of various plants, including wisteria trees, emit an extremely stunning light. Unlike the dazzling light of crystal spores like incandescent lamps, the light of all the plants here is very soft. The various colors are connected to each other, like a ribbon lingering at the bottom of the valley. The word dream is the most appropriate way to describe such a scene. The only drawback is that the Spanish territory is also located there. The simple territory is like a bald spot, lying across the dreamy ocean. However ugly it is, the value it brings is immeasurable. Su Yong asked the scouts to return to meet the main force and send a private message at the same time. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, my friend, benefits are coming soon. Chapter 147, Never Give Up, The Honor of Spain. When the news arrived late at night, the Spanish lord jumped up from his wooden bed in anger. This was the first time he slept peacefully at night. Previously, the level 1 wall of the territory was only 3 meters high, which was easy for the Zerg to cross. So he never dared to sleep at night, and could only take a short nap after dawn. I finally upgraded the 6-meter level 2 city wall these days, and I was thinking that I could finally have a good sleep at night. Who knew someone would actually send him a message in the middle of the night? Devil. It's a devil. Tang Ji roared angrily. I swear to God, whoever sent this message will become my Tang Ji's eternal enemy. Open the panel. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, my friend, benefits are coming soon. My God, Tang Ji exclaimed, and then smiled happily. Lord of the Opera, God bless you, brother, you are really here. When will your troops arrive? Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, tomorrow morning. Lord of Spain. Oh my God, thank you, brother, Dragon Kingdom is Spain's friend forever. As soon as the panel was closed, Tang Ji excitedly jumped off the bed and started dancing. Fuck God, fuck beauty sleep. At this moment, Tang Ji was no longer sleepy, and he directly opened the phone to inform the Spanish military of the good news. He knew that the Spanish military and people had never had a high opinion of him. But starting today, these views will completely change. Because he attracted a powerful ally like the Dragon Kingdom through his personal charm. Tomorrow morning, the Dragon Kingdom will send troops to the Spanish territory for protection. By climbing onto the thigh of the Dragon Kingdom, Tang Ji will lead Spain to reach new heights. To my dear military, I am Lord Tang Ji. Late at night, at the Spanish military headquarters, all the red alarm lights were on and the military building was brightly lit. All the high-ranking military officials of Zapania have gathered. Damn it, why did we pick such a loser? Don't say useless things. Now that the Dragon Kingdom is leading its army here, it definitely has no good intentions. Damn it. How could the Dragon Kingdom find us so quickly? This idiot must have revealed his position on his own initiative. He actually thought that the Dragon Nation was simply providing him with military support. How is that possible? With the huge disparity in combat power, we have no bargaining chips against the Dragon Nation. Forget about negotiations. It would be good if we can avoid becoming a colony. No, our Spanish Empire must not become a colony. The Spanish military chief slammed the table in anger. In the hearts of these honor-minded generals, Spain, as a country that shares the empire on which the sun never sets, with England, is one of the greatest civilizations on the planet. We must not become a colony of other countries. Does Dragon Country really have the option of colonization? I don't think I've ever heard of any history of conquest from them. Why are they in such a hurry to come here if there is no colonization option? Do they really want to support us? No matter what, we must not open the door to let the Dragon Kingdom in, the general said angrily. We have just entered the midterm stage. Any vehicle that can travel this far must be a light vehicle that can't carry many soldiers. Our walls have been upgraded. Our troop size is approaching 400, and some of our soldiers have been upgraded to level 2. If they can't transport their artillery units and only have a small number of infantry, we can completely rely on the city walls for defense. Send a message to that coward now, said the Spanish general. Find out what the Dragon Nation is up to. If they want to colonize us, we must defend them firmly. Even if there is a huge gap in strength, we must fight with all our might. The only thing weaker than the weak is the cowardly weak. Even if you lose by resisting, you can still make the other party look up to you in the subsequent negotiations. In any case, we can't just do nothing and let the Dragon Nation in. The next morning, the Spanish Lord Tang Ji stood on the 6-meter high copper-clad city wall with a dazed look on his face. He almost fainted when he saw the news last night. Asking him to defend the Dragon Kingdom? What's the difference between this and asking him to die directly? Is this damn honor so important? So what if the Dragon Kingdom wants to colonize them? Without the help of Dragon Country to win 2 team games, the territory cannot even be upgraded to level 2. Although he thought so, Tang Ji still deployed his soldiers on top of the city wall. When the boss arrived, it was almost time for the live broadcast to start. People across the country and his family and friends will watch the live broadcast. If he really did nothing and let Spain become a colony, even if he won the trial, he would not be a hero when he returned, but would instead be an object of scorn. He doesn't want to be a hero. He wants to be a hero. Tang Ji stared into the distance in a daze. He hoped that Su Yang came to support him only because he was worried about his safety. The Forbidden Area live broadcast is started. The official live broadcast room of Opera Spain. My God, I heard that the Dragon Nation is coming to invade us today. No way. I heard that they were here to support us. Anyway, we won't go to war with the Dragon Nation. That would be the end of us. The big screen flashed. The Spanish territory appeared, and Tang Ji led a group of soldiers to appear on the city wall. Oh my God, are they ready for war? It seems that the Dragon Kingdom is really going to invade us. How dare this coward defend the Dragon Kingdom? Tang Ji must have listened to the advice of the higher-ups. Otherwise, with his personality, he would never have dared to defend the Dragon Kingdom. Why do we have to fight? It's impossible to win. Not fighting, just letting them do whatever they want without fighting. It doesn't necessarily mean we can't win. The top brass must have thought it through carefully before issuing the defensive order. Longhua has gone through a long journey, so it is impossible for him to lead a large army. We have also upgraded the city walls so that we can defend it. Even if the defense fails, in the subsequent negotiations, Longhua will know that we, Spain, are not pushovers and will relax some of the conditions. If we just give up on defense, they will definitely drain us completely. Trust the higher-ups, trust Tang Ji, and protect the glory of Spain. Come on, Lord Tang Ji, defeat the evil invaders. Tap, tap, tap. Tang Ji heard a sound, the sound of footsteps coming from the top of the hill. The Dragon Kingdom troops are coming. The Dragon Kingdom troops are coming. Tang Ji's heart tightened, and his expression became solemn. He didn't know how to tell Su Yang that what he was doing was not hospitality at all. But on one side is the national honor, and on the other side is the big brother you make friends with. He simply didn't know how to choose. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was getting closer. Tang Ji stood on a 6-meter-high wall and looked down. The previous level 1 city wall was only 3 meters high, which was no different from a fence to the Zerg. Now that the city wall has been upgraded to a height of 6 meters, nothing can be directly crossed. But who would have known that the first enemy blocked by the new city wall would be the elder brother who had helped him? Tap, tap, tap. The ground shook, and a tall figure rushed out of the dense forest with a crash. The visitor was wearing iron armor and riding a flaming mechanical horse. Without waiting for Tang Ji to react, a man and a horse arrived at the foot of the city wall in an instant. Then the warhorse leaped up and passed over Tang Ji's head easily. Chapter 148, The True Strength of Dragon Country. Boom. The huge figure rode a warhorse and landed directly in the territory. Tang Ji turned around in horror, his eyes full of astonishment. The visitor was none other than the general sent by the Dragon Kingdom in the third battle of heroic spirits, Meng Tian. He hadn't felt it before from a god's perspective, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes, Tang Ji felt that Meng Tian was simply a giant. The Meng Tian in front of him, wearing iron armor, is nearly 3 meters tall, and the fiery horse under his crotch is the same. Even if Meng Tian was sitting, the combined height of the man and the horse was nearly 5 meters. So even though Tang Ji was standing on the city wall, he felt that Meng Tian was looking at him straight in the eye. This is a 6-meter-high wall, 6 meters. How could someone jump over it in one go? Tang Ji's eyes were dull, and his legs couldn't stop shaking. The words, "no trespassing," that I wanted to say were stuck in my throat. How can he resist this? The strongest city wall that had just been upgraded was destroyed in seconds. "Hello, General," Tang Ji managed to say with a wry smile. Forget about all the heroic glory. He doesn't want to be crushed into a meat pie by Meng Tian. Meng Tian nodded slightly and looked around. Why do you have a fence around the edge of your territory? Haha. Tang Ji laughed and then fell silent. Meng Tian didn't care about his emotions. He raised his hand and waved it. The 10-meter-wide Qinchi Road instantly extended to the entrance of the Zapanya territory. Seeing such a road, Tang Jiren was even more dumbfounded. What level of road is this? How come it is so wide just in the middle stage, and it is so flat? Boom. As soon as the road was paved, Tang Ji felt a tremor coming from the ground. It's the sound of the vehicle running. Meng Tian was just leading the way. The Qin troops were still behind. Tang Ji reacted and stared into the distance. This sound definitely can't be from a light vehicle. Boom, buzz, buzz. As Tang Ji finished his thoughts, a huge vehicle appeared from the top of the hill at the end of the road. It was a steel chariot, its silver-white shell gleaming in the sunlight. The engine roared like a wild animal, and thick white steam and black smoke continued to pour out. The iron chariot approached rapidly, and Tang Ji could see more details. The chariot was over 20 meters long, nearly 6 meters wide at the front, and its body was taller than the city wall where he was standing. And there were not just one steel chariot, but 3 in a row. How is this possible? How is this possible? What kind of terrifying production capacity is needed to produce so many huge monsters? The 2 championships only showed the tip of the iceberg of Dragon Nation's strength. In reality, they are even more terrifying. Gee! A sharp brake sound was heard, and 3 black iron heavy armored vehicles stopped in a vertical row at the gate of the Zapania territory. Tang Ji looked at the car roof that was as high as the city wall and couldn't help swallowing. He felt that the walls of Panya were just toys in front of the Dragon Kingdom. Chi-chi! A series of steam-gushing sounds were heard, and the doors of the first 2 black iron carriages opened. The steam-armored warriors and crossbowmen got off the first car, while the Skyfire Guards and Fire Dragon Guards got off the second black iron car. Seeing this iron army, Tang Ji smiled. Rebellion? What are you rebelling against? Why are you rebelling? The Dragon Kingdom was kind enough to bring powerful technology and civilization to their backward and barbaric place. They, the Spanish, didn't even have time to express their gratitude, yet they were actually resisting? It's so stupid. In the whole of Spain, he is the only truly smart person. Open the city gate. Welcome the boss. Tang Ji completely gave up resistance and ordered his soldiers to open the city gates. Rather than being afraid of returning to reality and being called a coward, he was more afraid of dying here. Under Tang Ji's order, the gate of the Zapania territory, which was not even as wide as Qin Shi Dao, slowly opened. Finally, the scout troops led by Li Xian arrived, and all the expeditionary forces of the Dragon Kingdom gathered in the territory of Zapania. The high-level meeting room of Spain. Looking at the Dragon Country troops gathered on the big screen, the Spanish high-level conference room fell silent. The general, who had just been cursing Tang Ji for being a coward and not daring to fight Meng Tian alone with his 400 soldiers, fell silent after seeing the entire Long Kingdom army. He seemed to have shrunk in size and slumped in the chair with lifeless eyes. The expert officers around were all speechless. No one could have imagined how Longwu could build such a large transport vehicle when it had just entered the middle stage. I originally thought that only a small team was coming, but now it seems that the Dragon Kingdom may have brought all its troops here. There are so many soldiers. Look, it seems they are determined to take us down today. What else can we do? They don't even take our city walls seriously. Why is there such a big gap? We were all born in the heart of the hive. It's over. Today, Spain will be shamefully reduced to a colony. What if they come here to cooperate? Not all civilizations have the trait of conquest. After Li Xian arrived at the Zapania territory, 3 options popped up in front of Su Yang. It has been detected that the troops have completely conquered the territory of another country. There are 3 options according to the characteristics of the Qin civilization. Please choose one to send a message to the conquered lord. Destruction. I will spread the flames of war to the whole world. Get the warmonger buff. Requirements to be met. Kill the lord, destroy the main base, and permanently erase the territory. Reward. All resources, spoils of war, and production facilities of the territory. Note, the production facilities obtained by this method cannot be upgraded. Conquer. I came, I saw, I conquered. Gain the World Conqueror bonus. Requirements to be met. Completely conquer the territory and sign a vassal treaty with its lord. Reward. Turn the territory into a vassal state and obtain ownership and control of all resources and buildings in the territory except the barracks. Note, countries that have become vassal states can still upgrade and develop normally, but the lord state can also control them as it wishes. Note, the lord state has the obligation to protect the vassal state. If the vassal state is destroyed, the lord state will suffer losses. Cooperate. Coming together is the beginning, unity is progress, obtaining the peacemaker bonus. Requirements to be met. Sign a peace and friendship treaty with a certain territory. Rewards. Each party will make a profit based on the contract terms. Note, the country that first violates the treaty will suffer a loss of benefits. Su Yang took a quick look at the options and clicked without thinking. Are you sure you want to destroy this country? Chapter 149, Vassal Treaty, Great Power Style. Are you sure you want to destroy this country? Oops, I clicked the wrong button. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he switched back to the Conquer option. From a long-term perspective, the benefits of the Conquest option will definitely be greater than Destruction. If you choose Destruction, you will suffer a great loss. Are you sure you want to conquer this country? Yes. Selection successful. Vassal state-related treaties have been generated. Please edit your message. If the conquered lord refuses the treaty, only the other 2 options can be chosen. Su Yang's thoughts flashed. Is there still an option of rejecting this? The imperial armored troops have already entered the Spanish territory, so Tang Ji should not have any idea of refusing. Moreover, the nature of Qin's conquest was to make it a vassal state rather than a colony. Although all resources are controlled by becoming a vassal state, it is still able to develop independently. In other words, they will ask the troop to pay tribute only when they have a need, and if there is no need, they will be left to develop on their own. Compared to those self-proclaimed civilized Europeans, this is already considered a merciful approach. If it becomes a colony, not only must the resources be handed over, but the country must also send troops to support the war effort. Not only do they have to provide people, but they also have to provide resources, and the entire country has been wiped out. Being colonized means becoming a slave at the national level. On the other hand, a vassal state can not only develop itself but also obtain protection from the lord state. If the identities were reversed, Su Yang believed that he would become a vassal state of Longwo without hesitation. Clicking on the private chat panel, Su Yang began to edit the conquest information. As the first territory of the Qin dynasty in the Forbidden Area, it must be fully ceremonial. Tang Ji suddenly trembled all over, as if death was approaching, and goosebumps broke out all over his body. Fortunately, this feeling came suddenly and went away quickly, as if someone was playing a joke on him. Not long after, a system message came. Now that our Great Qin is determined to expand its territory, we are willing to make Zabanya a vassal of the Great Qin so that we can join in the cause and coexist peacefully. With the protection of our Great Qin, you can keep your homeland peaceful and your people prosperous. If you sincerely submit and abide by the treaty, Daqin will grant you grace and share prosperity. If you are unwilling to submit, you will become an enemy of the Qin dynasty and seek your own destruction. May you think twice before acting and protect the country. The system thoughtfully translated Su Yang's message into Spanish and also sent a treaty to become a vassal state. Becoming a vassal state, the territory maintains sovereignty and can continue to develop. However, the Lord has the right to directly mobilize all resources and buildings in the territory except the barracks. Becoming a vassal state can gain protection from the Lord state. If the vassal state is destroyed, the Lord state will suffer a penalty of loss of benefits. Are you sure you want to become a vassal state of the Qin dynasty? Tang Ji looked at the treaties and realized that what was supposed to come would come. However, it turned out not to be a colony, but a vassal state that no one had ever heard of. Moreover, the conditions of this vassal state don't seem to be that difficult to accept. Not only can you gain the protection of the Dragon Kingdom, but you can also continue to develop your territory. This doesn't seem to involve the humiliation of being a slave. Without thinking for a long time, Tang Ji made the decision in his heart. He had already given up resistance, and now that he found that the conditions for giving up resistance were actually quite good, that was even better. The moment the choice was confirmed, a global announcement was made. The Dragon Kingdom successfully conquered Spain, and the two sides signed a vassal treaty, unlocking the achievement towards a new world. The Dragon Kingdom successfully conquered Spain, and the two sides signed a vassal treaty, unlocking the achievement towards a new world. Longwa High-Level Conference Room. The vassal treaty sent by Su Yang was also sent to Tang Ji. It was also displayed simultaneously on the screens of all those in Longwa and Spain who were watching the Forbidden Areas live broadcast. Inside the high-level conference room, everyone's eyes were filled with tears when they saw the edict. The edict begins with a vision of common prosperity and peaceful coexistence. We hope that the two sides can achieve a vassal relationship and achieve mutual benefit. While listing the benefits and advantages of affiliation, it also explains the consequences of not affiliating. Every word and sentence not only demonstrates the demeanor of a great power, but also displays its power. This is the spirit that a great country should have. The Dragon Kingdom in this world has not made such a statement to the outside world for a long time. It's time for all nations to listen to the voice of our Dragon Nation again. We were already eliminated at this time in the first 2 rounds, but this time we are the first country to complete the conquest. And this vassal strategy is different from colonization. It seems to be our unique characteristic. Compared to the colonial policy of exploiting people, the vassal treaty focuses more on development. We provide protection, and Spain focuses on resource production and then gives back to us, which is mutually beneficial. Yes, if we establish a vassal relationship, not only will we gain lasting and sustainable benefits, but Spain will also receive strong protection. When they also possess the same epic-making combat power, those foreign devils and the little people did everything they could to devour other countries. Their faces were extremely ugly. And the Great Qin is worthy of being the Chinese civilization. It has brought true common development to other weak countries. It has a vision and courage. This is the demeanor that a great country should have. The general sat upright at the table and nodded silently. Su Yang's performance this time was indeed perfect. The edict issued not only conveyed the desire for peace, but also demonstrated thundering measures. While giving the other party enough face, it also demonstrates its courage as a powerful country. The reason why Su Yang can handle things with ease is that he has the strong power of the Qin dynasty as his backup. Spain is just the first step in the conquest, and he is already looking forward to the subsequent developments. How powerful will the Qin dynasty be at its end? Dragon Country official live broadcast room. When the people of Long State saw the edict issued by Su Yang, the whole nation was excited. So cool. This is what I imagine the Dragon Kingdom to look like. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who go against me will perish. How domineering. I love Su Yang. I love the Qin. I love Brother Ji. Am I the only one who thinks it's cool when the army marches into the Spanish territory? That scene is so shocking. Ha ha ha. It's not a good feeling to put yourself in the shoes of the Spanish lord, weak and helpless. JPG. Our army is so powerful. I really want to see them march into Japanese territory one day. It's definitely not far away. When the time comes, I will definitely kill Shaori. The Dragon Kingdom is mighty. The Great Qin is mighty. The high-level meeting room of Spain. After analyzing the vassal treaty, the officers and experts looked incredulous. This is impossible. How is this possible? Why are we still providing such good treatment if we have already conquered them? Chapter 150 Solving the Coal Emergency, a mutually beneficial vassal strategy. The Spanish top leaders couldn't figure out what the vassal treaty of the Dragon Kingdom meant. They once occupied half of the blue planet, and after invading a country, they would plunder with all their might. When it came to Longwa, they not only provided protection, but also allowed Spain to develop and have its own army. This doesn't seem like something an invader would do. Is this a trick? The top executives of the opera company were puzzled. All the experts gathered together to analyze the logic behind Longwa's decision. They didn't believe that Longwa would really help Spain develop as the treaty promised. The official live broadcast room of Opera Spain. The Spanish people also have no idea about Dragon Country's operations. This treaty doesn't seem to be too bad for us. At least there is still the possibility of further development. And if something happens to us, Longwa will also be affected. They will definitely do their best to help us defend. Yes, after becoming a vassal state, we no longer have to worry about the invasion of the Zerg. It seems that the vassal treaty has turned us into a resource-producing country. Longwa sent troops to protect us, and we devoted all our efforts to developing production facilities and feeding back resources to Longwa, which is mutually beneficial. Now that you mention it, it's true that vassalage treaties are much better than unilateral plunder like colonization. It feels good. Now we have to see if Longwa is sincere to us. Dragon Kingdom territory. Su Yang sat in the Lord's mansion, checking a series of information on the panel. After Spain was confirmed to become a vassal state of the Qin dynasty, a long paragraph popped up on the panel. Various achievements, tips, and most importantly, a range of resources in the Spanish territory. Successfully conquered Spain and turned it into a vassal state. Unlocked achievement. Go to the New World. Command value plus 10,000. Successfully conquer a country. Gain bonus. World Conqueror. World Conqueror. All resources from vassal states receive a 20 additional bonus. You have obtained a vassal state of Spain, which can now be edited. Vassal state panel. Territory. Spain. Lord. Don Quixote. Lord Country. Dragon Country. Main base level. Level 2 Presidential Palace. Territory buildings. Resources Level 1 Stone Mining Site. Level 2 Coal Mining Site 1. Level 1 Copper Mining Site 1. Level 1 Iron Mining Site. Level 1 Water Well 1. Warehouse 1. Territory buildings. Industrial. 1 Level 1 Blacksmith Shop. 1 Level 1 Gunpowder Factory. Territory building. Combat type. Undetectable. Territory building. Technology Level 1 Research Institute 1. Territory buildings. Defense Level 2 Stone Walls 200. Level 1 Watchtowers 2. Combat unit. Undetectable. Production unit. Level 1 Miner 200. Resources. Water resources. 231 units. Stone resources. 2,316 units. Coal resources. 561 units. Metal copper. 161 units. Metal iron. 336 units. Saltpeter resources. 36 units. Territory buff/debuff effect. Level 2 Shadows Call. Duration / Command value. Undetectable. Wow. I'm here to help the poor. After seeing the resources of the Zapanya territory, Su Yang was shocked. In their situation, they can only donate some money with tears in their eyes when thieves come. Su Yang didn't expect that the Zapanya territory had just been upgraded to a level 2 main base, and the development of various resources was extremely slow. It seems that Tang Ji has placed the focus of the entire territory on mass defense in order to defend against the Zerg. This resulted in the logistics of the entire Zapanya territory not being as prosperous as Su Yang had imagined. The mines in the Zapanya territory are not fully automatic like those in the Qin dynasty. They need manpower to dig. So in addition to supporting soldiers, Spain must also support a group of miners. The command value is limited. If there are more soldiers defending, there will naturally be fewer miners produced. So the first request Su Yang made to Tang Ji was to immediately disband 3/4 of the troops. Only 100 soldiers were left behind, and the rest were converted into miners and put into production. Su Yang cannot directly control the soldier units, so this operation needs to be done by Tang Ji. Fortunately, Tang Ji was aware of the current situation, changed his identity quickly, and honestly carried out Su Yang's requirements. With a new batch of miners, Su Yang immediately invested his own resources to build a new mine in Spain and upgrade the old mine. Because it spans several main base levels, the resources consumed are of no use to the Dragon Kingdom. Soon, all the production facilities of the Level 2 main base were upgraded to the highest level. The mining system in Spain is different from that in Dragon Kingdom. The level of their workers and mines will affect the production speed. Upgrading a mine means upgrading its scale and adding better mining facilities. After the mine is upgraded, it can accommodate more workers to mine at the same time and increase production capacity. Worker upgrading means improving mining proficiency and upgrading the workers' own abilities. Only by combining the two can the territory's resources achieve maximum output. Including the 300 soldiers converted, there are now a total of 500 Level 1 miners. All the Level 2 mines in Spain can now accommodate 500 people. Then Su Yang asked Tang Ji to use all the command points originally reserved for upgrading the troops to upgrade the miners. With all staff being Level 2 miners and a Level 2 mine, the production capacity of the Spanish territory has reached the maximum value of a Level 2 main base. Among them, the coal resources that Su Yang needs most have a production capacity of 200 units/day. The coal plant is the largest mine, with 200 Level 2 miners working there. If Su Yang had not sent troops to protect it, it would have been almost impossible for Spain to reach this production capacity while ensuring defense. After completing the upgrade of various production facilities, the next step is to set up tribute. Unlike Spain and Longwa, the demand for coal mines is not high. Su Yang directly asked for 80 of the daily output, 160 units/day. After the enhancement by the World Conqueror, the territory's coal resources increased by nearly 200 units of production capacity per day. The territory was not short of other resources, so Su Yang reduced the tribute ratio. Spain demanded 50 of its abundant stone mines and 20 of its copper mines, but did not require tribute for its relatively scarce gunpowder and iron ore resources. Then, in order to build the Level 5 main base, Su Yang asked Tang Ji to voluntarily donate 550 units of coal stock. This will offset the team's fuel consumption and allow the main base upgrade to be carried out today as planned. I have to say that the vassal strategy is indeed excellent. Even a Level 2 Spanish player brings a lot of resources to the territory. Su Yang's eyes flashed. Now that they had obtained the mineral resources, the next step was to solve the urgent food problem in the territory. Chapter 151 New base established, exploration scope expanded. The reason why Li Xin and the scout troops arrived last was because Su Yang asked them to investigate the situation outside the Zapanya territory first. Compared to the poverty within the Zapanya territory, the abundance of resources outside the Zapanya territory is simply staggering. The depression where the Zapanya territory is located is the only area within a radius of dozens of kilometers where edible plants grow. In addition to wisteria fruit which can be used as a staple food, there are also various fruit-like plants. It can be said that one area can meet all the nutrients needed by the human body. Moreover, Su Yang discovered that the land in this area was all purple-black. It may be that crystal spore plants cannot grow in this kind of land, so other plants have space to grow. The food output of this area can fully meet the current needs of the territory. In the future, we only need to research cultivation methods and scientific planting to completely solve the food storage problem. After exploring the resources, Su Yang immediately asked Meng Tian to cooperate in the transformation of the Spanish territory. In addition to being a vassal state, Spain will also serve as a stronghold for the Qin dynasty's external expansion. Therefore, Su Yang had to build some necessary buildings in Spain so that the team could obtain supplies without returning to the territory. The first is the barracks, which is the building where soldiers recover and refuel. Su Yang moved 50 barracks to the Zapanya territory, allowing the soldiers to take turns to resupply and rest. Next is the workshop, a building where vehicle units are repaired and refueled. Su Yang moved a large workshop to refuel the black iron heavy armored vehicle and the fiery horse. After solving the fuel supply problem, Su Yang started to expand the entire Spanish territory and upgrade the city walls. With the help of Meng Tian's skills, the entire Spanish territory was expanded by consuming only half of the resources. In this circle is a level 3 iron wall that is consistent with the Dragon Kingdom territory. Afterwards, Ming Tian divided the various buildings in Spain into different areas, and the layout of the buildings changed from being shabby and sloppy to being orderly. The entire territory seemed to be reborn and looked brand new. At this point, the construction of the first vassal state and the first stronghold of the Qin dynasty was completed. Taking Spain as the source, the exploration range can be expanded to hundreds of kilometers in all directions. The establishment of a new stronghold has doubled the explorable area of Daqin. Su Yang's thoughts flashed, and he expressed great satisfaction with the first vassal state of the Qin dynasty. It not only solved the resource shortage and long-standing food problem, but also expanded the scope of exploration. It has to be said that the benefits of Qin's first step of conquest were truly huge. Originally, the resources of one territory provided supplies to the Qin army, but now two territories are doing it simultaneously. This provides a foundation for the expansion of the army and will further accelerate the expansion of the Qin dynasty. When Su Yang was happy, Tang Ji was a little confused. Tang Ji, who was standing nearby, was stunned when he saw the high-tech buildings and towering steel walls rising from the ground. I thought the Dragon Kingdom's army was powerful enough, but I didn't expect that the Dragon Kingdom's architecture was also so exaggerated. Does Longwu really live in the same world as them? Tang Ji looked at the 16-meter-high iron city wall with a steam-powered elevator and was shocked. Not to mention the height, the craftsmanship of the city wall seems to be on a different level than theirs. Whether it is the width of the wall or the various defensive structures on the wall, they have been taken to the extreme. If there was no Dragon Kingdom, Spain would not be able to build such a wall even if its main base was upgraded to level 6. With such a wall, why should we fear the Zerg? The high-level meeting room of Spain. Seeing the towering walls built around the territory, the Spanish leaders were speechless. The Dragon Kingdom seems to be really serious about protecting Spain. They have not broken their promise and are really implementing the treaty. Many people in the conference room were already impressed by Longwu's actions. Not only have they upgraded the resource buildings, they've also upgraded the city walls. It seems that the Dragon Nation really wants to help us. Although taxes are required, they are targeted. Longwu took a lot of our non-scarce resources, but it didn't take any iron, a resource that is crucial to our development. They are serious about the joint development they talk about, not just joking. The Dragon Kingdom not only has great strength, but also has the bearing of a king. We were really wrong this time. Relying on Dragon Country is indeed the best choice. Not long after Su Yang finished transforming the Spanish territory, the Lord's Hall was opened. The lords in the hall were particularly active today, and were basically discussing him and Opera Spain. Because of the global notification, everyone knew that Spain had become a vassal state of the Dragon Kingdom. Lord of the United States, as expected, he took action. Spain was enslaved like this. Lord of Japan, this is the true face of the Dragon Kingdom. Even the allied countries will become their slaves. Lord Tianshu, my dear bra, you are so greedy, how dare you invade your own ally? Lord Argentine, if they treat their allies like this, I can't imagine how they will treat other countries. Lord of Australia, everyone in the English alliance, I hope you can wake up quickly and rejoin the side of justice. Opera Lord, what are you talking about? I am living a good life. A vassal state is not a colonial state like yours. Lord Tianshu, per guy, he has been completely brainwashed by the Dragon Kingdom. Lord of Japan, the Dragon Nation is a giant leech. They survive to this day by sucking the blood of neighboring countries. Japan has been plagued by this for thousands of years. Su Yang quickly flipped through the news, and all of them were about the other three alliances leading the charge to boycott the Dragon Kingdom. It is said that the Dragon Kingdom is a devil from the east and all countries must unite to boycott it. Su Yang smiled. This was their old tradition. When a country is about to rise, they will do their best to demonize it, and finally unite to start a war and plunder. The Crusades, the Age of Discovery, and various wars of aggression were all acts of violence under the guise of justice. There has been enough of this kind of false justice. The rules of the world need to be changed. There must be a country that stands up to uphold true justice. Su Yang looked at the names of more than 50 countries flashing in the chat box and felt his eyes a little dizzy. There are too many. There are so many country names that it's hard to remember them all. We are all human beings, one species. Why do we need to create so many countries? Chapter 152 Level 5 Main Base. A new era is coming. We are all the same species, so why do we need so many countries? Su Yang expressed doubts. There is no benefit in having so many countries, because when there are too many countries, there will be more disputes. Today, I invade your territory, and tomorrow you invade my territory. It's easy to get into an argument and then a war. There are also racial issues, religious issues, and gender issues, which are all caused by being too numerous and too complicated. These things should be unified. As long as the world is unified, wars will disappear and love and justice will come again. And if there really is a civilization that can unify the world, that civilization must and can only be the Chinese civilization. After all, Qin Shi Huang had already set an example thousands of years ago, engraving unification into the blood of the Chinese nation. Su Yang felt that as a member of the Chinese nation and with the support of the Qin dynasty, he should shoulder this responsibility. He silently opened the public chat box and spoke in the Lord's Hall. He did not explain the difference between vassal states and colonies, nor did he explain the difference between Chinese civilization and other European invading civilizations. He did not describe the current situation in the Spanish territory to ease the concerns of other allies, nor did he condemn the words of the United States and other countries. He only uttered one sentence, 8 words. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, those who obey me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. As soon as these words came out, the Lord's Hall instantly went into an uproar. All the lords were shocked by Su Yang's arrogance. Even the United States, which was very powerful in the late stages of the first 2 rounds, did not dare to say such things, which would arouse public outrage in all countries. We have just entered the midterm stage and everything is still unsettled. Long Country only has a small lead. Su Yang dared to openly challenge all countries. He was so arrogant that he didn't care about his life. Lord of Japan, Su Yangjun is very courageous. I hope you can keep it up. Lord of the United States, you see, everyone, you see, what kind of country is this? Lord Argentine, stop associating with the devil and join our righteous side. After sending the message, Su Yang left the Lord's Hall. He didn't care about the attitude of other countries at all. Not long after I logged out, Elizabeth sent me a private message. England Lord, Mr. Su, your remarks are not appropriate. Some lords in our alliance have expressed their willingness to withdraw. Lord of the Dragon Nation, don't worry. Our Dragon Nation has saved the alliance twice, and our attitude towards our allies is clear. If you still can't see the situation clearly at this stage, then you don't need those allies. Just one thing, remember all the countries that are withdrawing now, they will pay the price for their actions. Lord of England, I understand. After reporting back to England, Su Yang turned his attention back to the development of the territory itself. The establishment of the Spanish vassal state solved the problems of main base upgrade and food shortage. The next most important thing is to upgrade the level 5 main base. The level 5 main base will bring farms and power technology, which will greatly improve the territory after the upgrade is completed. With the coal mines from Spain, the coal resources that are most lacking for upgrading the main base have been supplemented. Just wait until the afternoon and all resources will meet the requirements and the upgrade will be completed. Everything is moving forward on the established path. Su Yang waited patiently, while Zapanya let Li Xian and Meng Tian take a short rest before leading the troops to set off. Meng Tian led a black iron cart filled with various fruits back to the territory. Although the soldiers were replenished, Su Yang still felt that it would be more reassuring if there was a heroic unit at home. Li Xian led a group of scouts and combat units to re-enter the Shadow Zone to fight. Among them, 10 armored warriors and 10 armored crossbowmen remained in the Spanish territory as guards. Although the poisonous fog of the Zerg in the Shadow Zone is troublesome, they are weaker to fire than the Zerg in the Crystal Zone, and their armor is not as high. And the reason why it was more dangerous last time was that the Queen Insect parasitic tree was located in the fruit area, and Su Yang did not dare to let the Tianhua guards blow it up. Now that these concerns are gone, the Skyfire Guards troops can move freely in the Shadow Zone. In one afternoon, Li Xian led his team to capture a small insect nest and a Zerg squad, and earned 60,000 points of command value. By the evening, all resources were in place. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he invested the command value into the main base. A new era is coming. Oil resources, 400 units. Coal resources, 1,000 units. Copper resources, 1,000 units. Iron ore resources, 2,000 units. Steel resources, 600 units. Stone mine resources, 2,000 units. Command value, 60,000 points. Level 4 Lord's Mansion is being upgraded. Time required, 5 days and 15 hours. The strategy of good times and good harvests is triggered, and there are only 5 days and 15 hours left. Su Yang first used a legendary insect nest heart, which directly shortened the time by 5 days. Use the item Heart of the Hive to shorten the time required for research and development by 5 days. He then used the Zerg splitting technique to cut half of an expert level Hive Heart he had obtained in the afternoon. Use it to complete the remaining 15 hours. Use the item Heart of the Hive to shorten the time required for research and development by 15 hours. Level 5 Lord's Mansion has been upgraded. A pleasant sound of mechanical transformation was heard, and the Lord's Mansion began to upgrade. The material of the upgraded mansion did not change this time, but it was rebuilt and expanded on the original basis. The height and floor area of the mansion were increased, making it more magnificent. Judging from the fact that the material has not changed, Su Yang guessed that the focus of this main base upgrade is not on materials, but on technology. This upgrade should bring a lot of new technologies and buildings. After the upgrade was completed, Su Yang was the first to open his backpack to check the newly added buildings. First up are the resource production facilities, 2 new mining machines. Because the territory currently has no scarce resources, Su Yang decided to arrange for these 2 mining machines later. After the mining machine is the farm that Su Yang has been thinking about. Generally speaking, unlocking a farm means unlocking the relevant knowledge and obtaining peasant units. This is similar to the production model of the Zapania mine and miners. But considering that he is the template of the technological Daqin, it will definitely not be that simple. Sure enough, when Su Yang clicked on the farm to view detailed information, the Daqin characteristics were triggered. Farm buildings detected. Daqin heavy industries characteristics triggered. Farm Daqin breeding base. Chapter 153. The Electric Age, the science fictional Qin Empire. Tank factory building detected. Daqin heavy industry characteristics triggered. Farm Daqin breeding base. Daqin cultivation base has a fully automatic cultivation line, which can realize fully automatic and efficient cultivation with only crop-related information. Presupposed technologies, electromagnetism, power generation principles, computer principles, automation technology, artificial intelligence. Fully automatic cultivation base. Su Yang touched his chest. Fortunately, he had made preparations in advance, otherwise he would have been shocked again. He didn't expect that Daqin's agriculture would directly adopt fully automatic technology, just like its mining industry. You have to know that there are many more details in crop cultivation than in mining. This fully automatic technology is more complicated and difficult than mining. However, once it is realized, fully automated farms will be better than manual farms in all aspects. Putting aside production capacity for now, the biggest difference between fully automatic and manual production lies in production stability. Factors such as being tired or in a bad mood will affect productivity, and rest is necessary. Even the exploited working animals like cattle and horses in modern society can still sleep 6 hours a day. Machines are different. They can run 24 hours a day and can continue to operate as long as the energy source is continuous. Take the mine in the Zapania territory as an example. It is a level 2 mine, fully operated by 200 people, and the theoretical daily output is 200 units of coal. This output is actually more than that of the secondary mines in the Qin dynasty, but this is only in theory. First of all, if there was no Su Yang's protection, it would be impossible for Zapania to send so many people to mine in order to maintain its military strength. Moreover, once a battle breaks out, the mining units will basically stop mining and rush to the arsenal, ready to take up arms and go to the front lines at any time, and will not produce all the time. Furthermore, these miners are energetic people, and continuous work will cause their energy to decline, resulting in a decrease in production. To sum up, automated and mechanized facilities are much better than simple manpower. So when Su Yang saw that the farm was fully automated, he was very excited. The only thing is that the farm requires a lot of prerequisite technologies, including 5 completely new technologies that have never been seen before. Su Yang switched to the 1000 machine tower panel and invested resources to directly upgrade the 1000 machine tower. With the investment of resources, the 1000 machine tower is upgraded rapidly. Like the Lord's Mansion, the upgrade of the 1000 machine tower has further expanded its floor area. Moreover, this upgrade adds another tower body to the 1000 machine tower. This means that a level 5000 machine tower can support the research of 3 technologies at the same time. Su Yang opened the 1000 machine tower panel and entered the technology resources column. A series of new technologies appeared before his eyes. And all these technologies revolve around one thing: electricity. Technology, electromagnetism. Spicium rays, in-depth study of electromagnetism and related branches, and a series of cases related to electromagnetism. Command value, 15,000 points. Time, 2D. Technology, principles of power generation. Smash the darkness with thunder. In-depth research on the principles of electromagnetic conversion, unlocking a series of buildings and technologies related to power generation. Command value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Prerequisite technology, electromagnetism. Technology, high-efficiency electromagnetic tower. The lightning dancing on your fingertips is my unchanging belief in this life. In-depth study of electromagnetic induction and power transmission principles to unlock transmission technology that can cover the entire area with electricity. Command value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Preliminary technology, electromagnetism, power generation principle. Technology, high-energy capacitor. Backup hidden energy. in-depth study of the principles of electrical energy storage, unlocking capacitors that can store huge amounts of energy. Command value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Preliminary technology, electromagnetism, power generation principle. Technology, computer science. Playing with computers, in-depth study of computer theory, acquisition of a series of computer knowledge such as mathematical models, programming languages, and intelligent algorithms. Command value, 15,000. Time, 2D. Prerequisite technology, electromagnetism. Technology, automation technology. Wow, a redstone. In-depth research on automation technology, modern control theory, unlock a series of automated production and defense buildings. Command value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Prerequisite technology, computer science. Technology, artificial intelligence. Your Smart Butler. In-depth study of intelligent algorithms to unlock artificial intelligence capable of precise calculation and analysis. Command value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Prerequisite technology, computer science. Opening the power branch, a series of upgrades appeared on Su Yang's panel. This is just the part about electricity. There are so many technologies before other technologies even appear. As he expected, the main feature of the Level 5 main base was technological upgrade. Su Yang was shocked when all this technology emerged. Compared with previous technologies, the technology entering the field of electricity is obviously more advanced. After all, this is a groundbreaking discovery that opened the second industrial revolution of mankind. Su Yang suppressed his temper and analyzed these technologies carefully. First of all, the principles of electromagnetism and power generation. It goes without saying that these two must be mentioned. Without these two, there would be no such huge power system. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he pointed out these two technologies first. Leadership value minus 27,000. Technology in electromagnetic research. Remaining time, 1D, 15H. Technology, research on the principles of power generation. Remaining time, 1D, 5H. Following these two technologies are the high-efficiency electromagnetic tower and high-energy capacitor. Although their introduction sounds impressive, they are actually just wires and batteries improved by Daqin Heavy Industries. Needless to say, high-energy capacitors are just extra-large batteries that can store electrical energy without loss. High-efficiency electromagnetic towers are more advanced in technology than wires that need to be connected to work. The electromagnetic tower does not require a physical connection and can transport electricity to anywhere in the area through electromagnetic induction. Large-scale wireless power supply. This is a technology that only appears in science fiction movies. As the territory developed, Su Yang felt that Daqin's technology was becoming more and more sci-fi. At this rate of progress, there won't really be any Zulong battleships created in the later stages. Chapter 154, Level 5 Imperial Armored Army. The vassal state meets the enemy. After marveling at the shock of Daqin's technology, Su Yang continued to upgrade. Between the electromagnetic tower and the capacitor, Su Yang chose the electromagnetic tower first. He selected the high-efficiency electromagnetic tower into the 1000 machine tower panel, and then used the remaining hive heart. Command value minus 12,000. Technology, research on efficient electromagnetic tower. Remaining time, 1D, 5H. Use the item heart of the hive to shorten the time required for research and development by 48 hours. Technology electromagnetism research completed. Technology power generation principle remaining time, 20H. The remaining hive hearts can reduce the time by a total of 3 days. After the investment, the electromagnetic research was completed and the power generation principle was shortened by 9 hours. After the electromagnetic research column was empty, Su Yang turned on the high-energy capacitor on the 1000 machine tower. Su Yang estimated that after the research of these three technologies in the 1000 machine tower was completed, the related technologies for upgrading vehicles and arms would also be unlocked. Following the first four technologies are more advanced electronic derivative technologies. Computer technology, automation technology, artificial intelligence. According to Su Yang's idea of developing military first and then culture, the priority of these three technologies will not be very high. Unless they are related to subsequent upgrades, Su Yang will not click on these three technologies in the near future. After all, the Daqin training base, which is strongly related to these three technologies, is not an urgent need. At this point, all the technological upgrades that can be viewed have been viewed. Next is the resource aspect, the most important of which is the production facilities. As long as the power grid is covered, the production capacity of all production facilities will be doubled. Includes all mineral mining machines, as well as steel smelting and petrochemical plant buildings. In other words, as long as the power grid is connected, the resource output in the territory will double without upgrading the facilities. This is the explosive growth in productivity brought about by technological progress. After the resources, the next thing Su Yang cares about the most is the Imperial Armor Camp. The most important thing about each upgrade is, of course, what new units the Royal Armor Battalion will unlock. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he invested resources into the Imperial Armor Camp. This is the only remaining resource in the territory. Buildings such as the General's Mansion and the Heavy Equipment Camp can only be upgraded tomorrow. Resources are invested and the upgrade of the Royal Armor Camp begins. In addition to the sound of the rotating gears and mechanical operation, this upgrade also added some crackling sounds from the electric current. From time to time, lightning-like electric currents would surge out from the top of the Imperial Armor Camp. It seemed that this upgrade was definitely related to electricity. After a burst of dense electric current surge, the construction of the Level 5 Armored Battalion was completed. Su Yang opened the panel and unexpectedly found no new military units. However, all other units of the Royal Armor Battalion have undergone electromagnetic upgrades. It seems that the electromagnetic technology of the Level 5 main base has not yet developed to the extent that it can produce individual weapons and can only be used to assist and enhance existing units. But supporting and strengthening existing units does not mean that they do not bring strong improvements to the team. At this stage, the firepower of the troops is actually sufficient. The most important thing is to improve the mechanism and expand the means of attack. The advent of electromagnetic technology accomplished just that. Su Yang clicked into the 1,000 Machine Towers troop panel and looked at each upgrade in detail. Technology, deflection shield. The bullet that can kill me has not yet been made. Upgraded unit. Great Qin Royal Armor Warrior. In-depth analysis of the principle of magnetic field and force field conversion, providing an energy shield of charged particle field for the surface of the Ruishi armor, which can deflect and reduce various types of damage. Command value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Preliminary technologies, electromagnetism, high-energy capacitors. Technology, electromagnetic propulsion. Forward 4. Upgraded unit, Great Qin Armored Crossbowman. In-depth analysis of the interaction between electromagnetic fields and metal objects. Improved crossbow mechanism structure. Adopted a new electromagnetic acceleration barrel. Further enhanced crossbow arrow damage and provided new magnetic storm arrows. Command value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Preliminary technologies. Electromagnetism, high-energy capacitors. Technology, electromagnetic gun. I am the sun. Upgraded unit, Daqin Tianhui. In-depth analysis of the interaction between electromagnetic fields and metal objects, upgrading the barrel, using electromagnetic gunpowder mixed acceleration, further increasing the range and providing new magnetic storm shells. Command value, 15,000. Time, 36H. Preliminary technologies, electromagnetism, high-energy capacitors. Technology, electromagnetic storm. Everything that is struck by thunder will be destroyed. Upgraded unit, Daqin Fire Dragon Guard. In-depth analysis of the plasma principle, adding charged particles to the flame to form a magnetic energy storm, further enhancing the destructive power. Command value, 15,000. Time, 36H. Preliminary technologies, electromagnetism, high-energy capacitors. All 4 types of units have received electromagnetic enhancements, and the warriors have gained energy shields, further improving their defensive capabilities. The crossbowmen, Skyfire Guards, and Fire Dragon Guards have all received defensive enhancements. Crossbowmen not only improve their crossbows and gain electromagnetic acceleration barrels, but can also equip new magnetic storm arrows. The Tianhui gun barrel was directly improved into an electromagnetic gun, using advanced electromagnetic acceleration principles to further increase the range, and also obtain new magnetic storm shells. The Fire Dragon Guard does not use electromagnetic propulsion, but does mix charged particles into the flamethrower to enhance the flame damage effect. Simply put, this upgrade is to enchant the 3 units with electromagnetic enchantments. Although the specific effects and power are still unclear, Su Yang speculates that this enchantment will greatly enhance the soldier's ability to kill high armor units, especially enemies like the Limestone Clan who are keen on using metal armor for protection. The newly added electromagnetic enchantment will pose a great threat to their defense. Su Yang's thoughts flashed. The top priority now was to lay a power grid in the territory and use electricity to double the production speed of various resources in the territory. The next step was to upgrade units of all arms to deal with the threat from the Limestone tribe in the north, as the activities of that group of guys became more intense. Next, there are upgrades to the General's Mansion and the Heavy Equipment Battalion, and new hero units and new vehicles are waiting for him. When Su Yang was thinking about which unit to upgrade first, a system prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. The Spanish vassal state is under attack. Attack? The first generation of Zerg fighting against the 4th-level armored army led by Li Xian? Chapter 155. Daqin is the real god, electric power coverage. Late at night, the cold wind made people's faces hurt. The Imperial Armored Army, led by Li Xian, lit bonfires in various places in the territory and ate roasted fruits and bird meat to relieve the fatigue of the day. Tang Ji was a little anxious because these soldiers had no intention of going up to the city wall to guard the city. The Zerg attack could come at any time and anywhere. Would it be too late to prepare by then? General, here I come. A reconnaissance unit with less armor protection walked up to Li Xian and handed him a device. Tang Ji found that it was a radar-like screen with some small white dots displayed on it, moving rapidly towards the center of the instrument. There are nearly 100 white spots densely packed together. This is the swarm. Tang Ji's eyes widened. This number is exactly double what he had encountered before. Is this the escalation of the offensive brought about by the increase in the threat level? Let Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang lead a team to stop them and deal with them outside. Don't damage the fruit. Li Xian gave orders to the reconnaissance unit beside him, and then 2 armored soldiers stood up, led a team of 30 people, and left the territory. Tang Ji blinked and stood up. General Li Xian, is this team going to scout the enemy? They'll just crush the swarm outside of the fruit trees. But I only seem to see a few dozen people. But the radar map shows that there are hundreds of alien insects. Tang Ji was a little panicked. His army of 400 people could only defend against a swarm of 50 people without any damage thanks to the city walls. Now they only have to send 30 people to deal with 100 alien insects? Isn't it unsafe? It won't be worth it if the armored soldiers suffer casualties. The soldiers need to rest. At this level, 30 people are enough. After that, Li Xian picked up 3 plucked strange birds and roasted them on the fire. Lord Tangji, if there's nothing else to do, you can go back to sleep. With us here, the Zerg can't get in. Seeing that Li Xian didn't want to talk to him anymore, Tang Ji swallowed and turned away. Although he believed in the combat effectiveness of the Dragon Kingdom's armored soldiers, this was their own territory after all. The security of the territory is closely related to the safety of him and the entire Spain. He followed the elevator to the top of the Iron City wall. The 16-meter-high wall provided a very wide view. Although it was not the first time that Tang Ji climbed the city wall, he was still shocked by the amazing city construction technology every time he came up. Stepping out of the elevator, he quickly walked to the edge of the city wall. The sight passed through the dark wall and fell into the distance, where a large swarm of insects like a tide was advancing rapidly. And standing in front of them were only less than 1/3 of the armored soldiers. Is this really possible? Tang Ji knew that Su Yang's team would never act rashly, but the gap between the two forces was too big at the moment, and there was no city wall protection in between. Is it really possible? Tang Ji saw the crossbowmen at the back of the team shooting arrows. The black arrows surrounded the insect swarm like a big net. Is this a crossbow? Can a crossbow achieve this kind of firepower? Tang Ji's eyes flashed. This firepower is no different from that of a machine gun. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of the arrow breaking through the air penetrated thousands of meters of air and reached his ears. The stinging insects at the front of the insect swarm fell to the ground like grass. Is this a stinging insect? These are those stinging insects with high chitin shells. Tang Ji almost doubted whether these stinging insects were the same ones he fought against every day. After being bombarded by crossbows, the remaining stinging insect remnants crashed into the array of armored warriors. The sharp warriors raised their swords and stabbed the tide of insects, turning them into a pool of broken limbs and blood foam. The last few mounted scouts rushed out to chase the fleeing brain worms, and 30 armored soldiers returned to the territory. The terrifying swarm of insects that frightened him every night was wiped out in less than a minute. Moreover, it was an open-air encounter without any city walls, and only 30 soldiers were used. Strong, so strong. Smelling the stench of rotten, stinging insects in the air, Tang Ji couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Compared to the Tournament of Nations and Battle of Heroes across the screen, the feeling of fighting directly against the armored warriors is more shocking. At this moment, Tang Ji's faith changed. The damn god never responded to his prayers. Su Yang and the Royal Armor Warriors were the ones who really helped him. Fuck God. From today on, the Qin dynasty is his god. Name, Lishan Fire Tower. Type, industrial building. Facilities that use coal or oil to generate electricity. Each unit of coal fuel can generate 10 units of electricity. Each unit of fuel can generate 20 units of electricity. Name, Lishan Yufeng Pavilion. Type, industrial building. Facilities for generating electricity using wind power. Facility that generates electricity based on changes in wind speed. The current area generates an average of 50 units of electricity per day. After completing the 3 technological researches related to electricity, 2 more industrial facilities were unlocked in the industrial building area. 1 thermal power plant and 1 wind power plant. Among them, thermal power plants need to consume fuel and oil resources, while wind power generation is completely dependent on the weather. After the 2 buildings are unlocked, the wind resources around the territory are not abundant, and the wind speed and volume are pitifully low. So Suyang had no choice but to build a thermal power plant, Lishan Yanhootai. As an important strategic resource, oil cannot be used as the main source of electricity. It can only be used when electricity is extremely scarce. Therefore, the most important fuel for generating electricity at present is coal resources. After the addition of electricity, the basic production capacity of the 3 coal mining machines has increased by 100 again, and the total output has reached 680 units/day. After deducting the coal consumed to maintain the troops, this number is only about 100 units left. That is to say, the daily electricity production capacity of thermal power plants is 1,000 units. It takes 100 units of electricity per day to maintain the operation of each mining machine, and 200 units per day to maintain industrial facilities. The electricity consumption of various production facilities alone reached 1,400 units, exceeding the territory's power generation capacity. Suyang's mind flashed, and he put the mining machines provided by the Level 5 main base into the coal mine. The daily production capacity of coal resources has increased again to 860 units/day. Now, excluding the consumption of soldiers, the average daily electricity production will reach about 2,800 units. It can meet the needs of resource production facilities, but it wants to meet the needs of soldier units and more buildings that require electricity. The average electricity production capacity must be increased. Thermal power generation has reached its limit, and now we need to find areas that can support wind power generation. Suyang's mind flashed, and he opened the astrology tower panel. He wanted to divine the area where a wind power station could be built. Chapter 156 Key Supply Vehicle, the Qin Cavalry? Open the astrology tower panel. Lucky Star from Heaven. Use command points to predict the surrounding blessing gathering places and obtain an unknown special place closest to the territory. Do you want my treasure? If you want, go to the divination. Note, each time it is used, the command value consumed increases by 5000. Consumption of command value, 10,000 points or more. Theoretically, the option of a lucky star can only predict a random special location. But as long as you pay money, that is, use doubled control value, you can divine the specific clues you want. Of course, the accuracy of the divination will vary depending on the difficulty of your needs. If you want to predict some weapon that can destroy the world, then the result will most likely be false. Suyang invested a full 20,000 points of command value and activated the option of Blessing from Heaven. This is a necessary consumption. The technological research of crossbowmen, sky fire guards, and fire dragon guards will be completed tomorrow. Before that, the electricity problem must be solved. Not only would it be a waste of time to send scouts out to explore, but relying on humans to explore wind resources is not the best option. First of all, the strength of the wind will change over time, and the wind resources in a certain area must be calculated based on the average wind volume for a day or even a period of time. Obviously, scouts cannot stay in one area for that long, so they can only sense the instantaneous wind volume in a certain area, and the detection is not accurate. Therefore, in order to obtain wind power generation as quickly as possible, these 20,000 points of command value must be used. Command value minus 20,000. Heavenly Blessing Star is launched, special area deduction is in progress. As the command value is invested, the hemisphere on top of the astrology tower begins to rotate, and the surrounding tracks also continue to operate in an interlaced manner. As the sounds of steam and machinery continued, the deduction progressed step by step. Special area simulation completed. The simulation area, Howling Mountains. Qianwei, Tianmen, 400 kilometers northwest. At the edge of the crystal mining area, high-level Zerg are dormant, and strong winds and gravel are raging here. Howling Mountains. This is a forbidden zone for life and a dance floor for death. 400 kilometers northwest? Suyang opened the map in his mind and found that the exploration in the crystal mining area in the north was only about 100 kilometers. This time, we have to go directly 400 kilometers to the northwest, which is beyond the maximum distance that the current Black Iron vehicle can travel. If you want to reach the Howling Mountains, you must first upgrade the Heavy Equipment Battalion and upgrade the vehicles. It seems that more preparation is needed before we can get free electricity from wind power. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he put the steel produced today into the heavy equipment camp. It's time to give these big guys an upgrade. A dull sound like thunder was heard, and the heavy weapon battalion began to upgrade amid the roar. Compared to a series of building upgrades such as the Royal Armor Camp, the heavy equipment camp always makes the loudest noise. The sound is like hitting your eardrum with a sledgehammer. Boom. With a loud bang, the heavy weapon battalion was upgraded. Like the Imperial Armor Camp, a device capable of stimulating lightning also appeared on top of the heavy equipment camp. Su Yang couldn't wait to open the heavy equipment battalion panel, and the first thing that caught his eye was a brand new vehicle. Heavy equipment camp panel. Machine, Daqin smoke signal. Machine type, supply vehicle. Power drive, hybrid power. Production requirements. Level 2 public transport, heavy equipment camp. Required prerequisite technologies, electromagnetism, high energy capacitors. Description, a multi-terrain long-distance transport vehicle capable of supplying various types of resources. The Wolf Smoke has 5 cabins, each with a capacity of 200 units, and can store up to 5 types of resources. Note, electric energy can be stored in 1,000 units. Command value required for summoning, 10,000 points. Maintenance cost, 10 units of steel/time, 10 units of copper/time. Basic consumption, 150 units of electricity/time, 30 units of fuel oil/time, 15 units of fuel/time, 15 units of concentrated water/time. Note, mechanical units will suffer fuel consumption and movement speed penalties when traveling on non-road surfaces. The penalty value depends on the road conditions. Daqin Wolf Smoke, a resource supply vehicle. Su Yang's eyes flashed. This is a very crucial vehicle. Now the Xian'ai heavy armored vehicle does not consider returning, and the farthest distance it can reach is about 300 kilometers. In this situation, there is no way to reach the Howling Mountains. The emergence of Wolf Smoke perfectly solved this problem. As long as supplies are replenished along the way, the Black Iron car can continue to operate and transport the troops to the Howling Mountains. Moreover, the appearance of Wolf Smoke solved more than just this problem. With the addition of resource supply vehicles, soldiers can obtain fuel supplies without returning to the territory. This will further increase the speed of the team's expeditions and the frequency of combat. It can be said that the addition of the Wolf Smoke has directly transformed the long-range troops into a mobile territory. Vehicles and soldiers can be resupplied or repaired at any time around the Wolf Smoke. Each Wolf Smoke can carry up to 1,000 units of resources. To be on the safe side, Su Yang directly summoned 2 Wolf Smoke ships. After the heavy equipment camp operated for a while, electromagnetic and black smoke came out at the same time. A steel chariot slowly drove out. The first thing that caught Su Yang's attention about the Wolf Smoke was the multi-terrain tracks underneath. With the support of multi-terrain tracks, the Wolf Smoke is not as dependent on roads as the Black Iron vehicle. It can easily adapt to a variety of terrains and suffers fewer movement penalties. The next thing worth paying attention to is the huge tiered rear compartment of the Wolf Smoke. Above is a huge storage area with a total of 5 sections, and below are various discharge areas. In order to cope with the various resources that may be stored, the Wolf Smoke is equipped with different discharge ports. For example, for liquid resources such as oil or water, there are tools similar to the gas pumps in the previous life under the car. For solid resources such as coal or metal, the refueling gun is replaced with a refueling gun with a wider nozzle. Electricity is transmitted directly through an arm-sized plug device. In addition to these resources, there is also a special maintenance workshop and 2 maintenance engineers at the rear of the Wolf Smoke. They are responsible for completing all work required of the troops, whether armor or battle armor, weapons or vehicles can be repaired on the spot. This ensures that the team's combat effectiveness will not be weakened due to damage during the expedition. With so many functions gathered in one vehicle, Wolf Smoke has become the second most summoned creature in the territory, second only to the Black Iron vehicle. However, compared to the wide, long and heavy Black Iron car, the Wolf Smoke is obviously more compact and agile. After summoning the Wolf Smoke, the next step is to upgrade the Black Iron chariot and the Blazing Horse. These 2 upgrades made Su Yang's eyes light up. They are very critical upgrades. Among them, the upgrade of the Blazing Horse made Su Yang's dream of forming a cavalry team possible. Chapter 157, Electricity Coverage, Explosive Increase in Production Capacity. Machine, Black Iron Heavy Armored Vehicle. Machine type, Transport Vehicle. Power drive, Hybrid power. Production requirements, Level 2 Public Transport Heavy Equipment Camp. Required prerequisite technology, radar detection. Description: a large transport vehicle equipped with large radar detection equipment, capable of transporting, collecting materials, and performing range reconnaissance. The space above the black iron car can accommodate 100 units of soldiers, and the compressed space below can accommodate 500 units of various resources. Command value required for summoning, 8,000 points. Maintenance cost, 10 units of steel/time, 10 units of copper/time. Basic consumption, 200 units of electricity/time, 10 units of fuel/time, 5 units of fuel/time, 5 units of concentrated water/time. Note: mechanical units will suffer fuel consumption and movement speed penalties when traveling on non-road surfaces. The penalty value depends on the road conditions. Mechanical beast, 1,000-mile blazing horse. Mechanical beast type, multi-terrain transport vehicle. Power drive, hybrid power. Production requirements, level 2 public transport, heavy equipment camp. Required prerequisite technology, deflection shield. Description: a mechanical beast equipped with an energy storage shield that can increase its impact power by moving and absorbing damage. Command value required for summoning, blazing horse, 5,000 points, improved blazing horse, 1,500 points. Maintenance cost, 5 units of steel/time, 5 units of copper/time. Basic consumption, 100 units of electricity/time, 5 units of fuel/time, 5 units of fuel/time, 5 units of concentrated water/time. Note: the Level 2 Heavy Equipment Battalion will provide improved blazing horses that are more suitable for ordinary soldiers to ride, and their size is more suitable for soldiers to control. Note: the blazing horse can carry 1 general level unit or 3 soldier units, and the improved blazing horse can carry 1 soldier unit. The 2 old units, the Black Iron Chariot and the Fiery Horse, have not been upgraded in terms of power. Electromagnetism brings them new capabilities. The new ability of the Black Iron Car is radar detection. Compared with sound wave detection, radar has a larger range and clearer target capture capability. It can also detect stealth units similar to the Tyranid warriors from last time. After being equipped with radar, the troops will further enhance their field combat capabilities. Unlocking the Level 2 Dark Iron vehicle requires radar detection technology, which is also a prerequisite technology for upgrading the sonic detector within the territory. Compared with the mobile radar on the Black Iron Car, the territory is equipped with the most advanced phased array radar, and the maximum detection distance is directly increased from 5 kilometers for sound wave detection to 100 kilometers. Moreover, radar detection can not only monitor the ground, but also the air and underground are within the reconnaissance range. It can be said that any movement within 100 kilometers cannot escape the radar's eyes. As long as radar detection technology is introduced, sneak attacks can become a thing of the past. After the Black Iron Chariot was the improved Fiery Horse, which made Su Yung even more excited. When the Level 1 Heavy Equipment Battalion released the Blazing Horse, Su Yung wondered whether he could equip a cavalry team. However, considering the high cost of the Blazing Horse and its large size that made it difficult for ordinary soldiers to operate it, the idea of forming a cavalry had to be abandoned. However, now an improved version of the Blazing Horse has appeared, which has not only been reduced in size to make it more suitable for ordinary soldiers, but also reduced in price. More importantly, the energy shield equipped by the Fiery Horse, like Li Xian and Ming Tian's armor, can absorb and accumulate the absorbed damage, thereby generating stronger impact damage. This is technology tailor-made for war horses. The appearance of the improved Fiery Horse made Su Yang's idea of forming the Great Qin Iron Cavalry Regiment possible. There is no doubt that cavalry is more powerful than infantry, but more importantly, a cavalry team can provide generals with more tactical possibilities. This is a double improvement in combat hard power and tactical diversity. Looking at these upgrades one by one, Su Yang was already getting impatient. There are so many upgrades that need to be made, but time and resources are limited, so you must calm down and find the most accurate path. The Qin Iron Cavalry Corps is indeed powerful, but it is not something that can be considered at this moment. The most important thing at the moment is to meet the territory's electricity needs. The thermal power plant has been put into operation and electricity is being produced continuously. High-efficiency electromagnetic towers and high-energy capacitors have been researched. Su Yang selected the high-efficiency electromagnetic tower and placed its blueprint in the center of the Lord's area. The blueprint was put down, and a slender, efficient electromagnetic tower building rose from the ground. It is nearly 10 meters high and has a square base of about 2 meters. At the top of the tower is a complex and sophisticated discharge device, from which electromagnetic fields invisible to the naked eye radiate and expand outward. As long as there is power supply facilities, the electromagnetic tower can provide power to all buildings that need electricity within a 1-kilometer radius. The moment the electromagnetic tower started, all the mining machines in the production area lit up. The roar of the mining machine was accompanied by the sound of surging electric current. All production facilities and factories in industrial zones have received a 100 increase in basic production capacity. Thunder and lightning, the power of gods, are controlled by humans from this moment on. After placing the electromagnetic tower, Su Yang placed another high-energy capacitor. Capacitors store unused electricity for future use. Of course, capacitors are basically useless nowadays, as electricity is extremely scarce in the territory. Su Yang opened the resource panel and checked the resource data after the power was added. Territory resources. Water resources. Stock. 1,532 units. Production speed. 1,150 units/day 20 bonus. Stone mine resources. Stock. 862 units. Production speed. 1,440 units/day 20 bonus. Coal resources. Stock. 814 units. Production speed. 1,150 units/day 20 bonus. Metal copper. Stock. 531 units. Production speed. 575 units/day 20 bonus. Metal iron. Stock. 456 units. Production speed. 1,440 units/day 20 bonus. Saltpeter resources. Stock. 362 units. Production speed. 240 units/day 20 bonus. Steel resources. Stock. 56 units. Production speed. Maximum 400 units/day. Alien insect volume. 698. Biocrude oil. 3 units. Production speed. Maximum 1,000 units/day. Fuel resources. Stock. 163 units. Production speed. Maximum 400 units/day. Electricity resources. Stock. 0 units. Production speed. Maximum 5,000 units/day. Vassal state tribute resources. Stone mine. 200 units/day. Carbon ore. 200 units/day. Copper ore. 50 units/day. Leading strategy. Level 2. Powerful and powerful. Level 1. National treasure. Level 1. Peace and prosperity. Territory buff/debuff effect. Level 5 Abyss Gaze. Duration/. Command value. 72,651. Opening the territory resources again, you can see that the production capacity of all minerals has increased greatly compared to a few days ago. The biggest contributor is of course the power boost brought by the level 5 main base. The second is the resources brought by strategies and tribute from Spain. Take coal as an example. After the addition of electricity and new mining machines, coal production reached 960 units/day, which is nearly double the previous production capacity. Then, there will be 20 of the blessing during the prosperous season and tribute from vassal states. The territory's daily coal production directly exceeded 1,000, reaching an astonishing 1,350 units/day. The upgrade of the level 5 main base has brought about an explosive growth in territory productivity. Chapter 158, Qin Supercomputing Center, Prime Minister Liu Buwei. The total carbon mine production capacity is 1,350 units/day. After the troops are expanded and upgraded, the supply consumption for one troop replenishment is 1,200 units. Because of the long-term movement and combat, the expeditionary force basically needs fuel replenishment once a day. The city defense forces consume less fuel, and if there is no Zerg siege, the consumption will be reduced. Based on the frequency of sieges twice a week, Su Yang estimated that the current average daily consumption of the territory should be around 1,000 units. However, this is just a rough estimate. If an unexpected event occurs, the result will be greatly deviated. The production and consumption of various resources in the territory are now too complicated. Su Yang cannot accurately calculate the production and consumption relationship by himself and can only make a rough estimate. Although this can ensure that everything is generally normal and there will be no major resource shortages. However, each calculation would consume a lot of Su Yang's energy, and it was impossible to do real-time calculations. Nowadays, a lot of consumption and resource production are changing in real time, so real-time calculation is very important. For example, iron and steel are both necessary resources, and 2 units of iron are converted into 1 unit of steel. Too little conversion will result in insufficient steel production, while too much conversion may result in insufficient iron raw materials. The demand for steel and iron in the territory changes in real time, and there is no fixed ratio, which requires the ruler to constantly adjust the conversion rate. The same goes for fuel resources. If too little is invested in thermal power plants, there will be insufficient electricity. If too much is invested in thermal power plants, there will be a shortage of supplies for the soldiers. All of these require real-time adjustment of proportions, which is difficult to accomplish with manpower. Moreover, once an unexpected event causes an increase in a certain demand, the relationship between various resources will instantly become disordered, leading to a series of problems. As the number of resources in the territory increases in the future, it will become increasingly difficult to calculate territory consumption by manpower. The inability to monitor data in real time will not only reduce the risk resistance of territory resources, but also make Su Yang lack a sense of control over the situation. Perhaps relying on human computing is outdated? Can the artificial intelligence brought by the Level 5 main base solve this problem? As his thoughts flashed, Su Yang directly opened the 1000 machine tower panel. After completing the research on the three-piece electrical equipment today, Su Yang dragged the three brothers, Crossbowman, Skyfire Guard, and Fire Dragon Guard, into the 1000 Machines Tower. Science and Technology Electromagnetic Propulsion Research. Remaining time, 19 HU. Technology Electromagnetic Gun Research. Remaining time, 28 HU. Science and Technology Electromagnetic Storm Research. Remaining time, 28 HU. This morning, Li Xian led his team to win another tough battle in the Shadow Zone and destroyed a fourth-generation insect nest. So Su Yang now holds a legendary hive heart in his hand, which can shorten the research and development time by a full 5 days. Originally, he wanted to wait until a subsequent emergency to use it, but now seemed to be a more important moment. Su Yang has asked Li Xian to return to the territory. After resting in the territory tonight, the troops will march towards the Howling Mountains tomorrow. Before this, all 3 upgrades should be completed, and at least the Sky Fire Guard and Fire Dragon Guard should be upgraded. In addition, with the addition of the power system, the amount of calculation of territory resources has further increased, and Su Yang needs the assistance of other forces to control the overall situation. Use it early and enjoy it early. Su Yang took out the heart of the insect nest and used the splitting technology to split it into 2 days and 3 days. He first invested 2 days to complete the research on the electromagnetic propulsion of the Crossbowman and the electromagnetic cannon technology of the Skyfire Guards. Then I clicked on computer science and artificial intelligence and invested 3 days of effort, and the upgrade was completed in seconds. There are 5 technologies in total, 4 of which were completed instantly, and the remaining 1 only had a dozen hours left. This is the charm of legendary items. Use the item Heart of the Hive to shorten the time required for research and development by 48 hours. Technology Electromagnetic Propulsion Research completed. Level 5 Qin Armored Crossbowman unlocked. Technology Electromagnetic Cannon Research completed. Level 3 Daqin's Tianwei unlocked. Leadership value -27,000. Science and Technology Computer Science Research. In the research of science and technology artificial intelligence. Use the item Heart of the Hive to shorten the time required for research and development by 72 hours. Complete Science and Technology Computer Science Research. Technology and Artificial Intelligence Research completed. Science and Technology Electromagnetic Storm Research. Remaining time, 14H. AI loading detected. Daqin Heavy Industry feature triggered. Artificial Intelligence Base Station. Daqin Supercomputing Center. Xiao AI Classmate Lu Xiangzino. It can conduct real-time monitoring of various resources in the territory and vassal countries, sustainable prediction, shortage warning, transfer ratio adjustment, and other fine controls. Supercomputing Center, Lu Xiang's intelligent brain. Su Yang's eyes flashed. Artificial intelligence, based on Prime Minister Lu Buwei. Lu Buwei was born into a merchant family and was granted a title of nobility and appointed as Prime Minister in the state of Qin. Not only did he leave behind various legendary deeds, he also wrote Lu Shichuanqiu. More importantly, the policy of engraving workers' names on things was originated from Lu Buwei. It can be said that the strength of the Qin dynasty's military industry was inseparable from Lu Buwei's supervision. With such artificial intelligence assistance, wouldn't it be possible for you to just be a hands-off boss? Su Yang opened the panel and placed the new building, the Qin Supercomputing Center, in the technology column in the Lord's area. The blueprint was placed, and soon a new building, which was also the most sci-fi building in the territory, was completed. The Daqin Supercomputing Center is a supercomputer made of silver-white steel with light blue engravings. The cylindrical base gradually shrinks upwards, and at the top is a suspended translucent sphere. It covers an area of more than 20 square meters and is more than 6 meters high. It's hard to imagine that this is the size of a computer. As soon as the Supercomputing Center was put down, the lights of many mining machines in the territory went out. After Su Yang increased the fuel input into the thermal power plant, The lights of the mining machines gradually lit up and resumed operation. Such a huge power consumption? What a powerful computing power such a computer would have. Su-Yang clicked on the panel and entered the artificial intelligence page. A series of mechanical sounds immediately appeared in his mind, and corresponding subtitles appeared on the panel. Your Majesty, I am Xiangbong number 001, the first generation of supercomputing artificial intelligence of Daqin Industry. Chapter 159, Xiangbong Intelligent Brain, Magnetic Energy Cannonballs. Xiangbong is applying for resource detection permissions. Xiangbong is applying for resource allocation authority. Xiangbong is applying for the authority to manage fuel for the troops. Xiangbong is applying. The intelligent brain sent permission requests to Su-Yang one by one, and Su-Yang excitedly confirmed them one by one. He finally managed to get a prime minister, and now he can finally relax a little. As the permissions were opened one by one, Su-Yang became more clear about what this super assistant could do. The first is resource management and real-time monitoring. What Su-Yang cannot complete is just the basic operation of the intelligent brain. The second is to predict and adjust the production ratio of each secondary resource in the territory in real time according to Su-Yang's strategy. Then there is emergency response, which can quickly deal with various emergencies. The last step is to control some facilities within the territory, such as automatic farms. It is basically certain that with the assistance of the intelligent prime minister, there will never be any problems with logistics in the territory again. Store as much electricity as possible while ensuring fuel resources. Su-Yang gave the order. The mission has been confirmed. We are monitoring the movement of the troops in real time and monitoring the fuel consumption of each unit. Currently, coal fuel reserves are good. It is recommended to increase the investment ratio of thermal power plants in order to provide power reserves for tomorrow's expeditionary force. Seeing this, Su-Yang nodded. It turned out to be an intelligent computer with predictive capabilities that even took tomorrow's expedition mission into consideration. The team needs to fill the wolf smoke with resources for use on the road when going on an expedition. Therefore, when the expedition sets out tomorrow, a batch of supplies, including electricity, must be consumed in advance and invested in the wolf smoke. If we don't prepare in advance, we won't be able to provide enough troops for the expedition. If the intelligent computer hadn't brought it up, Su-Yang would have forgotten to consider this matter. He might not realize until tomorrow's departure that the territory is short of the several hundred units of electricity that he needs to store on the wolf smoke. Increase the investment ratio according to the needs of the expedition. Su-Yang said. Expedition destination, Howling Mountains. Target is 423.67 kilometers from the territory. Possible consumption is being calculated based on road conditions. Calculating the weight of incidental factors. Calculating. After a thorough and careful analysis, Xiangbong Intelligent Computer put a data table in front of Su-Yang. The above briefly lists the possible losses in various situations with data and images. And it's not just electricity. Several different colors represent different resource consumption. Just now, Su-Yang wanted to try the strange bird meat shipped from Zabanya in the evening. The intelligent computer has taken all possible factors into account and listed the consumption of all resources under all possible circumstances. What a terrifying computing power! Su-Yang was shocked. In his previous life, he knew that major countries were committed to researching supercomputers in order to handle extremely difficult and complex tasks such as missile interception. Now that he has seen the performance of the intelligent brain, Su-Yang finally understands why all countries are trying their best to develop computers. This kind of supercomputing power that is beyond human reach is simply crazy. According to the detailed list provided by the intelligent brain, Su-Yang can accurately control various resource planning without using his brain or thinking. The Level 5 main base brings not only an explosion in productivity, but also the liberation of physical and mental strength. In addition to the current resource consumption report, Jinao also lists the scarcity of various resources in the future. Among them, iron ore, stone ore, and carbon ore are still the top 3 in consumption, among which carbon ore resources are still the most scarce. Among the secondary resources electricity, fuel, and steel, electricity is currently the most scarce, but the intelligent computer predicts that steel will become the most scarce in the later stage of the Level 5 main base. Su-Yang allocated current resource investment based on the data and gained a general understanding of future resource consumption trends. After unlocking the intelligent brain, Su-Yang finally felt like he was an emperor. The intelligent brain is his cabinet. As long as he gives an order, the cabinet will compile all kinds of data and situations and present them to him. He then adjusts the territory strategy or makes a decision based on the data and advice from the cabinet. With the help of intelligent brain, You no longer have to calculate various data by yourself. Su Yang felt a sense of physical and mental relief. After all, he really doesn't like math. After solving the resource problem, Su Yang opened the Yujiring panel again. Here are 2 new military units that have just been upgraded. Royal Armor Camp Panel. Army, Great Qin Armored Crossbowmen. Arms Type, Ranged Infantry. Production Requirements, Level 5 Armored Camp. Description, modify the firing structure of the crossbow. Use an electromagnetic barrel instead of the crossbow string to further increase the initial velocity of the arrow. Provide a new type of electric crossbow, which can release high-voltage current to cause high-temperature burns and paralysis to the enemy after hitting the enemy. It can cause a local short circuit after hitting the metal armor or shell, and then quickly destroy the metal structure. Unlocking the prerequisite technology can upgrade the crossbow gun for the crossbowman and increase the strength of long-range attack. Command value required for summoning, 1,000 points. Consumption, 5 units of fuel/day, 5 units of concentrated water/day. Maintenance cost, 5 units of steel/time, 5 units of copper/time. Reloading consumption, 20 units of electricity/time, 2 units of steel/time, 1 unit of saltpeter/time, 1 unit of fuel/time. Arms, Daqin Skyfire Guards. Arms Type, Heavy Artillery Unit. Production Requirements, Level 5 Armored Camp. Description, obtain the electromagnetic acceleration barrel, further increase the range, and obtain a new magnetic explosive bomb. The magnetic storm bomb has the same power as the Skyfire bomb. After exploding at the target location, it will trigger a large-scale electromagnetic storm. Within the range of the electromagnetic storm, all electronic equipment will fail, metal structures will become unstable, and all units will suffer paralysis damage. Command value required for summoning, 5,000 points. Basic consumption, 10 units of fuel/day, 10 units of concentrated water/day. Maintenance cost, 10 units of steel/time, 10 units of iron/time. Reload consumption. High explosive bomb, 2 units of ore, 3 units of coal, 1 unit of saltpeter/shot. Skyfire bomb, 3 units of ore, 3 units of coal, 2 units of saltpeter/shot. Fuel bomb, 2 units of ore, 3 units of coal, 2 units of saltpeter, 1 unit of fuel/shot. Magnetic bomb, 40 units of electricity, 3 units of stone, ore, 3 units of coal, 2 units of saltpeter/shot. The metal structure became unstable, and Su Yang quickly grasped the key points in the upgrades of the crossbowmen and Skyfire Guards. It seems that after the electromagnetic upgrade is activated, the shell defense of the Limestone clan will no longer be a problem. Powerful magnetic storms will pave the way for this expedition to the Howling Mountains. Chapter 160, Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, Magnetic Energy Flame. Late at night, the moonlight is cold. A cold wind blew through the eerie stone forest. There is a city hidden among the strange rocks. Bang, bang, bang. A series of field artillery roars blasted away, breaking the silence of the night. The stone city wall collapsed instantly in front of the 105mm field gun. After several volleys, the city gate fell and the city wall collapsed. The terrified defenders did not see the enemy at all and could only fire blindly into the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. The artillery fire was followed by a burst of sniper rifle fire. The defenders on the broken city wall would face death if they dared to show their heads. The smell of gunpowder and death spread in the stone forest. It was a complete crushing massacre. The defenders were unwilling to be defeated like this, so 2 teams left the city from the flank and planned to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night. Soon after stepping out of the city gate, the roar of heavy machine guns was heard from the flank of the stone forest. The defenders' final counterattack was crushed. 2 wheeled armored vehicles and 2 armored personnel carriers slowly drove out of the stone forest from the front. They broke in unstoppably, and the vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun roared and crushed the last remaining defenders. Soldiers occupied the city walls, and a large force emerged from the stone forest and poured into the city. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Tojo Inken walked out of the armored vehicle amid the cheers of the soldiers and looked at the prisoners kneeling in a row in front of him with joy on his face. Malaysia, you are the running dog of the English League. You have brought this upon yourselves. I've already given you an ultimatum. Why do you have to hope for the best? Are you questioning the strength of our great East Japan Empire? Or are you expecting assistance from England or Dragon Country? Tojo Inken drew the samurai sword from his waist and put it on the neck of the Malaysian lord. Colonized or destroyed? Please spare me, wailed the Malaysian Tooth Lord. It seems that you are not stupid enough to lose your mind. Tojo Incan sneered and slowly retracted the samurai sword that was on the neck of the Malaysian lord. When he was halfway through retracting the knife, his face suddenly changed, and he swung it forward with both hands. With a flash of sword light, the blade of the samurai sword slashed into the neck of the officer beside the Malaysian lord. The blade was stuck in the gap between the bones, and bright red blood gushed out from the wound, spraying all over the Malaysian lord's face. I surrender! I surrender! Why? The Malay lord shouted in horror. Tojo Incan's face was filled with disgust as he yanked his katana back and forth before finally pulling the blade out of the officer's neck. Kill all of them except the lord. He drew his sword and took a step back to avoid the subsequent gushing of blood. If I had done it in the right place and cut off the neck with one blow, the blood wouldn't have spurted everywhere like it did now. It's a pity that I haven't used a knife for a long time, and my knife skills have regressed a lot. Chi. Japanese soldiers used bayonets to kill all the surrendered Malaysian soldiers. After wiping the blood off his body, Tojo Incan sent the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Strategy to the Malaysian lord. This is a slogan for the new order in East Asia proposed by Japan during World War II. They advocated that joining the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere would make their countries a region of coexistence, co-prosperity, and self-sufficiency. It claims that each region will produce what it is best suited to produce, and obtain from other regions what it lacks. Of course, this is just Japan's excuse to plunder resources from East Asian countries. Any country that is forced to join the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere will become the target of unlimited and endless plunder of all kinds of resources by Japan in order to enrich its national strength. For this reason, they proclaim themselves as the representatives and saviors of Oriental culture. It requires East Asian countries to consciously cooperate with Japan to revive Oriental culture and make it surpass Western culture. Ultimately, a Greater East Asian culturally self-sufficient entity will be built with the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere as its background. To put it bluntly, this is a packaged colonial strategy. Accept it or perish. The Malaysian lords confirmed their acceptance of Japanese colonization. Behind him are the lives of the people of the entire country, and he must seize every opportunity to survive. Malaysia has become a Japanese colonial city and has obtained the achievement of civilization conqueror. The colony cannot be upgraded any further, and all resource output belongs to the ruling country. Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity features receive a 30 bonus to all resources produced from colonies. Looking at the bonus items popping up on the panel, Tojo Incan smiled. It turns out that the war of aggression is Japan's home court. The Dragon Kingdom is now isolated and helpless and can only rely on itself to find other territories. And since the countries in their alliance are interconnected, it is easier to obtain information on the location of countries. As long as they occupy territory faster and seize resources from colonies, they will be able to reverse their current disadvantage. It's a pity that Matsui Owain was stabbed stupidly by the damned general of Longwa in the last Battle of Heroes. They cannot fight on two fronts until new hero units are unlocked. But all this is not a problem. Japan's powerful colonial strategy can make up for it all. Technology electromagnetic cannon research completed. Level 3 Dachin's Tianwei unlocked. The next morning, before the expedition began, the magnetic fire dragon guard was upgraded. Su Yang opened the Royal Armor Camp panel to view the detailed information of the Fire Dragon Guard. Army, Great Qin Fire Dragon Guard. Arms type, Heavy Infantry Unit. Production requirements, Level 5 Armored Camp. Required prerequisite technologies, electromagnetism, high-energy capacitors. Description, improve the flamethrower, add charged plasma particles to the flame, and spray magnetic flames at the enemy. High-energy plasma particles have terrifying temperatures and can instantly melt metal armor devices with good thermal conductivity. Command value required for summoning, 5,000 points. Basic consumption, 10 units of fuel/day, 10 units of concentrated water/day. Maintenance cost, 10 units of copper/time, 10 units of steel/time. Reloading consumption, 200 units of electricity/time, 3 units of oil fuel/time. Plasma magnetic flame? Looking at the Fire Dragon Guard panel, Su Yang felt relieved. Fortunately, the departure time was delayed in order to replenish electricity. Otherwise, the range team will miss out on the powerful weapon, Fire Dragon Guard. He originally thought that the magnetic flame of the Pitaya was similar to the magnetic shells of the Skyfire Guard. The power is not greatly increased. It mainly forms an auxiliary magnetic energy storm. However, after upgrading and looking at the panel, I realized that magnetic flames and magnetic storms are completely different things. The charged plasma in the magnetic flames is not an auxiliary, but a destructive weapon. Suyang opened the panel of the royal armor camp and was thinking about how to upgrade it when a mechanical sound rang in his mind. We have equipped you with the best upgrade plan based on your current command value and battle needs. Chapter 161. The expedition begins, a new era. When you open the Smart Brain panel, a lot of data and various analysis predictions pop up. The analysis includes the various Zerg species that may be encountered along the way and the current power and command value reserves. It can be said that all the factors that Suyang could think of and couldn't think of were taken into consideration. After Suyang roughly read the analysis of the intelligent brain, he finalized its plan. I have to say that it is good to have artificial intelligence assistance, which can save a lot of energy. The leadership value is invested, and the selected unit returns to the barracks for upgrading. Soon, for upgraded Fire Dragon Guards, 2 Sky Fire Guards and 30 Qin armored crossbowmen walked out of the barracks. When Suyang saw the upgraded units, his eyes lit up. Although the armor is still made of steel, the electromagnetic upgrade makes the soldier's armor look more sci-fi. Many of the original steam and oil-powered transmission drives have been replaced with electric-powered devices. The Fire Dragon Guard's original huge fuel flamethrower was improved by adding a cylindrical plasma generator in the middle of the barrel. A series of reactions will take place inside the pale blue device, producing plasma particles capable of delivering devastating blows. The original power provided by gunpowder of the Tianhui was improved, and the entire barrel was transformed into an electromagnetic accelerator. The original explosive stone has also been improved and wrapped in a steel shell, making its appearance look closer to modern missiles. After passing through the electromagnetic gun barrel and undergoing layer-by-layer acceleration, the metal shells will be fired out at an astonishing initial velocity. After the upgrade, the range of Tianhui has reached 4 times of before. The last is the upgrade of the crossbowman. Compared with the upgrade of the double guards, the upgrade of the crossbowman is more obvious. The iconic crossbow string on the crossbow has been removed and replaced by a new electromagnetic acceleration barrel. After the metal arrow is accelerated in the barrel, it will gain a stronger initial velocity and stronger kinetic energy. Moreover, compared to the crossbow string that needs to be reloaded, the firing rate of the electromagnetic crossbow is even more terrifying and is close to that of a semi-automatic firearm. Seeing the improved forms of various units, Suyang had great expectations for their actual combat effectiveness. Now that the soldiers have been upgraded, the next step is to prepare for the expedition to replenish energy. Suyang still loaded resources into the 2 Wolf Smoke ships according to the ratio given by the intelligent computer. Each Wolf Smoke has 5 cabins, each with a capacity of 200 units, and can store 1,000 units of electricity. Suyang first stored a total of 1,800 units of electricity in the 2 compartments. This is the maximum amount of electricity the territory can provide beyond meeting its own needs. 1,800 units can support the entire army for replenishment. Suyang felt that was enough. In addition, the solution provided by the intelligent computer is that all resources can at least meet the needs of the troops for one supply. Next is the largest carbon or resource, which is the most consumed resource in combat. Suyang directly invested a total of 600 units of carbon ore, filling up 3 entire cabins. The remaining 5 compartments are used to store various combat consumable resources. 200 units of fuel oil, 100 units of steel, 100 units of iron ore, 100 units of copper, and 100 units of saltpeter. At this point, the resource supply part of the expedition has been prepared, and the next step is to deploy troops. Meng Tian and the scout team will undoubtedly continue to serve as pioneers. Li Xinzi formed a large force with 100 armored warriors, 60 armored crossbowmen, for Fire Dragon Guards, and 2 Sky Fire Guards. In order to carry more Zerg corpses, all 3 black iron vehicles were deployed. Add 2 more Wolf Smoke tanks to form an Iron Chariot unit. All selected units will assemble in the Eastern Expedition Preparation Area. Suyang Zhan inspected the troops on the city wall. This is the longest distance crusade in the territory, and it is also a battle that reaches the edge of the crystal mining area. And according to the system introduction, the Howling Mountains are likely the boundary between the heart of the hive and another landing zone. This is another reason why Suyang embarked on this expedition besides building a wind power station. After entering the stage of fierce competition, in addition to exploring within your own landing area, it is more important to explore other areas outward. It is very important to determine your position on the map. This determines whether you can unite with your allies or be surrounded by enemies. By determining the location information earlier than other countries, we can make subsequent strategic arrangements earlier. Moreover, if you go out of the area outside the Zerg, You may have some different adventures. Su Yang thought while looking at the neatly arranged team below. Now this armored force has begun to take shape. The future will be written by them. Set off. Su Yang waved and shouted. The thick mechanical iron door slowly opened under hydraulic drive. The sound of steam gushing and engines roaring exploded over the territory. Kill the enemies and wipe out the bandits today. In the name of your majesty, let us promote the great power of the Qin Empire. Meng Tian raised his arms and shouted, then rushed out of the gate on his horse, followed closely by the scout troops. Then came the Iron Chariot troops, led by Li Xian. Watching the troops leaving the territory, Su Yang's heart was filled with emotion. A new era is opening. Outside the Forbidden Area, all the people of Long Kingdom watched the departure ceremony through live broadcast. Expanded units and new upgrades and vehicles will keep you busy. And Meng Tian's order before going to war ignited the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. Wow, so cool. This is our great Qin army. So strong. It feels like we have improved since the Heroes' War. Will the whole army attack this time be another expedition? That would be too powerful. Promote the might of our great Qin. Promoting the might of our great Qin. Longhua High-Level Conference Room. The experts hadn't seen the situation in the territory for a few days, so this sudden look made them almost crazy. It's only been a few days. Why do I feel like all the facilities in the territory are powered by electricity? That lightning tower in the center of the territory is not a wireless power supply device, is it? Could it be the technology of the electrical age? What electrical age? Haven't we already entered the science fiction age? It seems the troops have also received new upgrades, as well as 2 new vehicles. I really want to know what their functions are. Such a large-scale mobilization. It seems that Su Yang is going to launch another expedition. This is the right judgment. The more we explore outward at this stage, the more first-mover advantage we can gain. While the experts were more shocked by the powerful technology, the officers were more shocked by the momentum of the soldiers going to the battle. At this moment, all the officers felt the urge to follow the Qin soldiers into battle. The powerful strength and unrivaled courage of the sharp warriors ignited their blood as soldiers. Strong strength and majestic military power. This is what they think the Dragon Kingdom's army should look like. Shortly after the troops set out, Elizabeth sent a message to Su Yang. England Lord. Sad news. Malaysia was conquered by Japan and became a colony. Many of our allies have also received the declaration of war from the Tripartite Alliance. If they do not surrender, they will be destroyed. Looking at the message sent by Elizabeth, Su Yang fell into deep thought. This kind of war mode of occupying territory really means strength in numbers. Although Daqin could be said to have an overwhelming combat power advantage over other countries, it was still too slow for it to expand outward from the heart of the hive on its own. Although the Triple Alliance is not as strong as itself, it can still easily deal with weak countries like the English Union. In this way, it won't be long before all the landing zones except the heart of the hive will be occupied by the Tripartite Alliance. We must determine the layout of the large map. Dragon Country Lords. Has the information on the big map been released? What are the landing zones of the lords in the alliance? Lord of England. It's too difficult. Most of our lords are probably scattered around the Triple Alliance countries. Most of them choose to join the Triple Alliance in the form of cooperation in order to protect themselves. Also, the lords in our alliance are currently weak and it is difficult for them to open up their own territories to complete the exploration, which makes it impossible for us to piece together a large map. Dragon Lord, got it. My troops are heading out of the heart of the hive. We will then be able to obtain information about the landing zone northwest of the heart of the hive. Lord of England, now is the most dangerous moment for the alliance. I will call on all lords to hold on as long as possible. After closing the panel, Su Yang sighed. The sigh is not because of these lords' betrayal at the last minute. Far water cannot put out a nearby fire, especially when he doesn't even know how far away the water is. He sighed because countries like Japan and the United States would definitely not let go of the surrendered countries easily. Even though they claim to be cooperating, they will eventually be conquered and become a colony. After becoming a colony, all development within the territory will stagnate, and even if it is liberated in the future, it will suffer from a lot of persistent negative buffs. The income from vassal states will be the bulk of the territory's income in the future, and Su Yang does not want to see his vassal states being ravaged. But no matter how unwilling he was to see it, due to geographical factors, he had no way to deal with these countries. Moreover, at this stage Su Yang discovered that the size of the army was still not large enough, and now he could only launch an expeditionary force. If we could launch 3 or 4 expeditionary forces at the same time, then the speed of expansion might be comparable to that of the Tripartite Alliance. All they can do now is expand outward as quickly as possible and try their best to keep up with the expansion speed of the tripartite alliance. The main force is on the way, and crossing the Howling Mountains may be the first time that the Dragon Nation leaps out of the heart of the hive. Su Yang hopes to see new opportunities there. As his thoughts flashed through his mind, he summoned the Xiangbang's intelligent brain. Report the various technologies and facilities in the territory that have not been upgraded yet according to their importance. Under analysis. The following content is arranged according to its relevance to the territory conquest strategy. War technology and facilities. Upgrade of Level 5 Great Qin Armored Warriors, Level 2 Black Iron Heavy Armored Vehicles, and Level 2,000-mile Blazing Horses. Upgrade of Level 3 General's Mansion. Upgrade of Level 2 Foundry and Astrology Tower. Note: after the Level 2 Foundry and Astrology Tower are upgraded, relevant hero units will be summoned. Logistics technology and facilities. Daqin Cultivation Base Upgrade. Vassal State Main Base and Resource Production Facilities Upgrade. Titanium Mining at Shinong Chuangshan Institute. Biometric Information Recognition Device. Defense Technology and Facilities. Level 4 Steel Wall. Level 5 Power Grid Wall. Reconnaissance Radar. Electromagnetic Automated Crossbow Tower. Magnetic Skyfire Tower. Storm Tower. The above are all currently unlocked technologies. Is there any feasible way to quickly expand the army? Under analysis. It is recommended to upgrade the Level 3 General's Mansion and Level 2 Foundry first. Level 3 General Mansion can unlock the Qin Dynasty military system. In the future, soldiers can be summoned and upgraded according to the organizational units, saving a lot of command value. Level 2 Foundries can unlock standardized production, allowing for mass transformation of troops and large-scale upgrade of weapons. The Qin military system is hidden here. Su Yang's eyes flickered. With the military system in place, recruiting and upgrading soldiers will no longer have to be done one by one in the future. That's simply too petty for Daqin. Moreover, according to the system description, there will be a reduction in command value when troops are upgraded according to their organizational structure. This is of great significance for the rapid formation of the 2nd Expeditionary Force. Perhaps before Li Xian and Meng Tian return, the 2nd Expeditionary Force of the Qin Dynasty can be formed. Upgrading the General's Mansion and the Foundry requires 300 units of steel, and the Foundry also requires electricity supply. Because a lot of resources were loaded onto the Wolf Smoke, the territory cannot provide these resources now and must wait until tomorrow. It just so happens that the command value has been exhausted. After Li Xian and Meng Tian restore the command value today, the building upgrade and troop summoning can be carried out simultaneously tomorrow. In addition to the military organization, Su Yang also noticed the titanium mining and biometric identification equipment of Shinong Creation Institute. One of these two items is titanium ore, which further improves armor capabilities, and the other is biometrics, which enhances reconnaissance capabilities. After the 2nd Expeditionary Force is established, Su Yang will consider selecting these two technologies. After the expedition and logistics modules, it is the base defense technology and facilities. In addition to the huge improvements that electromagnetism brings to expeditionary forces, it also greatly improves territory defense. After unlocking the automation technology, all the crossbow turrets above the city walls can be upgraded to automatic turrets. No more manpower is required, and the enemy can be automatically identified and shot throughout the process. The Level 5 city walls are also fully equipped with power grids. After the upgrade, the power grid alone is enough to give both springtails and stinging insects a hard time. In addition to these, the Storm Tower among the newly unlocked buildings aroused Su Yang's interest. If nothing else, the name looks really cool. Unfortunately, the Storm Tower can only be unlocked after all the outer walls of the territory are upgraded to Level 5. This will consume a lot of resources and will definitely not be cost-effective for the territory. So no matter how curious Su Yang was about the Storm Tower, he could only wait until later. The top priority now is still the expedition of Li Xian and Meng Tian. As long as the expedition goes smoothly, everything will develop steadily thereafter. Chapter 163. Encountering the Insect Swarm Again, Joint Siege. I only posted 2 chapters yesterday, and I made up for it this morning. The previous chapter has been updated to 4,000 words. Please remember to go back and take a look before continuing with this chapter. The Tripartite Alliance Talks Hall. U.S. Lord. Everyone has made good progress this week. We have basically explored half of the map. Lord Tianzhu. It's a pity that the heart of the insect nest has not been found yet. Damn Dragon Country, I must have revenge. After the last battle, all my mechanized troops were dumbfounded and no longer dared to ride motorcycles. Lord of Japan, The Battle of Heroes will retain mental damage, and my hero units are also affected. Lord of the United States, we have a great advantage at this stage. Although the Dragon Nation's troops are powerful, they will still be unable to move forward without resources. As long as we unite as many territories as possible to plunder resources, Dragon Country will soon lose all its advantages. Lord Argenton, we have influence in most areas of the map, but the middle and lower parts are still blank. The heart of the hive must be in there. Lord of the United States, last time Australia said it wanted to go south, what happened? Lord of Australia, there can't be a country in the south. Even if there is, it's impossible to get through. There is a mountain range with strong storms. Even armored vehicles can hardly pass through. U.S. Lord, this is a good thing for you. Natural barriers are better defenses than any man-made facilities. Lord of Australia, indeed, it is a pity that my brave Australian soldiers cannot serve as the frontline troops against the Dragon Kingdom. U.S. Lord, you only need to protect the minerals in your territory to provide the greatest support to the alliance. Although Australia has not found the heart of the hive, as a country rich in resources, it is great that it has such natural protection. Rather than sending them to the battlefield, MacArthur would rather have them produce well in the rear. If you can't enter from the south, then enter from other directions. As long as the Dragon Kingdom is located in the lower middle part of the map, they will be besieged by the Tripartite Alliance. By then, the joint attack by multiple countries will surely make Su Yong pay the price for his arrogance. Lord of France, do you feel that the alien species in your area have suddenly become stronger? Lord of Japan, what do you mean, Your Excellency? Lord of France, in the past Monday, the threat level in our area has not increased, but the alien species have become more and more difficult to deal with. U.S. Lord, the generation system has been upgraded. If it is upgraded too fast, you can stop attacking and expand your forces or upgrade the main base first. Lord of France, this enhancement is abnormal. Does Lord Turkey feel the same way? All the enhanced alien species I encountered here came from the east. Turkey should be ahead of us. Lord Argenton, that fool has not entered the Lord's Hall for a long time. Nearly 6 hours after the expedition set out and halfway through the journey, the scouts sent back the first intelligence of encountering the enemy. There is an insect nest on the path of the troops, and according to the intelligence sent back by the scouts, the size of this swarm has exceeded 1,000. This was the largest swarm of insects Su Yong had ever encountered. Even the Twin Mother Hive is not this large. Because all the control points were used up, Su Yong was unable to activate astrology to predict good or bad luck. However, he believed in the combat effectiveness of the armored troops after the upgrade. No matter how large the enemy is, it not only allows you to gain a large amount of command value, but also allows you to test the results of your soldiers' upgrades. Su Yong sent out all the scouts to conduct reconnaissance, and asked Li Xian and Meng Tian to reorganize the troops and prepare to meet the enemy. Switching to the scouts' perspective, Su Yong discovered that there was a valley ahead. If the troops want to advance, they must follow the river at the bottom of the valley, and the insect nest is located on both sides of the valley. If the scouts do not discover these zergs in advance, the troops will be besieged once they enter the valley. Like all 5th-generation insect nests, the valley area insect nest has many wormholes. The holes of different sizes grow on the mountain wall like honeycombs. Rustle, rustle. Approaching the valley, the scouts could already hear the sounds of insect activity. Su Yong ordered the scouts to return. The terrain had been surveyed, and the next step was to say hello to the neighbors. Although the power of the magnetic storm bomb is not increased compared to the Skyfire bomb, the magnetic energy storm after the explosion has a wide range. So Su Yong waited until the scouts had retreated far away before letting the Skyfire Guard start preparing. After the scouts withdrew from the affected area, the Skyfire Guard gun barrel began to charge. The main force was located more than 10 kilometers away from the insect nest, but the bombing range of the upgraded Skyfire Guards was far beyond that. Buzz. The electric current surged, and the magnetic energy gun barrel behind the Skyfire Guard began to charge in circles, and circles of light blue light lit up. The metal-wrapped magnetic energy bomb has entered the missile bay. After being accelerated by the high-energy magnetic field, it will rush into the sky. The Skyfire Guard has been charged, the magnetic bomb has been loaded, and we are requesting to launch it. Fire, Su Yong ordered. Bang. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Tianwei artillery shells are now dual-powered by electromagnetic and gunpowder. The gunpowder explosion provides the projectile with initial velocity, which is then further accelerated by the high-energy electromagnetic field in the barrel. After a burst of accelerating buzzing sound, the magnetic storm bomb flew out of the gun barrel instantly. The magnetic storm that shot into the sky quickly shrank to a point and then disappeared into the clouds. The speed is so fast that you can't even notice it if you're not paying attention. Su-Yang quickly switched to the frontline scout's perspective. The metal magnetic bomb disintegrated in the air and turned into countless small missiles that shot towards the ground. Boom! The magnetic storm bomb landed in front of the road leading into the valley, making a loud explosion. This time the explosion no longer produced pure fire, but an explosion of magnetic energy mixed with electric current. An explosion sounded, followed by a light blue storm that expanded outward along with the shock wave. This is a high-energy magnetic storm carrying countless plasmas, also known as a magnetic energy storm. Zlala. The magnetic storm expanded outward rapidly, stirring up mud and sand, sweeping across the valley, and covering everything on the surface in magnetic turbulence. Rustle. Rustle. The sound of swarming insects came from deep in the valley, and the indigenous people of the area felt like a friendly greeting from their neighbors. Countless light blue stinging insects poured out from the caves on both sides of the valley. They swooped down along the rock walls, ready to tear apart the uninvited guests. The aggressive swarm of insects charged along the rock wall, but just when they reached halfway up the mountain, the front row of people fell to their knees as if controlled by a mysterious force. They were unable to maintain their balance on the steep cliff and all rolled down to the bottom of the valley. Chapter 164 Magnetic Energy Storm. This scene looks simply hilarious. A swarm of ferocious insects collapsed halfway up the mountain before they even saw the enemy, rolling down like bowling balls. Although it was a bit humorous, Su-Yang knew that this was the effect of the magnetic storm. The Zerg's metal alloy shell is a good conductive material and will absorb a large amount of current once it enters a magnetic storm. The chaotic electric current is transmitted into the body through the shell, paralyzing the nerves, and the shell becomes unstable, causing the movement posture to change, thus producing an exaggerated falling effect. After adapting themselves to the situation, the swarm of insects that had rolled to the bottom of the valley stood up again, and then launched another charge in the direction of the incoming shells. Li Xian and Ming Tian have already organized the team to prepare to meet the enemy. 100 armored warriors were divided into 2 rows, and their fuel chainsaw swords had started rotating. 50 armored crossbowmen in the rear were ready to go, with their crossbows at the ready. Buzz buzz buzz. Boom. Without waiting for the main force to take action, 2 magnetic storm bombs fell in the direction of the first batch of stinging insects. Magnetic energy exploded into the sky, and the sound of dense electric current surging was heard. A series of kill prompts immediately appeared on Su-Yang's panel. Kill level 13 Tyranid Titanium Crystal Stinger variant, command value plus 130, 30 bonus. Kill level 12 Tyranid Titanium Crystal Stinger variant, command value plus 120, 30 bonus. Kill level 13 Tyranid Titanium Brainworm variant, command value plus 650, 30 bonus. After being strengthened, the Skyfire Guard can also cause large-scale damage when facing titanium crystal stinging insects. You should know that when the Skyfire Guard first encountered the titanium crystal insect swarm, it almost became useless. Based on this killing, Su-Yang also realized the reason why the Skyfire Guard had restored its lethality against the titanium crystal Zerg. Although the first magnetic storm bomb did not cause any kills, the magnetic energy storm it generated caused the swarm's shell structure to become unstable, causing it to lose its original protective power. Then 2 magnetic bombs fell, and the explosions and shock waves produced were able to directly eliminate a large number of insect swarms. In other words, the magnetic storm is equivalent to a large-scale armor-breaking effect, and the titanium crystal Zerg in it will lose their armor protection. Buzz buzz buzz. 2 more magnetic bombs fell, and a large number of kill notifications emerged, and the first batch of insect swarms was almost wiped out. The magnetic storm also blocked almost all roads from the entrance of the insect-tide cave to the direction of the main force. Russell. However, the Zerg will not give up, and they will never tolerate enemies that break into their territory. Soon, the buzzing sound of a larger swarm was heard, and a second, larger wave began to pour out of the cave. This time they no longer dived directly into the valley floor, but instead charged to both sides along the cliff walls. They want to avoid the remaining area of the magnetic storm. As expected, the Zerg are Zerg, and they will quickly adjust their strategies based on the results of the battle. However, their avoidance strategy failed, as the magnetic storm's coverage area was too large, almost reaching 2 kilometers. Although the effect of the edge gradually decreases, as long as they want to launch an attack on the main force, they cannot completely avoid the magnetic storm. But they did avoid an area along the central road where multiple magnetic storms overlapped. The magnetic field in this area will make them unable to move. This group of insects not only includes stinging insects, but also more flexible springtails. After a brief paralysis and adaptation to the magnetic field of the edge storm, the second batch of Zerg troops began to march towards the main force. Su Yang ordered the Tianwei to release the last magnetic storm bomb in front of the main force. A magnetic storm unfolds in front of the team, forming a magnetic field defense line. Hiss. When the swarm of insects arrived, the ones rushing to the front were not the stinging insects that were the first to attack, but the faster-moving springtails. However, compared to the previous springtails that could climb up the city wall in 2 steps, these springtails obviously jumped lower and were not as agile as before. Whoosh whoosh. The 20 level 4 crossbowmen opened fire at full capacity, shooting rows of armor-piercing arrows. The slow-moving Zerglings could no longer dodge as they did before and were shot through the body and fell to the ground. The armored warriors below were holding fuel chainsaw swords and fighting against the army of titanium crystal stinging insects. In the eyes of the warriors, these stinging insects with armor weakened by the magnetic field are almost mollusks. As the chainsword was swung, the stinging insect troops fell to the ground like grass. 100 warriors formed 2 rows and took turns to kill the swarm of insects. Looking at the fragile swarm of insects in front of him, Su Yang felt that they were not titanium crystal stinging insects, but just ordinary stinging insects in the early stage. Kill level 13 Tyranid Titanium Crystal Stinger variant, command value plus 130, 30 bonus. Kill level 12 Tyranid Titanium Crystal Stinger variant, command value plus 120, 30 bonus. Kill level 13 Tyranider Zergling variant, command value plus 195, 30 bonus. The second wave of insects was wiped out without causing any effective damage. Although the scale is larger than the first wave, the final outcome is no different. There is no operation, just a simple killing. The Tianwei artillery shells had been used up, so under the guidance of Su Yang, they returned to the Lang Inn to resupply ammunition. The presence of the wolf smoke is equivalent to having a mobile base on the battlefield. Whenever any resource is lacking, it can be replenished directly. If it were in the past, after the Tianwei had used up all their cannons, they would basically have to use their physical bodies to beat monsters. But now they only need to turn around to reload their ammunition and return to the battlefield. Boom. 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 The earth shook, and the gravel and sand on the ground bounced up. Su Yang knew this feeling. He had experienced it once before during the siege. The Zerg's large siege unit, the Titanium Crusher. When we first encountered it, the entire base started shooting at it as it charged, but failed to penetrate the defense until the city gate was breached. Now that the troops have been upgraded, how long will it take to deal with the Crusher? Li Xin waved his hand, and the level 5 crossbowman holding the electromagnetic crossbow gun stepped forward and replaced the level 4 crossbowman. The sound of the electromagnetic crossbow charging has ended, and now it's time to test the firepower. Bang! The cliff on the right side of the valley was directly broken open, and a huge creature that was more than 10 meters tall and looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed out. Chapter 165, Destruction Level Flames, Powerful Crusher. He is worthy of being called a crusher. He even crushed his own home. Boom. The earth shook as the giant crusher moved forward. No matter what era, the shock that giants bring to people is incomparable. Perhaps in the future the Qin dynasty's armor will be able to reach this crazy scale. As the crusher approached, Su Yang discovered that this crusher was different from the one that attacked the city before. That crusher had a huge crystal headbutt on its head, but this one didn't. Its distinctive feature lies in its forelimbs, each of which has dozens of giant spike launchers similar to the tails of jet nematodes. That's a long-range offensive weapon. This crusher is not a siege unit, but a powerful firepower output unit. Just as Su Yang was stunned, information from the scouts came back from the front line. There are a large number of units underground advancing towards the main force. Underground units? The Crystal Miner clan also developed underground units? Passing through underground can greatly reduce the impact of the magnetic storm, and these alien insects will not be weakened by their armor. Li Xian, Meng Tian, lead the troops to meet the enemy. Su Yang ordered Li Xian and Meng Tian to hand over all frontline command to them. Rustle. The sound of the Crusher's march, the surging of underground alien insects, and the last wave of stinging insects pouring out in the distance. After 2 rounds of probing, the Zerg launched a final large-scale offensive against them. Li Xian and Meng Tian also led their teams to prepare, and the final battle began. Buzz buzz buzz. Boom. After receiving supplies, the Skyfire Guard once again fired magnetic storm bombs into the sky. The magnetic storm bomb flew out at high speed and then disintegrated in the air, falling into the group of stinging insects at the rear. Although they intentionally dispersed to avoid large-scale bombing. But they may be able to avoid the damage from the explosion, but they cannot avoid the magnetic storm. Wherever the storm raged, large swarms of insects were paralyzed and fell to the ground, then lost their crystal armor. At the front of the battlefield, dozens of large white dots on the scout panel were rapidly approaching the troops. This is the only group of Zerg that can avoid the impact of the magnetic storm and approach the main force with complete armor. Just as they approached the front line of the troops, the 4 fire dragon guards began to charge. Li Xian, who has fought against the giant cryptworms many times, would never let them successfully break into the center of the team. Pre-charging completed, magnetic flame loaded, gear 3, requesting ignition. Ignite. Li Xian gave the order at the right time. Boom. A blue-purple magnetic flame carrying plasma particles gushed out. The moment the flame touched the ground, it did not bounce away like ordinary flames. Instead, it melts the soil surface instantly and burns through to the ground. The screams of alien insects were immediately heard from below the ground, and the white dots on the scout panel were rapidly decreasing. It actually melted the inorganic matter such as the soil. Moreover, the alien insects equipped with complete crystal shells under the soil layer were completely unable to resist the magnetic flames. It turned into ashes almost the moment it touched the flames. Zlala. The fire dragon guard swung to adjust the angle, and countless blue-purple flames surging with electric currents penetrated deep into the soil, turning the Zerg's underground troops into charcoal. In the face of the magnetic flames, there is no distinction between combustibles and non-combustibles. Everything that is touched will turn into charcoal. Kill level 13 Tyranid Crystal Scorpion, variant, command value plus 325, 30 bonus. Kill level 13 Tyranid Titanium Crystal Stinger, variant, command value plus 130, 30 bonus. Kill level 13 Tyranid Titanium Brain Worm, variant, command value plus 650, 30 bonus. Kill level 13 Tyranid Crystal Scorpion, variant, command value plus 325, 30 bonus. There is a magnetic storm in front and a magnetic flame in the back. The 2 electromagnetic weapons work together to transform the swarm of insects into killing prompts. In less than a minute, the Zerg's underground forces were completely wiped out. Su Yang doesn't even know what their abilities are. The magnetic flame stopped, and a huge gully appeared in front of the 4 fire dragon guards. All the mud and sand inside turned into molten substance like magma. And those poor Zerg underground units have turned into pools of black matter. It seems to have been directly roasted and turned into biological insect oil. Isn't this firepower a bit too exaggerated? Boom. A strong shock pulled Su Yang out of his astonishment. The Smasher is about to come into range of the crossbowmen. The other small units have basically been destroyed, and now only this behemoth is left. Magnetic Storm slows down the Crusher's advance, but its effect is not as great as other small units. The size of the Zerg has a great impact on their ability to resist magnetic storms. Whoosh whoosh. Before Li Xian gave the order to shoot, the Crusher took the lead. The 2 bundles of insect sting launchers on its arms were activated, and a series of huge insect stings spurted out. When a crossbowman was hit by a crystal insect thorn as thick as his arm and flew out. The iron armor value instantly dropped below 20. Line up your shields for defense, Li Xian ordered. The warriors immediately deployed their shields, protecting themselves and the crossbowmen behind them. The insect thorns fell like raindrops, hitting the steel shield with sharp impact sounds. The insect stings made of titanium crystals are extremely powerful, and even a steel shield cannot resist them for long. Under the violent attack, the durability of the warriors' shields dropped rapidly and were almost on the verge of collapse. Such powerful and dangerous firepower left the crossbowmen with no room to attack. At this moment, Li Xian and Ming Tian no longer waited and charged directly towards the Crusher on their horses. The Smasher saw someone coming and lowered one arm to attack them. Ming Tian held up his shield to take all the attacks, while Li Xian continued to swing his spear and use his body skills to dodge the insect stings. The 2 men quickly rushed to the Crusher's feet. Ming Tian jumped high with his giant shield, switched his warhammer in the air, and smashed it hard on the Crusher's knee. Li Xian transferred all the kinetic energy of the charge to the tip of the gun, then pressed his body down and stabbed the Crusher's ankle. Hiss. The Crusher held in pain, then turned his arms and directed all his firepower at Li Xian and Ming Tian. This action gave the crossbowmen in front a chance to counterattack. 30 electromagnetic crossbows were fully charged and fired at the gigantic Crusher. Destruction is coming. Chapter 166, Rich Combat Power Harvest, New Technology Upgrade. Buzz. The circles of accelerating magnetic tracks on the barrel kept flashing, emitting a light blue light. Without the need to win the bow, the crossbow has already reached the firing rate of a semi-automatic firearm. The crossbow arrows, accelerated by electromagnetic force, shot out of the muzzle like a phantom, forming a line in the air. The arrow moved at high speed with powerful kinetic energy and shot towards the Crusher. The moment of contact, the entire arrow was deformed and twisted. The crystal shell's defense was too thick for the arrow to penetrate, and the powerful impact force in turn destroyed itself. However, The deformation did not end after that. Electric current as fine as snowflakes gushed out from the arrow, causing a local short circuit on the surface of the crystal shell and further destroying the crystal shell structure. Countless crossbow arrows hit the crystal shell and shattered it, releasing electric current. A visible electric net spread out on the crusher as the arrows shot at it. The thick crystal shell began to change. The originally stable crystal structure gradually loosened under the strong electric current, and the blue surface was turning purple in patches. Roar! The crusher realized that something was wrong and wanted to turn the gun around. However, it was too late. In just a few seconds, the crystal shells at the leg joints had turned completely purple. With a crisp bang, the defense was broken through. Buzz! Level 4 crossbowmen also joined in the shooting, with 60 crossbowmen firing at the same time. Countless arrows swarmed in like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. One of the crusher's legs was pierced, and the strong electric current that rushed into his body instantly paralyzed half of his body. Roar! It wailed and fell to the ground, trying to raise its other hand to fight back. With a loud bang, the other leg was also pierced and electricity rushed in. The crusher lost the ability to resist, and its huge body slowly fell to the ground, like a whole mountain collapsing. Boom! The crusher fell to the ground, and countless dust spread out. The crossbowmen did not stop their attack, hitting joints, skulls, and chests. The arrows are fired at deadly angles and emit high-energy electrical currents. The massive creature could no longer hold back death. Successfully killed a level 16 Tyranid Titanium Crusher, range variant. Command value plus 1920, 30 bonus. Obtain common sea-level drops, Titanium Crystal Fragments, quality +1. You can unlock a series of technologies such as titanium mining and titanium crystal defense at the Alien Experiment Station. The prerequisite technology is not currently unlocked. Kill level 16 Tyranid Queen, command value plus 2,430 bonus. Obtain Expert E-level drop, Heart of the Hive, quality +1. Trigger event, Gaze into the Abyss, level 6. You have become the nightmare of the Zerg. They want to assassinate and destroy you all the time. Note, the current Zerg attack will be more intense and will stop at nothing. The Crusher fell to the ground, and the largest encounter ended. Once again, the elite units and the Queen died at the same time, just like what happened in the Double Queen Nest. Compared to the first encounter with the Titanium Crystal Zerg and the last thrilling city defense battle, the armored soldiers were obviously at ease in this battle. The electromagnetic bonus makes the Titanium Zerg's armor almost ineffective, and other units except the Crusher are unable to break through the armored army. The first battle after upgrading to level 5 main base was a thrilling battle. When Li Xian and Meng Tian organized a team to collect corpses and clean up the battlefield. Su Yang opened the panel to check what he had gained this time. The gains brought to the territory by this large-scale battle were also unprecedented. The total number of dead Zergs exceeded 1,000, and the pile of corpses almost filled the compressed space of the 3 black iron vehicles. The dominance value generated by kills alone reached 136,200 points, and after a 30 bonus it reached a terrifying 177,060 points. One battle worth 170,000 command points. This is almost twice the size of the largest battle ever fought. Without the electromagnetic upgrade, the team would not be able to defeat such a large number of Zergs. After entering the level 5 main base, not only has the territory's technology been greatly improved, but its ability to obtain command value has also been upgraded to a whole level. The farm solved the food problem, the electromagnetic upgrade solved the combat power problem, and the increased threat level meant that the command value was no longer a problem. All that is left is to acquire more vassal states and further increase resource output, and nothing will be able to stop the expansion of Daqin. Keep going and reach the Howling Mountains before the sun sets. Su Yang gave the order, and the expeditionary force, which had just ended a great war, moved towards its destination again. At the same time, Su Yang opened the panel. Now that I have obtained 170,000 command points, I must spend them. Although the battle went smoothly, it was not a complete crushing victory. The final attack of the Crusher reminded him that the army was still far from invincible. Although electromagnetism can break down titanium crystal defenses, it cannot resist insect stings made of titanium crystals. As the Zerg threat level increases, the iron armor is no longer as strong as before. It's time to upgrade your ability shields and mine advanced metals to create more powerful armor. The steel is still being cast, and the upgrade of the General's Mansion and the Foundry Camp will have to wait. What we can do now is to use the leadership value to point out the incomplete technology as much as possible. The last remaining piece of technology in the Royal Armor Battalion is the Royal Armor Shield. Technology, deflection shield. The bullet that can kill me has not yet been made. Upgraded unit, Great Qin Royal Armor Warrior. In-depth analysis of the principle of magnetic field and force field conversion, providing an energy shield of charged particle field for the surface of the Ruishi armor, which can deflect and reduce various types of damage. Command value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Preliminary technologies, electromagnetism, high-energy capacitors. Energy shield is a new defense mechanism different from iron armor. Whether it is the soldier's armor or the general's battle armor, if they are damaged in battle, they cannot be repaired in time. However, the energy shield can be continuously repaired as long as it has sufficient energy supply. This will not only improve the soldier's defensive capabilities, but also greatly improve their ability to continue fighting. Moreover, the upgrade of level 5 Sharp Warrior and level 2 Fiery Horse are very compatible, both of which are related to energy shield upgrades. This made Su Yang unconsciously imagine the scene of cavalry charge. A cavalry unit equipped with energy shields, with full shields every time they charge. What a terrifying fighting force this would be. Command value minus 12,000. Technology deflection shield research. The command value is invested and the research begins. Su Yang switched the panel and came to the next upgrade. Advanced Mineral Mining. Chapter 167. Only the weak make choices, the newly upgraded scout team. Advanced mineral mining is a technology that can only be unlocked after entering the electrical age. The technology and process involved are more complex than mining ordinary minerals such as iron ore. At the forefront of all technologies is radar detection, which is the stepping stone for electronic scanning technology. After that is the Advanced Mineral Scanner adapted for scouts, and the Advanced Mineral Analyzer essential for mining. The scanner is responsible for discovering more scarce higher-level minerals, while the analyzer is responsible for analyzing the mineral structure for mining. In addition, high-level minerals cannot be transported using shallow vein migration technology because these minerals are all deep-layer minerals. Moreover, high-grade minerals cannot be produced in large quantities like iron ore and copper ore, and the output of a single vein is extremely limited. Using advanced mining technology to dig out the mine is just the beginning. Subsequent research and transformation are also a huge project. Fortunately, the Daqin Smelting Center can support the synthesis of various alloy materials, which saves the territory a lot of effort. After smelting high-grade minerals and steel into alloy steel, you will then unlock a series of material usage methods in Shinnon Creation Institute. After going through so many tedious processes, high-quality minerals can be transformed into armor or weapons for soldiers to use. Compared to the deflection shield that can be upgraded directly, mining high-level minerals is a tedious process. Su Yang does not intend to do it all at once. These technologies can be unlocked step by step. The first thing that must be mentioned is radar detection, which is one of the key technologies brought by the level 5 territory. Information is of paramount importance. After being equipped with radar, the reconnaissance capability of the troops will be directly upgraded to a higher level. Su Yang's mind flashed, allowing the intelligent brain to deploy all technologies related to radar detection. Technology, radar detection. God never pays to watch, because God is watching what we do. In-depth analysis of the principles of electromagnetic wave detection. Unlocking radar detection technology. Command value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Preliminary technologies, electromagnetism, high-efficiency power tower. Technology, advanced mineral scanner. Treasure map. In-depth analysis of the principles of electromagnetic wave detection. Unlocking advanced mineral scanning technology. Command value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Preliminary technology, radar detection, high-efficiency power tower. Technology, advanced mineral analyzer. The path to higher dimensions. In-depth analysis of the principles of electromagnetic wave detection, unlocking advanced mineral analysis technology. Command value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Preliminary technology, radar detection, high-efficiency power tower. Technology, titanium mining. Harder and stronger. In-depth analysis of titanium or crystals, obtaining advanced equipment and technology for mining titanium ore. Command value, 12,000. Time, 36H. Preliminary technology, radar detection, high-efficiency power tower. Technology, biometric information recognition device. Male, female, or helicopter. Upgraded unit, Daqin 1000-mile scout. Function, in-depth analysis of the principles of electromagnetic wave detection and equipping all Daqin scout units with devices that can accurately identify biological species. Preliminary technology, radar detection. Unlock cost, Swarm Brain. Command value, 30,000. Time, 36H. Technology, titanium crystal armor. Diamond. Looks a lot like it. Function, in-depth analysis of the crystal shell structure of the titanium crystal Zerg. Unlocking advanced titanium crystal armor for soldiers, increasing armor defense, and improving resistance to explosive shock and acid corrosion. Prerequisite technology, advanced mineral analysis. This is a very scientific technology. Unlocking cost, 1 titanium crystal / each transformation. Command value, 1,000 command value / each transformation. There is another series of technological options, from mineral mining to mineral use to radar-derived technology. If it were in the past, Su Yang would definitely be troubled about which technology to upgrade. But now he has everything, including command value and advanced hive heart. With a flash of thought, Su Yang invested one technology after another into the Thousand Machines Tower or the Shinnon Creation Institute. Then the heart of the hive will be invested, which can shorten the time by a full 5 days. There is no need to save any leadership value, nor to carefully consider the order of technology arrangement. Only the weak make choices. The winner always takes all. Command value minus 90,000. Technology radar detection research. Technology advanced mineral scanner research. Technology advanced mineral analyzer research. Research on scientific and technological titanium or mining technology. Research on scientific and technological biometric information recognition device. In the research of science and technology automation technology. Use the legendary item Heart of the Hive to reduce research time by 5 days. Technology deflection shield research completed. Unlocked the 5th level Qin Imperial Armored Warrior. Unlocked the 2nd level 1000-mile Blazing Horse. Technology radar detection research completed. Unlocked vehicle level 2 Black Iron Heavy Armored Vehicle. Unlocked building detection radar tower. Technology advanced mineral scanner research completed. Unlocking the 5th level Daqin 1000-mile Scout. Technology biometric identification device research completed. All scout units return to the barracks and immediately receive an upgrade. With the Heart of the Hive put into use, more than half of the research was completed immediately. There are still advanced mineral analyzers, titanium mining, and automation technology left, which will take 2.5 days less 1 day. These are all follow-up technologies. Shield upgrades and detection are technologies that need to be acquired immediately. A long series of upgrades were completed, directly spending 90,000 command points, which was almost impossible in the past. The first item is the Sharp Warrior's Shield, and the next 3 items are all related to reconnaissance. Among them, radar detection can enable troops to improve their reconnaissance capabilities against the enemy. The last 2 items are all modifications to scouts. Advanced mineral detection allows them to better detect advanced minerals. Biometric information recognition can enable them to better detect the enemy's strength when conducting reconnaissance missions, so that their own troops can make targeted strategies in advance. After this round of upgrades, the Scout's reconnaissance capabilities will be elevated to a new level. After completing the upgrade, Su Yang opened the vassal state panel again. Except for the command value, all resources in Spain have reached the requirements for upgrading to the level 3 main base. Upgrading the main base will upgrade production facilities, thereby bringing more resource income to the territory. This is a good deal for the Dragon Kingdom. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he sent 10,000 points of command value to Tang Ji. Chapter 168. Howling Mountains, Dangerous Ruins Mission. The engine of the Black Iron Heavy Armored Vehicle roared as it sped along the road. The dense forests on both sides of the road were quickly left behind and disappeared. The sky gradually darkened, and so did the earth. Although the Black Iron car was running on the stone road all the way, the land on both sides of the road had changed. I don't know where we entered, but the stone forest in the crystal mining area began to disappear. The gray-brown earth gradually faded, and the ground began to be dominated by dark colors. The soil and vegetation that were still vaguely visible completely disappeared, and the ground turned entirely into rock. If the uneven ground had not affected the speed, Su Yang could even have asked Meng Tian to stop paving the road. The team was moving towards the direction where the sun was dying, and lightning kept flashing on the tops of the mountains and the dark clouds. The Howling Mountains, on the northwest edge of Hiveheart, at the border of the landing zone. According to information from high-level officials, conditions at the junction are generally very extreme. Either it is extremely calm, with no obstructions or boundaries, and you can pass through freely. There are either lightning and thunder, or the earth collapses, and the difficulty of passing through is as difficult as climbing to the sky. The current situation is naturally the second one, which is as difficult as climbing to the sky. The closer you get to the Howling Mountains, the faster the wind gets. Now the team has reached the foot of the mountain, and the raging storm has made it impossible for the soldiers to communicate with each other through language. Su Yang is responsible for conveying the messages that various units want to convey through thoughts. The wind whistled in my ears, and gravel and sand scraped past the steel armor. 1 hour into the Howling Mountains area, there is only one person left, except Ming Tian, who has a shield. Li Xian and all vehicle units exposed to the storm have their armor worn away. 1,000 Tyranid Zergs were unable to wear down the troops' armor, but this naturally formed storm did. If one were not wearing armor and was exposed to this strong wind mixed with countless gravel, he would be ground into blood foam in just a few minutes. Su Yang could feel the depressing and terrifying atmosphere of the mountain area through his vision. It is indeed a natural barrier that no other country can overcome. If the heart of the Zerg were surrounded by the Howling Mountains, no one would be able to invade, and their forces would be wiped out before they could cross the border. But the Qin dynasty was different. A nation that was able to build the Great Wall and the Lingxiu Canal was not afraid of natural dangers. Not only did they have to climb the Howling Mountains, they also had to cross them. We even want to build a wind power station on the Howling Mountains to tame the raging storm. Buzz. Deep in the heart of the Howling Mountains, a stronger storm came. The scout team, the Black Iron Chariot, and the Wolf Smoke Horn were running at full speed. Ming Tian and Li Xian led the team and plunged into the center of the storm. Call. The wind was even stronger, and Su Yang felt like there were 10,000 wolves howling in his ears. You have entered the forbidden land of mortals, the birthplace of gods. Leave immediately. You have entered the forbidden land of mortals, the birthplace of gods. Leave immediately. As soon as the troops entered the storm, Su Yang heard a series of ancient mechanical sounds in his mind. The sound was not affected by the storm and could go straight into Su Yang's ears. The birthplace of gods? Su Yang's mind was full of thoughts, and for a moment he couldn't guess what had happened. The intelligent computer panel popped up. The troops have entered the ruins area. If they continue to go deeper, they will start the ruins mission. Relics mission? Su Yang's eyes flashed. He still remembered the reward for the first relic mission. The Alien Research Station was the building that was later upgraded to the Shinnong Creation Institute. That was a relic that brought great help to the development of the territory. But the relic quests are erratic, and the difficulty and rewards are not related. And not all relic missions will yield good rewards. Just because the rewards were generous last time doesn't mean it will be the same this time. And there was no decryption card for this mission, so he had no way of knowing the specific mission details and rewards. Wrong. Su Yang suddenly remembered something. He was not completely ignorant of this relic. He also has an astrology tower. Su Yang quickly switched back to the panel. As soon as we left the storm area, the surroundings immediately became quiet and our thoughts gradually became calm. The astrology tower can predict good and bad luck, and can also predict income. It is simply a good alternative to the decryption card. He quickly opened the astrology tower panel and entered the command value. Leadership value minus 5,000. War prediction is open. Astrology is being deduced. As the command value is invested, the hemisphere on top of the astrology tower began to rotate, and the orbit around it also began to operate in an interlaced manner. This time, the addition of light blue electric current makes the scene more sci-fi. With the hum of electricity and the sound of machinery running, the deduction progress is gradually improved. The war simulation is complete. The simulation result of this war is regret. Deduction suggestion. Light is born from darkness and survival is born from death. Only those who are close to the truth can turn danger into safety, and overcome adversity to gain a rich treasure. Provide relief buff. Keep quiet. Provide 20 mental resistance for the whole army. Regret. The deduction result is even worse than the last city defense battle. Su Yang could hear his own heart beating. The last time Li City defense battle was simulated, the entire territory was almost overturned. Do we still have to fight this battle that we regret? Su Yang's thoughts were surging, and countless ideas jumped through his mind in an instant. If they fight, the survival of the large army and the two generals Li Xian and Ming Tian will be put to the test. If we don't fight, both the wind power station and the chance to get out of the hive heart will be lost. How to choose? While I was thinking, the ancient and heavy mechanical sound sounded again. You have angered the ancient god, and his wrath will engulf the intruder. Sunk in the great spiritual power, turned into a vassal of the devil. Well, no need to think about it now. Su Yang's eyes flickered, and a murderous intent surged. Since ancient times, there has been no saying that those who accomplish things have a smooth journey. You have to pay a price to achieve success. This is true for ordinary careers, and the road to achieving great things is even more so. If everything was auspicious along the way, it would be less interesting with all the twists and turns. Su Yang switched back to the frontline perspective, and the howling of the storm immediately entered his ears. The earth was infected by darkness, and lightning was swimming in the air like silver snakes. They have stepped into the territory of no return. Since there is no way back, just keep moving forward. All the lands that the sun and the moon shine on belong to the territory of the Qin dynasty. Today he wants to see who dares to stop the iron hoof of the Qin dynasty. All officers, listen up and move forward at full speed. Chapter 169. Psychic energy lasts forever. The second battle of the ruins begins. Intruder detected. Whether to activate sentry unit. Intruder detected. Whether to activate sentry unit. In the pitch-black, all-metal room, only a holographic projection device was lit. The holographic image composed of light blue light shows the Howling Mountains. The image flashed, and a group of people quickly rushed into the projection range. The light changes from blue to red instantly, accompanied by high-frequency flickering. Suddenly, two light sources lit up in the darkness, which were the lights emitted by the activation of the cryo chamber. The light blue liquid is slowly pushed into the interior of the freezer compartment by hydraulic devices at both ends of the compartment. A circle of blue light gradually lit up on the outer edge of the oval hatch above. Chi. After the blue light rotated around the periphery and connected, the airtight hatch opened and a thick white gas flowed out from the gap. Intruder detected. Whether to activate sentry unit. Intruder detected. Whether to activate sentry unit. The alarm flashed and heavy mechanical sounds continued to ring in the room. The thick white fog gradually dissipated, and two humanoid creatures wearing tight metal combat suits emerged from it. Their body structure is basically the same as that of humans, with limbs and heads of appropriate sizes. The head is diamond-shaped, and it wears a helmet made of a material similar to the crystal shell of the limestone family. There is a diamond-shaped device on the top of the helmet. All of their limbs are wrapped in some kind of close-fitting armor. The material is tightly integrated with the muscle lines like liquid, making them look like they are wearing tights. Awakened by the shrill alarm, the two humanoids showed no surprise, as if this was the most common thing during their long sleep. The two men got up from the cryostat and walked towards the holographic projection while unplugging the various nutrient solution delivery pipes connected to their backs. A humanoid creature walked under the holographic projection and waved his hand, summoning the holographic control keyboard. The other one seemed to be at a higher level. He walked straight to the machine facing the holographic projection and checked the information. Under the operation of the humanoid creature, the perspective of the holographic image in the room began to switch continuously, showing the projection of the intruder from various angles. "What is it this time?" asked the higher-level creature without even raising his head. "The lost Yukai stone men, or the group of lava lizards?" "Navigator, this time it seems to be." The humanoid soldier kept switching the holographic projection, his facial expression gradually becoming puzzled. "It seems to be the Blue Star humans." "Humans? That inferior carbon-based race? Is this some new joke?" "No. Navigator, this body form is the Blue Star Terran, and it's not an accidental intrusion. They have an entire army." The humanoid operator enlarged the holographic projection and extracted the creature in the riding state that was rushing in the front. The humanoid creature called the Navigator raised his head, looked around for a moment, and then retrieved the data for comparison. "It is indeed the Blue Star people. They can actually withstand the storm?" The operator continued to zoom in on the holographic projection, and after a scanning ray swept across the image, a data panel unfolded on the side. "Iron armor, plastic shield, steam fuel hybrid power." Is this human technology? They can use oil and steam to make a large piece of scrap steel move. The pilot had no facial expression, but his tone revealed his surprise. He quickly spread out the information about the human race on Blue Star. In the two low-level forbidden trials that can be found, armor never appeared in their technology tree. Intruder detected. Whether to activate sentry unit. Intruder detected. Whether to activate sentry unit. The red light flashed, and the mechanical sound sounded again. "Navigation officer, should we activate the sentinels? They have crossed the cordon. Wake up the dogs. They haven't eaten for decades. How many are left?" 305 of them. Pilot, all of them are level 10 titanium crystal stingers with first-rate killing abilities. This should be enough to deal with this strange human race. The Navigator took out several transparent tubes from the mechanical table and inserted them into the helmet. "I will upload the information to the observer. You will take full command of the battle. These inferior creatures must pay the price for their foolish behavior. Psychic energy lasts forever. Psychic energy lasts forever. Call. Wind, wind, endless wind." The troops have entered the depths of the Howling Mountains. The terrain is rising and the wind is getting stronger. The scout units with lower armor values exposed to the storm have all their armor worn down by 20. This is unprecedented damage for scout units. Although the damage was staggering, they had to stay at the front line of the team as reconnaissance units. The terrain in the mountainous area is extremely complex, and they must find the most suitable road for Ming Tian to pave. The sand and rocks in the sky reduced visibility to an extremely low level, and the howling wind made sonar detection completely ineffective. The storm forced the scout units back to primitive times, and they could only rely on their naked eyes to explore the roads. Chi. Suddenly, an extremely short mechanical sound was heard. The mountain wall beside the scout flashed blue light, and the originally hard rock disappeared, revealing a huge cave. Rustle. The sharp chirping sound unique to the Zerg sounded. Enemy. Enemy on the right. The information entered Su Yang's mind, and he quickly switched perspective. I saw the scout units on the right evacuating quickly, and following behind them was a large swarm of limestone Zerg. The swarm? The guardians of the Howling Mountains or the Zerg? Su Yang was a little surprised. He thought he would encounter new alien units. Even if it's just the Zerg, at least he has a lot of experience in dealing with these old friends. We are encountering a swarm of insects on the right. Gather the troops towards the center and prepare to meet the enemy. The storm blocked the propagation of sound, and Su Yang directly conveyed the information to everyone through his consciousness. After receiving the order, Ming Tian, who was at the front of the team, led the scout team back. Li Xin stopped the main force and ordered all units to get off the black iron vehicles and prepare to meet the enemy. Without giving them much time, the swarm of insects swarmed in. Even with the shelter of the storm, the swarm of insects could still be seen pouring down the hillside like a tide. The scouts' detectors were out of order, and they were unable to detect the exact number of the swarm, but it was estimated that the number would definitely not exceed that of the last encounter. If this is the only amount, how could the divination show regret? Hum. 2 magnetic storm bombs exploded in the center of the swarm, and the electromagnetic storm quickly spread in the storm. The second battle of the ruins begins. Chapter 170, A New Race, Observation Outpost Battle. The electromagnetic storm quickly unfolded along with the hurricane, and the powerful electromagnetic field blocked all the swarm's paths forward. Then the electromagnetic crossbow lit up, and a dense net of arrows fell in the center of the swarm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The electromagnetic crossbow arrows shot by the level 5 crossbowmen exploded in the insect swarm, and countless strong electric currents surged out. The front row of insects fell like grass, and the surging sea of insects fell into chaos in an instant. Kill prompts popped up on the panel frantically. Kill level 11 Tyranitar Titanium Crystal Thornworm, variant, command value plus 110, 30 bonus. Kill level 10 Tyranitar Titanium Crystal Stinger, variant, command value plus 100, 30 bonus. Kill level 10 Tyranitar Titanium Crystal Stinger, variant, command value plus 100, 30 bonus. Is it just an ordinary Titanium Crystal Stinger? And their level is not as high as the swarm we just encountered in the encounter. This is the combat power of the Ruins Guardian. Did he upgrade too fast and the Zerg couldn't keep up? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless arrows were ejected at an accelerated speed through the electromagnetic gun barrel, and the swarm of insects had no chance to get close to the front row of the team. Su Yang could see that this group of insects had tactics and they attacked in different directions. And after sensing the electromagnetic storm, they will consciously avoid the storm range. However, the gap in hard power between the two sides is too large, and no tactics can be effectively implemented in the face of absolute strength. Without giving the Zerg any chance to breathe, Su Yang ordered the warriors to advance and wipe out the entire Zerg swarm at once. As the sharp warriors advanced, he let the black iron chariot follow closely behind, killing the alien insects in front and collecting the corpses in the back. The damage caused by this swarm of insects to the troops is not even as great as the attrition damage caused by the storm. Su Yang felt that this was only the strength of the gatekeeping troops, and if they went deeper there would definitely be even more powerful enemies. The battle is not over yet. Keep moving forward, Su Yang ordered. After the black iron car collected the corpses of the insect swarm, the team set out on the storm road again. Inside the Howling Mountains, the operator slowly removed the data tubes on both sides of the helmet. His face was expressionless, but the gleam in his eyes showed surprise. That group of humans actually wiped out his Zerg army without any effort? How is this possible? Although the Zerg are just low-level creatures in their eyes. But it is definitely several dimensions higher than the inferior humans. The entire swarm is controlled by the Mother Nest, which is highly centralized and absolutely unified. Each individual unit is powerful and bloodthirsty. On the other hand, humans pride themselves on their intelligence but are immersed in internal struggles, are fragmented and extremely fragile. A level 10 titanium crystal insect swarm can sweep away all races in low-level areas. How could it be defeated by a human race? The intruder has entered the heart of the mountain. Please deploy defense. The intruder has entered the heart of the mountain. Please deploy defense. The holographic projection flickered and electronic sounds rang in the operator's mind. He looked back at the navigation officer, who was still in a psychic connection. Directly interrupting the psychic connection will cause damage to the navigator. He decided to solve the problem outside by himself. He made a mistake before. He underestimated the fighting power of this group of humans. Being able to pass through the dense forest of the Zerg Nest and through the howling storm to reach the mountain area means that this group of humans has abilities that they did not expect. The operator reconnected the psychic link to the helmet, and the diamond-shaped device on the top of the helmet lit up. The watchdogs couldn't stop these people, so they had to activate a device that hadn't been activated in this area for hundreds of years. Amid the raging storm, the troops continued to advance. The closer you get to the center of the mountains, the steeper the road becomes, with some slopes approaching 45 degrees. If it weren't for the powerful power of the black iron car, these slopes would be impossible to complete. After the troops crossed a small hill, scout intelligence came back that a metal castle was discovered ahead. Switching to the scout's perspective, Su Yung indeed saw a metal fortress at the end of his sight. The fortress seemed to have existed for a long time, and the mottled metal exterior seemed to tell people its history. If nothing else, this is the Relic Fortress. The Zerg are a race without buildings, and they would never be able to build such a fortress. What race could have left this behind? Su Yang's mind flashed, and he sent out scout units to conduct reconnaissance. Li Xian and Ming Tian gathered their troops far away from the castle. The enemies in the metal fortress are definitely not easy to deal with. Buzz. As Su Yang's thoughts flashed, a red laser shot out from a turret on the metal fortress. The laser hit a scout, causing his armor to quickly return to zero, and then pierce through his body. Loss of a level 4 Daqin 1000-mile scout. Boom. The armor was shot through, and the steam device behind it exploded instantly. Retreat. Su Yang's eyes flashed, and he gave the order immediately. Several more lasers were fired, and the remaining scouts quickly turned around and evacuated. Fortunately, the laser does not move very fast and cannot catch up with the scouts moving at full speed. Otherwise, there would be more casualties. Su Yung frowned. This was the first time the team had suffered casualties. War will result in casualties. He had been mentally prepared, but the first time he saw his unit killed, he still became furious. Su Yung asked the two Tianwei to directly connect the ammunition tube to the output end of Langyan. In this way, they no longer have to worry about ammunition reserves, as all the resources in the two Wolf smoke ships are their ammunition. Skyfire guards, get ready. Unleash your ammunition, fire at full power, and blow them to death. Buzz buzz buzz. Without ammunition restrictions, the two Skyfire guards continuously dropped magnetic bombs into the metal fortress like perpetual motion machines. Waves of magnetic storms exploded, and electromagnetic storms accumulated layer by layer and continued to accumulate energy. The ancient city walls are deformed under the strong electromagnetic force. The turrets that fired lasers at the scouts were either blown up or completely destroyed by electromagnetics. After that, Su Yung asked Ming Tian to go forward and test other offensive means of the metal fortress. After ensuring that there was no danger, the crossbowmen stepped forward with their electromagnetic crossbows and fired wildly at the fortress gate. The sharp warriors transported ammunition between the wolf smoke and the crossbowmen. They also obtained unlimited firing rights granted by Su Yung and did not have to worry about ammunition supplies. The crossbowmen opened fire at full power, and electromagnetic crossbow arrows formed a rain of arrows and continuously bombarded the fortress gate. Countless lightning bolts appeared on the fortress gate, and silver snakes danced. The strong electric current and magnetic energy storm generated by the crossbow explosion acted simultaneously, constantly eroding the metal structure of the fortress gate. Under the combined firepower of the crossbowmen and the Skyfire guards, the fortress's metal gate, which was made of an unknown material, finally collapsed, with exaggerated deformations occurring everywhere. Ming Tian charged forward with a huge shield, smashing the gate like a cannonball and blasting it open. Inside the fortress, the operator yanked off the data tube, his eyes flashing with fear. Pilot, pilot. He rushed to the pilot who was still psychically connected and shook him wildly. The connection was forcibly severed, and a turbulent stream of information poured into the brain of the creature known as the Navigator. The operator at the side ignored his confusion, zoomed in the holographic projection, and flashed back to the battle scene just now. Looking at the electric currents and magnetic storms in Shandong that filled the screen, the Navigator woke up instantly. How is that possible? Aren't lowly humans creatures that use gunpowder weapons? This batch is different, Navigator. We can't stop them. As for negotiations, send them a request for negotiations. It won't succeed. The operator's eyes showed fear. I just killed one soldier with my psionic ray, and they unleashed dozens of storm bombs on the fortress. Their commander is an absolute lunatic, and we pissed him off. The Navigator's eyes flickered, and he pondered for a moment before speaking under the holographic projection. Upload all observation data, activate the psychic matrix, and we will abandon this observation station. Yes. The operator quickly returned to start the operation. He didn't want to become a prisoner of these crazy people. The Navigator called up his own operating panel, connected the data pipe, and activated the last line of defense of the observatory. Boom. Meng Tian rushed into the fortress, breaking open the alloy door. Inside the city wall is a huge disc-shaped metal building. Just as he was about to rush forward and blast the door open, a radar-like device rose up from the top of the building. In an instant, he felt an invisible energy passing through. All sorts of indescribable images emerged in his mind, and there was a faint voice telling him to start killing. On the rear battlefield, the troops that were about to enter the fortress stopped without Su Yang's order. The next moment, the warriors drew their swords, the crossbowmen raised their guns, and turned to face their companions. This is? Su Yang's eyes flashed. Mind control? He recalled the buff provided by divination, which increased the mental resistance of all soldiers by 20. If it weren't for this buff, perhaps the soldiers would have slaughtered each other. Li Xian, Su Yang shouted. Li Xian, whose consciousness was gradually becoming confused, was awakened by Su Yang's words. He immediately understood and activated his general skills. You are a monster. Retreat immediately. When the general skill is activated, the entire army gains a 30 morale bonus. Although it is not entirely targeted at the spirit, increased morale can also gain additional mental power. After Li Xian's roar, the soldiers regained consciousness and put down their weapons. But the powerful mind control still exists, and he must remain calm to prevent mind intrusion. Any other action could result in the mind being controlled once again. As the general who commands morale, Li Xian has the highest mental strength in the team. He is the only one who can move freely in the mind control field. Based on the information sent back by Meng Tian, Su Yang ordered Li Xian to rush straight into the fortress and pierce the radar-like device with one shot. The mind control was finally lifted. This was too dangerous. Any mistake in any link would lead to a massacre among the soldiers. Not to mention the weapons of the Skyfire Guards and the Fire Dragon Guards that can directly wipe out the entire group. Even if the sharp warriors hacked at each other, it would cause extremely horrific casualties. Buzz. The shock turned into anger, and Su Yang ordered the soldiers to open fire at full force and bomb the metal cabin door. Soon, another alloy door was destroyed by the team's terrifying firepower. Meng Tian blasted the door open with a hammer, and what came into view for everyone was a huge holographic scene. Behind the holographic projection was a purple beam of light, with two creatures wearing strange armor standing on either side of the beam. After seeing Meng Tian coming in, the two creatures quickly walked into the light column. The light beam flashed, and their figures disappeared in an instant. Then the light beam went out, and the cabin returned to darkness. Transmitting beam of light? What race is this? Su Yang's eyes flashed. There was no information about this ethnic group in any of the information related to the forbidden area. As my thoughts were churning, a series of achievement prompts appeared on the panel. Completed the Ruins mission. Advanced Observer. Mission rewards. Base building. Observation outpost. Special item. Fragments of lost civilization. Discovered new area. Howling Mountains. Discovered new species. Protoss. Achievement. Our journey is to the stars and the sea. Command value plus 8,000. Discovering a new substance. Psychic energy. Unlocked achievement. Physics no longer exists. Command value plus 8,000. Set foot on 2 ruins and complete the Ruins mission. Achievement. A little deeper. Command value plus 8,000. Protoss. Psionics. Advanced Observers. Su Yang captured the key information in the achievement, and thoughts surged in his mind. When he saw the 2 humanoid creatures through Meng Tian's perspective just now, he inexplicably had a familiar feeling. He ordered Li Xian and Meng Tian to thoroughly investigate the fortress, while he calmed down and scanned the memories in his mind. Although Su Yang himself doesn't like to think, nor does he like to remember some inexplicable clues. But his brain is very powerful, and anything that passes through his brain will be remembered. From then on, whenever something triggered his memory, he would be able to calm down and find the relevant memories. After searching quietly for a while, he found the source of the familiar feeling. It's the first time to explore the ruins. After defeating the Zerg swarm during the first exploration and entering the ruins, this strange humanoid creature was engraved on the mural inside the Mother Cave. And according to the content of the murals, the Zerg seemed to worship this group of humanoid creatures as gods. What was engraved on the mural were the guys he saw today, the Protoss. A group of people who can use psionic powers and are good at mind control. And according to various descriptions, this ethnic group seems to be classified as an advanced ethnic group. Why are there higher races? Who defines them? And where do humans fit in? After a little thought, a series of questions came to my mind. Forget it. Su Yang stopped and thought deeply. There is nothing to think about regarding the things that God knows and the ignorant know. The most important thing is what kind of reward this relic gives. Su Yang was very interested in the device that could emit teleporting beams of light. If teleportation can be unlocked, then Qin's road to conquest will be rocketing. With a flash of thought, Su Yang opened the panel. The reward for this relic mission is the Observation Outpost, which is this entire metal fortress. This metal fortress was directly transformed into a Qin stronghold and became another operational territory for Su Yang. This was a surprise beyond Su Yang's expectations. Chapter 172. New Base Established. Generous Relic Rewards. The previous chapter has been filled up to 4K words, so those who haven't read it need to go back and read it before continuing with this chapter. Not to mention anything else, even the outpost has nothing. It's just a bare stronghold, so the reward this time is quite generous. Because strongholds can establish supply stations to provide supplies to expeditionary units. This is equivalent to giving the expeditionary force a new starting point. For example, the Howling Mountains are 400 kilometers away from the territory, and the team arrived there via the Wolf Smoke supply ship. The remaining fuel can only support them to continue exploring for 100 kilometers. If no country establishes a base after 100 kilometers of exploration, the team will be suspended. Next, we must send the Wolf Smoke from the territory to provide supplies, which will waste resources and a lot of exploration time. After taking control of the Howling Mountains, the expeditionary force can refuel within the base and return to the state they were in before departure. This allowed the expeditionary force to once again gain an exploration range of 500 kilometers. Next, as long as a country is discovered within 500 kilometers, the expeditionary force can move forward again. This cycle is the basic step to conquering the outside world. It can be said that the establishment of this stronghold alone brought great advantages to Daqin in the northwest direction. Its importance was almost equal to that of the conquest of Spain, making it the first vassal state. More importantly, this stronghold is not just a stronghold. All facilities left by the Protoss in the stronghold were owned by Daqin. These never-before-seen facilities are the real reward for this relic mission. Su Yang asked Li Xin to touch those strange facilities one by one to see the detailed information. The first is the metal device below the holographic projection imaging area. Facility, Psychic Holographic Imager. Civilization, Protoss. Information, a lost psychic facility, an advanced monitoring device that integrates reconnaissance, detection, and scanning. Function, through psychic energy supply, you can use the psychic helmet to connect to obtain a holographic god's perspective within a certain range, and can perform detailed scans on related units. A holographic projector that provides a bird's-eye view and detailed scanning capabilities. 3D imaging technology is more advanced than two-dimensional images, such as radar and sonar. However, although this technology is advanced, the energy that drives it is psychic energy. This is something that Su Yang has not come into contact with yet, and there is no record of it in the relevant information about the Forbidden Area. That is to say, although he obtained the instrument, he could not use it, at least not before obtaining psychic resources. Will the same be true for subsequent instruments? Su Yang asked Li Xin to go deeper and check other facilities. Next is a mechanical facility that is similar to a semi-enclosed podium facing the projection area. Facility, Psychic Mastermind. Civilization, Protoss. Information, a lost psychic facility, the Observatory Control Center, capable of controlling all facilities within the observatory, and capable of uploading and downloading relevant information. Function, through psychic energy supply, you can use the psychic helmet to connect to gain control of the observatory's facilities and exchange information with other masterminds. The psychic mastermind can be simply understood as a computer that controls the entire outpost. All instruments in the entire outpost do not require manual operation and can be controlled by this computer alone. In the future, if you want to activate psychic equipment, you must first activate this psychic mastermind. Walking up the spiral staircase, Li Xin arrived at the plane where the main console was located. Behind the main computer platform was the light beam emitter that Su Yang was most interested in. Facility, Psionic Matrix. Civilization, Protoss. Information, a lost psychic facility, a device capable of teleportation. Function, powered by psychic energy. The teleportation matrix can be activated after the teleportation coordinates are set by the main brain, and it can be teleported to another coordinate point with a matrix. Just as Su Yang expected, this is a superspace teleportation device. If the previous technology can still be understood from a human perspective, then this teleportation is a completely incomprehensible black technology. Point-to-point teleportation is a more powerful means of transportation than rails. As long as we can obtain the construction method of the psychic matrix, we can spread it all over the Forbidden Area. All transportation problems, supply problems, defense problems, and even future management problems will be solved. This is simply a magical weapon. Su Yang's eyes flickered. Unfortunately, we have only obtained the relevant instruments now, and it cannot be started without spiritual power. If you want to activate these instruments, you must pay attention to the acquisition of psychic energy in the future. After the psychic matrix are the last two hibernation capsules. Facility, psychic hibernation chamber. Civilization, Protoss. Information, a lost psychic facility that can maintain biological activity for a long time. Function, powered by psychic energy, wearing psychic armor and lying in it can obtain long-lasting supplies. Freezing or low-temperature hibernation chambers are also relatively advanced technologies. However, Su Yang's focus was not on the technology, but on how long these guys had been lying here. He originally thought that the Forbidden Area was just an area temporarily generated by the system for them to develop and explore. But if it is just a temporary place, what are these guys doing with a hibernation capsule? Do you like sleeping so much? While doubting, Su Yang asked Meng Tian to dismantle several scrap defense machines outside the metal cabin and bring them in. A mind controller and 6 psionic ray generating devices. They are all scrapped and cannot be used even if they are provided with spiritual energy. At this point, all psychic facilities in the outpost have been checked. Based on the purpose of these devices and the few words about the Protoss, Su Yang had a rough idea of the appearance of a race in his mind. This is a technologically advanced group, at least more advanced than any other human civilization or alien species except the Qin dynasty. Their underlying energy source is not fuel such as coal and oil, but something called spiritual energy. If used as a weapon, this device can be transformed into rays or even large-scale mental interference. They are not directly involved in the battle for the Forbidden Area, but are observing with some purpose. Su Yang came to the conclusion that there might be more races in the Forbidden World than the ones they have seen now. After reaching the conclusion, the first conclusion that popped into Su Yang's mind was, can you win? Judging from previous battles, the Protoss themselves did not participate in the battle, but instead defended themselves through domesticated insect swarms and mechanical devices. There is no need to say much about the Zerg. That small swarm of Zerg is not enough to fill the gaps in the current armored forces. However, the psychic device did cause trouble to the troops, and even caused the first casualty in the troops. Psionic rays are energy weapons that almost ignore armor defense, but you won't have to be afraid of them after you unlock the energy shield in the future. The other item, the Mind Ray, is more tricky, as no defense is useful against attacks on the mental level. However, generals like Li Xian and Meng Tian were not greatly affected, and with the help of the Jie buff, they could barely resist. However, with the comprehensiveness of Daqin's technology, maybe it will be possible to develop equipment that can resist mind control in the future. Chapter 173 Electricity is released, and the heart of the hive is exposed. After comprehensive analysis, although the Protoss possess some psychic powers and claim to be an advanced civilization, but it is not very advanced compared with Daqin heavy industry. If this is the upper limit of their civilization and technology, then Su Yang predicted that he only needed to upgrade the main base once more to surpass the Protoss. It's a pity that these two ran fast today, otherwise they would have been lying in the Shinnon Creation Institute waiting for dissection. Although it is far from a threat, the appearance of the Protoss is also a wake-up call for Su Yang. The water in the Forbidden Area is much deeper than it appears. Defeating the Zerg or conquering other countries is not the end of the trial. There are races more powerful than these things waiting for him. We must develop without stopping, constantly improve technology, and strengthen the power of the Qin dynasty. Don't think too much about anything else. The only important thing is development. Su Yang closed the panel. These psychic facilities were useless before obtaining psychic resources. The most important thing now is to build a wind power station on the Howling Mountains. Although he couldn't use psychic equipment, just like in the Spanish territory, Su Yang could establish various supply measures in this stronghold. The location of the stronghold is almost at the highest point of the mountain range. After intelligent computer analysis, it shows that the energy provided by the storm here completely exceeds the production capacity of wind turbines. In other words, the current level of wind turbine production capacity has reached its upper limit, and even if we find an area with stronger winds, we will not be able to generate more electricity. So Su Yang directly asked Meng Tian to build the wind power station on the ridge near the metal fortress. The blueprint was placed, and a huge machine over 100 meters tall rose from the ground. Su Yang was shocked. He didn't expect the wind power station to be so big. I saw huge blades dozens of meters long spinning in the strong wind, and a steady stream of electricity began to be generated. Su Yang also asked Meng Tian to place electromagnetic towers and capacitors in the fortress area to transfer and store electricity. Then he clicked on the specific information of the wind power station. Name, Lishan Yufeng Pavilion. Type, industrial building. Facilities for generating electricity using wind power. The current area generates an average of 5,000 units of electricity per day, 5,000 units daily production capacity. This is a full 100 times more than the daily production capacity of 50 in the territory at that time. It's the same as the capacity of a thermal power plant running at full capacity for a day. A thermal power plant consumes a full 500 units of fuel to produce 5,000 units of electricity, while a wind power plant consumes none at all. The average daily production capacity of 5,000 units is enough to meet the current territory's consumption even if the thermal power plant is shut down. Moreover, if we occupy this windy area, we can build a wind power station here later. It really paid off for the troops to travel hundreds of kilometers to this area. Suyang was very satisfied with the production capacity of the wind power station. With the continuous influx of electricity, Suyang also built various supply buildings in the fortress area. These buildings not only allow soldiers to obtain supplies, but also upgrade them. After completing the construction of the supply buildings, Suyang used a circle of level 3 city walls to surround the fortress area, including the Yufeng Pavilion, according to Meng Tian's plan. The city wall not only slightly blocks the storm for the soldiers, but also serves as a symbol of the Qin stronghold. This will be the first stronghold established by the Qin dynasty in the northwest. It was already late at night after completing all this, and Suyang asked the soldiers to rest in the stronghold. The two battles today have greatly consumed their energy. It's time to take a break. Suyang also switched his perspective and returned to the room. The sound of the storm disappeared, and everything became quiet. Today we not only gained a new stronghold and a series of psychic equipment, but also uncovered some brand new information. The first day of the expedition was so fruitful. What would happen next? Suyang couldn't help but feel excited. Tomorrow the stock of steel will be enough to upgrade the general's mansion, and the remaining technologies will also be upgraded. By then, the territory will usher in another wave of substantial improvement. Late at night, 3 light tanks were driving through the woods, followed by a battalion of light infantry. Polish Lord Hakimi was moving forward in a mountain command vehicle. Like Australia, he was entrusted with the task of exploring southward by a tripartite alliance led by the United States. Various command values and materials were transferred to the Bolan territory to support his exploration progress. The Australian side has lost the ability to move forward due to the obstruction of the mountains, while his side in Bolan can be said to have a smooth journey. If he can really discover the heart of the hive first, then more resources from various countries will be allocated to him. By the time he has dealt with the Dragon Kingdom, wouldn't Bolan become one of the most powerful countries in the Forbidden Area? Thinking of this, Hakimi couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Sizzle. The radio rang, and the armored cavalry regiment sent out to explore the way in the distance sent back information. Sir, we found an area that looks like a dense insect nest ahead. Hakimi lay behind a mound of earth and looked into the distance through a telescope. In the lens is a dense forest composed of strange-shaped plants. Those plants contain liquid and their growth postures are extremely strange. Got it. Got it. It's really a dense insect nest forest. Hakimi couldn't hide his joy. He and Australia conducted in-depth exploration from 2 different directions, southwest and southeast. Australia was blocked by tall mountains, but he had a smooth road ahead. There was only a small stream between him and the dense forest of the insect nest, which was a godsend. He will be able to pass this information to the Tripartite Alliance early tomorrow morning. Bolan will become the front line in the fight against the Dragon Kingdom, and thus gain continuous support from various countries. While you are at home, money will come from heaven. With just this one discovery, Tabalan could become a powerful country. Go, go. Hakimi laughed. I, Hakimi Nastav, will be the first man to set foot in the heart of the hive. Hakimi led the army forward and soon arrived at the boundary between the landing zone and the heart of the hive. The stream marked a clear dividing line, with the land on one side verdant and green, and the other side filled with rotting vegetation. As we approached the dense forest of insect nests, a strong stench of decay wafted over. But in Hakimi's eyes, this is not a stench, but a fragrance. It's the taste of celebrating Poland's impending becoming a world power. You are close to the edge of the landing zone. If you continue to move forward, you will open up the boundary. You are close to the edge of the landing zone. If you continue to move forward, you will open up the boundary. To open up the boundary is to make 2 areas connected to each other to produce influence. The alien species on both sides will invade each other, and the natural environment will also interact. Hakimi ignored the alarm and drove directly across the creek. We have already reached the midterm and have modern weapons, so who cares about a few bucks? Chapter 174. Lightning attack on the insect nest, a big step for mankind. Buzz. Cars drove across the stream, creating ripples on the water. Driving into the dense forest, into the area that could make Bolan great again, Hakimi honked the horn excitedly. Beep. Beep. He stopped the car just before the convoy entered the dense forest. Then he opened the car door and stepped on the ground covered with humus. He looked up at the sky intoxicated. What a wonderful place, this area flowing with milk and honey. He was the first man in the Tripartite Alliance to step into the heart of the hive, and the first man to conquer this land. His achievements are as great as those of Columbus and Gagarin. No, maybe even greater? That's one small step for me, one giant leap for mankind. Hakimi looked at the adjutant beside him with pride. What do you think? The commander's bravery is unmatched, said the adjutant. Ha 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 ha, Hakimi laughed and looked towards the insect nest. Take your team in and catch a few stink bugs. Maybe that will convince the Alliance to give us more resources. The Tripartite Alliance has done a lot of research on the abnormal combat power of the Dragon Kingdom. One of the studies pointed out that the Dragon Nation was likely to become stronger through mutual research during the battle with the Zerg. Some countries in the Alliance have also opened research buildings, and they are in great need of Zerg corpses for research. They believe that since the Dragon Nation could become stronger and stronger in the battle with the Zerg, then they could too. The adjutant was ordered to lead 2 light infantry platoons into the dense forest. Their mission was to sneak into the dense forest and secretly catch 2 insects. Hakimi certainly knew that he could lead a large force to attack and destroy the bedbugs in their nests. But if the process is too easy, he will not get further support from the Alliance. It is necessary to show a tense situation on the front line in order to ask for more resources. A few lightly armored tanks cannot support Poland to become a powerful country. If the pioneering troops can't even defeat the watchdog of the heart of the hive, how can they attack the Dragon Kingdom? Hakimi laughed and clapped his horn as he escorted his lieutenant's team into the dense forest. Bolin will ascend the throne amid the cheers of all nations, and will ascend the throne stepping on the blood of the Zerg and the Dragon Kingdom. Hakimi Nostov will make Bolin great again. Beep beep. Beep beep. Russell. Captain, there seems to be a sound, asked the soldier holding an automatic rifle. The adjutant signaled for everyone to be quiet, and that they should enter the Zerg territory. These are a group of bloodthirsty beasts and should not be taken lightly. He knew that leading the soldiers into the jungle alone was a wrong choice, but he couldn't refuse the order. Don't even think about catching them alive. These creatures won't give them to you. The adjutant was choked in the middle of his words because the soldier he was talking to was cut in half. Blood gushed out, flowing onto the ground. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! He roared at the top of his lungs and fired at the same time. Russell. In an instant, the chirping of countless insects rang out in the dense forest. The sound of bullets being fired and screams were heard everywhere. What's going on? Hakimi suddenly stood up from the open command vehicle. He looked towards the dense forest and heard faint screams in the distance. What's that sound? The screams of alien insects. Hakimi turned around and asked. The soldier next to him shook his head and clenched his gun. Why don't you tell them to keep their voices down? What if they attract a large group of Zerg? Call. As Hakimi was shouting, a black object was thrown from the sky and landed on the hood of Hakimi's car. It was the half-body of the adjutant he sent in to command the battle. He died with his eyes open, staring at Hakimi. How is this possible? How is this possible? Hakimi was so scared that he crawled and rolled away from the command vehicle. I gave you the best automatic rifles and you couldn't even take care of a few damn bugs. A bunch of rubbish, a bunch of rubbish. Russell. Russell. The dense chirping of insects came from the dense forest, like a death knell. Form a formation. Form a formation. Kill these damn bugs. Hakimi snatched a gun from the soldier and ran towards the tank behind him while shouting. If a large Zerg army attacks, the safest place is in the armored tank. The soldiers around him were lined up tightly, with nearly 500 automatic rifles in a battalion all loaded. In addition, there are 3 tanks and 2 machine gun squad positions. Hakimi looked at the powerful firepower in front of him, and the fear in his heart gradually dissipated, replaced by anger. The scene of the adjutant's half-body being thrown out kept replaying in front of him. He was not angry about the death of his adjutant, but about the provocation of the Zerg. Moreover, this provocation made him panic and embarrassed in front of the soldiers. He is the leader of Bolin. How could he run away? Thinking of this, Hakimi stopped and turned back to face the dense forest. How dare a few civilized beasts threaten him? Fighting against the Longwa guys has given you confidence. Everyone listen up. Hit hard. No need to save ammunition. No need to. Hiss. Countless roars were heard, and a swarm of insects like a tide poured out of the dense forest. Those alien insects were different from those seen in the World Championship. Their shells seemed to be covered with a layer of blue crystal. Ta-ta-ta. The soldiers opened fire at full force, and countless bullets gushed out. The 2 heavy machine guns of the machine gun squad howled wildly and continuously spewed out flames. However, in the face of this dragnet of bullets, the insect swarm showed no signs of stopping. The alien insects charged under the rain of bullets, and only when they reached the first row of soldiers did cracks appear on their shells. The two armies met, and the massacre began. Unarmored soldiers are no different from lambs in front of the Zerg. With a sweep of the insect blade, the soldiers were cut in half, without any ability to fight back. Bang bang. The three tanks fired armor-piercing shells and finally made some gains in the swarm. Hakimi was stunned by the scene in front of him, and the sound of the explosion brought him back to reality. He dropped his gun and ran madly towards the tank. There are also tanks. As long as there are heavy tanks, the Zerg can't do anything to them. Boom. There was a loud bang, and a bug larger than a tank broke out of the ground. It directly flipped the light armored tank over from the side and then opened its serrated mouth. He aimed at the turret and bit off half of it with one bite. Hum. The iron armor wailed as it deformed. Chapter 175, Zerg out of the cage. Boom boom. Several giant Zergs rushed out one after another and overturned the remaining tanks. Tank armor is as fragile as a soda cracker in the jaws of these giant Zerg. I'm fucking your Holy Mary. Hakimi was dumbfounded as he watched three tanks turned into scrap metal. He started up suddenly and ran to the other side of the stream without looking back. The river marks the boundary between the two areas. Alien creatures generally do not easily leave the area where they can live comfortably. So as long as he crosses the creek, he can escape. The loss of troops here is nothing. He will be able to make a comeback when he returns to the territory. Ta-ta-ta. Hiss. Behind him, the battlefield had turned into a sea of fire. The 500-man battalion was engulfed by the swarm of insects, and the machine gun squad was destroyed by alien species that emerged from the ground. There were noises of explosions from the vehicle's fuel tanks and ammunition depots. Hakimi rushed towards the stream with all his might, and when he finally reached the edge, he jumped with all his might. The slightly plump body slid across the stream in a graceful arc and landed on the other side. Back to normal life, Hakimi felt like he had found his life again. Looking at the hellish scene on the other side of the river again, anger surged in my heart. Damn bugs, they destroyed his army just like that. When he gets more military funds, he will definitely bloodbath the heart of the hive. Fuck you. Hakimi stood up and raised his middle finger towards the other side. Suddenly he saw the space in front of him flash. Are you dazzled? Before he could wonder, a 3-meter-tall alien insect in the shape of a human standing upright appeared before him. Its head is triangular, and the pair of protruding horns on top of its head are as complex and large as reindeer horns. The whole body is covered with light blue crystal shells, and bone spurs protrude from each joint. In his right hand he held a giant bone blade, while his left arm was made entirely of vine-like plants. A Tyranid warrior. Hakimi was stunned. His breathing stopped the moment the Tyranid warrior appeared. The middle finger of his right hand, which was raised high, slowly fell down. However, the expected scene of being hacked to death did not occur. He found that the alien insect had been standing on the other side without taking any action. It didn't realize that the area channel had been opened. Hakimi's hope was rekindled. No matter how powerful bedbugs are, they're still just bedbugs. Their intelligence and adaptability cannot be compared with those of humans. Leaving the comfortable place of birth is an act that goes against your ancestors and biological instincts. Bedbugs can't violate. Tread. There was a splashing sound as the Tyranid warrior on the other side stepped 1 foot into the stream. Hakimi smiled bitterly and asked, "Do you want to wash your feet?" Tap. After stepping in, the Terran warrior seemed to have discovered something and took 2 steps forward to cross the stream directly. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. Hakimi's last nerve snapped, and he raised his assault rifle and fired forward. The gun body vibrated, flames flashed, and bullets whizzed out. The Terran warrior did not dodge or evade, and walked all the way to Hakimi under the fire of automatic rifles. Bullets kept bouncing off its light blue breastplate and shooting in other directions. Ah! Hakimi screamed and collapsed to the ground, a bullet shattering his kneecap and penetrating his thigh. No, no. He stared at the slowly approaching Tyranid warrior, shaking his head and shouting wildly. The fear had completely consumed him. The warrior crossed the river and set foot on the ground of another birthplace. The surrounding environment seemed to attract it more than the boring creatures screaming on the ground. After taking a complete look around, it lowered its head and looked at Hakimi. It raised its left hand, and 3 lavender vine fingers twisted and deformed. They entangled with each other and stretched forward, and soon climbed to the rifle discarded by Hakimi on the ground. The vine hooked onto the rifle and quickly retracted it, swallowing the entire rifle into the arm. After the engulfment was completed, the Tyranid warrior stabbed Hakimi in the right ribs and lifted him up from the ground. Hakimi held the bone blade in both hands, his legs shaking constantly. No, I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't kill me. Give you money. Give you money. As Hakimi screamed in pain, the warrior raised his left arm again. The arm made of vine squirmed and then opened outward, and a rifle-like structure stretched out. Although it is similar to a gun, its entire body is adhered to by some kind of biological tissue. The muzzle expanded several times, and the gun body kept rising and falling with the swing of the vine, as if it was breathing. Ta-ta-ta. The gun that sprouted from the warrior's left arm suddenly opened fire, spitting a barrage of crystal shell bullets at Hakimi's head. The powerful firepower instantly blew his head off, blowing off his entire crown. Along with Hakimi's screams, the battle in the rear also stopped. All human soldiers were wiped out, and all kinds of alien insects were lying on the ground, gnawing at the corpses frantically. Hiss! The Tyranid warrior raised his bone blade high, pointed at the new continent, and roared. The Zerg army received the order, stopped eating, and charged forward, stepping on the corpses. The army crossed the inconspicuous stream and poured into the new continent like a tide. Lord Hall opens. Tripartite Alliance meeting room. Lord of France, these alien species are definitely not normal evolutions. After killing them, in addition to dropping leadership points, they will also drop something called psionic energy. U.S. Lord, psychic energy? Is it material or energy? Lord of France, I'm not sure yet, but the alien species that can drop psychic energy are much stronger than other ordinary alien species. U.S. Lord, perhaps it is some kind of critical technological resource. I will send a research team over. Lord of Dongying, I will also send a research team. Now we must seize every opportunity to surpass the Dragon Nation. Lord of Australia, this morning my reconnaissance unit discovered that there seemed to be a slender structure on the Howling Mountains. U.S. Lord, man-made structure? Didn't you say that the Howling Mountains are impossible to climb? Australian Lord, absolutely impossible. The wind speed at the bottom of the mountain is at least level 11. It is simply unimaginable to go higher. U.S. Lord, what's going on? Is it a reconnaissance error or some refraction phenomenon? Lord of Australia, I sent 2 teams to conduct reconnaissance. The specific situation will be reported to you tomorrow. Lord of Dongying, speaking of which, there should be no mountains blocking Bolin. What is the situation there? Chapter 176 Level 3 General's Mansion, Famous General Wang Jian. Lord of Japan, Mr. Hakimi, please come out and speak. The chat panel fell into silence, and the lords were waiting for Lord Bolin's reply. After a while, there was no news. U.S. Lord, prison? Lord Tianju, what's going on? Why is one person missing every day? Lord of Australia, could it be that he really discovered the heart of the hive and was eaten by the Zerg? U.S. Lord, impossible. Even if we find the heart of the hive, we can't enter directly. Lord of Japan, Hakimi is so greedy, it is not impossible for him to force his way into the jungle. U.S. Lord, with the military configuration we gave him, it is impossible for him to die at the hands of the outer insect swarms. Lord of Tianju, was it destroyed by the Dragon Kingdom? U.S. Lord, it is even more impossible. At this stage, any country that is exterminated or colonized will be notified to the entire world. Lord of Argentine, here comes another one who is missing, just like the Turkish one. Turkish Lord, you are the ones who are missing. We are walking with the Lord. Lord Argentine, resurrected? French Lord, is there something wrong with Turkey? The aliens in French territory are becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. Turkish Lord, praise the Lord, embrace the Lord. Lord of the United States, wait for news from Australia and Poland tomorrow. The Dragon country is likely to be to their south. As long as it is confirmed that it is the Dragon Nation, all territories will immediately send troops to the south and gather troops. We will try to take them down this week. The alliance of countries has been basically established, and basically no one will speak in the public Lord Hall. Therefore, Su Yang went to the Lord's Hall less and less frequently, and even seldom participated in the meetings within the alliance. All the alliance news was basically obtained through private chats with England. Union of England, including those that voluntarily and forcibly seceded, we have lost 15 allied countries. Here is the distribution map and related information of the last 9 allied countries I compiled. Elizabeth sent me a picture with several pictures scattered around, few of which were connected. It is impossible to determine the layout of the map with this information. Unfortunately, this is the maximum they can do. Now there are only 10 countries left in the English League, including himself. Other countries either seceded voluntarily or were forced to secede for fear of being destroyed. Except for him, the rest of the countries did not dare to explore outward. This is because if we explore outward, we are likely to encounter countries from other alliances, and then we will be at risk of being destroyed. With the current information, Su Yang doesn't even know the location of the heart of the hive on the map. It seems that there is no way out within my alliance. Only by conquering a country in a tripartite alliance can I get more information. Lord of the Dragon Nation, my team has reached the border of the Hive Heart. I will convey any intelligence I have tomorrow. Lord of the Dragon Nation, also tell the remaining lords in the alliance, if you can hold on, do your best to hold on. Our Dragon Nation will not treat them unfairly. Lord of England, received. After closing the panel, Su Yang let out a long sigh. The situation on the big map is not optimistic. Many territories that could have become vassal states have been captured by other alliances. Either it will become a colony or a puppet state. Even if he takes these countries back later, there will still be persistent debuffs, and resource output will be greatly affected. We still need to speed up the expansion. Su Yang opened the panel. If you want to speed up expansion, the fastest way is to increase the number of expeditionary forces. The territory now has 2 additional strongholds, and Li Xian and Meng Tian are exploring northwards from the Howling Mountain stronghold. The Spanish stronghold in the south can also support an expeditionary force. According to the introduction of the intelligent computer, the Level 3 General's Mansion can provide the Qin Dynasty military system and can summon troops on a large scale. Now that the territory is in the expansion stage, this function is extremely needed. It just so happens that the steel resources are produced today, which can support the upgrade of the General's Mansion. In this case, let's see what effect the Level 3 General's Mansion can bring. Steel resources, 300 units. Iron or resources, 300 units. Copper resources, 300 units. Level 3 General Mansion is being upgraded. With the investment of resources, the General's Mansion began to upgrade. This upgrade surprised Su Yang from the blueprint stage. The area of the General's Mansion was directly expanded tenfold. It was only the size of a standard courtyard house before, but now it can occupy the entire Lord's district. Since it couldn't fit in the Lord's area, Su Yang could only transfer it to an industrial area where there was still space. The blueprint was placed, and various mechanical operating sounds were heard. The main building of the Level 3 General's Mansion has not been expanded. The reason why its area has increased so much is because a training ground was expanded on one side of the General's Mansion. In ancient times, the drill ground was a place for training and reviewing soldiers. What is the use of the drill ground in the General's Mansion? Quietly waiting for the expansion of the martial arts field to be completed, Su Yang opened the panel of the General's Mansion. This time the General's Mansion panel is very different from before. Previously there was only a general section, but now there is also a soldier section. General's Mansion panel. General, Li Xian. General type, Vanguard of the Jinjuan Army. Upgradable, Level 2, Level 3. General skill, Command Vanguard, active effect. Increase morale by 30, increase morale by 40. Command value, 30,000 points. Required General Mansion level, Level 3. General, Meng Tian. General type, Shield of the Empire. Upgradable, Level 1, Level 2. General skill, Great Wall Guard, passive effect. Triggered when the Great Wall is built and upgraded. Triggered when all infrastructure facilities are built and upgraded. General skill, Solid as a Barrier, active effect. Increases damage resistance by 20. Increases damage resistance by 30. Command value, 50,000 points. Required General Mansion level, Level 3. General, Wang Jian. General type, Guardian of the Nation. Command value required for summoning, 100,000. General Mansion level required for summoning, Level 4. Upgrade to view more generals. Complete all upgrades of the current level of the General Mansion to obtain improved strategy effects. Strategy power. Increase the command value gained in battle by 30, 40. After reading the panel, Su Yang's eyes lit up. The next time you upgrade, you can summon the famous General Wang Jian. Wang Jian, who is known as one of the 4 great war gods of the Warring States period along with Bai Qi, Li Mu, and Lian Pe. When Qin Shi Huang conquered the 6 kingdoms, he did not participate except for the initial attack on Han. The other 5 countries were all destroyed at the hands of Wang and his son. Wang Jian was a calm and steady general, experienced and shrewd, wise but not violent, brave and resourceful. He is a typical general in the Qin dynasty and even in the history of China. If the Qin dynasty can get Wang Jian's assistance in the future, it will be unstoppable. Chapter 177, The Qin Military System. The first expeditionary force is established. Although General Wang Jian is strong, he can only be summoned when the General's Mansion reaches Level 4. The main focus now should be on the upgrades that are currently available. There is no change in the panel regarding the General in the General's Mansion, except for the upgrade of the General's skills. Active skills are the same as previous upgrades, increasing skill effects by 10. Meng Tian's passive skill was transferred from the Great Wall to all infrastructure. This means that the cost of paving roads will be further reduced in the future, which is a great thing. However, these upgrades are just icing on the cake and do not play a decisive role in the expansion of the troops. Although completing all upgrades can improve the effectiveness of strategies, this is not the current focus. After a rough look, Su Yang flipped the panel and came to the training ground module. Martial arts field. Strategy, the Qin military system. The Qin army with a clear system can call for training soldiers in batches. Scouting units are divided into teams of 10s, cavalry units are divided into teams of 50, infantry units are divided into teams of 100. Summoning and upgrading in teams will receive a 50 consumption reduction. Note, soldiers summoned and upgraded in teams cannot be separated. All future combat and training will be conducted in units of 100 people. When a team is killed, the replenishment consumption will not be reduced. Note, you can form a team even if you have summoned 100 units. Different levels will not affect the team formation. Note, soldiers who form a team can train as a team in the martial arts arena to obtain team bonuses in different directions. Expeditionary infantry. Wherever the army points, it will be invincible. Train an infantry unit to conquer the enemy country. The expeditionary force will gain a series of benefits when it is far away from the Qin dynasty's territory. Effect: Spear of Expedition. Morale increased by 20, fuel consumption reduced by 20, and ammunition capacity of ranged units increased by 50. Training fees. Each expeditionary infantry unit consumes 50,000 leadership points. Upgrade the general's mansion to unlock stronger expeditionary infantry types. Expedition cavalry. Wherever the army points, it will be invincible. Train a cavalry unit to conquer the enemy. The expeditionary force will gain a series of benefits when it is far away from the Qin dynasty's territory. Effect: Spear of Expedition. Morale increased by 20, mechanical beast movement ability increased by 20, energy shield repair speed increased by 20. Training fees. Each expeditionary infantry unit consumes 50,000 leadership points. Upgrade the general's mansion to unlock stronger expeditionary cavalry types. Special Forces. Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards are the Emperor's guards. Train an army to protect the Empire's territory. The Imperial Army will gain a series of benefits when fighting in the Qin dynasty's territory. Effect: Wall of the Imperial Guard. Morale permanently increases by 30, energy shield repair speed increases by 50, ranged weapon reload speed increases by 50, ammunition capacity increases by 100. Training fees. Each Imperial Army consumes 100,000 command points. Upgrade the general's mansion to unlock stronger types of Imperial Guards. After reading the contents of the martial arts arena, Su Yang was extremely excited. This is the effect he wants, and it is the game that the territory currently needs most. If the general's mansion is for upgrading general units, then the training ground is for upgrading soldiers. The first is the new strategy brought about by the upgrade, the Qin military system. After unlocking this strategy, you will be able to summon and upgrade soldiers according to the formation, and obtain a 50 reduction in leadership value consumption. 50 consumption reduction. What a terrifying number. Back then, the reward for first place in the World Championship was just a short-term 30 reduction in military spending. Now, as long as you summon soldiers in an organized manner, you can get a permanent 50 reduction in military expenses. Taking 100 units of Daqin Ruishi as an example, the cost of level 5 Daqin Ruishi is 1,200 units. In the past, if he wanted to summon 100 Qin warriors, he would need to consume a full 120,000 command points. But with the Great Qin military strategy, he only needs to consume 60,000 command points to complete the summoning, and the cost is directly halved. In the future, all upgrades related to soldiers will be carried out based on the organization, and the radiation area of one upgrade will be at least 100 units of soldiers. In addition to strategies, the military training ground also brings new military organization and training content. Through intensive special training in related areas, each unit will perform its duties. Social division of labor is a manifestation of intelligent creatures, while military division of labor is a symbol of a strong and professional army. According to the current division of labor, the troops are generally divided into two types: expeditionary forces and imperial guards. Expeditionary forces will receive bonuses when they go out to capture territories, while guards will receive bonuses when they defend territories. Under the major classification, the expeditionary force is further divided into two branches, the infantry branch and the cavalry branch. The infantry branch includes a series of infantry combat units such as sharp warriors, crossbowmen, scouts, skyfire guards, and fire dragon guards. The cavalry can be a series of units equipped with mechanical beasts, including mounted warriors, mounted crossbowmen, and mounted scouts. Both upgrades can increase the relative effectiveness of the troops. It would be confusing to just analyze it in your mind, so Su Yang started to practice it directly. The first step is to upgrade the expeditionary force led by Li Xin and Ming Tian. The appearance of the Protoss made Su Yang realize the importance of Energy Shield. In front of them are the Shadow Zerg's poison gas attacks through the air, and behind them are the Protoss energy rays and mind control that ignore armor. As enemies become stronger in the future, their attack methods will become more and more varied. Therefore, if you want to enhance the defensive capabilities of your troops, you cannot just enhance their armor, you also need to expand more defensive measures. Su Yang opened the panel and began to divide the team according to the system prompts. The expeditionary force consisted of 100 warriors, 60 crossbowmen, 10 scouts, 4 fire dragon guards, and 2 sky fire guards. According to the system, all infantry units can be assigned to the same team, and scout units can be assigned to infantry teams even though they are riding horses. A sharp warrior crossbowman scout is counted as 1 soldier, while a fire dragon guard or sky fire guard is counted as 5 soldiers. According to the number of troops, Su Yang began to divide them with a flash of his mind. He divided all the units in half and then formed them into teams. Each team consists of 50 units of warriors, 30 units of crossbowmen, 5 units of scouts, 2 fire dragon guards, and 1 sky fire guard. Just enough to form 2 expedition teams of 100 people. It's as if some powerful force had arranged it all. The team was established, and Su Yang named them Expedition Team 1 and Expedition Team 2. The 2 teams of centurions were set to be the 2 soldiers who followed them first, Chen Wu and Zhao Zhang. Since then, the first batch of regular teams of Daqin has been formed. This is a symbol of the standardization of the Qin military industry, and it is also the starting point for the Qin army to start its explosive expansion. Chapter 178: The Qin Iron Cavalry, a fully equipped expeditionary force. After forming 2 expedition teams, Su Yang immediately began to upgrade. Unlike the previous method of upgrading individual soldiers, now he only needs to operate on a team. Of course, the prerequisite is that all units in the team meet the upgrade requirements. All upgrades for the Royal Armor Battalion have now been unlocked, so all units meet the requirements. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he invested in the control value. Are you sure you want to upgrade all units of Expedition 1 and Expedition 2 to their current highest level? Yes. Command value -95,500. Expedition 1 Team Upgrade. Level 5 Great Qin Armored Warriors 50 upgrading. Level 5 Daqin 1000 Mile Scouts 5 upgrading. Level 2 Improved Blazing Horse 5 upgrading. Expedition 2 Team Upgrade. Level 5 Great Qin Armored Warriors 50 upgrading. Level 5 Great Qin Armored Crossbowmen 30 upgrading. Level 5 Daqin 1000 Mile Scouts 5 upgrading. Level 2 Improved Blazing Horse 5 upgrading. In the Howling Mountain Stronghold, all selected units enter the barracks or vehicle depot in turn for upgrades. The upgrade of nearly 200 units of the 2 expeditionary forces consumed a total of 95,500 points of leadership, which did not exceed 100,000. If paid at the original price, the cost of this upgrade would be nearly 200,000, and the territory control value would not be enough. This is the amazing effect brought about by the Qin military strategy. With this strategy, the speed of Qin's military expansion doubled. Soon, the 2 fully equipped armored units of 100 people completed the upgrade. All armored warriors are equipped with energy shields that cover their entire bodies. This is a shield that uses a powerful electromagnetic field for protection. By providing electrical energy through portable capacitors, an invisible layer of electromagnetic protection can be provided outside the armor. Metal bullets or any charged ion beams fired at the shield are affected by the strong magnetic field, which weakens the damage or even rebounds it completely. In addition to the difference in defense mechanism between energy shield and armor protection, its repair principle is also completely different. Armor is a real substance that exists in the physical sense and cannot be repaired in time if it is damaged on the battlefield. Repairs can only be carried out when the armor materials and repair facilities are complete after returning to the repair room. The energy shield is not a substance, it is made entirely of energy. In theory, it can exist as long as there is a supply of electricity. Therefore, even if the energy shield is lost on the battlefield, we only need to wait for the magnetic field to be repaired and the shield will be restored to its original state. The addition of energy shields not only allows the warriors to resist energy damage, but also greatly enhances their ability to continue fighting. It can also reduce the material consumption of logistics to restore the armor, because as long as it does not suffer huge damage in a short period of time, the energy shield can always protect the armor. The addition of energy shield has brought the team's frontline strength to a higher level. In addition to the upgrades for all warriors, the reconnaissance unit scouts also received a new upgrade, and this time it was not just one upgrade. The first is the most critical advanced mineral exploration capability. After unlocking the radar detection technology, Su Yung clicked on the advanced mineral scanner. This is a key technology for upgrading the level 5 scout, allowing the scout to detect high-level minerals located deep inside. The titanium crystal worm stings of the mutant crusher reminded Su Yung that ordinary steel armor was no longer enough. The next step is to improve the physical defense capabilities of the armor, so higher-level minerals are necessary. In addition to the mineral scanner, the scouts also obtained a biometric information recognition device developed by Shinong Chuanshan. This device allows scouts to accurately analyze various information about alien species. Various information such as level, race, camp, abilities, etc. In the past, scouts could only look at the surface and the fur when conducting reconnaissance. To know the specific level, type, and abilities of an enemy, one must fight or even kill the enemy to obtain them, so the information provided by the reconnaissance is very limited. But after being equipped with a biological scanner, Su Yung can obtain all the enemy's biological information in advance and make corresponding countermeasures. It can be said that the biological scanner is a reconnaissance artifact, and Su Yung wanted to unlock it when it first came out. Unfortunately, there was no radar technology at the time, so it has been delayed until now. But it's not too late now, or it can be said that it's just the right time. The biological scanner is not only for Zerg, but can also scan any alien species and even plants. In an era of impending cross-regional combat, understanding the species and capabilities of other regions is extremely important for combat. After all members were upgraded and supplied, Su Yung ordered Li Xin and Ming Tian to continue advancing towards the northwest. After leaving the Howling Mountains, there is a whole new area over there. That would be the first territory Qin Shao would set foot on, apart from the heart of the insect nest. Li Xin and Ming Tian led the team to leave the Howling Mountain stronghold and move towards the new area with all their strength. One thing worth mentioning is that after any stronghold is established, Su Yung can set up defensive facilities in it. Moreover, the defense facilities of this stronghold have no impact on the Qin dynasty territory. Now at level 5 main base, the maximum number of defensive facilities that can be placed in the territory is 10 crossbow towers, 1 skyfire tower, 1 storm tower, and 1 radar detection tower. Of course, after unlocking the automation technology, the crossbow turret has been upgraded to an electromagnetic crossbow turret. Like the crossbowman, the redundant crossbow string system has been replaced with an electromagnetic gun barrel. In addition to the electromagnetic gun barrel that carries giant crossbow arrows, the crossbow turret also has 2 new electromagnetic gun barrels that fire small crossbow arrows. In other words, the crossbow turret is now a defensive device that combines a machine gun turret and a gun turret into one. Simply put, it is a multifunctional turret that can fire armor-piercing shells like a tank and carry out machine gun fire. The fact that the defense facilities of the territory and the stronghold do not affect each other means that as long as there are enough resources, Su Yung can set up the same defense facilities in the stronghold as the territory. After unlocking automation, Su Yung doesn't even need to send troops. He only needs to set up electromagnetic towers and automatic turrets to complete the defense of the stronghold. Not only can it defend against alien species, but it can also directly shoot lords of other countries who are disobedient in the stronghold. This not only saves manpower but also reduces Su Yang's energy consumption, which will be of great help to the future defense and management of the Qin stronghold. Once the resources are in place, Su Yang plans to recall the guards from Spain and replace them with automatic turret defenses. The Howling Mountains do not need to be defended. After all, not many alien species will visit this harsh environment. After completing the Expeditionary Force upgrade, there are still 80,000 command points left in the territory. Su Yung will use these 80,000 men to form the first cavalry team of the Qin dynasty. The Qin Cavalry. Chapter 179: The True Combat Strength of the Qin Dynasty. The First Ranger Army. Although it was cool to form the Qin Iron Cavalry, Su Yung found that it was not that simple. As a type of heavy cavalry, the Iron Cavalry not only needs heavy armor, but also the most important lance. However, current infantry units all use chainsaw swords, which cannot be used for charging. According to the analysis of the intelligent computer, if you want to equip your troops with lances and batches, you need to unlock the level 2 foundry and start industrial production. Upgrading the foundry to level 2 and mass-producing lances will consume a lot of steel resources. We must wait until the territory produces enough steel resources before we can upgrade, so the idea of the Qin Iron Cavalry can only be shelved. But now the territory needs a troop to explore the direction of the Spanish stronghold, and a team must be summoned. After a surge of thoughts, Su Yung found the perfect solution. Although the cavalry is domineering and powerful, it still relies on close combat and attack. The Spanish direction is mainly composed of Zerg in the Shadow Zone. They have low armor and can be killed without too much damage. The most difficult thing about dealing with the natural insect swarms in the Shadow Zone is the poisonous gas produced after their death. Based on experience from previous battles, melee units are simply unable to cope with it and will inhale the poisonous mist as long as they get close to kill the enemy. A better solution is a crossbowman, who can shoot from a distance using a crossbow. However, the crossbowmen move slowly, and without frontline protection, they can easily be devastated by sudden attacks from alien insects. So now we need a team that has both long-range damage and flexible mobility to pull the opponent. The answer is obvious: cavalry and archery units. 50 cavalrymen can form a cavalry team to obtain the effect of strategy reduction. And this cavalry does not only refer to the lancers who charge into battle. Any unit on horseback can be regarded as a cavalry unit. When crossbowmen are combined with the improved fiery steed, they become a mounted archery unit that can both launch long-range attacks and has high mobility. In ancient times, the cavalry and archery soldiers of the nomadic peoples on the grasslands were a headache for successive Chinese dynasties. Now, after all the twists and turns, I find that I am the Hun. However, the fact that the cavalry and archery units caused headaches for so many dynasties proves how powerful they were. Just imagine a unit like this charging into the Shadow Zone. They would be absolutely invincible. Su Yang did it right away. His mind flashed, and he directly opened the panel of the Yujiring and started batch summoning. The first step is to summon soldier units. Among the 50 soldiers, Su Yang plans to use 48 crossbowmen and 2 scouts. Scouts are an essential unit for a team. 2 scouts is neither too much nor too little for a team of 50 people. Organized summon, command value reduced by 50. Command value minus 30,800. Level 5 Great Qin Armored Crossbowman 48 Summoning. Summoning 2 Level 5 Daqin Potential Scouts. The Imperial Armor Camp is operating with a rumble. Su Yang watched the soldiers walk out of the mechanical gate in rows. The sounds of machinery operating and steam surging are constantly intertwined. I have to say that this batch summoning scene is much more shocking than the previous one by 1 summoning. And with the new strategy, 50 level 5 units only cost 30,800 points of command. This would have been impossible in the past. After the soldiers are summoned, the highlight comes: the war horses. The blazing horse has been improved to be not only more flexible, but also equipped with an energy shield to further enhance its defensive capabilities. The command value was put into use, and the heavy equipment camp began to roar. The first batch of cavalry of Daqin is about to be born. Leadership value minus 37,500. Level 2 improved blazing horse 50 summoning. Hold head high. Soon, a large number of mechanical horses rushed out from the heavy equipment camp. As it hissed, bursts of steam came out of its nose. The crossbowmen and scouts who had just been summoned mounted their horses, and the cavalry team was officially formed. Su Yang named this cavalry and archery unit the first cavalry team of the Great Qin expedition. After the cavalry team was formed, Su Yang organized the troops in the territory into a team. 30 sharp warriors, 40 crossbowmen, for Skyfire guards, and 2 fire dragon guards. The guard unit has a higher proportion of ranged units than the expeditionary unit, making it more suitable for city defense battles. At this point, all units in the territory have been deployed, and Daqin now has a total of 4 teams. Among them, there were 3 infantry teams of 100 men and 1 ranger team of 50 men. Except for the guards, the 3 expeditions are fully equipped and at full level. The current scale has reached the upper limit of territory resource output, especially after the addition of 50 units of improved blazing horses. The fuel consumption of the troops each time they refueled has exceeded 600 units. The current maximum daily fuel output of the chemical center is 400 units. At the frequency of replenishing fuel once a day and a half, consumption is almost greater than production. The production capacity of a chemical center is fixed and cannot be changed. Even if more alien insects are killed, it will only increase the output of biocrude oil. The process of converting bio-oil into fuel oil has been blocked by the chemical center. Therefore, if you want to form cavalry or further expand your troops in the future, you must obtain more sources of fuel. You can upgrade the chemical center only after upgrading the main base to level 6. Otherwise, you can only steal resources from other countries. If we can capture Afghanistan or other oil-rich Middle Eastern countries, the oil problem can be solved. I don't know which country is in the area beyond the Howling Mountains. I hope it's a country rich in resources, Su Yang thought to himself. Finally, he switched to the military panel, which neatly displayed the 4 teams in the current territory. After a whole morning, the organization of the Great Qin Army was finally completed, and Su Yang felt extremely satisfied. There is nothing more exciting than watching your territory and army grow stronger step by step. Today is the 5th day of this week. At the end of this week, the Lord rankings will be determined by fierce competition. If you want to get a ranking, you must conquer as many territories as possible. We must seize the remaining time. Without further ado, Su Yang directly sent the newly formed expeditionary cavalry team to the Shadow Zone in the direction of Spain. The cavalry does not need Meng Tian to lead the way, because the fiery horse is a multifunctional vehicle and there is no movement penalty even in complex terrain. Moreover, the speed and endurance of the fiery horse are almost twice that of the Black Iron Chariot. This means that the Rangers have a faster exploration speed and a larger exploration range than the Pawn Squadron. The city gate opened, and the first cavalry team rushed out of the city gate and disappeared into the dense forest under Su Yang's gaze. There are now 3 teams in the south and north of the territory, and the exploration speed has been greatly increased. It's time to break out of the heart of the insect tide and let other countries feel the true combat power of Daqin. Marshal Hakimi, please reply if you hear me. Marshal Hakimi, please reply if you hear me. In the territory of Bolin, inside a European-style castle, the treasurer of Poland was sitting in front of the radio, calling. Chapter 180 Zerg Blitz. Marshal Hakimi, please reply if you hear me. Marshal Hakimi, please reply if you hear me. Mambo, the Polish financial minister, kept repeating this sentence on the radio. Their lord has lost contact with the territory since last night. The last message he sent back before he lost contact was, "Prepare the wine and food, come back for the feast." Mambo couldn't understand why the marshal lost contact after sending a good news message. He is a hero unit of Poland, but not in the military aspect, but in the financial and logistical management aspect. Because Hakimi felt that all the generals in Polish history were useless and were not as good as him in leading troops. So he simply chose a heroic unit in logistics, responsible for logistics and finance. Now Mambo is very anxious. Without a lord, he cannot attend the lord's meeting and cannot ask for resources. The territory had overdrawn a large amount of resources to summon the army and had to ask the alliance for various resources every day to maintain operations. The longer Marshal Hakimi is out of contact, the greater the burden on the territory's resources. If we delay any longer, all the food in the territory will be consumed. Once the food is exhausted, the morale of the army will gradually decline, and there is even the possibility of desertion. Sir, a signalman rushed in and shouted. All the reconnaissance teams we sent south have lost contact, and no news has been sent back. What? Mambo's eyes trembled, and the walkie-talkie in his hand fell on the table. Although he was just a logistics supervisor, he could also feel that something was wrong in the atmosphere. First the Lord lost contact, then various reconnaissance teams lost contact. Something must have happened in the south. Mambo steadied his glasses, left the Lord's castle, and rushed to the outer city wall. As the anti-dragon front built with resources provided by the Alliance, Bolin's facilities have almost reached full capacity at this stage. The outer city wall is built entirely of iron-edged masonry, is 8 meters high, and tightly surrounds the territory. There are 8 WZ-13 105mm cannons, 6 mortar positions, 6 Maxim M1910 heavy machine guns, and various city defense facilities on the city wall. There is also an infantry battalion in the territory, and all members are equipped with semi-automatic or fully automatic rifles with fierce firepower. Line up, Mambo shouted, raising his telescope and looking towards the forest to the south. Did the Dragon Kingdom attack? Or what? Mambo's palms were sweaty and his mind was filled with thoughts. No matter what the situation, he must take command until the marshal returns. Under Mambo's mobilization, the soldiers in the territory climbed onto the city wall and quickly took their positions. All artillery pieces have been loaded and all machine guns and rifles have been loaded. A solemn and murderous atmosphere arose in the territory. Looking at the powerful defensive firepower, Mambo felt a little relieved. With the support of the allied countries, Poland's military strength has reached the forefront of the forbidden area. According to the marshal, even if the Dragon Kingdom attacks us, they won't be able to gain any advantage from us. He knew that the marshal's words might be a little exaggerated, but there was no doubt about Bolin's military strength. Especially in this kind of city defense battle, with powerful firepower and advanced city walls, it is impossible for any force to directly break through them at this stage. Turn on the military radar. Everyone go to level 1 alert. 2 diesel engines started in the center of the territory, and the military radar next to them began to operate. Various signals began to be transmitted back from the signalman's dashboard. A large number of high-speed mobile units are approaching from the south. The communication was shouted. Mambo held up the telescope and adjusted it to the maximum magnification, trying to see what was coming. If that thing is really related to the Marshal's loss of contact, then it is likely to pose a threat to the territory. The target is approaching. 10 kilometers. 9 kilometers. 8 kilometers. The communicators began to loudly report the location of the abnormal signal. The reporting interval is very short, almost every 10 seconds or so. It only takes a dozen seconds to cross a distance of 1 kilometer. What a terrifying speed. 3 kilometers. 2 kilometers. 1,800 meters. The reports were coming faster and faster, and Mambo was holding the telescope more and more tightly. How is it possible? How is it possible? Around 2,000 meters is within the visible range of the telescope, so why can't he see anything? 1,000 meters. 800 meters. The numbers kept getting smaller and smaller, but he still found nothing. Where? Where's the enemy? 400 meters. 200 meters. We've entered the territory. Boom, boom, boom. There was a series of explosions, and several huge alien insects broke out of the ground. They headed straight for several mortar positions in the center of the position, swallowed the mortars in one gulp, and then rushed underground. And from the hole they had just created, countless light blue alien insects poured out. The sharp chirping of insects instantly resounded throughout the dense forest, and the territory instantly turned into a sea of blood. Zerg. Why did the Zerg appear in the Bolan territory? Ground troops. Fire. Fire. Ta-ta-ta. Mambo did not lose his mind and calmly ordered the soldiers defending on the city wall to turn around. The automatic rifle roared and countless bullets spurted out. The 6 heavy machine guns also turned at the same time and fired at the 2 holes in the cave. Because of their quick reaction and the limited size of the cave entrance, the Polish side's firepower suppressed the continuously pouring swarm of insects. The powerful firepower made it impossible for them to easily drill out of the hole. Alternate firing. Don't let the machine gun overheat. Mambo's eyes flickered, as if he had secured it. Boom. Suddenly, 3 artillery shells exploded above the city wall. The explosion almost destroyed his ears. After the powerful explosion, countless crystal fragments were shot out. The explosion alone destroyed 2 cannons, 2 heavy machine guns, and nearly 30 soldiers. Subsequent explosions and fragments killed at least 80 soldiers. In an instant, the troops lost 1/5 of their combat power. What's this? Mambo wiped the dust off his lenses and turned around, seeing 3 alien insects or something with purple-black glow all over their bodies. Those things didn't look like alien insects at all. Although their lower bodies still had insect legs, their upper bodies actually looked like turrets. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of firing, similar to that of gunfire, rang out in the dense forest, and countless purple-black Zergs appeared from nowhere, raised their arms and fired at the city walls. The bullets they fire are spike-shaped and extremely powerful. It can actually penetrate the city wall and shoot the soldiers behind. Bullets rained down from the sky, weaving a web of death in the air. Mambo's lips were pale and his eyes were dull. Finished. Chapter 181, Eye of the Earth, a new area. To the north of the Howling Mountains, there is a plateau landscape. In the rocky world composed of limestone, granite, and quartzite, a small army stands out. General Thomas, the territory ahead is that of high-level rock monsters. We can't go any further. Did the scouts find out what's in the Howling Mountains? No, General, the distance is still too far. Call the detector to talk to me. Damn it. Thomas was a little annoyed. As a heroic unit of Australia, he was ordered by Lord Gauss to investigate the abnormal situation in the Howling Mountains. But after a whole day of detection, we still haven't figured out what the vertical object that suddenly appeared is. However, they were unable to move forward due to the obstruction of the high-level rock monsters ahead. The landing zone where Australia is located is the Eye of the Earth, the landing zone with the richest mineral resources in the Forbidden Area. Along with the abundant resources comes the powerful rock monster race. Although not as famous as the Tyranids and the Yunkai golems, the rock monsters are also one of the most powerful alien species. Especially in outdoor encounters, the rock monster's ability to blend into the surface is terrifying. The current threat level in the area where Australia is located has reached level 3, and the strength of the rock monsters has reached the highest level of the 3rd and 4th generations. With the current Australian military, it would be very difficult to engage in a field battle with the rock monster. Therefore, they were blocked by the high-level rock monsters and could not get any closer to the Howling Mountains. But the good news is that the rock monsters do not have a strong desire to attack. Even at threat level 3, sieges rarely occur. General, the detector trotted up to Thomas. Report the situation. Yes. The detector saluted. The target is too far away from us, so we cannot detect specific information. However, based on our analysis of relevant parameters, we can infer that it is not a man-made product. The environment in the Howling Mountains is extremely harsh. Climbing to the highest point and building an object nearly 100 meters high is impossible for human beings to achieve. Then what do you say it was? Did a tree grow that night? Thomas said disdainfully. We speculate that it is a forbidden artifact, perhaps a regional boundary marker, or a signal connector, or some device for the next stage. Thomas stroked his chin and thought. This view is reasonable. Forbidden creations or technologies are not uncommon. What shallow mineral vein migration technology? The protective shield activated before each ring match is a forbidden creation. Building a megastructure under conditions like those in the Howling Mountains is absolutely impossible with the current level of human technology. Notify the team and prepare to return. Thomas ordered. This is the best detection result we can get now, and there will be no additional gains if we continue to waste time. Moreover, the Rock Monster clan can stop them from exploring outward and can also stop outsiders from exploring inside. Even if someone really comes from there, they have to get rid of the Rock Monster first before they can threaten Australian territory. Soon the troops were assembled, and Thomas led the large force back, leaving only a small team as an outpost reconnaissance force. You are close to the edge of the landing zone. If you continue to move forward, you will open up the boundary. You are close to the edge of the landing zone. If you continue to move forward, you will open up the boundary. A system prompt sounded in Su Yang's mind. The first and second expedition teams, led by Li Xian and Meng Tian, are about to leave the Howling Mountains and enter a new area. It's finally here. Su Yang felt excited. Looking at the towering mountains in the distance, he was even more excited. Mines, mines. There are mines only where there are mountains. This area is rich in resources. Any country located in this resource-rich region must be a fat sheep. At least its resources and other aspects are definitely stronger than those of Spain. Su Yang ordered to speed up the advance. Perhaps the war with humans would really begin today? Boom. The roar of the huge engine of the black iron car echoed in the valley. Meng Tian led the way, and the large army marched along the road through the rugged valleys. Compared to the relatively flat insect nest forest, this plateau terrain is more difficult to walk on. Even the construction of the Qinshi Road could not continue in the previous straight line and had to go around some mountains. Fortunately, the Blazing Horse can travel on all terrains, so reconnaissance and exploration operations will not be affected. Although the marching route was a bit tortuous, the process was very smooth. The only thing that made Su Yang feel strange was that he had been in the new area for almost 2 hours and had not encountered any indigenous races once. Are the alien species in this area peace-loving? And apart from the indigenous races, no traces of human activity were found. The scope of the landing zone is really too large. If there are no traces or clues, it will take a lot of time to find the country by luck. He switched to Meng Tian's perspective and saw a rocky terrain in front of him. Various rocks with strange structures blocked the way forward. Meng Tian paved the road by bypassing small rocky mountains. Suddenly, there was a sound of gravel falling to the ground, and a stone about 1.5 meters in size fell from a rocky mountain more than 10 meters high. The stone hit Meng Tian, who was moving at high speed, and exploded into pieces with a bang. Kill level 9 Gray Rock Monster. Command value plus 30 bonus. Meng Tian looked back in confusion. Su Yang's eyes flashed, and he gave the killing hint. The stone just now is the alien species in this area. Scan the surrounding rocks and mountains. Su Yang ordered the scout unit. The scouts turned on the biological scanner and scanned the small rock mountains. Soon a large amount of data appeared on Su Yang's panel. Biological scan panel. Level 9. Alien, Gray Rock Monster. Clan, Gray Rock Monster Clan. Generation, 3rd generation, highest level. Type, ordinary infantry unit. Features, uses collision as the main source of damage, has high resistance to sharp objects, completely turns into rock when stationary, and cannot be detected. Gray Rock Monster, the indigenous alien species in the area where the Eye of the Earth lands. This time he is really rich. Su Yang's eyes flashed. The Eye of the Earth can be said to be the area with the richest mineral resources in the Forbidden Area. Crash. When Su Yang was excited, something strange happened on the battlefield of the expeditionary force. The originally quiet limestone forest began to become restless after the first rock monster was killed by a car accident. All the rocks began to tremble, and one after another, small gray rock monsters fell from above. Only now could Su Yang see their specific appearance clearly. Each of these small rock monsters is about 0.5 meter in size, with strange shapes, and are generally square. They appear to have no facial features, and other body parts are difficult to identify. The attack method is to spin and rush towards the enemy, causing collision damage. The troops were surrounded by rock monsters, and theoretically the situation should be quite critical. But in Su Yang's eyes, the current scene was a pile of stones dancing around the black iron car. The rock monster's charge does not cause any damage to the steel armor, but does cause maximum damage to themselves. Each impact breaks off a piece of their rocky body. Compared to the Tyranid swarm, Su Yang even felt that this group of rock monsters was a little cute. Chapter 182. Crushing Power, Big and Small Gray Rock Monsters. Bang dang bang dang. Dozens of small rock monsters surrounded Meng Tian, colliding with his steel armor, making crisp sounds. Every impact would send them flying far away, and the impact site would turn into gravel and fall down. They made a rattling sound and continuously attacked Meng Tian, as if they were avenging the death of their companions. After looking at it helplessly for a while, Meng Tian took out his war hammer and swung it in a circle. Bang, bang, bang. The cute little rock monster was smashed to pieces by the warhammer. Wherever the huge warhammer hit, the rock monsters were blown into powder. Kill level 9 Gray Rock Monster. Command value plus 30, 30 bonus. Kill level 9 Gray Rock Monster. Command value plus 30, 30 bonus. Kill level 9 Gray Rock Monster. Command value plus 30, 30 bonus. A series of kill prompts appeared, and those who didn't know would think it was a bombing kill. Form a battle line to meet the enemy. Meng Tian waved his hammer and gave the order. Although he felt that the other party could not be called an enemy, the only outcome of blocking the Qin dynasty's progress would be destruction. Huff! The hydraulic metal hatch of the black iron vehicle was lowered, and the armored troops walked out in formation. Chilala! The warriors activated their fuel chain swords, and bursts of black smoke poured out. The little rock monster was almost knocked unconscious by the collision with the black iron chariot. As soon as he saw the soldiers coming out, he immediately rushed forward. If you can't hit the metal truck, you can't hit people? Bang, bang, bang. Countless rock monsters turned into rubble and collapsed, and another series of kill prompts appeared. The chainsaw sword that can shatter the Zerg crystal shells is a dimensionality reduction attack against these rock monsters. Even if they are resistant to sharp weapons, this is of no use in the face of absolute strength. The little rock monster couldn't even touch the warriors' bodies. As soon as it got close, it was chopped into powder by the chainsaw sword. They rushed forward one after another, trying to overwhelm the army of warriors with their numbers. The result is predictable. The faster you rush, the faster you die. The kill prompts on Su Yang's panel surged like running water. Looking at the one-sided situation on the battlefield, Su Yang couldn't help but feel indignant for the rock monster. Their strength is actually not weak, and they are in the first tier among alien species. If they were to face an ordinary human army, an impact of this scale would definitely pose a great threat to them. The high physical resistance of the rocks themselves, combined with their sharp weapon resistance, allow them to withstand a large amount of firearm damage. Only armor-piercing bullets or explosive shock waves can effectively kill the rock monster army. Artillery weapons are limited, and the rock monsters only need to use numbers to break through the frontline firepower to kill a lot. The damage caused by the rolling stones with a diameter of half a meter plus the impact was devastating to the unarmored soldiers. Unfortunately, the armored troops are not unarmored soldiers. They are fully armed and heavily armored soldiers. In the face of the powerful individual strength, the close combat of the rock monsters seemed somewhat humorous. They are not losers, they just met the wrong opponents. Boom. After the unilateral massacre continued for a while, a loud noise was heard. The giant rock in the center of the mountain suddenly shook. The surrounding rocks and mountains have been reduced by half in volume due to the shedding of rock monsters. Only the central rock mountain remains the same size. The earth began to tremble along with the rocks, and countless dust and gravel gushed out. Those little rock monsters suddenly stopped charging forward to die, and instead quickly retreated. The surrounding rocks broke into pieces, and the fallen rocks adhered to the surface of the little rock monster. The small rock monster absorbed the rubble and grew rapidly, soon turning into a large stone with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. Is this a large rock monster? Su Yang's thoughts flashed, and the scanning information sent by the scout unfolded on the panel. Biological scan panel. Level 9. Alien, Gray Rock Monster. Clan, Gray Rock Monster Clan. Generation, 3rd generation, highest level. Type, Elite Infantry Unit. Features, formed by a combination of small rock monsters, capable of launching a supercharge, possesses extremely high resistance to sharp weapons, and has a limited existence time. It really is a giant rock monster. The name of this species is really simple and easy to understand. Before Su Yang could complain, the synthesized giant rock monster began to charge towards the troops. A stone with a diameter of 2 meters is not of the same order of magnitude as a stone with a diameter of half a meter. This is no longer a force that the warriors can stop alone. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the giant rock monster charged, the crossbowmen behind the sharp warriors lined up. The power supply starts, and the electromagnetic barrel begins to charge. Switch to explosive arrows and shoot. Su Yang ordered. Whoosh whoosh. The crossbow arrow accelerated by electromagnetic force was shot out at a high speed, leaving phantoms in the air. The arrows exploded immediately after they touched the surface of the giant rock monster, generating shock waves. The rock monsters are different from the Zerg's Grey Rock tribe in that they use crystal shell defense. The crystal shell is composed of the Zerg's own outer shell and the metal it has swallowed, including metal components. The rock monster's defense is made entirely of rock, without any metal components. The electric current from the electromagnetic crossbow can neither destroy the rock monster's defense structure nor paralyze its nerves. So Su Yang asked the crossbowmen to choose explosive arrows and use the shockwave to cause damage to them. Arrows are sharp weapons that can cause damage, and even if their kinetic energy is great, it is difficult to cause effective damage to the rock monster. Therefore, among the existing weapons, only shockwaves are the most effective against it. The overpressure shockwave can only ignore the surface and penetrate deep into the interior of the weapon to cause shock damage. For such a hard-looking object, shockwaves must be the best choice. The direction of the battle was exactly as Su Yang expected. The exploding crossbow arrows created countless shockwaves on the giant rock monster's panel. The shockwave penetrates deep into its interior, causing severe vibration damage. Under the impact of continuous explosions, the giant rock monster, which was originally pieced together, could no longer hold on. The huge body disintegrated in an instant and turned into countless small rock monsters. The warriors raised their chains words and rushed forward to start the killing again. Kill level 10 Grey Rock Monster, command value plus 35/30 bonus. Kill level 9 Grey Rock Monster, command value plus 30/30 bonus. Kill level 9 Grey Rock Monster, command value plus 30/30 bonus. The rock mountain in the center kept shaking, trying to merge into a giant rock monster. But under the shockwave, it was very difficult for those little rock monsters to even gather together. The attack of the Grey Rock Monster was ruthlessly resolved by the crossbowmen, and the battle situation turned into a crushing situation again. Is that an explosion? Noticing the noises coming from the sky, the Australian outpost team immediately became alert. To the south, there are only endless mountains besides the Grey Rock Monster, so how could there be an explosion sound? Go and take a look, the captain ordered. Everyone immediately packed their equipment, mounted their mountain bikes, and headed in the direction where the sound came from. Chapter 183, Killed in One Shot. What's there to say? Isn't this the Dragon Country Army? The reconnaissance team members exclaimed. After the explosion, the Australian reconnaissance team quickly reached the vicinity of the battlefield. Just as they climbed halfway up a mountain, they discovered the Qin army. How did the Dragon Nation army get in? Why did they appear here? Could it be that they have crossed the Howling Mountains? How is this possible? We must report quickly and ask the Alliance to support us. The members of the reconnaissance team were all dumbfounded and emotional. Don't worry. They're in trouble. The captain of the reconnaissance team held them back. They are in the Rocky Mountain area and have been surrounded by giant rock monsters. After hearing this, the team members looked down. Just as the captain said, the Dragon Nation army fell into a trap in the Rock Mountain area and was now surrounded by giant rock monsters. There are actually more than a dozen giant rock monsters. They are advanced rock monsters. Entering the Rock Mountain trap is a dead end. They will be wiped out here. The Rocky Mountain area is a typical trap for the Grey Rock clan. Small rock monsters will gather together to form rock mountains, forming huge rock mountain areas. As soon as the enemy enters, they will fall off the rocks and launch a fierce attack on them. The rock monster's melee charge damage is almost unstoppable, and no troops can escape. And they were able to form a group of more than a dozen large rock monsters, proving that they encountered the highest level third-generation tribe. The giant rock monster is difficult to deal with even by heavy machine guns, so large-caliber shells must be used. It can be handled during a city defense battle, but it will be very troublesome once you encounter a giant rock monster in the wild. Whenever their troops fought with the rock monsters in the wild, the appearance of one or two large rock monsters would cause them heavy casualties. Not to mention that the Dragon Kingdom is currently surrounded by more than a dozen giant rock monsters, and it is only a matter of time before they are defeated. The eyes of the captain of the Australian reconnaissance team flashed. The aggressive dragon people would never have thought that they would be defeated by an alien species. Although the rock monster is not as famous as the Zerg, its combat power is definitely not to be underestimated. This time, Long whiz. Bang bang bang. As his thoughts flashed, the accumulated impact damage of the giant rock monster reached the threshold and began to dissipate one after another. What? The captain of the Australian reconnaissance team almost popped his eyes out. The Australian players around him were struck by lightning and were speechless. The huge body of the giant rock monster in the front row collapsed, and they discovered the source of the explosion. Those explosions were actually fired from the rifles of the ranged units. What kind of gun is this? The bullets fired from it actually explode. That's not a gun. It's a missile launcher. It's over. It's over. The rock monster can't stop them at all. Don't worry, the captain of the reconnaissance team shouted. If the big rock monster explodes, there will be a human wave battle with the small rock monsters. Before he finished speaking, the armored warriors advanced in formation and chopped all the small rock monsters that were produced after the big rock monster disintegrated into powder. Turn around and look for the signal. We must pass on the news of the invasion of Dragon Country. The captain turned around and prepared to lead everyone away. A team member stopped him and said, "Captain, doesn't the Rock Monster King have an ultimate trap?" Bang bang bang. Under the intense firepower of the crossbowmen, the big rock monsters exploded one by one and turned into small rock monsters again. The warriors marched forward in formation, not giving the little rock monster any chance to breathe. The sound of the chainsaw sword swinging and cutting was heard, sweeping across the group of rock monsters. After destroying the little rock monster with ease, the team began to advance towards the huge rock mountain in the center. The rock mountain is still shaking, trying to gather the little rock monsters together. However, there were no more rock monsters for him to control. Based on its various performances, Su Yang guessed that this was the same character as the Zerg Queen. As the team approached, the scout scanning information also appeared on Su Yang's panel. Biological scan panel. Level 10. Alien species, Grey Rock Monster King. Clan, Grey Rock Monster Clan. Generation, 3rd generation, highest level. Type, ethnic group matrix. Features, Grey Rock Monster Mother, can control rock monsters to launch attacks in various combinations, good at making traps. The mother itself has good combat power. Making traps and having combat power yourself? This mother seems to be more powerful than the queen insect? Boom. Suddenly there was a deafening roar, and Su Yang's vision was instantly filled with rubble and dust. What's going on? He quickly switched perspectives, but the views of most of the soldiers in the team were obscured by dust. After cutting more than a dozen units, I finally saw the battlefield situation from the perspective of a scout on the flank. With the huge rock monster king as the center, the surrounding ground all collapsed, and the hard rock layers all turned into sand and rock. The rubble swallowed up all the armored troops like quicksand in the desert, and even Li Xian and Ming Tian were trapped in it. Because there was no fulcrum, the soldiers had no way to get out and could only keep sinking. And like Ming Tian, the greater the struggle, the faster you will sink. All the armored troops were trapped, even the 2 black iron chariots were affected. Only the 2 Skyfire guards at the end of the team were not trapped. The Rock Monster King was still shaking, and as it shook, sand and rocks continued to flow, gradually swallowing up the team like a giant mouth of the abyss. Halfway up the mountain, the reconnaissance team that was about to leave stopped again. I succeeded, ha 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 ha, the Rock Monster King succeeded. It is indeed the Rock Monster King. If we get trapped, even God can't save us. Their soldiers are all wearing iron armor and are very proud. There is no way they can come out. The Rock Monster King is so powerful that he actually stopped the Dragon Nation troops by himself. This is not stopping them, this is directly annihilating them. Seeing this scene, the captain of the reconnaissance team did not leave, but led the team back to watch the whole process. Mark the coordinates, and come back here to dig up the spoils after you've wiped them out. These are all good stuff. Watching the sand and rocks flowing and engulfing the troops, Su Yang's mind was filled with thoughts. Soon he noticed that both the bouncing of gravel on the ground and the flow of sand and stone in the trap were all related to the vibration frequency of the Rock Monster King. It was the vibration of the Rock Monster King that caused the rocks to become desertified. The vibration caused the bottom layers of rocks to become continuously desertified, and the upper layers of sand and gravel also sank accordingly. The sandification and the gathering of giant rock monsters are all operated by the Rock Monster King. Just kill the Rock Monster King, and you can stop the troops from sinking. Damn it. I'm giving you face. Su Yang's eyes flashed fiercely. Skyfire guards, prepare the high explosive bombs. High explosive bombs are single-point blasting bombs with huge power against single targets, making them perfect for dealing with the Rock Monster King. High explosive bombs loaded, target calibrated, request to fire. Blasted to death. Boom. 2 metal high explosive bombs were fired through electromagnetic acceleration, aiming directly at the constantly vibrating Rock Monster King. Bang. The high explosive bomb landed and flames shot up into the sky. A huge roar resounded through the sky, and the dust storm caused by the shock wave engulfed everything in an instant. Kill level 10 Grey Rock Monster King, command value plus 1,230 bonus. The entire Australian reconnaissance team halfway up the mountain were dumbfounded. The powerful shell made them feel like their souls were trembling. From a high vantage point, the power of the shells is clearly visible. The flames shooting up into the sky, the deafening sound of explosions, and the huge dust storm caused by the shock wave. They didn't even dare to think about what would happen if such a shell landed in the territory. Go. Go damn fast, the captain of the reconnaissance team shouted angrily. Send the information back and ask the Alliance to send reinforcements. At the front of the battlefield, a scout deliberately moved forward for a distance to avoid the explosion. The dust storm caused by the explosion obscured his vision, forcing him to move forward only through the detector. In addition to the huge explosion aftermath in the center of the detector, he also found several small white dots moving on the edge. Chapter 184. Rich in resources, a perfect target for conquest. In the center of the rock mountain, with the death of the Rock Monster King, the ground shaking stopped. The sand and gravel that were originally flowing continuously also stopped sinking, and the fluid sand and gravel once again became solid matter that could be used as a lever. With a bang, Meng Tian jumped out of the sand pit. He leaped to the body of King Yingu and smashed the remaining large pieces with a warhammer. Li Xian and a group of armored soldiers also jumped out of the sand pit. The more troublesome ones were the 4 Skyfire guards and the 2 black iron chariots. Because of their heavy weight, these big guys sank very deep into the sand pit. When Su Yang was commanding his troops to help several big guys escape from trouble, a message from a scout came. It is said that several active targets were found on the edge of the detector. Su Yang's eyes flickered. Could there be an extra surprise? Theoretically, the distance between 2 heterogeneous populations would not be so small. Therefore, the target of this activity is most likely the humans in the landing zone. Without any clues, finding the territory base in such a large landing area is as difficult as looking for a needle in a haystack. If we can find traces of human activity or catch a few teeth directly, then things will become a lot easier. There was no time to lose, so Su Yang immediately sent Li Xian to lead a reconnaissance team to find out the information of those targets. Li Xian called up 5 scouts and rode on his flaming horse into the forest at high speed. With the help of the scouts' reconnaissance equipment and the off-road capabilities of the flame horse, it will soon be possible to find out what those things are. After sending out the hunting team, Meng Tian continued to preside over the work of rescuing the Black Iron Chariot and the Fire Dragon Guard. Su Yang opened the panel and checked the gains from this battle. First up is a host of achievements and loot. When you come to a new area and defeat a new ethnic group, various achievements are inevitable. Kill level 10 Grey Rock Monster King, command value plus 1,230 bonus. Obtained Expert E-level drop, Source of Earth Veins quality plus 1. Permanently increase the output of a certain mine facility by 50. Obtain common D-level drops, Earth Core quality plus 1. You can unlock the Greystone branch in the Alien Experiment Station and unlock technology such as Earthquake. Discover a new landing zone. Eye of the Earth, discover a new alien race, Grey Rock Monsters. Achievement. The world outside is very exciting, command value plus 2,000. Successfully killed the Grey Rock Monster King. Unlocked achievement. I also jumped out of a stone, so why am I not a monkey? Command value plus 500. Successfully kill 10 Grey Rock Monsters. Unlocked achievement. My building blocks are falling apart, command value plus 1,500. Attacked by a large-scale trap. Unlocked achievement. All's fair in war, command value plus 1,000. Trigger event. Earth Tremor, level 4. You have angered the Grey Rock Monsters. Get ready to face the wrath of the Earth. Note, the frequency of rock monsters' attacks on territories has increased, and there will be more rock monsters traps in the wild. Because the level of this batch of alien species was not high, Su Yang just took a rough glance. I originally thought they were just some ordinary achievements and useless loot. But he didn't expect the first dropped object to surprise him. The items dropped by Rock King are different from those dropped by Queen. The Hive Heart dropped by the Queen can increase the speed of technology and building research and development. The function of the Source of Earth Veins dropped by the Rock Monster King is to increase the output of mining machines. After this comparison, Su Yang realized that the rapid growth of Daqin technology was absolutely inseparable from the help of the Zerg. The bonus of reducing scientific research and construction time provided by the Heart of the Insect Nest is really a bug, which has saved the Dragon Kingdom an unknown amount of time. Although other landing zones may have similar items, their effects are definitely not as good as the Heart of the Hive dropped by the Queen. Because in theory, the related props dropped by the Mother Body will be the best props of the same category. Just like he couldn't find any production-enhancing item in the insect nest that was better than the Earth vein. It is also impossible for other regional lords to offer scientific research time-reducing items of the same level as his. It is precisely because of the existence of the heart of the insect nest that Daqin's scientific research capabilities have been able to advance ahead of time. Thinking of this, Su Yang was even glad that he had landed in the heart of the insect nest. If it descends into other areas, even if Daqin is powerful, various scientific researches will waste a lot of time. Of course, this is also related to Daqin's basic combat power. If it cannot defeat the bugs at the same level, it will not be able to develop at all. However, the source of the Earth veins is far less helpful to the development of the territory than the heart of the hive. But its ability to increase the output of mining machines is what Su Yang needs most at the moment. The Qin military system solves the problem of command value, and the farm to be established can also solve the food problem. Now the only thing limiting the development of the army is resources, which is also the key reason why Su Yang wants to launch an expedition to compete for hegemony. If you can obtain resources just by playing with the Zerg in the territory, then who would run so far away? From the current perspective, the Eye of the Earth is simply Su Yang's perfect object of conquest. Rich mineral resources, which can drop items that increase production. As long as we take over the countries in this area, we can solve the resource problem to a great extent. Su Yang was quite excited and continued to read. In addition to the source of the Earth veins, the Rock Monster King also dropped the Earth vein core. It is possible to start research on the Rock Monster tribe at the Alien Experimental Station, which is the Shinnong Creation Institute. Su Yang was not very interested in this. After all, the army's current demand for combat power was not high. Moreover, in terms of combat power, he already has the strongest Zerg for research. If you continue scrolling down, you will see all kinds of weird achievements. I don't know who had the bad taste to give the achievements these names, but you will get used to it after seeing them so many times. Because the level of the Rock Monster King is not high, the corresponding achievement does not give much dominance value. Compared to the battle in the heart of the hive, it is a level down. The last step is to obtain command value, and the pure combat gain is 12,306 points. After taking into account the strategy bonus and various achievements, the final total of 20,906 points of command value was obtained. This command value is a bit green for the troops. Not to mention the encounter with a command value of 170,000 before entering the Howling Mountains. Compared to the highest level 3rd generation Zerg swarm fought at the ruins, this battle was only half of the 40,000 that time, and that time there was not such a high strategy bonus. However, Su Yang had anticipated this. For battles of the same level, other landing zones might need 2, or even 3 or 4 battles to catch up with one in the insect nest. When you come out of a hive at threat level 6 and enter a new landing zone, the amount of leadership gained will definitely drop drastically. These are the necessary costs for leaving the hive and exploring outside. After all, the troops are sent out not for command value, but for resources. As long as the resources are in place, command value is not a problem. Moreover, Su Yang is not without troops in the hive. There is also a team of rangers fighting in the hive to gain command value for the troops. After summarizing their gains, all the troops escaped from the gravel pit. This battle did not cause any damage, but was delayed for some time by the trap. Su Yang asked Meng Tian to reorganize the team and prepare to set off. At the same time, Li Xian sent back a message. They have confirmed that the suspicious target is human. Su Yang's eyes lit up. What a great gift that was delivered to his door. Chapter 185. The Australian lord who pursued the enemy at high speed got what he wanted. Buzz. Several light motorcycles shuttled quickly through the mountains and forests, splashing sand and stones. The Australian reconnaissance team is evacuating the Longwa combat area at full speed. As the driver sped forward, the communicator was constantly adjusting the radio signal, trying to contact the headquarters. The sooner they contact headquarters, the sooner they can make a request to the Alliance and establish a line of defense. With the terrifying combat power of the Dragon Kingdom, a large number of artillery must be mobilized to defend it. Captain, I seem to hear a sound coming from behind. The team member riding at the back said nervously. Don't worry, no one can catch up with us. The Australian team said casually with a glance behind them. The reason why he dared to lead the team to explore closely and did not choose to evacuate as soon as he discovered the Dragon Country troops was because he did not choose to evacuate. This is because he has enough confidence in the reconnaissance team's speed and off-road capabilities. This is the Eye of the Earth, a plateau and mountainous terrain. The road is rugged and there are many obstacles. Only this group of people with superb driving skills and equipped with advanced off-road motorcycles can travel freely in it. Although the group of tin cans from the Dragon Country are powerful, it is impossible for them to compete with the Australian elite reconnaissance team in speed in the mountains. He dared to lead the troops for close investigation, which meant he had enough confidence to shake off all pursuit. Focus on the road conditions. As long as we maintain our speed, no one will catch up with us. Tap, tap, tap. A burst of fine and rapid noise suddenly appeared amid the roar of the motorcycle. The Australian captain was shocked. What was that sound? Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. The sound was approaching at a very fast speed, becoming louder and clearer. The Australian team leader panicked and kept looking back. How is this possible? With the team's speed, how could anything get close to them? Captain, it's up there, above us. Suddenly, a team member shouted in fear. The team leader looked up suddenly, only to see a warrior in full silver armor riding a dark blue mechanical horse galloping above their heads. The road above was rugged, and there was almost no foothold. That guy was literally flying over the eaves and walls. How is this possible? How is this possible? The captain of the reconnaissance team shouted in horror. How can a horse outrun a motorcycle? How can a horse catch up with them? His worldview completely collapsed. The mechanical horse gathered its strength and leaped, with steam gushing out behind it. The flow of time seemed to slow down, and the scouts watched the mechanical horses pass over their heads like a meteor. With a bang, the mechanical horse landed in front of everyone, blocking their way. As soon as the soldier pulled the reins, the mechanical horse raised its front hooves high and neighed loudly. High-temperature steam gushed out of the reservoir. The Australian reconnaissance team screamed, braked suddenly, turned around, and tried to escape in another direction. When they drifted back, they saw several warriors riding mechanical horses appearing before them. All escape routes have been blocked. The Australian captain shouted to the communicator in fear. Is the signal connected? Send a message. Sizzle. With the communicator's anxious fiddling, the radio was actually connected. Whoosh. There was a loud sound of sharp energy breaking through the air, and a silver spear pierced the radio directly, nailing it to the big tree behind. The team member holding the radio was thrown out, and the radio motor emitted black smoke and flashed electric current from time to time. Looking back, the warrior in silver armor spoke slowly. Everyone, please stop. His Majesty invites you. The Australian territory is located in the middle of a mine. Various large mines are continuously mining minerals, and dust and black smoke linger over the territory. Australian General Thomas has just returned to the territory and is reporting the reconnaissance situation to Lord Gauss. Clank, clank. The loud roar from the mine work forced them to speak in hoarse voices. What? Forbidden creations? Nothing to do with Dragon Country. Gauss looked dissatisfied after hearing the report. Damn it. If we can't serve as a frontline battlefield, who will support our military expenses? As a major mineral producer, Australia has naturally become an important source of resources for all the Alliance countries. However, simply paying out resources will not help you get a good ranking in the Lord rankings. You must have a strong army. Originally, Gauss expected to encounter the countries in England's alliance when he went south, making Australia the front-line battlefield. In this way, the Allied countries must support their troops. With both high resources and high combat power, after the demise of the Dragon Kingdom, Australia will naturally become the overlord. But now the Howling Mountains stretch across the southern part of the territory and are impassable. The anomalies that appeared on the top of the mountain were determined to be non-human creations. This completely eliminated Gauss's desire to make Australia a battlefield to absorb troops from various countries. Australia is too safe and can only serve as a resource warehouse for other countries. Due to the alliance agreement, he must provide support for the battle against the Dragon Kingdom. If Australia is not on the front line, it means they have to keep exporting. Damn it. Those vampires just want to suck our blood. Gauss cursed. I really want to send the coordinates to the Longwa guys and have them attack us directly. Marshal, you can't really expose the coordinates. The combat power of the Dragon Kingdom is no joke. General Thomas quickly advised. Gauss smiled jokingly. Of course, I just said it casually. A small dragon country can scare you. But what if we tell them? The Howling Mountains are our greatest protective barrier. They can't fly over it. As a general, you are a little too impatient. You should learn more from me and stay calm no matter what happens. Yes, Marshal, Thomas shouted. Go to the factory area to check the goods. The Alliance will soon send a batch of resources to Bolin. It seems that the Polish people can go directly south. They are really lucky. Sizzle. While Gauss was speaking, the radio in the Lord's room rang quickly. What the hell is going on? Gauss asked. Thomas's eyes flickered. I left a small outpost team. Could it be their news? But it was interrupted so quickly, it might just be a messy signal. Oh, I thought there would be some surprise, Gao said with a look of disgust. Just as he was about to adjust the position of the intercom to see if it was just noise or a real message, a system prompt popped up. Trigger event. Earth Tremor, Level 4. You have angered the gray rock monsters. Get ready to face the wrath of the Earth. Note: the frequency of rock monsters' attacks on territories has increased, and there will be more rock monsters traps in the wild. What? Gauss jumped up suddenly, his voice trembling. Wow, why did the threat level automatically increase? Chapter 186. War begins. The kindness of the Qin dynasty. How could the threat level be raised? Aren't the damn troops all in the territory? Gauss shouted in horror. Thomas's expression flickered, and he didn't know what was going on. Marshal, will the threat level increase naturally? For example, over time? How is that possible? Gauss shouted. In the first 2 rounds of the Forbidden Areas, there were countries whose threat level was 1 in the later stages. Then we have to consider the invasion of other forces. Thomas's expression became increasingly serious. The noise just now might really be from the reconnaissance team, but they were interrupted just as they were connected. How could someone invade? Aren't there the Howling Mountains to the south? Didn't you say there were no traces of humans at all? I will lead the troops to investigate the situation. Please apply for support from the Alliance immediately. Now we need to kill at least the highest level 3 rock monsters to increase the threat level. If someone really invaded, their strength must be terrifying. We cannot rule out the possibility that they are from the Dragon Nation. Dragon Kingdom. When the Australian Lord Gauss heard the word Dragon Kingdom, his legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Quick, Marshal, request assistance. I will do my best to buy time. Thomas left a message and rushed out of the meeting room. The Labron mine, a huge coal and stone mine. In front of the mine is the only road leading to the Australian territory. Thomas deployed almost all the territory's combat power here. If there is an enemy invasion, this area will be the best battlefield choice for them. First of all, they were on top of the mine, occupying a high position and having a panoramic view of everything. Secondly, because the Australian troops are fighting against rock monsters, they have many artillery units, and this kind of terrain can maximize their combat power. Thomas held up a telescope and looked down at the end of the road. Judging from the distance between the outpost troops and the territory, if the enemy army keeps moving forward, they should be there soon. All units ready, Thomas shouted. 16 field guns were pulled to the top of the hill, including 10 basic 105mm howitzers and 6 128mm PEK-44 anti-tank field cannons. These huge artillery pieces that need to be towed by trucks are the powerful weapons that Australia uses to fight against the rock monsters. Excluding artillery positions, Australia has only 400 soldiers, and half of them belong to the artillery unit and are mainly responsible for loading artillery. Half of the remaining half belong to the machine gun squad, and the last are the ordinary soldiers. There is almost no light infantry in the Australian army, and the small amount that exists is only used for reconnaissance. They were fighting against the rock monsters who had extremely high armor, so light weapons were completely useless. If the troops coming were really the Dragon Army, Thomas clenched the telescope tightly. He had seen the Dragon Nation troops fight on the battlefield of the Battle of Heroes. They used their highly armored units to launch a frenzied massacre against the Alliance army. The several thousand light infantry sent by the Confederates were simply unable to penetrate their defenses. But Australia is not like that. The Australian army he leads does not use infantry. They are all equipped with heavy firepower. As long as we carry out continuous bombing before Longwa can react, even those steel armors will not be able to withstand the power of armor-piercing bullets. The Dragon Kingdom is fighting a long-distance battle and certainly cannot bring all its troops with it. Moreover, after the long journey, its soldiers' energy is definitely at a low point. Perhaps 2 sudden rounds of artillery fire would be enough to break their morale. Thomas's eyes flickered when he thought of this, and he was no longer as nervous as before. After careful and calm reasoning, he realized that the Dragon Kingdom was not invincible. Even if he could not truly defeat the Dragon Nation troops, he was confident that he could inflict heavy damage on them and buy time for the arrival of follow-up troops. The Dragon Nation is unable to obtain supplies, while the Australia nation has the backing of a powerful tripartite alliance. We can even wear them down to death by fighting a war of attrition. In any case, the La Blanc mine will become their graveyard. Meng Tian rode his horse at full speed on the narrow path and covered it all with the wide Qinchi road. Following behind him were Li Xian, 3 black iron chariots, and 2 wolf smoke chariots. Although the appearance looks no different from the previous ones, the difference actually lies inside the 3rd black iron car. This transport vehicle, used to transport wisteria berries and various animals, was packed with 6 guests, members of the Australian reconnaissance team. We leaked the information. If the Marshal finds out, he will definitely kill us, one team member cried. Even if we don't tell them, they will find the roads soon. I feel like the Marshal has no chance. He might be wiped out by the Dragon Nation troops first. Don't talk nonsense. General Thomas will definitely be able to turn the tide and rescue us. Huff. While they were talking, the door of the metal cabin opened, and the general who had captured them, named Li Xian, was standing at the door. You are pardoned. Ride your horses back to your territory. Tell your lords that the Qin army is approaching. Give up all resistance. His Majesty will show mercy. Pardoned? The Australian players looked at each other in disbelief. Several soldiers in armor boarded the carriage and threw them out along with their motorcycles. While the captain of the reconnaissance team was still confused, Li Xian stepped forward and grabbed his collar. Tell your troops stationed in front to turn their guns around and return home. You can avoid death. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The Australian reconnaissance team returned on motorcycles in surprise. Su Yang, who was close to Li Xian's perspective, saw all of this. He had once been discovered by a reconnaissance team. During the subsequent march, he deliberately let the scouts go first and drive about 10 kilometers ahead of the main force. This ensures that the large force will be discovered by the scout units first before being detected by the enemy. This strategy soon worked, and the scout unit discovered a troop deployed on the marching path in advance. After close exploration, they found that the enemy had excellent firepower and occupied advantageous terrain. After the exploration was completed, the scout team sent back the coordinates of the enemy positions and troop deployment. Su Yang does not intend to kill indiscriminately. Except for a few countries with whom he has deep blood feuds, the rest of the countries can be treated with appropriate leniency. So he stopped the main force about 30 kilometers away from the target and released the reconnaissance team to persuade them to surrender. 30 kilometers is an area that enemy artillery cannot enter, but it is the starting distance of the Tianhui electromagnetic cannon. This was his last mercy to his enemy. After waiting, a figure finally appeared in Thomas's camera. When they got closer, he was surprised to find that it was the reconnaissance team he had left behind. Chapter 187: The Qin Dynasty's Road to Conquest, Completely Shattered Fantasy. What's going on? What did you encounter? Thomas asked after the team was sent to pick up the reconnaissance team. It was the Dragon Kingdom troops. They captured us and released us, and asked us to come back and persuade them to surrender. They said if we turned our guns around and left, they would spare our lives. Several members of the reconnaissance team spoke intermittently. After Thomas heard this, a fierce look immediately flashed in his eyes. These Longwa guys are so arrogant. Give me a direction where they dropped you off. It's very far away, at least 30 kilometers away, and the artillery can't reach it. The captain of the reconnaissance team replied. Thomas snorted coldly. I thought you were so powerful, but you stopped so far away because you were afraid of our cannons. As Australian soldiers, we would rather die in battle than surrender and leave before the battle even begins. Let the artillery units prepare to launch a round of bombing at the maximum range, to show the Longwa guys our strength. Sir, said the leader of the reconnaissance team, we have seen the artillery of the Dragon Kingdom. I've also seen Dragon Country's artillery. Thomas pointed a hand directly at his face. The projectile bombardment cannon cannot match our cannon in terms of range. We'll deal with you after you reveal your position. If I hear you swear to surrender again, I'll execute you on the spot. Outside the command tent, 10 105mm field guns and 6 128mm anti-tank field cannons were all ready. Thomas stood in the center of the artillery position, looking straight ahead. He knew that the Dragon Country's reconnaissance units were watching them, so he had to show the attitude of the Australian army. Originally, he was somewhat wary of the Dragon Kingdom, but judging from the fact that they stopped their troops 30 kilometers away and did not dare to enter the range of Australian artillery, this Dragon Country team is definitely weaker than imagined. They are afraid of fighting, so they want to use their previous performance to force Australia to retreat. The radio was connected, and Lord Gauss agreed with Thomas's opinion after listening to the report. In their opinion, if Long Kingdom really had that strength, it would have crushed us all the way here long ago. Why would it still be wasting time talking about it? After receiving the Lord's clear order to start a war, Thomas decided to fire into the air to declare war on the Dragon Kingdom. Surrender? How ridiculous. If you want Australia to surrender, first ask this row of artillery whether they are willing to do so. Fire! Thomas shouted angrily. Bang, bang, bang. 16 cannons fired at the same time, causing a huge shock. The roar of the explosion echoed in the sky, and the powerful recoil stirred up countless dust. This is the power of artillery. This is the combat power of the Australian army. Thomas's expression flickered as he watched the shells quickly disappear into the clouds. As soon as a dozen shells disappeared, two small black dots suddenly appeared in the clouds. What is that? The shells are coming back again? Thomas blinked and looked again. The two small black dots were getting bigger and bigger, and the process of getting bigger was extremely rapid. Those two unknown things are approaching the position at an extremely fast speed. What is that? A cannonball? Impossible. The distance is so far. How can Longwell possibly reach it? No, that's a real cannonball. Everyone lie down. Boom. The moment he reacted, the shell fell to the ground. He saw the artillery position on the right was instantly engulfed in flames. Then a huge roar and a dust storm obscured all senses. The powerful shock wave blew him away. His whole body felt as if all the bones were shattered and his internal organs were bleeding. How is it possible? How is it possible? He collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the sky, the apocalyptic explosion repeating itself in his mind. All their fantasies of fighting against the Dragon Kingdom and winning were crushed by a single shot, and they couldn't even see the Dragon Kingdom's army. How is it possible? A mouthful of blood spurted out, and in a trance he saw two black spots approaching rapidly. Boom. A thunderous roar was heard throughout the sky, accompanied by a surge of fine electric current. The shock wave swept through, and radio walkie-talkies, radars, and all electronic equipment self-destructed and exploded in the storm. Consciousness was instantly swallowed by the cold tide. Sizzle. Thomas. Thomas. Please reply when you hear me. Thomas. Please reply when you hear me. Sizzle. Bang. Damn it. There was a loud bang from the radio, and Gauss was so scared that he threw the intercom away. How come the Dragon Nation blew itself up? What is going on? As he was confused, a series of prompts appeared on his panel. It's not a kill prompt, but a death prompt. Hero Unit Thomas Bremen has died, cannot be summoned again. Level 1 128mm PAK-44 Anti-Tank Field Cannon 6 has been destroyed. Level 2 105mm WZ-13 Field Howitzer 10 has been destroyed. Level 3 Browning M1919A 4 Heavy Machine Gun 6 has been destroyed. Level 1968 a Military Transport Truck 18 has been destroyed. Level 3 Communications Scout 32 has been killed. Level 2 Auxiliary Engineer 58 has been killed. Level 3 Frontline Assault Infantry. Looking at the prompts that instantly appeared on the panel, Gauss felt like he was struck by lightning. How is this possible? This is almost all of their combat power. How is it possible that they were all killed in such a short time? Impossible. This is impossible. Gauss opened the panel in panic and switched to the private chat channel with the United States. Lord of Australia. The Dragon Kingdom is coming. The Dragon Kingdom is coming. Buzz. Meng Tian led the way, the black iron cart roared, and the troops were quickly passing through the Labulan mine. When passing the top of the mine, the Australian position that had been reduced to ruins came into view. Destroyed cannon parts and melted gun barrels were scattered on the ground. The bodies of soldiers were carbonized directly by the high temperature and flames, and various limbs were shattered by the shock wave. 2 Skyfire bombs and 2 electromagnetic bombs completely wiped out the Australian army. Li Xian, Meng Tian and a group of armored soldiers had no feeling about this. They were already battle-hardened warriors before arriving at the forbidden area. In their eyes, the human corpses before them were not much different from the Zerg corpses. But Su Yang, who was watching from a different perspective, felt a little shocking. This was the first time that Qin's troops fought against human troops. In his eyes, humans and alien insects were different. But he knew that this was war and death was normal. In the future, many more soldiers than these will die on Qin's road to conquest. Besides, he had already given them a chance to survive, but unfortunately they didn't take advantage of it. The troops drove past the mine and advanced rapidly towards Australian territory. After Su Yang quickly adapted to his current emotions, he turned his attention back to the road ahead. Australia is one of the countries with the highest production of blue star minerals. Such a country is coupled with the Earth's eye landing zone. What an exaggerated production capacity it will have. Chapter 188 My door is always open, the second vassal state. Lord of Australia. The Dragon Kingdom is really here. You must believe me. U.S. Lord. Don't you have the Howling Mountains blocking you? How could it be broken through so quickly? Lord of Australia. I don't know. Send the command value quickly. I want to summon troops. U.S. Lord. You must be responsible for your words and actions. If you deceive the Alliance, you will be punished. Lord of Australia. Quick. My outgoing troops have been annihilated. Lord of the United States. The United States' 50,000 points of command value have been transmitted. Hold on. More command value will arrive next. Australian Lord. Hurry, or else. U.S. Lord. Confirm whether you have received the command value. U.S. Lord. Did you receive this? Please reply. Lord of the United States. Gauss. I order you to reply to me now. In the Australian territory, Lord Gauss no longer cared about the message that popped up on the panel, because a silver gun was already placed on his neck. Li Xin used his stealth ability to sneak into the Lord's tower and capture Gauss. Give up resistance, and there is no need to incur any more casualties. Li Xin said, I give up. Spare my life, spare my life. The Australian Lord immediately gave up resistance and raised his hands to beg for mercy. What can I do if everyone else has become a general? Hearing the plea for mercy, Li Xin grabbed him by the back of his collar and dragged him out of the command room. The two guards on duty at the door were terrified when they saw the Lord being carried out like a dog. Let the guards put down their guns. Li Xin carried Gauss out of the Lord's tower. Put down your guns. Put down your guns. Gauss shouted to everyone in the territory without any hesitation. Boom buzz. The roar of huge engines sounded outside the territory, and the Qin troops were rapidly approaching the Australian territory. When Gauss saw those heavily armored tanks that were more than 10 meters long from afar, a feeling of relief came over him. Maybe it's a good thing not to resist, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. They crossed the Howling Mountains and instantly killed the large army led by Thomas. God knows what the upper limit of the Dragon Nation's army is. After thinking about it, Gao Si turned back and looked at Li Xian flatteringly. Do you want to open the gate and welcome the Dragon Country troops? Li Xian showed a look of contempt on his face. This guy really has no backbone at all. No, this is fine. As soon as he finished speaking, the black iron car stopped in front of the territory's gate, and the sound of mechanical operation was heard. Boom. Several balls of flames mixed with electric current gushed out, instantly piercing through the half-meter-thick iron gate. When Gao saw this, his eyes flashed wildly. The center of the territory's gate is made of thick granite, and the outside is covered with pure iron protective armor. Even if we use the anti-tank guns in the territory to fire at it, it will take half a day. And the flames in front of him, which were of unknown origin, actually melted the iron gate directly. As the flame twisted, the part of the iron gate that came into contact with it dissipated in an instant, easier than wind blowing away sand. The iron gate melted and Meng Tian broke in, followed by the Imperial armored troops lined up in formation. I saw the fully armed armored troops up close and the terrifying weapons of the Fire Dragon Guards and the Sky Fire Guards. Gauss was extremely glad that he had just given up resisting. Only a moron would choose to fight against this army. After the Imperial armored forces entered the gate, they quickly took over the territory. All the weapons of the remaining defenders were confiscated, and they were centralized in the central part of the territory for supervision. Even if they surrender, Australia is still an enemy force, and Su Yang's attitude towards them cannot be the same as towards Spain. Li Xian carried Gauss back into the Lord's Tower and began the final handover work. A message was sent to Gauss's panel, and the sender was the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Now that our great Qin is determined to expand its territory, we are willing to make Australia a vassal of ours so that we can join in the cause and coexist peacefully. With the protection of the Qin Empire, you can keep your homeland peaceful and your people prosperous. If you submit sincerely and abide by the treaty, I will grant you blessings and we will share prosperity. If you are unwilling to submit, you will become an enemy of the Qin dynasty and bring about your own destruction. May you think twice before acting and protect the country. Following the news from Su Yang, there were a series of treaties to become a vassal state. Become a vassal state, maintain semi-sovereignty over the territory, and continue to develop in all aspects except military. The Lord has the right to directly mobilize all resources and buildings within the territory. And the Lord of the vassal state cannot have any armed forces other than private guards. Becoming a vassal state can gain protection from the Lord state. If the vassal state is destroyed, the Lord state will suffer a penalty of loss of benefits. Are you sure you want to become a vassal state of the Qin dynasty? After reading the treaty, Gauss was surprised that becoming a vassal state actually gave him the right to develop. These conditions are much more relaxed than their colonial policy. Is it just that the military cannot develop at all? Doesn't Longwa need Australia's military strength to enhance its combat capability? Lord of Australia, dear Lord Su Yang, Australia's artillery units are very powerful. If necessary, they can fully enhance the combat power of Dragon Country. Seeing the message sent by Gauss, Su Yang grinned. That little bit of artillery isn't even enough to tickle the Smasher, let alone strengthen the Dragon Nation's combat power. The vassal conditions he gave to Lord Gauss were different from those for Spain. Spain was an ally and Tanguy was a trustworthy person, so he retained the military power of Spain. But Australia is a hostile country, and Gauss is a smooth talker with many ulterior motives, so it is impossible for the military power to remain in his hands. So Su Yang added some new options to the vassal state treaty finalized by the system. As long as it does not violate the treaty enforced by the system, any increase is fine. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, your artillery unit was completely destroyed without even seeing the shadow of the Qin army. How do you want to strengthen our army's combat power? Sign the treaty now. If you say another word of nonsense, I will cut off your tongue and feed it to the dogs. As soon as this message was sent, Gauss didn't dare to say any more nonsense and directly chose to confirm. Su Yang smiled faintly. Intimidation is the most effective way to deal with such a cowardly person. After Gauss confirmed it, a series of achievement information flashed on Su Yang's panel. Successfully conquered Australia and turned it into a vassal state. Unlocked achievement. Minor achievement. Command value plus 15,000. Successfully conquer a second country, gain benefits, and increase the World Conqueror's benefits. World Conqueror, Level 2, all resources from vassal states receive an additional 30 bonus. You have obtained the vassal state of Australia, which can now be edited. Chapter 189 Strong Production Capacity, Important Strategic Points. After the display was completed, various information about the Australian territory came out. Resources, military forces, scientific research, and construction information are all displayed densely on Su Yang's panel. This time, Su Yang didn't have to go through the trouble of sorting it out himself and could directly call out the intelligent brain. Count the information of each resource and summarize the key nodes. Information on resources of Australian territories is being collected. Statistics completed. Open the Vassal State panel. Vassal State panel. Territory, Australia. Lord, Brown Goss. Lord Country, Dragon Country. Main base level, Level 3 King's Palace. Territory buildings, resources 1 Level 2 stone mining site, 1 Level 3 coal mining site, 1 Level 2 copper mining site, 2 Level 2 iron ore mining sites, 1 Level 2 saltpeter mining site, 1 Level 1 oil drilling platform, 1 Level 3 water well, 1 water tank, 1 warehouse, 1 oil storage tank. Territory buildings, industrial, 1 Level 2 military factory, 1 Level 1 steel plant, 1 Level 1 oil refinery. Territory buildings, combat type, outpost bunkers 8, sniper towers 4. Territory building, technology Level 3 research institute 1. Territory buildings, defense Level 3 stone wall 2000, Level 2 watchtower 4. Combat units, 2 level heavy machine gun squads, 2 level field cannon squads, 136 level engineers, 58 level scouts, 184 level infantry. Production unit, Level 3 miner, 2400. Resources, water resources, 1326 units, stone resources, 8,916 units, coal resources, 3,563 units. Metal copper, 865 units, metal iron, 4,562 units, saltpeter resources, 689 units, steel resources, 1,016 units, oil resources, 663 units. Territory buff/debuff effect, Level 4 earth tremor, duration / command value, 53,162. This vassal state is in the middle stage of Level 3 territory and has strong resource production capacity. Quick self-upgrade capability, a small amount of resources can get a lot of returns. Further statistics on the territory's real-time production capacity. 3,000 units of coal resources, 4,000 units of iron ore resources, and 1,000 units of steel resources. Is Australia's inventory so abundant? After reading the statistics compiled by the intelligent computer, Su Yang was shocked. Since entering the Forbidden Area, the inventory within the Qin territory has never reached such a level. It is indeed a country rich in resources. The amount in stock alone is enough for him to consume for a while. In addition to the basic minerals, there was another thing that surprised Su Yang. That is, Australia can actually produce oil independently. This can provide important help for the subsequent development of the troops. The rock monsters in the eye of the earth cannot be used to refine oil like the Zerg. The Qin army maintained fuel consumption through fighting. But fighting against the rock monsters means only consumption, no gain. As the duration of battles becomes longer and longer, fuel will become a major problem that hinders the troops' progress. However, Australia, which can produce fuel independently, has solved this problem. With the addition of oil mining machines, the fuel problem is easily solved. In addition to its abundant inventory, Australia's production capacity is also astonishing. Although they rely on manpower for mining like Spain, their stability is definitely not as good as automatic machines. But as long as the mine is large enough and there are enough people, the upper limit of a manual mining farm is much greater than that of an automatic mining machine. If this model is used as an autonomous state, the Lord will need to choose between workers and soldiers. If one only pursues production capacity without training soldiers, the territory will have serious security problems. On the contrary, if you worry too much about safety, have too many soldiers and too few workers, it will also affect production. How to choose between them is a difficult problem for the Lord. But now that Australia has become a vassal state of the Qin dynasty, there is almost no need to worry about security issues. All manpower can be invested in resource production, so that production capacity can be raised directly to the peak. Soon, the intelligent computer displayed Australia's real-time production capacity and the resources needed for upgrading in front of Su Yang. The current level of each mine and the number of workers are all displayed in front of you. According to the data provided by the intelligent computer, the resources in the territory are enough to upgrade the mine to the highest level. Su Yang guessed that the reason why Australia did not choose to upgrade was definitely because it needed to stockpile goods to hand over to other countries in the alliance. According to the basic logic of the alliance, countries with money will definitely contribute money, and countries with strength will contribute strength. For a country with large production capacity like Australia, the most important thing for its allies is to provide resources. This wave of attack by himself was like exposing the underwear of the tripartite alliance. Su Yang laughed in his heart, and then asked Gauss to invest all resources in major mines and summon workers. Summoning a level 3 worker consumes 30 units of leadership, and each level 3 mine can accommodate up to 800 workers. There are 6 mines in total, so the maximum number of workers required for the territory is 4,800. There are currently 2,400 people. Summoning an additional 2,400 people will require 72,000 command points. This command value is almost an astronomical figure for other countries, but it is nothing to Su Yang now. He invested all 50,000 points of command value in the Australian warehouse, and then invested another 58,000 points of command value. Gauss directly summoned 3,600 new workers, and the number of workers in the territory directly reached 6,000. Of these, 4,800 are people working in the factory on a real-time basis, and an additional 1,200 are used for shift and special situation replacements. This will further ensure the stability of artificial mineral mining. When someone is tired or sleepy, they can be replaced directly to ensure that the mineral veins are mined around the clock. In addition to increasing production, a population of 6,000 will also bring about a large demand for food. Su Yang is not worried about this. Australia itself has relatively abundant food production, and the shortfall can be made up by its own farms. After a round of upgrades, Australia's mines and workers have been fully utilized, and the territory's production capacity is about to reach an exaggerated level. The production capacity of the artificial mine changes in real time, and workers are still being summoned one after another. The mine cannot operate at full capacity, so Su Yang is unable to check Australia's maximum production capacity. While waiting for the production capacity to reach its limit, Su Yang asked Meng Tian to start the territory transformation. All level 3 ordinary walls have been upgraded, and a total of 10 electromagnetic automatic crossbow towers have been installed on each side of the territory. Australia can be said to be Daqin's most important stronghold at present, and its production capacity is of great strategic significance to the troops. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, Su Yang fully strengthened the defense of Australia's territory. The city walls were laid out, and an electromagnetic tower and capacitor were also placed in the center of the territory. The capacitor can be connected to the territory's central power grid, and the electromagnetic tower will spread the electricity throughout the territory to meet the consumption of the automatic crossbow tower. In the Australian territory, Gauss became more and more excited when he saw this series of sci-fi upgrades. He felt that he was really smart. He realized early on that the Dragon Kingdom was powerful, so he chose to compromise with dignity. And in the negotiations with Long Country, he was neither humble nor arrogant, and won Australia's right to maintain development. This can be seen from the fact that Longwood built defensive walls for Australia and upgraded the level of its mines. The Lord of Dragon Country has been conquered by his personal charm. Screw the United States, screw the tripartite alliance. Only Long Country deserves to be Australia's ally. Only a lord like Su Yang is qualified to be on par with Gauss. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. There should be information about the large map, right? Lord of Australia. Hey, Lord Su Yang, I have prepared it for you a long time ago. All the known information is here. Chapter 190. March into Japan, the holy body of the lackey. Gauss did not hold back and directly sent over a large map with detailed information. After seeing the big map, Su Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. First, I was surprised by the detailed information on the map. The Tripartite Alliance had already explored more than half of the area. The second thing was that I was surprised at how fast and to what extent Gauss defected. Even Tang Ji, who had previously been an ally, had some hesitation before making Spain a vassal state. Gauss, who was completely on the opposite side, turned against his opponent once he was conquered, without caring about his dignity and honor at all. He is simply a natural-born lackey. Although Su Yang looked down on this kind of person from the bottom of his heart, he had to say that he saved himself a lot of trouble. Click on the large map and a variety of information will appear before your eyes. This map is obviously a machine map, that is, a drawing drawn with the assistance of machinery. From this we can see that some of the countries in the Tripartite Alliance should have entered the electrical age. Although there may be a slight gap between their electrical age and Dragon Country's electrical age. Based on the location of Australia on the big map, Su Yang determined the location of the heart of the hive on the big map. This is the information that I have always wanted to know but have never known how to start. The strength of the English Union nation is too weak to support outward exploration. The heart of the hive is located in the lower center of the map. To the northwest is the Eye of the Earth, separated by the Howling Mountains. To the northeast is the Savage Forest, the landing area of Bolin, with no obstacles in between. Seeing this, Su Yang thought that if he marched towards the northeast and defeated Bolin, wouldn't he be able to accomplish a historical achievement? Despite his thoughts, Su Yang is still very satisfied with the current situation. Apart from being a famous check-in spot, Poland's other resources are completely incomparable to Australia. If we go to Bolin first, the Tripartite Alliance will definitely greatly enhance Australia's defense after confirming the heart of the hive. By then, it will not be so easy to take over this treasure trove of resources. Except for two countries in the north, the south of the heart of the hive is blank, most likely the English alliance. After looking at the surrounding territories, the more important information is about several countries that pose greater threats. The leader of the Tripartite Alliance, the United States, which takes the lead in fighting against the Qin dynasty, is located in the northwest corner of the map. They were quite far away from the heart of the hive, spanning at least 4 landing zones. Japan is closer to the heart of the hive, located in the northeast, and is only 2 landing zones away. Further down are the Bear Country, France, Germany, and other countries. The Bear Country is located in the northernmost part of the entire map, while France and Germany are in the easternmost area. Overall, Daqin is located almost in the center of the entire map. It borders at least 5 regions and is surrounded by many countries. From a defensive perspective, this position couldn't be worse. Take the Eye of the Earth that just took over Australia as an example. It borders 4 regions in total. 3 are hostile countries, and 1 is still unknown. In this case, if the enemy wants to attack, they can organize their troops to launch an attack from at least 3 possible directions, which will greatly increase the pressure on the defense. However, from the defensive side, it was extremely bad, and from the offensive side, it was extremely good. Being surrounded by enemies on all sides meant that the Qin could freely launch attacks in any direction and strike wherever it wanted. This is perfect for the powerful Qin. The best defense is offense, constantly expanding outward to defeat the enemy and leaving them no time to organize a battle. Looking at the surrounding countries, the biggest threat to Qin is naturally Japan. The Tripartite Alliance can provide support to any country and strengthen their military forces. However, a weak army is useless no matter how large it is in number. Only a country with strong military power can make the best use of its command value. Dongying and Afukan are located in the Goblin Mine landing area, and the Goblin Mine and the Eye of the Earth are connected by the Dark Land. There are 2 countries in the Dark Land, India and Argentina. After conquering Australia today, the Tripartite Alliance will be able to determine the specific location of Daqin. At that time, a large amount of resources will flow into Japan, as well as India and Argentina to its southwest. The resources pouring into India and Argentina would definitely be used for defense, to stop the Qin attack as much as possible. The resources pouring into Japan will definitely be invested in the military. The resources of the entire Tripartite Alliance plus Japan's military capabilities will definitely create a powerful force. The longer it is delayed, the more resources will flow into Japan, and the greater the resistance will be. Therefore, even if we exclude a series of factors such as ethnic hatred, Japan is still the current top priority target of attack. Su Yang's eyes flashed, and he determined the next direction of the troops' movement. Head straight northeast and enter the Dark Land. Attack India first and then Agentium. After that, go straight into the darkest place and capture Japan and Afghan. Of course, the actual situation will definitely not be as smooth as the deduction. In addition to Australia, there are 5 other regions bordering the Dark Land. Entering this area means being attacked by a joint force of at least 5 or more countries. With the current strength of the 2 expeditionary forces, they can fight against the coalition forces of the 2 countries almost without any casualties. However, if this number continues to increase and a protracted war ensues, the expeditionary force may be at a disadvantage. If you want to win by being safe, you must expand the expedition team to at least 5 before marching into the Dark Land. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he let the intelligent brain sort all current goals by priority and count the resources needed to achieve these goals. The first thing is to stabilize Australia's defenses and ensure that Australia's mines can operate at full capacity, which has basically been accomplished. The second step is to summon 3 new expeditionary forces. To complete this task, a large amount of command value is required. A standard expeditionary force, according to the configuration of the first and second teams, consists of 50 armored warriors, 30 armored crossbowmen, 5 scouts, 2 fire dragon guards, 1 sky fire guard, 1 black iron chariot, 1 wolf smoke chariot, and 5 improved flame horses. After strategic reduction, the cost of summoning such an expeditionary force is 65,000 points of command value, and 3 troops require nearly 200,000 points of command value. If placed in the heart of the hive, this value can be obtained in 3 or even 2 battles. But now the main force is at the eye of the earth, and it will take at least 8 battles to achieve this amount of command value. Therefore, in order to achieve this goal, we must have the assistance of the cavalry expeditionary force. The main force stayed in the eye of the earth to kill the enemy, while the ranger expeditionary force fought in the territory. By working together on both fronts, you can quickly acquire the command value. The third point is to explore to the south and identify which countries are in the blank areas on the map. After completing the above tasks, the final goal remains. It is also Dacine's ultimate goal in the short term, to march northward and conquer Japan. As long as Japan is conquered, there will be no force in the entire central region that can fight against the Qin dynasty. By then, even if big countries like the United States wanted to fight, they would not be able to send troops directly due to the distance. They can only invest leadership value in some militarily weak countries, but these countries are simply unable to stop the advancement of Daqin. After determining the short-term goals, workers in the territory gradually took up their posts, and the real-time production capacity of each mine gradually reached its maximum. The intelligent brain summarizes all the data and presents it on Su Yang's panel. The moment he saw the data, Su Yang's eyebrows jumped. Now I'm rich. Chapter 191. Special events triggered. Dragon Country could not hide its decline. Australia's third-level main base has a total of 6 large mines, each of which can accommodate up to 800 people working at the same time. After Su Yang was put into command and called upon to work, the number of workers in the territory reached 6,000. Not only are there 4,800 people working in the mine, but there are also 1,200 people waiting outside. When you are tired or sleepy, you can directly replace it, without wasting time at all. Except for necessary sleep and rest time, the mine can almost operate at full capacity. In this state, the mine's production capacity reaches the peak of a level 3 main base. Each item opens Su Yang's eyes. First, let's take coal resources. With 800 people working at the same time in a level 3 coal mine, the real-time production capacity can reach a full 1,200 units per day. Excluding workers' rest time, the average daily production capacity is approximately 1,000 units. This is just a level 3 mine, but its peak production capacity is already greater than the sum of the basic production capacities of the 4 level 4 mining machines in the territory. The same goes for iron ore. The total output of the 2 iron ore mines can reach an average of 2,000 units per day. Not to mention stone mines, copper mines, saltpeter, and other minerals, which are simply inexhaustible. The most important thing is that Australia is also able to smelt steel and produce oil independently. However, Australia does not produce much of this type of facility, which cannot effectively increase production capacity by manpower. The maximum daily production capacity of a steel mill can reach 200 units, and that of an oil rig is also 200 units per day. Although the quantity is not large, at least they have it. Moreover, the abundant output of other resources can solve the consumption problem of most of Dacine's minerals. After looking at the production capacity, the next step is to choose the tribute ratio of Australia. Su Yang does not need to be as polite to them as he is to Spain. Fill it up while ensuring the basic consumption of the territory. After the adjustment was completed, Su Yang asked the intelligent computer to compile all the data and present the current consumption of various resources in the territory. Territory resources. Water resources. Stock, 4,631 units. Production speed, 1,150 units/day 20 bonus. Stone mine resources. Stock, 9,365 units. Production speed, 1,440 units/day 20 bonus. Coal resources, stock, 5,104 units, production speed, 1,250 units/day 20 bonus. Metal copper, stock, 3,841 units, production speed, 575 units/day 20 bonus. Metal iron, stock, 4,763 units, production speed, 1,440 units/day 20 bonus. Saltpeter resources, stock, 1,416 units, production speed, 240 units/day 20 bonus. Steel resources, stock, 513 units, production speed, maximum 400 units/day. Alien insect volume, 431. Biocrude oil, 3 units, production speed, maximum 1,000 units/day. Fuel resources, stock, 652 units, production speed, maximum 400 units/day. Electricity resources, stock, 1,362 units, production speed, maximum 10,000 units/day. Vassal state tribute resources. Vassal state, Spain. Stone resources, 350 units/day, 30 bonus for vassal states. Carbon resources, 350 units/day, 30 bonus for vassal states. Copper resources, 100 units/day, 30 bonus for vassal states. Vassal state, Australia. Stone resources, 1,500 units/day, 30 bonus for vassal states. Carbon resources, 1,300 units/day, 30 bonus for vassal states. Copper resources, 600 units/day, 30 bonus for vassal states. Iron or resources, 2,600 units/day, 30 bonus for vassal states. Saltpeter resources, 400 units/day, 30 bonus for vassal states. Steel resources, 200 units/day. Fuel resources, 200 units/day. Leading strategy, Level 2, Power over the world. Level 1, Great Qin military system. Level 1, National treasure. Level 1, Peace and prosperity. Territory buff/debuff effects. Level 2 World Conqueror. Duration / Level 6 Gaze of the Abyss. Duration / Level 4 Tremor of the Earth. Duration / Command value, 16,362. After looking at the current resource income of the entire territory, Su Yang just wanted to say that he had never fought such a rich war. After a wave of brutal plundering of Australia, all resource stocks in the territory instantly reached a historical peak. Even if all the mines stop production now, the troops can rely on these resource reserves to support themselves for a period of time. Even more exaggerated than the massive inventory is the explosive growth in resource production in the territory after Australia joined. Among them, carbon mineral resources are the key to determining the size of the troops. After Australia joined the tribute and Spain upgraded its production capacity, the total output directly reached 2,900 units/day, nearly 3 times the previous 1,200 units/day. According to the rough prediction of the intelligent computer, this maximum output can allow the current territory to sustain the consumption of 10 standard expeditionary forces. It can be said that the participation of Australia, a resource-rich country, has enabled Daqin to experience a production capacity increase that is even crazier than that in the electrical era. Of course, carbon ore is not the only resource that receives bonuses. As the most important material resource at present, the total output of iron ore has reached 4,060 units/day. This is an even crazier blessing than carbon ore. From now on, we can say that there is no need to worry about iron ore at all. In addition, there is no need to mention the stone mines, copper mines, saltpeter mines, and other resources. The consumption curves on the intelligent brain are all green, so there is no need to worry about them at all. Finally, in terms of steel resources and fuel resources, the improvements that Australia has brought to Daqin in these two areas are not that great. Australia is a country rich in raw material resources, but these are secondary resources that need to be processed, so they cannot benefit from Australia's strong production capacity. If you want to gain liberation in these two resources, you must take over an industrial country and an oil country. The target is right in front of us, Dongying and Afukan in the Goblin Mine. A military power and a country rich in oil resources. If we take them down, Daqin's resources will be completely liberated. After counting the resources, the sky had turned dark black. Su Yang closed the panel with satisfaction. I didn't expect to gain so much from my first conquest outside. The Eye of the Earth's landing zone, the vassal state ranked in the first tier in terms of resource output and large map information. These blessings will further increase the expansion speed of Daqin, and the unification of the forbidden areas is just around the corner. In the Australian territory, Li Xian and Ming Tian had already arranged their troops and were ready to rest. Su Yang also cut off the view, ready to end the day. With a buzzing sound, a system prompt popped up. Special event trigger. Time and space intersect. A cosmic crack is open somewhere. Time and rules are disrupted, and the worlds influence each other. The Advent Night event is advanced, and the competition for Lord rankings will begin soon. 1 minute and 32 seconds. Su Yang frowned. The night has come earlier again. Last time it was shortened to 3 days. This time it was shortened to 2 days. If it happens once, it can be considered a special event in the forbidden area. But if it happens twice in a row, it feels a little unusual. What does this cosmic crack refer to and where does it appear? What does it mean that the worlds influence each other? Su Yang's eyes flickered. Ever since he met the Protoss, he knew that there were far more than just humans and alien species in the forbidden area. Perhaps this incident is also related to certain special ethnic groups? While I was thinking, a panel popped up. The 4th week of the competition has ended, and the Lord ranking begins now. The 4th week of the competition has ended, and the Lord ranking begins now. Tripartite Alliance Meeting Hall. As soon as the group chat was unlocked, MacArthur immediately sent a message. Lord of the United States. Gauss? Is Gauss here? Damn reply. Lord of Japan. What happened? Lord Tianju. Don't panic. Lauda, we are all here. U.S. Lord. Gauss has lost contact. The last message he sent me in private was that the Dragon Army had invaded. Lord Argentine. Isn't Australia the safest region? Before the 3-party alliance members could finish their conversation, a system message popped up. Longwa successfully conquered Australia, and the 2 sides signed a vassal treaty, unlocking the achievement. World Conqueror. Longwa successfully conquered Australia, and the 2 sides signed a vassal treaty, unlocking the achievement. World Conqueror. Lord Tianjua. Our butts have been stolen. Lord of Japan. How is this possible? The Dragon Nation can only be entered from the direction of the Howling Mountains. Did they pass through the Howling Mountains? Lord Afghan. Australia is an important strategic resource country. We must take it back. U.S. Lord. Being able to cross the Howling Mountains, their technology must have advanced again. Damn Dragon Country guys. I invested 50,000 leadership points in Australia, and now it all went into their pockets. Lord Uckland. So the side of the Howling Mountains is the heart of the hive, and our wild forest is also close to the heart of the hive. Lord of Dongying. The Bolan territory is in the southern part of the wild forest, and there is no obstruction. They should have discovered that this area is the heart of the hive a long time ago. Why didn't they report it? Argentine Lord. Hakimi did not attend the last meeting. What on earth are these idiots doing? After a brief exchange among the lords of various countries, a panel popped up and the 3rd Lord ranking began. Elimination list announced. Bolan, territory destroyed. Lord dead. Hero unit dead. Suffered natural disaster. Earthquake. World-destroying level. Cuba, Lord's death. Natural disaster. Earthquake. World-destroying level. The Advent Night ends, and the 3rd Lord ranking begins. This week's Lord ranking content. Conquest ranking. The system will analyze a series of conditions such as the expansion and conquest of each territory. After analysis, the system will rank the top 5 lords in terms of conquest this week according to the ruling index. The top 5 lords will receive command points and gain rewards, and the first-place lord will also receive a strategic actuary. Lord of the United States. Bolan was destroyed? How could Bolan be destroyed? Lord Tianju. My God, all the hero units in the lord's territory have been destroyed. This is a massacre of the Zhong clan. German Lord. The German army has not been dispatched. It is none of our business. Lord of Japan. You are a useless person who is always causing troubles and not being able to accomplish anything. You took so much of our leadership points, and yet you ended up destroying your country. Lord Wu Kellen. Dragon Nation would actually destroy the country directly? Wouldn't colonization help us obtain more resources? Argentine Lord. Poland doesn't have resources that are worth using like Australia, so it's easier to destroy the country directly. The East Asians are all twisted perverts. Lord Wu Kellen. The next target of the Dragon Nation's attack will definitely be us. Lord of the United States. It can't be Dragon Country. With the current size of its army, Dragon Country can't possibly fight on 2 fronts. This side is probably the forces of England's other allied countries. The areas below the Hive Heart are basically allied countries of England, with densely populated territories, making it convenient for them to quickly accumulate military forces. Lord Garland. It's impossible to be the Zerg? It seems that only the Zerg would start an extinction war like this. Lord Uckland. You were just frightened by the insect swarm 2 weeks ago. At that time, There were no heavy artillery, so it was a bit difficult to deal with the insect swarm. At this stage, tanks, armored vehicles, and various artillery have been unlocked, so a few bugs are not a problem at all. Lord of Japan. After entering the midterm stage of fierce competition among all the heroes, the main enemies of each country will gradually shift from alien species to humans. No matter how strong the alien species were in the early stage, they are now just props for brushing up the command value. Lord Wu Kellen. Wu Kellen asks for assistance from all lords. We will complete the unfinished mission of Bolin. Believe us, no matter who the opponent is, the wild forest will be their resting place. Lord of the United States. I believe in you, but there are too many areas that require resource investment right now. We need to weigh the pros and cons before further consideration. Lord of Japan. Let's look at the ruling ranking first. Dragon Nation may not necessarily take the top spot in this ranking. Lord Tianju, really? Doesn't Dragon Country always take first place? The system flashed, and the 4th week's Lord ranking, or Conquest ranking, was released. Conquest ranking, 5th place. Bear Country. Get 15,000 points of command value reward. Trigger incentive event, Military Conquest, Level 1. When troops are fighting far away from the territory, their morale increases by 20 for 7 days. Conquest ranking, 4th place. Yukulin. Get 20,000 points of command value reward. Trigger incentive event, Military Conquest, Level 1. When troops are fighting far away from the territory, their morale increases by 20 for 7 days. Conquest ranking, 3rd place. Dragon Country. Get 25,000 points of command value reward. Trigger incentive event, Military Conquest, Level 2. When troops are fighting far from the territory, their morale increases by 30 for 7 days. Obtain the power to materialize resources. Conquest ranking, 2nd place. USA. Get 30,000 points of command value reward. Trigger incentive event, Military Conquest, Level 2. When troops are fighting far from the territory, their morale increases by 30 for 7 days. Obtain the power to materialize resources. Conquest ranking, 1st place. Japan. Get 40,000 points of command value reward. Trigger incentive event, Military Conquest, Level 3. When troops are fighting far from the territory, their morale increases by 40 for 7 days. Obtain technological props, Strategic Actuary. All military-related technologies in the territory gain 30 time reduction. Obtain the power to materialize resources. Once the ranking of lords was released, the lords of the Tripartite Alliance were excited. No one could have imagined that Longhua, which had always ranked 1st, would only rank 3rd this time. 4 of the top 5 are from the Tripartite Alliance, with Japan and the United States ranking 1st and 2nd. Chapter 193, The War Begins. The previous chapter has been expanded to 4K words, so please go back and take a look before continuing this chapter. I am still rushing to finish one chapter today. I have been busy these days, so the update is late. I will return to normal soon. Japanese territory. Tojo Inken sat at the table and looked at the panel, a smug gleam in his eyes. On the panel, Japan is clearly listed as the top lord this week. Looking at Japan, which ranked 1st, Tojo Inken felt a sense of pleasure as if he had broken free from all the shackles. From the very beginning of this round of restricted areas, Japan has been stepped on by the Dragon Kingdom. He watched helplessly as a terminally ill and useless country stood up again, and it was under the hands of Tojo Inken. This made Tojo Inken lose all face for the entire Japan. In order to surpass the Dragon Kingdom and regain his dignity, he tried his best every time he ranked among the lords. He finally won this time, and took 1st place by stepping on Longhua's head. The conquest rankings are not mentioned openly, but there are some unspoken rules in secret. He compared not only the number of conquered countries, but also the degree of fear the conquered countries had of their lords. This time, Japan only conquered 2 countries, Malaysia and Cuba. After his conquest, he carried out extermination campaigns against both nations. Not only the soldiers, but also the miners were killed one by one, and the lords also tortured them. Among them, Lord Cuba was a bit too tough in character, so he accidentally killed someone by hitting him too hard. It was because of so much hard work that he was able to make Japan stand out from many countries and take 1st place. In addition to the command value and gain rewards, the 1st place this time also receives an item that permanently reduces the scientific research time. This will greatly increase the speed at which Japan develops its military capabilities. Tojo Inken's eyes flashed, and his gaze as cold as a knife kept shooting out. Starting from this ranking of lords, he will not give Dragon Kingdom any chance to breathe. No one can stop him from doing what he wants. The lords of the Tripartite Alliance countries on the panel were very excited. When key countries lost contact one after another, this ranking of lords gave them a reassurance. This made them realize that the Dragon Kingdom was not invincible. This time, the victory of the Lord ranking was the result of their countries exchanging information and supporting each other. Lord Tianju, you are awesome, Master Dongying. We finally got first place. Lord of the United States, great. This first strategic actuary is an extremely important item for us. Lord Wu Kellen, Dragon Nation is only ranked third. With our joint efforts, they finally showed signs of fatigue. Swiss Lord, Uckland is also very strong and is ranked in the top 4. Lord Uckland, the strength of our Uckland warriors is unquestionable. As long as you support us, we can defend the wild forest and even attack the heart of the hive. Lord of the United States, we now have 2 battlefields, one in the eye of the earth and one in the wild forest. The force that can cross the Howling Mountains and is in the eye of the earth is definitely the main force of the Dragon Nation. We will use Japan as the main force and let them produce troops to fight against the Dragon Kingdom. The wild forest is most likely the English alliance troops, possibly mixed with a small number of dragon troops. We should trust Uckland on this side. As a branch of the former Soviet Union, their military strength is definitely stronger than that of Bolin. The above is our next focus. We will end the Dragon Kingdom's large army in the Dark Land in the west and stop the advance of their alliance army in the wild forest in the east. Gentlemen, the war has begun. This time we must attack with all our might without reservation. Turkish Lord, it's a boring game. When God descends, everything will turn to ashes. The Turkish Lord has been banned. Lord of the East warriors will live up to expectations. This time we will directly defeat the Dragon Kingdom. Lord Tianju, charge. Tianju's elite mobile force is ready. Lord of France, France also needs reinforcements. The alien species are becoming stronger and stronger. Lord Argenton, what a bullshit Dragon Nation. I've had enough of them. Kill them all. Lord Wu Kellen, Wu Kellen, will go all out and hope to meet you all in the heart of the hive. In the Dragon Kingdom territory, Su Yang quietly watched the discussion in the English League meeting hall. After the conquest rankings appeared this week, the lords of various countries were panicked when they saw that Dragon Kingdom was only ranked 3rd. Lord of Samba, Dragon Country only ranked 3rd this time. Lord Yanan, why? Did the targeting of the tripartite alliance still work? Lord of Minjiala, I hope Dragon Nation can hold on. Our alliance depends entirely on Dragon Nation. Lord of England, conquest ranking does not represent strength ranking, so don't panic. Lord Pakistan, Pakistan unconditionally believes in the strength of the Dragon Kingdom brothers. No matter what, we will stand on the same side with you. Lord of Serbia, no matter what, Serbia will hold on until Lord Su Yang arrives. Lord Yanan, ridiculous, this is a war, and victory cannot be achieved by persistence. Su Yang doesn't care about the concerns of the countries in the alliance. It was within his expectation that the Lord would be ranked 3rd this time. First of all, the tripartite alliance has a larger sphere of influence and is faster than them in acquiring information on the map. So in this ranking, it can be said that I fell behind from the very beginning. The second is that the conquest ranking is not very correlated with national strength. It's not a pure contest of strength like the Battle of Nations and the War of Heroes. There is an element of luck involved. Therefore, Su Yang did not care too much about the ranking of the lords this time. He was already very satisfied to be able to enter the top 3 and get a level 2 buff. And the reward for the first place this time is a reduction in scientific research time. This is indeed good for countries and other regions, but it is almost dispensable for the Dragon Kingdom located in the heart of the insect nest. Because of the existence of the hive heart, he hardly ever worried about the issues of scientific research and construction time. In this ranking, Su Yang was more concerned about the destruction of the 2 countries. The first is the demise of Cuba, which is a country with which Dragon Kingdom has diplomatic relations in reality. It is also one of the countries that has maintained friendly relations and provided assistance to Longwa after it encountered many hardships. Originally, Su Yang planned to protect all friendly countries after Qin went out to conquer. Unfortunately, Cuba didn't survive until that time. The fall of Cuba made Su Yang feel regretful, but the fall of the second country made him confused, the fall of Poland. Because Poland is located in the southern part of the wild forest, it is the country closest to the heart of the insect tide. Theoretically, as long as he does not take action, other countries should not have the possibility of attacking Poland. How did Poland fall? Chapter 194, Large Map opens, a new stage of war. How did Poland fall? Su Yang's thoughts flashed, and he suddenly thought of a somewhat terrifying possibility. When someone crosses 2 advent zones, The biological boundary between the advent zones is broken. That is to say, in addition to the commonality between humans, the biological and environmental systems between the two landing zones will also blend with each other. Although there will be no problems in most cases, there may be major changes occasionally. In the first round, there was a case where an entire oasis was eroded and desertified. The integration of natural environments is generally more obvious, but not so obvious between different species. Because alien species generally do not easily leave the landing zone that is most suitable for survival. For example, sand people will not leave the desert, and salamanders will not leave lava vents. But this is just a general situation. The threat level of this round of forbidden insect swarms is already too high. Moreover, if they don't get any benefits at home, they may go to other areas to seek opportunities. Of course, this is just a guess. If it were true, it would be a bit scary. Because even under the suppression of the Qin dynasty, the insect swarm grew extremely rapidly. Once they leave the heart of the hive, other countries will not only be unable to stop them, but will instead become food for the swarm. It seems that during the battle at the Eye of the Earth, it will be necessary to send a force to conduct reconnaissance in the northeast direction. After calculating the Lord rankings, Su Yang was about to leave the conference hall. Seeing that the lords in the conference hall were still worried, he decided to release the information of the large map in his hand. Future battles will gradually become multi-line. Before the Qin army expands in size, he needs the strength of the allied countries. Even if it cannot serve as the main combat force, it can still help explore the map. With a flash of thought, Su Yang asked the intelligent computer to scan the large map, add some new information, and then publish it in the Alliance conference hall. Lord Yanan, this is the map information? Are you showing it now? Lord Pakistan, the Dragon Kingdom may have just been acquired. Why are you so nosy? Lord Yanan, can I ask? This is all for the benefit of the Alliance. Lord of England, shut up, everyone. We don't have time to fight anymore. Lord Samba, Dragon Country actually has large map information. This is so important. Lord of the Dragon Nation, this is the large map information seized from Australia. It contains all the known location information of the Tripartite Alliance. You can see that there is a large blank area below the hive heart. This is probably the area where the countries of our alliance gather. I hope that the lords who are not in the upper part will explore outside as soon as possible and draw the map below, so that it will be convenient for us to gather our forces. As for the lords who appear in the upper half, please reduce exploration activities as much as possible and wait for the Dragon Kingdom to come to assist. If you are discovered, please do not resist to the death. I do not want another tragedy like the destruction of a country like Cuba to happen again. After sending the message, Su Yang left the England conference room. He has helped in all the ways he can. Now it depends on how they act. As soon as I left the meeting room, Elizabeth's private message came. Lord of England, thank you for the large map information of Dragon Country, which is extremely important to the Alliance. Lord of the Dragon Nation, I have already fought against the three-party alliance, and it is difficult for me to take care of the Alliance's affairs. I hope you can organize them and raise troops when I need them. Lord of England, don't worry, I will do my best to maintain the Alliance. I hope it will be useful when needed. Regarding the location of England, the reconnaissance units I sent to the north and south eventually reached the ocean. So I suspect that England does not belong to the continental region, but is an isolated island country. England cannot influence the war situation in the continental zone in the short term, but we are building a fleet at full speed. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, it is a good thing to have sea power. Good luck. After sending the message, Su Yang closed the panel. Elizabeth is in charge of all affairs within the Alliance, and the various resources within the territory are coordinated by the intelligent brain. The Battle of the Brain of the Earth was entirely handed over to Li Xin and Ming Tian. Now his only remaining task was to command the Ranger Expeditionary Force in the Shadow Zone. No matter how far away the troops are, no area will have more leadership than the heart of the hive. What the territory needs most at the moment is to gain command value to expand the troops, so the cavalry troops under his command are the top priority. The Rangers are resting in the Spanish territory. Tomorrow morning they will head north into the Shadow Zone to fight for dominance. Week 5, first morning. The sun pierced through the clouds. As soon as Gauss got up from the bed, a message from the Australian top brass rushed into his mind. Australian military. Shame. Shame. You let Australia fall into the hands of the Eastern barbarians. You have tarnished our glory. You are. Gauss read 2 sentences and then dragged the entire message into the recycling bin and crushed it. You don't have to think about it to know that what follows is still a bunch of bullshit about glorious faith. He doesn't care about these illusory things at all. He just wants to live. There is nothing more real than being able to live, breathe the air, eat a piece of barbecue, and face the sun every day. After quickly washing up, Gauss climbed up the 16-meter-high iron wall with a powered elevator just in time for the Forbidden Area live broadcast to begin. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom's armored troops were gathering in front of the territory, which was the best opportunity for Gauss. He wanted to let those big shots who were full of glory and bullshit see how correct the despicable Gauss's choice was. Australian high-level meeting room. The Australian senior officials sitting around the long conference table were all furious. They couldn't believe that when they woke up, Gauss had handed over the entire Australian territory to others. And the person who sent it was none other than the mortal enemy of the Tripartite Alliance, Dragon Kingdom. This is undoubtedly going against the Tripartite Alliance. Once the Tripartite Alliance takes over Dragon Country, the fate of Australia will become unpredictable. Governor-General of Australia, shame, shame. Australia has become a vassal state of Dragon Country. It would be fine if Dragon Country could suppress the Tripartite Alliance, but now they can't even get first place in the Lord rankings, and it's hard to hide their decline. Yes, if he could hold on a little longer, or discover the invasion of Dragon Nation earlier, and wait for the Alliance to support him, Dragon Nation would naturally retreat. After listening to several people's speeches, the Governor-General of Australia was so angry that he slammed the table. This Gauss is such a loser that he can't even hold out for a day. If we had an experienced general, we would never have been defeated. And those damn Longwa guys actually resorted to such despicable means as sneak attacks. Dirty and shameful, a country like this will never reach the top. Australia will never surrender. As the Governor-General of Australia was cursing, the screen flashed, and the live broadcast of the Forbidden Area began. Through Gauss's bird's-eye view, the transformed Australian territory and the armored troops ready to go appeared before the eyes of the senior officials. The Governor-General's mouth, which was swearing, immediately turned into a big, "Oh my God, Chris. This is simply a miracle." The moment the live broadcast of the Forbidden Area came on, a burst of crying and exclamation broke out in the Australian conference room. In their eyes, the originally short, poor, and ugly gray city wall suddenly became tall, rich, and handsome. What amazed them most was not the fact that the height had doubled, but that the city walls were still made of iron. Why, after the upgrade by Dragon Country, both the overall texture and the detailed structure can beat the original rustic thing in 360 degrees without dead ends. The top of the city wall is equipped with all kinds of supporting defense facilities, which is perfect. There are also 10 super cannons that are obviously made by the Dragon Country. Even arms experts cannot distinguish the technology on the barrels. Going down along the city wall, there are more than a dozen mechanically powered elevators and heavy doors with precise structures. The entire city wall surrounds the territory like a giant black dragon. This is simply a work of art. The sight continued to move and came to the armored troops gathering in front of the metal gate. The morning sun shines down, emitting dazzling light on the silver-white steel armor. Under the command of the two generals, the soldiers lined up in unison and boarded the huge steel-armored vehicles. At the end of the team are the Skyfire Guards, whose gun barrels are big enough to fit a whole person, and the Fire Dragon Guards, who are armed with giant flamethrowers. Not to mention attacking Australian territory, it is not impossible for this army to cross over and attack the Australian mainland. All the senior executives were dumbfounded. It seemed that those people in the Tripartite Alliance were just talking nonsense all the time. Sometimes the Dragon Kingdom's resources are limited, and it is unable to hide its decline. Sometimes the Dragon Kingdom has lost all its allies and is unable to hide its decline. It's hard to hide the decline of his Virgin Mary grandmother Jessica. It seems that the cannons on the city wall are not ordinary cannons, but electromagnetic cannons. I can understand the electromagnetic cannon, but the tower in the center of the territory seems to be a wireless power supply device. This is too much. Dragon Nation's technology has reached a level that we cannot understand. What kind of technology tree is this chain? It can't be an alien civilization. As everyone was amazed, the Governor-General of Australia, who had been silent for a long time, coughed twice and spoke again. As everyone knows, Australia has always had a close relationship with Dragon Country. We respect the spirit of the people of Longwa, and we are fascinated by Longwa's excellent culture. Becoming a vassal state is not a shame, but a symbol of the Dragon Kingdom's friendly exchanges with us. I suggest re-establishing diplomatic relations with Longwa from today onwards. As soon as these words were spoken, the conference hall burst into applause. Okay. I've long said that we would establish diplomatic relations with the Dragon Kingdom. Long Country has always been a good friend and brother of Australia. I fully support it. In order to spread advanced technology to us, Longwa spared no effort and traveled thousands of miles across mountains and rivers. This spirit is touching. Establish diplomatic relations. Establish diplomatic relations. Long live the friendship between Long and Macau. While Australia's top leaders were still tinkering with establishing diplomatic relations, the Australian people had already discovered that Australia's major networks could be connected to Spain. Originally, after the restricted area began, in order to prevent off-site information leakage, communication between countries would be completely blocked. Even becoming allies cannot lift this blockade. But now, Longwa, Spain, and Australia have established vassal treaties. This is not a verbal treaty that can be betrayed by allies at any time, but a strong connection certified by the Forbidden Area. Colonies and vassal states, which are forced ties between two countries, are all strong connections. Once strong connections are established, the information blockade between the two countries will be lifted. Therefore, people from different countries can connect with each other through the internet. Australian citizens who discovered this situation immediately flocked to major Chinese online platforms. The powerful and cool army of Dragon Country shocked the Australian people, and they were eager to search for any information about Dragon Country's army. However, after logging onto the Longwa online platform, they found that things were not as simple as they had imagined. There is too much information about the Dragon Kingdom troops, and most of it doesn't seem very serious. YY Boki, which general is more handsome, Li Xian or Ming Tian? Handsome Qin General Bavarian armor. Douyin, Li Xian's cross-dressing challenge. Do you love this kind of General Ming Tian? Mecha cross-dressing super burning hot-blooded Daqin. Jihu, how many athletes can a level 5 armored warrior defeat? How do you evaluate Li Xian and Ming Tian's command choices in the Battle of Heroes? Poly, simulated battle, 5 armored warriors versus 10 armored crossbowmen. Who will win? I simulated Ming Tian versus 10 tiger tanks. Tomato novel. When I woke up, I found the Forbidden Land. I chose the most powerful Qin civilization and defeated the alien races. UC browse. Shocking. A small detail actually helped General Ming Tian win the battle. Shocking. 10 secrets about the Imperial Armored Forces that you don't know. A complete list of black silk stockings. Guess you like it. Baopu. The most favorite Daqin army rating, the most terrifying Zerg rating. After being influenced by the Dragon Country's online culture, some Australian people finally found a serious analysis of the Dragon Country's military forces on a platform called Nianba. A forum called Daqin Heavy Industry Bar in the sticky bar lists all the military units that have appeared in the Dragon Kingdom so far, as well as detailed military unit information. The forum owner will organize all the eyewitness details from netizens and try his best to summarize the capabilities and upgrade process of each type of soldier. Daqin Heavy Industry Bar. This forum prohibits posting obscene pictures, advertisements, provoking wars, and other disruptive behaviors. It is prohibited to post any information unrelated to the Qin army. Violators will be expelled. Essence, Grade 8 Great Gale, summarizes the detailed information of each level of the Qin Royal Armor Warrior from level 1 to level 5, including detailed description of appearance and weapons. Highlights, Boss of the Skyblasting Gang. Analysis of the types of ammunition and arrows used by the Qin Imperial Armored Crossbowmen and the Heavenly Fire Guards, and a brief analysis of the relationship between Qin technology and weapons. Popular, ET is so handsome that he was chopped. Analysis of electromagnetic tower construction and new city fire protection artillery. Analysis of future territory defense. A large number of Australian people flocked to major online platforms in Longwa and joined Spanish netizens in discussing various topics about the Qin soldiers. With netizens from the 3 countries gathered together, the already popular platform suddenly became even crazier, and even the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Country encountered foreign invasion. After discovering the forbidden areas in Dragon Country, people in Australia and Spain immediately gave up the forbidden areas in their own countries. Their lords seldom go out to fight, so most of the time they can only stare blankly at the boring territory. The perspective of Longwa's live broadcast room is not only locked on the territory, but can also switch everywhere. This is something that the people of Australia and Spain have never heard of or seen before. Chapter 196, Cavalry Expeditionary Force. The Dragon Kingdom is so powerful. The previous chapter has been double expanded to 4K, so please go back and take a look after refreshing, and then continue with this chapter. There are 2 more chapters today. The author is working on them, and will return to normal updates tomorrow. With the influx of people from Australia and Spain, the comments in the live broadcast room began to go astray. Congratulations on your prosperity. Congratulations on your prosperity. I love the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom loves me. Good luck, Grandpa. Dragon Country's technology is really amazing. I love Dragon Country. What the hell are you talking about? What are these people doing? Because Su Yang conquered 2 vassal states, the strong connection was opened, and the blockade between us and the 2 vassal states was lifted. A lot of foreigners have been coming in since last night. I have to say these guys are quite entertaining. Ha 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 ha. Seeing them posting in Chinese makes me feel like how poor I was when I first learned English. Chinese should be made into a world language, and all foreigners should learn Chinese, so that we don't have to learn English anymore. Come on, Su Yang. As long as the Qin dynasty has more and more vassal states, the popularization of Chinese may be successful. At this moment, the live broadcast room's perspective cut to the Dragon Kingdom territory, and various sci-fi buildings immediately caused exclamations from foreign people. Oh my god, is this the Dragon Kingdom? These technologies are amazing. Crazy. Crazy. I want to live in that fortress. It's the safest place in the world. Ha ha ha, these foreigners are so funny. I just like their inexperienced look. Congratulations on your prosperity. I really want to see the Dragon Nation soldiers fight. That will definitely be a battle beyond imagination. Oh, my foreign friend, we rarely see soldiers fighting, so lower your expectations. I recommend you download the Tomato Novel app. Someone there has written down all the combat text we have seen. Oh my god, that's definitely a novel for making a fortune. As people were enjoying themselves, the perspective of the live broadcast room switched again. This time it cut directly into a dark forest. The dense forest was filled with gray fog, and an army fully equipped with war horses was advancing rapidly. Oh my god, is this hell? It feels so scary. The heart of the hive is too scary. It doesn't make you rich at all. These team members are all riding horses. I didn't expect that the Dragon Country, which is so technologically advanced, also has cavalry units. While foreign netizens were chattering, Chinese netizens grasped the key points at a glance. A cavalry team galloping through the dense forest of the Shadow Zone. This is a brand new Dragon Kingdom troop. Horse archers, is this a new type of soldier? It shouldn't be a new type of soldier. It feels like a combination of crossbowmen and blazing horses. The long-range combat power of the crossbowmen plus the mobility of the blazing horses. This unit seems very powerful. The most troublesome thing about the Zerg in the Shadow Zone is the poisonous fog produced after death. I think this unit can completely solve this problem. I wonder if we can encounter the enemy today. I really want to see them fight. Tap, tap, tap. The horse's hooves stepped on the ground, and mud and sand splashed. The armored crossbowmen held the horse reins made of composite materials, carried half-height electromagnetic crossbows on their backs, and leaned down on the horse's back. The blazing horse ran at full speed, and thick steam spewed out of its nose every time it stepped on the ground. The entire team formed a sharp triangle, like a sharp blade piercing into the dark gray fog. Su Yang took on the perspective of a soldier at the front of the Rangers and controlled the direction of the team's advance. There are 2 reconnaissance scouts on the left and right sides of the troops, who will constantly provide feedback to correct the direction. Early in the morning, the expeditionary cavalry troops set out from the Spanish territory and headed north in search of the Zerg. However, it took about 2 hours and nearly 150 kilometers. Along the way, the troops only encountered sparse swarms of insects, but not a single insect nest. This may be related to the fact that the threat level of the Shadow Zone is not high. Currently, the Shadow's calling buff is only level 1. Your Majesty, there are Zerg appearing ahead. The scout's intelligence was transmitted back. Su Yang's eyes flashed. Finally, there was news. He synchronized the scout's panel and saw dense white dots appearing on the edge. Bioscan information came through. Biological scan panel. Level 14. Alien. Tyranid vesicle thorny worm. Variant. Ethnicity. Natural Zerg. Generation. The highest level of the 5 generations. Type. Zerg infantry. Features. Zerg infantry variant unit. With faster movement speed. Will produce slow-moving poison mist after death. Inhaling too much will cause permanent damage. A typical Zerg unit in the Shadow Zone, but the highest level of the 5th generation requires some attention. The last battle in which he gained 170,000 command points was also against the 5th generation Zerg. Su Yang ordered the scout units to investigate the size of this wave of Zerg in depth, while he continued to adjust his troops and prepare to start micromanagement. The speed of the wolf smoke cannot catch up with the blazing horse, so the cavalry troops are currently not equipped with logistical supplies. If you want to eliminate this swarm of insects quickly and efficiently, you must do some manipulation. The scouts conducted further investigation and soon determined the approximate size of the swarm. The number of Zerg swarms is similar to the last one, with a total of nearly 1,000 Zerg. Upon hearing the news, Su Yang was in a good mood. More alien insects means more command value, and what the territory lacks most now is command value. Su Yang doesn't seek to reach the last height of 170,000. He would be satisfied with around 100,000. While reporting, the scouts also reported the phenomenon of overlapping biological signals. That is, a large part of the white spots on the detector are overlapping. This situation means that the swarm also has different distributions in the vertical direction. Either they are stepping on each other like a pyramid during a siege, or they have caves underground. Judging from previous encounters with the natural tribe, this tribe doesn't seem to like digging holes. After all, even the mother insect is directly exposed to the outside, and they exist in symbiosis with some giant plants. So they're stepping on each other? Are they having some weird party? Su Yang shook off some strange images in his mind and commanded his troops to slowly approach the swarm of insects. Whether they're having a party or playing games, now's the time to take some time out to say hello to your friends. Rustle. As the cavalry approached, the Zerg immediately became alert. The sharp chirping sound spread through the dense forest. Tap, tap, tap. When the cavalry approached the insect swarm, they immediately staggered and gathered together to form a long line of troops. After reaching a certain distance from the swarm, they did not approach or shoot, but began to circle around the center of the swarm. The swarm of insects sensed the presence of the enemy and immediately rushed out, and the sharp chirping of insects completely drowned out the sound of the steam gushing out. They appeared in wave after wave, constantly pouring towards the cavalry troops. However, the speed of the stinging insects was completely unable to catch up with the cavalry team. They were alarmed by the lead ranger and fell behind after chasing for a while, so they had to change their target to the soldier in the middle. When they got close to the cavalry team, the only targets they could chase were the soldiers at the end of the team. The swarms of insects rushed forward in groups, and other groups were left behind. The rangers moved around them, allowing the originally loose swarm of insects to gradually gather together. This is similar to the way a sheepdog manages a flock of sheep, but it uses intimidation, while Su Yang uses lure. The purpose of a sheepdog is to gather the sheep together so as to facilitate guidance. Su Yang's goal is to clear out the enemy at high speed. Seeing that the swarm of insects had almost gathered, Su Yang had an idea. With a series of swish sounds, the crossbowmen took out electromagnetic crossbows from behind their backs. Fire. Chapter 197 Air Assault. New Zerg Unit. Explosive arrow ready. At Su Yang's command, the electromagnetic guns in the crossbowmen's hands began to charge energy. The electromagnetic gun barrel gradually turns blue from the tail to the head and completes charging with a buzzing sound. Fire. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of the metal arrow accelerating in the electromagnetic barrel was heard, and black shadows shot out of the barrel at a rapid speed, leaving only a light blue electromagnetic trail. Just like the upgrade of Skyfire Guard artillery shells, the crossbowman's ammunition has also been comprehensively upgraded. The explosive stones in the explosive arrow are gathered into a cylindrical metal container behind the arrowhead. When the arrow hits the target, the impact force will detonate the explosive stone and cause a small-scale violent explosion. Bang, bang, bang. A series of flames emerged among the insect swarm, accompanied by bursts of muffled sounds. The explosion of the explosive arrow is restrained but powerful. The natural Zerg without armor have no room to resist the area explosion. The flames engulfed them and the shockwaves tore them apart. Bang, bang, bang. The crossbowmen continued to shoot, releasing one deadly arrow after another. The path they circled was like a death cage, imprisoning the Zerg inside. Death came in an instant, taking their lives as ruthlessly as mowing grass. On Su Yang's panel, the kill prompt kept flashing and the command value rose wildly. Kill level 13 Tyranid Vesicle Stinger, variant, leadership value plus 130, 30 bonus. Kill level 13 Tyranid Vesicle Stinger, variant, leadership value plus 130, 30 bonus. Kill level 14 Tyranid Vesicle Stinger, variant, command value plus 140, 30 bonus. Blood gushed out, limbs flew everywhere, and poisonous mist produced by the death of alien insects gathered in the center. Although the poisonous mists are tricky, they can never catch up with the crossbowmen riding on flaming horses. The cavalry troops do not circle in the same place, but move away from the trajectory of the previous circle with each circle. In this way, you can avoid the influence of poisonous fog while gathering the swarm to increase the leadership value. The alien insects fell one after another without even a chance to fight back. Su Yang's eyes flashed. Even he himself didn't expect that the tactic of luring monsters would be so successful. At this rate, he would be able to wipe out an entire 5th-generation Zerg swarm without sustaining any casualties with just a 50-man army. Dragon Country Official Live Room, International Version. What a gift. May the Buddha bless us. This swarm of insects seems to be very weak. I can't tell whether the insect swarm is weak or the Dragon Nation is strong. Anyway, this is awesome. Su Yang's troops have such powerful firepower. Is that a rocket launcher they have in their hands? It can actually shoot rockets. These foreigners actually think that the Zerg is weak. I really want to pull their troops over to give the Zerg a beating. There's nothing we can do. This scene is just too overwhelming. The firepower of the new Ranger's electromagnetic crossbow is too strong. If I were a foreigner, I would also think that the Zerg are rubbish. The combination of the blazing horse and the electromagnetic crossbow is too powerful. These Zergs are impossible to defeat or catch up with. Su Yang is simply a genius. He can put together such a mobile force. If crossbowmen can be combined with flaming horses, what about other types of troops? If we pair it with spearmen, wouldn't it be possible to form a Qin cavalry? As long as the Rangers are not a type of soldier, but rely on a combination of mechanisms, then the future is really possible. That's so cool. A head-on fight is the romance of a man. Load the magazine, shoot, and unload the magazine. Load the magazine, shoot, and unload the magazine. The crossbowmen repeated this operation over and over on their galloping flaming horses. The swarms of insects following them became fewer and fewer. This was a crushing battle without any suspense. The expeditionary cavalry was basically invincible in the low armor area. The number of insects was less than half of what it was at the beginning, just when Su Yang was planning to narrow the encirclement and increase firepower to end the battle. The scouts received intelligence that some white spots were found to move faster than ordinary stinging insects. They were able to catch up with the crossbowmen as they moved in circles, but they never launched an attack. Su Yang turned on the detector again and found that outside the dense white dots, there was a group of free white dots. They moved very quickly, constantly shuttling between the white dots representing the troops. This is obviously not a unit on the same level as the Rangers, otherwise it would have been killed by the crossbow long ago. Is that a unit in the ground? Su Yang's eyes flashed, but how could it be possible to move so fast on the ground? This speed doesn't feel like drilling through the ground, but more like flying in the air. Wait, Su Yang's eyes froze, and it was as if an electric current ran through his mind. In the air. At the moment his thought flashed, the white dots in the detector had gathered on the cavalry's path. They hadn't taken action before because they were predicting the Rangers' trajectory. Su Yang quickly switched perspectives, and through the soldier's vision, he saw a large number of transparent spores the size of a basketball falling from the gray fog. They fell squarely on the Rangers' path and were precisely detonated the moment the Rangers entered. A large amount of hissing and smoking thick green liquid spilled out in an instant. Dodge! Su Yang's mind flashed, and he forced his way into the minds of the soldiers in the attack landing area and issued orders. Under Su Yang's control, the Rangers in the middle area crashed directly into his teammates on both sides. The team was broken in the middle and the formation collapsed instantly, but at the same time it also allowed the troops to directly avoid the attack from the air. Hiss! The smoking liquid spilled onto the ground, corroding everything it touched. The land mixed with mud and sand instantly disappeared into the solution and turned into gas and dissipated. Su Yang had no doubt that the liquid would have the same effect on the iron armor. The scout unit has no armor reinforcement and no energy shield. If it is hit by water, the consequences will be disastrous. Fire in the air. Su Yang immediately changed his strategy and reset targets for the two teams that had just separated to avoid the attack. One team continued to shoot at the ground stinger units, while the other team, under the guidance of the scouts, shot at the Zerg's air units. Crossbowmen shooting into the sky no longer use explosive arrows, but instead use magnetic arrows. The gray fog obscures the crossbowman's ability to shoot directly at the target and requires guidance. Because it is not real-time shooting and the target moves very quickly, the hit rate will be greatly reduced. Once the magnetic arrow is fired, it will continuously generate electric current with a paralyzing effect in the surrounding area. This electric current will spread over a wider area in the mist composed of small liquid particles. In this way, even if the target cannot be hit directly, the range electric current has a high probability of paralyzing the alien insects. For ground units, paralysis is just a brief stagnation, which is not a big problem. But for sky units, this short stop will cause them to lose momentum and fall. Sizzle. Magnetic arrows surrounded by electric current pierced into the gray fog. Chapter 198. Unharmed clearance, powerful ranger force. Sizzle. The electric current network formed by the magnetic storm arrows penetrated deep into the gray fog. The originally dark gray fog began to flicker like a thundercloud. Whether it's being hit directly by an arrow or being paralyzed by the electric current net. Those aerial alien insects hiding in the gray fog have only one way to go: death. The magnetic arrows were very effective, and soon, wasp-shaped alien insects began to fall from the gray fog. They are only half the size of a human, with 2 pairs of thin wings on their backs and a translucent abdomen. The lower part of the pupa-like abdomen is covered with poison sacs, in which the spore bombs are brewing. Dark purple alien insects fell from the sky. The electric current paralyzed their nerves and destroyed their thin insect wings. Once out of the protection of the gray fog, these unarmored Zerg will become living targets for crossbowmen. Whoosh whoosh. The crossbow arrows accurately intercepted the falling flying insects in the air. The arrow penetrated through, and corrosive venom splashed everywhere. The flying insects, paralyzed by the electric current, died, without even a chance to struggle. The two ranger teams fired at the same time, and the kill notification flashed on the panel again. Kill level 14 Tyranid Vesicle Fly, variant. Command value plus 160, 30 bonus. Kill level 13 Tyranid Vesicle Stinger, variant. Leadership value plus 130, 30 bonus. Kill level 14 Tyranid Vesicle Stinger, variant. Command value plus 140, 30 bonus. Kill level 15 Tyranid Vesicle Fly, variant. Command value plus 170, 30 bonus. After encountering a surprise attack, the follow-up troops became much more prepared against flying insects. The spore bomb's falling speed was not very fast. Even if it was not seen until after it left the gray fog, the blazing horse could still avoid it perfectly with its speed. With a little precaution, this rudimentary aerial unit poses no threat. After a brief disturbance, the ensuing battle entered a crushing mode again. Countless crossbow arrows shot out from the electromagnetic crossbow gun, destroying the remaining insect swarms like a storm. After clearing out all the Zerg, the troops went deep into the Zerg gathering area. In the center of the gathering area, they found a huge flower bud. The bioscanning ray fell. Biological scan panel. Level 16. Alien. Tyranid Queen. Symbiotic variant of boneless flower. Ethnicity. Natural Zerg. Generation. The highest level of the 5 generations. Type. Ethnic group matrix. Features. The mother of the natural race of the Tyranids coexists with the poisonous boneless flowers and can release poisonous fog to create a highly toxic area. After the experience of being almost buried alive last time, Su Yang did not let his troops approach the mother animal rashly. After scanning, it turned out that this guy was indeed not honest and would release poison when the enemy approached. Su Yang did not give it a chance to die heroically. He had the crossbowman shoot it all over from a distance of 1,000 meters, killing it. Hum hum. The queen insect wailed, and her huge body slowly fell to the ground. Achievements and command values appeared on Su Yang's panel. Kill level 16 Tyranid Queen, symbiotic variant of boneless flower. Command value plus 2,430 bonus. Obtain expert E-level drop. Heart of the Hive, quality plus 1. Greatly improve technology research and development and construction speed. Obtain rare C-level drop. Poisonous insect gland, quality plus 1. You can unlock the toxin purification device at the alien experiment station. Trigger event, Call of the Shadow, level 3. Your actions have caused the steady anger of nature, and more tribes will join the crusade. Poison glands, toxin purification devices. Su Yang's mind flashed, and he opened the Shinnong Creation Institute to check the specific contents. Technology, toxin purification device. I blew the evening breeze you blew. Does this count as close contact? In-depth analysis of the ability of the insect swarm to create and produce toxins, and analysis of the working principle of toxins. Function. Analyze the mechanism of action of toxins and equip all units with toxin purification devices that can neutralize most of the toxicity of neurotoxins. Prerequisite technology, internal circulation system, and advanced technology. Unlock consumption. Venom Gland 1. Command value, 100,000. Time, 2D. It can neutralize most of the toxicity of neurotoxins. This is good stuff. Neurotoxins are a large branch of toxins. Being able to obtain the protective capabilities of neurotoxins can at least provide good protective capabilities when facing natural insect swarms. However, unlocking the toxin purification device requires unlocking the internal circulation technology, which cannot be unlocked now. In addition to the toxin purification device, Su Yang also noticed that the threat level had increased by 2 levels in a row. It was directly upgraded from level 1 to level 3. It seems that the extent of this upgrade is positively correlated with the size of the tribe he killed. The number of natural Zerg that died this time was nearly 800. Although not as much as the battle in the crystal mining area, it was still very considerable. The command value obtained through killing reached 94,500 points, and after a 30 bonus it reached a terrifying 122,850 points. Gain nearly 130,000 points of command value in one battle. Moreover, compared with the configuration of 2 fully strength expeditionary forces, this time he only dispatched a cavalry unit of 50 people. The combination of crossbowmen and blazing pony is a superb combination that can eat up almost any ground unit without any damage. More importantly is their ability to march quickly, regardless of terrain, and twice as fast as a standard expeditionary force. Such excellent mobility can quickly meet any combat needs of Su Yang. At any time and any place, the expeditionary force will accomplish its mission. It can be said that after controlling it this time, Su Yang has fallen in love with the ranger species with powerful mobility. The battle was over, and instead of wasting the rangers' time cleaning up the battlefield, he had them continue north. To clean up the battlefield, he summoned 2 new black iron vehicles and a wolf smoke vehicle from the base. The rangers only need to kill the enemies in the front, and there are special people in the back who are responsible for going to the marked locations to clean up and collect the Zerg debris. After the cavalry troops were back on the road, Su Yang switched his vision to the Li Xian and Meng Tian areas. They each led a troop to fight in the Eye of the Earth. After one morning, the 2 landing zones gained a total of about 140,000 command values. This is a big step towards Su Yang's goal of forming an army to attack the Dark Land. As expected, as long as we fight against the Zerg, all issues related to command value will no longer be a problem. At this rate, the troops will be able to complete their expansion goals within tomorrow. After completing this goal, Su Yang already had the next plan in mind. The upgrades brought by the level 5 main base in the current territory have almost been completed. The only things that have not been upgraded yet are the territory defense, advanced city walls and storm towers, the armor of the 2 generals, and the foundry. These upgrades are just icing on the cake and are not absolutely necessary at this point. In other words, the territory has basically reached the upper limit of the level 5 main base, and it is time to put the level 6 main base on the agenda. The Zerg has already produced a breakthrough aerial unit, so Daqing naturally cannot fall behind. What will the level 6 main base bring? What heights will it take Daqing to? Su Yang's eyes flashed, and he opened the main base panel. Chapter 199, Level 6 Main Base, Air Units. Main Base, Lord's Mansion. Level 5, Level 6. Unlock Level 6 Resource Device, Level 6 Defense Facility, Level 6 Scientific Research Building, Level 6 Armor Battalion, Level 3 Heavy Weapon Battalion. Unlock Anti-Gravity Technology. Required for upgrade. Oil Resources, 800 units. Coal Resources, 2,000 units. Copper or Resources, 2,000 units. Iron or Resources, 4,000 units. Steel Resources, 1,000 units. Stone Mine Resources, 4,000 units. Electricity Resources, 10,000 units. Command Value, 150,000 points. Time, 10D. Anti-Gravity Technology? Could it be that the Level 6 main base really focuses on upgrading air units? Su Yang's eyes flashed, and the idea of upgrading the main base to Level 6 became stronger and stronger. The significance of air supremacy to future wars is self-evident. The phrase, modern warfare is about air supremacy, highlights the importance of air supremacy. From World War II to modern warfare, all military operations are inseparable from the cooperation of air units. Whether it is reconnaissance of the enemy, air harassment, or bombing of strategic targets, air supremacy is an indispensable force. Not only the Zerg, but all the countries in the Tripartite Alliance will soon develop air power. The Skyfire Guards have not yet evolved to the level of launching missiles, and the crossbowman's range is slightly insufficient when attacking the air. If we do not have sufficient anti-aircraft combat capabilities, the enemy will be the first to gain air superiority. Then the troops will not only continue to be harassed by the enemy, but will also be at a disadvantage in information warfare. Even though the enemy may not be able to form a very powerful air force at the moment, Su Yang is unwilling to give them this opportunity. A few flies flying around your ears can be annoying, let alone these big birds flying in the sky. The appearance of flying insects reminded Su Yang that air supremacy is extremely important. It is so important that the task of upgrading the Level 6 main base should be placed before expanding the army. With air units, ground units combat will be more effective. However, if the enemy unlocks air supremacy first, then our troops will be at a great disadvantage if they attack rashly. Therefore, the order of targets needs to be adjusted, and it is the most reasonable choice to prioritize unlocking the Level 6 main base. In addition to obtaining new units, upgrading the main base also allows you to upgrade new types of troops. In this way, you can directly summon Level 6 units later without wasting the leadership value of summoning Level 5 units. Thinking of this, Su Yang immediately checked the specific resources needed for the upgrade. The resources required to upgrade a Level 6 main base are more than double those of a Level 5 main base. If it were before, what would give Su Yang the biggest headache would definitely be the large amount of resources required for the upgrade. But this time it's different. After making Australia a vassal state, we can directly upgrade the base just by using their inventory. With Australia's massive reserves and strong production capacity, The last thing to worry about when upgrading the main base is resources. Of course, these resources exclude secondary resources such as fuel and steel. Although Australia has also brought about an increase in fuel and steel production capacity, it is far less than the increase in other resources. Fuel and steel are the two most important resources for marching, combat, and weapon construction. They are consumed extremely heavily in the territory, and the reserves have not increased. The current primary resource stock and total command value of the territory fully meet the needs of upgrading, except for the lack of fuel and steel. Fortunately, we still got some from the last raid on Australia, so we can open the level 6 main base tomorrow night or the day after tomorrow morning. The time interval during this period is just enough for the troops to gain leadership in the heart of the hive. This time in the battle with the Naturals, they obtained an expert-level hive heart, which became a legendary one after a quality upgrade. The legendary level can directly shorten the research time by 5 days, so you only need to obtain another legendary hive heart in these 2 days, and then you can kill it instantly when upgrading the main base. This shows that the rewards from the last round of Lord rankings are completely dispensable to the Dragon Kingdom. 20 of the time is spent on military research and building upgrades, which can be used to upgrade the main base, reducing the time by 2 days, leaving 8 days. And I can kill him instantly with 2 hive hearts, simply and brutally. The current main goal is to accumulate command value and hive heart, destroy the main base in seconds, and then unlock advanced troops and summon them. Only after completing these tasks can we expand our forces and launch a full-scale attack on the enemy. It will take at least 3 or even 4 days to complete this process, during which time the enemy will certainly not sit idly by. Fuel consumption is tight now, and once a war breaks out, it will affect the progress of territory upgrades. So Suyang decided to avoid fighting these days. He planned to only let the cavalry expeditionary force kill the enemy outside. Li Xian and Meng Tian led the 1st and 2nd expeditionary armies to retreat to the Australian territory and fight a defensive battle with less consumption. The travel costs of the 1st and 2nd armies on the expedition are too high, the command value dropped by the Grey Rock Monster is low, and the cost-effectiveness of field operations is too low. What's even more fatal is that if these things are killed, they can't be used to refine oil, which is basically not worth the loss for the Qin army that relies on war to support itself. Therefore, Suyang planned to let Meng Tian stay on standby in Australia to guard against possible alien attacks or invasions by the Tripartite Alliance. Li Xian returned to the Spanish territory to build farms and defenses for him. If you want to upgrade the existing facilities in the Spanish territory, just let Tang Ji do it. However, to renovate the city walls or build non-Spanish facilities such as automatic crossbow towers, he or a heroic unit must be present. The land around Spain is the best area for growing wisteria berries and a range of other plants. Therefore, Suyang planned to build it into Daqin's agricultural base, responsible for the food production of the entire empire. After planning in his mind, Suyang closed the panel and began to dispatch troops and generals. Outside the Forbidden Land, Dragon Country Official Live Broadcast Room, International Version. The Forbidden Live Broadcast was cut off after the crossbowman shot and killed the symbiote mother. However, even facing the black screen, the number of barges in the live broadcast room remained unchanged. The Australian and Spanish people were very excited when they saw the Royal Armoured Corps fighting for the first time. Accustomed to their own troops cowering in front of alien species, the violent cavalry troops drove them crazy. Oh my god, this is such a shame. The Dragon Nation's troops are so cool. Thank you for the generous gift. I wouldn't even dare to kill Kuan like this at home. Is this really the swarm from the Spanish region? Why is the situation completely reversed when we fight it? It's so exciting to watch the Dragon Kingdom soldiers fight. It's like stuffing bombs into your anus. Unlike their foreign friends, the Chinese people are not only excited but also worried. This ranger is so cool. Even if it were a large army, I don't think they would win so easily and elegantly. Indeed, the rangers are simply unmatched in fighting in this complex terrain. But the Zerg have already developed air units, so I think we need to speed up as well. Yes, at the rate at which the Zerg are developing, they will soon produce aerial units that pose a certain threat. Except for the Zerg, other countries should be able to produce aircraft. I wonder if there are airplanes in the Daqin technology tree. It seems hard to imagine that people could fly in the sky in ancient times. The Imperial armor is an upgrade of the ancient armor. The Black Iron Chariot and the Blazing Horse are upgrades of the ancient chariot and horse. The Great Qin technology is an upgrade of the original things, and the air unit is not necessarily the same. No matter what, I have to believe that the predictions about Daqin will basically be slapped in the face. I believe in Daqin's technology. Yeah, let's wait for the air units to appear. I think the air units of the Qin dynasty will be super cool. Chapter 200. Yunnan's Conspiracy? Daqin Training Base. Late at night, a group of soldiers in camouflage uniforms were advancing quickly through the jungle. After moving quickly along the densely vegetated woods for a while, an extremely brilliant light appeared before their eyes. Pushing aside the last line of jungle, on the other side of the stream is a magnificent dense forest. The leading officer's eyes flickered, and he immediately asked his subordinates to send a telegram to pass the news back. In the jungle with rugged roads and complex terrain, a territory stands quietly. In the center of the territory is a palace-like building cleverly constructed with bamboo. Inside the palace, Lord Yannan Li Sun had just received a telegram from the front line. We have explored the northern border and confirmed it is the heart of the hive. When he saw the telegram, a complicated smile appeared on Li Sun's face. His mind flashed, and he opened the panel and entered the private chat interface. After opening it, he skillfully closed the private chat with England in the first column and clicked on the United States in the back. Lord Yannan, confirmed, the heart of the Dragon Nation's hive is directly to our north. U.S. Lord. Good. Tell me about your plan. Lord Jonan. If Jonan moves his troops westward at an agreed time, they can attack together with the Italian-Lithuanian coalition and capture Bangladesh south of the Eye of the Earth. In this way, 5 of the 6 regions bordering Australia will be our territory, and the pressure on Lungwa's defense will be greatly increased. After taking down Italy, I will return to Yannan and launch an attack on the Spanish territory south of the Hive Heart. If he transfers his troops back to defend Spain, you can take the opportunity to capture Australia. If he doesn't come back to support Spain, then as long as you send support, I can take down Spain and make Longwa suffer negative benefits. Lord of the United States. As expected of you, I recognize Yannan's military strength, but how do I know you are not lying to me? The Dragon Nation has not yet been defeated in a direct battle. I don't believe you will easily leave the English alliance. Lord Yannan. Humph, the Dragon people are extremely sinister, and that Su Yang is even more arbitrary and arrogant. Not only did they never attend alliance meetings, they also turned the allied countries into vassal states. The people of Yannan will never let anyone step on their heads again. U.S. Lord. Words cannot convince people, my friend. I need to see actions. Lord Jonan. I don't need any reward for the battle to conquer Bangladesh. All the colonial rights can be given to Italy. Before that, I will gather the southern troops under the pretext of supporting the Dragon Kingdom, and then wipe them out together. By then, the only way for Yannan will be to join the Tripartite Alliance. Lord of the United States, if you can really accomplish this, the Tripartite Alliance will recognize you. But all your plans are based on the fact that Dragon Country has only one large army, and that large army is located in Australia. Are you sure? Lord Yannan. The Lord of England clearly mentioned in the Alliance meeting room that the Dragon Kingdom led a large army into the Eye of the Earth and captured the Australian territory. In addition, the Overlord of Zapania also mentioned that the Dragon Kingdom's large army conquered it and then left. And compared to Australia, Spain is not worth stationing troops there. Even if Dragon Country has troops in the south, they are only small and not to be feared. U.S. Lord. So what do you want to gain from the Tripartite Alliance? Lord Yannan. We want permanent autonomy, and I need the Tripartite Alliance to provide assistance when Yannan enters Spain or is counterattacked by the Dragon Kingdom. Lord of the United States. If the Dragon Nation strikes back, can you hold on? How do I know that the command value I invested will not be wasted? Lord Yannan. Our birthplace is the Purgatory Rainforest, the tropical jungle. The Dragon Nation's mobile forces will have difficulty moving in the jungle. I think you should eliminate the combat power of Yannan's troops in the jungle. Lord of the United States. Lord Yannan. We will help the Tripartite Alliance take over the entire southern region of the heart of the hive and work together to overthrow the Dragon Kingdom. Lord of the United States. On behalf of the countries of the Tripartite Alliance, I welcome Yannan's joining. Sizzle. After finishing the private chat with the United States, Lord Yannan Li Sun opened the private chat with England and sent the information about the area he had just explored. Lord Yannan. Today, Yannan's reconnaissance team has found 2 locations. We are located in the Purgatory Rainforest. To the north is the heart of the Dragon Kingdom's insect nest, and to the east is the Tiger Valley of Minjiala Kingdom. According to this distribution, northern Bangladesh must border the Eye of the Land in Australia. The next step for the Tripartite Alliance is definitely to work together to retake Australia. I suggest that the Southern Alliance countries immediately send troops to Minjiala to gather. I will open the southern border of Jordan for troops from various countries to pass through. After gathering, we will be able to support Australia and fight against the Tripartite Alliance together with Longwa. Lord of England, you did a good job, but the Dragon Kingdom does not necessarily need our strength. I will ask the Dragon Lord tonight, and we will make a decision at the Alliance meeting tomorrow. Sizzle. The private chat page was closed, and a satisfied smile appeared on Li Sun's face. The results of this Lord ranking show that the era of the Dragon Kingdom has passed. Next, Su Yang and Daqin will pay a heavy price for their arrogance. The next morning, the official sent a weekly message. Dragon Country official. The resources for the 4th week have been materialized, and the 4 southeastern provinces have basically resumed operations. Bolan is almost destroyed and has entered a state of anarchy. Cuba announced the extinction of the country. Before the natural disaster, the Cuban high-level officials sent us a message. The Japanese army destroyed the Cuban territory, and the Cuban lord did not surrender in the end. The information blockade between Australia and Spain has been lifted. The conquests and people of various countries are cooperating well. The idea of flogging their lords mentioned last time can be postponed. The next is the most critical period. After checking the official message, Su Yang was about to close the panel when the English League meeting started again. Su Yang did not intend to participate. After all matters within the alliance had been handed over to Elizabeth. However, Elizabeth sent a message indicating that this meeting was more important. Entering the conference hall, England roughly explained Lord Johnnon's idea of gathering troops to support the Australian region. Su Yang was a little surprised by this. These lords had been silent all this time, but why did they stand up at this critical moment? However, the Australian territory has assistants Li Xin and Meng Tian and does not need the assistance of the alliance. Now that 2 areas have been explored, we should just stay in Minjiala country and guard the only opening in the south to the outside world. Lord of the Dragon Nation, the Earthide battlefield is too far away, and it is not suitable to travel long distances to provide assistance. We suggest that you stay in the Tiger Valley of Bangladesh and defend against enemies from the bordering area to the west. Lord Yannon. Okay, I think this strategy is better. You are worthy of being the Lord of Dragon Country. Lord of England. If the lords have no objection, then from today onwards, all the lords of the southern region can begin to gather their troops to the territory of Yannon. Lord of Pakistan. Supports Su Yang's decision. Pakistan will send troops immediately. Serbian Lord. Serbia will also send troops immediately to contribute to the alliance. I didn't expect this group of lords to be so active. Su Yang closed the panel. Especially this Lord Yannon, who had always been a troublemaker with many opinions. This time he actually took the initiative to ask to work for the alliance? A bit strange. Su Yang felt a sense of doubt for no reason. Although it is strange, what he organized is a good thing. Mobilize the enthusiasm of other lords and gather troops to defend the Tiger Valley in Bangladesh. Tiger Valley borders the Eye of the Earth to the north and the tripartite alliance's Italy to the west. It is the only area in the southern region that borders the outside world and can be said to be a pass area. The Allied forces were able to proactively gather and defend here, which saved him a lot of manpower. After all, he didn't want the tripartite alliance to make small moves in the rear when he was advancing further north. As for Lord Yannon's rather strange behavior, Su Yang temporarily regarded it as a change of heart. After all, the Yannon territory is adjacent to the heart of the hive, and he doesn't think Lord Yannon would dare to do anything suicidal. After closing the panel, Su Yang switched his perspective to Li Xin, who was already on standby in the Zapanya territory. After nearly half a day's travel yesterday, Li Xin successfully arrived at the Spanish territory last night. The Ranger Expeditionary Force is also currently resting in the territory. After a great battle yesterday, the cavalry troops subsequently captured several small-scale Zerg swarms. Yesterday, the command value of the cavalry troops alone reached 190,000, plus 2 infantry expeditionary forces. In one day, a total of 220,000 command points and 1 legendary and 1 expert-level hive heart were harvested. Now all resources except fuel and steel have met the main base upgrade requirements. Once the 2 resources are in place tonight, you can directly unlock the level 6 main base. With Li Xin around, Su Yang directly started the transformation plan for the Spanish territory. The first is the automated farm, which has not been enabled since the upgrade. The abundant food production around Spain made him lower the priority of establishing a farm. However, with the increase in vassal states, we now have to feed not only the soldiers, but also a large group of workers. If we don't develop agriculture, even if Spain produces a lot of food, it will be exhausted one day. Su Yang summoned the intelligent brain and asked it to analyze the surrounding land. Monitoring of the establishment of Daqin breeding base. Water source soil quality testing in progress. Crop type analysis in progress. Environmental climate analysis in progress. Outdoor cultivation area is being planned. Dachi number 01 Crop Breeding Area. Estimated area, 1000 m times 1000 m. Expected plant species and corresponding area, P. Wisteria fruit. Type, potato crops, staple food. Expected cultivation area, 50. Honeyball fruit. Type, fruit. Estimated cultivation area, 13. Rubber fruit. After analysis, the intelligent computer planned a total of 1 million square meters of land to the north, south, and west of the Spanish territory. A total of 8 crops are grown, ranging from staple foods to fruits. However, what surprised Su Yang the most was the area of the breeding base, which was 1 million square meters, or nearly 1,500 acres. This is far beyond the area of the territory. Such a large area must consume a lot of resources. Su Yang checked the resource consumption, and it was indeed shocking, much more than the consumption of upgrading the main base. However, the resource consumption of the cultivation center is mainly concentrated on stone and iron ore resources. Sand and stone resources seem to be used to be processed into glass, while iron ore resources are used to produce various instruments and equipment. In addition, the training center requires full electricity supply before it can be put into use. These 3 resource territories are not lacking at present, and Australia has brought a large amount of stone and iron ore. In terms of electricity, we have wind and thermal power plants running at full capacity, so it is completely affordable. After the planning was completed, Su Yang directly instructed Li Xian to start laying the foundation for the breeding base. The name of the training center made Su Yang think that it was a super large building, but when it was actually built he found out that it was not. It is composed of modules. Each module covers an area of 100 by 100, and there are 100 such modules in total. A standard module is built with a metal frame, and all sides are closed by high-grade glass with adjustable light transmittance. The module is equipped with mechanical equipment such as automatic farming, temperature and humidity control, fertilizer spreading, automatic harvesting, etc. The 100 standard modules are connected by pipes to the deployment center located in the Spanish territory. This is equivalent to a fully automatic crop warehouse. Under the control of the intelligent computer, the output of all modules will be automatically sent to the warehouse. In addition to receiving the output, the warehouse will also reserve fruits to be reinvested in various modules for sowing, and can also transport the produced fertilizers to the corresponding modules. According to the calculations of the intelligent brain, the original growth and maturity time of these crops is about 1 quarter. After the coordination of the Daqin Breeding Center, the time it takes for crops to grow and mature will be shortened to about 10 days. If enough fertilizer is stored, this time can be shortened to at least 1 week. A wave of fruits can be harvested in just 1 week. Su Yang couldn't even imagine this production capacity. After letting the intelligent brain calculate, the prediction result it gave was that, based on the optimal production capacity of the breeding base, this 1 million acres of land could support a total of 50,000 people. Su Yang's eyes lit up when he saw this number. It seemed that after building the breeding center, there would be no need to worry about food production in the future. As Li Xian moved around the territory, standard training modules were established one after another. The sophisticated mechanical equipment combined with high-grade light-transmitting glass make the cultivation module look extremely sci-fi. After working for a whole morning to build 100 modules one by one, Li Xian returned to the Spanish territory and raised the electromagnetic tower. As the electromagnetic tower was built, the cultivation modules outside the territory lit up with light blocks and started up one by one, as if they were revived. The distribution center in the territory started up with a buzzing sound, and the fruits originally located in the Spanish warehouse were brought into the distribution center and sent to various modules. Several robotic arms in the module are operating at a high speed. Under the control of the intelligent computer, they harvest the original fruits and turn over the land for resowing. No workers are needed, no thinking is required. It can operate fully automatically as long as it is connected to electricity. Teng Ji, who was standing on the city wall and watching, was extremely envious. While he was still coaxing his workers to go down to the mine to work every day, Daqin was actually using fully automatic intelligent production. He felt that now Spain was not behind the Qin dynasty. They were simply not on the same level or dimension.